In this world, young people who are 18 years old or older will be transported to a place called Fantasy World. They need to complete survival challenges there. The more days they survive, the richer the rewards they will receive in the real world. When did the Fantasy World appear? No one can say for sure, but its appearance changed the fate of the entire world. It has opened up another evolutionary path for human civilization. Today is the Adult Transmission Day. At this time, the teleportation square was already filled with hundreds of young people. Jang Mingua stood in the crowd and looked around. The most eye-catching thing was the 6-story black stone tablet in the center of the square. Names and numbers are engraved on the surface of the stone tablet, which is the survival days list of everyone who has completed the survival mission in the fantasy world. The first on the list is named Ouyang Minghui, who has survived for 10 years and 230 days. His name is still highlighted, indicating that he is still alive. In front of the black stone tablet, a burly man stood on a high platform. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, "That's Mu Tianyi, a strong man on the top 100 list. Survived for 4 years and 31 days. Mu Tianyi said in a loud voice, "Everyone, you have reached adulthood and will be forcibly transported to the fantasy world to begin a life and death challenge. Don't forget, this first chance is precious. Even if you're on the verge of death, you must persevere until the very last moment. Remember our common goal, to survive." He spoke passionately, and the young people in the audience were also ignited by him. The goal is to survive. Survive. Although Jang Mingua is not the most conspicuous, he is not the kind of person who goes with the crowd. Mu Tianyi stood in front of everyone. He didn't say a word, just waiting for the sacred countdown to come. At this time, Jang Mingua silently said in her heart, "Interface." A light blue interface instantly appeared in front of her eyes. On the interface, a countdown is prominently displayed, 1 minute and 26 seconds. This interface is automatically possessed by everyone at birth. After reaching the heaven and myriad worlds, it will unlock all functions, including personal attributes, backpacks, chat windows, shopping mall systems, etc. These functions have almost become common sense for those who are about to embark on the road of survival. After the transfer is complete, everyone will also awaken their own talent. The quality of the talent depends entirely on luck. But Jang Mingua treated this teleportation as a short vacation-like trip, hoping to go there quickly and come back quickly. As his thoughts wandered, the countdown reached 0. The next moment, everyone's bodies glowed with dazzling blue light, transforming into tiny particles that shot towards the sky. The onlookers immediately took out their mobile phones and opened the live broadcast platform, because the survival journey of these young people will be broadcast live in its entirety. In the gray forest, Jang Mingua endured the dizzying feeling of the world spinning. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the nausea dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes. Tall old trees were stacked layer upon layer, dotted with golden light, and the ground seemed to be covered with stars. This scene naturally appeared simultaneously in the live broadcast. However, Jang Mingua had no relatives or friends. There was no news in the live broadcast room. He strolled slowly in the forest. Even though the talent and novice gift packs had been unlocked on the interface, he had no interest in clicking on them to check them out. His attention was drawn to another thing. A strange creature was squatting quietly in the bushes ahead. Jang Mingua's eyes lit up, and she took the initiative to step forward and say hello. Hello. It was a creature the size of a domestic cat, snow white all over, with bright and clear golden eyes and long, upright ears. Jang Mingua's eyes were full of sincerity, and she just wanted to reach out and touch this beautiful creature. He didn't know that many creatures in the forest were quietly watching him at this moment. Their eyes were full of awe, and the direction of their awe was exactly that mysterious creature. Jang Mingua's many years of experience petting cats taught him that he should first lower his posture, maintain the same line of sight, and not approach rashly. At this moment, the creature suddenly spoke. "Rise, beloved of nature, you do not need to bow to me." Jang Mingua was stunned for a moment. Although he had seen talking animals in videos before, he was still surprised. He smiled and responded, "Hello, my name is Jang Mingua. What is your name?" The white cat-like creature sat down gently, its golden eyes fixed on him. "My name is Orlando, guardian of the gray forest and apostle of nature." Jang Mingua didn't seem to care about the words, "nature's darling," but was still thinking about his goal. "Can I touch you?" This request made Orlando stunned, but seeing Jang Mingua's desire, he had to acquiesce. After getting permission, Jang Mingua excitedly picked up Orlando and began to rub, stroke, and scratch his chin skillfully. The originally serious and noble Orlando was served by his cat massage and let out a meow on the spot. Among the crowd, there were also those who were as dazzling as the sun. Yi Hongyu was one of those favored children whose halo shone brightly the moment they appeared. As the youngest generation leader of the Yi family, Yi Hongyu is not only extremely talented, but also possesses E+ level combat power, equivalent to an elite special forces soldier. Before the survival show even began, the Yi family had already been hyping it up. After the live stream began, countless fans flocked in, and comments were streaming in. The elders of the Yi family smiled at each other, clearly very satisfied with this traffic feast. Next, it was Yi Hongyu's turn to perform. Name: Orlando. Race: Nature Elf. Strength: SSS, Nation-Destroying Talent, Apostle of Nature. Talented ability: in the forest, gain 300% increase in all attributes, 40% damage reduction, and 40% reduction in mana consumption. Damage reduction cannot be stacked. The forest provides support for it. Depending on the size of the forest, it gains a 50% 200% health recovery bonus and a 50% 150% increase in mana recovery speed. Attacks have a purification effect, and when facing evil enemies, they can add 50% 150% purification. After purification, the enemy will be weakened and all attributes will be reduced by 20% 80%. Bloodline, Primal Elves, Awakened. Magic power plus 400%, recovery speed plus 200%, attacks with soul purification, increased affinity with nature, additional 100% increase in talent attributes. Chapter 3. Compared to Zhang Mingua, who came here as easily as if she was traveling, Yi Hongyu squatted down immediately after landing. He glanced around vigilantly and soon confirmed that he was in a cave that was not very deep and the end could be seen with the naked eye. Then, he opened his personal panel. Name: Yi Hongyu. Race: Human. Strength: E+. Talent: Hunter Instinct. Description: 1. Physical fitness increases by 50% and mental resistance increases by 20%. 2. When attacking, the prey's weaknesses will be displayed as red dots. When hitting a weak point, the damage is increased by 150%, and one of the 3 negative states of tearing/bleeding, paralysis, and weakness is added, and the duration can be continuously refreshed. Bloodline, not awakened. Just as Yi Hongyu was checking the panel, his standard movements were caught by the internet trolls, and he was instantly praised in the live broadcast barrage. Haha, he's worthy of being the Yulan son of the Yi family. This operation is simply textbook level. That's right. It seems that Yi Hongyu will be able to reach the level of the head of the Yi family in the future. At this point, Yi Hongyu didn't realize he was being overly praised. After reading the talent description, he felt somewhat helpless. While it possessed both damage and control, it was generally mediocre. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He walked out of the cave with his head held high. Not far below the mountain, a town loomed. Because starting so close to a town is extremely rare, most people start in the wilderness, and it takes at least 5 or 6 days to reach a town. Therefore, when the audience saw this European emperor, start, they immediately felt jealous. As long as you enter the town, you can guarantee survival for at least a week, or even a month. He cheered excitedly, then ran quickly towards the town, even forgetting the novice gift pack in his backpack. Yet, the air was eerily quiet. No insects chirping or birdsong, only dead silence. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if a large number of creatures were approaching. Yi Hongyu immediately became alert and stopped, realizing that the forest was unusually quiet. But he quickly regained his composure and quickened his pace as he rushed towards the town. Just as he saw a corner of the town, a deafening bell suddenly rang out, 6 times in total. Experienced players immediately explained in the barrage. 6 bells mean foreign invasion, and it is the highest level of threat. As the person involved, Yi Hongyu certainly understood the meaning. The ground was shaking more and more violently, accompanied by the deafening roar of monsters. Yi Hongyu turned around, facing the approaching death. He saw a group of soldiers in black armor riding wolf-shaped monsters, rushing towards the town at a rapid speed. The newcomers were fierce, with a strong murderous intent on their bodies. It was obvious at a glance that they were an elite and brutal army. The next moment, the sharp sword pierced Yi Hongyu's body, and his body instantly turned into blue fragments and dissipated into the air. Because teleportation survival is mandatory for 18-year-olds, they cannot carry any means of survival. Thus, Yi Hongyu was teleported back to the Black Stone Tablet on the first day. The Yi family's servants immediately rushed forward, forming a human wall to block the swarming reporters. Mr. Yi Hongyu, do you have anything to say about this brief survival experience? Chapter 4. The higher he was praised, the harder he fell. Yihongyu felt like a clown and was afraid to face people. Gray Forest. The turmoil of the outside world had no effect on Jiang Mingwa. He was strolling through the forest, holding Orlando. Even with the presence of a guardian, despite his enormous size and terrifying power, he could only be a spectator. In their eyes, Jiang Mingwa was like an invisible source of attraction, making them want to please him. Orlando, who was in his arms, knew it all too well. This wasn't just because of her status as nature's darling. From a magical perspective, Jiang Mingwa was constantly attracting magical energy. All cultivators found it difficult to resist. As an apostle of nature, Orlando decided to stay by his side and protect him, not because his technique was comfortable. However, this protection only applies within the Gray Forest. Before then, he could remain with this human youth. Thinking of this, Orlando enjoyed the nourishment of the magical energy surrounding him, feeling a sense of contentment. But the next moment, it suddenly opened its eyes, jumped down, turned around, and said, "Wait here for a while." Orlando turned into a green light and disappeared. Jiang Mingwa was stunned, and a sentence flashed through his mind. What happened? Without the suppression of the guardian, the surrounding animals immediately swarmed over and surrounded him. He was stunned for a moment, then began to touch and touch. Many animals that he had seen but never touched were in front of him, arousing his interest and itching to touch them. At the same time, in the east of the Gray Forest, the once lush forest had turned into a sea of fire, and countless animals fled in panic. At the source of the sea of fire, a figure clad in a black robe stood tall. He was at least 2 meters tall, his bare arms withered like old trees. It stared at the giant fox in front of it. The fox was now stained with blood, with burn marks all over its body, and it looked miserable. The black-robed monster uttered a hoarse voice. "You have no way to escape, Tuchan Yulan. Offering your soul to the abyss is your final destination." Surrounded by flames woven from the power of the abyss, Tuchan Yulan had no way to escape. She could only take it head-on. If she could delay the attack. If she couldn't, she would die instantly. At this moment, she sincerely hoped that the Guardian would notice the unusual movement here. After all, this filthy power of the abyss was a taboo for the apostles of nature. With this in mind, she tried her best to squeeze out the remaining demonic power in her body, condensing several blue fireballs several times the size of basketballs and heading towards the pillar of fire. The roar was deafening, and the impact caused by the explosion directly blew her huge body away. Then her body shrank rapidly and finally returned to the size of an ordinary fox. Clearly, she could no longer hold on. The black-robed monster let out a shrill laugh. "Ha! This is the power of the abyss. You who refuse to accept it are only worthy of sacrificing your souls." It waved its withered hands, ignited the flames again, and pounced towards Tuchan Yulan, obviously intending to kill her with one blow. At this moment, something strange happened. The raging fire suddenly died down. "You scum of the abyss! How dare you set foot on the land I protect and burn the forest? It seems you are ready to be turned into food." With a roar, Orlando appeared. Its body had grown to 2 meters in size, its snow-white fur covered in green patterns, a collar inlaid with emeralds, and symmetrical, slender horns sprouting from its head. Name: Tuchan Yulan. Race: Fox. Strength: C+, destroys a building. Talent: Spirit Flame Master. Introduction: 1. The Spirit Flame Master can manipulate the Spirit Flame at will, greatly improving control. 2. Fox Clan Instinct. Fire spell power increases by 80%, consumes 20% less demonic power, and increases fire resistance by 20%. 3. Covers the entire body with spiritual fire, reducing damage taken by 20%. Continuously burns enemies when close, and spiritual fire accumulates within them during attacks, eventually detonating to deal 50% to 150% true damage. Bloodline, not awakened. Chapter 5. The overwhelming pressure immediately made the black robe monster realize the absolute disparity in strength. Tuchan Yulan, on the verge of collapse, fainted the moment she saw Orlando appear. Compared to her ease, the black-robed monster felt a mountain of pressure. Escape. This thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly lost his will to fight, wanting only to escape. But on the surface, he pretended to gather his strength, as if he was going to fight to the death. In an instant, a huge fireball condensed in his hand, and he rushed towards Orlando. The next moment, vines over a meter thick burst from the soil, their surface entwined with the power of nature. Upon contact with the abyssal fireball, they exploded with a bang. Before the laughter died down, a flicker of contempt flashed across Orlando's eyes. Then, A vine suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced the black-robed monster's body with unerring precision. The black-robed monster, who was strung in midair, looked terrified under his hood. "How is that possible?" Orlando said coldly. "Turn into nutrients for the forest." As the order was issued, the black-robed monster's strength and life rapidly drained away. However, his face didn't show any fear of death, but instead a look of triumph. Orlando snorted coldly, and a black sphere condensed from his body, floating before him. He examined it for a moment, his face filled with disgust. Sure enough, the power of the abyss is equally disgusting. It's not even worthy of being used as nutrients. Immediately, a green light enveloped the black sphere, and a hissing sound was heard. In a short moment, the black sphere completely dissipated. Orlando looked around at the trees scorched by the flames, a flash of heartache in his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on Tuchan Yulan, who was unconscious not far away. He had heard the black-robed monster's words clearly. This fox, desperate to save his life, had lured the battlefield here, attempting to eliminate the enemies of the abyss through his own hands. Orlando sneered inwardly. As expected of someone from Tuchan, he's truly calculating. He already had a bad impression of the Tuchan clan, and after being tricked several times, he was even more disgusted. Who, unless they were a fool, would have a good impression of these scheming foxes? Tuchan, a power outside the Grey Forest, was one of the foreign tribes that flooded in after the great upheaval of heaven and earth. Due to their geographical proximity, the war-averse Orlando personally stepped forward, demonstrating his desire for peace with a full-throated gesture. At this moment, looking at Tuchan Yulan lying unconscious on the ground, Orlando originally planned to leave, but the figure of Jang Mingua appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but talk to himself. This little fellow clearly possesses a powerful natural force, but he doesn't know how to use it. It wouldn't be a bad idea to lend him some teaching aids to practice with. Thinking of this, his gaze fell back on the fox, eroded by the power of the abyss. Isn't this the most suitable teaching aid? He waved the vines, tied up Tuchan Yulan, and flew back with her. On the other side, Jang Mingua remained obediently where he was. After all, if he encountered a talking animal, he had to cherish it, even if it was just to touch it a few more times. A massive black wolf lay on the ground, a comfortable pillow for him. The other animals could only sigh from afar. The scene was incredibly harmonious, humans and monsters coexisting so intimately. Any outsider witnessing this would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Because these black wolves are none other than the renowned shadow wolves. They have reached C-rank strength and possess the shadow escape talent, allowing them to lurk in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. They are extremely patient and can lie dormant for months or even half a year, just to strike and kill. Therefore, although the shadow wolves are not considered top-tier monsters, their behavior makes countless races avoid them. However, at this moment, these feared shadow wolves were as docile as domestic dogs, surrounding Jang Mingua in the center. Jang Mingua muttered casually, when will Orlando come back?" With that, he leaned against the shadow wolf king, enjoying the touch of its soft black fur, his face filled with intoxication. At that moment, a flash of green light revealed Orlando. Beside it, a scarred, golden-furred little fox lay beside it. Chapter 6. When Jang Mingua saw the battered little fox, she immediately rushed to her side. Instead, she quickly scanned the area to confirm the situation. The little fox had multiple burns and open wounds all over its body, and it looked like its internal organs were also damaged. From Jang Mingua's perspective, he was powerless. With neither surgical instruments nor medicine, he could only watch helplessly as this vibrant life slowly slipped away. Orlando noticed the sadness on Jang Mingua's face and said slowly, "Don't worry, she's not dead, and you have the power to save her." This sentence cheered Jang Mingua up, and he couldn't wait to ask, "What should I do?" Orlando fell into Jang Mingua's arms. "Next, I will gradually stimulate the power within you." Jang Mingua nodded. He wondered, the power within him? Could it be due to an awakened talent? Before he could react, Orlando had already resonated with the power within him. The next moment, a green energy filled with life force slowly released. The power of life turned Jang Mingua's pupils into a brilliant green. He felt that this power was like a pair of new arms, flexible and obedient to his command. Orlando had initially expected the release of power to be uncontrollable, but it was surprisingly smooth. Jang Mingua even seemed relaxed. So, it continued to draw in more energy. A rich natural force spread out, and the surrounding animals and monsters fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, they might be promoted. Jang Mingua, the person involved, immediately enveloped the little fox with her strength. The wound healed at a visible rate, emitting a continuous hissing sound. Amidst the dense life energy, the little fox, which originally had only 4 tails, unconsciously condensed a 5th. Tuchan Yulan not only escaped death, but also made great progress. With the 5 tails, her strength will reach B level, which can destroy a town and is on the same level as the black-robed monster chasing her. After a moment, Jang Mingua felt the time was right and slowly withdrew her power. Looking at the little fox that had recovered, Orlando in her arms suddenly asked, "How is it? Can you remember how to use that power?" Jang Mingua nodded happily. The feeling just now was truly wonderful, as if he had become one with the forest. He even wanted to try it again. Orlando seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke to stop him. "Don't be in a hurry. We have things to deal with now." As it spoke, it looked at Tuchan Yulan, who was already awake but pretending to be unconscious. "If you pretend to sleep again, I don't mind letting you sleep forever." The words were filled with threats, and Tuchan Yulan immediately sat up in shock and knelt respectfully. Orlando spoke again. "Tell me, why did you bring the war to the Grey Forest?" Tuchan Yulan spoke under Jiang Mingyue's shocked gaze. "Respected Guardian, I was on my way to the human race when I was ambushed by the forces of the Abyss. My sisters and I were forced to flee for our lives due to the attack. With nowhere else to go, I instinctively ran away, which led to this fate. Thank you for saving my life, sir." She spoke with reason and emotion, but she kept stealing glances at Jiang Mingua. She noticed that the guardian of the Grey Forest was nestling in the young man's arms like a cat. The young man's handsome appearance and unique temperament aroused her curiosity and affection. Such a look naturally did not escape Orlando's eyes. He stretched out his little paw and patted Jiang Mingyue's thigh and whispered, "Now, I will teach you the wonderful use of natural forces. That is, no one can lie to us." After saying this, its golden pupils lit up slightly and stared at Tuchan Yulan. "Can you guarantee that what you just said is true?" The immense pressure frightened Tuchan Yulan. She quickly replied, "Master Guardian, I can guarantee that most of it is true. It's just that the last sentence, in fact, was said because I came to the Grey Forest with the hope that you could save my life." After she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground. After a while, Orlando slowly spoke. "Yes, the Tuchan people finally spoke the truth." Tuchan Yulan breathed a sigh of relief, but Orlando suddenly stretched out her words, "But..." Before she could finish her words, her spirits tensed again. "The one you need to thank is the little guy behind me." This statement shocked her heart. Although she had known this was going to happen, she almost collapsed when it was revealed. The next moment, a puff of white smoke rose, and the golden fox disappeared. A beautiful woman in ancient costume appeared. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her long golden hair gleaming, 5 golden tails swaying gently behind her, her ears erect, and her aura seductive yet majestic. She appeared before Jiang Mingua just like that. Chapter 7. The scene before him made Jiang Mingua slightly stunned. Tuchan Yulan's appearance was indeed rare in his experience over the years. But he quickly came to his senses, and the interest in his eyes gradually faded. Catching Jiang Mingyue's momentary distraction, Tuchan Yulan subconsciously crossed her arms across her chest, trying to show off her impressive abilities. However, she discovered that the other party had no interest at all. This indifference surprised her greatly, and she even instinctively doubted the extent of her own charm. After all, in the entire Tuchan, there were only a handful of people who could surpass her in appearance. Despite this, Tuchan Yulan still tried to maintain her charming demeanor, respectfully expressed her gratitude to Jiang Mingua, and promised that if he needed help in the future, she would definitely help him. Jiang Mingua just smiled indifferently and briefly introduced herself. Tuchan Yulan expressed her gratitude again, then said that she had to return to Tuchan as soon as possible to report what happened on the way to the clan, so she should not stay for long. She promised to prepare gifts and return to express her gratitude in a while. Orlando naturally had no intention of keeping her. She simply waved her little paw, signaling her to leave. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back to look at Jiang Mingua. Only then did her figure completely disappear. "What do you think? Do you think she is telling the truth?" Orlando's voice sounded in his arms. Jiang Mingua replied without hesitation, "What Miss Fox said just now was true." Under Orlando's guidance, he had gradually mastered the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. From now on, no one could easily deceive him. Orlando nodded. Although these Tuchan foxes like to scheme against others, they still place great importance on repaying the favor of saving their lives. Even if this is their way of survival, I still don't like them. Jiang Mingua didn't argue, but just smiled and picked up Orlando, intending to continue walking in the Grey Forest. Seeing this, the shadow wolves also disappeared into his shadow one by one, obviously determined to follow him to the end. Tuchan, located south of the Grey Forest, it rises over 1,000 meters above sea level. Before the Great Upheaval, this area was a plain, while further south was the habitat of other tribes. The emergence of Tuchan separated the Grey Forest from the southern tribes, creating a natural barrier. The southern tribes knew that their former neighbors, though powerful, had been content to stay in their own corner and had never coveted them. But now, the sudden appearance of a strange neighbor, full of uncertainty, inevitably aroused their vigilance. It's not that they were completely hostile to the Tuchan clan, but they certainly viewed them as potential enemies. Coupled with the Tuchan clan's calculating way of life, the Grey Forest Guardians also harbored a dislike for them. Inside the main hall, a woman, even more beautiful than Tuchan Yulan, sat. The current ruler of Tuchan was named Tuchan Yu. Under her rule, Tuchan continued to prosper. She clutched a report in her hand. The delegation she had sent to the human race had been ambushed by the forces of the Abyss and had fled in all directions. Only some members had returned. The fate of the rest was unknown. Thinking of this, Tuchan Yu sighed deeply. Her 8 beautiful brown tails slowly drooped in frustration. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the entrance of the main hall. Sister Yu. Hearing the voice, Tuchan Yu looked up and saw the familiar golden figure. Yulan, I'm so glad you're okay. She immediately stood up, walked over quickly, and hugged Tuchan Yulan in her arms. In her heart, Yulan, though not her biological sister, was more like a sister. Upon learning the delegation had been ambushed, she had sent for their rescue, but there had been no news, leaving her distraught. Now that Yulan had returned safely, she finally felt relieved. Yulan took her sister's hand and eagerly recounted the events of the journey, omitting the details of the pursuit and focusing on what she had seen and heard after escaping into the Grey Forest. When Tuchan Yu heard that there was a human man beside the powerful guardian, his first reaction was the group of people who called themselves survivors. Over the years, she had met many survivors. They grew rapidly, becoming stronger as long as they survived, and could even produce many strange items out of thin air. As for the reason, she never delved into it, because it was a topic that could not be touched upon. However, what concerned her was that the survivor next to the guardian not only called himself we, but also showed the same power and was Yulan's savior. Does this mean that the young man named Jang Mingua is worth winning over? Thinking of this, Tuchan Yu's heart moved slightly, and he happily took Yulan's hand. Yulan, what do you think of that young man? Hearing this, Tuchan Yulan was stunned for a moment, then realized her sister's intention. Jang Mingua's figure could not help but appear in her mind. Chapter 8, Tuchan Yulan muttered softly, Sister, that young man actually has no interest in me. The voice became smaller and smaller towards the end, almost inaudible. But Tuchan Yu in front of her heard it clearly. Although her sister said so, the uncontrollable shyness on her face betrayed her, causing Tuchan Yu to smile faintly. She reached out and patted her sister's proud capital on her chest, and whispered, Any normal man would not be indifferent to a beautiful woman. Think about it carefully. This is something our Fox clan can be proud of. Tuchan Yulan lowered her head at her sister's words. She knew in her heart that she did have feelings for the young man. Not only had he saved her life, but his appearance was also just what she wanted. She just didn't understand his personality yet. Tuchan Yu looked at her sister, lost in thought, and didn't continue to persuade her. She just waited quietly. If her sister didn't like it, she wouldn't force it. If she did, she would be happy to facilitate the marriage. After all, this young man has a strong background and is quite talented. If he can form a good marriage with her while he is still weak, it will only be beneficial to Tuchan's future. Ever since the Tuchan clan arrived in this world over a decade ago, the original Tuchan leader had suddenly disappeared, leaving her, his deputy, to hastily take over. The loss of their greatest fighting force was still a heavy blow to the entire clan. In the past, Tuchan was safe and secure because of the absolute power of its master. Now, without protection and in a strange world, Tuchan Yu can only rely on the Fox clan's nature and wisdom, calculating people's hearts and plotting survival strategies to protect his clan. In the eyes of the world, they are calculating foxes, but few know that the Tuchan clan is also known for their loyalty. If they truly love someone, they will offer absolute loyalty, follow them through thick and thin, and never betray them. Therefore, the elders of the clan warned the younger generations from a young age not to easily entrust loyalty. Tuchan Yulan certainly understood this, but she could clearly feel that Jiang Mingyue's figure was becoming clearer and clearer in her mind. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Tuchan Yu. This was the first time her sister showed her dejection in front of her. She was silent for a moment, then said softly, Sister Yu, I want to try. Tuchan You reached out and stroked her hair. Well, but you have to promise your sister not to force yourself. Okay. Tuchan Yulan nodded seriously. On the first night in the gray forest, Jang Mingua lay on her back in the clearing in the forest, gazing at the starry sky, and for a moment felt the feeling of the flowers are so numerous that they dazzle the eyes. He realized that throughout the entire day, he didn't feel tired, hungry, or thirsty, as if he had become a robot. But even a robot needs energy. He explained the situation to Orlando, and he quickly got an explanation. Your body is constantly being nourished by magical energy. You can say you're improving all the time. To be honest, I'm a little envious of you. Jiang Mingwa suddenly realized that he hadn't seen his personal dashboard yet. He opened it and saw his name. Jiang Mingwa, race, unknown, strength, unknown, talent, unknown. Introduction. 1. You are someone cherished and loved by nature and life. 2. Unlocked. Bloodline, unknown. Jiang Mingwa was puzzled, He could accept that the other items were all question marks. But what did it mean that even the race was unknown? Several dark lines appeared on his forehead. But then he thought about it and realized that it wouldn't affect his great cause, and he felt relieved. In his original world, it was not uncommon for humans to have mixed bloodlines, and they were even proud of it. Because mixed bloods often bring an extremely high starting point, such as powerful magical talent, amazing physical fitness, or rare mental attack power. These can all become advantages on the road to survival. Jiang Mingwa, of course, didn't know any of this. He simply closed the panel and opened the system backpack. Inside lay a novice gift pack. As an 18-year-old survivor, when you are forced to go to the heavens and all realms to survive for the first time, in addition to obtaining a random talent, you will also definitely get such a novice gift pack. Chapter 9. The newbie gift pack comes in the form of cards. The rarity of the cards is ranked from high to low: red, gold, purple, blue, green, and white. Generally speaking, the gift pack will randomly give 1 to 3 cards, depending on luck. So far, obtaining a purple card right at the start is rare. As for gold, or even the higher tier red cards, no one has ever obtained one. If one were to appear, it would surely spark a frenzy of competition. Jiang Mingwa had no confidence in his luck, so he opened the gift package without hesitation. He never believed in those so-called metaphysical opening methods. However, the next moment, a dazzling golden light, interspersed with a hint of purple, appeared before him. 2 gold and 1 purple cards, 3 of which appeared simultaneously. Jiang Mingwa's mouth dropped open, his shock beyond words. At the same time, a historic announcement sounded in the fantasy world. Congratulations to survivor number 66,666. In the newbie gift pack, 2 gold cards and 1 purple card were opened. The room, once deserted and unattended, was instantly flooded with hundreds of millions of viewers, and the number continued to climb. Comments were densely packed, quickly filling the screen. Brothers, the most lucrative of the lucky ones has appeared. Come and take in some of their luck. When the people from the major families saw the 3 cards in front of Jiang Mingwa, their eyes almost popped out, and then they gave crazy orders, demanding that the identity of this person be found out immediately. Soon, a complete file was placed before them. The results left them all looking at each other in bewilderment. The file revealed that Jiang Mingwa was not only an orphan, but also rather solitary, with no friends or family, and no ties to her family. In other words, in the eyes of these powerful families, he had no weaknesses. Their usual dirty tricks were completely useless. This outcome left them frustrated, forcing them to consider either a trade or co-optation. Jiang Mingwa was completely oblivious to this, as he was currently concentrating on the 3 cards in front of him. Gold, character card, name, Tuchan Na. Race, Fox Tribe, strength, S+, against city, talent, Chingchio. Introduction 1. Fox Clan talent. Fire spell power increased by 150%, magic power consumption reduced by 40%, and fire resistance increased by 60%. 2. Spiritual fire covers the entire body, reducing damage by 50%. Continuously burns when close to the enemy, and accumulates spiritual fire during the attack. When it reaches a certain level, it explodes, causing 150% to 400% true damage. Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox, Awakened, bonus 1. Demonic power plus 200%, physical strength plus 100%. Bonus 2. Increases the sustained burning effect of spiritual fire. Bonus 3. Increases charisma. Gold, item card. Name, Bloodline Evolution card. Description, unconditionally improves the user's bloodline without side effects. Analysis, recommended for use on the fox above. Purple, skill card passive. Name, Your young master, naturally beautiful, effect, increases your charm, raising your favorability with all races to friendly. After reading the descriptions of the 3 cards, Jang Mingua couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. For example, the fox named Tuchan Na, who should have died, was given a new life. Tuchan Na. He thought of Tuchan Yulan, whom he had met during the day, and couldn't help but wonder if the two were related. He planned to confirm this question after the summon. At that moment, his gaze rested on the charm-boosting skill card. After a moment's hesitation, he followed his heart and decisively learned it. After all, who could resist a boost in appearance? Next, the highlight came. Under the gaze of millions of viewers in the live stream, Jang Mingua clicked on the character card to use it. A blue light flashed, and a stunningly beautiful woman slowly emerged. She had long, flowing white hair and wore a traditional costume that perfectly showcased her curves. 9 furry tails swayed gently behind her, and her blood-red eyes suddenly opened. Tuchan Na captivated the world. Even Jang Mingua, who claimed to have no desires, was stunned at this moment. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became sparse, and the audience was obviously stunned by her beauty. Jang Mingua quickly came back to her senses and said in a friendly manner, "Hello, Miss Tuchan Na. My name is Jang Mingua." This greeting made Tuchan Na's originally scattered vision finally focus on the equally handsome man in front of her. Chapter 10. Tuchan Na felt a sense of closeness and a connection with Jang Mingua. Soon, she realized that this man was her master. She took the initiative to walk forward, gently lifted his hands, and took his index finger into her mouth. He didn't understand what she was doing for a moment, but then a slight sting followed, and he saw the beautiful woman in front of him licking the blood from her fingers. Orlando watched this scene with great interest. He naturally understood the significance of Nanya's actions. This was a ceremony for the Tuchon tribe to pay their respects. The forest was his eyes and ears, and he was no stranger to these things. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also reacted, and the barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. Wow! White-haired, red-eyed, beast-eared girl, this picture is insanely beautiful. But survivor number 66666 is also very good-looking, he. Soon, this strange movement ended. Tuchan Na released his fingers. The next moment, a golden magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. 2 runes appeared on the back of Jang Mingua's hand and on Tuchan Na's forehead, then quickly disappeared. After the ceremony was completed, Nanya bowed respectfully, and a cold and firm voice sounded. "Master, I am Tuchan Na, and I offer my loyalty to you." As she spoke, she prepared to kneel down and perform a more formal ceremony. Jang Mingua quickly reached out to support her, stopping the action. A hint of doubt crossed her calm face, making her look particularly adorable. He looked at her face so close and explained with a smile. "Since you have chosen to follow me, all those cumbersome formalities are unnecessary." She soon understood that he was sincere and replied softly, "I understand." Then, he asked Nanya to sit beside him. He still had some questions to confirm. Lying back on the grass, holding Orlando in his arms, he looked up at the starry sky and said softly, "Miss Tuchan Na." "You are welcome, sir. You can just call me Nanya," she interrupted. Jang Mingua didn't care and continued to ask, "Nanya, I'm a little curious. What is your relationship with Tuchan?" Tuchan Na paused for a moment, then lay down as well, and slowly spoke. "I was once the master of Tuchan, but I don't know how long I've been dead, and I don't know Tuchan's current situation either." Hearing this, Jang Mingua turned her head curiously to look at her delicate profile. Nanya's voice continued, "Since you want to know, I will not hide it. Back then, the world was shaken, the ground trembled, and the cracks were like the abyss. The earth split apart, and the floating fragments disappeared into the sky, and Tuchan was also swept up in it. To protect her people, Nanya used her full strength to cast a formation. However, Tuchan was too vast, and its inhabitants too numerous. Even a genius like hers, rare once in 1,000 years, could not completely withstand the impact of the turbulent flow of time and space. Tuchan still lost a part, and she herself perished. In the eyes of her tribe, Nanya was merely missing, a fact they refused to acknowledge. In reality, she had died in battle, her soul dormant. Until a certain moment, she was awakened by a supreme being and signed a contract with him. Only then was she summoned by Jang Mingua. Chapter 11. Jang Mingua was silent for a moment, and finally decided to explain the situation in Tuchan. He turned to look at Tuchan Nanya and said softly, "Nanya, do you want to go back to Tuchan to take a look?" This sentence instantly caught Tuchan Nanya's attention. She turned her head, her blood-red pupils flashing a cold and bleak light in the moonlight. less charming, but more full of uncontrollable excitement. The next moment, she suddenly stood up, tightly grasped Jiang Mingyue's shoulders with both hands, her eyes filled with hope and faint pleading. Master, is there any way you can do this? Obviously, she didn't know that this was already the new world where Tuchan was. Jiang Mingyue didn't keep anyone in suspense. He stood up and told them everything that had happened that day. Halfway through, he felt that Orlando in his arms knew more, so he turned the topic over to it. Orlando had been quietly acting as a transparent cat, but when he saw the pleading look in Tuchan Na's eyes and felt Jiang Mingyue's request, he had no choice but to speak and tell her roughly what he had seen and heard, including Tuchan's current situation and who the current master of Tuchan was. But she soon realized that her behavior was a bit rude and quickly released her hands from Jiang Mingyue's shoulders. After thinking for a moment, she took his right hand in her own and placed it on her chest. Sir, I want to go back to Tuchan. Jiang Mingyue naturally wouldn't refuse, readily agreeing and saying they could depart tomorrow if she wanted. Hearing his heartfelt promise, Tuchan Na felt a surge of relief. She was thankful to have met a master who wasn't arrogant. Her favorability and loyalty increased accordingly. Favorability, 85, loyalty, 80. The two chatted for a while, and Jiang Mingyue fell asleep unknowingly, and the live broadcast room was closed. Tuchan Na, however, was too agitated to fall asleep. She tilted her head and saw Jiang Mingyue's peaceful, calm face. An indescribable attraction drew her closer and closer. It wasn't until their shoulders touched that she awoke, realizing Jiang Mingyue's handsome face was so close. A blush crept onto her cheeks, but she quickly shook her head, telling herself to go back to sleep. Jiang Mingyue didn't notice the little woman's actions, but Orlando saw them all. He thought to himself, is this fox interested in this little guy? However, it didn't find it amiss. Perhaps this was the confidence of a strong person, a disdain for calculation. Sensing the subtle pressure emanating from her, Orlando acknowledged her strength. Given that, he didn't need to worry too much about the little one's safety. While Jiang Mingyue and the others slept peacefully, the outside world was already in turmoil. The cause was the 2 golds and 1 purple prize drawn at the beginning of the lottery, which shocked everyone who knew about it. Jiang Mingyue's name quickly spread throughout the outside world. When people learned more about his background and character, they were even more shocked. An orphan, he had no ties, was a loner, and didn't socialize closely with others. In other words, he had no weaknesses. At the same time, Jiang Mingyue's conversation during the live broadcast also let the world know that the world he lives in is a hodgepodge of countless different worlds, various power systems, and various races that cannot coexist mixed together. This kind of world is incredibly risky, with uncertain rewards and a reliance on luck. Yet, this is also the kind of world no one wants to encounter. Many pessimistically believe that even the most fortunate can't have a smooth journey in this world. Unless, that is, they can maintain their luck. But who has ever seen a lucky guy always win? Who has ever seen a gambler always lose? It's simply that the timing hasn't arrived yet. Beyond this sensation, people are also paying attention to the situation of this group of novice survivors. On the first day, with the exception of a few unlucky individuals, most people managed to survive despite some setbacks. Remember, only by surviving 7 days on the road to survival can you claim the fantasy world rewards. After that, every 15 days of survival, you can claim rewards again or participate in fantasy world activities. However, the timing of these events wasn't fixed. Sometimes they'd start in less than 5 days, other times they'd take a month. It was as if everything depended on the mood of the fantasy world. The next morning, Jiang Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself unable to move, as if something were tightly binding her. Just as he was wondering, his palm touched a soft, furry object. The alluring touch instantly captivated him, and he couldn't help but begin to knead it skillfully. A soft, seductive hum suddenly reached his ear. Jiang Mingyue's body stiffened, his mind returning to normal as he remembered who was beside him. He turned stiffly, only to be confronted by a beautiful face, a pair of shy, misty eyes, so close to him. Chapter 12. Tuchan Na had actually woken up a long time ago, but when she found herself giving Jiang Mingyue a bear hug with her tail tightly wrapped around him, she felt it was quite rude and pretended to be still asleep. But the tingling sensation from her tail made it impossible for her to endure it any longer, and she finally groaned softly. The next moment, she clearly felt the boy in her arms suddenly stiffen, and then she smiled an awkward but polite smile. Nanya found this scene rather amusing. Little did she know, her actions were already quite bold. Her fox instincts gradually emerged, and Nanya blushed as she leaned closer and whispered, "If you like my tail, you can do as you please." The words were full of allure, and a seductive aura naturally emanated from them. But Jiang Mingwei resisted. Really? That's great. His attention was completely focused on the furry tail. Huh. Nanya was stunned, her heart aching. This development seemed a little off. But the next moment, the tingling sensation in her tail returned, and she could no longer suppress it, letting out a soft moan. Nanya blushed completely, and in panic, she buried her head in Jiang Mingyue's shoulder. The system notification sounded in Jiang Mingyue's mind. Favorability +1, loyalty +1. But his attention was completely focused on the soft tail in his hand. It wasn't until a long while later that he finally stopped, satisfied. By then, Nanya had already collapsed to the ground, panting profusely, sweat dripping from her forehead, her bloodshot eyes hazy. Her posture only made her allure even more alluring. Jiang Mingyue only then noticed her appearance, and her heart was shocked. She realized the consequences of her indulgence just now, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Nanya. Before she could finish her words, Nanya placed her hand on her lips. She whispered, Sir, there's no need to apologize. It's just that I'm not used to this feeling. I'll try to get used to it. Jiang Mingyue shook his head repeatedly, feeling that this wasn't a problem that could be explained by habit. But before he could speak, she blocked him again. Helplessly, he could only nod and promise to be gentler next time. Nanyang really wanted to tell him that he didn't need to restrain himself, but as a woman's modesty, the words stopped in her throat. She could only nod slightly, and then tidied her messy clothes. At this point, Orlando, who had been acting as the transparent cat, finally spoke up. Are you done flirting? This made both of them blush, but they remained silent. Seeing they were silent, Orlando continued. Little one, are you planning on taking this fox to Tuchan today? Jiang Mingyue nodded. Yes, we agreed on that last night. Orlando didn't stop her, but simply gave her a few instructions and the general direction of Tuchan. As for why she wasn't going, she explained that she had duties to fulfill. Jiang Mingyue recalled Orlando's sudden departure the previous night, and she understood, so she gestured understandingly. Orlando nodded, his eyes meeting Nanya's. They quickly looked away, but their mutual responsibilities and commitments had already been conveyed. Before leaving, Jiang Mingyue bent down and picked up Orlando. Although they had only known each other briefly, the elder-like calmness and sense of security he felt made him feel reliant. He thanked her earnestly and promised to return soon. Orlando's heart warmed, and he whispered, Nature's favorite. If you want to see me, just go to a tree. Trees are my eyes and ears, as well as my hands and feet. As the words fell, a green necklace appeared around Jiang Mingyue's neck. I'll give this to you. It can save your life in a critical moment. Looking down at the necklace inlaid with emerald green gemstones on her chest, Jiang Mingyue spoke sincerely. Thank you, Orlando. After bidding farewell to Orlando, Jiang Mingyue and Tuchan Na set off, riding on the back of the Shadow Wolf King, galloping towards Tuchan. He didn't understand why the Shadow Wolf had chosen to follow him, but since it was so, he didn't refuse. He simply set two rules, not to appear without permission and not to attack others easily. Other than that, they were free to do as they pleased. The Shadow Wolf King readily agreed. He instinctively understood the numerous benefits of following Jiang Mingyue, and this restriction was a minor issue. By the time they set out, the live stream had reopened, and viewers were curious about their destination. I'm late. Can someone explain to me? Where is this boy going? Didn't you watch it last night? Today we're going to Tuchan to meet the fox-eared girl. Oh, so, I'm not sleepy anymore. Beast-eared girls are not rare, but those with authentic bloodlines and long-standing legends are extremely rare. Tuchan is as famous as Chingchio. Most myths about the fox tribe are related to these two. Chapter 13. Not everyone was anxious during the survival teleportation. Lin Yunyen was one of them. She was a promising young member of the Lin family. While not as dazzling as her siblings, the talent and cards she had obtained this time put her in the upper middle class among the hundreds of thousands of contestants. Her identity was clearly revealed, human blood, but seemingly harboring unawakened alien bloodlines. Her strength rating was E, roughly equivalent to that of an elite special forces soldier. Most striking was her talent, a mastery of potions. Potion proficiency meant she could expertly apply various herbs, increasing her success rate by 30%, increasing potency by 20%, and extending the duration of her blends. This talent was crucial for survival, a lifesaver and valuable asset. She also drew two cards, one blue and one green. The blue one was Nightingale's Syringe, which increased the effectiveness of medication by 30% after injection and reduced the risk of disease and viruses by 30%. The green one had a skill called Let Me Get Well. which allowed her to identify objects one level lower than her own. Despite the lack of direct combat power, this configuration gave her confidence. After all, the purpose of survival wasn't to fight, but to stay alive. Someone who could detoxify, heal injuries, and even create strengthening potions was far more enviable than a mere warrior. As long as she didn't do anything awful, surviving the week was practically guaranteed. Furthermore, she was born at the border of the desert and forest. While the environment was harsh, it was far better than the barren wasteland. At least there were plants and water sources here, so there wasn't a single blade of grass growing. She still felt a lingering fear when she thought of the rumored scene of someone falling into the wasteland and being instantly swallowed by a monster underground. The image of that person being swallowed in one gulp was still hard to forget, and she was even more grateful for her luck. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh that this girl's start was indeed not bad. However, all this happened before the legendary European Emperor Jang Mingua appeared on the stage. On the first day, she cautiously explored the forest, intending to find a source of water. However, luck did not immediately favor her, and instead she found a strangely shaped vine on an old tree. The vines seemed to have been deliberately entwined, their shape resembling an abstract miniature of a giant tree. They appeared to have grown naturally, yet something about them was unusual. Yunyen and the audience were confused for a moment, so they could only mentally note the details and move on. However, as she crossed that area, a subtle wave of magical energy spread, as if some kind of information was quietly transmitted to the depths of the forest. She was completely unaware of this. Another 200 or 300 meters ahead, she finally found a clear stream. She scooped up the water with both hands and drank it. It was sweet and refreshing, and a long-lost sense of relief crossed her face. But her joy didn't last long before she became alert to something unusual. The chirping of insects and birds in the forest suddenly disappeared, replaced by a dense rustling sound, as if something was approaching rapidly. Yunyen instantly realized that the vines were not natural markings at all, but the boundaries of a certain species' territory. Her heart sank, and she immediately turned and ran. However, she was unfamiliar with the terrain, and soon she was surrounded by a group of elves. The elves were all female, stunningly beautiful, but she had no feelings of admiration for them at the moment, because she knew that elves were always xenophobic and never treated intruders kindly. To save her life, she simply abandoned her dignity, knelt down, and saluted, feigning innocence. Seeing her tactful attitude, the elves didn't shoot her immediately. Instead, they had one of them step forward to tie her up and put away their bows and arrows. Then, a female elf with an extraordinary temperament came over and looked at her coldly. She was obviously the leader. The other party asked expressionlessly, "Human, why did you break into the territory of the elves? Are you a spy from the abyss?" The words were blunt and the murderous intent was clear. Yunyen was nervous, but she reacted quickly. She immediately revealed her identity. "I'm not a spy. I'm just a pharmacist. I entered the forest just to collect herbs, and I didn't expect to stray into your territory." These words were 7 parts sincere and 3 parts nervous. His weak, helpless, and pitiful posture made him look particularly harmless. The elves exchanged glances, clearly touched. Finally, the leader, a female elf named Elena, spoke again. "You said you are a pharmacist. What's the proof?" Yunyen's heart moved, and she seized the opportunity. "I can make the potion on the spot and test it myself to prove my identity. But I need you to provide some props." Elena thought for a moment, nodded, and untied her restraints herself. "We elves do have a set of potion tools. If you are truly a pharmacist, we are willing to befriend you." At this moment, Yunyen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her impulsive reaction had temporarily saved her from the brink of death. Whether she could turn the situation around next depended on how she demonstrated her pharmacist skills. Chapter 15. Early in the morning, Tuchan welcomed an unexpected guest. She was from Chingchio, and logically belonged to the same fox clan, but Tuchan felt a sense of resistance when she saw her. She knew that this visitor's purpose was not simple. Chingchio's intentions were clear, to annex Tuchan and have all fox tribes respect Chingchio as their leader. The reasoning was also quite compelling. Chingchio now possessed 1 S-rank expert and 2 S-level experts, a force more than enough to establish itself in the world. In contrast, Tuchan's former pillar, Nanya, has vanished, leaving only a group of members who are struggling to make progress. Tuchan, though an S-, is powerless alone, while the rest of the tribe hovers at the B+ level. The gap is stark. So when Chingchio sent someone to come, Tuchan had already anticipated it. However, she still couldn't help but frown when she saw the enchanting pink fox girl in front of her, exuding a strong charm. By Chingchio, Why do you put on such an attitude in front of your people? What exactly do you intend to do? Tuchan said in a cold and hard tone, his eyes full of vigilance. But Bai Xinxue just said lazily, it's a habit, I can't stop it for the time being. But the focus is not on me, but on your choice. The implication was clear. Whether or not the merger would take place depended entirely on Tuchan's response. Tasha's heart sank. She knew that if she chose to surrender, she would be severing a 1,000-year-old inheritance in her own hands, and would surely bear the stigma of the future. But if they refused, in this turbulent world, Tuchan, without its top-tier combat power, might be completely wiped out in the storm. The situation was pressing, and small gestures could not shake the overall situation. She hesitated for a long time, unable to make a decision. Bai Xinxue gently suggested, since you can't make up your mind, why not leave it to the tribe? Let's all make the choice together. No matter what the outcome, no one can be blamed. These words made Tuchan's eyes flash, but he quickly concealed it and responded calmly. Give me 3 days, and I will give you an answer after 3 days. Hearing the title Envoy, Bai Xinxue's lips curled slightly. She was already certain that the merger would proceed without issue. As she stood up to leave, she uttered a profound remark. Is it a personal desire, or the desire of all? Haha, we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, outside Tuchan, Jang, Mingua, and Tuchan Na quickly arrived near Tuchan, driven by the Shadow Wolf King's swift speed. Catching sight of the towering peak from afar, Nanya's eyes flashed with a complex nostalgia. Although it felt like a brief absence, reality reminded her that over a decade had passed. The question of whether her family members were safe and well continued to linger in her mind. She turned to look at Jiang Mingua in front of her, her eyes filled with gratitude. It was because of this young man that she had the opportunity to embark on her journey home again. Thinking of this, she subconsciously hugged him tighter. Jiang Mingua suddenly felt a soft touch on his back, and his face flushed slightly. For a young man like him, such stimulation was inevitably a bit overwhelming. But soon, his attention was drawn to the scene before him. As the distance closed, a magnificent city wall came into view, built against the mountainside. The streets in the city crisscrossed, and the atmosphere was prosperous. Such a scale made Jiang Mingua marvel. Although he had seen similar scenes in videos, being there in person was completely different. Seeing his expression, Nanya felt a surge of pride, and then she quietly described Tuchan's millennia of heritage and the efforts of its ancestors. When the two reached the city gate, they disembarked from the Wolf King's back. The Wolf King vanished into a shadow, and the two walked side by side toward the gate. But unlike the bustling atmosphere they had imagined, the gates were closed, the streets deserted, and soldiers guarding the walls stood in a state of solemn alert. Jiang Mingua was puzzled, wondering what was going on, when suddenly a shout came from above her head. Who are you? Why are you entering Tuchan? Looking up, she saw a young leader of the Fox clan with an imposing presence. Jiang Mingua was about to speak, when Nanya stepped forward and coldly spat out 2 words, open the door. As she finished speaking, the aura of superiority that she possessed suddenly dissipated. The young officer was about to say something, but after seeing her face clearly, he froze, his eyes then filled with ecstasy. It's Master Tuchan Nanya. Master has returned. This shows how high her prestige was among the tribe members back then. Facing these fervent gazes, Nanya remained calm and asked calmly, how is Tuchan now? This sentence suddenly made the atmosphere heavy. The young officer stepped forward, saluted solemnly, and said helplessly, Sir, the situation in Tuchan is not good right now. The martial law you see is to prevent the attack of the Abyss. Abyss? Nanya's eyes narrowed slightly. This was an unfamiliar and dangerous term, but her expression remained unchanged. Only a hint of doubt grew in her heart. Meanwhile, the identity of the visitor, Bai Xinxue, gradually emerged. Name, Bai Xinxue. Race, Fox. Strength, S-, possessing city-level combat power. Her talent is called Charm. She possesses a natural charm, easily captivating both men and women. In battle, her attacks have a 40% chance of briefly enchanting enemies, forcing them to attack allies instead. The charm chance increases with each success. Even more terrifying, she could forcibly control a target no stronger than herself for a full hour. Her bloodline had long been awakened, and she was the legendary nine-tailed fox. Chapter 16. Tuchan Na simply nodded without saying anything more. She planned to ask Tuchan about many of the hidden details. She simply comforted the soldier in front of her, saying that the situation would naturally improve after her return, and then dismissed him. As she turned, her eyes fell on Jiang Mingua, her voice much softer than before. She asked the young master if he wanted to follow her to the main hall, or if he had other plans. Jiang Mingua shook her hand, indicating that he had no plans and told her to go and finish her work. He could see that Tuchan Na was eager to learn the truth about Tuchan. So she walked up behind Jiang Mingua, gently put her arms around his waist, and whispered, "Excuse me." The next moment, she tiptoed, carrying him through the air, and headed straight for the hall halfway up the mountain. Seeing herself rising off the ground, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. The live broadcast room was instantly aroused, and the audience cheered in unison, filling the screen with jokes such as "Take off" and "No dragon roars." The aura of flight was undisguised, causing Tuchan Na, who was currently feeling downcast in the hall, to raise her head instantly. The familiar aura shocked her at first, then turned to ecstasy, but finally revealed fear, fearing it was an illusion. To verify it, she rushed out of the hall and flew towards the aura. Soon, she saw the long-lost white figure. She cried out excitedly and threw herself into Tuchan Na's arms. Tuchan Nanyang's eyes were gentle. She reached out to touch her hair and comforted her softly. "Xiaoyu, I'm back." The voice and touch made Tuchan Na tearful, and she finally confirmed that her sister had really returned. However, this heartwarming reunion left Jiang Mingua, who was caught in the middle, breathless. He was squeezed tightly from both sides by the two sisters. His chest felt tight, and his face gradually turned blue. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, with the audience shouting, "Let go of that young man." Jiang Mingua couldn't help but reach out and pat Tuchan Na's shoulder, making a vague cry for help. This made Tuchan Na realize that he was squeezed in the middle and was almost suffocating. She immediately let go, blushing and covering her proud figure, feeling extremely embarrassed. Tuchan Na was about to speak when she suddenly sensed a strange presence approaching. A moment later, a pink figure floated over. It was by Chingchio. She looked at the two curiously, then smiled and asked Tuchan Na who the beautiful woman and handsome man before them were. At this moment, relieved by her sister's return, Tuchan Na was full of confidence, no longer as confused as before. She loudly introduced this as her sister, Tuchan Na, who possessed S+ city-destroying power. As for the man next to her, she was stuck. Jiang Mingua noticed her embarrassment and took the initiative to speak with a smile, claiming to be just an ordinary person. Bai Xinqiu narrowed her eyes slightly, but a smile curled the corners of her lips. She whispered, "If this handsome man is considered ordinary, then there are no good-looking men in the world." Despite this, her attention remained on Tuchan Na. The threatening feeling emanating from her bones made her secretly wary. In comparison, she even felt that the other person was more terrifying than the powerful ones in her own tribe. This meant that her original plan had been completely shattered. Bai Xinqiu was secretly annoyed, but she still smiled and spoke in a tone full of congratulations, praising Tuchan for now having a powerful guardian. Jiang Mingyue's ability took effect automatically, and he immediately discerned that Bai Xinqiu's smile wasn't genuine. Her tone sounded gentle, yet it tinged with hypocrisy. She solemnly thanked Bai Xinqiu and promised an answer in 3 days. With that, she led Tuchan Na back to the main hall. Bai Xinqiu looked at their backs, the smile on her face instantly disappearing. Plans can't keep up with changes. Who could have imagined that the former Tuchan Lord would suddenly return, thus ruining her painstaking plan for a merger? She could only settle for the next best thing and continue to push forward the alliance plan between Chingchio and Tuchan. Although the situation was still under control, she was only one step away from success, and she was filled with regret. Just as she sighed inwardly, a thought flashed through her mind. She noticed that the human man named Jiang Mingua was completely unaffected by her charm. The more this happened, the more intrigued she found him, and she couldn't help but want to find a new way to break through him. Chapter 17. You are our Tuchan clan's eternal friend. Tuchan Hall. He went straight to an inner room in the main hall, where there was a formation that isolated spiritual consciousness and sound. So it is absolutely safe to chat or discuss important matters here. Therefore, before even sitting down, Tuchan Na couldn't wait to start asking questions, because she wanted to know what exactly happened more than 10 years ago. Hearing this, Tuchan Nanyang didn't want to hide anything and put Jiang Mingua down. She recounted her experience once again. Tuchan Na was listening attentively, while Jiang Mingua beside him felt a little bored. However, the audience in the live broadcast room were not bored at all. On the contrary, they were very excited, because their topic was all about the 3 fox girls with peerless beauty they had seen. My goodness, the charm that Pink Fox unintentionally displayed almost made me want to be a dog licker even though I was outside the screen. What a coincidence. I like Tuchan Na. I really love her big sister temperament. I will always be Tuchan Nanya's dog. For a time, All kinds of outrageous remarks were made one after another. Jiang Mingua, who didn't know all this, sat obediently on the chair even though she was bored. It was also at this time that the topic of Tuchan Na came to him. She told her sister Tuchan Yu that it was this young man who gave her the opportunity to return to Tuchan again, and expressed that he was very grateful to him. At this time, Tuchan Yu remembered this young man named Jiang Mingua. He was the savior of his younger sister Tuchan Yulan, but unexpectedly, in a sense, he was also his sister's benefactor. When these two favors came together, Tuchan Yu didn't know how to express his gratitude for a moment. But he still took the initiative to come to Jiang Mingua, and then bowed deeply to him with a look of gratitude. Sir, I, Tuchan Yu, don't know how to repay this kindness. So if you have any requests, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Even if it is. At the end, Tuchan Yu couldn't continue speaking, and her little face began to turn slightly red. This could explain what she meant by the words she didn't say. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua also stood up, helped the woman in front of her up, and responded with a smile. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Then the subject changed. In that case, do you mind if I become your friend in Tuchan? Based on the principle of more friends, more ways out, Jiang Mingua would not mind having more friends who may be able to help her at any time. Hearing this, Tuchan Yu was stunned, looking at the gentle smile in front of him. The Fox clan is good at playing with people's hearts, so they can naturally distinguish the right from the wrong of the other party's words. At this moment, she could feel that all of Jiang Mingua's words came from the heart. This young man really wants to be friends with Tuchan. After realizing this, Tuchan Yu came to his senses, and the smile on his face also came from the heart. Of course, sir, you are our Tuchan clan's eternal friend. Then, feeling the inexplicable attraction to Jiang Mingua, Tuchan Yu couldn't help but stretch out his hands and hold his hands. This scene made Tuchan Na, who was watching from the side, suddenly feel a little uncomfortable or even unhappy. It's like something unique and important to you has been stolen. But in Jiang Mingua's ears, a mechanical system voice sounded again. Tuchan Yu's favorability up. Current favorability, 70. The mechanical sound of the system next to her ear did not affect Jiang Mingua, because at this moment, he wanted to know more about the current situation in the world. In this way, he can start planning the route, and when the time comes, he won't be confused and bewildered because he has a strategy. Tuchan Na on the side also agreed, because she also wanted to know what was going on in this world. So, Tuchan Yu also began to tell the story. More than a decade ago, after great changes in heaven and earth, races and countries from different worlds merged into one world. At the beginning, because everyone suffered huge losses, they kept at peace with each other. 10 years of peace passed. Gradually, they also came to understand each other's strengths. At this time, some races and countries that were already powerful did not suffer any losses during the transmission process. He began to show his power and majesty to the whole world. Among them are the gods, dragons, ancient elves, demons, sea creatures, and humans. These 6 forces dominate this integrated world. But the premise of all this is that these 6 major forces are united as one. But it's natural. If the 6 major forces are united, then there's no point in playing with other sparsely populated races. Just find a big brother and swear allegiance to him. But because of one thing, these forces were briefly united. That is the Abyss. When did the Abyss appear? No one knows. When the various races discovered that something was wrong, creatures contaminated by the Abyss, it has become an enemy that is powerful enough to threaten the living space of every race. Because these guys who are polluted by the Abyss are extremely aggressive towards any living creature. Moreover, the power of this Abyss is like a bone-eating fire. Any normal creature that gets stuck in it will be corroded continuously, until you become a slave of the Abyss. However, they also discovered that the power of life and the divine power are the nemesis of the power of the Abyss. This is a blessing in disguise. But among those who became slaves of the Abyss, some lucky ones not only mastered the powerful power of the Abyss, but also maintained their sanity. It's a pity that no matter how much you hated the Abyss before, you will be infected. What remains is only the unyielding loyalty to the Abyss. Originally, a nearby human nation wanted to gather nearby races to form an alliance and jointly fight against the slaves of the Abyss. However, they did not expect that there was a traitor, which led to each delegation being attacked. Perhaps right now, the human kingdom is busy and overwhelmed. At the end of the story, Tuchan Yu ended with some witty remarks. But Tuchan Nanyang's attention was not here, but she spoke seriously. What about our people? How are they doing now? Hearing this, Tuchan Yu realized that he could no longer hide it, so he explained. There were 25 envoys in total on that day, including 20 guards and 5 messengers. After being attacked, these guards stayed behind to delay the battle, so that only 5 were left at the end of the battle. Of the 5 envoys, only 2 returned to Tuchan safely. Chapter 18 SS, Nation-Destroying Level. After saying that, Tuchan Na lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. The atmosphere in the room also became inexplicably quiet. Tuchan Na, who was listening at the side, had a face that became increasingly cold. Because she is a very protective person. Therefore, in the original world, he was basically the only fox who fought alone and defeated those hostile races. She just didn't want any enemies to bully her and kill her people in Tuchan. So, if she didn't know the location of those abyss bastards, she would have rushed over by now. Jiang Mingua on the side was a little surprised. She didn't expect the world to be so dangerous. It looked as if a world-shattering battle was about to take place. At this moment, Jiang Mingua felt that she had come at the wrong time. After all, in this world where turmoil is imminent, no one knows when war and chaos will suddenly break out. By that time, there is no point in traveling. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua sighed silently. This made the already depressing room even more melancholy. It was also at this time that Jiang Mingua remembered that there was a gold Bloodline Enhancement card in his backpack. After all, the purpose of his trip was to bring Tuchan Na back to Tuchan. Then it's time to prepare your travel items. Now all of that is gone. And it seems that the world is about to fall into chaos, and only those with absolute strength will be able to survive at that time. Jiang Mingua has no sense of belonging to this world at all, and just treats it as a trip that she can go on at any time. He decided to improve Tuchan Nanyang's strength before leaving so that she could lead her people to survive. In this way, this encounter will not be in vain. After figuring it out, Jiang Mingua took out the golden card from her backpack. This action immediately drew the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room to the card. The eyes outside the screen were all extremely eager, and they wanted to grab it directly through the screen. Because this golden card is so rare, most people may only be able to see it once on video, let alone touch it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mingua, his private messages had actually exploded, 99+. However, because Jiang Mingua rarely opened the system interface, she didn't notice this situation at all. But the point is not this, but when Jiang Mingua took out the card, she came in front of Tuchan Nanyang. Looking at the young man in front of her, Tuchan Nanyang's expression became much better. But the next sentence made her freeze in place. The item in my hand can improve your bloodline unconditionally and without any negative effects. By then, your strength should at least be at SS, Nation Annihilating level. With you as the clan guardian, Tuchan should be able to survive this war safely. After saying that, he placed the card in Tuchan Nanyang's hand. Listening to those words, Tuchan Nanyang stared blankly at the card in her hand that was inlaid with gold and looked magnificent. Tuchan Na, who was standing by, heard these words and stood up instantly. You know, SS-level combat power is already ranked among the best in this world. It can be said that as long as there is an SS-level combat force in a country, it can hold its head high and speak with confidence. Because they have the right to be proud. Now, this opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was provided by his benefactor. For a moment, Tuchan Na didn't know how to react. He only knew that when he reacted, he had already held Jiang Mingua's hand again, and then made an incredible sound. My benefactor, is what you said true? Hearing this, Jiang Mingua responded in a relaxed tone. Of course, I believe you know my identity, and it's not surprising that I have these props. These words touched Tuchan Na's heart, but she had never heard of anyone owning such a prop. At this time, Tuchan Nanyang also reacted, quickly stood up, and stuffed the card back into Jiang Mingua's hand. No, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Looking at this very down-to-earth girl, Jiang Mingua smiled and subconsciously stretched out her free hand to rub her head. The value of props can only be realized when they are used. If I hide it, is it possible that I can find another one later? There was a hint of joking in the words, and then Jiang Mingua put the card back in Tuchan Nanyang's hand. Tuchan Nanyang stared blankly at the sincere young man in front of her, and was a little dazed for a moment. Tuchan Nanya's favorability and loyalty increased. Favorability, 89, loyalty, 89. So she took a deep breath and responded. I understand. Immediately afterwards, right in front of Jiang Mingua, Tuchan Nanyang showed a sweet smile from the bottom of her heart. Then, a pink aura inexplicably enveloped the two of them. This made Tuchan Na, who was standing by, feel a little redundant at the moment. Otherwise, since my sister has chosen to accept it, it's time to start preparing. In that case, I'll get ready right away. Sister Nanya, you get ready. After saying that, He hurriedly left the room to make preparations. Suddenly, there were only one person and one fox left in the room. Feeling the strange emotions welling up in her heart, Tuchan Na couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to look at Jiang Mingwa directly like that. Then she left a sentence. Then I will go and prepare it first. She left the room with a red face. Inexplicably, I am the only one left. There was no other way. Jiang Mingwa could only leave the room. Looking at the empty hall in front of her, she didn't know what to feel for a moment. I began to miss the days when I was in the zoo. Although it may seem boring to others, Jiang Mingwa believes that being able to stay with Lao Bai and the others can invisibly fill her lonely heart, so that you don't feel that you are alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingwa strolled out of the hall. The guards outside the hall were also standing at the gate, doing their duty diligently. The Tuchan Hall is located halfway up the mountain, so when you walk out of the gate, you can see a beautiful view from a high vantage point. But this beautiful scenery could not soothe Jiang Mingwa's sudden melancholy mood. Oh, I want to go back. Jiang Mingwa, who saw this scene, began to mutter to herself. But then I thought about it, and felt that I was being too pretentious. It was only the second day. I want to go back so soon. This made Jiang Mingwa couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating expression. But at this moment, a voice full of charming tones sounded. Sir, are you sighing and lamenting because Tuchan didn't provide a good hospitality? Otherwise, why would you be alone? Chapter 19 Touching Maniac. These words attracted Jiang Mingwa's attention. When she turned around, she saw a pink fox. The charm that she had nowhere to put her sight on suddenly disappeared when she got close to him, so that it could not affect Jiang Mingwa. Moreover, Jiang Mingwa had no plans to continue with the topic of the pink fox. It was an opening to change the subject. I wonder what's the matter with this beautiful girl. Bai Xinxue was a little surprised by the straightforwardness of getting straight to the point. But what surprised her even more was that the charm she unconsciously exuded had no effect on the man in front of her. Bai Xinxue couldn't help but become interested in the handsome young man in front of her. His face remained expressionless as he responded. Haha, I was just walking around because I was bored, and then I saw you sighing. I wonder what happened to you, sir. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Seeing Bai Xinxue's move to bring the topic back, Jiang Mingwa looked at her again. His eyes left her and returned to the beautiful scenery in front of him. It's just a momentary melancholy. The implication is that this topic ends here, and it would be impolite to continue. Bai Xinxue, who was a smart person, naturally heard it. She had no intention of leaving a bad impression on this young man. He closed his mouth, kept a professional smile on his face, and stood with Jiang Mingwa. Judging from the guards behind them, the two figures seemed inexplicably well matched. And I am also a little curious. Why would the envoy from Chingchio have such a pleasant conversation with the man he brought back? Of course, if it was the original Tuchan Na who did not come back. They only thought about this bold idea in their minds. But now it's different, because the backbone of Tuchan is back. They can hold their heads up and be like foxes again. Perhaps starting from today, strange rumors will spread in Tuchan. If this is true, then Bai Xinxue's small goals will be achieved. Because she wanted to know what the relationship between Jiang Mingwa and Tuchan Na was. After all, when they first met, the posture between the two was not something that could be seen in an ordinary relationship between a man and a woman. Only by understanding the status of this young man and Tuchan Na can many things unfold. As for getting herself involved, Bai Xinxue was already used to it. Because this way she can better control it. At this time, a golden figure appeared from the stairs leading up the mountain. It was Tuchan Yulan. She came to look for her sister Tuchan Yu. Because in Tuchan City, I accidentally obtained some information. It is said that the former lord of Tuchan, Tuchan Na, who had been missing for more than 10 years, has returned. So she wanted to find out the situation and see if what the people said was true. As soon as she saw the gate of Tuchan Hall, Tuchan Yulan found a figure in her memory. When she looked closely, joy arose in her heart. It was his benefactor, Jiang Mingwa. When did he come to Tuchan? Just as she was about to run over happily, Tuchan Yulan saw a pink figure next to her benefactor. After looking over and confirming the identity, her face immediately fell. The fox from Chingchio, why is that woman here? And beside his benefactor? With doubts in her heart, Tuchan Yulan still walked over. When she came behind Jiang Mingwa, she stretched out her little hand and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, benefactor, when did you come to Tuchan? The attack on the shoulder made Jiang Mingwa turn her head instinctively, and then she saw a familiar face. It was the fox I had rescued before, and its name seemed to be Tuchan Yulan. Memories flashed quickly through his mind, and then Jiang Mingwa responded with a few words with a smile. He explained who he came with, but did not say what he came for. After all, there is a guy who is watching him with eager eyes next to him. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. As an orphan, he has to understand this principle even if he doesn't understand it. Through Jiang Mingyue's words, Tuchan Yulan also knew that the former Lord of Tuchan had really returned. That means that Tuchan will no longer be controlled by the fox because of their combat power. Thinking of this, Tuchan Yulan immediately gave a smug smile to Bai Xinxue, who was sitting quietly beside her. Bai Xinxue, who had been paying attention here, naturally noticed this smile. Even though I feel angry inside, I still have to keep a calm smile on my face. To describe it in a more dreamy way, a well sign appeared on her forehead. Just when Tuchan Yulan wanted to know where her sister Tuchan Yu was. The sister she had been thinking about had flown over and appeared in front of everyone. However, when he looked at Jiang Mingyue, there was undisguised shame in his eyes. Because the things were clearly given by this benefactor, they got excited and started working. As a result, I left my benefactor alone in the hall. Just thinking about it makes me feel guilty all over. Just as he was about to express his apology, he was stopped by Jiang Mingyue. He leaned over and whispered in Tuchan Yu's ear. "It's okay. If you really feel guilty, please give me a tail pat sometime." When saying this, Jiang Mingyue's gaze was always on Tuchan Yu's smooth and soft tail. You can tell at a glance that the hair on this tail is carefully cared for by its owner every day. This made Jiang Mingyue, the touching maniac, unable to suppress her inner desire. He was very curious about what the tail felt like. Although Jiang Mingyue's words were simple and direct, they had another meaning in Tuchan Yu's ears. Is the benefactor trying to make me? Perhaps she thought of something, which made Tuchan Yu's face blush. After all, the Tuchan clan's tail is not allowed to be touched by outsiders. The only ones who can touch it are either relatives or lovers. Jiang Mingyue, who didn't know this, seemed to have her eyes glued to the tail and couldn't move them away. This scene made Bai Xinxue narrow her eyes immediately, and then a bold guess appeared in her mind. It can't be. TSK. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue's weight in her eyes also began to increase. Although very shy, Tuchan Yu still tried hard to speak. I understand, benefactor. I will be ready when the time comes. Getting the consent made Jiang Mingyue smile, and then ended the close distance with her. Tuchan Yu, as if she had made some important decision, turned around quickly, but she didn't know that her rosy cheeks had revealed that she was not at peace in her heart. This made Tuchan Yulan behind him feel confused. What did my benefactor say to my sister? Chapter 20. There will be plenty of time to find out. Then, Tuchan Yu turned his back to the crowd and said, "It said that everything is ready, and it's time to take Jiang Mingyue there." These words made Tuchan Yulan and Bai Xinxue a little confused. As the person involved, Jiang Mingyue naturally knew what she meant. So he nodded and left with Tuchan Yu. However, before leaving, Tuchan Yu gave instructions to his sister Tuchan Yulan. If you have nothing to do, just stay with Bai Xinxue and send her back to the embassy in Tuchan. The implication was that he was not only chasing people away, but also keeping an eye on her. Naturally, Tuchan Yulan could hear what her sister was planning. So he came to Bai Xinxue with an enthusiastic look on his face, took her hand, said something, and pulled her away. The back view looks like a pair of good friends. Although Bai Xinxue really wanted to know what they had prepared, she had no reason to stay, so she had no choice but to leave. Because Jiang Mingyue couldn't fly now, she could only fly directly to the top of Tuchan Mountain with the help of Tuchan Yu. Here, he saw Tuchan Na sitting cross-legged. In addition, various large formations accumulated by Tuchan over thousands of years were arranged around it. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly this time, Tuchan Yu gritted his teeth and opened them all. Although the consumption will be very alarming, it will only be able to provide a country-annihilating SS level of strength. Tuchan can also gain a firm foothold in this world. With such rewards, the losses will no longer be so painful. Although Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu were a little nervous inside, but Jiang Mingyue, who was watching from the side, was full of confidence. After all, that's what the card said. It's an item that can unconditionally improve the user's bloodline without any negative effects. It's pretty awesome. In the outside world, props of this level are also in short supply. So, Jiang Mingyue spoke softly. If you're ready, then let's get started, both of you. Hearing this, Tuchan Na, who was sitting in the center of the formation, nodded, then looked at Tuchan Yu on the side and gave her a look. Understanding what he meant, Tuchan Yu directly activated the Tuchan formation. The next moment, the golden halo burst out from Tuchan. It wraps around the entire Tuchan mountain, and this circle of light is filled with various runes, further enhancing its effect. Fortunately, Tuchan Yu had made arrangements for this sudden situation and informed the people of Tuchan City at the foot of the mountain in advance, so that they won't panic about the situation. But Bai Xinxue and Tuchan Yulan, who were unaware of the situation, were completely confused. However, Tuchan Yulan quickly restrained her expression as she believed in her sister. At this moment, Chingchio's brain was working rapidly, wanting to know what was going on. But it was obviously in vain because she still got too little information. Now in her mind, the most likely guess is about Tuchan Na, either because of serious injuries or many possibilities came to her mind, but none of them were certain. At the scene, Tuchan Na saw the formation activated and handed the card back to Jang Mingua, because the rewards given by the system can only be used by survivors. The premise here is that it is in the state of a card, rather than being transformed into a physical entity. Therefore, Jang Mingua thought about it and chose to use the card. Please select the target object. After hearing the mechanical voice, Jang Mingua chose Tuchan Na without hesitation. Completed. With the completion of Jang Mingua's operation, the next moment, Tuchan Na felt a warm and unknown energy flowing into her body and her spiritual veins from all directions. It even works on her blood. At this moment, Tuchan Na felt like she was soaking in warm water and could also feel it. The concentration of his blood is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As her bloodline became pure, Tuchan Na's strength also began to increase. A powerful aura burst out from her, and the shadow of a white nine-tailed fox also rose from her body out of thin air, but because of the formation, it did not dissipate. But the fox and Tuchan felt it clearly. The powerful pressure suddenly made them feel an irresistible emotion. Chingchio was one of those who had this idea, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, she is also a city-level S strength. But at this moment, her face was filled with uncontrollable horror because she had felt this breath before. A few years ago, I felt it from a being with the power to destroy a country. Tuchan is about to have the power to destroy a country? Who is it? Tuchan Na? This name popped up in my mind, and Chingchio had no other choice. This was an unexpected situation, and there was no corresponding plan. For the first time, Chingchio felt that things were beyond her control and suddenly felt powerless. The scene returned to the scene, although the pressure that Tuchan Na unintentionally exuded was full of oppression. But it had no effect on Jang Mingua. Tuchan, who was standing by, also noticed this situation and felt confused. He endured the pressure and came to Jang Mingua's side. What surprised her was that the closer she got to this young man, the less pressure she felt. It felt like nothing until we stood side by side. This made Tuchan realize that his benefactor seemed to be of great importance. But then he thought again, Tuchan is already good friends with Ngong. Then we should continue to strengthen the relationship. But how to do it? Tuchan couldn't help but recall the whispers of her benefactor, and her face immediately turned red again. But soon, she began to encourage herself and decided not to back down. After all, in Tuchan's opinion, his benefactor meets his standards, but he doesn't know what his benefactor's personality is like. Well, there's still plenty of time to find out. Thinking of this, Tuchan's eyes would occasionally slide towards Jang Mingua's handsome face. Then a mechanical sound rang in Jang Mingua's ears. Tuchan's favorability up. Current favorability, 75. Jang Mingua. The sudden increase in favorability made Jang Mingua stunned. He instinctively turned his head and his eyes met Tuchan's. This brief eye contact made Tuchan, who had just come to his senses, feel like a frightened little rabbit. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Jang Mingua's face again. How to say it, a big sister who is full of royal sister temperament, behaves like a little woman. It is indeed very attractive. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room started talking about it like ants in a boiling pot. Chapter 21, Digging Out a 3-Bedroom Apartment. What happened? Why is this fox sister so shy? Quack. It's love at first sight. Everyone, get out of here. What kind of humanoid animal-eared girl attractor is this? It attracted another one so quickly. As the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing, Jang Mingua slowly looked away. Although he has been single for 18 years, he is neither a fool nor a blockhead. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that Tuchan's reaction was because of him. What's going on? When have I ever flirted with the other person? It's been a short while since we met. Huh? Jang Mingua, who didn't know the customs of Tuchan, didn't realize that when he told a fox-eared girl that he wanted to touch her tail, it was actually an act of expressing his love. Tuchan Na was feeling the changes in her blood at this time. Suddenly, I felt a heaviness in my head, as if there was something green in the dark. But this feeling comes and goes quickly. However, Tuchan Na did not think about it too much, because it was also a critical moment for her. The concentration of my own blood has reached a certain level. As long as I pass this level, I can reach a new height. But the result was not as difficult as expected. On the contrary, it was extremely smooth, just like a natural outcome. Immediately afterwards, Tuchan Na felt the sensation of stepping into a new realm. It made her unable to extricate herself for a moment, but she soon came to her senses and began to consolidate her realm. On Jiang Mingyue's side, Tuchan Nanyang's personal panel popped up directly in front of him. Name: Tuchan Na. Race: Fox. Strength: SS-Level, country-destroying level. Talent: Red Flame Princess. Introduction 1. As a member of the Fox clan, controlling spiritual fire is your instinct. The power of fire spells increases by 240%, the consumption of demonic power is reduced by 60%, and the damage received from fire is reduced by 80%. 2. Cover the whole body with spiritual fire and reduce the damage received by 70%. When close to the enemy, it can also continue to burn the opponent. When attacking, it can accumulate spiritual fire in the enemy's body. When it reaches a certain level, it will explode and cause 150% to 800% real damage. 3. As a fairy fox, you can convert demonic power into fairy power and convert back and forth, but the bonus obtained remains unchanged. Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Fox Awakened. Bonus 1. Demonic power increases by 400% and physical strength increases by 200%. Bonus 2. Spirit Fire increases the continuous burning effect and the soul burning effect. Bonus 3. Your own charm is increased, and the attack has a charm effect. The control time is 2 seconds, and the cooldown time is 10 seconds. Analysis: a soul that should have died, but signed a contract with a supreme being, thus gaining a new life, and later being blessed by God. Its strength was further improved. Looking at the panel in front of her that had been improved in all aspects, Jiang Mingua was sincerely happy for Tuchan Na. Because as long as she becomes strong, she will be able to protect her hometown without worrying about other invaders. So he subconsciously clapped his hands, and the crisp applause echoed on the top of Tuchan Mountain. Nanya, congratulations on being able to take a step forward. The voice of congratulations came from the heart, which made Tuchan Yu, who was standing beside him, come back to his senses from the indescribable joy, and he began to echo Jiang Mingyue's words. Then, he closed the Tuchan formation again. After all, every minute and every second consumed was astonishing. Tuchan Na, who had just finished consolidating her realm, stood up gracefully, then stepped on tiptoe and came in front of Jiang Mingua. His eyes were filled with gratitude and joy, and there was a gentle smile on his face. Sir, I will always remember this kindness in my heart. The next moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Tuchan Nanya's favorability and loyalty increased. Favorability, 90, loyalty, 90. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua smiled and waved her hand, her tone still gentle, as if she had no desires or demands. Oh no, he quickly said in a joking tone. If you want to repay me, just give me more pats on your tail. These words made Tuchan Yu, who was standing beside him, freeze in place, and then his little head moved stiffly between the two of them. Then, a very inappropriate voice was revealed. Ah, benefactor, you, Sister Nanya, you all. For a moment, he was incoherent and couldn't make any sense, which made Jiang Mingua and Tuchan Na look at each other in bewilderment. Then, Jiang Mingua suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized something, so he quickly spoke tentatively. Nanya, in your Tuchan customs, what does touching a tail represent? Hearing this, Tuchan Na thought for a moment. Then her face turned red and she spoke hesitantly. In Tuchan customs, if a person of the opposite sex asks another person of the opposite sex to touch their tail, actually, it just means to express love. After saying that, Tuchan Na remembered her bold behavior this morning and immediately lowered her head in shyness, burying herself in the towering capital. When Jiang Mingua heard the answer, it felt like a bomb exploded in her mind. It turned out that he was so shameless, which made his face blush immediately. Then he looked at Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu in front of and beside him with a guilty look. After all, these two people have clearly stated that they want to touch the tail of the person. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of embarrassment came over me, as if I had the embarrassment of terminal cancer. It is even possible to carve out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, or even a manor on the spot. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent, and none of the 3 parties spoke. There was an eerie calm in the air. As a man, Jiang Mingua should take the initiative to speak. I'm sorry. Before she could continue, Tuchan Na put her finger on her lips. When I looked up, I saw her rosy little face, which made me want to take a bite. And I heard her speak with a shy tone. It's not your fault, sir. It's because I didn't explain this matter in advance that led to the current situation. But, But if you want to touch my tail, I will do it anytime. These words made Jiang Mingua, who already knew what it meant to touch a man's tail, understand that this was a declaration of love to her. Such an obscure yet direct behavior made Jiang Mingua not know how to respond for a moment. Because this feeling came too quickly and it felt very inexplicable. Why am I being noticed by a super beautiful girl with white hair, red eyes, and animal ears? Hiss. It is impossible for Jiang Mingua to say that she is unhappy now, as long as she is not gay. Being confessed to by such a beautiful woman, and being able to see that her feelings are sincere. There is absolutely no way to directly say to Jie Kowalu. But I refuse. Chapter 22 Love and Tuchan. But it happened too fast. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mingua felt the expectation in Tuchan Nanyang's eyes. After a moment of silence, he decided to respond, so he said, "The reason why I wanted to touch their tails in the first place was actually in the original world. I am a zookeeper. I love animals very much and enjoy close contact with them. As a result, I developed a little habit and hobby of touching animals that feel nice." Having said that, Jiang Mingua looked at the two people beside her again. Then he apologized directly, saying that he didn't know about Tuchan's situation, which led to this misunderstanding. At this moment, Tuchan Nanyang, who clearly did not explain the situation clearly, felt a little guilty and happy in her heart. Because his benefactor took all the responsibility on him and didn't blame himself at all. After listening to Jiang Mingua's story, the redness on Tuchan Nanyang's little face gradually disappeared, but moved to the tips of her ears. She stretched out her hands and held her benefactor's left hand, responding seriously. "It was my decision to let you touch my tail. You don't need to apologize, sir. Besides, master, you have done me Tuchan a great favor. If this is not enough to satisfy me, then I will be grateful to you. I'm afraid my elders will curse me in my dreams. So, my lord, don't feel sorry. Whenever you want to touch my tail, you can come to me anytime." As she spoke, Tuchan Nanyang controlled one of her furry tails and placed it in Jiang Mingua's hand. Hearing these words coming from the heart, and the snow-white fur in his hands. After all, even a hero cannot resist the temptation of a beautiful woman, so Jiang Mingua nodded and agreed to Tuchan Nanyang's proposal. Tuchan Nanyang was very happy to get the approval, as she had been prepared to be rejected. Now that she had obtained the consent of her benefactor, her rosy little face was filled with excitement. But at this time, Tuchan Yu on the side also came to his senses and had thought a lot about what he had just done. Because his benefactor was actually from outside the world, he didn't know the customs of Tuchan and just simply liked to touch the tail. Moreover, his sister has already agreed, so as the Lord of Tuchan, he naturally has no reason to refuse the benefactor's request. Moreover, compared with the great kindness that the benefactor had shown to Tuchan, he only had to pay such a small price. If we look at it from the perspective of ulterior motives, Tuchan is making a huge profit. But when facing a benefactor, there is naturally no possibility of looking at him in this way. Moreover, Tuchan Yu didn't think this was a big deal. So, she made up her mind and stretched out her brown and well-maintained tail, gently wrapped around Jiang Mingua's waist. This action naturally attracted the attention of the two people. Then Tuchan Yu's shy voice sounded. Just as Sister Nanya said, "The benefactor has done us Tuchan a great favor. So, if you are willing, you can come to me." After saying this, Tuchan Yu was so embarrassed that she dared not see anyone. She lowered her head and buried it in her belongings, making it impossible for people to see her expression. Jiang Mingua had no reason to refuse the invitation from two charming beauties, so she said she understood. Then the next moment, I felt my face being held by soft and delicate hands. Then I saw Tuchan Nanyang's flawless face again up close. She spoke in a very serious tone. "But, sir, please don't say that to other girls from the Fox clan again." "Okay." When Jiang Mingua heard the last two words, she felt a strong sour taste for some reason, but this feeling came and went quickly. But he still nodded and agreed to Tuchan Nanyang's request. The reason why Tuchan Nanyang said this was because her sixth sense reminded her, "If I don't say this today, I will definitely regret it one day in the future." After that, the three of them had a brief conversation for a while, and then Tuchan Nanyang took Jiang Mingua away. As the current master of Tuchan, Tuchan Yu naturally has a lot of things to do. The top of Tuchan Mountain was quiet, but the audience in the live broadcast room could not calm down. "TNND, can someone tell me, isn't this a show I'm watching called Survival? How did it become Love and Tuchan? I don't know. Grunt, grunt. Damn it, the style of this live stream is so weird. Others are still trying to survive, but this one? It's like they're just here to travel and have a relationship." For a moment, the live broadcast room was filled with all kinds of passionate words. Well, It can also be considered as the ghostly howlings from their envy, jealousy, and hatred. Day 5. 3 days passed before I knew it. During these 3 days, several major events occurred in Tuchan. The first thing is that the former Tuchan Lord Tuchan Na, who had been missing for more than 10 years, has returned. And it has returned strongly, with the strength of a nation-destroying SSS-Level. This news instantly filled the entire Tuchan with deep joy. Because this means that Tuchan has truly established a firm foothold in this world and no longer has to worry about being provoked by people who don't know how to live or die. And with Tuchan used deliberate publicity, almost all the ethnic groups near Tuchan knew about this matter. The first thing these races did was to immediately prepare gifts and come to Tuchan to express their friendship. Especially those tribes that do not have strong combat power, they are eager to come to Tuchan and swear allegiance. Faced with the actions of these races, Tuchan naturally seized this opportunity. Start to build a racial alliance centered on Tuchan. Its purpose is to fight against the minions of the Abyss. After all, the riots in the Abyss are getting more and more intense. According to intelligence from the front lines, the Abyss riots have spread to 1/10 of the entire continent. You know, this is a world made up of countless fragments of worlds, big and small. The area of that continent was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, this 1/10 of the area is not a joke. Therefore, Tuchan wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity to prepare for war. By the way, on the day of the announcement, Tuchan Na stated that his sister Tuchan would continue to serve as the master of Tuchan. The relationship reflected in these words is self-evident, so the people of Tuchan did not say anything. After all, Tuchan's efforts are obvious to all of them. They had no objection and supported which of the two sisters would be the leader of Tuchan. Chapter 23 Lin Haochu. Then the second big thing is that it comes from the same tribe. The Chingchio clan originally came to merge together, but now they can't even think of forming an alliance. They could only choose to join Tuchan's alliance. Tuchan naturally gave some advice on this decision. Since they are originally from the same clan as the Foxes, they are naturally much closer than other races. Therefore, Tuchan proposed that the Foxes of the Chingchio clan be merged into the Tuchan clan. Such a strong alliance can also gain the right to move towards the future in this world. Facing the scene of what I said then being said to myself again. This made by Chingchio smile awkwardly but politely. And I felt a slight pain on my face because the slap came too quickly. Within a few days, the positions of both sides changed drastically. All of a sudden, Tuchan became out of reach for Chingchio. What caused this change? How could a person who had been missing for more than 10 years suddenly come back? Why did all this change? Bai Chingchio thought a lot about this doubt. Finally, the suspicious point fell on the young man who came back with Tuchan Na. Because of this strange clothes, Bai Chingchio could recognize it at a glance. These are people from the outside world, the so-called survivors. They have many magical props or weapons in their hands. Bai Chingchio has witnessed this in the more than 10 years since she came to this world. This means that this man, named Jang Mingua, possesses a powerful prop. It can take Tuchan Nanyang's strength to a higher level. So the question is this prop still available? Or in other words, can it be given to Chingchio? After all, Bai Chingchio believed that whatever Tuchan could give, she, Chingchio, could also give. Even if she chose a beauty or even herself, she would not feel at a loss. Therefore, with this purpose in mind, Bai Chingchio said that she would definitely consider it carefully. He immediately sent someone back to Chingchio to explain the situation in Tuchan. Bai Chingchio stayed in Tuchan and said that she would give a satisfactory answer within 5 days. Tuchan agreed. She brought this up just to discuss this vixen. Of course, if you can agree, everyone will be happy. Finally, the third major event is that the human kingdom wanted to gather the surrounding races and form a coalition. As a result, all the envoys from various races were ambushed by the slaves of the Abyss on the way. The vast majority of the envoys suffered heavy losses. There was no other way, so the human kingdom said that they would give each race a special magic item. We will be thousands of miles apart, but still be able to discuss face to face. He also repeatedly reminded us that this magic item was extremely precious. If it is lost in a certain race, compensation must be paid. And don't think about staying here to study or anything, because this is a mother and child type of prop. Simply put, if a magic item is confirmed to be missing, it will be tracked through the mother item. The meaning of these words is obvious. Simply put, don't try to covet their magic items, or they will have plenty of ways to get them back. The meeting will start in 4 days. Lambda Front. The Lambda Front is the frontline battlefield against the slaves of the Abyss. The grassland, which was once lush and green, has now turned into a dark scorched earth. On this scorched earth, Corpses of various races were scattered. The blood and the dark soil merged together, and an unknown white flower grew in it, looking extremely strange. As a survivor, Lin Haochu was inexplicably pulled here to serve as a soldier 2 days ago. Fortunately, my talent and the cards and items I opened were useful. Otherwise, I would have died at least 8 times. Name, Lin Haochu. Race, human/. Strength, D. Talent, fighting harder and harder. Introduction 1. You are a natural warrior. When standing on the battlefield, your physical fitness increases by 60%, and it can be increased to 100% as the battle lasts. 2. Only war can make you grow quickly. When standing on the battlefield, every time you kill an enemy, your strength and physique will be permanently increased by 0.01. Bloodline, unawakened. Green, weapons. Name, Vampire's Fong, one-handed sword. Effect, strength plus 10%, constitution plus 10%. Skill, Vampire's Gluttony. When attacking an enemy, 8% of the damage caused can restore the user. Analysis, the question is, how can a vampire be considered gluttonous? Green, skill active. Name, Hawkeye. Effect, increase the user's field of view. Current field of view distance, 500 m. Analysis, well, it reminds me of a certain game and a certain old pervert. The talents, weapons, and skills he possessed gave Lin Haochu no reason to leave the battlefield. Just being able to kill enemies and permanently improve your own attributes is already amazing. Not to mention that the weapon also has a blood-sucking effect. It is impossible to leave the battlefield. The people here speak nicely, and it feels great to chop down the enemies. Lin Haochu really likes being here. Besides, he still has a chance to be resurrected. So much so that every time the enemy came, he would take the lead and kill them until the blood flowed like a river. Because of his bravery. After only 2 days, Lin Haochu's status rose from a private to a team leader. With a few more soldiers under him, he can be considered a small leader. Lin Haochu didn't care about these official positions at first, but when he really enjoyed the convenience in this regard. I couldn't help but say it smells so good. Because of the coalition forces, the racial composition of Lin Haochu's soldiers was complex. 2 orcs, 1 dark elf, and 2 dwarves. Fortunately, they were all men, and because of Lin Haochu's bravery, there were no troublemakers. At this moment, Lin Haochu was sitting on the frontline wall, staring into the distance board. I was thinking silently in my heart, when will those bastards from the abyss continue their attack? I also want to improve my attribute points. Just when he was bored, a dull voice sounded from not far away. Boss, look, the boss is really here. When the boss is free, he can stay here all the time. Another dull sound was heard. Lin Haochu naturally knew that the people who came were the 2 orcs in his team. They are a pair of brothers, named ABA and AKA. ABA is the eldest brother. He is honest and simple, but also extremely strong. He wields a mace with great power. AKA is similar to his older brother, but he has many more smart ideas. Chapter 24. The Valkyrie who brings victory to the Empire. Moreover, the orcs respected the strong very much, so they soon became Lin Haochu's little brothers. What's wrong? ABA, AKA, didn't you go to rest? Looking at the 2 of them, Lin Haochu asked curiously. Hearing the boss's voice, 2 orcs who were at least 2 meters tall ran down to the city wall. Then ABA showed a silly smile and shook the big bottle of wine in his hand. Boss, look what's in my hand. I know these 2 idiots are here to drink with me, but I don't think about the fact that I'm on duty. Drinking on duty. What a guy, you think your position is too high, right? Even if I want to drink, it's not now. So, Lin Haochu scolded with a smile. Drinking so early in the morning, aren't you afraid of going to detention with your boss? After hearing this, AKA thought about it and agreed, so he made a suggestion. Then we can just drink secretly, that's all. That's right, brother, you are right. After hearing these words and looking at the 2 smart people in front of him, Lin Haochu's face was full of black lines. He helplessly scratched his hair which he hadn't washed for 2 days and was about to say something. The sound of horse hooves broke the silence on the city wall. In response to this situation, Lin Haochu instinctively stood up and put his hand on the hilt of the sword. He turned around and looked outside the city wall. Seeing this, Abaka behind him carefully put down the large wine bottle in his hand and then took the weapon behind him. Start to be alert. Looking in the direction of the horse's hoof sounds, Lin Haochu immediately turned on his eagle eye. The line of sight was instantly stretched, and it suddenly arrived 100 meters away. The next moment, it reached the limit of the vision that eagle eye could provide. Then he saw it. I saw a group of cavalrymen wearing the same equipment approaching here quickly. However, from Lin Haochu's perspective, the situation of this group of cavalry was not good. You can clearly see the disheveled appearance and the bleeding wounds. especially the one in the lead, because he was not wearing a helmet. One could see such a beautiful face hidden under the blood. And because of the battle-damaged appearance, it has a unique flavor. This also made Lin Haochu slightly stunned by this appearance. But as the eldest son of the Lin family, what type of women has he not seen? So he quickly came to his senses and began to search for information about the cavalrymen in his mind. Because there was no legion flag, it was impossible to determine which kingdom sent the cavalry. But behind these cavalrymen, he saw a group of familiar figures. A servant of the Abyss. This slave does not refer to any particular race, because among these slaves, there are figures of various races. As long as one is polluted by the Abyss, this will be the result. Lin Haochu couldn't help but get excited because he could improve his attributes again. In his eyes, these slaves were not enemies at all, but rather boys who bring money. So Lin Haochu started making arrangements immediately. Asking ABA to ring the bell indicates an enemy attack. As the bell sounded, groups of soldiers immediately came to the city wall with weapons. At this time, the cavalry was already very close to the city wall. The woman leading the group of cavalrymen immediately raised the sword in her hand and shouted, "I am the Valkyrie of the Austin Empire. Omega, open the city gate and let us in." The Valkyrie of Austin Empire, Omega? This person's name is well known among the soldiers. After all, it is in existence with a military level strength. Besides, this Valkyrie is still very young, and no one can foresee how brilliant her future will be. But now, unexpectedly, this famous Valkyrie is now fleeing back in a panic like a defeated general. What happened? This question arose in the minds of the soldiers on the city wall. Then, under the command of the officer, the gate was opened to let the Valkyrie cavalry in. Then he quickly closed it and commanded the soldiers to kill all the slaves of the Abyss who were chasing them. After the brief engagement, the soldiers became even more curious. What on earth happened to this majestic Valkyrie that she was chased so miserably by the scum of the Abyss? Feeling the soldiers' puzzled looks, Valkyrie Omega was too embarrassed to stay where she was. Originally, she was a Valkyrie symbolizing victory, but now she was attacked by surprise. In order to prevent more enemies from catching up, she could only run away quickly. This is a disgrace in her illustrious career. For this, she will definitely wash it back again. But before that, he still needed to go back to the Empire to let his subordinates rest and replenish the number of people. So she arranged it this way. I cleaned up my appearance and found a quiet and empty room. After casting the soundproofing magic, Omega took out a dark blue magic ball the size of a fist from his magic ring. Then he placed it on the mat and gently used magic on the magic ball. The next moment, the magic ball began to emit a faint blue light, and then it was as if a phone call was connected. A middle-aged man dressed luxuriously and intimidating without revealing his presence was projected out by the magic ball. When he saw this man, Omega knelt down on one knee, bowed, and spoke with a serious face. "Your Majesty, King Austin VII, the Valkyrie Omega comes to see you." Upon hearing this, Austin VII's gaze fell on Omega, and he spoke majestically. "Valkyrie, bring victory to the Empire. Omega, how did your mission go?" As soon as the words fell, Omega immediately took up the conversation. "Reporting to your Majesty, the mission has been successfully completed. However, during the retreat, they were ambushed by the Abyss, resulting in the loss of some knights, and even more casualties. Therefore, I would like to ask His Majesty to allow me and the knights to return to the Empire for a rest. Then, I will personally wash away the shame of this sneak attack." At the end, Omega's words were full of finality. Austin VII felt relieved when he heard that the mission was completed, but he also felt a little sad when he heard that the knights had suffered losses. After all, the members of the Omega Knights are the elite among the elite. Each of them is capable of fighting against 100 enemies, not to mention the magical equipment carried by each member of the Knights. The money gained from converting each set of magic equipment can equip a team of 100 people. Although he was very distressed, his face remained calm. "I understand. I wonder if the heads of those warriors who sacrificed their lives for the Empire and humanity have been brought back. I want to bury them properly." Chapter 25, Missing Animals. Bringing these soldiers back for burial was a small part of the plan of these words. As long as it is magical equipment they have, these repairs can be used on the second person. As the name suggests, Mingua inherited the spirit of its predecessors who were willing to die for the Empire. Then some of the expenditure for the national treasury can be reduced. But Omega didn't think about this, but after hearing the words of Orbis 7, he immediately showed an expression of excitement and tears. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. During the retreat, we brought back all the bodies of our brothers." "Brought them all back?" This is a small piece of good news that the Orbis Empire has heard. So, after a few simple words of encouragement, he turned off the magic props. Then, Orbis 7 lazily sat back in his chair, looking a little dazed. Tuchan. Tuchan Palace, like Tuchan Hall, was built halfway up the mountain. However, its geographical location is much lower than that of the main hall. The purpose is to highlight the importance of Tuchan Hall. The Tuchan Palace is where the masters of Tuchan throughout the ages lived. In a sense, it can also be regarded as the place where the Tuchan royal family lived. But Tuchan didn't talk about this. Jiang Mingua, Tuchan's great benefactor, also moved into the palace complex under Tuchan Yu's arrangement. But Jiang Mingua didn't feel happy at all, because it was so boring. Apart from being able to touch Nanyang and the others' tails, there was no other entertainment. You can only choose to control the power of your own body. And if he had not refused, he would probably have been living a corrupt life where everything was provided for him. To be honest, he has been used to being independent since he was a child, and is not used to being served by others. Faced with Jiang Mingyue's rejection, Tuchan Yu naturally had no intention of forcing her. I just promised that if he needed anything, he would come to me, or he could come to Sister Nanyang. Jiang Mingyue agreed to this request, and did not make any other requests during these 3 days. This made Tuchan Yu a little anxious, wondering if he had not entertained his benefactor well enough. If Tuchan Nanyang had not conveyed Jiang Mingyue's explanation, she would probably have already moved the office location. Moved directly to Jiang Mingyue's residence. Oh, regarding this, Tuchan Nanyang tried her best to stop it. Although she didn't know why, she didn't like other foxes getting close to her benefactor. Jiang Mingyue had no idea how the two foxes inexplicably turned into plastic sisters. At this moment, he was sitting in a pavilion outside the palace, staring blankly at the scenery below the mountain. His pupils were dilated, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. This is indeed the case. Because of boredom, Jiang Mingyue opened her personal panel for the first time in a long time. He explored all the other sections. When I came to the communication interface, I saw that all the friends and private messages were 99+. He was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. And an idea came to mind. Because the outside world can contact the survivors in the other world, although the number of times is limited, there is no limit on the number of words. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue wanted to know about Lao Bai, Dehe, Deqing, and Xiaohong in Gaoyangzhu. How are you doing now? Are you eating well? Or have you been naughty? These ordinary little things are what Jiang Mingyue wants to know. Therefore, he needed this information and posted it on the communication interface. Relying on my current level of fame, some people will take the initiative to send me the information I want. This is indeed the case, even though Jiang Mingyue has not obtained any more cards now. But based on the environment he lives in now and the degree of respect the Tuchan clan has for him, compared with other survivors who seemed to be struggling to death, the difference immediately became very obvious. Those families with ulterior motives also want to invest. I didn't have the opportunity before, but now I finally have the chance and Jiang Mingyue needs it. They also immediately sent people to collect all the information about the Gaoyangzhu in the past few days. Then he immediately sent it to Jiang Mingyue. The result was that just when Jiang Mingyue was looking forward to checking on the situation of Lao Bai and the others. But I found out halfway through the article. A few days ago, an animal missing case occurred in Gaoyangzhu. The missing animals are a white tiger, a giant turtle, a green python, and a red eagle. These are the signature stars of Gaoyangzhu. Now they are missing, and the zoo director immediately reported them to the Public Security Bureau. So far, there is still no news about these 4 animals. After learning about this situation, Jiang Mingyue no longer had any desire to continue watching. At that time, he felt an indescribable discomfort that was stuck in his heart and could not be released. This made him depressed, and he couldn't do anything but stare blankly. Because in the zoo where I stayed for 2 years, these 4 were the ones with whom I had the best relationship. Just like a good friend. Now the friend who had been with him for 2 years has disappeared, and there is no news from him, which makes him feel even more lost. Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang also saw this look. Although they really wanted to know what happened, they were powerless as Jiang Mingyue chose to hide it with a smile. It is also impossible to say that he forced his benefactor to say it, because they knew that they had never opened the benefactor's heart. There is no other way. I can only hope that after this, I can try to improve the favorability of my benefactor. Little did they know that someone, oh no, a pink fox also had the same idea in his mind. When Bai Xinxue saw Jiang Mingyue sitting alone in the pavilion, she realized that a good opportunity had arrived. Faced with this alone situation, there was no way she would let it go. So he immediately adjusted his appearance and made sure he was in the most perfect posture. Then she stretched out her tight legs and walked towards Jiang Mingyue's position. At this moment, she was wearing a light pink long dress that covered her lower body tightly. But on the upper body, the delicate collarbone and the white jade-like northern hemisphere are revealed. He was holding a paper fan in his hand and looked contented. Bai Xianxue exudes two obviously conflicting temperaments, purity and charm. But she achieved a delicate balance. So much so that when Bai Xianxue appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone gasped. Wow, is this the power of the vixen? Even a straight woman like me is a little moved. Let go of that, young man. Come at me. Let me be honest. I'm not a fan of animal-eared girls. I just don't believe that a normal man wouldn't have some thoughts when seeing a woman like this. Chapter 26. A person easily satisfied. While the audience in the live broadcast room was discussing, Bai Xianxue also came to Jiang Mingua. Knowing that her charm could not affect the man in front of her, she decided to restrain herself. Then, she used her own charm to attract the young man who was recognized as a guest of honor by Tuchan. Even make him fall in love with you, and finally you will be able to get everything you want to know. As for whether it can be completed in a short time, Bai Xianxue is very confident. Attracting men is an instinct in the fox's blood. It can be said that he learned it by himself. But it was obvious that this master was about to run into a wall with Jiang Mingua. She walked lightly to his side, and then sat down at a subtle distance. She put away the paper fan, stretched out her little hand, and placed it on the stone table, then used it to support her delicate chin. This posture allowed Bai Xianxue to see the undisguised sadness on Jiang Mingyue's face. Coupled with his already good looks, for a moment, the image of a sad-looking handsome man appeared before her. She was stunned for a moment, but she soon realized why she came here. So, he resisted the invisible attraction and forced himself to speak calmly. I see you look so worried. Has something happened to you? Is there anything I can do to help? These words also attracted Jiang Mingyue's attention. She turned her head slightly and saw Bai Xianxue's charming appearance. But he was preoccupied and was not affected by her appearance. Besides, he didn't intend to say anything. After all, this is a matter of my original world, and no one, not even myself, can do anything about it. I can only grieve here. Jiang Mingyue is a person who appears to be very kind and strong on the surface. He can express his kindness from the bottom of his heart. But behind this good intention, a high wall will be erected. A wall to protect yourself and resist others. Whether it is good intentions, malicious intentions, or whatever, he will keep it out. He was only 18 years old, an orphan, and had no one to rely on but himself. I developed this awkward personality without realizing it. However, when facing animals, he can completely let down his guard. Because in Jiang Mingyue's opinion, animals are much simpler than humans. If I like something, I like it. If I hate something, I hate it. There is no need to be hypocritical. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue likes to get along with animals rather than people. Even when facing Tuchan Na and the others, the high wall showed no sign of opening the door. The reason he chose to help Tuchan was simply so that he could leave without any distractions. But now, his only shelter has disappeared. After the disappearance of the 4-star animals, the attractiveness of Gaoyang Zoo has further declined. Perhaps it won't be long before this zoo goes bankrupt. Although some smart people vaguely understood the importance of this zoo to Jiang Mingyue, he began to invest and made Gaoyang Zoo more glorious than ever before. But at this moment, Jiang Mingyue had no intention of reading the message again, so she didn't know this. And in a sense, he is a person who is easily satisfied. Because he is easily satisfied, he can live a relatively happy life. I found a job as an animal keeper and was able to interact with animals every day. Although the salary is a bit low, he is very satisfied. Because Jiang Mingyue felt that the zoo was where he belonged. But now, my friends are missing and I am almost losing my sense of belonging. He has begun to feel confused. Now I am staying in Tuchan, but I just haven't found anywhere I can go. A feeling of melancholy and confusion filled Jiang Mingyue's heart. When Bai Xianxue greeted him again and again, he showed no intention of responding. Instead, he fell silent. Seeing this situation and seeing Jiang Mingyue, who looked a little fragile for some reason, Bai Xianxue felt a sense of heartache inexplicably. But at the same time, she also understood that although Jiang Mingyue looked fragile now, her defenses were also at their highest. Any words will have some reaction on him. Unless you can hit the nail on the head, everything you say is a waste of breath. But all of this is based on being very familiar with each other. Otherwise, you will be walking on thin ice, trembling with fear, and may step on a landmine if you are not careful. There was no choice but to change Bai Xianxue's strategy and tentatively put her arm around his. After making sure that he didn't resist, she slowly leaned against him and spoke softly. Sir, Is there anything on your mind? Can you tell me about it? His self-proclaimed attitude has also changed, and his words are full of caution. From Jiang Mingyue's perspective, as long as he turned around, he could see a large area of white and a deep chasm. He did not turn around, but instead placed one hand on his forehead and closed his eyes, resting his elbows on the stone table. He spoke with some impatience. This matter has nothing to do with the girl, if the girl has nothing to do with me. Could you please leave me some private space? These words were already in order to expel her, and the invisible pressure emanating from him made by Chingchio suddenly frightened. Even though I haven't done anything yet, I've already stepped on a landmine. This made her realize that she came at the wrong time. And if I stay any longer, my favorability in this young man's heart will probably plummet. This will not do you any good. Therefore, he quickly and carefully let go, bowed slightly and left. Only Jiang Mingyue was left alone. It's clean. After muttering these 3 words to herself, Jiang Mingyue became quiet again. This scene also made the audience in the live broadcast room excited. Good boy. At such a young age, he's already able to remain so calm in front of women. He has a bright future. Wake up. Anyone with a discerning eye knows this guy is in a bad mood. That's normal. Wake up, the one in front. Even if you're in a bad mood, in front of a beautiful woman and a girl with animal ears, you'll probably smile instantly. Inexplicably, people started to quarrel with each other again on the barrage. At this time, Tuchan Na also came to the pavilion. When she came again, she saw by Chingchio leaving in dejection, her white eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Although she didn't know what this Chingchio guy was planning, if it was detrimental to her benefactor, she wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Thinking of this, Tuchan Na also came to Jiang Mingyue's side and sat down very naturally. This scene also made the comments in the comments stop immediately, and everyone started to watch the show again. Chapter 27. Really don't want to? Sir, please go back to your room first and take care of yourself. The cool mountain breeze can easily catch a cold. As soon as I sat down, Tuchan Na offered me a word of concern. Maybe it's because of his followers. When Jiang Mingyue noticed that it was Tuchan Na, her tone was not as fierce as before and became much softer. I'm fine, Nanya. Just leave me alone. I will go back by myself when the time comes. It was also at this moment that the fatigue in the voice was inadvertently revealed. Tuchan Na clearly grasped this point, so she spoke immediately. My benefactor, I am mourning. Before she could say a few words, Jiang Mingyue turned around and covered her mouth with her hand, preventing her from continuing. At this moment, the distance between their faces was less than 10 centimeters. But at this moment, Tuchan Na saw deep fatigue and confusion on Jiang Mingyue's face. Nanya, just consider it as me begging you. Leave me alone, okay? There was a hint of hoarseness in his tone and a hint of pleading in his eyes. At this moment, she felt that the man in front of her, no, the boy, was extremely fragile. Moreover, if she agreed to leave now, she would definitely regret it later. Instinctively trusting her sixth sense, Tuchan Na stretched out her arms and held the boy in her arms. Then he spoke seriously in his ear. Please allow me to refuse your benefactor's request. Because if I agree, I will definitely regret it in the future. So, please allow me to be disrespectful. As she spoke, Tuchan Nanyang's furry tails surrounded Jiang Mingyue. Listening to the words from the heart, feeling the unfamiliar warmth in front of me, and the faint fragrance lingering around my nose. For some reason, Jiang Mingyue's confused heart calmed down a lot at this moment. For a moment, both sides were speechless, and the pavilion became quiet again, with only the gentle mountain breeze. This caused the leaves on a tree next to the pavilion to rustle. Tuchan Nanyang, who made this bold move, had her cheeks slightly flushed, but she did not regret what she had done. And Jiang Mingyue, who was in her arms, felt that strange but inexplicably comforting warmth. His sleepiness and fatigue from these days suddenly flooded his heart, and his consciousness was submerged in an instant, and then he fell into a deep sleep. When I felt the boy's body soften in my arms, and then heard his steady breathing, this let Tuchan Nanyang know that he had fallen asleep. She silently adjusted her posture and let him lean on her chest, so that he could lean on her more comfortably. In all this, Tuchan Nanyang was imitating her mother's actions. When I was a child, my mother also used this method to coax me to sleep. Thinking of that brown figure, Tuchan Nanya's expression became more longing. Then she lowered her head and saw the boy's slightly frowning brows. So he reached out and gently smoothed his frown. At this moment, there was more heartache in Tuchan Nanyang's eyes. Although I don't know what happened, the boy in my arms became like this. I guess something happened in his original world. It seemed as if his benefactor had never talked about himself or his family. Thinking of this, Tuchan Nanyang became more curious. I hope that one day, my benefactor will be able to tell me this. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room feel inexplicably warm, and also made them envy Jiang Mingwei even more. At this time, a brown figure fell from the sky and landed on the mountain road. It's Tuchan Na. When she came outside the pavilion, she saw her benefactor being hugged by her sister. For a moment, she wondered if she had come at the wrong time. Just when he was about to speak, I saw my sister turn around and make a quiet gesture to me. This made Tuchan Na realize that his benefactor had fallen asleep. So the question is, why did he fall asleep on his sister? With a puzzled look on her face, she tiptoed into the pavilion and sat down, curiously waiting for her sister's answer. Seeing this, Tuchan Na did not hide anything. Under her control, the demonic power turned into words, briefly explaining what had just happened. After understanding what was going on, Tuchan Na's attention was attracted by Jiang Mingwei, who was sleeping soundly. Because in her sight, she felt that the boy in front of her was pitiful, which made her inexplicably maternal. I also want to hold him in my arms like my sister. Tuchan Na couldn't help but blurt out this suggestion in a low voice. As soon as he realized what he had said, his face suddenly turned red. He quickly waved his hand to indicate that it was just a slip of the tongue. Really? These words immediately made Tuchan Na silent, and then he nodded sincerely. Acknowledge your inner desires. Seeing this, Tuchan Na raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly, hesitated for a moment, and decided to share it with her sister. So next, the two of them carefully transferred Jiang Mingwei. When he saw Jiang Mingwei leaning on his chest and sleeping soundly, he was stunned. Tuchan Na's favorability up. Current favorability, 80. A mechanical voice sounded beside Jiang Mingwei's ears. Perhaps because she was sleeping too deeply, she was not affected at all. Tuchan Na, who was standing by, instantly regretted sending Jiang Mingwei out. But in front of her younger sister, she still has to maintain the generosity and tolerance of an older sister. She could only grit her teeth and endure it, but her tail didn't really listen to her. She reached out and covered him with it like a blanket. At this time, another figure appeared from the sky, accompanied by a call. Inwu. Soon, she was hijacked by Tuchan Na and her mouth was sealed. Then she was taken directly into the pavilion, when she faced the death gaze of her two sisters. Tuchan Yulan, who is usually a bit noisy, has also become more restrained. But soon, his eyes were attracted by the sleeping Jiang Mingwei. Of course, as the one with the lowest status, Tuchan Yulan did not get the chance to hug her benefactor. I can only watch helplessly from the side. I can only say, are they sisters after all? Their mate selection criteria are always strangely similar. This scene also made the audience in the live broadcast room cry out in pain, and their back teeth were chattering. Huh, what's the big deal? I'm just surrounded by 3 gorgeous fox girls. I'm not jealous at all. That's it. Nothing more than that. I can't stand it anymore. I want a fox girl too. For a moment, all kinds of ghostly and wolves howling sounds were heard on the screen. Chapter 28, Finding a Treasure Chest. Tuchan Palace, night. When Jiang Mingwei regained consciousness, it was already nighttime. When I opened my eyes, what came into view was a dim room and a ceiling that was not unfamiliar to me. This made him realize that he was back in the room. Maybe it was because I relaxed my body and mind and had a good sleep. Jiang Mingwei is now less irritable and is not affected as much. However, when I think about how I got upset and became irritable, scolded the girl named by Chingchio. When she thought of this, Jiang Mingwei felt a little guilty and decided to find a time to express her apology in front of her. Then, he remembered what Tuchan Na said to him and the strange warm hug. He couldn't help but feel a warmth welling up in his heart. It's when I think of myself falling asleep in Tuchan Na's arms like a little child. His face suddenly turned red, and a feeling of shame surged into his heart. When I twisted my body instinctively, I found that I couldn't move again. This familiar situation made Jiang Mingwei subconsciously turn her head and look to both sides. As expected, both sides have beautiful faces. They are the two sisters Tuchan Na and Tuchan Na. At this moment, their breathing was steady, and each of them grabbed Jiang Mingwei's arm. Adhering to the principle of not looking at what is inappropriate, he forced his gaze back to the ceiling. He was thinking to himself, what on earth had happened that caused these two sisters to appear in his bed? This is a long story, so I'll make it short. To put it simply, Tuchan Na felt that Jiang Mingwei would not wake up for a while. So I decided to put him back in the room and let him have a good sleep. Although he was reluctant to give up the opportunity to serve his benefactor, Tuchan Na still agreed. As for Tuchan Yulan, she also followed happily. Soon after, both of them had something to do, so they asked Tuchan Yulan, who had nothing to do, to take care of them. They took care of Jiang Mingwei until dark, but she showed no sign of waking up. Tuchan Yulan felt that it was better for a single man and a single woman not to stay in the same room. After instructing his servants to take good care of him, he left. Late at night, Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu came to Jiang Mingyue's room at the same time. They stared at each other blankly, feeling awkward inside. There's the embarrassment of a dog sneaking around and then getting caught. But soon, the two sisters tacitly pretended not to see each other. Then they tacitly lay down on each side of Jiang Mingyue. Slowly, the two sisters fell asleep, but their sleeping postures became wild. That's what happened. Jiang Mingyue lay quietly, feeling the softness beside him, which made him feel a little dazed. Are you ready? Are you ready to accept them? Unable to give an answer, Jiang Mingyue closed her eyes silently. He decided to start over and leave this question to his future self. But at this moment, a voice resounded throughout the heavens and the worlds, but only the survivors could hear it. Hee. The much-anticipated event is finally here. It's starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. to reward the survivors who have worked so hard to survive these days. Therefore, the fantasy world has decided to hold a fun and relaxing treasure chest hunting event. Find the corresponding treasure chest, and you will get the card with the corresponding rating. And there is no upper limit on the number of cards you can obtain. As long as you have the ability and luck, you can take all the cards home. Oh, of course, this is for newcomers who have survived less than 7 days. Those veterans don't even think about it. It will be your turn next time. Well, also, this is a compulsory activity. There is no right to refuse. Hee. See you tomorrow then. The sound ended here. After a moment of silence, all the new survivors became excited. Because among the knowledge they have learned, this treasure chest hunting activity is one of the easier activities. And it is also a kind of particularly rich accumulation. It's just painful to find the treasure chest, and then you have to face the monsters guarding the treasure chest. But compared to those activities that often result in bloodshed, it is much better. For a moment, all the new survivors were ready to go, hoping that they would be lucky enough to land a gold chest. Take off directly from Woohoo. Chest levels, from high to low, gold, silver, bronze, iron, wood, corresponding to gold, purple, blue, green, white. And those experienced survivors saw that this group of new survivors were so lucky and had an easy time in their first activity. I immediately felt so jealous that I gritted my teeth. You know, that group of people came back to fight. The sense of disparity between the two made them open their mouths and close their eyes, protesting hysterically. For a moment, the stench was overwhelming. Some people are overjoyed, while others are envious. Little did they know that there were some small changes in the situation within the event. Jiang Mingyue, who was lying on the bed, felt no emotion when she heard the event was about to start. I was just thinking about the content of this treasure chest search activity. As he thought about it, he fell into a deep sleep again. Day 6. When I woke up again, it was already early morning of the next day. He opened his eyes and glanced at the two fox-eared girls beside him. Then, they slowly woke up and looked at each other. Before Jiang Mingyue felt embarrassed, the two fox-eared girls' faces began to turn slightly red. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue started waving, holding a furry tail in each hand. While touching them, he told them what he was going to do today. Although it was not the first time they touched it, the tingling feeling from the tail still made them unable to stop. She is obviously very sensitive, but she wants her benefactor to continue touching her. However, it is naturally much better than the previous times. You can enjoy yourself while listening to the words of your benefactor. The two sisters instinctively buried their faces in Jiang Mingyue's shoulders. Despite this, I still made it clear that the event would be held today. It was mentioned that only survivors themselves were allowed to participate in this event, and followers and pets were not allowed to participate. All the treasure chest hunting activities this time can only rely on the survivors themselves. Chapter 29. There's nothing I can do. I'm used to it. Upon hearing this, the two sisters were about to refuse when they heard that their benefactor was going alone. But I heard that only the benefactor can go to this activity, and it is mandatory. There was nothing the two sisters could do but nod. Then very quickly, Tuchan Na sat up, and the storage ring in his hand flashed with light. A storage ring of the same style appeared in her hand, and then she solemnly handed it to Jiang Mingyue. She also told him that there were many props in the ring that she and her sister had prepared. Since they couldn't go with them this time, Jiang Mingyue could only take care of her own safety. He looked at the ring in front of him, then at the sincerity shown on the two sisters' faces. It made him feel a warm current flowing in his heart. Then, he refused. The expressions on the two sisters' faces froze instantly, and many doubts arose in their hearts. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Hey, what are you doing? You don't want me, but I want it. This is the voice of most people. And as mentioned earlier, Jiang Mingwa has a very weird personality. It is okay to show kindness to others, but it is not okay to reject the kindness of others. This kind of awkward and inexplicably double-standard personality requires a strong dose of medicine before it can be slowly changed. It was also at this moment that Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu noticed the awkward personality of their benefactor. Because they knew so little about their benefactor, they didn't know where to start. I don't know what I went through to develop such a character. Jiang Mingwa rejected the kindness without any reason. He also quickly stood up and left the room with a random excuse of starting preparations. The two sisters were left alone, staring blankly at his figure as he left. The room that had been quiet was suddenly filled with Tuchan Yu's confused voice. "Sister, my benefactor has such a personality." Hearing this, Tuchan Na lay down again, then turned around and spoke. "Xiaoyu, we don't know what our benefactor has been through. But in these few short days together, we can also feel that the benefactor is very kind. It is also because of his kindness that this kind of character can protect him well. So, we must try to find out our benefactor's past." Listening to his sister's words, Tuchan Yu nodded in agreement. Then a plan came to mind, and they discussed it in a low voice. On the other hand, Jiang Mingwa felt a little regretful not long after leaving the room. "It's not that I regret not accepting their kindness, but that I wasn't tactful enough. If this happens, won't it reduce their good impression of me?" Jiang Mingwa rubbed her head helplessly. "There's no way. I'm used to it." Without going to have breakfast, Jiang Mingwa sat in the pavilion, quietly waiting for 10 o'clock. No one disturbed me while I was waiting. Little did they know that Tuchan Na had secretly taken a look, and after confirming the location of his benefactor, he left quietly. While waiting, Jiang Mingwa called out the Shadow Wolf King, who was hiding in his shadow. After explaining everything clearly, let all the wolves come out from the shadows. Suddenly, the pavilion was filled with wolves. Because Jiang Mingwa was afraid that something might happen to the Shadow Wolf, who had not signed the contract during the teleportation, thus preventing emergencies from happening. Jiang Mingwa could only rub the Shadow Wolf King's face and comfort it that he would be back in about a day. Let them wait here and don't leave casually. Time passed quickly in the company of the Shadow Wolves. As time reached 10 o'clock in the morning, the voice that resounded throughout the heavens and worlds rang out again. "All right, new survivors. It's time for the event to begin. No matter how busy you are, put down what you are doing. There are little surprises waiting for everyone in the event. So prepare to teleport." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue teleportation magic circle appeared under Jiang Mingwa and disappeared from the spot the next moment. Unknown Forest. Qin Feiyang is one of the geniuses of the Qin family. Although it is not the best one, it can still be ranked. After becoming a survivor, I also gained a pretty good talent. Name: Qin Feiyang. Race: Human/. Strength: E+. Talent: Beast Instinct. Introduction 1. The beast's instinct and blood roar in your body, and your physical fitness is permanently increased by 50%. 2. The blood of wild beasts flows in your body, so you can transform into wild beasts. Currently, you can transform into the following beasts: bear, strength increased by 50%, eagle, speed increased by 50%, leopard, agility increased by 50%, transformation time, 10 minutes. Talent level, 1 out of 10. Bloodline, unawakened. Because of this talent, Qin Feiyang was able to survive like a fish in water. He is also quite confident about this treasure chest hunting activity, simply because there is a secret prop. Blue props. Name: Bombing Mushroom. Description: can produce a violent explosion to destroy the enemy. Effect: enemies with strength below D+ at the center of the explosion will die instantly, while enemies with strength below E+ at the periphery of the explosion will die instantly. Extreme overalls. My friend, you look like an old friend to me. This prop is the reason why Qin Feiyang is so confident. Because he knew that this kind of activity by new survivors would create enemies protecting the treasure chest. The highest strength will not exceed C, destroy a building. Besides, this item of his can directly eliminate enemies below D+ strength, so when facing such a superior, he can naturally cause serious damage. Not to mention, it's not uncommon to encounter enemies of this level. Qin Feiyang, full of confidence, saw a lush forest as soon as he landed. Then, something happened that stunned him. Not far away, I saw a treasure chest emitting a golden glow under a giant tree. Although he didn't react in time, Qin Feiyang's body moved instinctively. Run quickly towards the treasure chest. The audience in the live broadcast room also woke up from their dream and became excited. Because the Emperor of Europe was born right in front of them. All of a sudden, the live broadcast room was filled with comments. Holy crap! Holy crap, he's European. He's cheating. Oh my god. Why are there suddenly so many European emperors in this batch of newcomers? I can't stand it. I can't stand it anymore. The African chief is asking for a fight. Look at me, salty fish, I'm going to lunch. Qin Feiyong, the person involved, slowly stopped and tried to calm down. Because there is a golden treasure chest, it means that there is at least sea strength. Just as he thought, a huge forest python appeared in front of him. Chapter 30. Oh my god. Cheats. Cheats. The golden treasure chest is right in front of you. The hero can't run away. With a thought, a bombing mushroom appeared in Qin Feiyong's hand, a mushroom wearing overalls. Then he suddenly threw the mushroom over, and he quickly dodged. Boom. Accompanied by a loud explosion and shock wave. As the smoke cleared, the giant forest python was found to be seriously injured, just as Qin Feiyong had expected. After a fierce fight, Qin Feiyong killed the giant forest python at the cost of being seriously injured. After all, although he was seriously injured, his strength was still far behind. But Qin Feiyong didn't care about these. Now the only thing in his sight was the golden treasure chest. When he placed his hands in front of the treasure chest, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation. What kind of cards would appear? Following a dazzling golden light, something appeared in front of Qin Feiyong. It is a white card floating in the air. This sudden situation stunned Qin Feiyong, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. A white card appeared in the golden treasure chest? Countless doubts filled their minds. As for Qin Feiyong, the person involved, after he came to his senses, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he kicked his legs. I fainted from anger. This scene is happening in all the places where this event is held. Obviously, the surprise that the voice mentioned has already happened. On the other side of the forest, Jiang Mingua was teleported here. Although there was a loud explosion just now, he didn't care. Because his attention was attracted by a little creature standing on a wooden box. This little guy looks like an ordinary hamster, but there is a thicker black mark on his forehead and cheeks, and his body is larger. But the chubby look made Jiang Mingua like it even more. So he squatted down, slowly stretched out his hand, and muttered to himself. Don't be afraid, little one. I won't hurt you. Perhaps because he felt the closeness of Jiang Mingua, the little guy was not afraid when he looked at the big hand that was stretched out to him. On the contrary, when the distance was enough, the little guy jumped directly into his hands. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua carefully withdrew her hand, turned around, and sat directly on the wooden box. He stretched out his index finger and began to gently touch the little guy in his hand, with a smile from the heart on his face. In the live broadcast room, people began to discuss the so-called surprise. Hey guys, you don't know, just now a bunch of people encountered a golden treasure chest at the beginning, and finally killed the enemy, but in the end, a white card was opened. So outrageous? So psychologically disturbing? I like it. So, can we think about it the other way around? Now the gold treasure chest has become a wooden treasure chest, and the wooden treasure chest has become a gold treasure chest. When this barrage appeared, the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room was immediately drawn to the wooden treasure chest on which Jiang Mingua was sitting. Then he stared deeply at the wooden treasure chest, as if he could tell what rating of the cards were inside. At the same time, they were also hoping that Jiang Mingua would open the treasure chest quickly to satisfy their curiosity. As if hearing a call from the outside world, Jiang Mingua stood up and casually opened the treasure chest. And then, wow, golden legend. A golden card floated in front of Jiang Mingua. This inexplicable situation made Jiang Mingua instinctively express doubts. The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly became sparse, and then exploded instantly. Oh shit. Cheats. Cheats. Such barrages directly flooded the entire live broadcast room. At this moment, all Africans outside knew that the European emperor had arrived. The news spread like a virus, and Jiang Mingua's name appeared again in front of people of all kinds after many days. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased sharply, and everyone came to witness the true appearance of the European emperor. Then come and breathe in some European energy. Jiang Mingua was not aware of the chaos in the outside world. He was just a little confused after seeing the golden card, and then put it away. Although I don't know what happened, since I got a gold card, I might as well take it. So, I held the little hamster and started walking aimlessly in the forest. But just in case you meet other survivors and get robbed or something. Jiang Mingua activated her own power, and her black and white pupils turned emerald green. A map of the entire forest appeared before him. There are also many small red dots appearing on the map, which represent the survivors. Jiang Mingua, who didn't want to meet these survivors, moved towards the direction where there were fewer people. Following the instructions on the map, Jiang Mingua was getting farther and farther away from the survivors. For some reason, he found that many red dots had stayed in the same place for a long time. What happened? A group of survivors who were so angry that they had a cerebral hemorrhage and fell into a coma. Thank you. I'm sleeping soundly. Please don't disturb me. While wondering, Jang Mingua also met a little guy of the same species as the hamster in her hand. They are also on a wooden box. Therefore, Jang Mingua obtained 2 more golden cards, plus the first one. There were 3 golden cards in total. They are gold item card, gold weapon card, and gold skill card. This process also made the audience in the live broadcast room numb. Originally, I thought that this young man had reached the pinnacle by winning 2 golds and 1 purple medal. Unexpectedly, this record was broken just a few days later. Whose subordinate is this? In a short time, Jang Mingyue's name spread throughout the outside world. Many investigations about him have also begun to be more serious, whether it is the big families or the human Yunyen, human federation community. They have begun to be more detailed. Since he is an orphan, he must have a biological father and mother, so we can start from that aspect when the time comes. Maybe I can take this lucky young man into my family. If Jang Mingyue knew about this, he would sneer at it. He only cared about giving birth, but not raising her, and so many years have passed. It cannot be said that they are strangers, but it can also be said that they have no contact with each other until they die. What parents? I have been alone since I was a child. However, he was not aware of this information that made Jang Mingyue feel bad. At this moment, he was holding 3 little hamsters and strolling in an area where there were no other survivors. As Jang Mingyue walked, she couldn't help but have some curious thoughts in her heart and spoke softly. Hey little ones, where are your parents? The reason for saying this is because Jang Mingyue can feel that these 3 little guys are still in their infancy. Chapter 31 Muscle Hamster. As if they understood Jang Mingyue's words, the 3 little hamsters immediately started squeaking. These sounds began to translate automatically in his mind. Parents? Is this big guy talking about where our parents are? Yes, everyone wants to know this. Do you guys want to see our parents? Listening to the chirping of the little hamster, Jang Mingyue nodded. After all, I was just teleported here and will leave in less than a day. So he could only feel at ease if he put these little guys back to their parents. Well, after all, I'll probably be back in less than a day. Also, I'm a little curious about what your parents are like. Hearing this, the 3 little hamsters started chirping again, and then the bigger hamster started calling. The next moment, the little guy raised his head and made a subtle and long squeak sound. It sounds very penetrating. Then, along with the sound, Jang Mingyue felt a huge creature attacking from behind her. Because he happened to be in a small open space, when he subconsciously turned around, he saw a black dot falling from the sky. It landed steadily about 4 or 5 meters away from him, raising a cloud of dust and a strong wind. This made Jang Mingyue instinctively turn around again and hold the 3 little guys in her arms. The power of nature also instinctively protects its master. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jang Mingyue turned around and looked again. This sight made him freeze in place. In front of him were several huge hamsters, estimated to be around 5 meters tall. But the point is not here, but their well-developed muscles. If those bodybuilders saw this, they would probably feel ashamed. Wow dashed. This also made Jang Mingyue instinctively sigh. After all, this race of muscular hamsters is somewhat eye-catching. Besides, why do you have to make those weird poses when you can just stand? This made Jang Mingyue look like, I don't understand, but I'm shocked. At this time, the little hamsters in his arms were also chirping and waving their little paws, as if they were greeting these big guys. These are their parents. Realizing this, Jang Mingyue lowered her head to look at the little ones, and then looked at the big ones. This is not right? Jang Mingyue's confused and shocked expression also made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh uncontrollably. I'm dying of laughter. This expression on my face, little brother, isn't this a normal magical creature? That's right, leave the magical creatures alone. No one knows why they can change size at will. To be honest, if this was my first time seeing him, my expression would be similar to that of the young man. Just when Jang Mingyue was confused, the muscular hamsters came running over aggressively. They wanted to see which little jerk was bullying their children, but ended up seeing the human on the ground, and the children in their arms, greeting them. However, when the muscular hamster, which was originally so aggressive, felt the power of Jang Mingyue, it suddenly became wilted. Because they didn't expect that it was nature's darling, or His Highness, who actually came here. As for why they think so, it is because they all believe in gods of nature and life. Jang Mingyue, who possesses a very high level of natural and life force in her body, is undoubtedly the representative of that god. Therefore, they will habitually call him Your Highness. So when I knew Jang Mingyue's identity, They simply retracted their well-developed muscles, and their body size shrank visibly. After a while, it reached the height of a person. Then he came to Jiang Mingyue and started chattering to express his respect and gratitude. However, Jiang Mingyue's attention was attracted by their furry bodies. Because when their muscles retract, they become a large hamster. This is fatal to a touching maniac. Then, when Jiang Mingyue came to her senses, she found that her hands were already gently rubbing one of the big hamsters. When the other big hamsters saw this scene, they showed very human-like expressions of envy on their faces. Being touched by His Highness, Turtle, is something I can brag about for the rest of my life when I return to the tribe. When they saw them, they did not refuse. On the contrary, they seemed to want to be touched. Jiang Mingyue was naturally not stingy. Just start touching it. When Jiang Mingyue began to touch, her sight was at least a few thousand meters away from here. Here, a rather fierce battle took place. At this time, one person had already fallen to the ground seriously injured and had not been teleported away, which meant that he had not died. At the scene, two men were confronting each other. The cause of the incident was a bronze treasure chest. After knowing that the treasure chests had become more valuable in this event, the survivors began looking for low-level treasure chests. Some people want to form alliances so that they can increase their power and get more cards. As a result, I encountered a tough problem right from the start. I saw a man with an ordinary appearance but a very strong body, looking at the man in front of him who looked a little thin with a smug look on his face. Ho ho, your companion has fallen, but I am not injured. Get out of here now, and I might let you live. The thin man felt insulted by these arrogant words and clenched his fists. Then he walked towards the sturdy man without saying a word. Ho ho, you didn't choose to run away, but chose to come close to me? Hearing this, the thin man responded with gritted teeth. How can I beat you up if I don't get close to you? Hearing these presumptuous words, the burly man laughed in anger. Ho ho, then why not get closer? However, just when the two of them looked the same, a figure sneaked up to the bronze box. Although her tall figure was obscured, it was still possible to tell that she was a woman. She was still mumbling to herself. Fight. The more intense the better. It's best if you don't care about me. I'll take this card first. As he spoke, he opened the bronze treasure chest, and what came into view was a blue card. After seeing the card, he took it and put it in his backpack, then ran away without saying a word. The blue light emitted when the treasure chest was opened also attracted the attention of two people nearby. When I saw that figure, it was like a 100-meter race, starting from a standstill and disappearing in a short while. Muscle Hamster Reference. Chapter 32 Talent Enhancement Card. The two people who were about to fight suddenly became furious. Don't run away. The two men rushed out immediately and chased in the direction the thief fled. Little did they know that when the two of them chased after him, a figure jumped down from a tree nearby. The figure was the thief who took advantage of the situation. Looking at the two men walking away, the woman had a smile in her eyes. This scene also turned the audience in the live broadcast room into people having fun, and they burst into laughter. It was obvious that the black shadow that had just escaped was formed by this woman's talent. It succeeded again, putting the woman in a good mood, and then she continued moving in a random direction. When this little episode ended, Jiang Mingyue let go of the big hamsters with a look of satisfaction. To be honest, it feels like a large glutinous rice dumpling. He couldn't let it go. However, there is a possibility that someone came here, so Jiang Mingyue stopped. And those muscular hamsters also lay limply on the ground. Their babies jump on their bellies. This interesting scene also attracted Jiang Mingyue's attention. However, when I think about such a cute little guy, he will become that form when he grows up. Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but feel her scalp tingling. But think about it, if it didn't have that posture, it would be at the bottom of the food chain in the forest. After a short rest, he planned to continue strolling in the forest. The little ones also came to Jiang Mingyue's shoulders and head. Their parents also followed behind him, like bodyguards. Along the way, Muscle Hamster and Jiang Mingyue chatted from time to time. When asking Jiang Mingyue when he came to the forest, he simply told him that the purpose of coming here was not the goal. Came here to find the treasure chest. These words made the muscular hamsters nod thoughtfully, and they remembered the boxes that fell from the sky. Then he started asking Jiang Mingyue if he needed those boxes. If necessary, they can mobilize the population to find it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue politely declined, saying that his purpose this time was not to find the treasure chest. I only look for treasure chests when I see them, and take them when I am relaxing. Besides, Jiang Mingyue is not a fool, and she also noticed that some changes have taken place in this event. The rarity of treasure chests has been changed, and now only wooden treasure chests can open golden cards. Although I don't know how many wooden treasure chests there are in this event, I have already opened them 3 times. We should learn to be content. With this thought in mind, Jang Mingua walked in the forest for a while. Then what came into view was another wooden treasure chest. This made Jang Mingua's mouth twitch. The audience in the live broadcast room was also completely confused. This cannot be explained simply by saying, hack. It's totally destiny. I'm blessed with luck. Oh no, this young man is the European emperor. Based on the principle of seeing it all, Jang Mingua opened the treasure chest. What caught my eye was a card with a faint golden glow. Gold Talent Enhancement card. This kind of card can unconditionally improve the survivor's own talents. This type of card can be considered a special card. When the audience saw this card, they were already completely numb, but they were still shocked. Because the last time this thing appeared was 2 years ago. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only been 2 years. This is the result based on tens of thousands of people. This card hasn't been released in 2 years, so you can imagine how rare it is. In a short time, the information reached the hands of various major families and the human race. This made their hands move faster. Jiang Minghua, who didn't know any of this, was slightly surprised when she saw the card and put it into her backpack, then continued walking aimlessly. Before he knew it, there were 3 more purple-rated cards in his backpack. They are purple item cards 2 and purple skill card 1. It's not because Jiang Minghua's luck has disappeared, but because there are only 4 golden cards. No matter how powerful you are, you can't make something that doesn't exist appear out of thin air. For the audience who have watched the whole process, the word numb can no longer be used to describe their feelings. Those Africans have completely lost the courage to confront the European emperor. Oh sad. Jiang Minghua, unaware that she had inexplicably given the audience a heart-wrenching blow, had already reached the outskirts of the forest. Oh, no, it doesn't count as peripheral. Because what appeared before his eyes was like a death place scene. The weather was inexplicably gloomy, and the land that had seemed fertile had become dry, loose, and grayish-white. Those trees seemed to have been eroded by some force and turned into rotten wood. This gray and lifeless scene seems to be warning that no one should enter. At this time, the muscular hamster behind him also came up and began to explain. It is said that at some unknown time, the forest here was eroded by an unknown force. Whether it was the land or the trees, it was as if the vitality had been sucked out. Moreover, this unknown force gradually erodes the surrounding forest as time goes by. Although the forest looks very vast, it is estimated to be less than a few decades old. This forest will become a dead place completely. After hearing about the situation here, Jiang Minghua did not respond. Because he was feeling it carefully, wanting to see if he could do something with his own strength. After all, Jiang Minghua could feel that the power of her body was related to nature and life. Then it may be possible to have miraculous effects in fighting against these erosions. Jiang Minghua did it right away. She walked to the edge of the forest, squatted down, and placed her hand on the grayish-white ground. The next moment, rich life force, following Jiang Minghua's guidance, poured into the lifeless land. A magical scene appeared. The originally grayish-white land began to return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the life force spreads to the trees that have become dead, they are also quickly recovering their vitality. This made the muscular hamster watching from behind squeak excitedly, and the respect for Jiang Minghua in his eyes became even stronger. However, Jiang Minghua did not continue, because he could feel that the unknown force was also fighting against him. It would be extremely foolish and inefficient to continue the confrontation like this. Only by solving the source directly can we prevent future problems. Since he was already there and had the power to solve the problem, Jiang Minghua decided to go alone. Although the muscular hamsters also expressed their desire to go along. In response to this, Jiang Minghua also responded with a smile. Don't look at me like this. I'm still pretty strong. Chapter 33 Death Place. After refusing the muscular hamsters to follow him, Jiang Minghua approached the center of the death zone alone. The power enveloped the body, fighting against those unknown forces. If I don't do this, I might not even know when I'll die. The emerald-like pupils scanned the surroundings to confirm the direction in which the power was spreading. Then he walked in the direction where the power was spreading. There were piles of bones. Jiang Minghua touched them lightly, and the bones of the animals turned into powder. It is conceivable how troublesome the erosion of this power is. However, none of these could affect Jiang Minghua, and she continued to move in the right direction. I don't know how long I walked, maybe 10 minutes or maybe half an hour. The time cannot be determined, but the point is not here, but that Jiang Minghua should have found the source of that power. A stone building appeared in the forest, its gray-white appearance inexplicably matching the surrounding colors. If you don't pay attention, you might just skip it. But Jiang Mingwa was searching along the spread of power and was not affected. Looking at the stone building in front of me, which is already quite old, it looks like a temple. Jiang Mingwa came to a stone gate that was at least 4 meters high. After looking around and making sure there was no other way in, with the help of his own strength, Jiang Mingwa slowly opened the stone door. But just as a small crack opened, the next moment a huge force turned into a black substance. He rushed towards Jiang Mingwa through the crack. This scene made him instinctively raise his hands in front of him, and the power of life was immediately released to fight against it. At this moment, Jiang Mingwa was like a rock in the sea, standing still in the face of strong winds and huge waves. However, this confrontation ended in less than a few minutes, and the unknown force subsided. This made Jiang Mingwa have an idea in her mind. That's it. It looked quite intimidating, but it was gone in a few minutes. Feeling that she was drifting inside, Jiang Mingwa quickly calmed herself down. Little do they know that in the face of the impact of this force, if their strength has not reached SS, nation-destroying level, I'm not even qualified to hold on for a few minutes. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room also started talking about it. So, who can tell me how strong this little brother is? Yeah, can anyone explain it? Just looking at that black torrent, even seeing it through the screen makes my scalp tingle. Front, you're not the only one who feels this way. For a moment, they were discussing Jiang Mingwa's strength in full swing. Jiang Mingwa was not aware of the discussions outside. At this time, he had already walked into the temple because the stone door was completely open. The space inside the temple is not large, and it looks to be only about 200 square meters. However, Jiang Mingwa did not see any statues or anything like that. This made Jiang Mingwa feel confused. After all, each basic combination in the temple had a corresponding statue. Explain what god this temple is dedicated to. Jiang Mingwa also read some books about this knowledge when she was bored during her compulsory studies. I never thought that one day it would be useful. While Jiang Mingwa was thinking, the sound of chains being pulled was heard and echoed in the closed temple. This immediately drew Jiang Mingwa's attention to the source of the sound. I saw a woman with her head down, sitting weakly on the cold ground, wearing tattered clothes. She has a slim figure with a curvy figure, and her clothes are worn out, revealing some of her beauty. However, these spring moments were blocked by the dark forces that were the real entity. His hands and feet were locked with specially made chains that emitted faintly glowing symbols. It seems that it can prevent the woman from breaking free and even destroy it. However, these were not what attracted Jiang Mingwa's attention the most, because this woman had a pair of fox ears drooping on her head and a black tail behind her. This clearly introduced her identity as a fox. In addition, there are strange blood-colored runes on her face. Moreover, that unknown power slowly emanated from her. The woman who was sitting motionless on the ground seemed to have noticed Jiang Mingwa's breath. She suddenly raised her head, revealing her incredibly beautiful face and her animalistic purple pupils. Drink Aya. Seeing a stranger, the woman began to struggle, constantly pulling at the chains. But he couldn't utter a single word and could only make the sound ah over and over. Can't you speak? Realizing this, Jiang Mingwa gave up trying to understand what was happening here through words. So the question is, this woman is the source of this disaster. But it can also be seen that someone deliberately locked her here. Simply put, someone is taking advantage of her own power. What is the purpose? Jiang Mingwa could not give an answer to this question. But since she is not the culprit, there is no reason for me to choose to kill her. And he wanted to see if his power could suppress the power in her. Thinking of this, the life force boiled in his body. The next moment, a huge amount of life force burst out from Jiang Mingwa's body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the remaining corrosive force in the temple was swallowed up. It was also because it was the first time that Jiang Mingwa used such a huge power in a place he didn't know. His own appearance had also undergone some changes, mainly in his hair. Originally, he had short hair because of the influence of his own power. The hair begins to grow longer out of thin air, and the color of the hair gradually changes from black to green, starting from the hair strands that appear out of thin air. At this moment, Jiang Mingwa's appearance also inexplicably improved. The woman who was affected by the force of life was originally quite violent, but when she bathed in the force of life, he began to quiet down, sat back on the ground, and stared blankly at the godlike figure. Outside the temple, a huge life force spreads outwards with the temple as the center. Wherever you go, there is vitality. This change is visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the area that was originally a dead place has returned to its former lush appearance. Inside the temple, Jiang Mingwa slowly walked up to the woman. He took off his coat and put it on her, covering up the revealing scene. Then, Jiang Mingwa stretched out her index finger, and the life force was further concentrated, turning into a small green ball at the fingertips. Then he tapped into the woman's forehead, and a green symbol was formed and slowly disappeared. Refer to Chapter 34 Little Girl. This symbol is a seal that can seal the runaway power in this woman's body. As for why Jiang Mingwen knew all this, when I used so much power for the first time, a lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in my mind. Among them is the knowledge about this seal. Although he didn't know what the situation was, it did help Jiang Mingwen not to be at a loss as to where to start. The source was contained, and the remaining power in the temple was eliminated. According to the knowledge that just appeared in my mind, it was about the power in the body of the woman in front of me. It is the force of erosion, able to erode everything and plunder everything for its own use. It can be said that he has unlimited power, but the price is stepping on countless bones. Now this power has been sealed by myself. So the question is, what should the woman in front of him do? Anyone who is not a fool can guess that someone deliberately locked it here. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mingua sat down on the ground. Try to communicate with the woman face to face. But just as he was about to speak, he saw the woman in front of him shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, she shrank from a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and pretty face to a little girl who looked only 11 or 12 years old. The number of dark purple tails behind it also began to decrease, and soon only one tail was left. This scene made Jiang Mingua stunned for a moment, and she didn't understand what was happening for a moment. After turning into a little girl in front of him, she fell straight towards Jiang Mingua. He instinctively caught it, feeling the thin body, and sighed helplessly. Finally, I relented and decided to take her out. So Jiang Mingua moved forward a little and held the little girl in her arms. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the special chain, and then the powerful life force reappeared. Because the chains are specially made, they have powers other than corrosive power. As long as the force is strong enough, it can be easily destroyed. But little did they know that at the moment the chain was forcibly broken, an imperceptible message flew away into the distance. Jiang Mingua noticed this and made a fist gesture in the direction of the message. Then, with another squeeze, the message shattered in his hand. Although Jiang Mingua was very curious about which beast locked a little girl here. But when I thought about the fact that I didn't have enough time to stay in this world, I gave up the idea. Next, he destroyed all the remaining chains. But what made Jiang Mingua's brows twitch was that every time he broke a chain, a message would appear. Is that turtle bastard so sinister? After complaining silently in his heart, Jiang Mingua picked up the little girl and walked out of the temple. Cold, hungry, lonely, dark. When was he locked up? Who was he? What was his name? I can't remember any of this anymore. It feels like I've been here ever since I became self-aware. It was pitch dark, I couldn't tell what I looked like, and I couldn't see anything except darkness. Dead silence and loneliness have always been with me. I wanted to talk to myself, but all I could come out was, echoing in this empty temple. Slowly, I gave up thinking and sat blankly on the cold ground. At some point, I wish I could die. I don't know how long it took, but a creaking sound suddenly appeared in the silent space. Along with the sound, a beam of light came out from the gap. Then the door opened, and a figure walked in. Who is this man? Is he the one who has bound himself here? But the power in him is so warm. In fact, I was overthinking it. He didn't attack me, nor did he say anything. It was not until he came in front of her that she saw what he looked like. So beautiful. This was my first thought. And then, I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, what I saw was no longer the unchanging darkness, but the blue sky and lush forests. There are many things that I don't remember. Are you awake? How was your sleep? A strange yet gentle voice sounded in my ears. I instinctively turned around and saw that it was the same person who had appeared in my dream. Who is he? Is this a dream? What's wrong, little one? Are you confused in your sleep? As he said these words, the person in front of him reached out and gently stroked his face. The real touch told me that this might not be a dream. Instinctively, I reached out my hand, wanting to know if this was a dream. But he found that the chain that bound him had disappeared. The other hand too, and the feet too. Excitement, joy, sadness, and many other indescribable emotions suddenly filled my heart. Tears suddenly welled up in my eyes, and I could only cry, but I felt like I was reborn. Seeing this situation, Jiang Mingua could more or less empathize with them. Cry. It will make you feel better. It is better to release than to block. Sometimes a good cry can help relieve your mood. After a while, the crying stopped, and the little girl fell into a deep sleep again with red eyes. But this time, I should be able to get a good night's sleep. Although there is no specific time limit for this treasure chest hunt activity. But under normal circumstances, it usually takes most of the day, which means it ends at 6 in the evening. Then they directly opened the teleportation array and returned to their respective worlds. Because of the little girl in her arms, Jang Mingua had no mood to go for a walk. Now, he is following the footsteps of the muscular hamsters and heading to their habitat to rest until the activity is over. Then, Jang Mingua decided to find some time after returning to go to the mall to see if anyone had opened a watch or other props that could tell time. Otherwise, he really would be clueless about the time. After going around in circles, we arrived at the residence of the muscular hamsters. Looking at the big cave in front of him, Jang Mingua hesitated for a moment, but decided to go in. I thought it would be pitch black inside, but I didn't expect it to be illuminated by the strangely shaped mushrooms that emitted a faint blue light. It's not that dark. After thinking about it, Jang Mingua took out the oil lamp from the system backpack. This was obtained by Jang Mingua at the request of Tuchan Yulan. After all, it is always better to be prepared for this kind of lighting tool. Under the light of the oil lamp, the road surface became more obvious. After entering the cave, I found that there was another world inside. What appeared in front of me was a space of at least 200 square meters. Chapter 35 Pressure Massinet. Then an even more exaggerated scene appeared. All I saw were muscular hamsters exercising with simple dumbbells. Although these fitness equipments are a bit simple, they are used for training with great enthusiasm. This left the audience in the live broadcast room speechless, and only after a while did a few comments appear. My turtle, is this a magical creature? The whole tribe is exercising. Thank you. I suddenly had the idea to exercise. Wait for me to turn over. Okay, that's all. There are many strange things in this world, so don't be surprised by them. This bustling atmosphere made Jang Mingua feel out of place. Then, the muscular hamsters following behind him suddenly started to squeak. Nature's favorite, His Highness has arrived. Where's the elder? Let the old man come over and take a look. All of a sudden, all the muscular hamsters in the entire space looked at Jang Mingua. This scene made his scalp tingle inexplicably, but he still waved and greeted him in a friendly manner. Then very quickly, these muscular hamsters came to him in a mighty force. Then they were divided into 2 rows, leaving a passage. A muscular hamster that looked very old came to Jang Mingua through this passage. When it felt the power in Jang Mingua, it immediately became excited and circled around him twice. He was still saying something. Oh my God, I can actually see His Highness in my lifetime. I have no regrets in my death. Seeing this, Jang Mingua smiled awkwardly but said nothing. After all, one's own strength is indeed the power of life. And his own talent also says, he is a person who is cherished and loved by nature and life. Although there are still some things I don't understand, I hope to gain more information after improving my talents. After calming down, Jang Mingua briefly explained her situation and wanted to rest here for a while. This decision was warmly welcomed by the muscle hamster elders. He was immediately arranged in a luxurious, single room. Looking at the wooden board in front of me, there are many unknown plants on it, and the bed smells pretty good. But the space is indeed a bit small, which makes people feel inexplicably depressed. Jang Mingua hesitated. He lowered his head and glanced at the little girl who was sleeping in his arms. The little guy spent the whole time in complete darkness. He was worried that the little girl would be scared and cry when she woke up and saw a similar environment. Therefore, he apologized to the muscle hamster elder. Then he came out of the cave, found an empty tree and sat down, waiting for the little girl to wake up. The muscular hamster that had been following him at the beginning also followed him. After all, there will be no change in muscles if they are not exercised for a day, but being with His Highness is something that you will probably never encounter in your lifetime. We must cherish every minute and every second. Just when the man and a few hamsters were enjoying a peaceful moment, they heard a rustling sound coming from the grass. Some creature is approaching here. The muscular hamsters immediately became alert and came to Jang Mingua, staring at the direction where the sound came from. At this time, a figure jumped out from the grass and made an impatient sound. Oh no, I haven't. I've been chasing you for so long. Why don't you go find other treasure chests instead of just looking for me? That doesn't make sense. This figure was the woman who took advantage of the situation and stole the card. Behind her, 2 men rushed out. They were the ones whose card she had stolen in the beginning, and started swearing. Bullshit. You thief. You've stolen 3 times in a row and you still dare to keep blaming me. Don't get caught. Otherwise, you'll have something to worry about. Upon hearing this, Du Fanny showed an awkward yet polite smile, but still responded stubbornly. Who knew I would be able to meet you 3 times in a row? This is called fate, so we should turn hostility into friendship. As the saying goes, there is no friendship without fighting. Upon hearing this, the muscular man started cursing. I'll turn you into a turtle spiral banana peel. Tell me that when my fist is on your head. These threatening words made Du Fanny realize that there was no point in reasoning. But I can't win by fighting, so I can only keep running to survive. Then, with her sharp eyes, she saw a group of muscular hamsters standing ready for battle not far away. And behind them, Du Fanny saw another person. It seems that he is also a survivor, so the question is, why is he protected by these creatures? Maybe it's due to talent? Without thinking too much, Du Fanny thought of something better and just shouted, "Handsome guy, help me. There are two beasts trying to do this to me. That to me, help." The cry for help was so soul-stirring that Jiang Mingua couldn't help but twitch her brows. Then he subconsciously covered the ears of the little girl in his arms to prevent her from being disturbed by the dirty words. Also, why did she think she didn't hear the conversation just now? However, he still showed a smile that said, "Cheer up for yourself." The two men behind Du Fanny felt relieved when they saw that Jiang Mingua was indifferent. Because they felt threatened by the muscular hamster, the best outcome would be to avoid making enemies for no reason. Then the strong man spoke. "Thanks for minding your own business, brother." Pressure main. A thin man standing nearby also echoed the sentiment, but the language used in his reply was a little strange. Seeing this, Du Fanny immediately became angry. But before he could say anything, a message from the outside world suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, this made her stunned for a moment, so she had to make a quick decision. With a jump, he did a 720-degree spin in the air, followed by several daggers that shot towards the two men behind him. But it was obvious that the two men were not pushovers either. They took out their weapons and knocked the daggers away. But the next moment, Du Fanny's figure suddenly appeared among those daggers that were knocked away. Suddenly, two Du Fanny's appeared on the field. However, because the two men were attracted by Du Fanny in the sky, they did not notice Du Fanny who had appeared behind them. Immediately afterwards, the two men felt a chill in their waists, followed by severe pain. Let them just lie on the ground. Although you won't really die, it will still be painful when you need to. Chapter 36. Thank you, no appointment. Done, and call it a day. I wasted some energy again. She stretched like a cat, showing off her figure under the black clothes to the fullest. Immediately afterwards, Du Fanny began to check the information sent from the outside world. And the scene just now was also vividly displayed in front of Jiang Mingua. This made him look at Du Fanny, who was standing there with some surprise and confusion. You can kill instantly, but you still have to play the cat and mouse game. The key is to be the mouse yourself. Do you like the feeling of being chased? So weird. Although it felt strange, she seemed to be standing there, looking at something. Jiang Mingua could guess this. It was nothing more than the family behind this woman discovering her. However, this is also a guess, but he can feel that there is a great possibility. This is indeed the case after Du Fanny read the message sent by her family. He immediately looked in the direction of Jiang Mingua with shocked eyes. I didn't expect that I would meet some very famous people just by running around. According to his family, this person has obtained 4 gold cards and 3 purple cards in this event. The thought of carrying those precious junk metal in my backpack instantly made me lose interest. The shocked expression on his face immediately turned into a friendly and somewhat flattering smile. He approached Jiang Mingua step by step and then spoke. Are you Jiang Mingua, the recently popular Jiang boss, or Jiang Ohuang? My name is Du Fanny, and I'm a member of the Du family. I'm so lucky to meet you today. Do you have time to chat? Hearing these words, the smile on Jiang Mingua's face remained unchanged. She just spoke lightly with a fake smile. Sorry, I have to take care of the kids, so I don't have time. After hearing these words, Du Fanny noticed the little girl in Jiang Mingua's arms. But looking at the fox ears and tail, it looked like he had picked them up somewhere. So the question is, how should the topic continue? After all, the other party simply ended the conversation. Despite this, Du Fanny still moved closer step by step. When she was 20 meters away, Jiang Mingua's voice sounded again. Stop, it's rude to come any closer. But when he said this, he looked in the other direction. Du Fanny, realizing that she had been exposed, also emerged from the shadows. Du Fanny, in front of the muscular hamster, also turned into a black liquid and returned to her. Seeing this, the muscular hamsters were about to protect Jiang Mingua again, but were stopped by him. Because Jiang Mingua planned to have a good talk with the people behind Du Fanny, the family behind her, and other families. So, Jiang Mingua started to speak on his own, he said. He knew that many people wanted to continue communicating with him. The reason he faced this was nothing more than the cards in his hand and his somewhat exaggerated luck. So they wanted to take him into their family so that they could make better use of him. Or maybe they are optimistic about his future and want to invest in him. Here, Jiang Mingua refused with a serious face. He said that he was not interested in any of these recruitments, and there was nothing that interested him. I just want to live my life well. After saying that, Zhang Mingua fell silent, and the people from the big families who were watching the live broadcast also frowned. They didn't expect that this young man would leave no way out for himself. He directly rejected everyone's recruitment. The infuriating thing is that they can't take any countermeasures because this young man is invulnerable. The so-called coercion and inducement will not work. Even some covert means cannot be carried out. Explanation. If you want to transmit information from the outside world to the survivors in another world, the prerequisite is that they have the same bloodline. Otherwise, the information cannot be transmitted. But the smart ones among them quickly realized that since they rejected everyone's recruitment, it meant that everyone was back to the same starting line. Moreover, he just refused the solicitation, but in the process he accidentally fell in love with a woman. Then they fall in love and then join the girl's family, which is a very normal thing, right? The Du family's think tank also thought of this situation and immediately asked the Du family's helmsman to send a message. Let Du Fanny create some sparks with this young man. The message quickly came to Du Fanny, and when she saw the message, his eyes would occasionally move back and forth between Jiang Mingyue's face and the information in front of him. At first glance, hey, the boy is quite handsome, but I don't know what his personality is like. This sentence inexplicably appeared in her mind. After thinking about it, Du Fanny felt that it was not unacceptable. So Du Fanny took off the mask on her face, revealing her heroic face. Hey boy, want a date? The shocking words gave Zhang Mingua and the audience in the live broadcast room goosebumps. However, Zhang Mingua still responded calmly. Thank you, no appointment. If you have nothing to do, please leave without disturbing the child's rest. Faced with the order to expel her, Du Fanny was about to say something when she felt some movement on the ground. The next moment, the vines tied her up into a dumpling at a speed she couldn't react to, leaving only her head. They also blocked her mouth so that she could only make woo sounds. It was obvious that Zhang Mingua was already impatient. Since talking doesn't work, I have no choice but to use force. Immediately afterwards, this Zongzi was thrown far away and slid across the sky. It's quiet. Looking at the Zongzi flying away, Zhang Mingua muttered to herself. Of course, this won't kill you. You'll land safely. After all, Zhang Mingua had no intention of getting rid of her. She just wanted her to stay away from her. As for the two lying on the ground, they turned into blue streams of light and disappeared on the spot. As time passed, Zhang Mingua looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun has passed the midline, prime meridian, estimated based on the arc and sky color. The time now should be around 4 in the afternoon. In other words, I still have to wait for 2 hours. It's numb. This made Zhang Mingua look helpless. It turns out that waiting is the most torturous thing. But at this time, Zhang Mingua noticed that the little girl in her arms had woken up. I was just about to rub my eyes with my dirty little hands. Seeing this, Zhang Mingua immediately grabbed her hand and spoke softly. Your hands are not clean. You need to wash them with water before you can rub your eyes. Do you understand? Listening to the caring words in her ears, the little girl stared blankly at the handsome man in front of her. Chapter 37, Fox of Disaster. When it comes to children, Zhang Mingua is always inexplicably patient. When the little guy reached out his hand and tentatively touched his face, he also smiled happily. Next, Zhang Mingua tentatively asked her name. The only response he got was, ah. Now, Zhang Mingua completely understood that this little girl could not speak. It is not because of the influence of one's own power that one cannot speak. After realizing this, he felt that he had more responsibility. After all, it was me who remembered to bring her out, and she was not able to take care of herself. So you still have to bring your own. When Zhang Mingua was lost in thought, she heard a goo sound. This voice also attracted his attention. He lowered his head and saw the little girl's longing eyes. She is hungry. Therefore, Zhang Mingua also activated her abilities without stopping. I found some edible fruit nearby that looked like an apple and tasted pretty good. Then they were all placed in front of the little girl. That's all for now. I'll let you eat something good when we get back. As he spoke, Zhang Mingua subconsciously reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Faced with such intimate behavior, the little girl had no intention of refusing. After washing her hands, she couldn't wait to eat the fruit. The feeling, which she had never felt before, brought a smile to the little girl's eyes. Favorability up. Favorability, 75. I couldn't stop eating for a while, but after eating 3 or 4, I felt like I couldn't eat anymore. He looked at the fruit in front of him with regret, then looked at Zhang Mingua timidly. Just eat enough. This amount of food is normal for your age. I'll put these away. You can eat them when you're hungry. After saying that, Zhang Mingua collected the fruits and put them into her backpack. The end time of the event has not yet arrived. Zhang Mingua continued to rest under the big tree, while the little girl came outside for the first time. She was curious about everything, touching and bumping around everywhere, with a bright smile on her face that she didn't even know she had. Jiang Mingwa watched silently like an old father. Then keep your abilities on throughout the process and be alert to any survivors approaching. Especially Du Fanny, who was thrown out by me not long ago. Who knows if she will persevere? However, since the little girl doesn't know her own name, it is her duty to name her. Otherwise, when I go back, I won't even know what to call you, which would be troublesome. But what to name it? Jiang Mingwa thought about this question for a long time. Time passed quietly as the little girl played. Finally, Jiang Mingwa gave a name that she was quite satisfied with. Zia. The name comes from the little girl's beautiful dark purple hair. Now that I have decided on a name, I naturally need to tell her the good news. After knowing that she had a name, indescribable emotions rose in Zia's heart. The curve of her lips showed that she was in a particularly good mood. Then Jiang Mingwa struck while the iron was hot and asked Zia to call him brother. Pigeon, pigeon. The next moment, the word brother was spoken unsteadily from her mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa also had the illusion that she really had a younger sister. However, this also made him very happy. It dispelled the depression of these days. And he can already speak, so as long as we continue to teach him, he will be able to speak normally in no time. But before that, Zia must be willing to go back with him. So, Jiang Mingwa simply handed this problem over to her. As a result, Zia agreed without any hesitation. The next moment, the mechanical sound of the system appeared in his ears. Zia is willing to be your follower. Agree or not? Whether? Yes. Thankful for the little girl's trust, Jiang Mingwa did not hesitate. Zia felt very happy to feel the connection between herself and the big brother in front of her. Then she threw herself into his arms, smiling happily. Leaning against a big tree, he rubbed Zia's little head with one hand and opened her panel with the other hand. Name: /Zia. Race: Fox / Strength: E+, S+, sealed. Talent: Erosion, sealed. Introduction 1. You possess the power of erosion. It is your instinct to plunder all lives. The life you gain can strengthen yourself. Every time you kill an enemy through erosion, all attributes can be permanently increased by 1%. 2. The power of erosion will kill and harm yourself. Without strong life force, it will hurt yourself. In the absence of life force, all your attributes will be reduced by 50%. However, if the life force is sufficient, all attributes can be improved by 100% to 400% according to the actual situation. 3. The powerful corrosive force is the mortal enemy of all living things. Each attack will have a corrosive effect, reducing the opponent's total attributes by 20% to 80%, depending on the number of attacks, and has a soul-burning effect, causing real damage. Bloodline, Fox of Disaster, Awakened, sealed. Bonus 1. Increase demonic power by 200%, increase physical fitness by 200%. Bonus 2. Wherever the disaster fox goes, it will cause uncontrollable disasters. Currently, you can control the target object according to your own wishes. Bonus 3. The disaster fox will automatically absorb the surrounding luck, thereby strengthening its own luck. Analysis. A little fox with a promising future, especially when he is by your side, his future will be limitless. After looking at Ziya's personal panel, Jiang Mingwa raised her eyebrows slightly. Although I had guessed that the little guy had good talent, it was still unexpected. Possessing this talent that can infinitely improve her strength, if she is allowed to grow freely, it will probably not take long for her to enter a new realm. However, will this method of improving strength bring about the test of karma fire? In short, Ziya's talent and bloodline emphasize sacrificing others for the sake of self-achievement. However, if he was by my side, perhaps I wouldn't have to start killing. After all, it's just the force of life, and we have plenty of it. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingwa suddenly felt relieved. So slowly, time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. That voice rang out again. Xiang, this Find Treasure Chest event is over. I wonder if all the survivors are satisfied with their gains. Did you enjoy the little surprises? After hearing these words, the survivors immediately started cursing. I like you, banana and carrot peel. Ahaha. All the survivors are so excited. It seems like they really like it. In that case, how about an overtime game? Chapter 38. Why is it gone? As soon as these words were spoken, all the survivors felt something was wrong. Because this situation means that the leisurely treasure chest opening activity will directly turn into a battle royale activity. This difference is not ordinary. But just when all the survivors were about to hide. Since no survivors refuse, I declare, The voice suddenly stopped, as if it had not anticipated what was happening. Where's my hunter? Why is he gone? The next moment, the survivors felt as if a gaze from the void swept over them. His eyes quickly swept over Jiang Mingwa and noticed Ziya, who was acting coquettishly in his arms. As if it understood something, the voice rang out again. Oh, that's fine. Since there are no more characters to capture people, let's end this event here. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue magic circle appeared under each survivor, teleporting them back to their original world one by one. When it came to Jiang Mingwa, he waved to the muscular hamsters, said goodbye, and left in their reluctant gazes. Tuchan. As a blue light flashed before my eyes, the scene that came into view was also visible. It was the pavilion where I was before I left. Seeing Jiang Mingwa, the Shadow Wolves immediately returned to his shadows. Tuchan Na, who had been waiting for Jiang Mingwa's return, arrived here in the afternoon. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Mingwa, joy welled up in her heart, and she spoke softly. Sir, you're back. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he noticed the small figure beside Jiang Mingwa. Judging from the furry ears and tail, it is obviously of the same race as himself. The little guy looks timid and hides behind his benefactor, which makes him look cute. So I spoke out of curiosity. Sir, who is this little girl? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingwa also introduced Ziya and her general situation. However, just in case, he turned off the live broadcast when he returned to Tuchan, and set the opening and closing times, which are 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. respectively. 10 in the morning and 6 in the evening belong to it. Fox of Disaster? This term did leave Tuchan Na with some impression, but not much, and she couldn't think of any information at the moment. However, in her opinion, this is not the point. The key point is that his benefactor has returned. So, Tuchan Na, who was like an iceberg in front of outsiders, showed her gentle and lovely side in front of Jiang Mingwa. Sir, are you tired from this trip? Sir, are you hurt? Young master. Looking at Tuchan Na, who was full of concern in front of her, Jiang Mingwa felt a rare warmth in her heart. At the same time, I also felt embarrassed for rejecting their kindness in the morning. I can only keep responding and explaining. Then the group also walked towards Tuchan Palace. After all, we had already agreed to let Ziya try more delicious food. After a while, various delicious dishes appeared on the table, which made Ziya stare at them intently. Then he raised his head and looked at Jiang Mingwa with eyes full of desire, as if saying, "When can we eat? She can't wait." Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa naturally let her start eating. After getting permission, Ziya immediately stretched out her two little paws and wanted to grab it and eat it directly. Seeing such a wild scene, Jiang Mingwa immediately stopped her. Then, under her aggrieved gaze, he told her to tell him what she wanted to eat, and he would help her put it in her bowl. Hearing this, Ziya nodded, and then kept stretching out her hands to indicate what she wanted to eat. During this process, Jiang Mingwa was able to take care of Ziya's affairs. He told Tuchan Yulan, who was standing by, with a confused look on her face. Although I understand the whole story, but seeing his benefactor doting so much on a little girl he just met today, this made her feel a little sour inside. Although she didn't know why, she hated this feeling. Tuchan Na, who was beside her benefactor, was better off. She did not feel jealous of the little girl Ziya. On the contrary, she began to cater to his wishes and showed her maternal side in front of her benefactor. I started to follow and take care of Ziya. The simple-minded Ziya also felt that this older sister was a good person, a good fox. She likes it very much. Tuchan Yulan, who was a little slow to realize the situation, also joined the action. As for Tuchan Yu, since Tuchan's affairs have been extremely busy recently, as the master of Tuchan, she cannot leave casually. I don't even have time to have a meal with my sisters. After a while, Ziya sat contentedly in the chair, not wanting to move. His belly was so round, you could tell how full he was. After a while, Jiang Mingwa entrusted Ziya to Tuchan Na, asking her to take the little girl to bathe and change clothes. Tuchan Na naturally had no reason to refuse this small request. Then he left with Ziya, with whom he had become familiar. Tuchan Yulan, who was standing by, also chatted with Jiang Mingwa for a while and then left. Jiang Mingwa did not leave and waited silently. More than half an hour later, Tuchan Na came back with Ziya. Because I changed my clothes, I washed my messy hair and made it smooth, then tied it into a single ponytail. Although she looks a little immature, you can tell at a glance that she is a beauty. In this regard, Jiang Mingwa did not hesitate to praise him. Although she didn't understand, Ziya felt very happy. She smiled brightly, and her tail began to swing behind her. Then, Jiang Mingwa and Tuchan Na started chatting. The topic is who will take care of the little girl Ziya. After all, this little girl can't even speak clearly and doesn't have basic common sense, so she naturally needs someone to teach her. Naturally, Education can only be more effective if it is carried out in the company of close people. Finally, after Jiang Mingyue's reasonable and well-reasoned arguments, Tuchan Na had no choice but to agree to let Xia be left in his care. Because it was getting late, she also planned to leave. But then he thought of something and turned around and spoke to Jiang Mingua. Sir, please gather at the top of Tuchan Mountain at 7 to 9 p.m. I will be waiting for you there. As for the reason why I'm looking for you, please allow me to keep it a secret. After saying that, he left without looking back, without waiting for Jiang Mingua to respond. This made Jiang Mingua a little confused, but he decided to go anyway. After all, what if there really is something important that they want to discuss with me? Xia reference. Chapter 39. Moon viewing, wine tasting, and talking about the past and the future. After coaxing Xia to sleep, in order to ensure that she would not be late, Jiang Mingua also opened the mall. I started searching and finally found the props I was satisfied with. White props. Name: an ordinary mechanical watch. Introduction: it is a watch that can tell time. Effect: accurate positioning time. Price: half a unit, 1 unit, 500 G, 1 pound, of food, preferably meat. Seeing the price, Jiang Mingua had no intention of bargaining. After all, to be honest, I don't lack these at all. So I asked the kitchen to get a unit of meat and completed the transaction. An exquisitely shaped mechanical watch appeared in the backpack. According to the time on the mechanical watch, Jiang Mingua did not reach the top of Tuchan Mountain until after 8 o'clock in the evening. As his proficiency in his own strength increases, he can also fly by relying on his own strength. Although Tuchan is not low, it is still flying at Jiang Mingyue's fast speed. It takes less than 5 minutes to reach the top of the mountain. Looking up, I saw the full moon hanging high in the sky. The moonlight is so beautiful. After sighing inwardly, Jiang Mingyue also found where Tuchan Na was. At this moment, Tuchan Na was sitting on the mat with her legs crossed. In front of her was an exquisitely crafted wooden table, on which lay a ceramic bottle engraved with patterns, and 2 cups. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue also came to Tuchan Na. Sir, please take your seat. Hearing this, he also came and sat down in front of Tuchan Na. Because I was not used to sitting with legs together, I sat cross-legged after getting their consent. When the protagonist arrived, Tuchan Na also took action, picked up the bottle and poured it into the cup in front of him, then began to introduce him. This is Tuchan's special fruit wine. It's sweet, leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth, and it's not easy to get drunk. As he spoke, he poured another glass into the cup in front of him. Listening to Tuchan Nanyang's introduction, Jiang Mingyue's attention also turned to the fruit wine in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up and took a sip. It was indeed sweet and fragrant, so he slowly drank it all. Seeing Jiang Mingyue drink it, Tuchan Nanyang's furry tail behind her began to wag gently, without making a sound. It seemed as if the plan had succeeded. And when she saw that he had finished drinking, Tuchan Nanyang poured him another glass. But this time, Jiang Mingyue did not continue drinking, but looked at the woman in front of him who exuded a noble temperament under the moonlight. In this scene, her enchanting blood-red eyes also became purer. Nanya, why are you looking for me so late at night? There was no immediate response. Tuchan Nanyang put down the bottle in her hand, and then spoke softly. Appreciate the moon, taste wine, and talk about the past and the future. After hearing this, Jiang Mingyue fell silent. But he quickly thought about it and realized that there were only 2 people here and the live broadcast room had been closed. One's past is not a taboo topic. If you have to say something, it's just that your thoughts are not clear yet. Since Tuchan Nanya has brought up this topic, why not talk about it myself? Just as Jiang Mingyue was about to speak, Tuchan Nanyang in front of her spoke on her own. Soft words filled with longing echoed on the top of the mountain. Tuchan Nanyang was born in a happy family with harmonious relationship between his parents. He was also the top leader and second in command of Tuchan. Moreover, the talent she showed since childhood was far beyond that of children of the same age. It can be said that since childhood, she has been living with the expectations of the people of Tuchan on her shoulders. However, I was also very determined and did not collapse because of this invisible pressure. On the contrary, the younger generation of that era lived in their own shadow. Not to mention that he has a father who is the master of Tuchan, and a mother who is the second in command. But because of this, I have never had any real close friends since I was a child. Because I am so dazzling that ordinary peers can't get close to me. Only those who flatter others will approach me with a purpose. In this situation, indifference and ruthlessness become one's best defense. All this changed until his sister Tuchan was born. Looking at this sister who is not afraid of me and always follows me, I realized that besides my parents, I could also show my true self in front of my sister. Having said that, Tuchan Na couldn't help but smile a little, and then continued to tell the story. But the good times did not last long, and a long war broke out among the demons. Gradually, the human race was also drawn in, and then it turned into a big melee between humans and demons. It was also at that time that his father, the Lord of Tuchan, in an ambush by other demon tribes, Anyang was seriously injured and died, although she cried all day long. But he still tried hard to lead the people of Tuchan. It was also at that time that I grew up overnight. But bad things happened one after another, and his mother was seriously injured in an assassination attempt. When he was dying, he held his own and his sister's hands, kept giving instructions, and then slowly took his last breath. When talking about the sadness, the unconcealable sadness showed on Tuchan Na's face. Jiang Mingua, who was listening nearby, wanted to say something, but couldn't get the words out. And Tuchan Na continued to tell the story. It was also at that moment, under the continuous stimulation, that he awakened the bloodline of his ancestors. With the support of powerful combat force, he also began to retaliate against all those enemies. Tuchan's reputation was restored, making other demon tribes terrified. Finally, peace came, and he became the leader of Tuchan as everyone expected, while his sister became the second in command. The people of Tuchan have always supported and led each other. Speech closed. The story ended here, and the atmosphere returned to calm. Although it sounded very proud at the end, in Jiang Mingyue's eyes, he seemed to see a woman who was carrying the fate of her race on her young and soft shoulders. How can outsiders know the hardships involved? After a moment's silence, Jiang Mingyue slowly spoke. Thanks for your hard work. He didn't know how to comfort a girl, and as a single man, he could only be simple and direct. Hearing this, Tuchan Na was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. He heaped. A smile is like 100 flowers blooming. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. He quickly retracted his smile, then looked at Jiang Mingyue seriously and spoke tentatively. Since I'm talking about my past, why don't you tell me about yours? When I heard it, I realized that he was waiting for me here. Chapter 40. Don't make a connection lightly, as parting only adds to your sorrow. But again, Jiang Mingyue did not regard her past as a topic that could not be discussed. So, he drank the fruit wine in front of him and then slowly spoke. As far as Jiang Mingyue could remember, she had been living in an orphanage. Because the orphanage's funding usually comes from the government or donations from other large families. Their purpose, of course, is to see if there will be a lucky one among these orphans after they turn 18. Otherwise, there are only a handful of people who really donate out of their own kindness. In this era full of hope, the emergence of orphans is due to several reasons. One reason is that the child's parents both died while trying to survive in another world. Children who are not old enough to become survivors can only go to public welfare orphanages. Get an education there, and then fight your way out once you're 18. This is not uncommon in this era. The second, and most realistic, point is that the child is considered a burden and is therefore abandoned directly. And Jiang Mingyue is one of them. Not everyone is born to be a qualified parent, but those who behave like this are definitely not qualified people. The third is the product of technology, called artificial humans. These androids are made using props from the system. Artificial humans are born after undergoing various evaluations, and the defective ones are picked out and thrown into orphanages. As for why they don't deal with it directly, it's because they think that if one of them is lucky, it can be recycled. The reason they can think this way is because they will annotate a gene chip on these defective products. This makes it impossible for these defective products to resist them, and even if they are lucky, they will obey their orders. However, the third point was not made public, but was carried out quietly in secret. Jiang Mingyue heard all of this secretly by coincidence. But this has no effect on him at all. Because he is a somewhat lonely child, not sociable and not likable. It has been like this since childhood. There was no so-called adoption in this era, so Jiang Mingyue learned the basic knowledge in the academy. But after that, you need to fight for it yourself. Those with good grades can naturally continue their studies. Jiang Mingyue, who was at the bottom of the class, naturally had no qualifications to continue studying. But it also fits his idea very well, because these official colleges, in addition to basic knowledge. What needs to be done is also secret brainwashing to make these orphans understand. No matter what the matter is regarding the human union or those big families, it is the top priority. This is accumulated over time, subtly changing the subconscious of these orphans. They are no different from ordinary people in normal times, but through specific gestures, patterns, and words, these orphans can be made obedient. Because Jiang Mingyue has a somewhat introverted personality, his mental resistance to brainwashing is particularly high. So it couldn't affect him, but it made him develop those awkward personality traits. Keep everything from others, whether good or bad, out of the wall. It was also under such circumstances that he fell in love with simple-minded animals. So, at the age of 16, while deliberately hiding his incompetence, he finally got his wish and went to a zoo in the city to become a keeper. There, Jang Mingua spent the happiest 2 years of her life. At this point, he felt a little thirsty, and then he saw the refilled cup in front of him. After another gulp, he felt a little tipsy. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, but Jang Mingua felt like she had a lot of things stuck in her heart that she wanted to let out. So, under the influence of alcohol, Jang Mingua began to talk about all his plans for coming to the other world. From the beginning, I planned to treat this survival journey as a trip and then choose to go back when the time was up. The reason for helping Tuchan Na for free was because he had no intention of coming back after leaving. Improving her strength is simply to allow her and her people to survive in this world. This makes it worthwhile for us to meet each other. After hearing this, Tuchan Na lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression. But judging from her slightly trembling body, she was not calm. Jang Mingua didn't notice all this and continued talking to herself. His topic was very concise, and he soon came to the reason why he was in such a bad mood yesterday. He told them all about the disappearance of his animal friends and the impending closure of the zoo. Having said that, I feel relieved from that feeling. But when Jang Mingua looked up at the moon, there was still some confusion in her eyes. However, he did not stop and soon came to the reason why he rejected their kindness this morning. I don't want to get involved too much. Don't make friends easily, as it will only add to the sadness when you part, whether it is for myself or for Tuchan Na and the others. After speaking out everything in her heart, Jang Mingua felt very comfortable. Then he began to mutter to himself, I am indeed a person who is easily satisfied. That's why I've been able to live comfortably these years. Oh, by the way, these cards are what I got this time. Take a look and see which ones you want. Remembering something, Jang Mingua opened her backpack and took out the 4 gold cards and 3 purple cards. The card floated in the air, emitting golden and purple light that also slightly illuminated the surroundings. If other survivors saw this scene, they would probably go crazy instantly and risk their lives just to grab a piece of paper. Even for the indigenous people, this is quite attractive. But in Tuchan Na's view, these cards are actually a knife that sever this bond. If you accept it, then your benefactor will feel more relaxed. Then, without anyone noticing, he left quietly. When Tuchan Na thought about Jang Mingua's sudden departure, she felt very uncomfortable, suffocated, and her head was buzzing. I really don't want this to happen. But he had no reason to let Jang Mingua stay. Besides, the other party has done a great favor to himself and the entire Tuchan. The Tuchan clan is a race that attaches great importance to gratitude and can give everything to repay a favor. But if the benefactor leaves, how can we repay the kindness? Not only that, he also didn't want Jang Mingua to leave. I want him to always be by my side. Finally, Tuchan Na made the decision. Chapter 41, I will give you a reason to stay. My mother once said that if you meet someone you like, then you must pursue it bravely if the other party does not have that idea. Or maybe there are some plans. It doesn't matter. At worst, we can just make it a done deal and get it done in one step. And he said that that's how his mother and father were. Tuchan Na didn't understand these things at first because she didn't think she would have a lover, so she didn't care too much. But now she understood. If I don't choose thunderous measures, I will definitely regret it in the future. My sixth sense also suggests this. After thinking it through and preparing herself mentally, Tuchan Na took a deep breath. Then she raised her head and looked at Jang Mingua, who was waiting for her choice. She just waved her jade hand and put the small table in front of her into the storage ring. Now there is no obstacle between her and Jang Mingua. An endless supply of courage poured into her heart. Then he pounced on Jang Mingua and pressed her to the mat. Tuchan Na also took the opportunity to sit on his abdomen, and the tail behind him firmly held his hands and feet. This scene instantly sobered Jang Mingua up. He raised his head and met Tuchan Na's eyes full of desire. This made him frown, and he spoke quickly. Nanya, what do you want to do? Without relying on her own strength, Jang Mingua would not be able to break free from Tuchan Na. But now he wanted to know why she did all this. At this moment, Tuchan Na was feeling this condescending perspective, especially looking at one's benefactor in this way. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Excitement, stimulation, and happiness. These emotions began to emerge, causing Tuchan Na's breathing to speed up slightly. Then he leaned over and whispered in Jang Mingua's ear. I am very sad to hear your sincere words. Because the benefactor sincerely doesn't want to get too deeply involved with Tuchan or us. I am afraid that when we leave, we will only feel more sorrowful. Having said that, Tuchan Na raised her body, then held Jiang Mingyue's face with both hands and said seriously, "Then why did Benefactor choose to leave Tuchan? Wouldn't it be better for him to stay in Tuchan and stay with us? Or is there no reason to stay?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue closed her eyes silently, choosing not to look at her face. Seeing this, I knew that I had hit the nail on the head on his inner thoughts. Despite this, Tuchan Na still felt uncomfortable, but soon recovered. She leaned down again and spoke softly in his ear. "In that case, I will give you a reason to stay." After she finished speaking, Tuchan Na stood up straight, and the storage ring in her hand flashed with light. The clothes on her body disappeared in an instant, leaving her perfect body naked. Under the moonlight, Tuchan Nanyang's skin, as white as jade, also emitted a faint glow. However, this shocking scene was not seen by Jiang Mingyue, who had her eyes closed. Tuchan Nanyang was not in a hurry. Although she felt a little embarrassed inside, she felt it was acceptable. The next moment, she controlled the strength and shattered Jiang Mingyue's clothes with one slap. Feeling a chill in his body, Jiang Mingyue quickly opened his eyes, and then he was stunned. The author said when the group read Chapter 42. Tuchan Na Favorability Story 9:30 group. Click to go. Chapter 42, I will never let you down for the rest of my life. Day 7. In the early morning, the sun is shining brightly. The fatigue from last night mercifully pushed Jiang Mingyue's biological clock back a few hours. It was around 9 o'clock that I woke up slowly. When I opened my eyes, I saw the blue sky. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue's mind was blank, because the crazy memories of last night came flooding back like a tide. It made his whole body numb. I was forced down, and I was seeing and touching things I shouldn't have seen or touched. I saw it all clearly and felt it all. When he turned around, he saw Tuchan Nanyang sleeping beside him. Seeing her tired but satisfied expression, the words she had said could not help but echo in my mind. In that case, I will give you a reason to stay. Is it really worth sacrificing your virginity to keep me? Am I that important? For a moment, Jiang Mingyue was a little confused. He subconsciously reached out and gently stroked Tuchan Nanyang's face, and the delicate and smooth touch followed. It is undeniable that Tuchan Nanyang is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, and it is not an exaggeration to call her a fairy. But now this most beautiful fairy paid such a huge price to give herself a reason to stay. Is this really okay? Can I really be so greedy? Jiang Mingyue muttered the last sentence to herself. Little did he know that Tuchan Nanyang could hear his mumblings clearly. It was obvious that she had already woken up and was just enjoying the afterglow of the battle. So, when Jiang Mingyue gently stroked her face, she was a little surprised and shy. But when she heard Jiang Mingyue's mumbling, Tuchan Nanyang knew that this was a good opportunity. Then, he gently opened his bloodshot eyes and looked into Jiang Mingyue's eyes. However, this time, the blood pupils that should have been ruthless were filled with deep love. She took Jiang Mingyue's hand that was caressing her face and spoke softly. "Sir, I have no regrets." As she spoke, Tuchan Nanyang propped herself up, leaned over, and gave Jiang Mingyue a deep kiss. This kiss was very immature, but one could feel the girl's determination. Jiang Mingyue felt it deeply. After a long time, Tuchan Nanyang left reluctantly. Looking at the stunned Jiang Mingyue, she chuckled. Heaped. Then she lay on Jiang Mingyue's chest and continued speaking. Moreover, greed is a natural desire for everyone. Only with greed can one strive for better things. And my current greed is to make you stay in Tuchan. Stay by my side, okay? At this point, Tuchan Nanyang's face was already red, because these words were no different from proposing marriage. So she started to get nervous, but was also looking forward to Jiang Mingyue's answer. Jiang Mingyue could naturally feel the sincerity in these words. To be honest, he had never felt this kind of feeling of being deeply loved. It made him feel elated, but also a little bit frightened. His experiences from childhood to adulthood made it impossible for him to trust someone wholeheartedly in an instant. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue also spoke instinctively. Nanya, will you leave me? This sentence also completely exposed the uneasiness and fear that had accumulated in Jiang Mingyue's heart. It is because of these points that his personality has become so awkward. But at the same time, Jiang Mingyue asking this question meant that his defenses were just one step away from being breached. Tuchan Nanyang, who has a particularly keen sixth sense, naturally regards this issue as particularly important. She suddenly stood up and respectfully sat down next to Jiang Mingyue with her legs crossed. Then he stretched out his hand and raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, I am Tuchan Nanya, and I swear to the ancestors of Tuchan. I will never let you down, my benefactor, Jiang Mingyue, for the rest of my life. If you break your oath, You will be struck by lightning and 5 thunderbolts will strike you down. Next, Tuchan Na talked about a series of terrible punishments. And it seemed to verify that what Tuchan Na said was true. The next moment, a golden formation appeared beneath the two of them and transformed into 2 runes that fell on the backs of their hands. This shows that the oath made by Tuchan Na has been recognized by the ancestors of Tuchan. There is no if. Jang Mingua, the person involved, heard Tuchan Nanyan's oath and saw what happened just now. I don't know when, but his dusty heart seemed to have opened up. Although only one person can enter, it's a good start. After all, who knows how many people will be able to enter in the future. After receiving Tuchan Nanyan's oath, Jang Mingua also stood up and spoke seriously. I received your oath. I will stay in Tuchan. Besides, I'm not a scumbag. After taking your virginity, I will naturally be responsible for you. So, before she could finish her words, Jang Mingyue's eyes were attracted by the naked body and perfect figure. However, this cannot be blamed on him, as he is a novice and usually does not greet the opposite sex. Suddenly, I was pushed down by a superb beauty and had sex with her. But this does not mean that his resistance can be improved and he can calm his little brother down. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system rang in my ears. Tuchan Nanya's favorability and loyalty increased. Favorability, 100 max. Loyalty, 100 max. Tuchan Nanyang had no intention of hiding her feelings towards Jiang Mingyue's gaze. On the contrary, she was very generous. Then he pressed Jiang Mingyue to the ground again. Her eyes were full of desire, her little tongue slid across her lips, and she opened her mouth seductively. If you haven't enjoyed yourself enough, I will accompany you till the end. It's hard to say who hasn't enjoyed enough from the sound of this sentence. However, Jiang Mingyue quickly waved her hand and said that they would fight again another day. She guessed that Tu Shanyu and the others were also looking for us. I can't do it today. My waist is a little sore. Hearing this, Tuchan Nanyang could only sit back down reluctantly. Just as my benefactor said, my sister should be looking for me at this moment. There was no other way, so Tuchan Nanyang let Jiang Mingyue go first, stood up and took out a set of men's clothes from the storage ring, placed in front of Jiang Mingyue. But before that, Tuchan Nanyang only cast a small spell. All traces of, blood on both of them were cleaned up. Then a faint light flashed on her storage ring, and a set of clothes she usually wore appeared on her. Chapter 43. Does the benefactor want to be monetized? Then, she helped Jiang Mingyue put on her clothes like a newlywed wife. As for why there were men's clothes in Tuchan Nanyang's storage ring, and they fit her perfectly when she wore them, Jiang Mingyue didn't intend to delve into the reasons. After cleaning up the battlefield, the two left the top of the mountain and headed for Tuchan Palace. When I returned to my room, I saw the little girl Ziya lying on the bed. He wrapped himself completely in the quilt, leaving only his little face exposed, which was full of a pitiful expression. It looks very much like a certain emoticon. It's heartbreaking, but also a little funny. Ziya, who was scared, immediately looked towards the door after hearing it open. When he saw that it was a familiar figure, he immediately threw the quilt aside. Then she came to Jiang Mingyue and threw herself into his arms. Pigeon, pigeon. The stumbling sound was filled with a sense of relief. In an unfamiliar environment, Ziya naturally relied heavily on Jiang Mingyue. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingyue picked her up and patted her back to comfort her. Don't worry, brother just went out for a while. By the way, you must be hungry. Brother will take you to have breakfast. Hearing that there was food to eat, Ziya's mood improved a lot. After Jiang Mingyue came back, his originally uneasy heart naturally felt more reassured. Therefore, he kept nodding his head and stroking his belly with his hand to express that he was very hungry. So Jiang Mingyue took Ziya to have breakfast. On the other side, it is moisturized quite deeply. At this time, Tuchan Nanya came to the Tuchan Hall with a rosy face. The already snow-white skin seemed to be even more lustrous. Moreover, she has the temperament of a married woman, which makes her even more attractive. This made the guards outside the hall involuntarily take a few more glances, and then quickly looked away. After all, this person doesn't like others looking at him so unscrupulously. As for why, it's because some pioneers have already tried it and are probably still plowing the fields. When she arrived in the main hall, Tuchan Nanyang saw her sister handling official documents. Just when he was about to wait for a moment, he was noticed by Tu Shanyu. Sister Nanya. Accompanied by a call, Tu Shanyu came to his sister and was about to say something. I felt that my sister's temperament seemed to have changed. This made her look at her in confusion for a few times, and then she spoke curiously. Sister Nanya, why do I feel like something is different about you? It's like the whole aura has changed a little. In front of her sister, Tuchan Nanyang did not maintain a cold expression, but smiled and took her hand to the meeting room. Let's go to the meeting room. It's quieter there. Tuchan could feel that his sister was in a very good mood, so he did not refuse. Soon the two sisters came into the meeting room and activated the formation. So, Tuchan Na told Jang Mingua what she said last night and the choice she made in the morning. She told it all, but as for what happened in the second half of the night, she chose to keep it hidden. But obviously, this did not make Tuchan ignore the hidden content. After understanding his benefactor's life experience, the reasons for his character, and his plans for coming to this world, Tuchan was also a little nervous, but after knowing that his benefactor chose to stay in Tuchan, she also smiled faintly. As for why he chose to stay in Tuchan, the next moment, Tuchan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and then he looked straight at his sister. I can only say that this look made Tuchan Na feel inexplicably guilty, because she knew that her sister had more or less the same thoughts about her benefactor. In the end, he took advantage of his benefactor and now chooses to conceal it. This made her feel guilty, and she didn't dare to look her sister in the eye. Seeing this, Tuchan became more and more certain. Her sister did something big behind her back. So he came straight to her and was about to ask something. A familiar smell came from my sister. This made Tuchan lower his head and look at his sister's body. Suddenly, she realized something and threw herself on her sister, starting to sniff her scent. As we all know, foxes are canines, so their sense of smell is quite sensitive. Soon, Tuchan smelled a strong scent of his benefactor from his sister. She would not admit her mistake on this point. After all, she had close contact with her benefactor the day before yesterday, so she remembered the smell of her benefactor very clearly. And now, there is a strong scent of benefactor on his sister. There is only one known reason that could cause this. So, Tuchan looked at Tuchan Na in shock and spoke in a lost voice. Sister Nanya, you actually became your benefactor's wife behind my back. Tuchan Na, whose behavior was exposed by her sister, couldn't help but blush. Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, he nodded and agreed with her statement. No wonder, I was wondering why the benefactor was so easily persuaded. It turns out this is the key point. At this time, Tuchan was also constantly muttering to himself. Then he looked at Tuchan Na with complicated eyes. She was surprised at her sister's courage in sacrificing her chastity to keep her benefactor, but also angry that she ran away without telling her. No, this is the finish line. So angry. After figuring it out, Tuchan looked at Tuchan Na with a resentful look. After seeing this scene, although Tuchan Na felt very guilty, she felt more proud in her heart. After all, he had taken the first blood of his benefactor. Moreover, since we are already husband and wife, shouldn't I call him husband from now on? Thinking of this, Tuchan Nan's face became even redder. Seeing this, Tuchan pointed at her sister like a little girl who had not grown up and spoke angrily. Since you, Sister Nanya, have already run away, you can't stop me from getting close to my benefactor. Upon hearing this, Tuchan Na naturally had no objection. On the contrary, she promised to help her when necessary. After hearing these words, Tuchan felt much better. Then, they began to discuss some more details, such as whether the benefactor would benefit from it or not. As for why the two sisters can get along so well. Because whether in the previous world or the current world, there is no such thing as monogamy. Chapter 44, White Moon Bamboo. For a powerful being, it is normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, regarding the issue of sisters sharing one husband, after they came to their senses, I couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in my heart. At this time, Tuchan Yulan, who was practicing, inexplicably felt that she was being excluded. But it comes and goes quickly. The golden furry tail behind him shook, and then he continued to practice peacefully. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Mingwa brought Ziya to the garden in Tuchan Palace. He sat on the stone bench and watched the little girl entertaining herself in the garden. Then just wait silently. Because today is the 7th day, it is also the day of system settlement for new survivors. This system settlement is actually based on the survivor's survival status over the past 7 days. It is convenient to judge according to clothing, food, housing, and transportation. The ratings from high to low are perfect, excellent, good, average, poor, etc. The higher the score, the better the reward you will get. The highest card you can get is a gold card, but there is only one of this card. Although it's better than nothing, it's still better than nothing. After all, who knows if you might suddenly get a burst of luck, and even a green card might be of top quality. As time passed, it soon arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning. As the live broadcast room opened, the mechanical sound of the system also sounded. Contact with the survivors has survived to the 7th day. System settlement in progress. Clothes, rated as perfect. Food, rated as perfect. Accommodation, rated perfect. Row, rated as perfect. Comprehensive rating, perfect. Random gold card distribution completed. Along with the end of the mechanical sound of the system on Jiang Mingyue's side. In the outside world, a voice that resounded throughout the world appeared again. Congratulations to Survivor 66,666. As a new survivor, he achieved a perfect score in the system settlement. Let's extend our warmest congratulations to him and record this historic moment. Congratulations to Survivor 66,666. As a new survivor, he achieved a perfect score in the system settlement. Let's extend our warmest congratulations to him and record this historic moment. As a result, Jiang Mingyue's name once again became a hot search outside. However, they were not surprised by this result because Jiang Mingyue's current food, clothing, housing, and transportation were obvious to everyone. It's not surprising that it received this rating. However, no one had ever received a reward of this level before. In recorded history, or a female survivor, within 7 days of the newcomer. Through a series of coincidences, she came to the human palace and became one of the concubines. This improved her score enough to earn her an excellent rating and a purple card. As for what happened to this lucky guy, it can't be said to be bad. After all, as a survivor you can have many props, and you can also get the items you want through them all. However, in the end, palace fighting is easy to dodge the sword, but difficult to guard against the arrow from the dark. If I didn't have the life-saving props, I would have died and gone back long ago. Now, he has escaped from the Empire and found a deserted place to survive. It's just that her inner desire for revenge is a little too strong, and she wants to obtain powerful cards to complete her revenge. Having said that, after seeing the golden card floating in front of Jiang Mingyue, the audience in the live broadcast room were also talking about it. Although I was mentally prepared, when it really happened, I still felt really jealous. Oh, I've seen more golden cards in this live stream than I've ever seen in my entire life. The one in front, isn't it the same for Buddy? Jiang Mingyue, the person involved, had already reached out and took the card in her hand. Just click to use it, and accompanied by a golden light, the random golden card will turn into a golden character card. Character card? This made Jiang Mingyue curious and click on the information on the card. Name, Bayueju. Race, Fox. Strength, S+. Talent, Ice Body. Introduction 1. With an ice body, you are born to be the master of ice and snow. Ice spell damage increases by 300%, ice and water spell damage is reduced by 80%, and demon power consumption is reduced by 60%. 2. With your body of ice, you can control the temperature at will. The current lower limit of the temperature you can lower is minus 150 degrees Celsius. 3. If the battlefield you are on is snowy, you will get an additional 50% to 300% improvement in all attributes. But if you are in a scorching place, all attributes will be reduced by 20% to 80%. Bloodline, Ice Snow Fox Awakened. Bonus 1. Increase demonic power by 200%. Increase physical strength by 100%. Bonus 2. Ice adds ice poison effect. Bonus 3. Attacking will freeze the enemy, locking them in place for 2 seconds and reducing their speed by 60% for 5 seconds. Another fox? After reading the information on the card, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but have this doubt in her mind. He found that he seemed to have a deep connection with foxes. It seemed that she remembered the madness of last night, which made Jiang Mingyue blush. He coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Then stand up and click on the character card to use it. After all, in this world that is about to fall into chaos, more power means more protection. As the card was used, a blue light flashed by. A white fox woman with a cold aura appeared in front of him. She has a beauty comparable to Tuchan Na, especially her pupils that are like ice and glass, which are particularly attractive. There is also an ice and snow-shaped symbol on her forehead, and she is wearing rich and gorgeous clothes. The 9 furry snow-white tails behind it, and the slightly trembling fox ears. Overall, it is noble, holy, and beautiful. And with her appearance, the temperature around her dropped a few degrees. This scene also caught the audience in the live broadcast room's attention. After all, everyone loves beauty. What's more, this is happening across the screen, which makes it even more unscrupulous. Record the screen if you want to record it. Take screenshots if you want to take screenshots. Jiang Mingyue, who was at the scene, came to her senses after a slight distraction. After all, Tuchan Na has also increased her resistance to beauty. So I took the initiative to extend my hand and spoke in a friendly manner. Hello, Bayueju, my name is Jiang Mingyue. When Jiang Mingyue's voice sounded, Bayueju's confused eyes focused on him. This young man is quite handsome. This was her first thought. Am I resurrected? This was her second thought. That's really great. This was her third thought. White Moon Bamboo. Chapter 45. You are the one whom destruction and death miss and love. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, she was staring at him motionlessly. This made Jiang Mingyue feel a little confused, and she waved her hands in front of her. This action brought Bai Yuezhu back to her senses, and she looked at the young man in front of her. He also knew that the other party was his master, the one who rescued him from the long river of history. So he bowed respectfully, and a calm voice followed. I, Bai Yuezhu, have met the master here. Old me? This self-proclaimed title made Jiang Mingyue stunned for a moment, if he was not mistaken. This name should be what older women call themselves, right? He looked at Bai Yuezhu in front of him with confusion. Although one can sense the majesty of an elder, he looks too young. But how can the demons judge people by their appearance? So Jiang Mingyue responded politely. Senior Bai, please call me young master from now on. Hearing this, Bai Yuezhu felt quite favorable towards the polite junior in front of him. Then she made a move that was inconsistent with her temperament. She came to Jiang Mingyue in an air of seniority and sat down next to her and pulled him down with her. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and spoke like a good friend. Hey, young man, I have a lot of questions that I'd like you to answer. Do you have time? How should I put it? I used that expressionless face to say the words of the big brother. This contrast makes the expression on Jiang Mingyue's face particularly wonderful. Seeing the expression on his face, Bai Yuezhu understood what he was thinking and explained it happily. This means that her current awkward condition is a sequelae of the awakening of her bloodline. It would have led to apathy, coldness, and indifference. I don't know why, but I ended up becoming this weirdo. Although his expression was very cold, he was actually very enthusiastic and active in his heart, even to the point of being a little arrogant. But she didn't care if she had previously said that she had blocked her heart in order to maintain her status as the leader of the country. Now she is truly and completely herself. Oh, I feel so relieved when I think that I am no longer the king. So cool, he. Although his tone was full of mischief, the expression on his face never changed. But you know what? Jiang Mingyue found this contrast quite interesting. Next, the two chatted for a while, asking and answering each other. Bai Yuezhu asked, Jiang Mingyue answered. Of course, Jiang Mingyue couldn't answer much. She just told everything she knew. He also said that he would take her to see the Lord of Tuchan later, and then he could tell her many things. When Bai Yuezhu heard the title of Lord of Tuchan, she was visibly stunned. Then he couldn't help but speak. There's Tuchan in this world, but what about Chingchio? Young man. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue was reminded of Bai Chingchio, the pink fox. I even have to apologize to her, and she seems to be the fox of Chingchio. So he nodded, indicating that there was indeed Chingchio in this world. After receiving the response, Bai Yuezhu's eyes were filled with reminiscence, and he was slightly absent-minded. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue also realized something, but still remained quiet. Waiting. After a while, Bai Yuezhu came back to her senses and saw Jiang Mingyue waiting for her quietly. I felt a little more favorable towards this master. After all, there are not many young people who can read people's expressions at such a young age. Bai Yuezhu's favorability up. Favorability, 63, loyalty, 60. I'm sorry, young man. I lost my composure a bit. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue shook her head and spoke softly. Senior Bai, you don't have to be so polite. If you want to find an audience, I'm always available. After Tuchan Na opened up some of her defenses, Jiang Mingyue became more easygoing. He said this with a kind smile. Seeing this, Bai Yuezhu was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. Haha, young man, you're really good at talking. Did you trick any girls? Also, don't call me senior. Since I'm a little older than you, just call me sister. Listening, Jiang Mingyue nodded, and then asked Bai Yuezhu to wait for him for a while. Let him open all the cards. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 golden cards and 3 purple cards appeared in front of the two. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room hold their breath for a moment. Bai Yuezhu, who was standing by, also looked at Jiang Mingyue with an incomprehensible look, not caring about what others think. Looking at the cards in front of him, Jiang Mingyue found the Talent Enhancement card with a clear goal. Click and use without hesitation. The card turned into a golden stream of light that covered Jiang Mingyue and sank into his body. The next moment, the personal panel popped up in front of him. Name, Jiang Mingyue. Race. Strength. Talent. Introduction. 1. You are a person who is cherished and loved by nature and life. 2. You are the one whom destruction and death cherish and love. 3. Bloodline. There is one more talent introduction. Jiang Mingyue also felt a new energy in her body, and a new force appeared out of nowhere. He raised his hand and thought, and the black power gathered in Jiang Mingyue's hands. Bai Yuezhu, who was standing by, could feel that this power was filled with the breath of death and destruction. Is this force evil? Bai Yuezhu doesn't think so. The kind of power depends on the user. After all, the power that saves people can also kill people. It all depends on the user's decision. Moreover, after knowing that her master had such great potential, Bai Yuezhu looked at the young man in front of her with admiration. I wonder if there are any descendants of Chingchio in this era who are worthy of him. Jiang Mingyue didn't care about Bai Yuezhu staring at her. After gathering his strength, he continued to focus his attention on the card in front of him. He reached out and swiped across the cards lined up in a row. The next moment, the cards opened automatically, and golden and purple lights flashed before his eyes. Gold, weapon, one-handed sword. Name, Sword of the Nation. Effect, hardness plus 100%, spiritual power plus 100%, sharpness plus 100%. Skills, 1. All rivers and seas. Able to inject any form of power, and the released power can be increased by an additional 200%. 2. Blade of Luck. If the injected power is luck, it will form a range effect. Within the range of 1000 mx 1000 m, all attributes of our units will increase by 20% to 100%, and the damage received will be reduced by 10% to 30%. 3. King's Blade. If the person who possesses this weapon is the leader of a clan/country, he can gain a luck bonus and increase all attributes by 200%. Analysis. It is recommended to become a king, otherwise this sword can only take effect on the first skill. Chapter 46. The Holy Kara connects us. Gold props. Name, 8 trigrams universe formation. Introduction. A perfect formation that can attack, defend, control, and even self-charge. Effect. 1. Can produce SSS-level attack and SSS-level defense. 2. It can actively set up various types of illusion arrays around the large array. Anyone who enters without permission will die. Adjustable illusion array registration. Siege. Fatal. 3. Because it can actively recharge, it will automatically absorb the spiritual power around it, so it is also a disguised spirit gathering formation. Analysis. Well, it is quite good to be able to rank among the various formations. Gold skill passive. Name, following the king's footsteps. Effect. For each follower you have, all attributes can be increased by 50, and all attributes of your followers can also be increased by 20. Current boost. Self. 150 capped at 500 followers. 60 capped at 200. Analysis. The more is not necessarily better. Purple skill passive. Name, Holy Kala connects us. Effect. After selecting the target, you can communicate with each other regardless of the spatial distance. Number of people currently connected, 0/10. Analysis. I need to regroup my troops. Purple props. Name, Infinite Spirit Stone Manufacturing Machine. Introduction. As long as you have the materials, you can make unlimited spirit stones. Effect. The spirit stones that can be made are low-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. Materials required, omitted. Analysis. Achieving freedom of spirit stones. Purple props. Name, Universal Copier. Description. A copier that can copy anything. Effect. As long as there is enough material, anything can be copied. Analysis. Friends, have you seen Eternal O? After reading the introduction on the card, Jiang Mingyue looked at the picture on the card. The Sword of the Nation is a bronze sword that looks very exquisite. The Bagua Chinkoan formation is a very classic compass, which also has the 5 elements and 8 trigrams on it, as well as the Infinite Spirit Stone Manufacturing Machine and the Universal Copier. They look like a manufacturing machine and a copier respectively. There is nothing eye-catching about it, but their effects made Jiang Mingyue feel confused and awe-inspiring. Especially the Infinite Spirit Stone Manufacturing Machine and the Universal Copier, if you were the ruler of a country. That was literally taking off from the spot. Moreover, the information of the card can only be known to the owner. Before the card information is actively sent out, outsiders will not be able to know what information is contained. Therefore, the audience in the live broadcast room were also quite curious and anxious. What good stuff did Jiang Mingyue open? If they knew that these 2 good things that benefit the country and the people had come out, the outside world would probably create a huge uproar again. Jiang Mingyue, the person involved, seemed relaxed and at ease. He thought for a moment. It was decided to hand over the 8 trigrams universe array, Infinite Spirit Stone Manufacturing Machine, and Universal Copier to Tuchan Na. These props can only be maximized in the hands of the clan leader. After all, since I have decided to stay in Tuchan, I naturally have to make some contribution. Not to mention, he also ate her sister. Although she was forced, she was pushed by a beautiful woman with fair skin and gave away her virginity. As a grown man, I never lose anything. As for the rest, Jiang Mingua decided to keep them for her own use. After sorting out all the cards, he prepared to go to Tuchan Hall. After calling Ziya back, they agreed to set off with Baiyuezhu. Tuchan Hall. At this time, in the hall, in addition to Tuchan Yu, there was also Bai Xinxue, the envoy from Chingchio. After hitting a wall with Jiang Mingua, he decided to look for inspiration from Tuchan Yu. Even when she saw Tuchan Yu busy, she was still quietly drinking tea beside him. It feels like being at home. Tuchan Yu didn't have any thoughts on this. After all, in her opinion, this vixen was just pretending to be calm. Do you understand how happy it is to have a sister who has the power to destroy a country? Now, she is also waiting for Bai Xinxue's response. She's not in a hurry at all. Outside the hall, Jiang Mingua and his group arrived. When the guards saw him, they remembered the instructions of the Lord of Tuchan. That is, when you meet this young man, you are not allowed to stop him and you must give him enough respect. So, after the guards saluted Jiang Mingua, they let him enter the hall freely. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua returned a friendly smile and walked into the hall. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside the hall, Tuchan Yu's brown fox ears swayed slightly. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Mingua and his group. He immediately smiled and stood up. My benefactor, how come you have time to come here? As he spoke, his eyes were always on Jiang Mingua. As for Ziya and Baiyuezhu beside him, he just glanced at them out of the corner of his eyes. After all, although the contact was brief, she had a very good impression of her benefactor. Especially after she knew that her sister had run away, she felt a sense of urgency in her heart. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua smiled. Of course I have something good for you. Just as he was about to take out the card, he noticed Bai Xinxue standing beside him. I also remembered what I had done at that time, and a sense of guilt arose. But now is not a good time to apologize, so I could only give her an apologetic smile. Then he turned his attention back to Tuchan Yu. He took out the 3-item cards from his backpack. Looking at the card emitting golden and purple light, Tuchan Yu also realized that this good thing was not just small. So he immediately took his benefactor's hand and went to the inner room, where it was safer. Before leaving, Jiang Mingua also told Ziya to stay here obediently. I also asked Baiyuezhu to take care of this little girl. In this regard, both of them expressed their understanding. Watching the man and the fox go to the inner room, Baiyuezhu's gaze also fell on Bai Xinxue, who was standing beside them. Although I don't know her name, I can feel the faint attraction of the same blood. It was actually a fox from Chingchio. Is this the Bai Xinxue that the young man was talking about? This name sounds familiar. It seems that he was a younger generation with more outstanding talents when I was in power. I didn't expect it to be so big already. Or maybe it's just that I'm getting old. Just as Baiyuezhu was lost in thought, Bai Xinxue also noticed the gaze directed at her. It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't looked at it, but when she saw Baiyuezhu's face and those pupils like white glass, she froze in place. Chapter 47, Let the Foxes in Tuchan take the initiative. Because it's such an iconic feature. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. And it must be in his hometown Chingchio. As she continued to recall the past, Bai Xinxue's memory of those pupils became clearer and clearer. Finally, she stood up suddenly, with an expression of surprise, disbelief, and joy on her face. His eyes met Baiyuezhu's with burning ones. Feeling the joyful gaze directed at her, she knew that this junior had recognized her. There was no denial, just a dignified and calm nod. After receiving the response, Bai Xinxue immediately walked quickly to her ancestor and saluted respectfully. Junior Bai Xinxue greets my great aunt. Hearing this, Baiyuezhu kept a straight face as he thought about it, and then a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. Oh, so you are the fox descendant of my sister's lineage. Is my sister doing well? After hearing the words of her ancestor, Bai Xinxue quickly responded. Grandma has been thinking about you ever since you sacrificed yourself for Chingchio. She passed away a few years ago. The current ruler of Chingchio is my mother. Listening to Bai Xinxue's story, Baiyuezhu's face also showed a hint of reminiscence. When she heard that her sister had passed away, a feeling of melancholy rose in her heart. However, since Chingchio is still there, it is a blessing in disguise. While Baiyuezhu was thinking, Bai Xinxue could no longer hold back. She really wanted to know why a dead great-aunt would appear here alive. Appeared in Tuchan? What exactly happened? Countless questions arose in Bai Xinxue's heart. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Grand-aunt, why are you in Tuchan? Hearing this, these doubtful words brought Baiyuezhu back to her senses. Then he looked at the granddaughters in front of him with a half-smile. Of course I died once, but I was just brought back to life by that young man. These words were like a balm, blowing by Chingchio's brain into a blank. Staring blankly at my great-aunt in front of me. What does it mean to have died once, and then been brought back to life? Which young man brought his great-aunt back home? At this time, Bai Xinxue also showed an expression that said, I don't understand, but I am shocked. Even though she knew that those survivors could summon a person out of thin air. But I didn't expect that those who have passed away could be summoned back again. But she soon realized that her great-aunt had returned. That means Chingchio has gained another powerful fighting force. Perhaps, there will be enough weight to sign an alliance with Tuchan instead of a treaty of surrender. It was as if he could see what Bai Xinxue was thinking. As the great-aunt, Bai Yuezhu also poured a bucket of cold water on her granddaughter without mercy. She said that she was brought back by Jang Mingua, so sometimes she had no control over herself. He couldn't go back to Chingchio and could only stay with Jang Mingua. Then he leaned over and whispered into Bai Xinxue's ear. Besides, now that Tuchan has the great fortune of Jang Mingua, it's only a matter of time before he rises to prominence. It's a pity that the foxes in Tuchan took the initiative. It was obvious that Bai Xinxue had already seen that Jiang Mingyue's Yang Yuan had leaked out and her virginity had been broken. And judging from the small amount of leakage, it probably happened last night. So, whether Chingchio can board this ship depends on you and your mother's choice. After saying this, Bai Yuezhu regained her dignified and elegant posture. There was a hint of a smile on the originally expressionless face. After listening to my great-aunt's story and reminders, Bai Xinxue stood there blankly again, but her mind was already in turmoil. Countless thoughts collide inside. Because her ancestor had clearly stated that he would not return to Chingchio, she had no reason to persuade her to go back. After all, the fox has died once, no matter what kind of relationship or constraints it had with others before. At the moment of death, it can be said that everything is cut off. Now that I have a new life, I am naturally not bound by these things. Moreover, her ancestor's attitude was very clear. She was very optimistic about this young master Jiang Mingua. And I hope Chingchio can also board this ship to a bright future. In that case, let's give it a try. After thinking it through completely, Bai Xinxue also bowed deeply to Bai Yuezhu, and then responded seriously. I understand, great-aunt. I will explain the interests involved to mother. After saying that, she left the hall without hesitation. Looking at Bai Xinxue's leaving figure, Bai Yuezhu also showed an expression of this child is teachable. Ziya, who was watching the whole process from the side, also had an expression of confusion and awe on her face. Jiang Mingua in the inner room had no idea that Bai Xinxue outside had already made up her mind. Now, in order to ensure privacy, he has taken the initiative to close the live broadcast room. He took out the 3 props and introduced them to Tuchan Na one by one. The more he listened, the brighter the smile on Tuchan Na's face became. When Jiang Mingua finished talking about the last prop, Tuchan Na had already left his seat and came to him. He excitedly held Jiang Mingyue's hand, his tail wagging behind him and making happy noises. With these props given by my benefactor, why should Tuchan not prosper? Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue seemed somewhat calm and responded easily. Since I have chosen to stay in Tuchan, I naturally have to make some contributions. Stay in Tuchan. Tuchan Na had heard these 4 words from his sister before. But after actually hearing it, I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart. However, this also means that Tuchan owes his benefactor even more. It seemed that he thought of his sister's heroic act last night, which made Tuchan Na feel a little restless. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face involuntarily, and she spoke softly. My benefactor, I heard from my sister that you are already married to her. Just last night. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bomb was lit in Jiang Mingyue's mind, making his brain go blank in an instant and his head buzzing. His face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He originally thought that Tuchan Na would not tell her sister so soon. But unexpectedly, he turned around and explained the matter clearly. An indescribable feeling of shyness suddenly surged into my heart. Brain stopped thinking.exe. Chapter 48. As a man, how can you be passive every time? Tuchan Na, who was right in front of him, naturally saw Jiang Mingyue's reaction clearly. Looking at his benefactor, he reacted like an innocent boy. She couldn't help but feel a little cute. I couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke his face. The touch was something I had never felt before. It was different from the delicate feeling of a woman's skin, but it felt very durable to the touch. When Tuchan Na came to his senses, he realized how bold his actions were. She quickly put her hand away, and her little face flushed. Suddenly, 2 shy people appeared in the inner room. However, Tuchan Na was slower. She soon had some ideas and spoke tentatively. My benefactor, I wonder what your original world thinks about having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Jiang Mingua, who had stopped thinking, responded instinctively when she heard Tuchan Na's question. The world I live in, although it appears to be monogamous on the surface. But this is a constraint on the weak. The truly strong generally have many confidants. This applies to both men and women. Hearing this, Tuchan Na nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask questions. In that case, what do you think, benefactor? What are your thoughts on having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Jiang Mingua, who still hadn't figured it out, spoke frankly about her inner thoughts. I don't have any idea about that. Because I don't have any idea about these marriages, so I can't say I have any thoughts about them. Hearing these words, Tuchan Na nodded, then took a deep breath, as if to cheer himself up. The next moment, he pressed his body directly towards Jiang Mingua. Although his face became more and more rosy, he also became tougher. He was left sitting on a chair with nowhere to hide. This scene also made Jiang Mingua come to her senses instantly. Looking at Tuchan Na, who was looking down at me, I wondered why I seemed to have seen this scene last night. What's going on? The elder sister just ate herself clean, and now the younger sister also has some bold ideas? I can only say, they are worthy of being sisters, right? All are carnivorous. At this moment, Jiang Mingua was brainstorming in her mind, and her pupils were shaking. But it is obvious that Tuchan Na, as the younger sister, does not have the courage to move forward like her sister. After she pressed her benefactor under her, she did not take any further action, but spoke softly in this posture. I know that my sister also used this strong attitude to become the wife of my benefactor. Unfortunately, I don't have my sister's courage. As she spoke, she actually revealed an expression of pity, which made Jiang Mingua's brows twitch. Then she continued. However, knowing that my benefactor does not reject having 3 wives and 4 concubines, I feel much more at ease. When the time comes, my elder sister will be the eldest, and I can be the second one. I hope you won't despise me, my benefactor. We are just 2 sisters. As soon as the words fell, the mechanical sound of the system came. Tuchan Na's favorability up. Current favorability, 90. Do you have any reason to refuse? After all, Tuchan Na is top-notch in terms of appearance, figure, and family background. Moreover, she and Tuchan Na are sisters. Do I really have any reason to refuse? Is that still a man? Oh no, I was just an 18-year-old boy who was eaten by a big sister. But now there is another older sister who is coveting her body. For some reason, an idea suddenly popped up in Jiang Mingua's mind. That is, since you can't refuse, you might as well lie down and enjoy it. Simply put, it means, open the swing. When this result appeared in her mind, Jiang Mingua's originally panicked heart calmed down. This made the blushing face slowly return to normal. He was seen slumped in the chair, his eyes calm and his tone calm. As long as you are happy. Although I don't know what my benefactor figured out that made him become so enlightened. But my benefactor has already agreed. After getting a definite answer, Tuchan Na finally felt relieved. My whole body and mind suddenly felt much more relaxed, and a smile from the heart appeared on my face. And since my benefactor has agreed, shouldn't I do something to testify to it? Thinking of this, Tuchan Na's gaze couldn't help but fall on Jiang Mingua's lips. Soon, her breathing became rapid. Nervousness began to creep into her mind. However, Tuchan Na still moved. In Jiang Mingua's sight, her beautiful face was getting closer and closer. Jiang Mingua understood what she wanted to do, and a nameless anger ignited in her heart. Damn, as a man, how can I be passive every time? Then, a powerful force surged out of his body, directly pushing Tuchan Na against the wall behind him. Fortunately, Jiang Mingua has good genes and is almost 1.8 meters tall. Otherwise, Tuchan Na won't be able to enjoy what it means to be wall-donged. After all, lack of height is a major drawback for the wall-dong position. Tuchan Na, who had originally mustered up the courage, suddenly disappeared without a trace because of Jiang Mingua's behavior and the handsome face so close to him. Jiang Mingua also reached out and hugged her waist, making the whole fox soften instantly. Then, through the scenes he had seen in his mind, he lifted Tuchan Na's chin with his other hand, forcing her to look up at him, and then he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Domineering and direct, with a hint of immaturity. But that's all. After all, there is no further teaching. However, Tuchan Na, who read in Yang's collection of books with her sister, was different. The next moment, Jiang Mingua felt a small tongue knocking on the door. With the appearance of a transparent silk thread, the young and passionate kiss ended. At this moment, Tuchan Na looked at Jiang Mingua with a look that could be described as seductive. Moreover, her hands were already around his neck, and the tail behind her was not idle either, surrounding Jiang Mingua. Tuchan Na's favorability up. Current favorability, 92. One kiss increases 2 points of favorability, which probably makes other survivors who have to work hard to improve others' favorability want to vomit blood. Moreover, because of this kiss, the atmosphere between the two of them became particularly ambiguous. If you look through a filter, you'll see pink puffs with pink hearts everywhere. Are you satisfied? Just staring at Tuchan Na, Jang Mingua spoke softly. Hearing this, she did not respond immediately, but only responded when she stood on tiptoe and approached again. If I say I'm not satisfied, will you continue? Obviously, Tuchan Na also entered the state, and the fox blood in his body began to boil. Chapter 49. My benefactor, I was wronging. Seeing this, Jang Mingua knew that if she nodded, she would be pressed to the ground again. I can't do that now. After the madness of last night, my waist is still a little sore. Although the life force has been nourishing his body, making it stronger. But now the time is too short after all. There was no other way but to explain under Tuchan Na's fierce gaze. You lecherous fox, calm down. Your sister has already exploited you countless times last night. You two sisters, let me get some rest. After saying that, he reached out and pinched her little face, which felt so good. However, Tuchan Na was not dismissed for these reasons, but continued to speak, with curiosity in his words. But shouldn't men and women be more eager for sex after experiencing it? Why does my benefactor seem different? After listening to Tuchan Na's curious words and the way he looked at her, it seemed as if he was saying, Sir, are you not good at that? Although she knew that the other party was trying to provoke her, Jang Mingua's brows still twitched uncontrollably. He really wanted to say, do you really think men don't have a cooldown? Moreover, the situation of eating it to your heart's content only happens a few times. You know, using 18 times a night to describe yourself last night is an underestimation. It's a pity that the bullets are used up and they are being replenished now. Otherwise, let this slut know what corporal punishment is. However, don't think that you can suffer in silence by doing this. Then, a dangerous look appeared in Jang Mingua's eyes, and her evil hands reached towards Tasha Na's furry tail. Was originally full of arrogance, felt his tail attacked the next moment. She let out a cry subconsciously. The attack on his sensitive parts made Tuchan Na's body soften, and he fell on Jang Mingua. But what followed was all kinds of skillful stroking and kneading, which was quite stimulating. Wait a minute. Benefactor, it was my faulting. After a while, Tuchan Na leaned limply on Jang Mingua with a dazed look on his face. It was obvious that she enjoyed it to some extent. Seeing this scene, Jang Mingua showed a happy smile on her face, then leaned next to her trembling ear and spoke softly. Are you still trying to provoke me now? As he spoke, Jang Mingua placed his hand on the furry tail again. Tuchan Na, who didn't dare to be naughty anymore, responded weakly. I'm sorry, benefactor. It was my fault. Please forgive me. At this time, Tuchan Na, who was meditating in the depths of the inner room and heard the whole process, also came out. Looking at her sister being bullied, she felt a little funny and said softly, My benefactor, please forgive my sister. She knows she is wrong. Jang Mingua didn't expect that Tuchan Na was also there, so she naturally felt embarrassed to continue bullying her younger sister in front of her elder sister. So he put his hand away and supported the limp Tuchan Na. The force of life also emerged, giving the soft body strength again and allowing Tuchan Na to stand firmly. Then he let go of the supporting hand. Although he was bullied, Tuchan Na had no intention of leaving Jang Mingua. Instead, he took out the 3 props given by Jang Mingua and introduced them to his sister. Because the card props have become physical objects, they can be given to others. After obtaining authorization, others can also use it. After listening to her sister's introduction, Tuchan Na looked at Jang Mingua with eyes that were filled with gratitude, as well as deep love. If she wasn't so reserved, she would have wanted to walk over and give him a big hug. There's no need to express gratitude for one's grace. My sister and I won't refuse anything your benefactor desires. At the end, there was still a hint of charm in his tone. These words instantly made Jang Mingua feel numb to the bone. I can only say, isn't she worthy of being a vixen? It was also at this moment that Jang Mingua understood. Why do so many people in the outside world like fox-eared girls? Because their charm and the way they win men's favor are simply innate. This was too much for Jang Mingua, a pure-hearted boy, to bear. However, his mental resistance was still very high. He coughed a few times and repeated what he had just said. Before they could respond, Jang Mingua forced herself to change the subject. Then he told the 2 sisters about the existence of Bayueju. The 2 sisters were very happy to hear that Tuchan could gain another city-destroying strongman. But when they heard that the person's surname was Bai and that he was a fox, the 2 sisters subconsciously looked at each other. They could see each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. Then the 2 sisters said that they would have a good talk with this person. Immediately afterwards, the group left the inner room and came to the main hall. Soon, Bai Yuezhu and Ziya were seen waiting. When she saw Zhang Mingua, Ziya ran to his side. After rubbing the little girl's head, he introduced her to Bai Yuezhu. The one behind me is Tuchan Yu, the Lord of Tuchan, and the other one is her sister, Tuchan Na. If you have any questions, you can ask the two sisters. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuezhu also bowed and responded. I understand. Thank you for the introduction, master. After saying that, he came in front of the Tuchan sisters and bowed. After getting to know each other, they went to the landing outside the main hall to communicate. After watching the three foxes leave, Zhang Mingua also took Ziya's hand and left the hall. Xiao Ziya, brother will take you to Tuchan City to play, okay? There are a lot of delicious things. When Ziya heard that there was something delicious, she nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice. The little girl was very attentive to food and had a bright smile on her face. While some people enjoy a peaceful life, others naturally carry heavy burdens and move forward. Wei Qingxuang is an inconspicuous descendant of the Wei family. Whether it was talent, the cards he obtained, or yesterday's event, he didn't get anything good. Name, Wei Qingxuang. Race, human. Strength, E. Talent, glib tongue. Introduction 1. Your language is full of persuasiveness and can increase the probability of the other party trusting your words by 20%. Upon success, the success probability of speaking to the current target will increase by an additional 20%. 2. Speaking is an art. There is a 1% chance that it will permanently increase the target's favorability by 30 points. The next time it will drop to 20, and then to 10. It can only be increased 3 times. Bloodline, Unawakened. Chapter 50, Torture of Men and Women. White props. Name, Mask of Pain. Description, Torture of Men and Women. Effect, after putting it on, you will show an extremely painful expression and the mask will automatically become invisible. Analysis, this mask reminds me of an old friend. As for the cards obtained in yesterday's event. Oh, he doesn't have the combat power to obtain it. Even if he encounters a treasure chest, he can't defeat the monsters guarding the treasure chest. Not to mention, half of his talent lies in his mouth. Not to mention that when Wei Qingxuang was just teleported to the world he was in, what came into his sight was an endless forest. Combined with the rubbish talents and cards he obtained, he successfully understood what a hellish start meant. Although I was mentally prepared, I still felt disappointed at the beginning. However, he relied on the survival knowledge in his mind and his relatively strong physique. In the first 3 days, I managed to survive. All this was thanks to the fact that he did not encounter any monsters in the forest. Otherwise, with his small body, he would have been beaten back home immediately. Then, he was captured by slave traders. Well, it's a sad story. Wei Qingxuang originally thought that he had met someone and could leave the forest, but he didn't expect that it was a slave trader. My status suddenly dropped. However, as an optimist, Wei Qingxuang believes. Although I became a slave, what if? What if I become a servant of a beautiful and kind-hearted young lady? Then a forbidden love develops with a huge gap in status. Although the latter is a delusion, people should have dreams, otherwise what is the difference between them and salted fish? Right? However, the idea is quite wonderful, but the reality is a bit cruel. When Wei Qingxuang was brought back to the town by the slave trader, he stood at the selling position. As a result, he had an average appearance and an ordinary figure, and the rich women who came to buy slaves didn't even look at him. Until the 6th day of activities began, he was still locked in an iron cage and was teleported away in the astonished eyes of other slaves. The result was that he returned with nothing and was then taken by the men on both sides to meet the slave traders. As a slave trader who traveled all over the country, he naturally knew some information about the survivors. They also know that they can get some magical props every once in a while. It can be said that these survivors are a group of hens that lay golden eggs. As long as it is used well, your slave trade association can become more prosperous. It was also on that day that Wei Qingxuang's status suddenly became a distinguished guest of the slave trader. But he was not happy at all because he had committed a big taboo for survivors. That is to expose one's identity as a survivor. It can be said that from the moment his identity was exposed, his road to survival was destined to be full of obstacles and thorns. Especially when you don't have the power to change all this, or when you have powerful help. Every step I took was filled with fear. The result of being treated as a guest of honor now is considered relatively good. If you stay with an ambitious or greedy person, these people will keep a close watch on the survivors, and then use mental magic to make the survivors hand over the cards voluntarily. What is even more terrifying is the acts of subjecting them to various harsh training or brainwashing. That is even more horrifying. These are also the lessons learned through blood and tears by the predecessors of the survivors. This point is also specifically explained in textbooks, and some solutions are provided. Therefore, Wei Qingxuang couldn't be happy at all. The same is true for the audience in his live broadcast room. Alas, another poor child whose identity has been exposed. That's right. I'd rather go back and survive in the wilderness right away than live in a place where my identity is exposed. By the way, didn't that European emperor also reveal his identity? Why does he seem so contented? Emperor of Europe. This term now refers specifically to Zhang Mingua. After all, the title of European emperor is fully demonstrated in him. Wake up! The character card someone else opened is the sister of the Tuchan Lord. Do you understand the charm of connected people? That's right. Comparing yourself to others makes you feel the thief of anger. The audience in the live broadcast room was enthusiastic and Wei Qingxuang was brainstorming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the land of elves. Compared to Wei Qingxuang, whose identity has been exposed, Lin Yunyen has become an elf pharmacist. Life is colorful, and I have my own room. Make potions whenever you have time every day, and after completing your daily tasks, go out and collect herbs. Especially the effects of the potions I made myself were much stronger than other potions. This made Lin Yunyen's reputation among the elves increasingly higher. And listen to what Elena, the elf who brought him back that day, said. After a while, the elders of the elves will meet with him in person. This is a good feeling, as long as I continue to gain reputation among the elves. Then I can just hang out in the elf village until I die. Woohoo! During yesterday's event, Lin Yunyen also found an excuse, saying that she wanted to go to the town to satisfy her craving. After all, she had been eating vegetarian food all day, and she felt like she was almost becoming a vegetarian. Knowing that humans are omnivores, Elena did not doubt anything and generously let her go. Therefore, he participated in the activities while hiding his identity. She was lucky and got a blue item card and a green skill card. As for how she, a pharmacist, obtained these cards, all I can say is that whether to save people or kill them all depends on her decision. Blue props. Name, medical kit. Description, a medical box containing various medicines. Effect, the medicines in the medical box will be automatically refreshed once every 24 hours, and the used medicines will be replenished. If the medicine is not used within 1 hour, it will disappear automatically. Analysis, very good medical kit, gives me viral spin. Green, skill active. Name, observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Effect, 20% chance to identify the target's disease, 10 seconds cooldown. Analysis, I said you are sick. You are sick. Looking at the rewards in front of her, Lin Yunyen found that her path as a doctor was getting further and further. However, isn't this a very obvious advantage? He can make various medicines and carries a medical box with him that contains various medicines. Plus the skills open this time, and the needle and pipe props previously. It is well known that a doctor's status is always much higher than that of ordinary people. What's more, he is an almighty doctor like me. When she thought of this, Lin Yunyen became complacent. Chapter 51. The Tree of Life corroded by the abyss. Besides, looking at the life potion and holy potion that he was making in front of him, this made Lin Yunyen's thoughts run wild. Those elves kept asking me to make potions continuously, but there was no sign of war. This can be seen from the elves who are still living their lives contentedly. So the question is, why do they need so many potions? Unfortunately, Lin Yunyen hadn't stayed long enough to know the reason. And in a place that Lin Yunyen didn't know, deep in the land of elves, there stands a giant tree full of life. This is the foundation of the elves, the tree of life. The elves were born on this giant tree. But now the very existence of this elf race is like a tree that is reaching the end of its life. He exudes the smell of corruption. It should have been lush and leafy, but now there are only bare branches left. The reason for all this is that the tree of life was infected with the abyss at some point in time. Even if the queen and priests of the elves took action in time, they could only alleviate the degree of erosion. Because of their strength, they are still unable to completely eliminate the abyss. Although the power of life and divine power are the nemesis of the power of the abyss. But the premise of all this is that the owners of both powers are strong enough. Therefore, simply targeting a city level, queen, and performing sacrifices cannot completely purify the abyss. There is no other way but to ask each elf village to provide a certain amount of life potions and holy potions every month. Try to bring about qualitative change through quantitative change and alleviate the erosion of the abyss. 2 months have passed since the Tree of Life was eroded by the abyss. During this period, the queen of the elf tribe chose to block the news. Using the abyss as an excuse, the entire elf race became alert. As for why not seek help from other elves, It can only be said that the elves are not united. Unless it is the kind of person who always remains neutral and believes in the goddess of nature. Does such a thing exist? Have. Orlando of the Ashwood. This is a powerful nature spirit. Such powerful strength should be able to solve the problem of the tree of life being eroded by the abyss. But as to why it has been delayed until now, the reason is simple. The elves sent by the queen cannot meet Orlando, the natural elf, at all. So let's not even talk about getting the other party to take action, or even saving the elves. This is an embarrassing story. Therefore, the queen of the elf tribe decided to go and invite him in person. The time is set for tomorrow. Tuchan City. At this time, Jang Mingua was resting with Ziya in a tea house. Because the little girl felt a little tired after eating and drinking, she found a place to rest. Sir, what do you think of Tuchan City? At this moment, a soft voice sounded beside him. It's Tuchan Yulan. On the way down the mountain, I met her. When she learned that Jiang Mingwei and Ziya were going to visit Tuchan City, she volunteered and expressed her opinion. Tuchanqing. She was very familiar with him. She knows where the delicious food is. These words successfully attracted Ziya's attention, and she couldn't help but pull Jiang Mingyue's clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue, who had no reason to refuse, agreed. However, thanks to Tuchan Yulan's identity, they were able to pass through Tuchan City unhindered. I relaxed well and saw many other races in Tuchan City. There are figures of races from both Eastern and Western fantasy. This made Jiang Mingyue deeply understand what it meant that their painting styles were incompatible with each other. According to Tuchan Yulan's explanation, Tuchan City would not allow these races to enter before. But since Tuchan possessed the power to destroy a country, everyone straightened their backs immediately. And also because Tuchan Yu wanted to pull the surrounding races into an alliance, and then jointly fight against the slaves of the abyss. That is why Tuchan City was developed to allow other races to enter or to come and establish trading businesses. Now Tuchan Yu wants to grasp everything that can be grasped. This allowed Tuchan to safely survive this disaster that was destined to overturn the entire world. But before that, she wanted to eradicate the abyss slaves lurking nearby. In this way, only after the rear is stable can we focus on the front line. There are several empires holding up the front line now, so Tuchan still has a lot of time. Naturally, Tuchan Yu also secretly told these plans to the leaders of the tribes that were affiliated with the alliance she had established. It is a reminder and also a way to see which of these races are traitors. However, Jiang Mingyue and others naturally did not know about this. After hearing Tuchan Yulan's question, he responded without hesitation. It's not bad. There are prosperous scenes everywhere. Even in that impoverished area, I saw vigor and vitality on the faces of the Tuchan people, rather than a look of decadence and loss of hope. Your sister worked very hard during her reign and was a good leader. As she spoke, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration on her face. How do you evaluate the ability of a ruler? You can tell by looking at how the people at the bottom of society live. Hearing this, Tuchan Yulan responded with a bright smile on her face, as if she was being praised. Yeah, that's right, Sister Yu is the best leader. Jiang Mingyue smiled at this statement. After all, it was true and he had seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, a somewhat delicate voice sounded. No, it's our cat tribe's eldest sister who is the best leader, meow. Meow? Hearing this strange additional sound, Jiang Mingyue turned her head curiously. I saw a cute little girl with cat ears and a cat tail not far away, with her hands on her waist, denying it with a look of disapproval on her face. And it looks like there's more to say. Let me tell you, my eldest sister is the boss. Before she could finish her words, her companion who had caught up with her covered her mouth with his hand and kept bowing with an apologetic look on his face. Obviously, she recognized Tuchan Yulan. Even if that's not the case, talking about other people's leaders on other people's turf must mean that life is too boring, right? Not to mention that Tuchan is now at its peak and has a person with the power to destroy a country. This master is really brave. When Tuchan Yulan heard this, she immediately stood up. Someone actually denied the sister Yu whom she admired in front of her. This cannot be allowed. We must have a good chat. Chapter 52, Furry Energy Insufficient. As a result, before the girl could walk over, Jiang Mingyue stood up and held her shoulders and whispered, Okay, you can see it's a little girl vying for first place. Come, I'll teach you what to do now. So, under Tuchan Yulan's curious gaze, Jiang Mingyue came to the little cat-eared girl and smiled kindly. This further enhanced his approachability, causing the two cat-eared girls to immediately quiet down. There was only one thought in my mind. This man is quite handsome. Then, under their gaze, he spoke calmly. There is no best leader in the world, only better leaders. Just like people, there is no best, only better. And everyone thinks their leaders are excellent, so there's really no comparison. After saying that, he reached out and rubbed her little head. These words and actions stunned the little girl for a moment, and her companions behind her were also stunned for a moment. Then the little girl reacted and immediately began to struggle, as if she wanted to speak, but was covered by her companions. Woo-woo. There is no other way but to express my emotions through body language. It can also be seen that there are many words that want to be released. Seeing this, Zhang Mingua also left with a big laugh. Zhang Mingua now looks like a bad guy who successfully bullies a child. Tuchan Yulan, who had been watching, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zia beside him also showed an expression of confusion and awe. Because there were not many people on the third floor of the tea house, the conflict between the two groups did not attract the attention of other races. Zhang Mingua, who had returned victoriously, also left the tea house with Tuchan Yulan and Zia. The mood is much better. The companion only let go of the hand covering the little girl after seeing Zhang Mingua and her group leave. Seeing that their master wanted to follow, her companions quickly grabbed her and kept reminding her, "No, master, we can't afford to offend those people. That golden-haired woman is the sister of the Lord of Tuchan." After hearing these words, Alu gradually calmed down and then became a little disdainful. Having not experienced the harshness of society, she still believes that her sister is the best leader. So I responded lightly, I was just discussing which leader was better. I didn't say anything slanderous. I don't know what you're afraid of, meow." Upon hearing this, the companion was also very upset, as he was the one who had been with Elu for the longest time. Don't you know what her personality is? She was worried that if Elu got anxious and started talking without restraint, then it would be all over. The consequence of making the cat people the target of public criticism is not something a little girl like her can bear. There was no other way, so the companion decided to tell the leader everything that had happened. Let her discipline this little ancestor properly. What did you say? That naughty girl Ailu almost had a conflict with that Tuchan Yulan. In the cat people's inn in Tuchan, Ai Lu's sister and the cat people's leader Ai Ling frowned as she listened to her subordinate's report. Yes, chief. Fortunately, Nunnally intervened in time and prevented any worse consequences. Hearing this, Ai Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my subordinates were very capable, otherwise the consequences would be immeasurable. You know what would happen if a race that was rejected from joining the alliance lived among races that were all in the same alliance? The result speaks for itself. In the best-case scenario, she will be targeted, but in the worst-case scenario, her entire ethnic group will disappear from this world. When she thought of this, Ai Ling felt that this was not right, and she should apologize immediately. Tuchan night. After dinner, Jiang Mingwa took Zia back to her residence. Also returning with them was Bai Yuezhu, who had finished chatting with the two Tuchan sisters. According to her, she was unfamiliar with Tuchan, so naturally she had to live with the master. Jiang Mingwa had no objection to this. After all, we don't sleep in the same room. We are just neighbors in the same yard. As for what they talked about, Jiang Mingwa had no interest in knowing. At this moment, he was sitting in the pavilion in the yard, feeling idle and anxious. The world here is different from the outside world. There are no mobile phones or computers to kill time. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that he hasn't touched Furry all day. Furry is low on energy. Its characteristic is that Jiang Mingwei is lying on the stone table in front of him with an uncomfortable look on his face. The shadow wolf that he had forgotten. The little girl followed his example and lay down on the stone table. Fortunately, the weather was still hot, so the stone table was not too cold. On the contrary, it was quite warm because of the sunshine. As for why he didn't touch Ziya's tail, all I can say is that he is not a perverted Lolita complex. Especially when you know that touching the tail of the opposite sex in Tuchan is equivalent to expressing love. It is even more impossible for him to touch the tail of other foxes casually. So the question is, what about Tuchan Na? Speak of Chow Chow, and he will appear. Along with a gust of fragrant wind, a familiar white figure appeared in Jiang Mingyue's vision. Along with it came voices of doubt. My benefactor, are you feeling very bored? It's Tuchan Na. After meeting the woman who wanted to have sex with him, Jiang Mingyue no longer felt as embarrassed as she did at the beginning. Instead, he sat up straight again and patted his side, motioning for her to sit next to him. Tuchan Nanyang naturally received this message, and a slight blush appeared on her originally calm face. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful. As she spoke, she came and sat down next to Jiang Mingyue. The little girl Ziya also greeted them warmly. Sister Nanya, although I still stumble a little, I can already pronounce the words correctly. Great progress. This is all thanks to experiencing the hustle and bustle of the city this afternoon. In a sense, Zia is also a gifted person who is self-taught. After hearing the little girl's greeting, Tuchan Na responded with a smile. Then I felt my tail being attacked, followed by that familiar tingling sensation. Although it was not the first time, this suddenness still made Tuchan Na almost hum. Make a fool of yourself in front of the little girl. So she turned around and gave Zhang Mingua a charming look. That look seemed to say, "You big bad guy, you actually launched a sneak attack? That's unethical." Even so, she had no intention of refusing or resisting. Instead, he let Jiang Mingyue continue to stroke and rub his tail. It is undeniable that Jiang Mingyue's technique is indeed professional and sophisticated. Tuchan Na couldn't help herself, and this tingling feeling actually made her feel relieved. So as to relax, Jiang Mingyue, another beneficiary, was also unable to extricate herself. The soft, smooth, and fluffy touch made him unable to stop. The furry energy is also increasing little by little. Chapter 53 by Shuru. By the way, in daily life, powerful foxes like Tuchan Na would gather up their extra tails and only leave one. Because there are too many tails, it is quite inconvenient in daily life. Therefore, they will only release all their tails when they want to show their majesty or strength. However, it is also because all the tails need to be turned into one. The remaining tail looked bigger than the original one, enough for Jiang Mingyue to give it a bear hug. While feeling furry, the tip of the nose is filled with the body fragrance of Tuchan Na. Let him indulge in it and be unable to extricate himself. Zia on the side was also looking at Jiang Mingyue with curiosity. Then he turned around and looked at his dark purple tail. Chingchio. Ever since meeting the ancestor in Tuchan, by Xinxue, who had already made up her mind, set off from Tuchan without stopping. The journey was long, and even by flying it would take most of the day to return to his hometown, Chingchio. After all, I must tell my mother in person the news that my ancestor has been reborn. Chingchio. Compared with the high mountains of Tuchan, the terrain of Chingchio is a plain. There is also a city standing here, which is grand and magnificent, and can probably accommodate nearly 10 million people. This is Chingchio City. All the foxes of the Chingchio clan live here. In the center of the city is the palace where the royal family of Chingchio clan lives. Because of Bai Xianxue's own mark, she was able to enter the palace unimpeded and go to the palace where her mother was resting. Mother, are you there? Before the door was opened, Bai Xianxue's voice rang out. The guards and maids around did not dare to stop them. Only a black-haired, fox-eared girl who looked very rational walked out from the side. He bowed and then spoke respectfully. Your Highness, the king is washing up now. Please wait a moment. Hearing this, Bai Xianxue shook her head and spoke seriously. I came all the way back from Tuchan because I have something important to report. Besides, we are mother and daughter. There is nothing to avoid suspicion. Before the rational fox-eared girl could respond, a somewhat lazy voice was heard in the room. It's okay, Yulan, let Schwer come in. After hearing the words of His Majesty, Yulan naturally had no intention of objecting. Instead, he bowed again and opened the door to let Bai Xianxue in. When she arrived at a door in the palace, Bai Xianxue pushed it open and walked in. What comes into view is that the room has a fairly spacious space, especially in the central area, where there is a warm water pool that occupies 2/3 of the area, and there are 4 long pillars standing around the pool. The long pillars are carved with various exquisite reliefs, which are flowing and lifelike. Especially with the hazy mist, it adds a dreamy touch. But this is not the point. The point is still the beauty in the center of the pool. Her long pink hair fell on her shoulders, and her exposed back was smooth and delicate, with crystal water droplets falling down. This is the current ruler of Chingchio, Bai Shuru. Seeing her mother with her back to her, Bai Xianxue didn't care. After asking all the maids in the room to leave and setting up a silent magic circle, she began to speak directly. He told everything he saw and heard during his time in Tuchan. At the beginning, the back figure remained calm. It was not until she heard that her aunt had been reborn that Bai Shuru turned around abruptly. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere, and her face, which was 60% similar to Bai Xianxue, but more mature and beautiful, was revealed. Schwer, are you telling the truth? Upon hearing this, Bai Xianxue responded seriously. That's true. Besides, whether it's the return of Tuchan Na or the return of our ancestor, all this is because of one person. Because of one person? This made Bai Shuru stunned for a moment, and she blurted out subconsciously. Who is it? Without the Riddler's idea, Bai Xianxue responded directly. His name is Jiang Mingyue. He is a human and a survivor. Next, she relayed everything she had heard from her ancestors to her mother. These words made Bai Shuru fall into deep thought. According to his daughter, this man named Jiang Mingyue is indeed very important. And my aunt also said that this man is a man with great luck. So join as soon as possible so that you can become a veteran. Not to mention that Tuchan and Chingchio were originally from the Fox clan. Under such circumstances, with the presence of such a lucky person, Tuchan will certainly be able to protect himself and even face difficulties and accomplish great things. Then they, Chingchio, have no reason to refuse to join this big ship that can lead to the future. After thinking for a long time, Baishuru had an idea in her mind. So he got up from the warm water pool and walked towards the pool. Lotus emerging from the water. At this moment, Baishuru's perfect figure was also revealed. The water droplets slid down the abyss, and the white jade-like skin looked very smooth after bathing. Although she is already a woman, this does not affect her at all. On the contrary, it adds a sense of maturity to her. Those who like this kind of food can't resist it at all. But soon, this beautiful body was covered by white clothes. The storage ring on her finger flashed, and instantly a set of clothes that looked very noble appeared on her. The spiritual energy trembled slightly, and the body and hair became dry. Then Baishuru came to her daughter and spoke softly. In that case, we and Chingchio should quickly come up with an answer and then hand it over to Tuchan. It's not that she doesn't want to struggle, nor is it that she would give up on being self-reliant so easily. Baishuru had also thought about these. But sometimes, it just isn't possible. You just don't have that opportunity, you know. Name, Baishuru. Race, Fox. Strength, S, City Breaking Level. Talent, Water Spirit. Introduction 1. With your bloodline awakened, you are the representative of water, so the power of water spells increases by 240%, the consumed magic power decreases by 60%, and the water damage is reduced by 80%. 2. With your bloodline awakened, you can control water at will. 3. When your bloodline is awakened, if the environment you are in during the battle has enough water content, you can increase all attributes by an additional 50% to 300%. However, if you are in a scorching place, all attributes will be reduced by 20% to 80%, depending on the situation. Bloodline, Water Fox Awakened. Bonus 1. Increase demonic power by 200%, increase physical strength by 100%. Bonus 2. Water can add 2 effects, corrosion and purification. Corrosion is like sulfuric acid corroding the body, and purification can purify most poisons. Bonus 3. Attacking will cause a removal effect, reducing the enemy's buff effect by half. Chapter 54. Quiet as a virgin, active as a crazy rabbit. But in the context of this world war, the intelligence she was able to obtain was shocking. Although it seems that the empires on the front lines are evenly matched with the minions of the abyss. But it is not difficult to see if you are interested. The current stalemate cannot last long if one of the empire's front lines is breached. In that instant, those abyss slaves took root and sprouted everywhere like a disease. At some point in time, the coalition forces will be dealt a major blow. Then these races in the rear probably won't be able to live in peace for a few days. Moreover, there are scattered abyss slaves who are constantly causing destruction in the rear. So Tuchan today is no longer the same as it used to be. Not only does he have a powerful fighter, but he also has a person with great luck. In other words, if the people of Chingchio wanted to survive, they had no choice but to rely on Tuchan. After figuring it out, Baishuru called over another city-breaking level, S, expert from Chingchio. Then he told her the details. Another city-breaking level, S. In Chingchio is a woman with black hair who looks quiet and gentle. Her appearance and figure are only slightly inferior to the mother and daughter Baishuru and Baishinchua, but she is also a rare beauty. After listening to Baishuru's story, Baishingchi, who was sitting on the ground, swayed gently with her green tail behind her, and she also fell into deep thought. Then he opened his emerald green eyes and spoke softly. In that case, just follow the king's wishes. I have no objections. After all, for her, just being able to fight is enough. She is not interested in anything else. No one knows that Baishingchi looks quiet and gentle, like a young lady from a wealthy family. In battle, he's a madman. I really like close combat, especially the kind that hits flesh with fists. It can be said that it is as quiet as a virgin and as fast as a mad rabbit. Thanks to her character of only wanting to fight, the surrounding races did not dare to invade Chingchio's territory. Otherwise, just close the door and let Baishingchi go. After getting the consent of this battle maniac, Baishuru nodded and continued speaking. The great trend of the world is coming, and perhaps there will be many places that need our beloved generals today. Upon hearing this, Baishingchi was no longer sleepy. A hint of madness flashed in her originally calm eyes, and she spoke with a chuckle. If this is possible, then it wouldn't be in vain for all the time I've spent cultivating myself and my character. Next, The three of them continued chatting for a while before parting. Tuchan. At this time, Jang Mingua also put down Tuchan Na's furry tail with satisfaction. Then he put his hands on the table, and he looked full of energy. Tuchan Na beside her also had a rosy face, and her eyes were a little confused when she looked at Jang Mingua. To be honest, if it weren't for the little girl Ziya here, she would probably have pressed him to the ground again. However, in order to maintain her image as a good sister, Tuchan Nanyang still whispered in Jang Mingua's ear, "Sir, I will wait for you in the side room." After saying that, she gently sucked his earlobe where the little girl couldn't see. Then he stood up and left the pavilion, walking towards the house next to where Jiang Mingua lived. Jiang Mingua swallowed silently at Tuchan Nanyang's invitation and actions. At this moment, he somewhat understood and comprehended King Zhou. Understand King Zhou, become King Zhou, and surpass King Zhou. However, Jiang Mingua still coughed lightly, threw out all the bold ideas in her mind, and returned to normal. Well, it's getting late. Children should go to bed early so that they can grow taller. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mingua stood up and walked to Ziya, touched her little head, and spoke with a smile. "Okay, Ziya, go back and rest." Hearing this, the little girl nodded slightly and agreed. "Uh-huh." Then he returned to the room with Jiang Mingua, went to the bed, and covered himself with his own small quilt. Although Jiang Mingua is an 18-year-old adult, it might be inappropriate for her to sleep in the same bed with a child of 11 or 12 years old. Jiang Mingua naturally felt that this matter was inappropriate. But thinking of what happened to Ziya and her pitiful expression, I thought about it and decided to give up. However, with his company, the little girl soon fell asleep. After confirming that he was asleep, Jiang Mingua tiptoed out of the room and went to the next room. Just as I was about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened and I saw Tuchan Nanyang, wearing a gauze, standing in front of the door. Before he could take a closer look, the impatient Tuchan Nanyara pulled her into the room. With a wave of his finger, the soundproofing formation was activated. Jiang Mingua was pressed down on the bed again, and finally had time to look at the gauze on her body. As for how thin it is, I can only say that it is barely visible. Chapter 55, I Will Give You a Grand Wedding. Tuchan, day 8 to 7 a.m. In the early morning, Jiang Mingua woke Ola up on time with her biological clock. When I opened my eyes, I saw the unfamiliar ceiling. After shaking his head, he regained some consciousness. Then I felt something soft pressing down on my body. When he lowered his head, he saw Tuchan Nanyang, who was still sleeping soundly on his chest. Although her face was a little tired, she looked very satisfied. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua held her in her arms and her thoughts began to drift away. Last night was not as crazy as the first time, but it was still simple after 5 or 6 times. The fox spirit in his arms finally let him go. Let Jiang Mingua end without the sky turning bright. But it is undeniable that he also enjoys it. After all, Tuchan Nanya's figure, appearance, and cooperation are impeccable. She will cooperate with whatever I want to try. In this regard, Jiang Mingua only wants to say one thing. Fight. Awesome. Keep fighting. Keep having fun. Despite this, Jiang Mingua still felt that this period of time was a bit dreamy. 7 days ago, I planned to be a bachelor for the rest of my life and take good care of my old friends. Unexpectedly, after only 7 days, he fell in love with a beautiful fox-eared girl. And it seems that the fox-eared girl's sister also has a lot of ideas about herself. She even made the shocking statement that her elder sister was the eldest and she was the second. It's so dreamy. If it weren't for the real touch, he would have thought he was dreaming. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua raised her hand and gently touched Tuchan Nanya's fox ears. As a result, the fox ears swayed slightly as soon as I touched them, and the same thing happened when I touched them again. This felt very cute in Jiang Mingua's eyes. However, because of his actions, Tuchan Nanyang, who was sleeping soundly, also opened her eyes in a daze. He looked around with confused eyes. It was not until he came to Jiang Mingua that his eyes lit up. Then she stretched out her hands, put her arms around his neck, and spoke softly. "Husband," he kissed her. After saying that, he propped himself up, leaned over, and gave her a good morning kiss. This scene made Jiang Mingua stare at Tuchan Nanyang in a daze. She didn't expect that she had such a soft side. So cute. Naturally, he did not refuse her kiss. But soon, Tuchan Nanyang's brain came back online, and she remembered everything that had just happened. Then, her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Tuchan Nanyang felt like she was doomed. An indescribable sense of shame suddenly surged in her heart, and her little hands kept waving around. "Sir, this is not you." For a moment, a lot of words were stuck in my mouth, and I couldn't utter a complete sentence. Woo! Finally, it turned into a wail. Tuchan Na covered her face and buried it in Jiang Mingyue's chest. Cute, I want to get married. For some reason, these 5 words appeared in Jiang Mingyue's mind. His eyes could not leave Tuchan Na for a moment. Then, he had evil thoughts. He straightened his body and whispered in her fox ear. Since my wife is so enthusiastic, then I, as her husband, will naturally respond. Besides, my wife's performance just now was very cute. Very cute. These 3 words kept echoing in her mind, making Tuchan Na's body temperature rise even higher. Phew. Visible white smoke rings appeared above her head and then floated up. Wow, steam girl. After sighing in his heart, Jiang Mingua put away his bad thoughts and began to speak comfortingly. We are already husband and wife. What we lack now is a formal status. I will work hard to make up for this. And if you want to call me husband, you can do that. It doesn't matter whether it's public or private. Hearing this, the shy Tuchan Na slowly came to her senses. Recalling what Jiang Mingua had just said, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She raised her head and spoke slowly when her eyes met his. I understand, my lord. Having said that, Tuchan Na still couldn't hide her shyness, and she couldn't continue speaking the moment she opened her mouth. However, she mustered up the courage to continue speaking. Then, in private, I will address you as Xiang Gong. After all, we still have a real name. Although I also want to have a legitimate relationship with my husband, now is not the time. What Tuchan Na said was not the right time, and Jiang Mingua also understood what was going on. After all, the world is about to fall into chaos, and love between young men and women can only be put on the back burner. In response, he nodded and gave Tuchan Na a deep kiss. Then he made a solemn and serious promise. After the chaos ends, I will give you a grand wedding. Hearing this, Tuchan Na looked at her husband's serious face and was a little dazed. Then she smiled softly and responded. Duh. Afterwards, the 2 of them stayed together for a while before getting dressed and leaving the room. As for the mess in the room, it was just the result of a spell. After separating from Tuchan Na, Jiang Mingua was about to return to her room to see if the little girl had woken up. At some unknown time, Bai Yuezhu, who had already woken up, was sitting in the pavilion and suddenly spoke. TSK, you're indeed a young person, so energetic. But could you please not make so much noise? Could you please consider the old man's sleep quality? Especially since Bai Yuezhu said these 2 sentences with such an expressionless face, the lethality was even greater. These words made Jiang Mingyue's face turn red, and he felt extremely embarrassed. Then he left the sentence as if he was escaping. Sure, definitely next time. So I went back to the room. Little did they know that after Jiang Mingua left, Bai Yuezhu, who had been expressionless, suddenly blushed slightly. After all, she is an old single aristocrat. The impact of matters between men and women on her was not as calm as she appeared to be. The constant trembling of the jade hand hidden under the stone table is the best proof. The young people have no moral ethics and actually show their affection in front of an old lady like me. It hurts so much. Woo woo woo. Jiang Mingua returned to the room and had no idea what the old lady was thinking. When he saw the little girl Ziya still sleeping soundly, he felt relieved. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed and gently pushed her. Get up, Ziya. Following Jiang Mingyue's call, the little girl slowly woke up from her sleep. When she opened her eyes and saw Jiang Mingyue, her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Chapter 56 Elf Queen Arena. Grey Forest, Outskirts, 8:30. The forest where the elves' homeland is located is to the west of the Grey Forest, so it is not far away. At this moment, at the border of the D1 Grey Forest, 2 beautiful figures were standing there. Judging from their long and thin ears, they are obviously 2 elves. Among them, there was an elf wearing extremely gorgeous clothes, and her curvy figure was hidden under the white clothes. The long silver-white hair was tied with a golden butterfly-shaped hairpin, and the emerald pupils were imprinted with starlight. This is the Elven Queen, Arena, who came to the Grey Forest early in the morning. He is also a city-breaking level, S, existence. Next to her is the High Priestess of the Elves, Only, who is also a city-breaking level, S. However, she is generally more plain than the Elf Queen, but her noble and natural temperament also shows that she is of extraordinary status. Today an Elf Queen and a High Priest came to the Grey Forest for a purpose. He just wanted to meet Orlando, the guardian of the Grey Forest and the apostle of nature. Ask it to save the foundation of the elves. Tree of Life. Because I sent people to look for it some time ago, but found nothing. But think about it, if they could meet casually, the guardian status would be greatly reduced. That's why they decided to come in person this time. When they reached the edge of the Grey Forest, the 2 elves looked at each other, nodded, and walked into the forest together. Arriving in the forest, the elf queen Orina acted according to the plan. The meaning is to transmit one's own natural power to the depths of the Grey Forest. I come to the Grey Forest on behalf of the Elven Queen, Alina, and wish to see the Guardian. I passed it on several times, but there was no response. It was as if the Guardian was not at home. Little did they know that the moment they stepped into the forest, Orlando had been watching them in the dark. In fact, it was very clear why they came. After all, trees are its eyes and ears, and it can find out what is happening among the elves. But because of this, it does not want to wade into this muddy water. Although his own life force is more of a mortal enemy than a nemesis to the power of the abyss. When the opponent's forces collide with each other, they actually produce a canceling effect. Simply put, one's own life force offsets the power of the abyss at a ratio of 1:1. If you want to completely eliminate the power of the abyss, your own power must be greater than it. Moreover, Orlando had already felt the Tree of Life in the Land of Elves. He did have the ability to free the Tree of Life from the erosion of the power of the abyss. But there is a price to pay. That is to consume most of the power and fall into a slumber of indeterminate duration, perhaps hundreds or even thousands of years. This also means that the Grey Forest will lose its guardian in this turbulent time. This situation is tantamount to completely giving up one's responsibilities and contracts. Therefore, it is impossible for Orlando to agree to the elves' request. But before that, I need to come forward and explain these things clearly. Otherwise, these elves will keep bothering me. If they get desperate and come to cause trouble, it will be really annoying for the elves. After figuring it out, Orlando appeared in front of the elf queen and the high priest in his prime. When the elf queen saw the being she wanted to see appear before her, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Then he calmly performed the elf etiquette and spoke respectfully. Great guardian of the Grey Forest, I am Alina, queen of the Elven Lands. Immediately afterwards, Enli next to her also took up the topic and introduced herself. When the two finished introducing themselves and were about to get to the point, Orlando in front of them suddenly spoke. Queen of the Elf Tribe and High Priest, I am fully aware of your purpose. But I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Before Irina could express her doubts, Orlando then specifically stated what he had just thought, including the pros and cons. The expressions of the Elf Queen and the High Priest became increasingly gloomy. If I choose to help you, it means I will give up my contract and responsibility. You should know that for a great elf, abiding by the contract is of utmost importance. But, having said this, Orlando paused and fell into deep thought, because a figure suddenly flashed through its mind. If it were him, maybe this matter could be easily resolved? This made Orlando recall the surprise he felt when he felt the enormous power in the body of that beloved. That power is even stronger than his own. However, whether it is feasible or not is not up to you, but is decided by the favorite. While Orlando was lost in thought, Orina and Only in front of him were almost dead. But what? Come on, tell me. Although they were very anxious inside, they still maintained a calm expression on their faces. It was those little hands that had nowhere to put that exposed their inner unrest. After all, this concerns the life and death of the elves, so they have to be anxious. Once his thoughts stopped wandering, Orlando returned his attention to them and spoke softly. There is another person who can solve the dilemma your elf's Tree of Life is facing. And this person is not far away from you. He is currently in the south of the Grey Forest, in a forest called Tuchon. His name is Jang Mingua. After hearing Jang Mingua's name, the elf queen Orina repeated it in her heart. Although I don't know why this human can solve the elf's predicament. But since it was introduced by this person and he is very sure about it, they had no better idea, so they bowed again to express their gratitude. Then, the elf queen Orina spoke again. Do you have time to inform the great guardian of the Grey Forest? Or, you can just give us a portrait. Looking at the elves racing against time in front of him, Orlando paused and thought to himself. After all, we are all believers in nature, and it is a bit awkward that we have the ability but cannot help directly. Now I'm just letting you know that it can be done. I understand. I will go and tell him myself. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Orlando poured a basin of cold water on them. I just went to inform them, and it's up to them whether they agree or not. It depends on the other party's ideas and your sincerity. Hearing this, the elf queen Orina nodded seriously, indicating that she was mentally prepared. Seeing this, Orlando said nothing more and turned into a stream of green light and disappeared. Elf Queen Alina reference. Chapter 57 Sisters United. Tuchan. At this time, Jiang Mingua was teaching Zia the correct values. Because her memory of the past is blank, but she has normal common sense. Listen to what the little girl said. When you see something or feel something, you will know what to do. However, listening to the little girl's intermittent narration, Zhang Mingua could also roughly understand that although the little girl had common sense, it was not much, especially these 3 views. Not long ago, he asked Zia a question, which was what would happen if she accidentally encountered 2 people fighting. And they don't know each other, there is no hatred between them, they are completely strangers. What will she do? As a result, Zia gave a shocking answer. Without saying a word, he rushed over and beat up both of them, then threatened them to take out all the good things and delicious food on them. After hearing this answer, not only Zhang Mingua was stunned, but also the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. He is so tough at such a young age. Who did he learn it from? Confusion surrounded him. But Zhang Mingua still tried to keep smiling, told her that this was wrong, and told her the correct way to do it. The little girl thought for a moment, then continued to speak haltingly. I understand. I'll come out after they beat me up and make me bleed. Although he didn't know how this little head came up with this result, Zhang Mingua didn't deny anything. After all, sometimes, it is always right to be a little selfish, whether it is for yourself or for people important to you. But before that, the correct 3 views must be established. So Zhang Mingua picked and chose her own values that she had held since childhood and gave all the real essence to Zia. This made the little girl look like she had gained some strange knowledge. Zia's adorable appearance made the audience in the live broadcast room unable to bear it. Ah, little Zia is so cute. Let sister hug you. Ah, is this the lowly fox-eared girl? Ozzle. Hee hee. Ah, I want a fox-eared girl too. Just as the live broadcast room was filled with ghosts howling on a big tree next to the pavilion, suddenly, a green halo appeared. The fluctuation of this life force naturally attracted Zhang Mingua's attention. But he was not confused. On the contrary, because of the familiar breath, he already knew who the visitor was. Olano, long time no see. Upon hearing this and seeing that Zhang Mingua still remembered her, Orlando also put away the majesty she had just shown in front of the elf queen. It transformed into the cat form it had when we first met. This scene made the little girl next to Zhang Mingua stare at it intently. It looked like she wanted to touch this cute creature. Ignoring Ziya's gaze, it jumped from the tree to the stone table, then sat down and spoke. Long time no see, nature's darling. Well, how was your stay in Tuchan? I didn't get straight to the point. After all, we hadn't seen each other for 5 or 6 days, and it was a bit difficult to ask him for help right after he arrived. Seeing this, Zhang Mingua also smiled. He could tell that Orlando came to him to tell him something. As the first friend she met in this world, Zhang Mingua responded directly. Orlando, other elves have probably told you that you're not good at starting a conversation, right? Or rather, I'm not good at asking others for help. After hearing these words, Orlando also showed an awkward but polite smile. Because these words were indeed said by my companions in the previous world, there was no other way. So Orlando could only bite the bullet and tell the elf queen that she had come to see him and asked for help. Because he couldn't give up the contract and help the elves wholeheartedly, he thought of Zhang Mingua. It also came here to pass on a message, and the decision still lies with Zhang Mingua. If he didn't agree, Orlando would naturally not force him. After all, the two sides had no intersection at all. Helping you is kindness, not helping you is also natural. After listening to Orlando's story, Zhang Mingua began to hesitate. Although he was somewhat tempted to go and see what the scenery in the elf land was like and what kind of animals there were. However, I am no longer a homeless wanderer. He has fallen into the harbor called the Land of Gentleness, which makes him begin to cherish his life. The thoughts in my mind began to lean towards the group of lecherous foxes from Tuchan. So, Zhang Mingua told Orlando that she couldn't make a choice. Want to talk to other people? Orlando was not surprised by Zhang Mingua's hesitation. Then he asked them to hurry up as they probably couldn't wait any longer. The next moment, Zhang Mingua soared into the sky, left the palace, and headed to the hall where the two Tuchan sisters were. Before leaving, he also asked Orlando to take care of Zia. How to say it? The little girl's fierce look made Orlando's heart tremble inexplicably. Because it felt this look, the same look it had when it met Zhang Mingua. Are there such similar eyes in this world? Strangeness. Tuchan Hall. As usual, Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang were handling official business in the main hall. Because the alliance needs adjustments recently, Tuchan Yu has become busy for a rare time. After all, there weren't so many things to deal with in the past. All those trivial matters were left to the people below. Apart from those more important things that require attention and inability to take action, I usually enjoy my leisure time. And compared to Tuchan Nanyang, who has already eaten meat. As the second child, Tuchan Yu was a little anxious because his sister had already had the second game with Zhang Mingua. As a result, I am still procrastinating. Hateful. Now, She just wants to finish all these official duties as soon as possible. Having said that, the two sisters who were handling official business suddenly raised their heads and looked outside the hall. Jiang Mingwa was seen walking quickly into the hall from outside. Seeing this scene, the two sisters spoke in unison again. Young Master / Mr. Benefactor. Just as they were about to stand up to greet them, Jiang Mingwa had already arrived in front of the two sisters. Seeing such an anxious young man, the two sisters were a little confused, and Tuchan Na, the elder sister, spoke softly. Sir, you came in such a hurry. Did you encounter something that you can't handle? Chapter 58 Elf King City. Jiang Mingwa, who didn't like being a riddle teller, repeated everything Orlando had said. At the same time, he also stated that he had the ability to solve this problem. After hearing this, the two sisters looked at each other. To be honest, let Jiang Mingwa leave Tuchan and go to the territory of an unfamiliar race. They are extremely unwilling in their hearts. Because the elves are a semi-reclusive race, Tuchan has no communication with them at all. It can be said that after meeting each other, they were just wary of each other. But now is also an opportunity for the elves to owe Jiang Mingwa a huge favor. When the time comes to fight against the Abyss, the elves will also be a powerful force. After figuring it out, Tuchan Na told all the information he had analyzed. Jiang Mingwa was a little thoughtful after hearing this, and thought that she must go there this time. So, he made his decision known. Then the two sisters nodded after hearing this, and did not object, and Tuchan Na, the main wife, also volunteered to accompany them. Seeing this situation, Tuchan Na, as the younger sister, naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, Tuchan has now set up the 8 diagrams universe formation, so even if a powerful SS-level warrior comes over, Tuchan can also compete with him. By the way, although the 8 trigrams universe array is said to absorb spiritual power on its own, but it doesn't mean that it cannot be fed, not to mention that there are machines that can produce spirit stones now, and the materials are so cheap. Tuchan Na immediately fed the 8 trigrams universe formation until it was 7/10 full. To be honest, it feels great to achieve spiritual stone freedom. And now there are plenty of spirit stones, and Tuchan's teleportation array can also be used. Really good. Having said that, after Tuchan Na chose to go, Jiang Mingwa did not choose to refuse. So the two of them quickly returned to the palace to see Orlando and explain his decision. But it turned out that it was being held in Ziya's arms, and her immature yet skillful cat-stroking technique turned Orlando into a pile of cat cakes. At first glance, you can tell that he has inherited Jiang Mingwa's true teachings. This scene made the two of them laugh so hard that they almost laughed out loud. After seeing Jiang Mingwa and the other girl, Orlando's face turned red and he left the little girl's arms. He coughed a few times to cover up his social death. Ahem, it looks like you've also made the decision to agree. With a puzzled sound, Orlando's gaze fell on Tuchan Na, because in her, he actually felt a power that was comparable to his own. You know, it's only been a week since we last met, and his strength has improved so quickly? What happens? But on second thought, Orlando felt that it was normal. After all, this darling is a survivor who possesses many powerful and strange props. The substantial improvement in Tuchan Nanyang's strength now seems to be a matter of course. In this regard, if other survivors knew what it was thinking, it would be extremely embarrassing. No, this is the unique strength of the Emperor of Europe, and these Africans have no way to cheat him. After collecting his thoughts, Orlando planned to teleport the two of them back. At this time, Jiang Mingwa interrupted its action and said that the little girl Ziya would be handed over to Tuchan Na's care. Speaking of which, it happened one after another. After a while, the group was teleported to the Grey Forest. Grey Forest. Nearly half an hour had passed, and the Elf Queen and the High Priest had been waiting patiently, their hearts in turmoil. However, their wait paid off. A green light appeared before their eyes, and a man, a fox, and an elf appeared in front of them. The next moment, the attention of the Elf Queen and the High Priest was attracted by Jiang Mingwa, because they felt the vast force of life from this human race. Even with Orlando, they had not felt it to such an extent. This also means that the tree of life of their elves can be saved. So, before Orlando introduced themselves, the two elves took the initiative to come to Jiang Mingwa and began to introduce themselves. I am the Queen of the Elves, Alina. I am the High Priest of the Elves, Onli. Are you the one the Guardian mentioned, who can help our elves? The last sentence was said in unison, and their faces were full of anticipation. As soon as I was teleported here, I saw two masters walking towards me enthusiastically. This made Tuchan Nanyang instinctively protect Jiang Mingwa behind her. However, When he saw the iconic elf features, he silently took a step back, with Zhang Mingyue as the main focus. Facing the two elves who stood at the pinnacle of their race, Zhang Mingyue seemed calm and responded with a smile. Well, you two are right. And I agree to help you. Hearing this, the elf queen Arena nodded, then put away her surprise and instead showed a serious expression. Then what do we elves need to pay for this matter? At this moment, the temperament of the elf queen was also revealed. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyue recalled what Tuchan Na had said and began to reply. It's simple. When the time comes, we'll need you, the elves, to fight the abyss together. Hearing this request, elf queen Alina shook her head. This is only natural, and we elves will also choose to take revenge on the abyss. You can get another one. This was going according to plan, and then Zhang Mingyue said that she couldn't think of any requirements for the time being. So he explained to the elf queen Arena that he would only owe it this time and pay it back later. This request made the elf queen stunned for a moment, and then she started to make eye contact with the high priest beside her. In the end, the situation was urgent and they had no right to choose. So he agreed to what Zhang Mingyue said. I'll owe it to you this time. I saw that everything was proceeding step by step according to the process explained by Tuchan Na. This made Zhang Mingyue sigh in her heart that the Fox clan's intelligence was indeed something. Next, let Orlando teleport again, and the group soon arrived at the center of the elves. Elf King City. The Elf King City is a majestic and magnificent city located deep in the fairy forest. This royal city was also built against a huge tree. It looks natural and majestic. Zhang Mingyue, who saw this scene for the first time, was shocked. The elf queen standing by looked at this situation with a calm expression on her face, but she couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. Tuchan Na next to her just felt okay. I feel that it is not as good as Tuchan, because Orlando only left the group outside the Elf King's city. The group had to walk some distance before arriving at the gate of the royal city. Chapter 59, I Will Heal You. Since the elf queen flew directly along the way, Zhang Mingyue and others had no worries and flew up as well. This made the elves below look at this scene curiously. When they saw that two of them were their beloved queen and high priest, they immediately cheered. This shows how popular the queen of this generation is. Because there is a ban on flying over the Elf King's city, Zhang Mingyue and his group made a low-altitude flight. This resulted in constant cheers along the way. However, there were also doubtful looks on Zhang Mingyue and Tuchan Na. They didn't understand why a human and a fox came here and came back with their queen. The elf queen did not explain this because the tree of life was being eroded by the power of the abyss. These high-ranking officials did not tell the people below them, fearing that it would cause unrest or even chaos. Therefore, the elf queen also apologized to Zhang Mingyue and Tuchan Na. Zhang Mingyue didn't care about this at all. He just wanted to get it done quickly and go back to Tuchan. As we all know, flying is faster than running. After a while, Zhang Mingyue and his group arrived at the center of the royal city. Under the guidance of the elf queen Arena, they soon arrived at the palace at the waist of the giant tree. This is the center of power for the entire elves. Therefore, you can see many elves wearing silver-white armor patrolling. However, because of the elf queen, they all let them go very respectfully. Next, because it was the forbidden area of the elves, Zhang Mingyue was very sensible and closed the live broadcast room. Then we finally arrived at the teleportation point, which was a stone temple full of solemnity, and in the center of it, there was a blue halo. Only through this teleportation point can they reach the forbidden area of the elves, where the Tree of Life is located. By the way, the Tree of Life is located under this giant tree. And this giant tree exists to hide and protect the Tree of Life. It cannot be reached by ordinary means, and can only be reached through the teleportation array here, and with the Queen's permission. There are barriers everywhere that can prevent those careless thieves from coming back. Having said that, after seeing the teleportation array, the Elf Queen immediately led her group through the teleportation array. Arrived at the forbidden land of the elves. Tree of Life. Before opening his eyes, Zhang Mingyue felt a strong but corrupt life force. When he opened his eyes, the Tree of Life, which was emitting a faint glow not far away, appeared before his eyes. Even though it is now like a tree that is about to wither, Zhang Mingyue can still feel the extraordinary nature of this tree. I wonder what the scene would be like during its heyday? A curious idea came into his mind, and he was eager to try it out. At this time, the Elf Queen Arena walked up to Zhang Mingyue, bowed slightly, and spoke. Then I'll leave everything to you. The High Priest and Li also came over and bowed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mingyue naturally said that she would do her best. Then he turned around and gave Tuchan Na beside him a reassuring look. Nodding, she also sent back a come-on expression. If it wasn't the wrong occasion, Jiang Mingua would have wanted to reach out and gently pinch her smooth face. After calming down, he approached the Tree of Life. The closer they got, the more Jiang Mingua could clearly feel the strong breath of the abyss. The life force of the body emerges on its own initiative, fighting against the power of the abyss around it. When Jiang Mingua came under the Tree of Life, the breath of the power of abyss became more and more obvious. It allowed him to see the faint black power of the abyss, which was attached to the Tree of Life like a bone-eroding fire, constantly absorbing its vitality and eroding it. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua inexplicably felt a touch of heartache. "I will heal you." As he muttered to himself, the life force in his body began to mobilize. The next moment, the so-called huge life force burst out from Jiang Mingua. Because of the use of powerful life force, his appearance has become the same as the last time he was in the event. This scene left the audience not far away, the Elf Queen and the High Priest, stunned. Moreover, Jiang Mingua's changes have not stopped. From the original foundation, a translucent golden ring began to appear behind it and began to slowly solidify. The clothes on his body changed along with the golden ring. Bai Jia's clothes were embroidered with golden runes, and there were also beautiful patterns on the corners of the clothes. Overall, it is sacred, solemn, and noble. Now, Jiang Mingua feels that the strength she is using is a little more when she is moving. Without noticing the changes in his body, he raised his hand and gently placed it on the Tree of Life. The next moment, the vast life force poured into the Tree of Life and began to fight against the power of the abyss. But the result is simple under this flood and beast. The power of the abyss was like a group of miscellaneous soldiers that were scattered as soon as it was attacked. Therefore, the Tree of Life is also changing visibly. The branches that were once bare are now beginning to grow leaves again. The torso, which had been lifeless before, now seemed to be reborn. The faint green light also surrounded the Tree of Life again. This visible change made the Elf Queen and the High Priest cry with joy. This means that the future of the elves is saved. All this is thanks to that person, the human race. After the joy, the two elves were stunned again when they saw Jiang Mingua's current outfit. As the person involved, Jiang Mingua feels like a cleaning master, constantly searching for the power of the abyss that needs to be destroyed in the Tree of Life. It was also at this time that Jiang Mingua suddenly remembered. Since this is the forbidden area of the elves, then the question arises. How is the Tree of Life eroded by the power of the abyss? Is there a traitor, or what is the reason? Suddenly, Jiang Mingua seemed to remember something and looked at the roots of the Tree of Life. Could it be from below? With this doubt in mind, Jiang Mingua began to control his power and began to explore the roots of the tree. The results showed that his guess was correct, and the power of the abyss relied on something. He passed through silently and directly, through the various barriers set up by the elves underground. Thus, the Tree of Life was infected through underground channels. If it weren't for the powerful life force, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. And once you see the rat hole, there is naturally no reason to give up exploring. So Jiang Mingua controlled the force of life and rushed towards this tunnel, and by the way, eliminated all the power of the abyss along the way. Chapter 60, Investing is a Science. These abyss forces seem to have self-awareness. After realizing that a powerful being was rushing towards him, he quickly withdrew his strength. For a moment, in a place unknown to everyone, Jiang Mingua was controlling the power to chase, and the power of the abyss was escaping. It ran away. He chased it. It couldn't fly away even if it had wings. Because of the tour guide, Jiang Mingua easily arrived at the source of the power of the abyss. In a spacious cave, there is a black heart shaped like a magnified hundreds of times. The dull and deafening sound of the heartbeat echoed in the cave. Moreover, this cave also has crystals that emit blood-red light, illuminating the cave. However, if you look at it from Jiang Mingua's perspective, all he could feel was a black, vortex-shaped force lingering there. This should be the source of the power of the abyss. So the question is, who put these forces here? This question appeared in Jiang Mingua's mind, but was thrown out in just 3 seconds. Anyway, as long as I can eliminate this force, it doesn't matter who released it. He did it right away, and the powerful life force started up again, rushing towards the dark heart. For a moment, it was so powerful that it destroyed all the forces of the abyss wherever it went. As if sensing a threat, a blood-red pupil suddenly appeared in the center of the dark heart, staring intently at the power surging towards him. The next moment, the enormous power of the abyss also emerged from the pupils and began to fight against the force of life. At the same time, the blood-colored crystals in the cave were melting visibly. But it is obvious that all this is in vain. After feeling resistance on the other side, Jiang Mingyue increased the output of strength again. To be honest, he now feels that his own strength has not decreased at all. It seems that sometimes being a nobody has its advantages. This nonsensical idea suddenly popped up in my mind, and then I increased my strength. At this moment, the confrontation was originally evenly matched. The balance was broken in an instant. The power of the abyss collapsed directly, and was broken through and destroyed by the power of life. The dark heart was bathing in the life force, just like it was bathing in magma. Although there was no mouth to scream, the constantly trembling blood-red pupils explained it. It's painful. Then the heart disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, along with the blood-colored crystal in the cave. The cave, which was originally filled with the power of the abyss, soon returned to its normal appearance. After confirming that the source of the power of the abyss had been eliminated by himself, Jiang Mingyue withdrew his power. But little did people know that the remaining life force was still lingering in this cave, waiting for a destined person. After taking back the power, Jiang Mingyue slowly opened her eyes and then subconsciously raised her head. The next moment, the tree of life in its heyday was within his sight. So beautiful. Jiang Mingyue, who saw this scene, sighed from the bottom of her heart. Haha, yes. At this moment, a girl's voice suddenly came from the side. Jiang Mingyue was stunned for a moment, which made her look towards the side of herself in the direction of the voice. What came into view was a girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Her long golden hair shimmered with light, and her beauty surpassed that of the elf queen. Her emerald eyes sparkled against the bleak surroundings, and she wore a perfectly ordinary white dress. There are golden patterns on the chest and waist of this white dress. As for figure, well, there is hope for a better figure in the future. But looking at it as a whole, an air of nobility comes to the fore. Seeing the girl's appearance, Jiang Mingyue's eyes flashed with surprise. Compared to his astonishment, the elf queen and the high priest behind him could hardly resist the urge to perform the elf etiquette. Because this girl is the incarnation of the tree of life. In a sense, she is also the mother of their elves. Moreover, in the long life of an elf, the number of times he saw his mother was probably not many. This is based on her identity as the queen of elves. If it were an ordinary elf, it would probably never be possible to see this in its entire life. Compared to the shock of the two elves, Tuchan Na on the side had a blank expression on her face. Although this girl is indeed pretty, she is fearless now that she has already reached the top. This is the calmness of being the queen. And now she is even more curious about her husband's current appearance, which she has never seen before. It feels quite extraordinary. Jiang Mingyue, the person involved, took a quick look at the girl in front of her. I wanted to make sure that this beautiful girl was not among the group of people coming. That explains it. Thinking of something, Jiang Mingyue raised her head again, looked at the tree of life in front of her, and then spoke slowly. How are you feeling? Hearing this, the girl beside him also realized that he knew her identity, and she chuckled and responded happily. Thanks to you, I feel much better now. Oh, and you can call me Eleanor Sintrasander Doris. Well, you can also call me Doris. Listening to Doris's introduction, Jiang Mingyue nodded, and then said her own name. Hearing this, Doris muttered to herself and repeated Jiang Mingyue's name several times. Then he said with a smile, Okay, I'll remember that. And I will keep this kindness deeply in my heart, and will not forget it despite the passage of time. Jiang Mingyue smiled at this. After all, she came out this time to earn favors. Then, as the power converged, the changes in his body began to disappear, and soon he returned to his original appearance. At this moment, the elf queen and the others came over. Because Jiang Mingyue in that posture was full of divinity, as if the god of nature himself had come down to the world. However, this did not prevent the elf queen and the high priest from raising Jiang Mingyue's status to the highest level in their hearts. He thought that after returning, he must immediately send someone to establish diplomatic relations with Tuchan and thus establish contact. The question then becomes, is this young man married? And what does he think of elves? Because the elf queen saw unfathomable potential in Jiang Mingyue. Under this general trend, investing is a science. Jiang Mingyue, who had no idea that she was being targeted again, turned around and explained to the elf queen and the high priest. He has completely eliminated the power of the abyss within the tree of life. And he also followed the channel of that power and found its source, thus destroying it all in one fell swoop. So there is no need to worry about recurrence after this. Doris, the incarnation of the tree of life. Doris, the incarnation of the tree of life. Chapter 61 Token. When I heard from Jiang Mingyue that the power of the abyss came from the underground channel, after quietly dodging several barriers and then being infected by the Tree of Life. The Elf Queen was stunned and stood there, and the High Priest beside her also had a guilty expression on his face. In response, Doris smiled and counseled her child. She said that she didn't even notice that she was infected by the power of the abyss at first, so they shouldn't blame themselves too much. After hearing what their mother said, they both felt much better. Then he said seriously that he must set up several more powerful barriers, so as to avoid this incident from happening again. Next, the Elf Queen expressed her gratitude to Jiang Mingua. Thank you, my friend from Tuchan. We elves will always remember your kindness. When the time comes, I will send people to establish diplomatic relations with Tuchan. I hope our relationship can be further developed. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua smiled and stretched out her hand, then simply shook it and let go. Then, the Elf Queen took out a ring inlaid with emerald and handed it to Jiang Mingua. He explained that the ring symbolized its owner and was a favor from the elves. As long as you are in the fairy forest, you will receive warm hospitality and free help from the elves. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua also put it away and then said thank you. However, he did not wear the ring, but put it in his backpack. He thought that since this was a keepsake, it must be kept well. It would be embarrassing if it was accidentally destroyed. Seeing Jiang Mingua put away the ring she had given her, the Elf Queen also breathed a sigh of relief. Because this ring is not only a keepsake, but also an engagement ring. The owner can be regarded as the elf princess's fiancé. However, it is naturally impossible that if the other party accepts the ring, it means that he must marry the elf princess. Otherwise, it may easily backfire and cause hostility with the other party. This ring is just a premise. Jiang Mingua had no idea that she had inexplicably become the elf princess's fiancé. When I feel that my affairs have been resolved, it is time to go back to Tuchan. As a bystander, Tuchan Na naturally had no objection to this. On the contrary, she wanted to go back quickly and ask her husband what was going on with that posture when he used his power. Obviously, the elves thought so too, but they didn't ask in the end. After all, the other party came to help, but he still asked too many questions, which was a bit disrespectful. So they can only hide that posture in their hearts. Jiang Mingua, who didn't understand their inner thoughts, expressed her idea that it was time to go back after completing her mission. Upon hearing this, the Elf Queen tried her best to keep him, saying that she was not even able to entertain her benefactor and let him go. That is truly a violation of elf etiquette. So I wanted Jiang Mingua and Tuchan Na to stay in the elf palace, and it wouldn't be too late for them to have lunch and go back. After hearing these words, Jiang Mingua turned her head and looked at Tuchan Na, wanting to know what she thought. Seeing this, Tuchan Na nodded slightly and did not refuse. So Jiang Mingua said they would stay. Upon hearing this, the Elf Queen was overjoyed and then asked the High Priest to entertain the two guests while she went to prepare. Looking at the happy figure of the Elf Queen and the ring she had just given away, High Priest only rubbed her head helplessly. It was obvious that she had guessed what the Elf Queen was thinking. But one thing is for sure, proper etiquette should still be observed. At this time, Doris, who had been smiling silently, suddenly spoke. Little guy, let me chat with Xiao Mingua for a while. Hearing this, Li, who had inexplicably become the little guy, naturally did not say anything, but just silently took a step back. Then Doris's gaze fell on Tuchan Na. Seeing this, she made a casual gesture. So Doris took Jiang Mingua's hand and sat down at the roots of her original body. To be honest, there was a very beautiful girl in front of me. But Jiang Mingua could feel a kind of kindness from this girl, as if she were an elder. But think about it. The age of the Tree of Life is probably several times greater than the combined age of all the people present. After figuring it out, Jiang Mingua straightened his attitude and acted like a junior who respected his elders. Seeing this scene, Doris was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled brightly. She stood up, reached out and rubbed his head, and said softly, "It's really lovable that a child respects his elders so much." After saying that, they sat down again, but this time, they were like a pair of close friends regardless of age. Doris happily took Jiang Mingua's hand and began to tell the story. She said that after coming to this world, as the Tree of Life, it naturally felt the other sacred trees with intelligence. Among them is the Golden Tree of the Holy Empire, the Shaman Tree of the Orc Empire, the Sacred Tree of Austin's Empire, the Blood Essence Tree of the Demon King's Court, plus the Tree of Life of the elves themselves. They are the 5 sacred trees in the world today, and there are far more than that. However, from what she has learned so far, the 5 sacred trees, including her own, have been gradually eroded by the power of the abyss. The 5 sacred trees are basically the totems of the empires they are in, and they are highly valued. It's not just because of its powerful effect. The key is its combat power. None of the sacred trees possessed a combat power lower than the SS level of destroying a nation. It is the Empire's trump card and also its symbol. And because the power of the Abyss is endless, even the powerful beings of those empires use their own strength to suppress it. But it's not a good method after all. But now it's different. The source of the power of the Abyss has been destroyed by Jang Mingua. That means that except for the Tree of Life, which has already recovered, the other 4 sacred trees will slowly recover over time. The powerful men of the Empire do not have to waste their own strength on the power of the Abyss. After she finished speaking, Doris raised her head, smiled, and continued speaking. What important information did you grasp from what I just said? Upon hearing this, although Zhang Mingyue didn't know the elder's intention, she still began to think seriously about it. The space he was in suddenly became quiet. After a while, he grasped something and raised his head suddenly. Then he met Doris's kind gaze, and under her encouraging gaze, he expressed his guess. This is the main reason why the power of the Abyss erodes the 5 sacred trees at the same time. Chapter 62 How come such a big heart disappeared? One reason is to attract the attention of these empires. Let them spend some of their attention shifting from the front battlefield to the rear, thus covering up some small actions of those Abyss slaves. The second is to restrain those powerful entities in the empire so that they cannot act freely. They were firmly bound to the empire by these sacred trees and were unable to reach out of the empire. Third, if it really cannot be handled, let the power of the Abyss erode it. The sacred tree can become an abyss and plant a bomb inside the enemy. It's a win-win situation no matter what. After finishing everything, Zhang Mingyue was also looking forward to Doris's opinion. After listening to the young man's story, Doris nodded and responded with praise on her face. Yes, you hit the point. Zhang Mingyue felt somewhat happy to be praised, but this was accompanied by a strong sense of conspiracy, because the move made by the Abyss slaves was extremely insidious. However, I solved all of these problems unintentionally. After realizing that this was man-made, he left a surprise in the cave. Not sure when it will be triggered? When Zhang Mingyue's mind was a little distracted. Outside the cave where the Black Heart was originally located, a group of figures in black robes appeared. They were of different heights, but judging from their exposed skin, it looked like a dead tree. These are obviously the servants of the Abyss. After being eroded by the power of the Abyss, no matter what race, their skin will become like a dead tree, and a black circle will appear in their pupils. Today, these slaves of the Abyss came to inspect the Abyss demon heart that was secretly placed here. Because the place is uninhabited and is a desert, these Abyss slaves are more cautious. It didn't attract any attention. At this time, one of the tall men made a hoarse voice. Move quickly and carefully. We have already given up too much of this opportunity. As long as we succeed, we can sacrifice more lives to the Abyss. At the end of his words, his eyes were filled with madness. There was madness in the eyes of the other Abyss slaves, but also an indescribable excitement. After saying that, the group of Abyss slaves came to the hidden gate of the cave. He muttered something, then took out a dagger and slid it across his palm without hesitation. The next moment, blood, which had turned black, began to flow out. Next, he slapped the stone wall in front of him. The moment the blood touched the stone wall, the blood-colored magic circle was activated. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a tunnel wide enough for the two to walk together. Seeing this scene, the tall man walked in without hesitation. The rest of the Abyss slaves also came in one after another. When everyone was inside, the stone door closed again. The space leading to the Abyss demon heart was not close. After walking for about 5 minutes, we arrived at a vast space. But what made the Abyss slaves confused was this. The Abyss demon heart that was originally hanging high on the ceiling has disappeared, and even the blood-colored crystals have disappeared. Empty, just like the mood of these slaves of the Abyss. The tall man suddenly screamed. Oh, where's my abyssal demon heart? How did such a big heart disappear? What on earth just happened? The disappearance of the Abyss demon heart means the failure of the plan. The failure of the plan means that he will not be able to sacrifice more souls to the Abyss and will suffer severe punishment. He held his head like crazy. Then in the next moment, a green light suddenly appeared in the originally pitch-black space. This situation instantly attracted this group of Abyss slaves. In an instant, they understood something, and the madness on their faces became even more intense. Oh, it's those damn elves. How did they find this place? But it is obvious that this question of his will never be answered in his lifetime. The life force suddenly surged and turned into a big green fox. Then it opened its mouth, and the force of life concentrated in its mouth. The next moment, a thick green beam of light shot straight towards the Abyss slave. This overwhelming force turned this group of Abyss slaves into ashes in an instant. Moreover, this force continued to gain momentum, creating a skylight in the mountain where it was located. Because of this attack, the big green fox also disappeared in the cave. Elf King City. Jiang Mingua, who was thousands of miles away, naturally felt that the power she left behind was triggered. A smile appeared on his handsome face. The elf princess, who was specially arranged by the elf queen to sit next to him, was stunned for a moment. The elf princess is named Alice, and her appearance has not yet fully grown. But she is also a beauty picked out of a million. By the way, the elf princess is actually the next elf queen. Because elves are born from the tree of life, the selection of the elf queen depends entirely on personal ability and personal charm. Alice, the next elf princess, also curiously glanced at the human man next to her. After all, this was the first time she had seen humans being so welcomed by the elves. However, Alice felt a sense of closeness from this human man named Jiang Mingua. This feeling is very strange, but I can't put it into words. I could only keep looking at her out of the corner of my eye. Jiang Mingua naturally felt Alice's behavior. But besides Alice, there was also his wife Tuchan Na. There was nothing he could do. He could only assume that this princess was so curious because it was her first time seeing a human being. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it at this lunch. The elf queen kept bringing up topics with Jiang Mingua and Alice. The result is that Alice is not up to par, and this was not explained in advance. So after a few simple exchanges, they inexplicably became quiet. The atmosphere was awkward and helpless. Tuchan Na, who was in an invincible position, suddenly had a word in his mind. Happy. Lunch ended quickly, although the elf queen wanted to keep them. But I feel that I shouldn't be too obvious. If I scare the other person, it would not be worth it. However, he still saw Jiang Mingua and the other person off very warmly. Watching the two of them leave, the elf queen Orina spoke softly. Alice, what do you think of Jiang Mingua? Upon hearing this, Alice was stunned for a moment. I just think it sounds good. This sentence made Orina feel that there was something interesting, so she continued to speak. Then from now on, you should go and get in touch with them. Oh. Chapter 63. A little girl turned up her nose in pride after being praised. Jiang Mingua, who had no idea that she had become a hot topic, was flying with Tuchan Na. When she was in private with her husband, Tuchan Na also put away her cold and indifferent expression. A smiling expression appeared on his face, and then he teased. I didn't expect my husband to be so popular. He was noticed by these elves as soon as he came out. These words made Jiang Mingua frown, and she responded unhappily. Knowing this, shouldn't you feel a sense of crisis and be furious? Why do you seem so calm, as if it has nothing to do with you? Seeing your husband being snatched away by another woman, are you still so calm? As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Tuchan Nanya's face, which felt very nice. Upon hearing this, Tuchan Na thought so too, but then changed her mind and continued to look calm and relaxed, speaking softly. Will my husband abandon me then? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingua responded without any hesitation. Of course not. After hearing these words, Tuchan Na felt very happy. That's all right. All I can say is, this is a show of affection. The live broadcast room had just started to play pictures when a swarm of viewers rushed in and immediately broke through the defense, causing critical damage. I thought it was torture, but it turned out to be a sudden turn of events and a show of affection. Humph. Gah? It's a dog food bombing. Get back. Although the live broadcast room was filled with ghosts and wolves howling. However, Jiang Mingua didn't know all this. After the two sides finished chatting, they smiled at each other and continued on their way. But their hands were already clasped together. Next, on the way back, I met Orlando, who had been waiting for a long time. After hearing that the matter had been resolved, it nodded and said that it would send them back to Tuchan. Jiang Mingua naturally would not refuse this ride. After all, teleporting is faster than flying. Tuchan Palace. Thanks to the teleportation of the old driver, Orlando, Jiang Mingua, and Tuchan Na quickly returned to Tuchan. After saying goodbye to Orlando, Jiang Mingua immediately went to Tuchan Hall and told Tuchan what had happened, especially the plan to erode the 5 sacred trees at the same time. This made him feel that if this plan really succeeded, the world would be in chaos in an instant. I didn't expect that I would gain such a lot from this trip. When I arrived at Tuchan Hall, I saw Tuchan Yu busy working, but there was no sign of Zia. Just as Jiang Mingua was curious about where the little girl had gone to play, Tuchan Yu also noticed the two of them. She stood up and greeted him directly. She was very curious about what happened this time. This will cause the elves' tree of life to be eroded by the power of the abyss. But before that, Jiang Mingua asked what the little girl Ziya was doing now. In response to this question, Tuchan Yu also said that Ziya is now accompanied by Tuchan Yulan, studying in the school in Tuchan. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua nodded. It is always a good idea to learn something to enrich yourself. His inner doubts were resolved, and he closed the live broadcast room again, and then told everyone what he had seen and heard this time. In the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the screen in front of them, which turned black again, with a look of confusion on their faces. Then one emerged from his mind and came out of his mouth. Brace. At this moment, the resentment of the audience in the entire live broadcast room has accumulated together, and it is likely that a special grade curse spirit will appear. After Jiang Mingua, the person involved, finished telling the whole story, Tuchan Yu fell into deep thought. Then she looked at him with a thankful look and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the existence of my benefactor. Otherwise, I would have been taken advantage of by these abyssal slaves. This led to a catastrophe, resulting in the fall of several empires' rear areas, and the consequences were rippled throughout the entire empire. When Tuchan Yu thought of that scene, he felt a little scared. After all, in this type of world war, an ordinary Tuchan cannot sit still and remain in power. Therefore, Tuchan Yu used the method of alliance to gather the power of the surrounding races and then use them together. In the past, we had no strength and no capital. It's different now because of my benefactor. Today, Tuchan not only has a powerful presence, but also its resources can gradually become free. In this way, Tuchan Yu will be able to realize the plan he had already thought of long ago. The root of all this was brought by our benefactor. Thinking of this, Tuchan Yu looked at Jiang Mingua with affection in his eyes. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Jiang Mingua's ears. Tuchan Yu's favorability up. Current favorability, 96. This almost full favorability and Tuchan Yu's affectionate look gradually turned into a greedy look. Jiang Mingua couldn't help but feel a chill in her waist and swallowed silently. Tuchan Na, who was standing by, also saw her sister's eyes full of carnivorousness and smiled. Facing Jiang Mingua, who kept sending out "save me" signals beside her, she slowly turned her eyes away. He made all kinds of accusations in his mind about this behavior of not helping the dying. But when it came to my lips, it became a change of subject. Xiaoyu, what's the next direction for Tuchan? Or is there anything else you want to resolve? Is there anything I can do to help? When he heard that it was official business, Tuchan Yu put away his carnivorous look and quickly got into the state. Let's start by talking about what Tuchan needs to accomplish right now. Among them, the more important one is the alliance talks started by the human kingdom 2 days ago. This alliance meeting is open to all surrounding races, with the aim of clearing out the lurking abyss slaves. There is one more thing that is most important. That means Tuchan Yu has received the letter from Chingchio. The content says that Bai Shiru, the king of Chingchio, will arrive at Tuchan at night, then discuss some important matters with Tuchan Yu. It was not stated explicitly in the letter, but Tuchan Yu could guess it. It should be about Tuchan, a vassal of Chingchio. It could be a negotiation or a discussion, but she is ready for both. After saying this, Tuchan Yu was full of confidence. This confidence is not pretended, but comes from the heart. You know, Tuchan Yu has been the master of Tuchan for more than 10 years, and he rarely feels so proud as this time. After hearing this, Jiang Mingua and Tuchan Na also applauded. Heaped. At this moment, Tuchan Yu was no longer the lord of Tuchan, but a little girl who turned up her nose in pride after being praised. In the following time, everyone dispersed to complete what they needed to do. Chapter 64 I, Chingchio, am willing to become a vassal of Tuchan. However, before they separated, Jiang Mingua also used the skill Holy Kara Connects Us. After obtaining the consent of the two sisters, a bridge was built so that they could talk to each other with just a thought. This way, an internal call can be made whether in critical moments or in daily situations. As for the so-called long-distance sound transmission, it no longer works in this world where all kinds of energies are mixed. Then he also pulled Tuchan Yulan, Ziya, and Bai Yuezhu into the group chat. After all, these are our own people. Tuchan nighttime. As time passed, 6 o'clock in the evening had passed, and the live broadcast room closed on time at 6 o'clock. As representatives of Chingchio, Bai Xinxue and her mother Bai Shiru have arrived at Tuchan. After a welcome banquet, the leaders of both sides sat face to face. Behind them are their respective families. As for Bai Yuezhu, she sat silently in the middle, because on one side are your descendants, and on the other side are your reborn parents. No matter where you are neither a human nor a fox. But no one cared about this, as the communication was about to begin. After a moment of silence, Bai Shiru took the initiative to speak. I believe the Lord of Tuchan already knows the purpose of our visit. So we're just being frank and honest, without any need for any evasiveness. Hearing this, Tuchan nodded calmly, then made a gesture of, you speak first. Baishuru was not polite about this and began to express her thoughts. She said that there were two main purposes for her visit. One is that Chingchio wants to form an offensive and defensive alliance with Tuchan, and then develop business and grow together. Secondly, if the above conditions are not agreed to, Chingchio can also agree to become a vassal of Tuchan. However, due to the long distance between the two, even a round trip by flight would take more than a day. Therefore, we hope to retain Chingchio's autonomy, and we also hope to agree to retain Chingchio's heritage, and that the people of Chingchio and Tuchan should be treated equally. Although the requirements are very few, each one is important to Chingchio. After hearing this, Tuchan still maintained a calm and composed expression. Since spirit stones can be mass-produced, the teleportation array that had been abandoned for more than 10 years can now be used. Therefore, the distance problem mentioned by Baishuru is not a problem at all. As for the autonomy, Tuchan felt it was not okay. After all, the distance problem has been solved, so are you still worried that you can't reach over there? At worst, I can just leave Chingchio to Baishuru's management, and then report all the important matters to myself. There is also the inheritance of Chingchio. Tuchan has no intention of letting Chingchio give it up, or anything. All thoughts were collected back. He continued to maintain a faint smile on his face, and then Tuchan spoke softly. What you said includes preserving your Chingchio heritage. These are no longer issues. Because Tuchan has found a way to obtain spirit stones, both your and my teleportation arrays can be restarted. And we no longer have to worry about a shortage of spirit stones causing the teleportation array to cease functioning. Baishuru was stunned by these words, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Because after the great changes in heaven and earth, the concentration of spiritual energy is higher than that of the previous world. But all those spirit stone mines also disappeared, which meant that the spirit stones he had stored were one less each time he used them. Now, Baishuru was very surprised to hear that Tuchan actually had a way to obtain spirit stones. However, just as Tuchan said, once the teleportation array between the two places was opened, the problems he had just mentioned were no longer problems. Now the situation is stronger than people. Baishuru has nothing to say and lowers her head silently. Seeing this, Tuchan realized that the matter was almost successful and continued to strike while the iron was hot. Even if Chingchio chooses to become a vassal of Tuchan, I will still leave Chingchio to you to manage. I will not interfere casually. You are still the ruler of Chingchio, but you just need to inform me of some important events that have occurred. Next, Tuchan talked about some of the advantages and benefits that Chingchio could obtain if it chose to become a vassal of Tuchan. Listening to these silently, Baishuru couldn't help but look at Jang Mingua behind Tuchan. I wondered, is everything happening in Tuchan now caused by this handsome young man? When she came to Tuchan, she always had this question in her mind. After a moment's silence, Baishuru decided to speak out the question in her heart. Lord Tuchan, I have a question. If you can answer it, I will agree to Chingchio becoming Tuchan's vassal. Hearing this, it was Tuchan's turn to be a little confused, but he still said that if she could answer, she would speak freely. So the next moment, Baishuru went straight to the point. Everything that has happened in Tuchan and everything that has been achieved is because of this young master? After saying that, she raised her hand and pointed at Jang Mingua, who was daydreaming behind Tuchan. Because of Baishuru's question, the Tuchan hall suddenly became quiet and silent. This also made Tuchan's originally gentle eyes begin to narrow slightly as he looked at her, thinking about the purpose of this question in his heart. After a moment, Tuchan spoke tentatively. What if I say no? Hearing this, Baishuru seemed to have gotten the answer, and shook her head gently and spoke softly. Whether it is or not, it's just a little curiosity of mine. Then she sat up straight and spoke seriously. I, Baishuru, am the ruler of Chingchio. I swear here today that Chingchio is willing to become a vassal of Tuchan. As soon as she finished speaking, the contract that Baishuru had taken out from the storage ring earlier emitted a faint golden light. Then it floated up and came in front of both parties. This contract is a way to maintain fairness in this chaotic world. It is also produced by Survivor and circulated in this world. Anyone who violates this contract will be punished with death, no matter how powerful they are. After all, it is the Supreme Being that manages this contract. Therefore, when Baishuru used this contract, Tuchan was completely relieved. Finally, the deal was made. Then she also spoke softly. I, Tuchan, the Lord of Tuchan, agree that Chingchio will become a vassal of Tuchan. With the consent of both parties, their names also appeared on the contract. The contract was completed, and the contract book also returned to the void. If Baishuru goes back on her word, the contract will reappear and deal her a thundering blow. Chapter 65 I Met You First. When the matter came to an end, the atmosphere between the two sides became much more harmonious. Although there was some unpleasantness between them just now, it didn't matter after they became a family. So, Tuchan Yu let Jiang Mingua sit next to him, and the other side was also occupied by Tuchan Na. Looking at Jiang Mingua, who was being attacked from both sides by the two sisters, Baishuru's eyes swept over the two women with a strange look. As if he had noticed something, he spoke softly. It seems that the two of you have a very harmonious relationship with this young master. Regarding this point, it was my younger sister Tuchan Yu who responded. Of course, since you are my great benefactor and the benefactor of Tuchan. Because of him, my sister was able to come back, and because of him, Tuchan was able to undergo such earth-shaking changes. Having said that, Tuchan Yu took Jiang Mingua's hand, acted like a little bird, and continued. It is said that a gentleman desires a beautiful lady. But if we meet an outstanding gentleman, wouldn't it be the same for the ladies like me? It's just that we Tuchan foxes prefer to take the initiative. By the end of his speech, Tuchan Yu was almost sticking to Jiang Mingua. In addition to asserting her sovereignty, she also told others about the relationship between them. The deeper meaning is, don't think about seducing and charming the young man. We are all foxes, and no one is necessarily afraid of anyone else when it comes to seduction and charm. As a smart person, Baishuru naturally understood this information. However, her expression remained unchanged, and she still maintained a faint smile, and then her eyes fell on Tuchan Na. But she found that she had been holding hands with Jiang Mingua without knowing when, and the furry white tail had already wrapped around his waist. This made Baishuru's eyes flash with surprise. She didn't expect Tuchan to be so generous. The two foxes with the highest power in Tuchan both fell in love with this young man at the same time. And that's not all. Baishuru's gaze continued to move and came to Tuchan Yulan and Zia. Especially Tuchan Yulan's eyes that said, it was obviously me who met him first, and the little girl's undisguised love for the young master. It is conceivable how attractive this young man is. Perhaps just as his aunt said, this young man is a person with great luck. Thinking of this, Baishuru couldn't help but feel that her choice to make Chingchio a vassal of Tuchan was not a bad thing. Then she looked at her daughter, Baishinchue, who was beside her. He patted her little hands gently and spoke in an encouraging tone. Xianxue, keep working on it. Hearing this, Baishinchue was confused, but she saw her mother's meaningful smile. She also understood the meaning of these words, and her face turned red as she lowered her head and responded softly. Mda. Baiyuezhu, who was sitting next to her, also patted her thigh and spoke with a smile. I'm keeping an eye on you. This action made Xianxue's face even redder, and she was completely different from the charming fox before. As the person involved, Jiang Mingua could only keep showing an awkward yet polite smile. Although this scene of being surrounded by furry things did heal his heart, but that look full of carnivorousness made Jiang Mingua feel chilled. It's strange. It's said on the internet that these fox-eared girls are basically soft, shy and prone to coughing. Is that true? As a result, the people he met were like wolves and tigers, and they wanted to kill him on the spot. Alas, feeling these looks, Jiang Mingua sighed helplessly in her heart. Now only furry can make him feel at ease. After this, it was getting late, and everyone separated and returned to their respective rooms. Although this is the case, except for Jiang Mingua, because in addition to holding a little girl's hand, Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na were also following behind him. Are these two sisters finally going to attack me together? Although thinking this, Jiang Mingua became inexplicably excited. After returning to the room, he first coaxed the little girl Ziya to sleep and then tiptoed to the next room. Before I could even knock on the door, I was pulled in again and placed on the bed. His gaze gradually focused on the two fox-eared girls in black lace in front of him. My goodness, the places that should be covered are not covered, and the places that should be exposed are very direct. This made Jiang Mingua swallow silently. Chapter 66:00:00. Day 9, Tuchan Palace, 8 a.m. Early in the morning, Jiang Mingua, whose biological clock gave her an hour's rest, was still woken up by the sound of Ola Ola Ola. I opened my eyes and saw the familiar ceiling. Although I feel a little tired, I still feel refreshed. Feeling the softness beside him made him feel relaxed. Looking at the sleeping faces of the two sisters Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na, his expression looked very relieved. It's like they found their backbone. Seeing this gentle scene, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but think of yesterday's battle. Because Tuchan Yu was a virgin and not as crazy as her sister, she gave in after a few times. However, It feels really good and I am really happy. I can only say that it is very smooth. Looking at the two lovely and beautiful girls in front of him, an indescribable happiness appeared in the depths of Jiang Mingyue's heart. Unbeknownst to him, he and Tuchan were becoming increasingly close. At this time, the belated system prompt sound also sounded. Tuchan's favorability up. Current favorability, 100 max. This already full good impression seemed to be saying to Jiang Mingyue, "You kid, now you also have a deep bond." In response, he just smiled and said nothing. He believed that if they knew, they would definitely be happy for him. Unknown space. Akiyu. At the same time, in an unknown space, a white tiger with a completely white body and exuding a strong murderous aura suddenly sneezed. This situation naturally attracted the attention of other beings in this space. The originally quiet space suddenly became lively. "Oh, old white actually sneezed? We at this level still sneeze? I'm afraid someone is missing you." A frivolous female voice sounded in the space. At this time, a gentlemanly voice sounded. As Miss Zhu said, beings at our level naturally won't get sick. So who is missing by June? As soon as the words fell, a kind and honest voice sounded. I think June is right. After hearing what these old friends said, Baihu rolled his eyes and was about to say something. Suddenly he thought of something and started talking in a mean way. Is there a possibility that he is thinking about me? As soon as these words were spoken, the space was silent for a moment, and then various negative voices were heard. Impossible. Absolutely not. You're dreaming. Hearing these sudden urgent voices, Baihu burst into laughter. The result was that the laughter stopped abruptly before I could even laugh a few times. Feeling the fiery gazes of his old buddies, Baihu coughed lightly a few times and tried to change the subject. Ahem, the moonlight is so beautiful today. Silence is Cambridge tonight, the next moment. Beautiful you big head ghost. Ola, take this old man's blow. Muda, huh? This gentleman will take you in today. The originally quiet space suddenly became lively. And from their tone, you can tell that those more than 10 years in modern times were not in vain. Oh, I can only say thank you to Teacher Tom for his enthusiastic dubbing. Although it sounds very lively, both parties know their limits, and the fighting is just for fun. But if even a little bit of the energy fluctuations that constantly appear in space leak out, can easily destroy a planet. Tuchan Palace. Jiang Mingyue was unaware of the indirect cause that led to Lao by being beaten by his friends. At this moment, I was lying comfortably on the bed, quietly waiting for the two girls to wake up. As Tuchan usually gets up early, he naturally got up as usual and prepared to handle official business. And she also looked rosy because of the nourishment she received last night. Tuchan looks lazy now. After stretching comfortably, his eyes finally caught sight of Jiang Mingyue. Then her mind flashed back to her own madness from last night, and her face couldn't help but blush. However, deep down in her heart, now she felt more of an indescribable joy. I finally became husband and wife with my benefactor. Thinking of this, Tuchan felt his heart was filled with joy and a surge of confidence emerged. It gave her more courage and confidence to face this turbulent era. Because now I have someone behind me who I can rely on wholeheartedly. At this moment, indescribable emotions surged in his heart, making Tuchan unable to help himself and sit up. Then he gave Jiang Mingyue a light kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. She looked at him lovingly, and then spoke from the heart. Sir, it's really great to meet you. After saying that, she snuggled up to his shoulder with a sweet smile on her face. It seemed as if she had to use this kind of behavior and words to express her inner feelings. Jiang Mingyue carefully kept all of Tuchan's love and said nothing. He just took her hand, placed it on his chest, and let her feel his surging heartbeat. That surging heartbeat at this moment surpasses all the sweet words and vows in the world. Tuchan felt this. If the favorability wasn't already full. Otherwise, Jiang Mingyue would be able to hear the system sound ringing in her ears. Because of his actions, the atmosphere between the two of them is now very good. This made Tuchan Na, who had already woken up, feel a little embarrassed. She felt that she woke up at the wrong time, but after thinking about it, she coughed lightly to show that she was still there. She then said that although she saw that her sister and her husband had overcome that hurdle in their relationship, she was very happy as an elder sister. Then the tone of the painting changed, and with a resentful tone, he asked if she could not be put aside, making her feel a little redundant. As she spoke, Tuchan Na pouted her cute little mouth, making people want to kiss her. Then Jiang Mingyue took action, kissed her red lips, and then separated. For a moment, there was laughter in the room. Next, the three of them got up and changed their clothes when it was almost 9 o'clock. After they finished tidying up the room, they left. However, they were happy, but Bai Yuezhu in the opposite room opened her eyes silently. Now, for the first time, she felt that being too strong was not a good thing. Chapter 67 Thoughts Clear. Tuchan Na, who was unaware that she had disturbed someone else's sweet dream, was on her way to Tuchan Hall with her sister. Perhaps because both she and her sister had become the young master's wife, the expressions on the sisters' faces softened a lot. Unspeakable joy filled my heart. For a moment, Tuchan Na forgot that she had some things to do and did not ask her husband. For example, what was going on with Jang Mingua's posture yesterday? However, even if she remembered this matter, she was not in a hurry at all. After all, it would not be too late to ask when she saw him in Tuchan. So the two sisters came to Tuchan Hall in a good mood. Bai Shiru, the former ruler of Chingchio, also arrived here early. Unexpectedly, this extra boss of his would come to the hall so late. According to the guards outside the hall, Tuchan Yu usually handles official business in the Tuchan Hall in the morning, 7 to 9 a.m. But what about now? It's already past morning, and there's still no sign of him. Is this a warning to me? Just as Bai Shiru was lost in thought, the figures of Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu appeared in her sight. Especially seeing Tuchan Yu's awkward walking posture, with his feet turned outwards. At this moment, Bai Shiru understood everything, and a flash of shame passed through her eyes. Unexpectedly, this boss was so anxious and worried about any accidents, so he just ate the young man. Jiang Mingua, who had no idea that she had become a victim, inexplicably, woke up the little girl Ziya who was sleeping in. So he took her to wash up and have breakfast. After doing all this, Tuchan Yulan also came here. She said that she was taking Ziya to school today as well. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately stood up, looking very excited. When coaxing her to sleep last night, Jiang Mingua also heard Ziya talking about the fun of school. He said he also made many good friends. After hearing this, Jiang Mingua felt very relieved. Although he is only 18 years old, his educational philosophy has never been to raise a bird in a cage. Instead, I hope Ziya can fly freely in that vast sky. So after handing the little girl over to Tuchan Yulan, Jiang Mingua was the only one left in the yard again. But today he also has something to do. For example, go and apologize to Bai Xianxue for what happened at that time. Jiang Mingua immediately went to Tuchan Hall and found her mother Bai Shiru. Then, under the subtle gaze of the Tuchan sisters, he happily told them about his daughter's plans for the day. Then he looked at Jiang Mingua's back as she left, and the next moment he turned around and showed a kind look to the Tuchan sisters. It was as if to say, "My two lords, will you not be angry with me?" That young master took the initiative to find this. I didn't say anything. After receiving this information, the expressions on the two sisters' faces did not change. They just looked at each other slowly, and then continued to focus on the matter at hand. At this time, Jiang Mingua was following Bai Shiru's words. He found Bai Xianxue strolling in Tuchan City, then appeared in front of her, and said he had something to talk to her about. To be honest, this happened a little suddenly, and made her stunned for a moment. But relying on her strong psychological quality, she maintained an elegant and charming demeanor and nodded. The next moment, Jiang Mingua took Bai Xianxue away under the envious and jealous gazes of all the male compatriots around her. After a while, the two arrived at the somewhat remote pavilion. This was the place where Jiang Mingua lost her temper with Bai Xianxue. Seeing the deserted environment here, Bai Xianxue couldn't help but start to imagine. "Sir, is there something important that brought me here? And it's so hidden, it's impossible." As if she thought of something, Bai Xianxue's little face began to turn slightly red. He stared at Jiang Mingua with burning eyes, anticipating what he wanted to ask him. It was also at this time that Jiang Mingua stood solemnly in front of her, and then made a move that surprised Bai Xianxue. Jiang Mingua bowed without hesitation and apologized. "Sorry." Well, seeing this scene, Bai Xianxue was unable to react for a moment. Why? Why did you apologize to me? Did he do anything bad to himself? Just when Bai Xianxue was at a loss, Jiang Mingua explained what happened with some embarrassment. He said that he was in a bad mood at the time and ended up getting angry at Bai Xianxue. I felt guilty when I thought about it afterwards, so I wanted to find an opportunity to apologize. After hearing these words, Bai Xianxue could naturally tell that these were words from Jiang Mingua's heart. At this moment, she felt that the big boy was a little cute and couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, so the reason why you came to me is because of this matter. Don't worry, I don't take this matter to heart. However, since it is a sincere apology from the young master, I will accept it seriously." In front of Jiang Mingua, Bai Xianxue couldn't help but start to act naughty. But these are due to her bloodline. A fox is a person who appears to be wild on the outside, but is actually conservative and serious on the inside. And he takes the affairs of Chingchio very seriously. At the same time, the The mechanical sound of the system rang in Jiang Mingyue's ears. By Chingchio's favorability up. Favorability, 75. When Jiang Mingyue heard that the favorability had increased, she knew that the other party had forgiven her. He successfully put down the big stone in his heart. Now his mind is clear and his whole body feels relaxed. So after chatting with Bai Xinxue for a while, they parted ways. Looking at Jiang Mingyue's leaving figure, Bai Xinxue's eyes were bright. Tuchan Palace. After resolving all the issues, the bored Jiang Mingyue returned to the palace courtyard. Sitting in the gazebo, I started to deal with some things. For example, confirm the popularity of this live broadcast and see how many views it has reached now. Popularity value, as the name suggests, is the points generated by viewers when watching the live broadcast. When these popularity points accumulate, the survivors can exchange them for cards of corresponding levels. The highest grade of cards are gold. This popularity value is also intended to encourage survivors to actively start live broadcasts. By the way, a viewer can only generate 0.1 popularity value, and it can only be obtained once a day and only in one live broadcast room. Jiang Mingyue was not interested in these popularity values at first, not because of the live broadcast. I just think of myself as an ordinary little shrimp who comes here to travel and touch the furry things. If there are like-minded people, that would be great too. But now, after experiencing what happened over the past week, his perspective has changed. Chapter 68. A warm-hearted villager provides you with an infinite energy device. Since he chose to stay in Tuchan, he became husband and wife with the sisters Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na. It can be said that what happens in Tuchan now is one's own business. And Jiang Mingyue also decided that he wanted to be the man behind a successful woman. After all, it's better not to come to him for matters concerning the management of a country's people. All I can say is that Jiang Mingyue also feels that she is not cut out for this. From childhood to adulthood, I have often been alone and not one to fit in. If he were asked to lead an entire race all at once, he would be considered a winner if he could hold out for a month without any chaos. Therefore, it is better to leave professional matters to professionals. Just be a good wife. His thoughts were a little scattered, but Jiang Mingyue quickly came back to his senses. Start checking the popularity gains of the past few days. The next moment, a series of numbers appeared in front of him. After a careful count, the popularity value is over 300 million. How to say it? Jiang Mingyue was not surprised by this result. After all, I can also feel my exaggerated luck. Of the cards obtained so far, the lowest quality cards are purple. It naturally attracted the attention of people outside. By the way, don't think that the popularity value of just over 300 million is too low. Because so far, the outside world's population is roughly estimated to be less than 1.5 billion. This is the result of the government's continued encouragement of childbirth. The existence of the fantasy world gives everyone in the outside world a ticket to the future. But if you want this ticket, you naturally have to pay a price. Life is the currency to purchase this ticket. Don't think that just because you avoided death at the age of 18, you can make them back off. You know, the gambler's mentality is always hidden deep in everyone's heart. If others can do it and get those good things, why can't I? Put them together and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Then, people with this gambler mentality came in batches so that the population outside could not increase at all. Well, coming back to the point, when Jiang Mingyue confirmed that she could exchange for 3 gold cards, he silently turned the live broadcast room that had just been opened black again. Because now I have to hide my cards for my wife. As the redemption is clicked, the popularity value decreases at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in front of Jiang Mingyue, 3 cards shining with golden light appeared. They are all random cards, and what you get is all a matter of luck. So, Jiang Mingyue chose to leave it to her own luck and opened it without hesitation. Then, with a flash of golden light, 3 cards appeared in front of him. 1 gold anchor card and 2 gold item cards. Looking at the cards in front of him, there are 2 basic cards and 1 special card. Gold anchor card. As the name suggests, it is a card that can anchor a new world that belongs only to the user. Moreover, this new world does not have any intelligent life and is a completely uncultivated primitive world. It can be said that if someone from a large family issued this card, then, once their entire family has a place to settle down, they can easily prosper and then move to a higher level. Even an ordinary person can rely on this world that belongs to him alone to create a family centered around him, which is very easy. So far, this card has only appeared once in the outside world. It caused a huge uproar at the time, but that was because the card was obtained by a powerful family. So no one dared to take this card. As for the result, it was invaded. So when Jiang Mingyue saw it was this card, her brows raised slightly. He naturally knew the function and importance of this card. And when Mingua saw this card, the first reaction in her mind was, Tuchan now has a new world as a fallback and a source of confidence. Wow, my luck is incredible. Mingua couldn't help but sigh in her heart about this, although he immediately wanted to see what kind of world this card anchored for him. But now there are still 2 cards crying out for food, so of course I have to open them all. Because he had a big deal, Mingua simply swiped over the remaining golden cards in front of him. Accompanied by a golden light, the information on the 2 cards appeared in front of him. Gold item card. Name: Super Intelligent Mechanical Arsenal. Introduction: an arsenal with ultra-future technology that consumes resources and energy to create corresponding mechanical soldiers. Effect: 1. Arms. First Order Ordinary Mechanical Soldiers. Strength is D. Divided into arms: Infantry, Navy, Air Force, Armored Troops. Second Order Elite Mechanical Soldiers. Strength CA, depending on the type of troops. Divided into types of troops: Large and Small Mecha Pilots, Interstellar Ship Pilots. Tier 3 Special Forces, Heroic, Mechanical Soldiers, ASSS, World-Destroying, No Division. Strength depends on the mechanical soldier. 2. Weapons that can be manufactured. Mechas that can be manufactured. Analysis: my friend, do you want a robot girl? Gold item card. Name: Infinite Energy. Description: a device that can provide unlimited energy. Effect: able to provide including but not limited to magic power, spiritual power, elemental power, electrical energy, nuclear energy, etc. Analysis: a warm-hearted villager provides you with an infinite energy device. After reading the contents of the remaining 2 prop cards, Mingua took a breath. An arsenal and unlimited energy were released. Turtle: this is to make you dominate the world, right? Oh no, now I really have a new world. Mingua now feels an indescribable joy in her heart and wants to find someone to analyze it. As a result, when I looked around, I suddenly remembered my lonely situation. However, Mingua quickly came to his senses and soared into the sky and flew towards Tuchan Hall. At this time, Tuchan Na, who was successfully restarting the teleportation array that had been in disrepair for a long time, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is usually maintained and repaired, if something suddenly goes wrong at Baishuru's moment, I don't know where to put my face. But fortunately, nothing serious happened. Then, Tuchan Na turned his head and looked at Baishuru beside him and spoke. Baishuru, it's your turn. Please input the coordinates of the Chingchio teleportation array. Hearing this, Baishuru came back to her senses. Because the scene not long ago still shocked her. You know, that's a mountain of spirit stones. Chapter 69, she gave too much. It's not that Baishuru herself has never seen the world. But since the spirit stones can no longer be replenished, each one used means one less. Normally, spirit stones are used in various formations in Chingchio City. When we first came into this world, Chingchio might have been very wealthy. But more than 10 years have passed, and most of the spiritual stones that were originally as vast as the ocean have been consumed in self-preservation. The rest look pitiful. Therefore, when Baishuru heard Tuchan Na say that he had found a way to obtain spirit stones, she still had some doubts in her heart. But when he saw the mountains of spirit stones and the spirit stones that were continuously delivered, to be honest, Baishuru was stunned. Her expression of shock was beyond words, and she showed it without any concealment. At that moment, she felt that joining Tuchan might be the best choice she had ever made. It was also at that time that Baishuru raised the question again. Did that young master bring all these? Tuchan Na still did not give an answer to this question, but just smiled without saying anything. Seeing this expression, Baishuru had actually gotten the answer she wanted. She couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Is that why that young master didn't show up in Chingchio? This thought emerged in her mind, and Baishuru sighed helplessly in her heart. However, since we are here, we should make the best of it. After hearing Tuchan Na's words, she also walked up and injected the coordinates of the Chingchio teleportation array into it. The coordinates are confirmed. The surrounding stone tablets engraved with symbols also began to emit a blue light. At the same time, the Chingchio teleportation array, thousands of miles away, also began to emit a blue light. Seeing this, Tuchan Na knew that the teleportation array had been successfully connected. Then she waved her hand, and a large number of spirit stones appeared from the storage ring and flew towards the teleportation array. And those spirit stones that fell on the teleportation array also melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It transformed into pure spiritual energy and replenished the teleportation array. And because Tuchan Na did it on purpose, some spirit stones were also teleported to the teleportation array in Chingchio. After all, the two teleportation arrays must be stable and have sufficient energy so that no problems will occur during the teleportation. Tuchan Na stopped only after 1/3 of the spirit stones in the storage ring had been consumed. He turned around and looked at Baishuru again, and a storage ring appeared in his hand, which he threw directly at her. Only after seeing Baishuru steadily catch the storage ring did he speak softly. The spirit stones in this storage ring should be enough for Chingchio to use for a while. During this time, you will continue to be the ruler of Chingchio. Pay attention during this period and make good preparations to prevent any sudden changes. Okay, the teleportation array has been activated, no need to send. While listening to Tuchan Na's words, Baishuru also explored the spirit stone in the storage ring. When she saw the astonishing number, she couldn't help but smile. Even though Tuchan Na's tone sounded very calm. But this boss was so generous that Baishuru felt that it didn't matter if she had a bad attitude. After all, she gave too much. So after listening to it, she also bowed respectfully. Okay, I understand. After saying that, he stepped into the teleportation array. Accompanied by a blue stream of light, Baishuru was teleported back to Chingchio. After seeing Baishuru leave, Tuchan Na ordered the guards to take good care of the teleportation array and then return to the Tuchan Hall. Because the skill had just been activated, Zhang Mingyue's voice sounded in her mind. He said he had something good and wanted her to come and see it. So as soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw the figure he had been thinking about day and night. Zhang Mingyue. After seeing that it was him, Tuchan Na's originally calm face was instantly filled with a smile. Then she happily came over and sat down next to Zhang Mingyue, sticking to him without any hesitation and leaning on him. She spoke in a soft, coquettish tone. My husband, you came to see me. Did you miss me? Hey. As soon as she opened her mouth, the charm unique to a fox was fully displayed on Tuchan Na. Zhang Mingyue, the person involved, initially came to look for the two sisters, but heard from the guards outside the gate that the two sisters were not there. So he came to the hall and waited. As a result, before I could even say hello, I saw Tuchan Na coming up to me. The tone of voice made Zhang Mingyue feel so numb that her bones went numb. However, he ate her after all, and he held her in one hand and stroked her well-maintained tail with the other. Then Tuchan Na was heard making a banging sound. After playing and fighting, Tuchan Na leaned lazily on Zhang Mingyue's chest and spoke lazily. Husband, you came to see me. Is there something wrong? Hearing this, Zhang Mingyue, feeling the furry ears gently patting her face, took out the 3 golden cards she had obtained. Looking at the 3 golden cards floating in the air in front of him, Tuchan Na's attention was immediately attracted. After listening to her husband tell her the information on these cards, she immediately straightened up and fixed her burning gaze on the golden anchor card. Because of this card, Tuchan will always have a place to stay and a way to retreat at any time. It can be said that because of this card, even in the face of the chaos that may occur at any time, Tuchan can still remain as stable as a mountain. At this moment, the mountain that was originally pressing on Tuchan Na and leading the people of Tuchan to survive in this chaotic world disappeared in an instant. The tense thread in my mind at that moment suddenly loosened. At this moment, she felt extremely relaxed all over her body, a relaxation that could not be described in words. So much so that tears had already burst out without her noticing, dripping onto the table. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyue silently hugged her in his arms and gave her a very strong shoulder. Then, the suppressed crying sound slowly sounded. Although Zhang Mingyue had never comforted anyone before, he knew that sometimes actions speak louder than words. He gently stroked Tuchan Na's back, waiting for her to release all the suppressed emotions in her heart. After a long time, the crying slowly subsided and was followed by steady breathing sounds. It was obvious that Tuchan Na fell asleep. So, Zhang Mingyue carefully adjusted her body so that she could snuggle in his arms in a comfortable posture. Looking at the red corners of the eyes, he gently wiped the tear marks on Tuchan Na's face. It can be said that Tuchan Na, who was originally a strong woman, now looks more fragile after crying. It makes people feel distressed and want to take good care of it. Chapter 70 New World. Looking at the beautiful fox-eared girl who fell into a deep sleep because of relaxation. To be honest, if you don't count last night, this was the first time he had seen Tuchan Na's face so closely. Her skin is fair and delicate, and her facial features are natural and very eye-catching. Zhang Mingyue was stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered, with tenderness in her eyes. At this time, a white figure flashed outside the hall and came into the hall. As a result, I saw my sister lying in her husband's arms, and she seemed to be asleep. And it looked like he cried? This made Tuchan Nanyang's ears shake slightly, and doubts emerged in her mind. What happened? But she remained quiet and came to sit next to Jiang Mingyue silently. At the same time, Tuchan Nanyang's voice also appeared in Jiang Mingyue's mind. My dear, what happened to my sister? Is she too tired? Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue nodded, then shook her head. Then he explained what had just happened and the function of the golden anchor card. After listening to it, Tuchan Nanyang could understand why her sister was crying. Those were not tears of sadness, but tears of relief and tears of joy. With a new world, Tuchan will have a stable rear base. At the critical moment, there was no problem for the entire Tuchan population to evacuate to the new world. It completely makes Tuchan invincible. After hearing this good news, Tuchan Nanyang felt relieved. After all, during the more than 10 years that he had disappeared, it was his sister who single-handedly supported the entire Tuchan. The hardships, difficulties, and pressures involved are unimaginable to her sister. Even when he was the master of Tuchan, she was in charge of martial arts and his sister was in charge of literature. The two complemented each other and were indispensable. But now, we need to add a link. Thinking of this, Tuchan Nanyang's gaze turned to Jiang Mingyue beside her. He stared at the treasure boy with burning eyes. I really want to know how many surprises he will bring to myself, them, and Tuchan. As I thought about it, I leaned against him and snuggled on his shoulder. She sniffed the faint fragrance on Jiang Mingyue's body that attracted her so much. Jiang Mingyue was also curious about Tuchan Nanyang's behavior in her mind. Nanya, what's wrong? Hearing this, Tuchan Nanyang did not respond immediately, but left a kiss on his face before responding. I want to know how many more surprises my husband will bring us. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue turned around and saw her eyes full of expectation and affection. This also softened Jiang Mingyue's eyes. Then you should be mentally prepared. Your husband is quite lucky. Hearing the somewhat funny tone, Tuchan Nanyang smiled. Then I will wait and see. This conversation created a very good atmosphere between the two of them. And because of the new world, the entire hall was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. However, the gloomy atmosphere will not disappear, but will shift. For example, that painful expression was transferred to the family leaders outside. Because after their professional team searched for Jiang Mingyue's biological mother and father, they couldn't find them at all. Even his blood relatives disappeared out of thin air, as if they did not exist in this world. It's as if this guy popped out from between the rocks. Not only that, all the blood DNA collected from physical examinations over the years has been destroyed. The time of destruction is the day when he goes to the heavens to survive. From this, we can know that Jiang Mingyue had already done all this to prevent others from influencing him from the outside world. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he is already such a scheming boy. It can be said that after knowing this information, a faint voice was heard in the house of each big family. Brace. Because if this happens, all the plans of these big families and the government will be ruined. But soon, their attention shifted to other survivors in the same world as Jiang Mingyue. As for the purpose of this, it is unknown. Jiang Mingyue, who had no idea of any conspiracy in the outside world, was currently with Tuchan Na, quietly waiting for Tuchan Yu in his arms to wake up. After a while, about an hour later, Tuchan Yu slowly woke up. He stretched lazily in Jiang Mingyue's arms. Ma. Resurrection with full health. With a small cheer, Tuchan Yu, feeling refreshed, woke up completely. When she was about to act coquettishly to her husband, she found that her sister had arrived without her noticing. But this did not affect her giving Jiang Mingyue a big hug. My husband, I love you so much da. Yeda. Their faces pressed together, and then he kissed Jiang Mingyue on the face. Now he was kissed once on each side of his face by both sisters. In response, Jiang Mingyue didn't say anything, but just rubbed her head before speaking. Now that we're awake, let's go and take a look at our new world. The two sisters kept nodding in agreement with this decision. Next, Jiang Mingyue and her sisters went to the inner room, took out the golden anchor card, and used it directly. As the card transformed into a stream of golden light in the air, a mysterious feeling filled his heart. It's as if I'm now controlling a portal that can be opened anytime and anywhere. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingyue raised her hand and waved it gently in front of her, and a vortex emitting blue light appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this magical scene, the two sisters looked at each other in surprise. At this time, Jiang Mingyue took the initiative to walk up and feel it, and made sure there was no problem. He stretched out his hand into the vortex, and then leaned his whole body in. Accompanied by a feeling of push on my back, when I opened my eyes again, I saw a valley full of birdsong and flowers. Turning around, the blue vortex was still there. There was no time to look at this new world, but to go back and ask the Tuchan sisters to come over. After seeing their husbands go in and out, they followed him. When they saw the brand new world, unspeakable joy filled their hearts. They subconsciously took off into the air and flew around to take a good look at this new world. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa naturally followed. After all, the portal is in his hands, and he can follow them and leave at any time. Chapter 71 Super Artificial Intelligence Tianyu. As a result, they were so excited that they took off from Wuhu and flew away in 2 directions. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa rubbed his head helplessly. I didn't know which one to follow for a while, and finally decided to forget it. Just stay where you are, and they will come back by themselves when the time comes. So Jiang Mingwa transmitted the voice into the minds of the 2 sisters. After receiving their responses, he opened his backpack again and took out the remaining 2 cards. One is Super Intelligent Mechanical Arsenal, and the other is Infinite Energy. The 2 complement each other. He shifted his gaze from the card to the surrounding terrain. Because it is located in the center of the valley, the terrain here is flat, and there is a river winding through it. Jiang Mingwa felt that placing the arsenal here was also a good choice. But if you think about it, this is also a good place to live and work. So I gave up and decided to look for another place. Then Jiang Mingwa took off into the air, flying slowly in the air, his eyes scanning the earth. Finally, we chose a flat plain with a big river not far away. So Jiang Mingwa took out the card and clicked on it to use it. A green shadow, an outline appeared in front of him. Moreover, this green shadow was changing its position according to his thoughts. After understanding that the position is determined according to your own ideas, Jiang Mingwa simply confirmed it in front of him. The next moment, those green shadows began to turn into substance, and the metal shell also appeared. Soon, a 10-meter-high base with an area of at least 500 square meters and full of technology appeared in front of Jiang Mingwa. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa also came to the front of the base. As if detecting him, the originally closed gate of the base slowly opened. A figure suddenly flew out from the mist as the base door opened. Yes, it flew out. The one coming was a robot with a human-shaped upper body and a lower body similar to a levitator. It flew directly in front of Jiang Mingwa, and at this moment, a mechanical sound was also heard. Commander, Super Artificial Intelligence reports to you. And suddenly, an emoticon appeared on the screen above his face. It can be seen that this artificial intelligence is quite friendly. So Jiang Mingwa greeted him and said her name. Got it. Jiang Mingwa, Commander Jiang. I wonder if you could give me a name. Hearing this, he thought about it and realized that it would be easier to call him by a name. Then after thinking for a moment, he chose a rather oriental name. God bless you. Okay, Commander. My name has been changed to God bless. Thank you for the name, Commander. Hearing this, Jiang Mingwa nodded, and then went straight to the point. Let Tianyu introduce this arsenal to him. After receiving the order, Tianyu immediately began to introduce. It stated that the entire arsenal is currently in its early stages and needs to be rebuilt. What we need most now is sufficient energy. As long as there is sufficient energy, the arsenal can be upgraded quickly. Only then can we continue to expand the area of the arsenal. Need plenty of energy? He has it. So, Jiang Mingwa took out another card and said to Tianyu, "Where's the energy room? Take me there." Hearing these words, Tianyu responded without hesitation. "Okay, Commander, please follow me." As he said this, he floated ahead to lead the way. Although 500 square meters seems large, it is still too small for an arsenal. After a while, Tianyu led Jiang Mingwa to the core location of the base. What comes into view is a circular room. In the center of the room was a massive piece of equipment that looked to be 5 or 6 meters thick. There are densely packed but neatly organized translucent pipes distributed above and below. The middle of the sturdy device was hollowed out, and there was a green can-shaped object embedded inside. Energy will pass through here and then be transmitted to various parts of the arsenal. Looking at the sparse energy cans in front of her, Jiang Mingwa asked Tianyu curiously, "How long can the remaining energy here last?" Tianyu gave a very accurate number. Reporting to the commander, the base's energy supply is only sufficient for 71 hours, 55 minutes, and 36 seconds. This number made Jiang Mingwa understand that the initial energy of the arsenal could only be used for about 3 days. However, from now on, energy will no longer be an issue that the base needs to consider. So, Jiang Mingwa used the infinite energy card in her hand. As the card disappeared, a cylindrical device appeared in front of Jiang Mingwa and Tianyu. And the middle part of the cylinder is made of a transparent material through which you can see inside. In the very center, a translucent Rubik's Cube is floating quietly. This scene also made Tianyu reveal a new emoticon. You can see that it is quite surprised. Before it could respond, Jiang Mingwa pulled Tianyu out of the energy room and spoke. "God bless you. What type of energy does the arsenal need? Nuclear energy?" After receiving the order, Tianyu also gave a confirmation response. Next, Jiang Mingwa gave an introduction, saying that this device can produce various types of energy infinitely. Among them is what it calls nuclear energy. However, Jiang Mingwa looked at the size of the green jar and the size of the infinite energy device. It seems that my device can't be put in. After hearing this, Tianyu immediately said that this was a trivial matter. Then, many robotic arms appeared in the walls of the energy room and started to get busy. After a while, the infinite energy device was perfectly embedded. At this time, Tianyu on the side said that everything was ready and could be started at any time. So, Jiang Mingwa thought about it, and the translucent Rubik's Cube in the infinite energy device began to start up. The next moment, Tianyu's excited voice was heard. Energy. So much energy, Commander. The suspended mechanical body also circled excitedly in the air several times. Then Tianyu began to explain excitedly. Because the arsenal base has a built-in resource converter, as long as there is enough energy, any kind of resources can be converted. If what the commander said about unlimited energy is true, then the current arsenal can even directly produce third-level special-level soldiers without any problem. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jiang Mingyue's face. This means that he will have an endless supply of troops. Chapter 72. Your swarm is losing money every moment, but my 50 yuan good brother is endless. By the way, as for Tianyu, the super artificial intelligence, will it suddenly say, it's too late? Organic. You can be completely assured about this. Because the artificial intelligence produced by the system will be completely loyal to the survivor who created it. Not to mention, Jiang Mingyue's current super artificial intelligence is just a byproduct of the super intelligent mechanical arsenal. So there is no possibility of betrayal. In other words, even the hint of betrayal is unlikely to arise. Knowing this, Jiang Mingyue asked Tianyu, who had obtained sufficient energy, to start developing this base. After all, just as Tianyu said, the arsenal is now in ruins and is just an empty shell. Various supporting hardware also need to be produced. But before that, the necessary functions are still there. For example, manufacturing first-stage ordinary mechanical soldiers and their corresponding equipment and weapons. At the beginning, Jiang Mingyue didn't have too many, so he made a round number and produced 100 mechanical soldiers for security. If it is not enough, let Tianyu decide for himself. Then, prioritize maxing out all the technologies, preferably including interstellar travel technology. After all, beyond the planet is where the real starting point is. Although Jiang Mingyue didn't know that this person was obviously a survivor, he inexplicably started to pursue technology, wanted to go into space, and so on, these magical operations. However, Jiang Mingyue also knew that everything he was doing now was just to leave Tuchan away to retreat at any time. As he was thinking, he also came to the outside of the base. As for Tianyu, Jiang Mingyue had already made it develop at its full strength. Sufficient energy allows Tianyu to fully unleash his abilities as a super artificial intelligence. Perhaps within a month, the plane here will be transformed into a steel fortress. Jiang Mingyue is waiting to see what happens. Then he looked at the watch on his hand and found that it was almost noon. And through his voice he called back the two sisters who had already run away from him. As soon as they met, the two sisters gave Jiang Mingyue a big hug and kept expressing their gratitude. Because what they saw during this period were all lands that were very suitable for the survival of the Tuchan people. There was also spiritual energy in the air, and after a rough exploration, they saw some spiritual stone mines exposed on the surface. It can be said that this world is no less beautiful than the legendary paradise, and may even be better. Listening to the two sisters' excited chattering, Jiang Mingyue nodded happily in agreement. When their excitement subsided, the sisters' attention was attracted by the high-tech arsenal. Before they could speak, Jiang Mingyue began to explain what this was. Although the two sisters did not understand much of the meaning of the words, but they heard an important piece of information. That is, this is a base that can produce soldiers continuously, just like those puppets. By then, perhaps even the people of Tuchan will not need to go to the battlefield. These puppet-like mechanical soldiers can be used as replacements. After hearing this, Jiang Mingyue also agreed. How did that sentence go? Your swarm is losing money every moment, but my $50 brothers are endless. With unlimited energy as their support, they will not lose no matter whether it comes to quantity or quality. Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang fully agree with this. For a moment, an atmosphere of joy filled the air outside the base. However, it will take some time to realize these. So when the two sisters heard that it was almost noon, they decided to go back for lunch and then continue to complete their own work. But before leaving, Jiang Mingyue called Tianyu over. Then let it hand over the second authority of the base to Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang. As for the primary authority, it is naturally in Jiang Mingyue's hands, and it is the only one. As a super artificial intelligence, it can naturally see that the relationship between these two fox-eared girls and its commander is not ordinary. Very enthusiastic at the time. When the two sisters saw the little guy whom they had never seen before, they returned to their original appearance. One is cold and indifferent, the other is full of majesty. However, with Jiang Mingyue's permission, the fingerprints and DNA of the two sisters were obtained. This allows them to gain secondary authority over the base. After doing all this, Jiang Mingyue and his group left this world as Tianyu waved goodbye. Tianyu stared blankly at the figure of his commander leaving. At this time, another tall figure walked out of the base gate. This is a person with a beautiful face, but his body is completely mechanical. It is obviously a mechanical girl. This is Tianyu's real body when he is outside. That little robot is only used in power-saving mode. Austin Empire. What does this sacred tree mean in Austin's empire? It's the totem of the empire. It's the source of the Valkyrie's power. Every 3 years, the holy tree will bestow gifts on a group of children who have been strictly selected and competed, allowing them to acquire excellent growth talents. The future destination of these children will be at least a level or above. It can be said that the holy tree provided the Austin Empire with a channel to stabilize its combat power. As long as the holy tree exists, the Austin Empire will continue to prosper. But some time ago, the holy tree was eroded by the abyss at some unknown time, and this erosion could not be eradicated. The power of the abyss was constantly eroding, forcing the strong men of the Austin Empire to stay and unable to leave. Because the holy tree is the foundation of the Austin Empire. And if the holy tree is really completely eroded by the power of the abyss, then those Valkyries who are blessed by the holy tree, perhaps in the next moment, he will be affected by the power of the abyss and then point the sword at the Austin Empire. The result was disastrous. Therefore, the strong men of the Austin Empire can only use their own strength to fight against the power of the abyss. He also secretly asked for help from the Holy Empire. After all, the fact that the holy tree was eroded by the power of the abyss should not be announced to the public. But the result is that the Holy Empire also stated that their sacred tree, the golden tree, was also eroded by the power of the abyss. Moreover, the remaining Orc Empire, the Demon King's court, and the sacred tree of the Elf land were also eroded by the power of the abyss. At the same time, they also asked for help from the Holy Empire, because the holy power can destroy the power of the abyss. The news that we received was that the Pope, archbishops, and cardinals of the Holy Empire were unable to leave, because the corrosive power of the abyss may be much stronger than that of their 4 empires combined. God bless reference. Chapter 73, 3 Major Events. This makes it difficult for these senior executives to leave easily. The top management can't get out. The middle management are still on the front lines, let alone the grassroots. As for why the elves who possess the power of life are not targeted by the power of the abyss, this is because if the force of life is fighting against the force of the abyss, whichever side is stronger will digest the other side, thus achieving the effect of elimination. But if it is divine power, it is different, even if it is not equal. The divine power can also effectively eliminate the power of the abyss, so it is natural that the Holy Empire is targeted. Besides, we are all in the same boat, and being able to hold out against the power of the abyss is already the best outcome. But this situation has changed today. The high-ranking officials of the Holy Empire, who are particularly sensitive to the power of the abyss, can feel it subtly. The feeling of the power of the abyss being constantly replenished has disappeared. His own divine power was no longer like mud flowing into the sea, and the feeling of not being able to stir up a single wave disappeared. Instead, one can clearly feel that the power of the abyss within the golden tree is constantly being eliminated. This is quite good information. In particular, we received the same information from other empires, saying that the same thing had happened to their sacred trees. This made the Holy Empire realize that something must have happened to cause this result. But as to what it was, they had no way of knowing. As an insider, the elf queen Alina naturally received instructions from her mother, Doris, the Tree of Life. It is not allowed to tell anyone about Jiang Mingyue's existence and his abilities. In this regard, the elf queen Alina did not even ask for instructions from her mother. She would not shout everywhere like a loudspeaker, for fear that others would not know how special Jiang Mingyue was. Regarding these, the elf queen Arena felt that the idea of making a fortune in silence was more suitable for her. 13th day. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Naturally, some major events happened during these 3 days. First of all, Chingchio announced publicly that they had joined Tuchan. He chose to become a vassal of Tuchan. This news naturally surprised the surrounding races a little, but they soon felt it was nothing. After all, Tuchan now possesses the power to destroy a country, SS. There are also many weak races now, and they don't have the opportunity to become vassals of Tuchan. However, he did join the alliance established by Tuchan and then shined. The decision of the king of Chingchio was naturally made after obtaining the wishes of the people of Chingchio. When I heard that the Lord of Tuchan would not interfere in the management of Chingchio, and he will treat the people of Chingchio and Tuchan equally. Even after joining Tuchan, when the endless supply of supplies was sent from the teleportation array, the people of Chingchio felt that joining Tuchan was the right choice. Especially after seeing the rare spiritual stone, the people of Chingchio became more recognized of Tuchan. And what about Tuchan? The people spontaneously started a small celebration to celebrate this moment in history. And they feel extremely proud to be the people of Tuchan. In my heart, I support the two Tuchan sisters even more. As for Jang Mingua, he rarely appeared in public. Perhaps only the guards and maids in Tuchan Palace knew of his existence. Therefore, a rumor spread in Tuchan City. It is said that the Lord of Tuchan finally became interested in men. Although there is only one, and he is a human, it is better than nothing. Perhaps soon, the people of Tuchan will be able to welcome the birth of the little prince. Tuchan Yu naturally knew about this rumor, but she did not stop it. Because she needed to find an opportunity to let her husband appear formally and openly in front of the people of Tuchan. Well, the topic has gone a bit off track. After talking about the first thing, let's talk about the second big thing. It was the elves from the land of elves who actually sent an elf delegation to Tuchan. Its purpose, of course, is to establish an alliance with Tuchan. This news surprised the tribes around Tuchan. Unexpectedly, the land of elves, one of the 5 great empires, actually established an alliance with Tuchan. Although the land of elves is at the bottom of the 5 empires in terms of strength, but it is still far beyond the reach of other races. This situation also made the tribes around Tuchan look at Tuchan with even more awe. At the same time, they also came to Tuchan and swore allegiance to the Lord of Tuchan. The leader of the elf delegation was none other than the elf princess Alice. This time, she came to Tuchan under the instructions of the elf queen. Therefore, she has 2 purposes, one obvious and one hidden. On the surface, it was to establish friendly relations with Tuchan. The dark side is that as an elf princess, she wants to stay in Tuchan. To develop a beautiful friendship with the human man named Jang Mingua whom I met once at that time. Of course, if you are able, there is no problem in having a relationship that goes beyond friendship. All I can say is that Alice stands out among all the outstanding elves. Naturally, he saw the elf queen's plan. She wanted to establish a relationship between herself and Jang Mingua. Alice also knew the reason behind this after hearing the elf queen's explanation. But I didn't expect that as a human being, this man named Jang Mingua. It actually possessed such a powerful life force that it even completely cured its mother. When I heard that mother also had a very high opinion of Jang Mingua, it is undeniable that Alice has developed a strong interest in this man. Apart from these 2 major events, the only thing left was the alliance meeting initiated by the human kingdom. This meeting was attended by those powerful races. After all, it is impossible for all races in this human kingdom to receive a magic ball. I can only say that I don't have the money. At this meeting, representatives of these powerful forces spoke passionately. He couldn't wait to find those abyss slaves and kill each one with one punch. Get rid of all these rapists, bestials, demons, and other rapists. So in this rear area, there is a plan and alliance to cleanse the slaves of the abyss. As these representatives talked to each other, things gradually became clear and finalized. Then after the meeting, spies from many races secretly searched on a large scale. Of course, these are all tricks to lure out the cautious abyss slaves. They could only sneak back to their hiding place and stay quiet for a while. Little did they know that their actions were exactly what the coalition forces wanted to see. Chapter 74, Killing Activities. After all, cleaning bit by bit is not as satisfying as solving it all at once. This can save a lot of manpower, material resources, and time costs. The time saved can be used to do other things. For the sake of confidentiality, only the leaders of a few major forces know the dark side of this cleansing plan. The main purpose is to prevent the plan from being leaked due to an internal traitor. This will allow the other side to take advantage of your own strategy and defeat you all at once, which will not be worth the effort. As long as we make sure that all the abyss slaves have returned to their hiding place, a thunderbolt will strike on their heads. Now, all we have to do is wait. Tuchan. Jang Mingua was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, not knowing what she was thinking about. Then he left the bed, turned around, and saw the two Tuchon sisters sleeping soundly. But his eyes soon fell on their furry tails. I can only say that this feels pretty good as a steering wheel. After using the small magic of Tuchan Na's sect to cleanse the body, he then took out a set of fitting clothes from the storage ring given to him by Tuchan Na, put them on, opened the door, and walked out. Breathe in the fresh air and move your body. I glanced at the time and saw it was only 8 o'clock. There was no intention to wake up Ziya, who was sleeping in, because I heard from Tuchan Yulan that today is the day for the school to rest, which means the students have a day off. In that case, let the little girl have a good sleep. By the way, the Shadow Wolf Pack had been hiding in Jiang Mingyue's shadow. Now he is in his new world, running around freely and happily. Anyway, as long as I wave my hand, the portal will open and they will appear beside me. What's more, my current strength is no longer what it used to be. So the question is, when did the powerful power in my body begin to appear? Did he have this power since childhood? Or did he only gain it after arriving in another world and unlocking his talent? Thinking of this, many doubts emerged in Jiang Mingyue's mind. Then he subconsciously opened his personal panel. Name, Jiang Mingyue. Race. Strength. Talent. Introduction. 1. You are a person who is cherished and loved by nature and life. 2. You are the one whom destruction and death cherish and love. 3. Bloodline. Looking at the bunch of question marks on the panel and those two sentences, this made Jiang Mingyue even more confused. Could it be that I have a very powerful background? After all, the identity of the person who is missed and loved is quite high no matter how you look at it. And one's own race is even a question mark. The same goes for strength and talent. This made Jiang Mingyue realize that her life experience might be hiding many secrets. And these secrets need to be solved by yourself. Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but add another goal to her future goals. That is to find the answer to the hidden secret of one's own life experience. As for the other goals, they are simple. While protecting and accompanying Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na, he helped them make Tuchan prosperous. Another small token of my appreciation is to give them a grand wedding. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. At this moment, the lively system sound that resounded throughout the heavens and worlds suddenly appeared. Clang clang, survivors of all the heavens and worlds, a new round of activities is about to begin. And this time, both old and new people can participate. Okay, let me tell you about the content of this event. I believe that all of you survivors are constantly under immense pressure deep down in your hearts as you strive to survive. Therefore, for the sake of the mental health of all survivors, this time, Fantasy World will launch a stress-relieving activity. That's the killing spree. Applause. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Challengers, please enjoy this event and release your stress. You're welcome. Well, also, this is a compulsory activity. There is no right to refuse. Hee hee. See you tomorrow then. As the sound ended, all the survivors in the world were stunned. But soon, a huge wave of fear arose in the hearts of these survivors. Although the voice made the killing sound so easy, the actual situation was not the case. Regardless of the type of killing activity, only the survivor is generally allowed to participate. What we need to face are monsters like waves, one after another. The strength has grown from weak to strong, but the only thing that has not changed is the number. Each wave has 100 monsters, and a new wave will be released every once in a while. That is to say, if you fail to deal with this wave of monsters. As the time is up, the next wave will be released directly, which will make it even more difficult to clear the area, thus forming a vicious cycle. But the only humane thing is that this activity can be withdrawn midway. Needless to say, you must fight to the death. But the premise of all this is that you can press the exit button. Well, the rewards for this activity are also quite generous. There are 20 waves of this killing activity. Just clear the first wave to get the white card. Solve 3 waves to get a green card, and solve 6 waves to get a blue card. And so on. Solving 9 waves is a purple card. Solving 12 waves is a gold card. The waves above this increase the number of golden cards. There are 2 cards for the 16th wave and 3 cards for the 20th wave. The monster's strength also increases from F to SS. In other words, the last wave is 100 country annihilating level 1s. If they attack together, the scene will be no different from Mars hitting the Earth. In the outside world, there is no record of anyone being able to successfully complete this killing activity. The current record is only 17 waves. Those 20 waves are still a long way off. Jiang Mingyue, who knew that the next activity was a killing activity, felt no emotion at all. It's not that he didn't know the content of the killing. On the contrary, he knew it very well. He remembered clearly the content and rules of all activities that had taken place in the fantasy world. As for the reason behind this, Perhaps these are some of the small advantages that introverted children have. Besides, Jiang Mingua also wanted to try out the new power that appeared in her body. That power full of destruction and death. Chapter 75, Husband's Majesty. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua stretched out her hand with her palm facing up. The next moment, black flames rose from his palm. This is different from the power of the abyss, which is full of corruption and depravity. It symbolizes death and destruction. He simply gave all living beings the most primitive fear: die. Although he didn't know why the power of life and the power of death appeared in his body at the same time, these two forces should be mortal enemies. However, Jiang Mingua discovered that these two forces in her body were not as aggressive as she had imagined, leading to 1v1 duels at every turn. On the contrary, they get along very harmoniously. As for the reason for this, Jiang Mingua attributed it to her own uniqueness. So he quickly put it behind him, believing that once he found the secret of his life, these small problems would be solved. He took back the power of death in his hand, and then his head began to go blank, and his thoughts drifted to who knows where. In a place that Jiang Mingua didn't notice, a pink figure quietly walked into the yard. The pink figure's eyes swept across the yard and soon fell on Jiang Mingua, who was in the pavilion. He narrowed his eyes slightly like a fox that had found its prey and confirmed that there was no problem with his instrument. Just walked towards Jiang Mingua leisurely. There was a familiar breath approaching, and Jiang Mingua naturally noticed it. So he looked in the direction of the person coming, and what caught his eye was by Chingchio's charming face. When she found that Jiang Mingua noticed her, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she spoke in a tone that was sweet to the bone. "Good morning, sir." As he spoke, he had already come to Jiang Mingua's side, and only spoke after he sat down. "Sir, do you mind if I sit next to you?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingua chuckled and shook her head. Do it first and talk about it later. That was quite strong, but he didn't care, and spoke in a questioning tone. "Excuse me, Miss Bai, why are you here to see me so early?" After hearing these words, Bai Chingchio continued to maintain her charming smile. Then he slowly leaned his little head towards Jiang Mingua, and only spoke when he stopped at his neck. "I'm fine. Can I come and see you, sir?" As she spoke, Bai Chingchio's straight, jade-like nose gently sniffed his neck. The smell she smelled made her frown slightly. Because in addition to Jiang Mingua's own smell, there is also the smell of the two Tuchan sisters. I didn't expect the two sisters to be so fast. They took down the young master without hesitation. In this case, there is no reason for me to stand still. Thinking of this, Bai Chingchio also remembered her mission. That was what his mother had instructed him to do, to capture this young man with great luck. In this way, with Jiang Mingua as a link, the relationship between Tuchan and Chingchio can be greatly improved. So Bai Chingchio accidentally snuggled up to Jiang Mingua's shoulder. She let her towering capital clamp his arm, and then spoke in a delicate tone. "Sir, are you married?" Regarding Bai Chingchio's straightforwardness and her various actions, Jiang Mingua, whose resistance had long been trained by the Tuchan sisters, was only slightly disturbed. Then he responded in a calm and composed tone. "Although I am not married, I already have 2 close female friends." And he also had sex with them. In response to Jiang Mingua's frank remarks, she also revealed the fact that she was actually married to Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na. This made Bai Chingchio stunned. She didn't expect his operation to be so sharp. She didn't know how to react for a moment and could only laugh it off. All the plans in my mind were gone at this moment. Although Bai Chingchio has a wealth of theoretical knowledge, her mind goes blank when it comes to the actual practical part. In response, Jiang Mingua calmly pulled her arm away from the soft capital. And from his current perspective, he could also see the deep abyss and a pink belly band. However, as a gentleman, how could he do such a thing? At worst, he could let his own fox show him how to do it, and he could still get the hang of it. This scene was naturally seen by the 2 Tuchan sisters who had just gone out. As for when it started, it must have been when Bai Chingchio started to get naughty. The 2 onlookers just stood there. And because of their strength, they could naturally hear the conversation between Jiang Mingua and Bai Chingchio clearly. So when they heard their husbands tell them that they were already husband and wife, the 2 sisters' faces flushed visibly, and they couldn't help feeling shy. However, when he saw the expression of "there is such a thing" on Bai Chingchio's face, happy, this word appeared in the minds of the 2 sisters. Then he felt that it was time for the 2 of them to appear, so he walked calmly into the pavilion. Jiang Mingua and Bai Chingchio were sandwiched in the middle. Feeling the majesty of the 2 legal wives, Bai Chingchio, who was originally contented, she started to panic at this moment, and what happened next made her even more panicked. Tuchan Yu, who was sitting next to her, leaned forward and leaned on the stone table in front of him. He looked at Bai Chingchio with a smile and spoke. "Miss Bai, I feel like you have some incredible thoughts about our husband. Do you want to be our sister? Bai Xianxue didn't have time to struggle at the straightforward words. On the other side, Tuchan Na asked her husband to switch seats with her, and then sat next to Bai Xianxue. Then he spoke lightly. Is this your own idea, or your mother's? Faced with this situation, Bai Xianxue inexplicably felt as if she was facing the first and second wives. She had never experienced such a situation before, and she was sweating profusely and was extremely panicked. I wanted to open my mouth, but no sound came out. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua sighed helplessly. So he stood up, walked in front of the girls, and gently tapped the Tuchan sisters on the head. They all screamed in pain, covered the place where they were hit with their hands. Their ears and tails drooped, and they showed pitiful expressions. Although it was pitiful and cute, Jiang Mingua still put her hands on her hips when she saw this scene. Tell them not to target Bai Xianxue like a little girl whose beloved thing was taken away. At this moment, the majesty of being a husband was fully displayed on Jiang Mingua. Chapter 76 Fox Carrot. The performance of the Tuchan sisters also left Bai Xianxue stunned. I thought to myself, these two people have this kind of expression in private. And they didn't expect that Jiang Mingyue's status in the sisters' hearts was so high. So she made a decision in her heart. However, now that she was in such a situation where she was being controlled by a woman, Bai Xianxue was speechless for a moment. I could only put on a well-behaved posture. Then he looked at Jiang Mingua with gratitude. In response to this look, he just nodded slightly. Because Bai Xianxue now feels that she is not ready yet. So he quickly stood up and said that he had something else to do and left first. After saying that, he left the yard as if escaping. When Bai Xianxue's figure disappeared from his sight, Jiang Mingua looked at the two Tuchan sisters with displeasure. I handled the situation just now with ease. Unexpectedly, these two sisters suddenly appeared and muddied the waters. However, since both of them were his wives, Jiang Mingua naturally had nothing to be surprised about. He simply sat between the two sisters and put his arms around their slender waists, so that they can lean on their shoulders. For a moment, an ambiguous atmosphere arose between the three of them. The feeling of being surrounded by women really gave Jiang Mingua an indescribable sense of accomplishment. However, these are not the only things he is thinking about now. Next, Jiang Mingua told about the killing activities that would begin tomorrow. Facing the worried gazes of the Tuchan sisters, he just smiled and continued to talk about the content of the event. It also stated that survivors are not allowed to bring pets or followers to the killing activities. Ultimately, this is a test of the survivors' personal combat power. After hearing this, although the two sisters were a little worried, they still recognized their husband's abilities. After all, I have the experience of going to the land of elves. The two sisters finally realized that their husband was not only a man of great luck, but also extremely powerful. Therefore, the two sisters remembered how wise and prescient their actions had been. She would rather lose her virginity than not choose to keep Jiang Mingua. In this regard, Tuchan Na felt more and more that her decision was correct. Tuchan Yu standing by felt the same way. After realizing that the group of foxes in Chingchio had ideas about his benefactor. That night, she had sex with her husband without hesitation. At this moment, the Tuchan sisters had the same feeling in their minds. My mother's education is very correct and excellent. What's the point of pulling or not pulling? Just go straight ahead. As long as you are not a married man and don't have a lover. If you confirm that the person is of good character, then just make it a done deal. We can talk about feelings later. Recalling their mother's previous teachings, the two sisters silently gave a thumbs up to their deceased mother in their hearts. Although they thought so, the two sisters still gave instructions with genuine concern. Tell Jiang Mingua to be careful. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded, listening carefully to the two sisters' chatter. And in this event, Jiang Mingua actually had a plan. That is to show the strength of one's own strength to those with bad intentions through live broadcast. Because Jiang Mingua knew that just talking about it during the last event would be useless. Only after showing off your muscles can you make those villains put away their bad intentions. Even if they want to offend Tuchan, they should think twice before doing so. Think about what kind of thundering blow you will suffer after offending someone. This will have a deterrent effect. After all, I am no longer alone now. Now I have someone to protect, and I can give everything for it. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua silently hugged Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na. At this time, Jiang Mingua didn't know that her personality was slowly changing and maturing. Perhaps only when a boy truly takes on responsibilities can he transform into a real man. The two sisters felt that their husbands' hands were inexplicably tighter. But they didn't care. Instead, they moved their bodies and kept getting closer to their husbands' arms. I can only say that it was fortunate that Bai Yuezhu suggested that I go to Chingchio. Otherwise, Not only will you not be able to sleep well at night, but you will also be fed a mouth full of dog food when you wake up in the morning. I guess the whole person will be humming and humming. Jiang Mingwa had no objection to Bai Yuezhu's decision. After all, Chingchio is Bai Yuezhu's hometown. Next, the three of them separated after some sweet talk to complete their own tasks. Jiang Mingwa, who had nothing to do, came to her room and woke up Ziya, who was sleeping in. Because last night, the little girl said she wanted to go for a stroll in Tuchan City and wanted Jiang Mingwa to accompany her. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse this small wish. So after breakfast, he took Ziya to Tuchan City. Tuchan Yulan, who had been waiting for a long time, was very happy to see the two of them. Ziya also came to her side immediately. After spending these days together, the little girl naturally regarded this sister who was a few years older than her as her good friend. But what the little girl didn't know was that her good friend's purpose was not so simple. The purpose of this good friend was to find an excuse through her to meet her brother, Jiang Mingwa. Where Ziya couldn't see, Tuchan Yulan gave Jiang Mingwa a bright smile. If the little girl knew about this, she would definitely exclaim in surprise. I treated you as a good friend, but you wanted to be my sister-in-law? Of course, Xiao Ziya is simple-minded and naturally did not think of this. So the whole day ended with the little girl having fun, and Tuchan Yulan was always by Jiang Mingwa's side. Jiang Mingwa's brows twitched slightly at this situation. He was not a fool and could feel that this golden fox had feelings for him. Although her furry golden fox carrot did attract Jiang Mingwa. But ever since I learned that asking a fox-eared girl if I can touch her tail is the same as expressing my love, he kept silent about this matter. When his hands itched, he would just touch the two fox radishes in his own home. Happy times always end quickly, and it's dusk in a short while. After parting, they returned to the palace. After eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, he returned to the room. Because they were going to battle. Fun. Tomorrow, the Tuchan sisters stopped exploiting Jiang Mingwa. Chapter 77. There is a demon in everyone's heart, a demon that protects himself. Day 14. In the early morning, because it is not squeezed, Jiang Mingwa had a comfortable sleep after a long time, and her energy and spirit reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, he vaguely felt a sense of excitement slowly brewing in his heart, because this was the first time he really used his power to cause a big fuss. However, Jiang Mingwa still got up early and went to the pavilion to adjust her mentality, quietly waiting for 10 o'clock in the morning. This is the time when the event will start no matter what event is held. At this time, Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang also got up early. Then after having breakfast together, he stayed quietly beside Jiang Mingwa. Time flies, and after telling Ziya to get up and go to school to study hard, 10 o'clock was reached in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the sound that only survivors could hear rang out. Hey there, it's time for the event to start. No matter what the survivors are doing, they must stop what they are doing. Let's go and release stress. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue teleportation array appeared under Jiang Mingwa. Seeing this, he nodded slightly to the two sisters beside him. I'll be back soon. Upon hearing this, the two sisters also offered their encouragement. Come on, husband. My husband, you are the best. After putting away these words of encouragement, Jiang Mingwa disappeared from the spot with a flash of blue light. Small world. When the blue light in front of my eyes disappeared, what came into view was an endless plain. A light blue screen also appeared in front of Jiang Mingwa. 59 seconds left until the battle begins. Please be prepared. Seeing that there was still 1 minute left before the start time, Jiang Mingwa began to gather the strength in his body. Then at 10 o'clock, the moment the live broadcast room opened, a group of people swarmed in. Because these people are very curious about how strong Jiang Mingwa is now. Being able to fly out of thin air, is it due to his own strength, or is it because he has acquired a rare talent? But now, these questions can be answered in this event. The answer depends on the attitude and treatment of those people outside towards Jiang Mingwa. Those who were not involved in the outside world were very excited, but the survivors in the event all started to get nervous without exception. As an outlier among them, Jiang Mingwa felt that her excitement had reached a peak at this moment. The corners of his mouth lifted up uncontrollably. It makes him look very confident and arrogant, and a little bit arrogant. As the countdown passed, Jiang Mingwa's appearance began to change. The originally short black hair began to turn snow white and began to grow longer until it reached the waist. The black and white pupils now turned into a light gray color, dim and full of deathly silence. This scene instantly attracted the audience in the live broadcast room, and discussions about his appearance continued one after another. Jiang Mingwa couldn't hear any of this. He just watched the countdown quietly. 3. An orphan with an introverted personality is easily bullied in an orphanage. 2. In order to protect yourself, you can only choose to beat up all those who want to bully you. 1. Beat them. Beat them until they bleed. Beat them. Beat them until they dare not mess with me again. Even if it means severe punishment, I must make them deeply afraid of me. Prepare time is up, the battle begins. When the mechanical sound was heard, 100 goblins appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Mingwa. Seeing this scene, his face immediately showed the crazy and bloodthirsty expression he had back then. Jump! With a tap of her toes, Jiang Mingwa rushed to the group of goblins almost instantly like a cannonball. Before the goblins could lock onto their target, he had already arrived. The next moment, a powerful impact dismembered all the fragile bodies. In an instant, dirty blood and limbs flew everywhere. With a light breath, Jiang Mingwa disappeared again. Call dash. A sound of breaking air was heard, and the goblin was blown all over the place. In less than a second, the goblin group disappeared. This scene left the audience in the live broadcast room still unable to react. And somehow, seeing Jiang Mingwa solve the problem so quickly, there was no need for a countdown. Just arrange for the next batch to come up directly. Then a second later, a group of werewolves appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Jiang Mingwa. I didn't care why the monsters appeared so quickly, because the moment the werewolf appeared, Jiang Mingwa moved. Black flames ignited from within him and followed his movements. The black flames flew towards the group of werewolves, and suddenly an explosion was heard, and all the werewolves were blown to pieces. In an instant, the refreshed monsters arrived in the 9th wave within 5 seconds. They are a group of large black snakes that can spray venom. When the venom fell on the ground, it made a hissing sound and corroded a hole in the soil. It is conceivable what the scene would be like if it fell on the flesh. But at this moment, Jiang Mingwa, whose whole body was wrapped in black flames, simply ignored the venom, because the venom was burned by the black flames before it got close. And now Jiang Mingwa feels an indescribable sense of pleasure, especially when he punched those black snakes into pieces with one punch. This feeling of pleasure adds another point. The desire for destruction in my heart is also constantly accumulating, to the extent that Jiang Mingwa didn't know that he had an exaggerated smile on his face. This smile was full of madness and contempt for life. Ha ha ha. Finally, crazy laughter came out of Jiang Mingwa's mouth. There is a demon living in everyone's heart, a demon that protects himself. Boom, boom, boom. Under Jiang Mingwa's exaggerated destructive power, the originally endless plain became a thing of the past. At this moment, it is like a war front line that has been bombarded with heavy bombing, with potholes everywhere. The surface soil was scraped away for several meters. Black flames were burning everywhere, and Jiang Mingwa was in the flames. Against the backdrop of these circumstances, it was like a terrifying demon was born. No, this is scarier than the devil. This thought emerged in the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room, who had gradually come to their senses. Because each wave is almost killed in less than a second, or more than a second. So in just less than half a minute, the wave reached the 17th wave. In other words, Jiang Mingwa broke the outside record in less than half a minute. Chapter 78, Dead Silence. But the audience in the live broadcast room did not call out, but watched attentively. Watch to see how far Jiang Mingwa can go. The 17th wave is a group of mountain giants that are up to 100 meters tall and have a strength of S-. Looking at the big guy in front of her, there was not a trace of fear on Jiang Mingwa's face. All that was left was a fighting spirit that seemed to have become a reality. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mingwa, the power of death had already constructed a set of black armor on his body. And above his head, there was a simple black crown floating. The originally grayish-white pupils have now turned blood red. At this moment, a solemn and supreme aura emerged from him. Even though they were separated by a screen, the audience in the live broadcast room felt difficulty breathing and under great pressure. The mountain giant at the scene felt this irresistible pressure head-on. If they weren't replicas, they would have already knelt down. So he ignored the pressure on Jiang Mingwa and rushed towards him. The earth shook. When Jiang Mingwa was about to rush forward, a pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in front of him, with many strange runes engraved on it. There is also a blood-red gem inlaid on the hilt of the long sword. Looking at this sword that is full of mystery and feels quite close, Jiang Mingwa didn't hesitate and rushed towards the mountain giant with the sword in hand. In a flash, he arrived in front of the mountain giant and swung his sword. The next moment, a huge sword light emerged, and with a devastating force, it turned those mountain giants into rubble again. Ha ha ha! Seeing that this sword was so powerful, Jiang Mingwa laughed wildly and arrogantly. Laughter echoed across the uneven plain. The moment the laughter stopped, Jiang Mingua swung out a sword light even larger than before, smashing all the remaining mountain giants into pieces. Wave 18. Wave 19. Wave 20. The audience in the live broadcast room were already numb from watching. They were all staring blankly at Jiang Mingua on the screen. Especially the heads of big families. Their hands would tremble even when holding a teacup. Because they are extremely panicked now. Jiang Mingua, who didn't know this, just looked at the group of 8-winged angels in the sky with an arrogant smile. At this moment, the aura of this group of angels, who looked like they were created by God, had reached the SS, nation-destroying level. Haha, a group of angels? They look pretty cool, but I wonder what it's like to chop them up. The voice was full of arrogance, echoing in the plains, valleys, and hills. As an emotionless 8-winged angel, he didn't care what Jiang Mingua said. They just pretended to draw their bow and arrow, and then the divine power gathered in their hands. Golden bows and arrows appeared in their hands. A powerful aura emanated from the arrows, and 100 angels performed this action at the same time. Even the audience outside the screen began to get nervous, as if they were being targeted. Jiang Mingua, the person involved, acted as if nothing had happened and even muttered to herself. Yeah, that's it. I also want to see where my limits are. As he spoke, the violent power of death began to surge into the black sword in his hand. The huge amount of death power continued to condense, and the strong sense of threat made the angels frown slightly. But they also believe that holy light will purify everything. Because both sides were accumulating energy, the weather changed suddenly, and the sky suddenly darkened. After accumulating strength, the angels let go without hesitation. Tintintin, Tingtin. The divine power transformed into bows and arrows, falling towards Jiang Mingua's position like heavy rain. When these bows and arrows are added together, they possess the power to destroy the world. Faced with these attacks, some memories suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Jiang Mingua's mind. A sword move appeared. He couldn't help but mobilize his strength, made the same movement, and then spoke softly. Dead silence. The next moment, a sword was swung out. A huge blood-red sword light whizzed towards the angel. The forces of both sides came into direct contact in an instant, but what was shocking was, the power of those angels seemed to be swallowed up when they touched the blood-red sword light. There wasn't even a trace of trouble. On the contrary, the blood-colored sword light became even bigger. This scene made the angel, who was originally indifferent, suddenly show a look of horror. However, before they could take any countermeasures, they were engulfed by the blood-red sword light. Not even a sound was made, and the sword light showed no sign of stopping and continued to fly towards the sky. And him, who had been observing secretly in the void, also quickly retracted the sword light. Then he turned around and threw it into the turbulent flow of the void, and thought in surprise, "Turtle, this guy is really awesome. He almost destroyed the small world he managed. I just don't know if I will have to pay compensation after my house is demolished." Jiang Mingua was not aware of his dilemma. Now, after a fierce battle, he feels extremely refreshed all over. It is undeniable that the killing activities he mentioned are indeed very stress-relieving. After stopping using her power, Jiang Mingua's appearance began to return to its original state. He took a look at his battle results around him, and the scene of valleys and basins coexisting together made him rub his head. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system was heard. Congratulations to the survivors for completing the event. It took a total of 1 minute and 21 seconds. Reward. 3 gold cards have been sent to your backpack. At the same time, the announcement that resounded throughout the outside world appeared again. Congratulations to survivor 66,666. You've successfully cleared 20 waves in the killing event. Let's offer our warmest congratulations and record this historic moment. Congratulations to survivor 66,666. You've successfully cleared 20 waves in the killing event. Let's offer our warmest congratulations and record this historic moment. This broadcast also broke the silence of the outside world. The audience in the live broadcast room was also excited because they were witnessing history. Fuck. I don't know what other words to use to express my feelings except fuck. That's terrifying. Are you sure this is a newbie? A new survivor? Nothing wrong with that. It's just newbie. Because of this broadcast, the patriarchs of those big families also woke up from their dreams. He immediately stood up and gave orders, asking them to stop any plans for Jiang Mingua and Tuchan, because the fighting power displayed by Jiang Mingua has made their scalps tingle. Chapter 79. Licking one person makes you a dog. Licking 10,000 people makes you a king. If they really want to continue implementing the plan, they have to consider whether their family can accept Jiang Mingua's anger. Don't even mention that they are in another world. How can they threaten people outside? This is because survivors who go to another world will have a chance to return to their original world as long as they survive for 30 days. Therefore, every year there are many survivors who come back for revenge or to get slapped in the face. However, the opportunities that come back this time cannot be accumulated, and the number of days you need to survive will double each time. For example, from 30 days to 60 days, then from 60 days to 120 days, and so on. By the way, there is no limit on the length of stay after returning to the original world. As long as you are willing, it's no problem even if you never go back to the other world. Naturally, I can only live to this number of days, unless I really have to go back for something. Otherwise, they will basically stay in the other world and continue to develop. Therefore, there were many bloody lessons. Those people will either leave a way out or cut the grass completely when doing things. And now Jang Mingua has already grown into a towering tree at an astonishing speed. It can be said that what he fully demonstrated was a sword that could directly wipe out a group of people and destroy a country. It made the patriarchs of those big families feel their scalps tingle. You know, a nation annihilating level, SS, is a super cornerstone and an invincible backer. As a result, they now discovered that the fighting power that their family was proud of was so vulnerable. This caused them to feel deeply powerless towards Jang Mingua. But soon, these clan leaders changed their minds and decided that since they couldn't offend them, they would choose to make friends with them. After all, a family that can bend and stretch can live longer. Yunyen. As a logistician and physician, she refused when she knew the next activity was a killing activity. Because she thought, how could a support like her have that kind of combat power? But soon, bottles of poison came out of her hands. Seeing the dazzling array of poisons in front of her, Yunyen wiped the sweat from her head, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Although I don't have that kind of powerful strength, I do have potions. The poison potions made by Yunyen now have the following effects: weakness, random disease, pain, madness, and charm. Although there are only 5 types at present, it is just her current limit. In this regard, Yunyen believed that she could definitely make a poison potion with 9 effects. She is full of confidence. Therefore, after arriving in the small world of killing, Yunyen immediately took out the potion. Because this potion does not distinguish between friend and foe, but this is only possible if you have already taken the antidote. Regarding this, Yunyen was naturally prepared. When the time was up, she threw a bottle of poison potion at the group of goblins without saying a word. The moment the bottle broke, purple mist surged out. The mist engulfed the goblin group at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then sounds of pain and madness came from the purple mist. Although she couldn't see it, Yunyen could feel from the sound that the potion was indeed effective, especially with the bonus of his own talent. So delicious. In each subsequent wave, some monsters rushed out of the purple mist, but it looked like it had been squeezed all night and had kidney deficiency, and there were many strange black spots on its surface. This shows that the situation of these monsters is quite bad. And before they even got close to Yunyen, they started killing each other. This smooth sailing continued until the end of the 9th wave. At this moment, Yunyen already felt that she had made a huge profit and decided to quit while she was ahead. Because now not only is her poison potion running out, but she is also running low. Moreover, as the strength of these monsters increases, the effectiveness of poisons begins to decrease significantly. So she chose to run away without saying a word. The audience in the live broadcast room who witnessed the whole scene realized that there might be a place for this girl who plays with drugs in the future. When the people from the Lin family saw this scene, they were overjoyed. They didn't expect that this concubine's daughter was so capable. Their Lin family was really lucky. Jang Luan, who has been surviving in another world for a year, is considered to have some experience among the survivors. And since he has been able to live so long, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Name: Jang Luan. Race: human. Strength: C. Talent: Wolf King. Introduction 1. Licking one person makes you a dog. Licking 10,000 makes you a king. Every time you lick a woman, you can permanently improve all attributes by 10%, with a maximum of 100%, and it is easy to gain the favor of women. 2. As a wolf warrior king, he is naturally quite familiar with women, so when facing attacks from women, he reduces the damage received by 40% and uses 10% of the damage received to heal himself. Talent level: 1 out of 10. Bloodline Unawakened. At the beginning, Jang Luan discovered that his talent was so abstract. He is desperate. But it wasn't until he discovered that this female did not only refer to human females. He felt that he had discovered the highlight. Therefore, when he first started to survive, Jang Luan began to look for those female animals. after gaining the favor of a female cat through talent. Feeling his body getting stronger, Jiang Luan fell into it. In an instant, he became the friend of the female beast. The audience in the live broadcast room also frowned. However, this also attracted a group of people with the same hobbies. Although this is a difficult process to recall, the feeling of becoming stronger is indeed fascinating. It is also because of the existence of that group of animals that Jiang Luan can live relatively comfortably. Thus, surviving for a year, you will be rewarded with many cards. He is very inflated now. However, when Jiang Luan knew that the next activity was a killing activity, he felt that it would not be a bad idea to just hide for a while. But his equipment is still good. At least 2 of the items on his body are purple quality weapons and armor, and they have some skills. Therefore, in this killing activity, Jiang Luan did his best and killed until the 7th wave. But when he saw a row of monsters with the same sea-level combat power as himself appearing in front of him, he also chose to run away very consciously. Being alive is not shameful. Although I only got a blue card, it's better than nothing. Tuchan. At this moment, Jiang Mingua put away the 3 golden cards and closed the live broadcast room. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, it will not affect me or my family. Chapter 80 Yusu Su Hanjun. When he returned to Tuchan, only a minute had passed. But the yard was already empty, as they had all gone to finish their own things. So Jiang Mingwei returned to the pavilion and sat down again. After all, there are 3 golden cards waiting for him. He opened his backpack and took out 3 random golden cards. Looking at the golden card floating in front of her, Jiang Mingwei reached out and tapped it lightly. Along with a golden light, a message appeared on a golden card. They are Gold Bloodline Enhancement Card 1, Gold Boundary Breaking Card 1, and Gold Character Card 1. Jiang Mingwei was quite surprised when she saw the information on the card. The 3 cards that were opened were all special types of cards. By the way, ordinary cards refer to weapon cards, equipment cards, skill cards, and prop cards. Other than that, they are basically special cards. However, Jiang Mingyue's attention was still on the Golden Boundary Breaking card. The function of this card, as the name suggests, is to break the boundaries between the worlds so that you can reach another world. This is the most basic use of this card. On a deeper level, it is war. When this card is used, races from both worlds will be notified. Notification that a world war is about to begin, and if there are races or countries involved, they will also participate. Then the people sent by these countries will be teleported to a small world provided by the system to engage in a 7-day war. When they kill each other, they can both gain points. If one world wins, it will get more points as a reward. These points can be exchanged for many good things, allowing these races to obtain the props they have always dreamed of. It can be said that this card is very popular among the rulers of other worlds. By the way, in the world where Jiang Mingwei is, there has never been such an experience of 2 worlds fighting each other. The main reason is that the time for world integration is relatively short. On the other hand, the comprehensive strength of the various civilizations in this integrated world is truly terrifying. The 5 major forces that are now in the open, if they were in those normal worlds, they had already unified the world long ago and regarded their empire as the supreme power. The result is that they can only be deadlocked here with these empires whose strength is not much different from theirs. If it weren't for the attack of the Abyss forces, these empires probably wouldn't have put aside their past grudges and worked together to fight. So, this is why such large-scale fusion worlds are extremely dangerous, but also have unknown rewards. It's a case of either reaching the sky in one step, or dying and returning to the original world. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is still a chance of resurrection. By the way, when using the boundary breaking card, there is only a rough assessment of the strength of both worlds. Simply put, there are 4 types of hints: easy, normal, difficult, and impossible. So it's not that no one wants to come to this world to test the waters, but after seeing the impossible sign, the courage that arose in my heart was instantly extinguished, and then I chose another world. Having said that, Jiang Mingwa looked at the boundary breaking card in her hand and felt that she might need it in the future. After all, he had an arsenal that could produce a lot of soldiers. If we don't fight, it would feel like a waste of this arsenal. Jiang Mingwei was unaware of this fighting spirit at the moment. He didn't notice that after using the power of destruction and death to the fullest, it also had a certain impact on his own subconscious mind to a certain extent. Maybe you will suddenly turn from a little lamb into a hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. This change is subtle. However, if Jiang Mingwei knew about this, she would probably be dismissive, because he knew that if the forces of the Abyss were completely wiped out, now that there are no more worries, there will be all the powerful and warlike races and countries in this world. It will once again disrupt the world and make people's lives miserable. At that time, kindness in one's heart will be reserved for one's own people, while madness and fear will be reserved for one's enemies. This way you can achieve the best of both worlds and also achieve a psychological balance. Jiang Mingwa regained her composure and came to her senses, then put the golden boundary-breaking card away again. I plan to tell the two sisters, Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na, about this card later. Thinking of this, his eyes also fell on the golden Bloodline Enhancement card. For a guy like me whose bloodline is a question mark, it seems meaningless whether to use it or not. It would be better to improve Tuchan Yu's strength as well. In this way, Tuchan will be able to add another existence that can destroy a country. As for why I didn't think of giving it to other people. In response to this, Jiang Mingwa would only say that the two sisters were already hers, so naturally she would think of them first when good things happened. If the Tuchan sisters knew that their husbands had such thoughts, they would probably feel sweet inside and smile from ear to ear, then reward him generously in the evening. Finally, Jiang Mingwa's gaze fell on the golden character card. Let me see who this character card is. He reached out and clicked, and the card's information appeared before him. Name, Yusu Su Hanjun. Race, Fox. Strength, S+. Talent, Empress. Introduction 1. As the Empress, you possess your own imperial pressure. If you are a soldier on our side, you can improve the morale and cohesion by 70% and increase the overall attributes of the soldiers by 70%. If it is an enemy soldier, all attributes will be reduced by 40% and the probability of desertion will be increased. 2. As the Empress, you are respected and obeyed by all people. You will increase the public support of the people in your country by 70% and reduce unrest. If there are monks, magicians, psychics, etc. among the people, their cultivation speed will increase by 40%. 3. As the Empress, you can easily use luck to protect your body, thereby increasing all your attributes by 200%. Bloodline, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. Bonus 1. Demonic power increased by 200%, physical strength increased by 100%. Bonus 2. Protected by luck. If the opponent is not the ruler of a country, all attributes will be reduced by 40%. Analysis. HXD, did you stir up a fox's den? Why is there another fox? After reading the information on the card, Jiang Mingwa raised her brows slightly. Unexpectedly, the person coming this time was not only a fox, but also a female emperor. When he thought of the Empress, he thought of Tuchan Yu and Bai Shiru. One is the Lord of Tuchan, and the other is the Lord of Chingchio. I don't know what the situation was with this Empress, but her surname was still Yusu. This is one of the 4 major surnames of the Fox clan. The legendary Su Daji is the fox spirit of the Yusu clan. To be honest, Jiang Mingwa was suddenly filled with curiosity. Chapter 81, The Founding Empress. I am very curious about what is going on with Su Hanjun. I am also very curious whether her country is the legendary Yu tribe. In order to satisfy her curiosity, Jiang Mingwa simply clicked to use it. The next moment, accompanied by a blue light, a figure appeared in front of him. What caught the eye was a person wearing a red imperial robe, with a crown on his head with silk ropes hanging down on both sides to his ears, and a piece of beautiful jade tied to the ears. A woman with long black hair and a stunning appearance. Especially the awe-inspiring look in those golden pupils and the cold expression, which added a touch of indifferent temperament. However, these are not what Jiang Mingwa needs most. What attracted him most was the fluffy black fox radish and furry ears behind the woman. At this glance, Jiang Mingwa could tell that this woman's fox radish hair must have been carefully cared for. The level of her work is probably even more professional than Tuchan Yu's, as if she has a professional team to maintain her. To be honest, Jiang Mingwa's hands are itching to rub this fox carrot. However, he still suppressed his inner desire and spoke in a natural, polite, and friendly manner. Hello, Miss Su. When she heard Jiang Mingwa's voice, Su Hanjun's originally distracted eyes also focused on him. When Su Hanjun recalled how the man in front of her addressed her, she felt an inexplicable sense of freshness. Miss Su, I haven't heard of you for a long time. There was a soft whisper, which Jiang Mingwa heard clearly, but she didn't say anything, but waited quietly. This was indeed the case. Su Hanjun quickly came to his senses and responded. Are you my master? My name is Su Hanjun, and I am the founding empress of the Su clan. Because you are my master, you can address me by my name. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingwa was shocked and introduced herself and where she was. I was also thinking secretly in my heart. I didn't expect that Su Hanjun was actually a founding empress. Turtle, this status is not low at all. Although he was a little shocked inside, his face remained calm. Su Hanjun was invited to sit in the pavilion, but there was no tea or anything like that, which seemed a bit shabby. But Jiang Mingyue's mind was not here. He started by throwing out some ideas and talked about the general situation of Tuchan and the general situation of the world. After hearing this, Su Hanjun was stunned for a moment and was thinking. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue did not continue speaking, but began to wait. After a while, Su Hanjun's voice also sounded. According to what you said, there is no such thing as the Yusu dynasty in this fused world. This also means that I may never have the chance to see the dynasty I built. Speaking of this, a trace of sadness flashed across Su Hanjun's brows. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingyue was unable to say anything to comfort her. Because among all the countries in the world he knew, there was no Su dynasty. After thinking about it, he tried his best to comfort her. Miss Su, don't be too sad. Actually, traveling to other worlds is not a difficult thing. After hearing these words, a glimmer of hope appeared in Su Hanjun's eyes, and then he looked at Jiang Mingyue. Seeing this, he didn't intend to be a riddle man. He directly told Su Hanjun about the functions of the golden boundary breaking card. In order to prove that he really had this ability, he took out the card. When he saw that his master did have this card, the originally indifferent face now showed a faint smile, like the early spring after a heavy snow. It can only be said that if Jiang Mingyue's horizons had not been greatly broadened by the Tuchan sisters. Otherwise, he would have been really amazed by this scene, and then stared at it like a fool. That would be so embarrassing. However, the golden boundary breaking card is only a possibility. You know, how to find Su Hanjun's Yusu clan in the universe is like looking for a needle in a haystack. In order not to give Su Hanjun too high hopes, which would end up hurting himself, Jiang Mingyue laid out all the difficulties she would have to face in front of her. After hearing this, Su Hanjun just shook his head slightly. She said that having this hope was enough, and she didn't have to go back. Having said that, Su Hanjun couldn't help but raise his head, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his golden pupils. So Jiang Mingyue struck while the iron was hot, and wanted to know what the Yusu dynasty she established would look like. Seeing the thirst for knowledge in his master's eyes, Su Hanjun did not hide it, but spoke with a proud tone. She established the Yusu dynasty. But before that, we need to talk about some things before establishment. At the beginning, Su Hanjun was just an ordinary daughter of the Yusu clan leader. At that time, she was carefree and didn't care about those rights at all. He has no intention of competing with his brothers and sisters for the position of clan leader. Although Su Hanjun did not have that kind of thought, she had extraordinary talent and was favored by the clan leader. This made her brothers and sisters feel strongly threatened. So all kinds of open and covert attacks were launched at Su Hanjun. Perhaps because she was born with great luck, she was able to turn danger into safety many times and obtain various opportunities. Because of this, Su Hanjun, who originally had no intention of arguing about these things, also became angry. Then he started to show his talents without saying anything. Because of the reputation she has accumulated and her own talents. At one time, many capable people came under her influence. In an instant, she overwhelmed all her brothers and sisters, make them feel the danger and even unite. As a result, with Su Hanjun's ability and the help of his subordinates, he successfully became the patriarch of the Yusu clan. However, she did not kill all these brothers and sisters, but gave them a chance to survive. Having said that, Su Hanjun's face showed anger without reservation. She said it was the worst decision she had ever made. It was because of these family members that she died young. In response, Jiang Mingyue ignored the majesty that Su Hanjun unintentionally exuded and spoke quietly. Why? Hearing this, Su Hanjun silently glanced at the master in front of him who was not affected by his imperial power. Although he was a little surprised, he remained calm and continued to tell the story. Su Hanjun reference. Chapter 82 Su Hanjun's Small Purpose. After this, the world was in chaos. Whether it was humans, demons, monsters, or immortals, they all fought together. As the current patriarch of the Yusu clan, Su Hanjun naturally saw an opportunity in it. That is the opportunity for the Yusu clan to become a dynasty. When she saw this opportunity, huge ambition began to grow in her heart. The last shot was out of control. After nearly 20 years of chaos, Su Hanjun made a plan to make all the surrounding demon tribes respect the Su clan. Then, with the right time, place, and people, he managed to survive in this chaotic world. The Yusu clan established its dignity and reputation, and thus established a dynasty. A dynasty that respected the Yusu clan. As the clan leader, Su Hanjun naturally became the founding emperor. For a time, his reputation reached its peak. But the good times did not last long, as Su Hanjun's good brothers and sisters colluded with foreign enemies. This left the Yusu dynasty surrounded by enemies on all sides, which could be described as a dead end. Although Su Hanjun, a favored daughter of heaven, successfully broke this deadlock. But it also came at a heavy price. The founding emperor of the Su dynasty, Su Hanjun, was also seriously injured in that fatal game. After arranging all her funeral affairs, she died young. Jiang Mingua, as an audience, did not say anything after listening to it. Instead, she was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. So, Miss Su wants to see what the Yusa dynasty has become now. Is it thriving, or is it already dilapidated, or even extinct? Listening to Jiang Mingyue's blunt words, although Su Hanjun was unhappy, he could do nothing about it. After all, what the other party said was right. Those were what I was worried about now. The Su dynasty is all his hard work. Su Hanjun cannot accept it if it perishes like this. For a moment, both sides fell silent, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie calm. However, as a good man, Jiang Mingwen naturally took the initiative to break the silent atmosphere. Since Miss Su cannot return to her own race at the moment, why not settle down in Tuchan? Maybe things will turn around. Listening to Jiang Mingyue's change of subject, Su Hanjun just nodded and responded seriously. Going back to take a look is just to relieve some worries. Now it is you, Master, who have given me the chance to live again. As he spoke, a hint of self-mockery appeared on Su Hanjuan's cold face. Besides, I am already dead now, and no longer the empress of the Yusu dynasty. So, there's no reason for me to continue calling myself it. Now I am just an ordinary person with some powerful powers. After saying that, Su Hanjun took off the imperial robes on his body, and then took off the crown on his head. All of them were placed on the stone table in front of him. Now she only wears a red dress. However, because the imperial robe was taken off, her curvy figure was revealed. Especially the amazing capital on the chest, which makes people unable to look away. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue, as a gentleman, also took out a coat from the storage ring. Then he quickly draped it over Su Hanjuan's body, hiding his rich capital again. Before Jiang Mingyue could speak, Su Hanjun interrupted and spoke first. Thank you, but Master, please put my clothes into the storage ring. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue paused for a moment when she saw the indifferent look of the woman in front of her. So he nodded and put all the clothes into the storage ring. He said that he would find her a storage ring immediately. Then he spoke seriously and said that these were important things to Su Hanjun. He couldn't keep it with him. Then he said he would go right away and asked her to wait here for a while. Having said that, Jiang Mingyue turned around and left, soaring into the air. Seeing this scene, Su Hanjuan's eyes flashed with a strange color. Half of the purpose of what she had just done was exactly as she said. The other half also wants to see the character of his master and whether he can be trusted. Judging from the current performance, Su Hanjun feels pretty good. Thinking of this, she silently tightened the clothes she was wearing. Then he lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost and sniffed the scent of the clothes. Very clean, no peculiar smell, only a light fragrance. Su Hanjun came to his senses and realized what he had just done. The originally indifferent face suddenly turned red. Tuchan Hall. As usual, Tuchan Yu handled official business in the Tuchan Hall. Because Tuchan was thriving, he himself was also benefited. This made Tuchan Yu's spirit and energy visibly improved, and his mood became even happier. The most important thing is that she doesn't need to think about where Tuchan should go in the future. At worst, you can just go to another world. When thinking about these things, I naturally thought of the person who brought all this about. Her husband, Jiang Mingyue. Thinking of him, Tuchan Yu couldn't help but smile. Then I felt full of motivation and wanted to finish my work quickly and stay with my husband. At this moment, her husband, whom she had been thinking about, appeared in front of the door. Seeing this scene, Tuchan Yu stood up and welcomed with a smile, but he was also a little confused. Husband, didn't you go to participate in the event? Why are you back so soon? Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue just smiled. I'll be back after the fight. The tone was so nonchalant, as if this activity was just a gift. But this is indeed the case. After hearing these words, Tuchan Yu did not continue to ask questions, but sat down again. While handling official business, he asked him why he came. Without responding immediately, Jiang Mingyue looked around to make sure there was no third party around. He came behind Tuchan Yu and gently held her in his arms. Then he put his face against hers. Faced with such intimate behavior, Tuchan Yu did not refuse, but instead leaned back actively. Fell into Jiang Mingyue's arms. For a moment, a warm atmosphere enveloped the two of them, and they looked at each other in silence. After a moment, Jiang Mingyue slowly spoke. He briefly recounted what he had just heard from Su Hanjun and introduced her. I heard that my husband had inexplicably gotten a fox girl by his side. This made Tuchan Yu very upset, But she was not a petty person. She immediately placed a storage ring in her husband's hand. Because of the existence of the universal printer, this storage ring can hold as many things as you want, provided there are enough materials. But is there a Su clan? Chapter 83, Gu. Kill me. After hearing Tuchan Na's mumbling, Jang Mingua suddenly became curious. Madam, in your original world, are there also foxes from the Yusu clan? Hearing this, Tuchan Na did not speak immediately, but found a comfortable position in her husband's arms before slowly speaking. She said that in her original world, the Fox clan is considered to be one of the most prominent clans among all demon clans. Because at that time, there were 4 major fox tribes. The names of these fox tribes are Tuchon, Chingchio, Yusu, and Chuanhu. Among the entire Fox clan, these 4 surnames are relatively famous and powerful. However, due to the great changes in heaven and earth, the world fell apart, but was reassembled. Currently, in this new world, only foxes with the surnames Tuchon and Chingchio have been found. The remaining 2 may have merged into other worlds. As they were talking, Tuchan Na's topic turned to the golden boundary breaking card that Jang Mingua mentioned, because she didn't expect that there would be such a prop that could open another world. Hearing this, Jang Mingua just kept smiling, indicating that it was not time to use this prop yet. After all, it still needs enough time to develop. After hearing these words, Tuchan Na thought of the metal house and nodded thoughtfully. Of course, Jang Mingua's main purpose in coming to find his wife was not for other women. The purpose of his coming was to give the Bloodline Enhancement card to Tuchan Na. Looking at the card her husband gave her, the shock on her face was beyond words. The open cherry mouth seems to be able to fit an egg. I didn't expect that another prop like this would appear. Is this for me? Hearing the doubtful tone, Jang Mingua responded with a chuckle. Of course, your sister has used it, so it's your turn next. You know, you and your sister are both my wives. When there's something good, I'll think of you first. Hearing these words, Tuchan Na felt warm inside. She couldn't help but turn around and give her husband a kiss. As they kissed, Jang Mingua's little hands became restless, and they immediately climbed to the peak and then rubbed it. Mda. Accompanied by a soft moan, Tuchan Na, who was not doing this for the first time, naturally reacted. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes began to blur, and deep in her eyes there was a faint hint of love. Soon, the 2 separated. But at this time, Tuchan Na had already put his arms around Jang Mingua's neck. In front of him, her little tongue slid across her lips, making a seductive expression. Seeing this scene, Jang Mingua was naturally filled with passion, but she still held herself back. After all, he was not a novice and also felt that this was not a suitable place to cause trouble. Then, right next to her furry ears, he spoke viciously. Now is not the time yet. Wait till night, and see how I teach you a lesson, you slutty fox. Hearing this, Tuchan Na was not panicked at all. She even threw a coquettish glance and spoke in a delicate voice. Then I'll look forward to it. Then, the 2 of them smiled at each other. Then, the 2 chatted about some other things and then parted ways. Jang Mingua took the storage ring and left, while Tuchan Na began to make preparations. The 2 of them planned to have Tuchan Na improve his strength in secret this time. The reason is not for anything. I just want to hide something. After all, there must be a difference between what happens on the surface and what happens in secret. What if I can trick those who want to cause trouble? Su Hanjun. In this matter, apart from Jang Mingua, Tuchan Nanyang and myself, Tuchan Na, everyone else is involved. You are not allowed to tell anyone. Tuchan Palace. After putting Su Hanjuan's clothes into a new storage ring, Jang Mingua flew back to her residence. When he saw Su Hanjun still in the pavilion, he flew in front of her and handed the storage ring to her. He then said that he was having trouble arranging accommodation for her. If Su Hanjun finds it acceptable, she can stay in this courtyard. After all, there are still a lot of vacant rooms. Hearing this, Su Hanjun did not reject his proposal. After all, this man is the first person he met in this strange world, and he is also his master. So, she had no plans to live anywhere. Next, while Tuchan Na was preparing, Jang Mingua took Su Hanjun to her room. The space of these guest rooms is basically the same. Although the room felt a little small, the furniture was very neat, and Su Hanjun was not a person who liked luxury. When she arrived at the room, Jang Mingua used an ordinary little spell to make the room cleaner. Then Jang Mingua found an excuse to leave. Su Hanjun was left sitting alone on the bed, staring blankly out the window, not knowing what she was thinking about. Through her mind, Jang Mingua arrived at Tuchan Na's location. And her sister Tuchan Nanyang is also here. From her happy expression, it was not difficult to tell that she already knew what had happened. So when she saw Jang Mingua, she trotted over and threw herself at her husband. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingwen naturally caught it steadily, and then turned it around a few times in place to relieve the force. Then he held it in his arms, and then Tuchan Nanyang's voice was heard. Husband, thank you so much. Hearing this, Jiang Mingwe also had evil thoughts in her mind, and spoke with a wicked smile. Then will you please satisfy my little request tonight? After hearing these words, Tuchan Nanyang seemed to remember something embarrassing, and her cheeks immediately flushed. However, she nodded and agreed with a blushing face. As for what the requirements are, it's because Jiang Mingwe wanted to do some plot simulation, such as a noble female knight or something. Guh, kill me or something. Ahem, as to why Jiang Mingwen knew all this, I can only say that the internet is really too developed. At this time, Tuchan Yu also came over and shyly asked to add her as one. She also went on to say that she would play the role of a fallen female knight. Then he and the big bad guy coughed up his sister together. Jiang Mingyue certainly felt that there was no problem with this, and he also became a little excited. However, the important matter is right in front of us now, so we should deal with it first, and then say anything else. So Jiang Mingyue and his group went to the top of Tuchan Mountain. As the formation was quietly opened, Tuchan Yu also came into the formation and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue also took out the card and clicked to use it on her. Chapter 84, The King Who Guards the Country. As it was clicked, the card turned into a golden color and wrapped up Tuchan Yu. The next moment, she felt a warm breath surrounding her. It feels like being hidden in warm water in the middle of winter. Warm and relaxing. Tuchan Yu could also feel the blood in his body evolving and improving. It was a rather wonderful feeling that made her unable to extricate herself for a while. In reality, a golden fox shadow emerged in Tuchan Yu's body, and as the fox shadow grew larger and larger, her aura became stronger. This scene made Jiang Mingyue and Tuchan Nanyang extremely focused, and they were also careful about their surroundings. Although there is a large formation protecting us, we still hope that this action will not be known to outsiders. As time passed, the golden fox shadow stopped growing. Then it suddenly shattered and turned into golden light that poured into Tuchan Yu's body. When all the golden light poured in, a powerful aura burst out from her. Fortunately, we were well prepared and were able to block all the exposed auras with formations, without leaking a single bit. Then slowly, Tuchan Yu also slowly opened his eyes. The number of tails behind it, which originally numbered 8, has now increased to 9. Then he tiptoed and flew in front of Jiang Mingyue and Tuchan Nanyang. Seeing that Tuchan Yu had completed the upgrade of his bloodline, the two of them offered their congratulations. It made her smile brightly. Then, feeling the vast power in his body, he couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of the nation-destroying level, SS? But before that, Tuchan Yu felt that there was one more thing he needed to do. She stood in front of Jiang Mingyue seriously, and then spoke solemnly. My husband, I want to be your follower. The next moment, the system's mechanical sounds and panels appeared. Tuchan Yu is willing to be your follower. Do you agree? Whether. This sudden decision made Jiang Mingyue stunned for a moment, and she didn't quite understand her intention. Seeing the confusion on her husband's face, Tuchan Yu began to explain. She said that her sister has become her husband's follower. Then, as his younger sister, there is no reason for me not to be his follower. And I learned a lot about the activities from my husband. This means that if you become a follower of your husband, you can go together when these activities come. You won't be alone in this matter. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue and Tuchan Nanyang looked at each other and saw her nod slightly, barely perceptible. It seems that it was Tuchan Nanyang, the elder sister, who made her younger sister make such a choice. However, Jiang Mingyue had no reason to refuse. After all, we are all family, and it is indeed the case. There are some activities that allow followers to join together. So Jiang Mingyue clicked yes. The next moment, a mysterious feeling emerged in the hearts of the two. At this time, Jiang Mingyue could also see Tuchan Yu's panel. Name, Tuchan Yu. Race, Fox. Strength, SS. Talent, King of the Country. Introduction 1. As a benevolent and wise monarch, your country will be ruled by the people and enjoy good weather and good harvests. The lowest level of public support can be locked at 80%, and wars and banditry are unlikely to occur. Reduces the chance of natural disasters by 60% and their impact by 50%. 2. As a cheerful and wise ruler, the probability of newborns with special abilities being born in your country increases by 30% under your governance. The citizens of the kingdom will have a 20% increase in lifespan and health, and a 30% decrease in the likelihood of contracting disease. 3. As a wise ruler, the people of your kingdom will have a 5% higher chance of having a flash of inspiration, and the monks of your kingdom will also increase their cultivation speed by 50%. Bloodline, Auspicious Fox Awakened. Bonus 1. Demonic power increased by 400%. Physical strength increased by 200%. Bonus 2. Increases the probability of the country gaining auspiciousness and can turn misfortune into fortune. Bonus 3. The gathering speed of luck increases by 30%. Analysis. HXD, this one is a treasure. After reading Tuchan Na's panel, Jang Mingua couldn't help but gasp. Because her talents and awakenings do not increase her combat power. But in terms of governing the country and fortune, it is impeccable. So Jang Mingua told all of this, and then hugged Tuchan Na in her arms. Speak with a smile. It looks like my wife is going to become Tuchan's national treasure. Upon hearing this, Tuchan Na, who was listening on the side, also agreed with what her husband said. Then he told his sister solemnly, "From now on, don't take action unless it's absolutely necessary. The battle with the enemy will be left to me and my husband." I heard the words and attitudes of two important people who praised me as a treasure. Tuchan Na didn't know how to react for a moment, but he nodded to show that he understood. Next, because Tuchan had a new person who could destroy a country, the atmosphere between the three of them became cheerful. So Jang Mingua and his group returned to Tuchan Hall from the top of the mountain. Because it was almost dinner time, Jang Mingua also brought Su Hanjun over so that the Tuchan sisters could meet her. Looking at this empress who was the famous founding empress of the Yusa dynasty in the original world, the sisters also gave corresponding respect. In response to this, Su Hanjun simply said that she is no longer an empress. Now she is just an ordinary fox. Upon hearing this, the two sisters didn't say anything, but just said that if they needed anything, they could come to them. After a while, the two maids Tuchan Yulan and Zia also came back. When he saw Zia, Su Hanjun couldn't take his eyes off her, because she felt a strange aura from this little girl. It's like facing a natural disaster in the original world. However, this aura has been sealed. If she were not sensitive to this aura, she would not be able to detect it. So after dinner, Su Hanjun found Jang Mingua alone and asked him about Zia, because the aura of the seal was clearly created by the man in front of him. In this regard, Jang Mingua did not choose to hide it, and briefly told her about her encounter with Zia and her strange power. As for Ziya's identity as the Fox of Disaster, he chose to conceal it. Although I didn't get the information I wanted most, but among these information, Su Hanjun also extracted some key information, which vaguely confirmed it. Ziya was the Fox of Disaster, and shared this information. To be honest, Jang Mingua didn't expect this person to be an expert. Chapter 85 Jang Mingua. So, Jang Mingua was curious about what information Su Hanjun knew about the Fox of Disaster. After confirming that the man in front of her really didn't know, Su Hanjun slowly began to explain. In the Fox clan's long inheritance, countless powerful bloodlines have been awakened. Among them, the Fox of Disaster is an extremely ferocious one. Because the foxes with this bloodline can be considered as born to be unlucky and disaster-stricken. As long as the Fox clan awakens this bloodline, they will uncontrollably bring all kinds of disasters to the surrounding beings. But it will not affect yourself. And this is not the worst is, the foxes with this bloodline automatically and forcibly absorb the luck of the people around them and use it for their own benefit. In addition, they will also master a strange and powerful power that allows them to grow infinitely. Finally, she walked on the road that belonged only to her, stepping on the corpses. At the end, Su Hanjun's tone became a little excited. Because the appearance of this bloodline, as long as it is discovered, not only the Fox tribe, but other races will try their best to strangle it in the cradle if they discover it. As long as it grows up, it will become a disaster for the whole world. I don't know how you sealed it, but this seal can only have a temporary effect. As long as she grows up quietly, she will be able to break through your seal easily, and thus bring disaster to this world. Jang Mingua listened to Su Hanjun's words silently. Her expression did not change at all, and she still kept smiling. But mainly for those who are familiar with his character, he is actually very angry now. Jang Mingua spoke softly. So you mean to kill Zia? The tone was steady, like the calm surface of the water. But little did they know that beneath the calm surface of the water, there was a giant beast lurking. It's apparently calm, but it makes people feel chilling. Su Hanjun, who was standing in front of Jang Mingua, felt this calmness most intuitively. I felt an inexplicable sense of panic, but I didn't open my mouth to explain. A majesty that seemed to come from heaven fell upon her, causing her legs to go limp, and she fell to her knees on the ground with a thud. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out, because her soul was afraid and terrified. At this moment, Su Hanjun did not expect that his master actually possessed such power. Even in the original world, the battle between those top powerhouses did not bring her as much fear as today. It feels like I am an ant looking up at a giant. But for some reason, Su Hanjun now felt a hint of joy deep in his heart. This feeling is very strange and inexplicably exciting. Jiang Mingua, who was standing beside her, had already squatted down, then reached out and pinched her chin and lifted it slightly, so that she could only look at herself. Then, under Su Hanjun's panicked eyes, Jiang Mingua spoke word by word. I don't want you to talk about what happened today in front of Ziya. No matter what kind of person she will be in the future, now she is just a little girl who sticks to me. And I will also take on the responsibility of being her brother. After saying that, Jiang Mingua directly pulled Su Hanjun up in front of her. Knowing that her legs were weak, he simply put his arms around her waist, which was a very close position. The Empress Su Hanjun, who originally had a superior temperament, now looked like a soft little kitten. She leaned helplessly in the arms of the man in front of her. Feeling the strong arms around her waist made her heart surge. Then a mechanical voice sounded in Jiang Mingua's ears. Su Hanjun's favorability and loyalty increased. Favorability, 65, loyalty, 65. Jiang Mingua. A big question mark appeared in his mind. What's going on? It's obvious that I'm the one who's being mean and scolding her. Why does it increase favorability and loyalty? And what's with the blush on her face? Jiang Mingua kept complaining in his heart, and he almost couldn't handle the anger, and then his anger went downhill. However, Jiang Mingua still persisted and spoke again in a fierce tone. Or do you think my strength is not worth mentioning? Explain. Hearing these words, especially the last one, Su Hanjun couldn't help but tremble. Then she spoke in a delicate tone that she didn't even know she had. I was wrong. Please forgive me for my outrageous words. All I can say is that although his status is very noble, his temperament is also full of majesty. But after all, the blood of the Fox clan flows in his bones, with that kind of innate charm. This sentence also made Jiang Mingua feel the contrast. The almighty empress turned into a delicate and soft girl in front of her. This almost made him live in Bengbu. Even so, Jiang Mingua still repeatedly warned against revealing any information about the Fox of Disaster. Otherwise, you won't want to know the consequences. After saying that, he used his hand to pretend to threaten her and rubbed her furry fox carrot. Su Hanjun couldn't help but moan when her sensitive area was attacked, and then she quickly covered her mouth. However, her rosy face and sparkling eyes already showed her inner unrest. Su Hanjun's mind was in a mess at the moment. She wanted to leave quickly, but her feet would not obey her. I could only reluctantly lean on the man in front of me whom I just met today. Strange, I shouldn't be this kind of person. Why can't I struggle? And what about that indescribable joy in my heart? Su Hanjun, who had no idea that she had inexplicably opened up a new world, was also confused about her own reaction. She had never experienced love between a man and a woman, so she was naturally confused. After a while, Su Hanjun finally came to his senses, then quickly broke free from Jiang Mingua's restraints and left, as if escaping. When she returned to her room, she wrapped herself in the quilt, leaving only her black fox radish exposed. I don't know what's going on under the quilt, but the constantly shaking fox carrot shows that she subconsciously feels a little happy. After realizing this, woo, the girl's shy voice came from under the quilt. On the other side, after seeing Su Hanjun fleeing, Jiang Mingua also left the place. Little did he know that everything that had just happened was heard by the little girl Ziya, who was hiding nearby. To be honest, the little girl felt a little sad at this moment because she knew the condition of her body. But when she thought of her brother's domineering and decisive words, she felt warm inside. Chapter 86: The Development of the Arsenal. However, am I really a born disaster? So that's why I lost my previous memories? Ziya could not give a reasonable answer to these questions. It has been a while since I came to Tuchan, but my memory of the past is still blank. Thinking of this, Ziya lowered her head to look at her hands, and then muttered to herself. What kind of person was I in the past? Is it true, as the older sister said, that I am a being that will bring all kinds of disasters? That's why he was arrested and locked up there. But, because of this, I met my brother. Ziya couldn't help but feel that this was a good result. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the little girl's face. After warning Su Hanjun, Jiang Mingua also opened a passage to another world. He wanted to see how things were developing over there in the next 3 days. Along with the feeling of being pushed from behind, a steel castle appeared in front of Jiang Mingua. This immediately caught his attention. Because the current arsenal is much larger than the original one, it feels at least 10 times larger. You can also see the mechanical soldiers patrolling around the arsenal. When they see Jiang Mingua, they will salute to welcome their commander. And just as Jiang Mingyue was looking at the steel castle in front of him, the super artificial intelligence Tianyu also searched for the arrival of the commander. Then the tightly closed door opened, and a figure slowly walked out. It was none other than the super artificial intelligence Tianyu, a humanoid machine in full control. Because Jiang Mingyue didn't come to see him for 3 days. So he found this robot with a peerless appearance, but a mechanical body very interesting. "Commander, welcome back to the arsenal." As he spoke, Tianyu came to Jiang Mingyue and welcomed her warmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue went straight to the point. "Well, how has the base developed over the past 3 days?" After hearing this, Tianyu made a gesture of follow it. So next, with Tianyu's introduction, Jiang Mingyue learned the specific situation of the arsenal. Because of the unlimited energy as a foundation, the arsenal was able to develop rapidly. At present, first and second order mechanical soldiers, as well as corresponding weapons and equipment, can be manufactured. The arsenal is now working on unlocking the technology for third order mechanical soldiers. With sufficient resources, it only takes 70 hours, 56 minutes, and 31 seconds to unlock it. And interstellar technology is also being unlocked step by step. Several satellites had been launched before this to complete the detailed map of the planet. As he was talking, a 3D model of a planet appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue. Judging from the model, the specific data of this planet has also been given. The total area is 1,020,144,000 square kilometers, about the size of 2 Earths. There are a total of 4 continents, and their total area accounts for 45% of the world's area. The remaining water surface area accounts for 55% of the world's area. The specific minerals have not yet been fully explored. However, with the material converter, these are not needed at all and are now kept as reserves. And this planet has all kinds of climates, but there is no absolutely extreme climate. Therefore, it is very suitable for the reproduction of life. After listening to the introduction of this planet, Jiang Mingyue nodded in approval. After all, in a sense, I am already the captain of this planet. It's always good to be specific. Next are the mechanical soldiers that are currently being built at the base. So far, there are 3,500 first-level ordinary mechanical soldiers and 1,200 second-level elite mechanical soldiers waiting for orders. With just one command from the commander, these mechanical soldiers will wipe out all enemies in front of you. At the end of the introduction, Tianyu suddenly became passionate. After hearing these words, Jiang Mingyue felt an inexplicable surge of emotion in her heart. At this moment, he felt like a great general in ancient times. With a wave of his hand, thousands of soldiers and horses will tear apart any enemy in front of them. Jiang Mingyue can now imagine what will happen when the world is in chaos. What kind of effect will this endless army of machines achieve? Make the enemy tremble with fear, make the enemy afraid, and make your own people feel at ease. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and then made a small suggestion. That is to add a layer of super realistic skin on the appearance of these mechanical soldiers. After all, today's mechanical soldiers are made entirely of machinery. The current look is handsome, but it is still difficult to integrate into Tuchan. After hearing the commander's proposal, Tianyu also took it very seriously. Immediately, as Jiang Mingyue said, a super realistic skin was added to the appearance of a mechanical soldier. And in his next idea, he added a fox ear and a fox tail. Again, you have to fit in. So Tianyu also added it in, and then on this basis, he added a radar exploration function to the fox ears. A weapon storage function is also added to the fox tail. The magical scene of a fox suddenly taking out an RPG from its tail. When Jiang Mingyue thought of this scene, she couldn't help laughing. This made Tianyu, who was standing by, feel confused. Soon a brand new mechanical soldier appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue. Although the mechanical soldier was now wearing combat uniform, the obvious fox characteristics made him nod in approval. Then we decided to create the looks of the first and second level soldiers. So the mechanical soldiers that were produced were also returned to have new accessories added. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue stretched comfortably after knowing that the arsenal was developing so fast. He was in a very happy mood too, because this endless supply of mechanical soldiers will be Tuchan's first line of defense in the future. When necessary, it can also be used as a trump card. When returning to Tuchan, Jiang Mingyue also instructed Tianyu, be sure to arrange enough mechanical soldiers so that he can use them at any time. Hearing this, Tianyu made the promise seriously. As for Jiang Mingyue's plan, it was the plan to encircle and annihilate the Abyss slaves. He wanted these mechanical soldiers to go instead of Tuchan's fox tribe. The main purpose is to see the combat capabilities of these mechanical soldiers. After all, sometimes you can only know more through actual combat. To be honest, Jiang Mingyue was also quite looking forward to seeing how many surprises this mechanical soldier could bring him. After giving the instructions, Jiang Mingyue opened the space and returned to Tuchan. Chapter 87 Fox Radish Zongzi. After leaving the arsenal, Jiang Mingyue walked in the palace in silence all the way with something on her mind. Finally, I arrived at the door of Su Hanjuan's house. Because what she called the Fox of Disaster was a very serious matter in her opinion. If not handled properly, it could easily lead to a major disaster that could affect the entire world. Jiang Mingyue could see this from Ziya's panel. So no matter what, her intentions were good. But I got angry and yelled at her, although I don't know why she still liked me. But he was wrong after all, and he was not the kind of person who would not change his mistakes. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue decided to apologize to Su Hanjun. I knocked gently on the wooden door, but no sound came out of the room. So Jiang Mingyue spoke. Miss Su, are you there? I have something to talk to you about. In the room, Su Hanjun, who was like a fox, carrot, and rice dumpling at this time, naturally heard his voice. Startled, he quickly sat up and poked his little head out from under the quilt. A curious look came over her face. Obviously, she didn't know why Jiang Mingyue came to see her, and her tone was so polite. Could it be that he tricked me out and then killed me? Thinking of this, Su Hanjun felt very uneasy. But on second thought, with this guy's strength, it would be no problem for him to turn himself and this house into ashes. With the idea that he would die anyway, Su Hanjun decided to be more decent. Show your dignity as an empress. Su Hanjun did it right away. After putting the quilt aside and tidying up her appearance, she opened the door and walked out calmly. Even when she saw Jiang Mingyue, she couldn't help but feel panic for a moment. His body began to become a little stiff, and he spoke word by word. Sir, what can I do for you? If it's about that, I swear to you that I won't tell anyone about it. So, at the end of her speech, Su Hanjuan's eyes began to wander, and she bit her lip before speaking again. So, if you have nothing else, please go back. When she said this, the tension in her heart reached its peak at this moment. But he found that the man in front of him didn't react at all. But when she saw him walking towards her, Jiang Mingyue was left with a psychological shadow. It made him immediately cross his arms across his chest, turn his face to the side, and close his eyes. It's as if waiting for destruction to come. However, the truth was not what Su Hanjun thought. On the contrary, it was replaced by a sincere word. Sorry. After hearing these 3 words, Su Hanjun was stunned for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he found Jiang Mingyue bowing to him. When the reason for his apology rang in my ears. For some reason, at this moment Su Hanjun felt that this man's character was quite good. It was me who accidentally touched his sore spot at that time. As a result, the originally tense body felt extremely relaxed in an instant, and the originally indifferent face also curled up into a smile. No, this is not just the fault of the young master. I also have some responsibility. You shouldn't say too much. A young master with this kind of strength would probably be able to easily change, even when facing the Fox of Disaster. I was just too worried. As he spoke, Su Hanjun also bowed slightly to express his apology. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two sides became much more harmonious. And a mechanical sound also rang in Jiang Mingyue's ears. Su Hanjuan's favorability and loyalty increased. Favorability, 70, loyalty, 70. After that, the two chatted briefly and then parted ways. In the evening, Jiang Mingyue told Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na what happened today. In this regard, the two sisters also respect his choice. He also said that with him around, the Fox of Disaster would not be affected. As they were talking, Jiang Mingyue started to become restless. Chapter 88, Secret Realm Card. Day 15, Tuchan. It was an ordinary morning when Jiang Mingyue woke up from her sleep. Then I instinctively tried to get up, but I felt myself being grabbed by something soft. Looking to both sides, I saw Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na still sleeping soundly. Looking at their cute and beautiful sleeping faces, Jiang Mingyue, who had just woken up, was in a very good mood. Especially when he thought of the simulation yesterday, he felt even happier. With 2 fox girls willing to cooperate with me, what else could I ask for? So Jiang Mingyue got up in a good mood. As usual, after changing clothes, I went to the pavilion in the yard and started to clear my mind. On the other side of the yard is Su Hanjuan's room. At this moment, she enjoyed the pain of her predecessor by Yueju. The reason is simple. Her strong ability and good hearing make her unable to sleep. And I feel inexplicably hot. These were feelings she had never felt before, as she had never experienced love between a man and a woman. Curious and uncomfortable. However, even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? After hearing those melodious voices, Su Hanjuan's little face also turned red. I can only say that fortunately I have such high strength that I can go without sleep for a long time without any problem. Otherwise she might still have dark circles under her eyes. Suhanjun felt very desperate when she thought that every night would be like this from today on. But at the same time as she was desperate, she also began to feel a little curious. Why are you yelling so loudly? As if she had thought of something, her little face became visibly redder. Jiang Mingua, who was unaware that she was disturbing someone's sweet dream again, was also thinking about something. Thinking about how many days I have been in this world today. Because as a new survivor, he completed the so-called novice mission on the 7th day. The days will start to be counted normally, and you will receive periodic rewards after the 15th day. By the way, the number of days counted here is from the first day of reaching the goal. In other words, as long as the newcomer survives to the 7th day, he will receive the reward. If you survive another 7 days, you will receive a second reward. Of course, the premise is that you don't die as soon as you land, or you don't survive this period of time. Having said that, this is a half-month phased reward format. In fact, it is a gift package in which you can get 1 to 2 cards, ranging from white to gold. By the way, red-rated cards will not appear in daily activities or periodic rewards. Red-rated cards will appear in major monthly events. And a gold-rated card called Secret Realm card. The function of this card is to open a secret realm for 1 or more people. Survivors explore this secret realm. Depending on the degree of danger, the highest card they can obtain is a red card. However, this type of special card is hard to come by. It's not just because of the dangerous monsters in the secret realm, but also the weird traps and curses. Many survivors are terrified by the news. But there are also many who think they are strong and make all preparations to choose to go in. If these people can come back alive, they will indeed receive generous card rewards. After all, with all kinds of magical props. As long as you're not dead, it doesn't matter if you're missing an arm or a leg. You can replenish all of it in minutes using a prop. But if you can't come back, then you really can't come back. So next, Jiang Mingwa began to wait quietly. By the way, regarding the live broadcast, he hasn't started it since yesterday. Hiding your cards is one thing, but the most important thing is to block the information that you have access to another world. By the way, Jiang Mingwa believes that the existence of mechanical soldiers cannot be concealed for too long. It would be better to display these mechanical soldiers openly as the power of Tuchan. After all, who can know? Is this what you see, or what I want you to see? This will invisibly make other forces even more wary of Tuchan. In this regard, Jiang Mingwa also really wants to achieve such an effect. Before I knew it, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. Before this, Jiang Mingwa, his wives, the little girl, and Su Hanjun finished their breakfast. They all went to work and school. Only Jiang Mingwa and Su Hanjun were left, who had nothing to do and didn't know what to do. Although the two had apologized to each other yesterday and resolved the unnecessary grudges in their hearts, there was something inexplicably wrong about the atmosphere between the two of them. Jiang Mingwa could feel this very clearly. I clearly felt that the other person was observing me secretly, but when I turned around, the other person's eyes were somewhere else. Jiang Mingwa stopped doing this only after she felt that her behavior was a bit childish. Su Hanjun, who was standing by, continued to observe secretly, because what happened yesterday was too embarrassing for her. Not to mention the majesty of being an empress, just being a woman. The man in front of him actually bullied him, yelled at him, and even touched his tail. The key is that I feel inexplicably excited. Woo woo woo. Thinking of this, Su Hanjun couldn't help but wail in his heart. She didn't know what happened to her. He just pretended to be indifferent on his face, but his eyes kept glancing at Jiang Mingwa. Ignoring the gaze, I arrived at 10 o'clock as usual. The next moment, that mechanical voice rang in the ears of the survivors in all the heavens and worlds. The survival time has been reached. Please check the gift package. As soon as the words fell, these survivors performed a series of identical actions in unison. With a look of ecstasy on his face, he opened his backpack, prayed to God, used the gift pack, and there was a white light. They were panicked after the light was on, and after a moment, wailing sounds were heard everywhere. Humph, humph. Jiang Mingwa, who is a little luckier, has no such concerns. He calmly opened the gift box, and the next moment a golden light burst out from the gift box. People can't help but exclaim, "Wow, the golden legend." Su Hanjun, who was standing by, naturally noticed this scene, with curiosity in his eyes. Although she was drawn by Jiang Mingwa through the character card, she still had information about survivor and system. It was just a tiny bit, like a voice telling her in the dark. The one who rescued her from the river of the dead was her master, and she must learn to be loyal to him. Apart from that, it was Jiang Mingwa who told her about the situation in this world, and only then did she know what the current situation was. Chapter 89 Medic. Therefore, the scene of the golden card coming out still attracted Su Hanjuan's attention. Let her stare at it with curiosity. Jiang Mingwa had no intention of hiding anything about this. After all, in a sense, we are all family. So he took out 2 golden cards in front of her. At a glance, they are 1 gold weapon card and 1 gold item card. Weapon cards and item cards? This surprised Jiang Mingwa. There were only 2 basic cards, but no special cards. I can't help but wonder if my luck has fluctuated a bit. If other survivors knew what Jiang Mingwa was thinking, I guess he would be so angry that he would fume and die on the spot. They are complacent when they get green, ecstatic when they get blue, and burn incense and worship Buddha when they get purple. As a result, you were not satisfied with the 2 gold cards and even wanted a special card. This is simply too much. Jiang Mingwa, who had no idea how much hatred she was attracting. He simply extended his index finger and slid it across the card. Along with a golden light, the card's information was displayed in front of him. Gold, weapon, spear. Name, Banner of Faith. Effect, energy plus 100%, hardness plus 100%, luck plus 10%. Skills, 1. Power of Faith. Based on the luck of the country or race, it can increase the overall attribute of our units by 0% to 150%. 2. The Power of Faith will protect yourself. Our units can gain 50% resistance to negative effects and 50% positive effect bonus. 3. As long as the flag stands, morale will not die. Death will not affect morale. On the contrary, for every 1% loss in the number of our units, the remaining units will gain a 5% bonus to all attributes. Analysis. A French country girl. Gold props. Name, Medic. Introduction, a professional team. With them, they can save you even if you only have a head left. Effect. 1. The professional team is not affected or attacked by any external factors and is in an invincible state. Its only goal is to rescue the holder, or it will disappear after rescuing the designated object. It will also appear when the holder is in mortal danger. 2. As a professional team, they naturally bring all the medicines and tools with them. When needed, users can get some medicines from them. Analysis. A professional team? Black coffin bearers? After reading the information on the card, Jiang Mingwa didn't expect that the props opened this time would be so useful. The first weapon, called Flag of Faith, can be used as a large buff enhancer, and it also has negative resistance effects and positive effect enhancements. Turtle, that's incredible. When the encirclement and suppression begins, Jiang Mingwa can hand this weapon over to Tuchan Na. Let her improve her reputation among various races. In this way, Tuchan will be able to carry out any plans more easily in the future. After determining the ownership of the weapon, Jiang Mingwa's attention shifted to another card. Judging from the description on the card, he had obtained a medical station with built-in invincibility attributes. Although his own life force can heal many injuries and wounds. But when faced with those difficult and complicated diseases, Jiang Mingwa is still helpless. Now that he has a group of medical soldiers, he has no more worries. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingwa was in a good mood and couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Su Hanjun, who had no idea what the card said, became even more curious. The gaze that was eager to know the answer kept lingering on Jiang Mingwa's face. As if noticing her gaze, Jiang Mingwa smiled and told her the general information on the card. Su Hanjun showed a puzzled expression because she didn't understand what the all-attribute improvement was all about. It's normal that she doesn't know this modern term. Realizing this, Jiang Mingwa expressed it in a simple and understandable way. It means that one's own strength can be significantly improved, etc. After hearing the introduction, she nodded thoughtfully. But what attracted her attention most was the medic card. I thought, if I had this magical tool in the past, would I not have to die? If I didn't die, to what heights could I have brought the Yusa dynasty? Once this idea popped into my mind, I couldn't stop thinking about it. After going around in circles, it turned into a helpless sigh from Su Hanjun. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Naturally, Jiang Mingwa, who was standing by, heard these words clearly. Remembering her past experiences, he could roughly guess what she was thinking. Based on the idea that as a person in this world, I have a relatively close relationship with him. Jiang Mingwa came and sat next to Su Hanjun, speaking with a gentle smile. The past is like the wind. What has happened cannot be changed. Instead of tying yourself to the past, try to lift your head and look toward the future. These very philosophical words, spoken by Jiang Mingwa, who was only 18 years old, made people feel inexplicably awkward. The fact is, during his 3 years of work, he met an old man who was very kind to others. At that time, The old man said these words in front of the lonely Jiang Mingua. But Jiang Mingua at that time didn't understand any of this at all. It was not until now that he slowly understood these two sentences and said them out loud. Hearing this, Su Hanjun on the side naturally understood this kind of truth. However, she still chuckled and said thank you. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was very good. At this moment, a pink figure stepped into the yard. Lambda Front, breakthrough. The Lambda Front was originally the frontline battlefield against the slaves of the Abyss. Now it is deserted, and only ruins remain of the once towering city walls. And two big holes appeared on the broken city wall. It looked like some creature had smashed it open from the outside. Both the city walls and the buildings inside the walls collapsed. I don't know whether the corpses are from the coalition forces or the Abyss slaves, but they are now scattered all over the defense line here. The dark vultures, their excited calls seemed to be celebrating the feast. The reason for this result was that the Abyss slaves noticed that their plan to pollute the sacred tree had failed. It is predicted in advance that the high-end combat forces of those empires will be chosen in a short period of time. Use your own power to clear the power of the Abyss within the sacred tree. This means that these high-end combat forces will have a short-term power gap. So the Abyss slaves tried their best, thinking that if they guessed right, they would make a lot of money, and if they guessed wrong, they would not lose anything. A powerful attack was launched on the front lines of every empire. Chapter 90. Invitation from Valkyrie Omega. As it turned out, the Abyss slave made the right bet. Not only did they have a large army approaching, but high-end combat forces also arrived. The coalition forces suffered a continuous defeat. If the battle line wasn't too long, and if the elves' high-end combat forces didn't come to help, I'm afraid they will be pushed directly to the second line of defense. Lin Haochu, who retreated back to the second line of defense alive, was somewhat depressed. He originally thought he was accustomed to the death brought by war. As a result, when the overwhelming number of Abyss slaves attacked him, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Especially when the city wall was breached and the brothers who had followed him for more than a week died one after another in front of him. This fear reached its peak. As Lin Haochu, who has no roots or origins in this world, after his brothers sacrificed, the fear in his heart was completely ignited and began to transform into endless anger. He was like a madman, fighting desperately with those slaves of the Abyss. Friendship between men comes inexplicably, especially when they are partners who depend on each other for life and death. This friendship will be more tenacious and lasting. Because of his talent and his own weapons and props, he successfully held out until the arrival of reinforcements. But he didn't have any good meat left. He was sent back to the second front in the form of a mummy. Because of Lin Haochu's brave and fearless performance, he was awarded the Medal of the Austin Empire. And his responsibilities also improved a lot, from a squad leader to a second-level officer. The number of soldiers that a second-level officer can command reaches 500. If one can reach the rank of first-class officer, the number will reach 1,000. However, Lin Haochu did not feel happy at all, because these were gained through the sacrifices of his brothers. Along with the pain, his anger towards the slaves of the Abyss also grew. If his body would allow it, he would have wanted to cut the Abyss slave into pieces right now. By the way, the previous two activities. He hid for a day and then participated in the treasure chest search activity. As for the second event, he was still in the mummy form at that time, so he ran away without saying a word. As for the battle that happened some time ago, even though it happened a few days ago, the audience in the live broadcast room also talked about it from time to time, because battles of this scale are indeed quite rare. That battle to defend the city, even after a few days, I still remember it vividly. Indeed, it makes my blood boil, and I can't wait to rush over. Wake up, you're just cannon fodder. If you charge forward, you won't be able to come back. Unaware of the discussion in the live broadcast room, Lin Haochu, who was now a mummy, was staring at the snow-white ceiling with boredom. As a hero and an officer, he naturally received very good medical care. With the help of doctors with medical skills, he was transformed from a mummy to a half-mummy. Simply put, it changes from a full-body bandage to a bandage for serious injuries. But he still couldn't move easily. Therefore, he also enjoyed the friendly help of male physicians. Lin Haochu felt very helpless about this. Where is the beautiful nurse you promised? How come when he comes to him, he becomes a grown man? I complained about this unreasonable thing in my mind and changed my mood at the same time. Well, sir, you're recovering well. I think you'll be out and about in less than a week. Listening to the male doctor's words, Lin Haochu politely responded with a thank you. Nodding, the male doctor put away his tools and left for the next ward. When I arrived at the door, I saw an unexpected person. Looking at the heroic woman with beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes, the male doctor blurted out instinctively. Valkyrie Omega-sama. When he realized what was happening, he quickly saluted. Seeing this, Omega smiled softly and waved. Hello, is Lin Haochu here? Seeing the Valkyrie, respected by the people of the Empire, right in front of him, and at such a close distance. This made the male doctor feel extremely honored and excited, and he responded quickly. Yes, Lady Valkyrie, Commander Lin Haochu is in this ward. After confirming that he had not made a mistake, Omega smiled and thanked the male doctor again, then sent him away. Then he came to the ward and saw Lin Haochu lying on the bed. He smiled and greeted him warmly. Hello, Lin Haochu. My name is Omega. Nice to meet you. As he said this, he subconsciously stretched out his hand, but when he saw Lin Haochu's condition, he withdrew his hand with an embarrassed look on his face. Lin Haochu was a little surprised by this, because this famous Valkyrie actually has such an ordinary side. He couldn't help but look at Omega. She was not wearing Valkyrie armor, but only an exquisite blue dress, and she lost that majestic and heroic temperament. On the contrary, she has the temperament of a noble lady. All I can say is that thanks to having experienced a brutal war, Lin Haochu's mental resistance has been greatly improved. Even with such a beautiful blonde girl in front of him, he was only slightly distracted and quickly recovered. Then he responded in a friendly manner. Hello, Lady Valkyrie. What can I do for you? Hearing Lin Haochu speak so directly, Omega felt inexplicably relieved. Seeing her behavior, it made him feel a little strange. Facing Lin Haochu's puzzled gaze, Omega smiled and said that she was not good at speaking in a roundabout way. So when she heard him speak so directly, she felt extremely relieved. When explaining his purpose, Omega sat up straight and then spoke seriously. Lin Haochu, I want to invite you to join my Rose Knights. I have a vacant position here, the deputy leader of the Knights. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Haochu was stunned by the invitation, because he really didn't expect that the Valkyrie would come to invite him to become the deputy leader of a Knight Order. You know, in the Knight Order formed by the Valkyrie, he became a deputy leader. The power and prestige therein are much higher than his current military position. However, these are not what Lin Haochu wants to pay attention to. He only wants to know one thing. Have the Knights always been on the front lines? Hearing this question, Omega responded without hesitation. Yes. So Lin Haochu spoke again. Can you rush to the front and kill the Abyss slaves? As he said this, he looked deeply into Omega's eyes, wanting to know her answer. Chapter 91. Can't save, wait to die, goodbye. After hearing these words, Omega looked at Lin Haochu with eyes full of admiration. She felt that she had chosen the right person. The man in front of me is a talented person with great potential. So, Omega responded seriously and decisively. Certainly. We, the Rose Knights, always fight on the front lines. With that, Omega stood up and held out his hand with enthusiasm. Should I say welcome then? Looking at the sincerity of the beautiful girl in front of him and the hand stretched out in front of him. This made Lin Haochu smile bitterly. Captain, although I really want to shake your hand, please wait until I recover. These words made Omega stunned for a moment, and then he showed an awkward but polite smile. However, Lin Haochu's words, Captain, immediately brought a bright smile to her face. After that, the two chatted briefly for a few more words, and then Omega left with a relaxed pace. This scene also made the audience in the live broadcast room feel envious. I never thought that the saying, those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future, would be true. He went straight from being an ordinary second-level officer to becoming the deputy commander of the Valkyrie Knights. In a sense, this is a position second only to the Emperor. Although there are some dangers, they come with sufficient rights. This made the audience in the live broadcast room very envious. Unaware of the thoughts of the outside audience, Lin Haochu's mind moved at this moment, and his personal panel appeared. Name, Lin Haochu. Race, human/. Strength, C. Talent, fighting harder and harder. Introduction 1. You are a natural warrior. When standing on the battlefield, your physical fitness increases by 60%, and it can be increased to 100% as the battle lasts. 2. Only war can make you grow quickly. When standing on the battlefield, every time you kill an enemy, your strength and physique will be permanently increased by 0.01. Bloodline, unawakened. Looking at his personal panel, Lin Haochu fell silent. Because of my talent, I was able to grow so fast. However, the real reason for the impact was the previous fight. He killed himself to the brink of death to reach this point. If you want to become strong, you have a long way to go. Lin Haochu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But he soon came to his senses and became determined in his goal. Revenge for my brothers. Elf Village. Dr. Lin, are you really going to leave? At this time, Outside the elf village, several elves were looking at Lin Yunyen in front of them with reluctant eyes. Because yesterday, this doctor with excellent treatment skills said he was leaving. The doctor did not specify the purpose of the visit. However, the elves could also guess Lin Yunyen's approximate destination. After all, not long ago, she asked the elves for the route to Tuchan. Looking at the reluctant eyes of the elves, Lin Yunyen felt very helpless. Originally, she had been living a life of idleness and waiting to die among the elves. However, the family sent him a message asking him to go to Tuchan. It is said that in this chaotic world, Tuchan is probably the only absolutely safe force. To be honest, Lin Yunyen was a little surprised to hear the words absolutely safe. Because family assessments are never aimless, there is a high probability that something has happened that they are not aware of. Moreover, the message sent by the family also gave her a chance. It is necessary to establish a friendly relationship with the person named Jang Mingua. Lin Yunyen knew this name. After all, people talk about him from time to time in the chat channel nowadays. But it seems that Jang Mingua has never appeared on the chat channel. Moreover, other people's private chats or friend requests are like a drop in the ocean, unable to cause any waves at all. This led many people to have various speculations about Jang Mingua. For example, some people say that he is a cheater who specifically looks for loopholes in the system, which is why he received such a generous reward. Some people also say that this guy is a European emperor with extremely good luck, and is probably no different from the so-called Long Outyin. Some people even say that the guy is the system's own son, so he can encounter all good things. Naturally, Lin Yunyen didn't believe any of these statements. But since the family has said so, why should I object? Not to mention, now there is an absolutely safe force emerging. With his current excellent medical skills, won't he be able to succeed as well? What's more, she has almost become oblivious to the days of living in the elf village, especially when it comes to food. The real original ecology is numb. So after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yunyen thought it over and said goodbye to the elves without hesitation. Then his face showed 6 parts of reluctance, 3 parts of helplessness, and 1 part of indifference. After leaving, Lin Yunyen set out on the road to Tuchan. Along the way, she noticed cavalry of various races marching quickly. It seemed as if some important mission was being carried out. But is such an obvious move a bit of a red flag? Lin Yunyen couldn't help but feel confused when she saw this scene, but she quickly put it behind her. Because the most important thing for her now is to reach Tuchan. And now she is in the wilderness, making her feel very insecure. You should know that I have been alive for half a month. I didn't expect that the late emperor died halfway through his career. But the result was that Lin Yunyen wanted to go to the bushes to solve her physiological problems. He met the eyes of a man in black robe 10 meters away. The sudden eye contact made both of them stunned. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Then very quickly, Lin Yunyen took out the paralyzing potion without hesitation and threw it at the man in black robe. After all, wearing a black robe early in the morning is either a pervert or a weirdo. It is always better to strike first, especially since it is not a lethal potion. The man in black robe didn't expect the girl to be so straightforward and was unable to react for a moment. Then, as the bottle broke, a strange light green gas suddenly surged out and surrounded the man in black robe. The next moment, the man in black robe could no longer feel his body and fell straight onto the grass. Seeing this, Lin Yunyen drank a bottle of paralysis-relieving potion before walking over. When the hood of the black robe was lifted, a disgusting face came into view. The man's skin was like a dead tree, dry and without moisture, and his body looked skinny. And from the perspective of Dr. Lin Yunyen, it was just 3 consecutive sentences. Can't save you, wait to die, goodbye. But soon, she knew what this guy in front of her was, who was neither human nor ghost. Chapter 92, The Alarm Bell. Do slaves of the abyss look like this? Wow, that really looks disgusting. Looking at the guy lying on the ground due to paralysis, Lin Yunyen expressed her disgust from the bottom of her heart. Although he is a doctor who changed his profession halfway, he relies on his talent and skills. She could also see how outrageous the physical condition of the abyss slave in front of her was. How can I describe that weird feeling? It was like a corpse that had been dead for a long time, but now it was inexplicably moving again. The stench of corpse emanating from his body made Lin Yunyen frown subconsciously. Although no one knows why, a rat-like abyss slave would appear here. But Lin Yunyen had no intention of letting it go. Her eyes were filled with indifference, and then she took out a bottle of dark purple potion from her backpack. This was the potion she hadn't had time to prepare before yesterday's event. I originally thought it would take some time to confirm its effectiveness, but I didn't expect to have a test sample so soon. So Lin Yunyen squatted down and took out the stopper of the medicine bottle. Then he opened the mouth of the Abyss slave and poured 1/3 of the bottle of potion into it. After completing this movement, he stood up and jumped back a few times, reaching a position 6 meters away. I can only say that it is fortunate that this slave of the Abyss was just paralyzed all over. Otherwise, the wails of pain would have already resounded throughout the forest. Because the dry surface of the Abyss slave's skin began to swell slightly. Bloody liquid filled under the skin. It was as if something changed inside the Abyss slave's body. The next moment, the body of the Abyss slave turned into a pool of blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole process just now took less than half a minute. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room feel creepy and terrified. I thought it was poison, but it turned out to be even more terrifying than poison. However, Lin Yunyen, the person involved, watched the whole process without changing her expression. When all the Abyss slaves turned into blood, she began to look at the 2/3 of the dark purple potion left in her hand. It seems that if I drink it all at once, the melting time should be reduced to 10 seconds. This mumbling was naturally heard clearly by the audience in the live broadcast room. It made their scalps tingle, and they looked at her with slightly fearful eyes. He is so young and can already make these props to destroy corpses. One can imagine how advanced he will be when he grows up. The emotions of the outside world will naturally not affect Lin Yunyen. What's more, she felt that the potion in her hand had too many shortcomings. One of them is that this medicine needs to be taken orally, and external use will at most result in an allergic reaction. It won't cause anything at all. There is also a very pungent smell, which currently cannot be covered up. And although it looks very scary, it is of no use at all to a race with strong physique. Or it could be an existence with great power. The potion that Lin Yunyen possesses can only be used to bully enemies who are not much stronger than her. However, the herbs along the way are bound to be endless. How many of them have I come into contact with? So Lin Yunyen is also full of fighting spirit. Therefore, after encouraging herself, she set out again on the journey to Tuchan. As for physiological issues, well, it's better to find a safe place. In a place unknown to Lin Yunyen, a group of people arrived at her experimental site 10 minutes after she left. Looking at the blood that had begun to dry on the ground, and the black robe filled with the breath of the Abyss. This made the group of people chasing after them look at each other in bewilderment. Although I don't know why, it seems that this fish that escaped the net was dealt with by a kind-hearted person. Noticing this situation, the soldiers who were chasing them breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they let this Abyss slave escape accidentally. If they cannot kill it, then they will definitely be punished. Therefore, they slowly thanked the kind-hearted person in their hearts. Tuchan Palace. Silence is Cambridge tonight. In the pavilion, 2 figures, one pink and one black, sat together, with subtle glances between them, and a strange atmosphere. Jiang Mingua, who was the center of the atmosphere, also felt helpless. This is a long story, so I'll make it short. To put it simply, Bai Xianxue comes to visit as a daily habit and then increases Jiang Mingua's favorability towards her. But what he saw was the unfamiliar face of Su Hanjun. While I was curious, I also felt alert. Then he began to test the waters constantly, wanting to know whether the noble-looking fox in front of him had any thoughts about the young master. As a result, he received a faint blushing expression. So, Bai Xianxue's inner alarm bells rang, and she began to constantly improve Jiang Mingua's favor in front of Su Hanjun. Then Su Hanjun couldn't stand it anymore and started to act as well, but his words were very immature. Bai Xianxue knew at a glance that this vixen was unprofessional. You have to know that your progress is already far behind compared to the progress of the 2 Tuchan sisters. I am a million miles away from it. After all, the intimacy between the 2 Tuchan sisters and the young master was such that they were already husband and wife. And what about yourself? Not to mention hugging, there was not even holding hands. Woo woo woo. Therefore, there can't be another person in front of me. Take the initiative. So Bai Xianxue, who was well prepared, began to attack Jiang Mingua. She leaned softly beside him, inadvertently teasing him with her proud assets. Then pair it with that charming voice. Sir, I didn't come yesterday. Have you ever thought about me? All I can say is that this tone, which was so soft that it touched the bones, gave Su Hanjun, who was standing beside him, goosebumps all over the floor. As an empress, she has never acted like a spoiled child in front of others since she was a child, except in front of her mother. Moreover, the delicate tone of voice really made her feel tortured when listening to it. However, Su Hanjun was also very curious about the reaction of the man in front of her. Instead, she saw a calm and handsome face. After all, to Jiang Mingua, her 2 foxes were sometimes more naughty than Bai Xianxue now. So after all this time, his resistance inexplicably improved a lot. However, Looking at Bai Xianxue posing coquettishly in front of him, Jiang Mingwa didn't say anything. He just reached out and rubbed her little head. This action made Bai Xianxue, who was full of charm just now, seemed to be stuck and stopped there. Chapter 93 Attack and Defense Exchange. Okay, there are no outsiders here. Let's get along the same way we usually do. Jiang Mingyue's gentle words rang in my ears. When I looked up, I saw his gentle smile, without any other impurities. This scene made Bai Xianxue a little dazed. The next moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jiang Mingyue's ears. Bai Xianxue's favorability up. Favorability, 78. This prompt sound made him slightly stunned. Immediately after Jiang Mingyue stood there in a daze, Bai Xianxue came to her senses and suddenly felt a rush of heat in her head. She threw herself directly into his arms and buried her little head in them. A dull and unclear sound followed. It was you who made me like this. This sudden scene made Su Hanjuan's pupils dilate slightly, and then his brows furrowed. How come you started fighting right away while talking? To be honest, Su Hanjun was very annoyed now and wanted to rush over to pull the pink fox away. But in what capacity do I do this? As the person involved, Jiang Mingyue did not refuse the beautiful fox-eared girl's embrace. Of course, the premise of all this is that it is an action between acquaintances. If it were an outsider, whether he could meet Jiang Mingyue would also be a question. So, it seemed like Jiang Mingyue was coaxing a spoiled little girl. He chuckled and rubbed Bai Xianxue's little head. It's like a brother playing with his sister. It looks very warm. But, from the facts, Bai Xianxue is much older than Jiang Mingyue. The same is true for others, including the two Tuchan sisters. So, in a sense, they are just like an old cow eating young grass. As for how much bigger it is, ahem, that's a girl's secret. Anyway, it won't be much older, no more than 30 years old at most. After all, there is a difference in lifespan between demons and humans. Oh, speaking of which, Jiang Mingyue has been stripped of her human status, so it's okay. But it still can't change the fact that they are old cows eating young grass. Having said that, this was a bold move by Bai Xianxue towards a man. This made her face flushed, especially now that her nose was filled with the scent of a man. She wasn't disgusted by it. On the contrary, she was fascinated by it. And there was a warm, big hand gently stroking his head. Such enjoyment made Bai Xianxue feel dizzy, and her body felt soft and weak. In this regard, Jiang Mingyue did not care about the woman in his arms leaning on him. Instead, he turned to look at Su Hanjun and spoke with a smile. Sorry, Miss Su, I made you laugh. Hanjun. The word Hanjun made Jiang Mingyue stunned for a moment, and then he saw the hint of envy in the eyes of the woman in front of him. However, this flicker of envy was fleeting, and he thought he had seen it wrong. But he still agreed to change some intimate terms. Okay, from now on, I will call you Hanjun. When I heard the man I cared about calling my name, an emotion called joy suddenly emerged from deep in her heart, adding a hint of smile to her beautiful face. For a moment, it was dazzling and extremely eye-catching. Jiang Mingyue was slightly stunned, but she quickly came to her senses. Such an intimate relationship soon ended. Bai Xianxue felt that she had taken a big step forward and left in a happy mood. Su Hanjun, who also felt that their relationship had become closer, left with a relaxed pace. At night, Jiang Mingyue told Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na what happened today. After hearing what her husband said, Tuchan Yu spoke softly while leaning on his shoulder. My husband, do you have any thoughts about Bai Xianxue and Su Hanjun? Tuchan Na, who was standing by, hugged Jiang Mingyue's arm before speaking. If my husband wants to, we sisters will not object. After hearing these words, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but speak in confusion. Aren't you jealous? We don't even have a formal relationship, but we already have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I don't feel good. As he spoke, Jiang Mingyue kept shaking his head. Hearing the sincerity in their husband's words, the 2 sisters felt warm in their hearts. However, there is a very realistic problem facing the 2 sisters. That is my husband, and his strength in that aspect is increasing day by day. Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu already feel that they are unable to do anything and cannot satisfy their husbands. As sisters with ancient ideas, they thought this was a very shameful thing. So there is no other choice but to continue looking for someone to share the burden. Otherwise, the 2 sisters would faint every night. Therefore, as the elder sister, Tuchan Na spoke with a blushing face. I'm ashamed to say this, because we found that just the 2 of us couldn't satisfy my husband. So, I want to add more sisters to serve my husband together. At the end of her words, her tone was full of shame. Hearing this and understanding the reason, Jiang Mingyue felt a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that it was because of my own reasons that the 2 sisters made this choice. However, Jiang Mingyue actually discovered this problem. That is my physical fitness, which is improving every day. All of this is due to the abundant life force in the body, which constantly nourishes the body. Therefore, I feel my body becoming stronger and stronger. Jiang Mingua was naturally constantly adapting, so she sat quietly in the pavilion, adapting to her own strength. After all, he didn't want to have to break several pairs of chopsticks and bowls every time he had a meal. It's really painful to think about it. Most importantly, he didn't want to hurt the people around him. My husband, what do you think? The calls brought Jiang Mingua back to her senses, and her eyes fell on Tuchan Na's beautiful face. Then I remembered the topic just now, and I had no choice but to nod in agreement. The two sisters were very happy to see that their husbands agreed. Although they had to share their love with other women, they were somewhat reluctant. But this is the only way for them to sleep peacefully. However, since it is night time, it is naturally happy time. Just as Jiang Mingua's claws fell on the sisters' proud capital, the two sisters shuddered suddenly and spoke in unison. Husband, let's just forget about it tonight. Let's take a rest. Upon hearing this, since it was his wife's request, Jiang Mingua naturally did not refuse. After all, I was a little too crazy last night. Chapter 94 The Encirclement begins. Known hiding places. In a hidden cave more than 10 kilometers away from Tuchan. At this moment, there are at least 50 people wearing black robes gathered here. They have different shapes, some tall and some short, but they all have the same aura. That is the breath of the abyss. This means that these are all slaves of the abyss. Because the surrounding races formed an alliance with each other and hunted them down together. So far, the information available. More than a dozen companions have died in the encirclement and suppression. As for them, they received the news early and came to the prepared hiding place. And there are a total of 3 hiding places like this. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but now there are only 4 hiding places, and these abyss slaves feel that it is not enough. But now is not the time to think about these things. Because what lies before them is a massive encirclement and suppression by various races. Although they're companions, the other abyss slaves won a great victory on the front line against the empires. But their lives began to become hard. The atmosphere in the cave was so silent that no one spoke. It's not that they are afraid of death. If necessary, they are willing to give everything they have to the abyss. But they don't want to die in vain. At this moment, a dull voice sounded. Everyone, as long as we get through these difficult days, we will be able to see a bright future. Besides, as apostles of the abyss, we should be prepared to sacrifice at any time. It's all for abyss. The last sentence immediately resonated with the hearts of the abyss slaves present. They expressed their determination with words and actions. For a moment, the atmosphere in the cave relaxed a lot, unlike the silence before. But little did they know that outside this hidden cave, there were 2 pairs of eyes staring at this place. They are Tuchan's scouts, which means Tuchan will be in charge of this place. And no matter how many people went in or out, they had records, just to eradicate all these destructive cancers at once. Day 17. Time suddenly came to 2 days later. Today is the day to implement the plan to encircle and suppress the slaves of the abyss. It has been confirmed that all the remaining abyss slaves have gathered in the 4 hiding places, except for allowing other unsuspecting races to continue sweeping outside, thus attracting attention. Those countries that are carrying out secret plans have also sent out powerful forces. This is to prevent unexpected situations from occurring. On the Tuchan side, Tuchan Na and Jiang Mingua set out together, bringing 500 second-level elite mechanical soldiers to test the waters. As for why he didn't bring more, it was because Jiang Mingua wanted to see the combat effectiveness of these mechanical soldiers. If you bring too much, you will just have to push it forward. What's the point of looking at it? How can we let those guys in the live broadcast room see the strength that Tuchan has displayed? After thinking for a while, he handed the flag of faith to Tuchan Na and told her not to use the power of the spear. While keeping a secret, he also wanted to see the actual combat power of these mechanical soldiers. So, with the farewells of Tuchan Yu and Tuchan, Jiang Mingua and Tuchan Na set off. Because they were flying, they arrived at the hiding place of the abyss slaves that Tuchan was responsible for in less than 10 minutes. And he was restraining his breath all the way here, so as not to attract the attention of the rat inside. After landing steadily on the ground, Jiang Mingua confirmed that there was no one around, then reached out and opened the space tunnel. The next moment, the second-level mechanical soldiers who had been prepared long ago trotted out in a uniform, quick and silent manner. These second-level mechanical soldiers in front of him are fully armed. In addition to being a mechanical body, it also wears a closed armor. This armor is equipped with a variety of weapons that are full of technology. According to the super artificial intelligence Tianyu, Each of these second-level elite mechanical soldiers is equipped with an ordinary-level artificial intelligence, possess excellent experience in the use and repair of firearms, weapons, and vehicles. It can be said that when necessary, these mechanical soldiers can also be used as engineers. Moreover, the equipment and weapons on these second-level mechanical soldiers are already fully equipped. The reason is simple. There is simply too much energy to use up, so they just equip themselves with weapons and equipment. Hearing this reason, Jang Mingua also found it funny. But I was in a very happy mood. After all, who doesn't like to fight a war for wealth? After seeing all 500 second-level mechanical soldiers come out, Jang Mingua closed the space tunnel. Tuchan Na, who was standing by, was also looking at the iron lumps in front of her with curiosity. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she hugged her husband's arm. Before the attack, Jang Mingua turned on the live broadcast that had been closed for several days. The information opened in the live broadcast room also reached the ears of the heads of various families at once. And many people who like to watch the show also flocked into the live broadcast room. As soon as I entered, I saw rows and rows of neatly arranged armored soldiers. This made the audience stunned for a moment, and then they wondered if they had opened the wrong live broadcast room. How come it's a world that's clearly based on Eastern and Western fantasy styles, but now a group of futuristic style guys suddenly appear? But soon someone guessed that Jiang Mingwe had drawn out the props in this area, so he was able to obtain these armored soldiers. However, many speculations have also emerged. Jiang Mingwe, who didn't know all this, raised her arm and clicked the watch that had been transformed by the super artificial intelligence Tianyu. Along with this action, a blue 3D terrain map appeared in front of the two. Then he lightly tapped the hiding place of the Abyss slaves and spoke. Everyone inside will be killed without mercy. This sentence was like an order, causing the 500 second-level mechanical soldiers in front of them to salute in unison. Then, they began to disperse in groups of 10, quickly and quietly surrounded the hiding place, and then began to act. Jiang Mingwe tapped the watch on his arm again, and then the first-person images of the mechanical soldiers appeared in front of him. At this time, Tuchan Na took out a set of tables and chairs from the storage ring and placed them on the flat grass beside her. Tea sets and pastries also came along, and Jiang Mingwe was asked to come quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwe smiled, then came and sat down next to Tuchan Na. Eat and drink with your wife, and then watch an immersive drama. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know how to complain for a moment. He was clearly full of murderous intent in the previous second, but the next second, he was like someone on a spring outing. However, their attention soon shifted to the screen that popped up on the watch, because the action had already begun. Chapter 95, QQ Candy. On the screen, the mechanical soldiers had surrounded the hiding place of the Abyss slaves. As for whether there are other exits, this has not been detected in the human kingdom. In order to make this operation a one-off, Jiang Mingwen naturally asked Tianyu to drop several satellites into the starry sky. Then, relying on advanced technology, he even knew the structure of the caves in the hiding place. Even a few escape tunnels are clearly visible. And in order to completely eliminate these rats, Jiang Mingwe also took the opportunity to explore the cave structures of the other 3 hiding places and the escape tunnels. Then, in the name of Tuchan, it was handed over to the other 3 countries and races. According to Tuchan, this behavior is beyond superficial help and friendliness. But secretly, he was telling them that Tuchan could do what they could not do. It also indirectly shows how strong Tuchan's ability to obtain intelligence is, so be polite to Tuchan in the future. Otherwise, Tuchan would know clearly how many illegitimate children you have. Obviously, there are many smart people in those countries who can see the information hidden in this intelligence. This also made them more respectful of Tuchan. As for whether it would backfire and make Tuchan the target of public criticism. In response to this, Jiang Mingwe said that in the face of absolutely powerful strength, these things do not exist. Having said that, it is because we can understand the structure of the hiding place. After mastering the exits of every escape tunnel, he launched a violent attack without saying a word. Because in this magical world, stealth is meaningless. Accidentally touching a simple warning magic can instantly let the people inside know that someone is approaching outside. This is indeed the case. After the second-level mechanical soldiers successfully surrounded the Abyss slaves inside, they received a warning. There was chaos inside for a while, because they realized why those guys had been hunting them down in such a big way these days. It turns out that they were allowed to hide together on their own initiative, and then they were caught in one fell swoop. After realizing this, an Abyss slave shouted loudly. Everyone, quickly split up and break out. The warning spells I set in 4 directions have all been triggered. This means the enemy is extremely numerous. Leave quickly. Run as far as you can. After hearing these words, the originally confused Abyss slaves calmed down. Then they began to quickly divide the number of people and leave through 3 escape tunnels. On the other hand, the mechanical soldiers had already begun their attack. I saw 2 mechanical soldiers taking the initiative to walk in the front, and then the armor on their bodies deformed, and their height increased a lot in an instant. Blue light began to emerge from the gaps in the armor, and they raised their hands together. The next moment, a thick blue barrier appeared in front of them, and then began to move. This blue barrier is actually a kind of movable shield, which is so strong that it can even withstand a main gunshot from an assault-class destroyer. You should know that the main gun of the assault-class destroyer can turn a 1,000-meter-high mountain into a hill with one shot. You can imagine how strong and expensive this blue barrier is. Therefore, this thing is mainly used in the shield structure of the Annihilator-class battleship. Well, it looks like Tianyu is really fighting a pretty rich battle. Well, having said that, when the mechanical soldiers at the main entrance quickly advanced in, they did not find any enemy. At the exits of the 3 escape tunnels, the Abyss slaves were nervous but more filled with joy at escaping and ascending to heaven. He also discriminated against the surrounding forces and imagined the stunned expressions of the enemies when he saw that the cave was empty. As a result, I just stepped out of the cave and had no time to breathe fresh air. I felt like I suddenly stepped on something hard, accompanied by the sudden tick-tock sound and the stunned expressions on their faces. The next moment, boom, a loud explosion sounded, and less than a second later, more explosions sounded one after another. The moment the explosion sounded, the mechanical soldiers aimed their guns at the entrance of the cave and stood up and approached quickly. When the mechanical soldiers in the cave heard the explosion, they began to retreat in an orderly manner. Because of the power of the explosion, the cave began to partially collapse. On the front battlefield, as the mechanical soldiers approached, beams of magic shot out from the smoke. However, these magic spells did not hit the target accurately. Even if one was hit by luck, it would be blocked by the armor's built-in protective shield. When attacked, the mechanical soldier also pulled the trigger and energy bullets with blue light whizzed towards the enemy. It landed on the magic shield held up by an Abyss slave and immediately created cracks in it. Under the hail of bullets, the magic shield was broken and screams were heard. Then the mecha on a mechanical soldier's shoulder was transformed into a small rocket launcher. After aiming at the location, the rockets bombarded the destination like flowers scattered from the sky. Then a mechanical soldier took out a gravity grenade from his waist, released the safety and activated it, and then threw it accurately at the entrance of the cave. Then I saw the space in that place suddenly expand, and then shrink in an instant. The remaining Abyss slaves suddenly became QQ candies. In this way, all the remaining Abyss slaves were also cleared out. So Jiang Mingwa received the report, "Commander, mission accomplished." After watching the whole process, he was quite satisfied. Tuchan Na on the side was also watching intently and kept making surprise sounds. Because in her cognition, these are new things that she has never seen in her life. In this encounter, the second-level mechanical soldiers mainly caught the Abyss slaves off guard. Jiang Mingwa could see that these mechanical soldiers still had many means of attack that had not been used. However, he was also quite satisfied. The audience in the live broadcast room were also amazed. It's not that I haven't seen this futuristic combat style before, but I have never seen a group of armored soldiers launching a dimensionality reduction attack on a group of guys using magic, spiritual power, and magical power. This scene was so fresh that they couldn't take their eyes off it. As for the heads of the big families, they were staring at the fully armed mechanical soldiers on the screen. One can't help but wonder, what kind of advantages can be gained if the family can have such a group of soldiers and equipment? Common armor reference. Don't ask where the fox ears are, because AI can't find them. Chapter 96, The Big World. But if you think too much, these will not be possible. Because after this mission was completed, Jiang Mingwa closed the live broadcast room again. After all, the fact that he owns a new world is still the most important thing to hide. After ordering the mechanical soldiers to sweep the surroundings to see if there were any fish that had escaped, he stood up, stretched, and spoke softly. "Nanya, let's go back." Upon hearing this, Tuchan Na also stood up and put all the things he had taken out back into the storage ring with a wave of his hand. Then she habitually stood beside her husband and hugged his arm like a little girl. She would only reveal her hidden side when no one was around. "My dear husband, what weapons are those soldiers using? What was that whoosh whoosh sound, and then the explosion?" Tuchan Na is now like a curious little girl. As he spoke, he leaned towards Jiang Mingwa, and that soft beauty also clamped his arm. However, They have been husband and wife for a long time, so they are not afraid of such intimate actions. Both of them felt it was natural and got used to this kind of relationship. Jiang Mingwen naturally would not ignore his wife's curiosity and patiently explained. After a while, Tuchan Na also showed an expression of understanding. After confirming that there were no survivors, the mechanical soldiers came to Jiang Mingwen and lined up neatly. Then, after confirming that there were no people of other races around, Jiang Mingwen opened the space tunnel. Let all these mechanical soldiers go back. After doing all this, Jiang Mingwen and Tuchan Na held hands and flew towards Tuchan. At the same time, compared to Tuchan's easy and flat push, people from other countries still have to make some sacrifices even if they have enough intelligence. For example, the human kingdom north of the Grey Forest, the kingdom of Aura. It was indeed very easy at the beginning, but it ended up being arrogant. This gave the Abyss slaves some time to breathe, and as a result, they used their backup plan to activate the Abyss sacrifice. By sacrificing their lives and souls, they summoned an anti-military level, Abyssal Monster. The originally good situation was abruptly changed. This resulted in heavy losses for two great knights of his kingdom, one of whom died and the other was seriously injured. It could have been taken at the lowest cost, but in the end, a great knight was lost. This made the leading general feel uneasy, and he didn't know whether he should run away. Otherwise, if he returned to the kingdom, he would have to face the fate of being demoted to a slave and imprisoned. So, he was wondering whether he should just run away. Although this encirclement and suppression operation has some flaws, its merits outweigh its flaws. Eliminate most of the abyssal thralls roaming the area. As for those who escaped the net, there were naturally arrangements to kill them one by one. And those traitors who leaked the information were gradually caught. For a time, peace returned to this area, and there was no need to worry about those abyss slaves causing trouble. But that's all in the past. As for why it is called this area, the reason is that the world is really too big. Although it seems that this operation to encircle and suppress the abyss slaves is massive. But if you look at the whole world, this is just an ordinary war. Because Jiang Mingua asked Tianyu to launch several satellites in this world as well, so as to obtain this world and this planet. The planetary data he obtained really surprised him. The size of this planet is several times larger than the world he obtained. Although the continents of this world are connected, even based on the area of this land, it is still much larger than the world he obtained. Moreover, with the Grey Forest as the center and including the surrounding forces, the territory occupied is less than 1/20th of this world. You can imagine how big the world is. However, after Jiang Mingwen knew this information, he felt inexplicably excited. Because the world is so big, he wants to go and see it. But now I have two beautiful wives, and I have my own responsibilities. So I'll keep this excitement deep in my heart. But Jiang Mingwe still looks forward to taking his wives on a lively trip one day in the future. Tuchan. After returning to Tuchan, the first thing Tuchan Na did was to go to Tuchan Hall to tell his sister about this action. Jiang Mingwe returned to where she lived. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I saw that the pavilion was already crowded with people. In addition to the two familiar faces, by Xinxue and Su Hanjun, there is another one. When you see the iconic elf ears and the woman full of natural breath, he remembered that this was the leader who had come to Tuchan on behalf of the elves to establish an alliance not long ago. Elf Princess Alice. When Jiang Mingwe saw that it was the elf princess, she was confused and didn't know why she was here. Because since they parted in the Elf King's city, even though he knew that the elf princess had come to Tuchan. But all in all, today is only the second time we meet. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Just when Jiang Mingwe was feeling confused, Alice, who was feeling very uncomfortable, also sighed helplessly in her heart. She had hesitated for a long time before deciding to come here. Unexpectedly, when I got there, I couldn't find the real owner. But they were caught by two foxes, and then they just sat in the pavilion without saying a word. It is said that 3 women make a drama, but Alice feels out of place. My goodness, the weird atmosphere made Alice's scalp tingle, and she really wanted to leave here. But as soon as he wanted to speak, the 2 foxes would look at him with subtle eyes. I was so exhausted that I couldn't make a sound and could only sit there blankly. Ah, please come and save yourself. Just as Alice was uttering a scream, in her heart, she noticed a figure suddenly appearing out of the corner of her eye. This made her look over quickly, and when her eyes fell on his handsome face, she couldn't help but speak. Jiang Mingwe, benefactor. This sentence instantly broke the strange atmosphere, causing by Xinxue and Su Hanjun to look towards the gate at the same time. Jiang Mingwe, who was at the gate, heard it and raised her hand and waved. Princess Alice, I didn't expect you to be here. And by Xinxue, Hanjun, I'm back. Hearing the people they cared about greeting them, the two foxes responded happily. However, Bai Xianxue's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly because she discovered the highlight. When did the young master start addressing this woman in such a familiar way? Was it when I left? Hateful. Is this the principle that those who are close to water get the moon first? Chapter 97, Awakening M Attribute. Thinking of this, Bai Xianxue subconsciously turned her head slightly and looked at Su Hanjun. But what he saw was the other person's smug look. This made her bite her lip. It seemed that she had to take the initiative. Compared to Bai Xianxue's high fighting spirit, Alice felt relieved. Because Jiang Mingua is here, he doesn't have to suffer this inexplicable sin. So when he was about to get up, he suddenly found that the women sitting on both sides of him grabbed his hands at the same time. Even if she didn't look over, Alice could still feel that subtle look and got goosebumps. At this moment, Alice wanted to escape, but she couldn't. And why catch yourself? I just wanted to get up and stretch my body. At this moment, Alice continued to wail in her heart. Woo woo woo. Queen, the women out there are so scary. I can't win against them, woo woo. Although the elf princess Alice is first class in talent and ability. But how to snatch a man is her blind spot. As for why Alice thought so, it was because the elf queen sent her to Tuchan. He told her to make friends with a man named Jiang Mingua. Of course, if the relationship can go further, it is also a very good choice. Anyone who is not a fool can hear the hidden meaning in the words. Therefore, Alice came here after being mentally prepared. As a result, he died before he could accomplish his mission and encountered two foxes blocking his way. There was no other way. Alice could only make a pitiful expression and send a signal to Jiang Mingua. Save me. In this regard, Jiang Mingua, who has a high emotional intelligence, naturally saw what the two fox girls were thinking. However, he was not sure about the elf princess Alice, and just thought that she came to see him for something. When he saw the look of help and the pitiful expression on the face, he couldn't help laughing. But he still kept smiling and walked over to the girls. Only when they saw the person they cared about coming to them did Bai Xianxue and Su Hanjun let go of Alice without making a sound. This made her stand up quickly and come quickly to Jiang Mingua's side. After leaving the strange atmosphere, Alice breathed a sigh of relief, then adjusted her posture and spoke calmly. My benefactor, it's been a while since we last met. Alice sends her greetings. I came here this time because I have been to Tuchan for many days, but have not come to see my benefactor. So I came here specially to disturb you. Alice seemed to remember something as she spoke, and continued. Oh, by the way, benefactor, can you let me see the ring the queen gave you? Hearing this request, Jiang Mingua took out the ring from the storage ring without hesitation. Then Alice took the ring and looked at it carefully. When she saw the unique ancient elven language text inside the ring, she confirmed her inner thoughts. Her nominal mother did want to marry her to the man in front of her. Although the elves rely on the tree of life for reproduction. However, the body structure of an elf still has the functions of a female body structure. Therefore, marriage between elves and other races is not uncommon. There are also half-elves, or species with mixed elven blood. However, under normal circumstances, elves rarely marry other races. The reasons include the difference in life expectancy and whether or not they are worthy of attention. Having said that, after seeing the ring, Alice began to look at the man in front of her seriously. My first impression was that the other person was indeed quite good-looking, even exceeding my own standards. As for personality, Alice reserves her opinion for now, and she planned to come here more often in the future to try to get along with Jiang Mingua. After confirming her thoughts, Alice returned the ring to Jiang Mingua. Yes, I have confirmed it. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Having said that, he gave an elf salute and turned to leave. In response, Jiang Mingua also said goodbye. He then turned his attention to the two fox girls who had remained silent. Then his eyes became subtle, but he didn't speak immediately. He quietly came and sat down among them, crossing his legs. At this moment, Jiang Mingua exuded a peaceful aura, dispelling the weird atmosphere between the two foxes. So what are you two doing? In response to Jiang Mingua's question, which was asked knowingly, the two fox girls lowered their heads in unison. Not hearing any response, Jiang Mingua also began to speak shamelessly. Just think of me as self-righteous, or as being narcissistic. So I want to ask you, are you interested in me? These straightforward words made by Xinshue's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pink fox radish behind him looked like its hair had exploded and was particularly fluffy. She opened her mouth several times, but no sound came out. However, she could feel her body temperature rising. As for Su Hanjun standing aside, her first reaction was a stunned expression, with a clear look of stupidity in her eyes. Then I couldn't help but ask myself in my heart, what does this man mean? Is he saying that he likes him? Is that so? Am I in love with him? Doubts filled Su Hanjuan's mind, and she didn't know how to answer herself. The innocent fox, who has never experienced love between men and women, is confused. Jiang Mingua spoke directly, and after she finished speaking, she kept observing the expressions of the two fox girls. But it turned out that one was shy and the other was confused. This made Jiang Mingua certain that Bai Xinxue did have such thoughts. As for Su Hanjun, well, that's still up for discussion. After all, he had some unpleasantness with her some time ago, and he even took the opportunity to touch her fox carrot. Although I took the initiative to apologize afterwards, it is impossible for me to let it go so quickly. But little did he know that at this moment, Su Hanjuan's thoughts had reached a fever pitch. At this moment, her mind was constantly replaying what happened that day, especially Jiang Mingyue's very majestic and domineering side, which made her legs weak just thinking about it, and a little bit of inexplicable excitement. To put it simply, Su Hanjun, the empress who originally had a hidden S attribute, quietly awakened to the M attribute after that incident. I don't want Jiang Mingyue to treat me like that again. Because of this, Su Hanjuan's originally confused face began to blush, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. He gave a strange smile. Jiang Mingwen naturally saw this scene. This made him question himself. Chapter 98, They are spying on a married man. Why did you suddenly show such a nympho expression? As if noticing that Jiang Mingyue was observing him, Su Hanjun quickly controlled his expression. Then she revealed her original form as the empress. It was the slightly flushed face that made her posture more cute. However, she chose to remain silent about Jiang Mingyue's question just now, because now she hasn't seen clearly what she is thinking. Sometimes keeping silent can help you cope with many situations. Heat. A strange sound was heard, and I looked in the direction of the sound. Bai Xinxue was seen covering her face with her hands, staring blankly into the distance with a dazed look in her eyes. I don't know what he was thinking about. Little did people know that Bai Xinxue has already thought about what name to give her child. Obviously, Jiang Mingyue's direct remarks had a great impact on them. Just when Jiang Mingyue felt that the situation was out of her control, two familiar figures descended from the sky into the yard. They are Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na. Originally, they came here to find their husbands for something. What he saw instead was two foxes with impure intentions. After hearing what happened from her husband, Tuchan Yu nodded. Then she reached out her little hand and patted his shoulder. Then my husband will leave first, and leave the rest to me and my sister. Tuchan Na beside her naturally echoed her sister. In this regard, Jiang Mingyue could only hand over her mess to them. But in Tuchan Yu's opinion, the current state of the two foxes in front of him is the most suitable time. Make them your sisters, so that two people can share your husband's firepower equally. So after pushing her husband out of the yard, Tuchan Yu looked at her sister and smiled. The meaning is that she is the main C and her sister is the auxiliary. Then Tuchan Yu sat between the two foxes with the attitude of a successful person. And Tuchan Na sat next to Su Hanjun. Before starting the operation, Tuchan Yu stretched out his hands and pinched the fox carrots of the two foxes. The sudden attack on their sensitive areas made them moan instinctively. It also made them come to their senses instantly and start protecting their own fox carrots. But they found that the two Tuchan sisters had come to them at some point. Good morning, both of you. When saying this, Tuchan Yu also showed the attitude of a winner. The two foxes beside him couldn't help but feel that they were being suppressed. Immediately afterwards, Tuchan Yu continued to speak. I've already heard about it from my husband. It seems like you two want to become our new sisters. As soon as these words were spoken, the two foxes, one black and one pink, lowered their heads in unison, as if they wanted to bury themselves in their proud capital. After all, in a sense, they were spying on a married man. This made them suddenly lose all confidence to face the real problem. Seeing this, Tuchan Yu didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand again. But this time, the target is the hands of the two women. Only after he took the two women's hands and placed them on his thighs did Tuchan Yu put on a kind expression and speak. I can also see what you two are thinking. Also, my sister and I welcome you both to join us. Tuchan Na on the side continued to agree, but was very frugal with her words. That's right. The two sisters' words ignited hope in the hearts of the two foxes. As soon as I raised my head, I saw Tuchan Yu's half-smile and slightly narrowed eyes. But let me be frank. The sudden change in atmosphere and the dangerous aura from Tuchan Yu made the two foxes sit up straight, as if to say that they were listening carefully. My husband is kind-hearted. He always thinks of us when he has something good. So I don't want anyone to take these things for granted. I don't want anyone to betray my husband either. If that day ever comes, I will clean up the mess myself without my husband's help. In the end, Tuchan Na's murderous intent seemed to have become a reality. She fully demonstrated her majesty as the Lord of Tuchan. This pressure and murderous intent made by Chingchio feel a little breathless. On the other side, Su Hanjun felt okay. After all, she was also an empress who had fought her way out. However, the pressure from Tuchan Na's strength made her understand. This person, who keeps a low profile, actually possesses the power to destroy a country. One can imagine how strong Tuchan's foundation is. Perhaps, the reason for all this is Jiang Mingua. During the days he stayed in Tuchan, Su Hanjun was naturally not idle. Instead, I learned about the history of Tuchan and some traditions of the Tuchan clan. The reason for doing this, besides to relieve boredom, is also to learn more to prevent myself from stepping on landmines for no apparent reason. Because he knew more, Su Hanjun fully understood the warning Tuchan Na had just given. For the foxes of the Tuchan clan, kindness is higher than the sky. Not to mention Jiang Mingua, who always brings surprises and help. Because I have no way to repay you, I can only give you my body. So, when Su Hanjun was about to speak, Tuchan Na, who was originally full of murderous intent, suddenly retracted his aura, returned to its original refreshing state. After a pause, Su Hanjun continued speaking. I can understand and accept Miss Tuchan's concerns. As she was speaking, she got stuck. Because if I said that, it would be equivalent to agreeing to become Jiang Mingua's wife. Su Hanjun, who hadn't figured out what he was thinking yet, suddenly became panicked. His eyes were wandering, his face was red again, and his head was dizzy. Seeing this, Tuchan Na, who knew what was going on, chuckled, then stroked her face and spoke. It's okay, take your time, there's still plenty of time. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Bai Chingchio, who was standing beside her. Feeling Tuchan Na's gaze, Bai Chingchio immediately expressed her seriousness. She understood the traditions of the Tuchan clan and also knew the Tuchan clan's attitude towards favors. So she won't do anything to hurt anyone. Immediately afterwards, Bai Chingchio sweetly called Tuchan Na's sister. She also called Tuchan Na on the other side sister. It can only be said that the Tuchan sisters were satisfied to see such a sensible new sister. Immediately afterwards, Bai Chingchio said something shocking. Excuse me, sisters, is that possible for the young master? This sentence immediately changed the atmosphere of the scene. Chapter 99 Zhang Gaoyuan's Fantasy Adventure. At this time, Jiang Mingua didn't know that his wife was looking for a bride for him. Now he is taking a leisurely walk hand in hand with the cheerful Zia. It was also at this time that the mechanical sound of the system rang in Jiang Mingua's ears. Su Hanjuan's favorability and loyalty increased. Favorability, 75, loyalty, 75. Bai Chingchio's favorability up. Favorability, 80. A series of increases in favorability made Jiang Mingua pause for a moment. This situation naturally caught the attention of the little girl next to him, and the little girl spoke out of curiosity. Brother, what's wrong? After realizing that it was Tuchan Na who took care of it, Jiang Mingua shook her head slightly. It's okay, let's go. Zia didn't intend to ask any further questions and responded with a smile. Okay. Orc Empire, capital, Orc Royal City. A life of freedom and companionship with beautiful women. Naturally, you will live a life of fear and caution. This is the life Zhang Gaoyuan is living now. If it weren't for his talent, he would have already become a slave of the beasts here, or even blood food. Name, Zhang Gaoyuan. Race, human / Strength, D. Talent. Do you have any makeup ideas? Introduction. 1. You can disguise yourself as a unit whose strength is not greater than yours, and imitate the other party's appearance, voice, breath, and strength. The duration depends on your own strength. Current duration, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Cooldown time 2 hours. You can choose to simulate completely or simulate partially, and can store disguised objects, 0/3. 2. The 7 emotions and 6 desires can be transformed into physical masks in your hands, thereby gaining corresponding powers. Mask of Anger increases strength by 50%. Mask of Greed increases physical strength by 50%. Mask of Sadness increases spirit by 50%. Talent level 1/10. Bloodline Unawakened. When he was first teleported to this world, Zhang Gaoyuan was born in a low bush. When he stood up, he found a small village less than 400 meters away from him. This start was simply the beginning of Woohoo's takeoff. The audience in the live broadcast room were also envious and jealous. As a result, when they approached the village, they found that there were no humans inside, but orcs. In addition, these orcs have lush hair in addition to the ears and tails that represent their racial characteristics. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room shouted, "Fuck! A girl with animal ears." Although the audience in the live broadcast room were excited, Zheng Gaoyuan, the person involved, was not excited. Because after he appeared outside the village, these orcs took out their weapons and surrounded him as if they were facing a great enemy. This made Zheng Gaoyuan realize that these orcs were not friendly to humans at all. The training over the years brought him back to his senses immediately, and he quickly activated the talent of an orc in the group. He chose a partial simulation, disguising himself as a half-orc, hoping to calm these orcs down. This is indeed the case when Zheng Gaoyuan revealed his identity as a half-orc. The hostility of this group of orcs was indeed much less, and what remained was just vigilance towards strangers. Then Zheng Gaoyuan quickly said that he was a traveler passing by the village and wanted to ask for water to drink. Hearing what he said, the orcs looked at each other until an old orc walked out of the crowd. After a few words, the orcs left one after another. It seems that this old orc has a high prestige in the village. So Zheng Gaoyuan followed the old orc back to his home. While chatting while taking a sip of water, Zheng Gaoyuan also got news about this world. That was where he was, within the territory of the Orc Empire. And in the Orc Empire, they are very hostile to humans. Therefore, a war between empires will begin with another human empire whose territory is adjacent to it, the Austin Empire. If it weren't for a disaster that swept the entire world, the two sides would probably have already started fighting. At the end, the old orc also expressed his feelings earnestly. When you are in the Orc Empire, you must show your characteristics as an orc. Otherwise, being surrounded rather than killed on the spot would be the best outcome. Even Zheng Gaoyuan, who is now a half-orc. After hearing these words, he nodded repeatedly. He made up his mind that he must leave the Orc Empire immediately and quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. So Zheng Gaoyuan said that he would continue his journey and said goodbye to the village. As he walked, he discovered something very important. That is, he didn't know which way to go to leave the territory of the Orc Empire. But we are already some distance away from the village, and there is no point in going back now. Just as Zheng Gaoyuan was thinking about where to go, a guy in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. And that sentence, "Friend, do you believe in the abyss?" Before he could get a response, Zheng Gaoyuan felt a pain in his neck and his vision went dark. When I woke up again, I found myself in a dark and damp place and heard that hoarse voice. Haha, I didn't expect to capture a group of new members. That's right, I didn't expect these guys to be so low on vigilance. Haha. These words made Zheng Gaoyuan understand one thing. That is, he was kidnapped inexplicably, and it seems to be a cult organization. Turtle. Was it this exciting from the beginning? However, Zheng Gaoyuan felt that he could still struggle, so he began to look around. He found that there were many orcs besides himself, but they were all unconscious, and he was the only one who was awake. Zheng Gaoyuan, feeling out of place, quickly activated his talent and disguised himself as an orc. After all, as a human being, I would be particularly conspicuous if I suddenly appeared among a group of orcs. Zheng Gaoyuan was thinking about how to escape from this place. After all, the cards he currently had could not do that. But just as he was thinking hard, he felt a vibration from the ground, as if something huge was approaching. As if to verify his guess, the hoarse voices outside began to panic, saying that something was approaching, accompanied by earth shaking and various miserable screams. Zheng Gaoyuan was terrified when he heard footsteps coming from the cave. He instinctively closed his eyes and pretended to be one of the unconscious people. After this incident, Zheng Gaoyuan realized that those footsteps belonged to the elite troops of the Orc Empire. Well, after opening his eyes again, he found himself in the royal city of the Orc Empire. Chapter 100, Just a Dream. Zheng Gaoyuan was devastated when he realized that he was in the royal city of the Orc Empire. I clearly want to leave this country that is hostile to humans. Unexpectedly, by some strange combination of circumstances, they ended up at the other party's nest. After various checks and confirmation that Zheng Gaoyuan was not a member of the Abyss slaves, he was released. It is just giving some subsidies in an inhumane way. Zheng Gaoyuan was left standing penniless on the streets of the royal city. The Orc King City is as big as a super city in the modern world. One can tell at a glance that in the original world, it was at the level of Big Mac. But now there are still 4 people whose strength is comparable to his, and this is just the ones that appear on the surface. However, Zheng Gaoyuan doesn't have time to think about these things now. He needed to get out of here immediately. But without money, if you just walk, who knows how long it will take. Finally, Zheng Gaoyuan made a decision. He planned to rely on his talent to survive in this Orc King City. But ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Without money, he could not move forward and could only work as a laborer to earn a meager salary. If you are lazy, your salary will be deducted by the supervisors. This went on for more than 10 days in a row. Moreover, Zheng Gaoyuan discovered that the humans who appeared before him were basically slaves, regardless of gender. This scene also made Zheng Gaoyuan realize that he must not reveal his identity as a human being. Otherwise, these slaves would be his future self. As for the two activities, I participated in the first one, but the emphasis was on participation. And he ran away without hesitation during the second event. The reason is simple, it's just that they lack the strength. However, in the 15-day gift package, he got lucky and obtained a blue prop card. Blue props. Name: Beautiful Frozen. Introduction: a candy that can enhance your charm, but it has some negative effects. Effect: improves one's own charm and increases the basic favorability of 20 for both men and women. Can only be used once. Analysis: beautiful but freezing? When Zheng Gaoyuan finished checking the information about the props, he was very excited. Because this kind of prop that can passively increase the favorability of others is also quite rare in the outside world. As for the negative effects, Zheng Gaoyuan simply ignored them. He swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. But the moment it entered his stomach, he regretted it. Because in the next moment, an indescribable coldness was released from the body from the inside out. Let it shiver with cold. Even though the weather is very hot now, Zheng Gaoyuan feels like he is falling into an ice cave. Now he understood what the negative effects were. He could only expose himself to the sun as much as possible and endure the strange looks of other orcs. After all, it's a hot day, but this guy looks very cold. Is there something wrong with his brain? But this chill came and went quickly. Soon, the orcs around suddenly felt that Zheng Gaoyuan had become much more pleasing to the eye. And after that, he became very popular and was lucky enough to be noticed by an orc noble. It's a bunny-eared girl. And let Zheng Gaoyuan become her bodyguard. He refused at first, but when he saw the gold coins in front of him, he immediately felt it was tempting. So he became a Viscount's bodyguard. Ranks from high to low: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. Zheng Gaoyuan, who had just been working for a few days, discovered something was wrong. Because the way this bunny-eared noblewoman interacts with these guards is very strange. How should I put it? It's just too intimate. As we all know, rabbits are in heat once a year, for 365 days. So when Zheng Gaoyuan was invited by this nobleman to her room, I found out that she was already surrounded by men on both sides, and men on top of men. This was a very eye-catching scene, causing Zheng Gaoyuan's brows to twitch. He finally understood what it meant to walk on thin ice throughout one's life. Since coming to this world, I have never had a good life. Oh, so sad. In the end, the situation was stronger than man, and Zheng Gaoyuan lost his innocence. This is a sad story, but it also made the people in the live broadcast room celebrate. Day 19. Early in the morning, Jiang Mingua, dressed neatly, opened his eyes as soon as his biological clock struck. My head, which was a little fuzzy after waking up, quickly recovered. Although he was awake, his biological instinct made him stay in bed. Then I felt the pleasure of being surrounded by the two sisters and the incredible softness. However, the Tuchan sisters were also dressed neatly. This is because Tuchan Na asked Jiang Mingua to give her and her sister a few days off so that they can have a good rest. As he was not a pervert, he naturally did not refuse this request. So they lived a respectful life for 2 consecutive days. After a while, Jiang Mingua got up, changed her clothes, left the room, and went next door. Xiaozia had a dream after a long time. She dreamed that she was living in a small village. There were also 2 fox people whose faces she couldn't see clearly, but who seemed very familiar and intimate, and who were always by her side. There were also many friends whose faces could not be seen clearly, who became Xiaozia's playmates. This dream is very warm, happy, and real. It feels like I am loved by everyone. Let the real Xiaozia smile faintly. But the scene changed. The originally quiet little village was engulfed in fire. The fox people whose faces were originally unclear also revealed faces that Xiaozia felt extremely familiar with. But they all looked like the dead fox people. One of the female fox people was screaming at the top of her lungs in the fire. Ying, run. The farther the better. Then the fire engulfed her. For some reason, Xiaozia felt very uncomfortable inside. She wanted to shout something, but couldn't make a sound. I could only stare blankly at the fire, which destroyed this beautiful dream. Immediately afterwards, Xiaozia heard a voice behind her. Is this the fox of disaster that master needs? So small? If I had known, I would have taken him away directly. There would be no need to waste time dealing with these refugees. Xiaozia now understands the meaning of these words very well. So she tried desperately to turn her head and remember the man's face. The result is that consciousness sinks and everything goes black. At this time, Jiang Mingua came to Ziya's room and then noticed that Ziya, who was sleeping soundly, was frowning, and there were a few tear marks on her little face. It looks like he's having a nightmare. This made Jiang Mingua rush to the bedside and was about to wake her up gently. Xiao Zia suddenly opened her eyes, revealing an angry and tearful look. She suddenly stretched out her hands, sat up, and spoke. "Who are you?" This scene made Jiang Mingua stunned for a moment, but she realized something. He quickly stretched out his hands and hugged little Zia in his arms, gently stroked her little head, and spoke softly. "Zia is fine. It was just a dream. Everything will be fine when you wake up." Chapter 101 Going to Hell with Millions of Lives. Zia, who was originally angry, suddenly felt herself being hugged. But the familiar smell and sound made her subconscious resistance stop immediately. "When I look up, I see the people who have been protecting and caring about me." The emotions in my heart burst out in an instant. Whoa! Crying and tears are the main theme at this moment. Xiao Zia released the sadness that had been hidden in Jiang Mingyue's arms. Because the dream was so real, as if it was something I had experienced myself. She couldn't get out of the fire in her dream for a while. The little guy was crying in her arms. Jiang Mingyue felt very uncomfortable and frowned tightly. But I didn't know what words to say to comfort her, so I could only hug her. The sound insulation of the wooden room is very average. Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na next door also heard the crying, woke up vaguely, then got up and walked to the next room. But before I entered, I heard the heart-wrenching cry. They stopped immediately because they saw Jiang Mingyue hugging Zia. And that crying voice came from Xiao Zia. The Tuchan sisters didn't know what was going on, so they could only walk in, sit on the bed, and then start to comfort her. After a while, the crying gradually subsided and calmed down. Only then did Jiang Mingyue and the Tuchan sisters breathe a sigh of relief. As for what Xiao Zia dreamed, they kept silent. Just gently wiped the face of this little crying fox clean. Outside the room, Su Hanjun, who was awakened by the crying, was naturally observing secretly outside, because she didn't know what was going on. After Xiao Zia had completely recovered, Jiang Mingyue picked her up like a princess. The Tuchan sisters followed behind him. Although they have only spent a short time with this little girl, her two sisters have noticed how well-behaved and obedient she is. I like this little girl too. When she came out of the room, the fresh air and warm sunshine made Zia feel much better. He looked up at the sky with a dazed look in his eyes. It seems like he is recalling something. Now, with that dream as a beginning, Zia's previously empty memories are gradually revived. She remembered a lot of things, including her name and her painful experience. Anger, resentment, and relief clouded her face, but quickly vanished without a trace. Su Yingying was Xiao Zia's original name. When she was a child, she lived in a small fox village and was carefree. This small village does not belong to any clan. Many foxes who left their original clans gathered here, live and work in peace and contentment, and multiply and thrive. It was not until Su Yingying was 9 years old that the blood of the fox of disaster in her body was quietly and actively activated. But this doesn't affect anything. However, she had already begun to passively attract the surrounding luck and gather it towards herself. Then ambitious people noticed this situation and realized that the fox of disaster had been born. So he sent his disciples to capture him and complete his plan. The disciple directly destroyed the entire village and then captured Su Yingying. To prevent her from escaping, her limbs were locked with special chains. The fox of disaster has the ability to automatically absorb the surrounding luck. The ambitious person took a fancy to this ability and wanted to use Su Yingying to turn her into a luck collector. It is enough for an ambitious person to come and collect it every once in a while. The deprivation of luck is as painful as having muscles pulled out and skin peeled off, and it affects the soul. Therefore, it is conceivable that Su Yingying had to go through this level of torture every once in a while, and how much irreparable damage it caused to her heart. Su Yingying lived like this until she was 19 years old. At that time, she was like a walking corpse. If she wasn't still breathing, one would have thought she was dead. However, the vast hatred in her heart has been supporting her and preventing her from having a mental breakdown. Su Yingying was waiting for the best opportunity. Because the luck that has been devoured by the fox of disaster is like poison. Even if they are taken away again, these fortunes will still obey the orders of the fox of disaster. With one order, these fortunes will instantly become the source of disasters. Therefore, Su Yingying also began to control the amount of luck she absorbed and gradually reduced it. Create the illusion that she is gradually unable to continue absorbing luck. Obviously, the ambitious man believed it and began to meet at longer and longer intervals. Give her time to breathe. And during these 10 years, Su Yingying also learned some news. That is, this ambitious person is the emperor of a country, but the reason why he collects luck is unknown. However, after knowing this news, Su Yingying showed a cruel and crazy smile. It wasn't long before the opportunity came. The emperor was using the luck he had plundered to try to elevate his dynasty to a higher level. But in this process, Su Yingying felt that her plundered luck was now being reforged. A glimmer of light finally appeared in the dead eyes, which was deep hatred. With a thought, his originally peaceful luck suddenly began to run wild. The emperor felt the backlash of his luck and was seriously injured instantly. It was also at that moment that Su Yingying used this luck to bring the most serious disaster to the dynasty. The fire of karma descends upon the world. Burn all those who have karma in the world. The power from heaven, like a dimensionality reduction attack, burned all the people in this country to ashes. Even that ambitious person was completely burned to death in this karmic fire. And anyone in this country will be easily found and burned to ashes no matter where they hide. In the entire country, only a few scattered people who had passed the test of karma fire were left. This result also caused an uproar at that time. Everyone is wondering what exactly this country has done to anger God and the people. It was actually directly washed away by the karmic fire. As the person involved, Su Yingying was naturally also tested by the karmic fire. But she has been kind-hearted since childhood and was brought here at a young age, so how could she have karmic consequences? Despite this, the successful Su Yingying was crying and laughing, looking like a madman. Having avenged her great hatred, she is also slowly waiting for her own death. The Fox of Disaster is her destiny. Because of this fate, she lost her family and tribesmen since childhood. In the end, he went to hell with tens of millions of lives. Su Yingying closed her eyes, hoping that in her next life, she would be just an ordinary person and live out her life like that. Chapter 102, well done. But when Su Yingying was quietly waiting for death, the heaven and earth changed drastically and the world fell apart. And while she slept, she was watched by a supreme being, and instantly understood everything she had experienced. When he felt pity for her, he sealed Su Yingying's memory. Then she was arranged to attend an event, waiting for her destined person. The memories of the past echoed in her mind, causing Xiao Zia, or Su Yingying, to hug her head with a look of pain on her face. Jiang Mingua, who noticed this scene, could only come to the back of the pavilion. He let the little girl sit sideways on his lap, then stretched out his hands and gently rubbed her temples, as if this could ease the pain in her head. It turns out that this move does work. Feeling the gentle rubbing, when Su Yingying opened her eyes, her gaze fell on the handsome face in front of her. There was a complex expression in his eyes. She didn't die, but she lost her memory and was saved by the man in front of her and brought back. Even though he knew that he had the blood of the Fox of Disaster, he was still not afraid and did not think of taking advantage of her. He simply treated her as his younger sister. This made Su Yingying recall what she had overheard that day. I remembered the firm words Jiang Mingua said that day. The revival of her memory made her feel a long-lost warmth in her heart, which had become dead. And leaning in the arms of the man in front of her made her feel very comfortable, and she didn't want to leave. Then he subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his body. She is obviously 19 years old. Why does she look only 11 or 12 years old? However, Su Yingying could feel that her state could change anytime and anywhere. So, with a thought, her body began to change. The originally small body suddenly began to stretch and bulge, accompanied by the sound of clothes tearing. A plump and delicate body with curves appeared in front of Jiang Mingua. Staring blankly at the exposed spring scenery in front of me, the proud capital and rosy cheeks, and the confused eyes. It turns out that this is possible. I am too futile. Jiang Mingua instantly felt extremely guilty and quickly took out a quilt from the storage ring. All the skin that was exposed in springtime was hidden away. Only after doing all this did Jiang Mingua have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Although his action just now was done in one go, it took less than 2 seconds. Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na behind her were also shocked by Su Yingying's change. She was originally a small one, but she suddenly became a big girl with a great figure. Jiang Mingua, the person involved, was also shocked by this. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Su Yingying, who had changed drastically, and spoke. Xiao Zia, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Su Yingying, who discovered that she had turned back into a human, also smiled. Then he didn't respond, but just stretched out his arms and hugged Jiang Mingua's neck. The whole person lay on him, and the beauty was deformed. Now Su Yingying follows her inner choice, which is to express her affection to the man in front of her who is truly kind to her. Then, she followed the instructions, sometimes secretly watching the intimate movements of her brother and sister Nanyang, and left a kiss on Jiang Mingua's face like a dragonfly touching the water. This scene made the two Tuchan sisters behind Jiang Mingua narrow their eyes slightly. They didn't expect the little girl to be so proactive. However, this is much better than that hesitant guy. As one of the hesitant ones, Su Hanjun has been watching from the side. Of course, it was because of what she saw Su Yingying's actions just now that she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Even though the little one has taken the initiative, she, the older sister, has not yet confirmed her feelings. It's really embarrassing, Fox. As for Jiang Mingua, the person involved, she just smiled after being kissed. But before he could speak, Su Yingying maintained this posture and began to talk about her past. The voice was very calm, as if he was not talking about himself, but about someone else. Because for Su Yingying, her revenge has been achieved and the hatred in her heart has disappeared. Now she is just a little girl who wants to stick to the arms of the man in front of her. When the song ended, everyone present fell silent. Because no matter how you look at it, there are innocent people. But Jiang Mingua didn't care about all this. For him, it was a shame to exploit and torture a little girl like this. There is no thought of sympathy either for the country or for the people. He even wanted to say, well done. After all, there is absolutely no good guy who can be burned to ashes by the fire of karma. But we can put this aside for later. Jiang Mingua hugged Su Yingying in front of him and spoke softly. Then should I call you Zia or Su Yingying? Faced with his change of subject, Su Yingying, who understood that her brother didn't want her to fall into the past again, smiled brightly. The Su Yingying of the past is dead. The one who appears before my brother now is my Zia Da. As he said that, he left another kiss on Jiang Mingua's face. Listening to the words that had regained their liveliness and the wet heat on his face, Jiang Mingua didn't say anything, but just reached out and stroked her little head, her eyes full of doting. At this time, the Tuchan sisters, who had inexplicably become two big lights behind him, also coughed lightly. Hey, Xiao Zia, as a girl you must take good care of yourself. Come on, go change clothes with your sisters, and then dress up beautifully to make your brother like you more, okay? I can only say that speaking is an art. Every word Tuchan Yu said hit the pain points that Zia was concerned about. So, Xiao Zia excitedly said that she wanted to go. Only after watching Xiao Zia and the Tuchan sisters leave did Su Hanjun, who was watching from the side, have time to come over. He started talking as soon as he sat down. I believe you have a general idea of the abilities of the Fox of Disaster. It's so easy to destroy a country. This is the power of the Fox of Disaster. So you have to make all preparations to ensure the safety of the seal. As she was speaking, Su Hanjun suddenly felt her tail being attacked, which made her instinctively moan. When he turned around, he found that Jiang Mingua's big hand had fallen on his tail and was constantly stroking it. That tingling feeling also spread from the tail to the whole body. Unable to resist, her body softened and she leaned on Jiang Mingua's chest, her pretty face flushed. Jiang Mingua leaned on the furry fox ears and spoke softly. I am very clear about what you said, and I will also pay attention to matters in this regard. So you don't have to worry about it. If you do it on your own, don't blame me for bullying you. Dazia / Chapter 103, 3rd Level Heroic Soldier. Yeah, I understand. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from her tail, Su Hanjuan's face turned slightly red and her eyes became a little dazed. I wanted to leave, but my body didn't have the strength to do so, and I felt inexplicably excited inside. Especially when the man in front of me said the word bullying. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, with excitement and desire. Jiang Mingua had no idea that because of her actions, the empress in front of her had developed new attributes. After hearing her assurance, he reluctantly removed his hand from the fluffy fox radish. Only after feeling that his vital point was liberated did Su Hanjun slowly recover. But she just sat back in her original seat, but did not leave his side. It can be seen that Su Hanjun does not dislike this kind of contact with Jiang Mingua. After a while, Zia and Tuchan sisters came back together. However, the original big Zia turned back into little Zia. Because the little girl heard from her sister Yu that when she was in a childish state, she could act coquettishly with her brother as much as she wanted. You can also let your brother pick you up anytime and anywhere. I can only say that this proposal is too tempting for Xiao Zia. So he agreed without hesitation and changed his body shape back to that of his childhood. Therefore, when Jiang Mingua saw Zia turning back into a little girl, she took the initiative to walk over and picked her up. This action made the little girl laugh happily. The Tuchan sisters behind them smiled at each other. After listening to Xiao Zia's experience, they also remembered that such a thing had indeed happened in their original world. It reminded them of the horror of the Fox of Disaster. If it were the original situation, the two sisters might not have done anything to her, but they would definitely not have allowed her to enter Tuchan. and would not even have allowed her to get close to the surrounding areas of Tuchan. But now it's different. Now Jiang Mingwa is here. The sisters believe that their husbands had the ability to resolve these issues. This is indeed the case. As the master of Tuchan, you can clearly feel the changes in luck. From the time when Zia came to Tuchan as a child until now, this luck has not been affected by any abnormal attraction or gathering. This shows that my husband does have this ability. As if sensing what they were thinking, Jiang Mingwa looked at them and spoke in a relaxed yet firm tone. Don't worry, everyone. Xiao Zia has me by her side. Coming from Jiang Mingwa's mouth, these words were indeed credible. And it's not groundless. Because Jiang Mingwa could feel that the seal on Xiao Zia was still very strong. And the difficulty was not as great as going to the elf forest to eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, this sentence also gave the fox ladies present a reassurance. The matter came to an end, and after breakfast, everyone went to work on the things that needed to be solved. For example, the Tuchan sisters need to continue to improve the alliance centered on Tuchan. After all, the reason why we didn't go to the front line at the beginning was because there were Abyss slaves causing trouble in the rear. But now that the problem has been resolved, there is naturally no reason to hide behind. Not to mention, Tuchan is now different from the past and is full of confidence. Su Hanjun, who had nothing to do originally, was believed by the Tuchan sisters to be a family sooner or later. It also began to allow her to come into contact with a part of Tuchan's core. When she learned that Tuchan owned an infinite spirit stone manufacturing machine and a universal copier that could copy anything, Su Hanjun was also extremely surprised. She finally understood why Tuchan was so wealthy. Moreover, for Su Hanjun, who had been an empress before, those arrangements were easy for her, and she got the hang of it quickly. And there is Xiao Zia, who is responsible for making up for all the lost time. As for other things, there are adults like them. Jiang Mingwa was watching their backs as they left with a smile, and was about to do something when she suddenly realized something very serious. Zia, who was originally thought to be a little girl, is actually about 19 years old, and I am only 18 years old at most. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingwa's eyes began to become subtle. Jiang Mingwa quickly put the topic of age behind her. He opened the space tunnel and came to another world. The area of the arsenal at this time was several times larger than it was a few days ago. The originally vast grassland is now filled with various mechanical facilities arranged in an orderly manner. There are also teams of mechanical soldiers patrolling continuously. When he sees Jiang Mingwa, he will stop and salute. He nodded slightly to this. Then we came to the main base, because the third-level soldiers should be unlocked today. Jiang Mingwa wanted to see what this heroic mechanical soldier looked like. As he walked, he couldn't help but think of the video he had seen on his mobile phone before. It's a survivor who came to a future world. The humans there started a long war with the artificial intelligence they created. Among them, a very handsome humanoid robot caught his attention. It is especially attractive when it can provide nanotechnology and directly transform into an oversized robot. However, this video is from a third-person perspective, and the picture is shaking, so you can tell at a glance that it is a peak. But, starting today, I may be able to have it too. When he arrived at the main base, Tianyu came over without stopping to welcome his commander. Then I heard the commander's various ideas about heroic soldiers. In this regard, Tianyu said, whatever the commander wants can naturally be added. I just wonder if, Commander, have you added all these features? After receiving the confirmation, Tianyu immediately started construction. Commander, it will take 6 hours to complete. Please wait. Hearing this, Jiang Mingwa nodded, not knowing that he had forgotten one thing. That is, the appearance and gender of this third-level heroic soldier has not been determined. However, as an excellent assistant to the commander, Tianyu has taken female appearance as the basis. Moreover, all types of appearance and temperament are acceptable, and randomness may produce unexpected results. If necessary, a reproductive module can also be installed, because all the materials used by soldiers who have reached the third-level heroic level are the best. Whether you look at it from the outside or touch it with your hands, you don't know it. I didn't know this was actually a mechanical soldier. Chapter 104 Changes in Tuchan City. While waiting, Jiang Mingwa went to have a meal. Then after coming back, he asked Tianyu about the interstellar battleship. Tianyu said that the current arsenal does not have the capacity to build it. This is because the specific technology and facilities are not yet fully prepared. Oh, specifically, the facilities are not ready. If they were, the interstellar battleship could be put into production immediately. After all, even if they built it without sleep, it would be impossible to complete it in less than a week. Jiang Mingwa naturally understood this. But this is just a matter of time and will not hinder his imagination. One day, all you need to do is wave your hand. The interstellar battleship instantly leaped above his head, and countless mechanical soldiers fell from the sky. In an instant, a mechanical wave was formed. Mingua felt her blood boiling just thinking about that scene. And just as he was daydreaming and waiting. The other side. Tuchan City. After a long journey, Yunyen finally arrived outside Tuchan City. Tuchan City at this time was not as quiet as when Mingua came. On the contrary, it was very lively. Here you can see people of all races coming and going. It is very lively. The soldiers from Tuchan also raised their heads proudly, full of energy and vigor. They are proud to be part of Tuchan. Moreover, the walls of Tuchan City were also shining, and it seemed that a magic circle was always open. This scene also showed the outside world how wealthy Tuchan is in this regard. Looking at the long queue outside the city gate, which seemed to be registering information, Yunyen also started to queue up in an orderly manner. The audience in the live broadcast room began to talk about it. Turtle, when I think back to the first time I saw Tuchan, I thought it was some shabby old force. But now, I never expected that I have a vague feeling of a lurking dragon soaring into the sky. That's normal. You know, that super European boss is in Tuchan. If he doesn't change, won't he be a hopeless case? That's true, but that boss doesn't watch live broadcasts much anymore. What a pity. Ever since Mingua showed his powerful fighting ability, people outside have developed a sense of awe for him as a strong man. Then they all called him Big Brother. Even people from big families began to look for survivors from the same world as Mingua. Through these survivors, they expressed their goodwill to him, because they evaluated the overall strength of their family. As expected, they found that even if their entire family joined together, they could not stop 100 nation-destroying beings. Not to mention 100, even 30 would be enough for them. So, if you can't beat them, join them. The Lin family is also determined to win. After all, their people have already arrived in Tuchan. Yunyen, who had no idea that her family had high expectations of her, was only thinking about how she should gain a foothold in Tuchan. After much thought, I decided that my powerful set of potions would be the most appropriate. Just when her thoughts were running wild. Because the registration information was received very quickly, it arrived at Yunyen after a while. The Tuchan soldier spoke softly without even raising his head. Name, occupation, and what are you doing in Tuchan City? Faced with these three questions, Yunyen said her name and occupation without thinking. I came to Tuchan to see if there was any work for a pharmacist. The Tuchan soldier raised his head when he heard that the person in front of him was a pharmacist. After glancing at her, he began to carve the corresponding information on the wooden sign. When handing the wooden sign to Yunyen, he spoke again. This is a temporary ID card. With this card, you can enter any place except those that are not allowed to be entered casually. He paused for a moment and then continued. If you want to find a job as a pharmacist, you can go to the city lord's mansion. Someone there will test your potency. If you pass, you can get a job. Okay, next. After hearing so much useful information, Yunyen thanked him repeatedly and left with her ID card. Through the identity card, Yunyen finally stepped into Tuchan City. In an instant, the breath accumulated over the years also came to the face, silently telling the history of Tuchan City to outsiders. Especially the 1,000-meter peak that you can see just by looking up. Tuchan. And there is a magnificent palace on the waist of Tuchan Mountain. It is said that the master of Tuchan is there. This scene also made Yunyen and the audience in the live broadcast room stunned. However, the noisy sounds and the hustle and bustle of traffic in front of them drew their attention back. There are really all kinds of races. Orcs, demons, dwarves, and humans. Moreover, when these Eastern fantasy and Western fantasy races are intertwined, it is a bit dazzling. However, Yunyen still felt her destination. After inquiring along the way, she successfully arrived at the city lord's mansion. After she explained her occupation and purpose, a fox immediately took her to a room for a test. During this process, Yunyen also discovered many races that had special skills like her. Are you trying to do something extraordinary by recruiting so many talents? For example, war? Thinking of this, Yunyen quickly felt amused at herself for having such thoughts. Because the war had already started, but it just hadn't reached here yet. Making preparations now is probably a way to be prepared for any eventuality. What's more, if there is a civil war at this bad time, it is estimated that in an instant, they will be hostile to the surrounding countries and races, and then directly defeated or even eliminated. After all, who can know whether you are being eroded by the power of the abyss? Having said that, because Yunyen wanted to increase her own value, she performed seriously in the test. The final result was just as she expected. Because of her outstanding abilities, she was directly awarded the identity card of a second-level pharmacist. Not only will the salary be increased, but the pharmacist's status will also be respected, not to mention that he will be provided with a house. But it's the kind where you can just move in with just your luggage. There are 5 levels of pharmacists, and the higher the level, the more noble their status. Therefore, Lin Yunyen, who reached the second level at the beginning, also received the envy of people around her. She left happily, looking at the blue sky and white clouds. Lin Yunyen felt that a wonderful life was right before her eyes. As time goes by, the countdown for the construction of third-level heroic soldiers begins. Looking at the 1-minute countdown in front of her, Jiang Mingyue's heart also became excited. He couldn't wait to see it. Chapter 105 Helena. When the countdown began, Tianyu began to call Jiang Mingyue over. Build a special room for third-level heroic soldiers. As the mechanical door opened, a number of 3M high culture chambers appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue. But these were not what attracted his attention the most. But in the middle of these empty culture chambers, there is already one in use. Realizing that this was a third-level soldier, Jiang Mingyue walked over. The interior of the incubator also appeared in front of him. I saw a blue-haired lady with her eyes closed, as if she was asleep, in the incubator. From Jiang Mingyue's perspective, she could see that behind her, there were many translucent pipes connecting to her back, continuously injecting energy. From the outside, Jiang Mingyue was surprised to find that this blue-haired lady was not only very beautiful, but also very much in line with her own aesthetic. It's the kind of gentle temperament that can still be felt even if she closes her eyes. Most importantly, she is a gentle big sister. It is undeniable that Jiang Mingyue really likes this subconsciously. He followed his inner choice very much, turned around, and made a thumbs-up gesture to Tianyu beside him. It's like saying, well done, well done. After receiving these messages, Tianyu responded respectfully. As long as the commander likes it. Nodding, Jiang Mingyue continued to focus his gaze on the woman in front of him and continued to speak. Tianyu, does she have a name? Upon hearing this, Tianyu responded immediately and said, Commander, do you want to name the first Tier 3 heroic soldier yourself? In response, Jiang Mingyue did not deny it but responded. Tianyu naturally would not refuse the commander's choice, so he made a gesture of invitation. After getting permission, Jiang Mingyue began to look at the thing in front of her except the head. A woman whose entire area below the neck is inexplicably blocked. Although he didn't know why he had a female appearance, he didn't care. Instead, I began to think about what name I should give it so that it could serve as a symbolic existence. When his eyes fell on the woman's blue hair, a name popped up in Jiang Mingyue's mind. Helena. The next moment the name appeared, Jiang Mingyue said it. Helena, the commander has a good naming skill. Would the commander like to confirm her name? Tianyu read the name lightly, and then agreed with it. Hearing Tianyu's words, Jiang Mingyue nodded slightly to confirm. After receiving the instruction, Tianyu entered the name, Helena, into the incubator without hesitation. Although the countdown has ended, this does not prevent data from being entered. When the data was entered, Helena, who had her eyes closed, slowly opened her azure pupils. His originally confused eyes were instantly filled with color, and he soon noticed Jiang Mingyue, the commander in front of him. She couldn't help but touch the glass surface of the incubator with her hands, and after a pause, she smiled and waved. He greeted his commander. Seeing this situation, Jiang Mingyue naturally would not turn a blind eye. He walked forward with a smile and stretched out his hand to touch the glass surface, overlapping with Helena's hand as a response. Looking at Helena, who looked like a mermaid in the culture medium, made Jiang Mingyue a little dazed. But the next moment, the green liquid in the incubator began to recede. Helena, who was like a mermaid, became a drowned rat. This huge change almost made Jiang Mingyue laugh out loud. As if she saw the smile in the commander's eyes, Helena, who didn't understand the situation, also laughed happily. However, when Jiang Mingyue saw the scene after the incubator was opened, her face froze instantly. Because Helena was naked at this time, from his perspective, he could see everything. Turtle, it's actually blue. Just as Jiang Mingyue was trying hard to divert her attention, Helena had already walked out of the incubator. He came before the commander and saluted seriously. Commander, your loyal soldier, Helena reports for duty. As she moved, the proud capital in front of her also jumped a few times. But there was no response, and Helena was equipped with her own personality and consciousness. He also understood that his current physical condition had caused some trouble to the commander. However, Helena is deeply loyal to Jiang Mingyue. Seeing him showing such a cute expression, Helena couldn't help but smile and hug the commander in her arms. This action made Jiang Mingyue understand what meat eggs, onions, and chicken meat. However, he was not a virgin who had never eaten meat. After the initial confusion, he came to his senses and took out a cloak from the storage ring. He quickly draped it over Helena, wrapping up her alluring figure. After doing all this, Jang Mingua finally breathed a sigh of relief and had time to respond. "Hello, Helena. As commander, I welcome you very much." Heaped. The commander's voice rang in her ears, and Helena, who was feeling his body warmth, giggled a few times. Judging from her current personality, Jang Mingua could identify Helena in front of her. She is a big sister type with a lively personality. And she is the kind of person who is a warm big sister when she keeps her mouth shut, but her true nature is revealed the moment she opens her mouth. At this time, Tianyu on the side also spoke. "Helena, quickly release the commander and change your clothes. As a girl, you should have a basic sense of shame." Hearing this, Helena pouted immediately, but she didn't disobey. After obediently letting go of the commander, he took the box handed to him by Tianyu. As if he was born to use it, he gently pressed the button on the box. The next moment, the box instantly decomposed into a liquid-like existence. And this silvery white liquid seemed to be alive, starting from Helena's hand and covering her entire body at an extremely fast speed. After a while, a black tight-fitting dress that perfectly set off Helena's figure appeared on her. Helena, Jiang Mingyue, who was watching the whole scene, suddenly had a term in her mind. Nanorobots. After knowing that it was nanotechnology, Jiang Mingyue's eyes lit up and she looked at Tianyu, expecting his answer. Tianyu naturally would not hide this, but spoke directly. Just as the commander thought, these are nanobots. Those ideas you mentioned about becoming large robots are actually very easy to achieve. Chapter 106 Nanorobots. Can you show me that? In response to Jiang Mingyue's request, Tianyu immediately made a gesture for her to follow him. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue hurriedly followed, and then called on Helena to follow her. Hearing this, she happily walked over to the commander and took the initiative to hug his arm. Looks like they are very attached. Although she didn't say anything, her satisfied little face said it all. This was the situation all the way until they got on the drone car, and Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is Helena, who has just been born, too fond of herself? As if noticing the confusion on Jiang Mingyue's face, Tianyu, who was sitting in front, took the initiative to speak. Commander, don't worry, whether it's Helena or the future heroic soldiers. Everyone will be loyal to you and have a deep affection for you. You can always install the reproductive module if you wish. After hearing these words, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, there is such a magical setting? Especially the last sentence, which shocked him so much that he coughed lightly. Ah, I see. It's not necessary at the moment. However, Tianyu had no intention of stopping, it said. Although their bodies are basically mechanical, they feel and function just like real people. They are even better than real people because they can quickly learn any knowledge or posture through data infusion. This gives the commander a very pleasant experience. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue quickly asked Tianyu to stop his long speech. Because if I continue, the following content will be inappropriate for children and I can't post it. They will be punished by the great river crab beast and washed by the powerful crane. At this time, Helena beside her also took the opportunity to whisper in Jiang Mingyue's ear. Commander, Helena and our future sisters. From the moment of birth, everything belongs to the commander. Whatever the commander wants to do to us, we won't have any complaints. Wow, these words made Jiang Mingyue's heart beat fast. Who can resist a beautiful girl who wants to devote herself to him wholeheartedly? Faced with this direct attack, Jiang Mingyue's face turned red. Then he quickly turned his head to indicate that the topic should be dropped and discussed later. Seeing the commander's embarrassment, Helena smiled brightly. He stood up straight away and left his mark on his face. Feeling the wetness on her cheek, Jiang Mingyue turned around and saw Helena sitting obediently in her seat. When she noticed the commander's gaze, her eyes became erratic, as if she was daring to do something but not to admit it. In response to this, Jiang Mingyue sighed helplessly. I thought that from now on, there might be a bunch of carnivorous animals around me. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain to his two fox girls. Then, Jiang Mingyue gave up the idea that things would work out in the end. Today's arsenals are dozens of times larger than before and require the assistance of vehicles. It took the group less than 10 minutes to reach their destination. It is a piece of open space specially left, apparently for conducting some experiments. Holes caused by the explosion can be seen everywhere, and then they are filled up again. And that area is at least the size of 2 football fields. Under Tianyu's leadership, Jiang Mingyue and Helena also walked into the open space. As soon as he stopped, He felt that the surroundings had darkened and looked up. I found out it was a magnetic levitation aircraft floating quietly above my head. Immediately afterwards, a row of blue and white boxes landed in front of Jiang Mingwa and the others. This box is square and looks no different from an ordinary suitcase. But there is a blue button on the top. Soon, it accumulated into a 5-meter hill. When the unloading was completed, the maglev aircraft flew away directly. So Jiang Mingwa walked up, stretched out her hand, and knocked on the box in front of her to open it. Are those filled with nanobots? Tianyu, who was standing by, also came forward and echoed. Just as the commander said, those boxes in front of us are filled with nanorobots. As he spoke, Tianyu seemed to remember something and added another sentence. These commanders can use them all, so there's no need to worry about wasting them. As long as the commander is happy, that's the best value these nanorobots have. Then Tianyu continued to explain. Because of the existence of infinite energy, the materials consumed in making nanorobots are not a problem at all. So the commander can use it as much as he wants and do whatever he wants. Hearing this, Jiang Mingwa experienced the feeling of having money at home and being able to do whatever you want. So he looked at Helena beside him, with an expression that seemed to say, "Please start your performance." After receiving the order, Helena took the initiative to walk to the blue and white box, stretched out her hand, and lightly pressed the blue button. The next moment, all the boxes opened at once as if they were one. The silvery white liquid also appeared in the box and then rushed towards Helena. As the nanorobots solidified, Helena, wearing a dark and slender armor, appeared in front of Jiang Mingwa. Helena, armored mode. Jiang Mingwa couldn't take her eyes off the armor, which was so much more beautiful than mass-produced armor. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Can I only say that he is worthy of being a heroic soldier? Everyone can have their own exclusive armor. To be honest, Jiang Mingwa almost couldn't help but want to try it herself. However, he held back because he still wanted to see something else, so he let Helena proceed. But before that, Helena also asked the commander and Tianyu to stay away, because what follows is somewhat spectacular. These words aroused Jiang Mingwa's curiosity, and she also came to the edge of the clearing. After seeing the commander arrive at a safe location, Helena completely let go. As the command was given, the nanorobots began to reassemble. However, the prerequisite for super-large mecha is sufficient energy. Tianyu has naturally already prepared for this. A full energy can appears in the box. When the nanorobots covered the energy cans, the prototype of a super-large mecha was completed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, a super-large mecha with a platinum color scheme appeared in front of Jiang Mingwa. This scene also made his eyes widen. I couldn't help but fly into the air and began to carefully examine the huge monster in front of me. Large mecha and Jiang Mingwa's back. Chapter 107 will lead the charge. It was Helena's turn to be surprised when she saw her commander suddenly fly up out of thin air. "Commander, how did you fly out of thin air?" A voice full of doubts came from the mecha. From the knowledge she had gained, she had not yet recorded any human beings who could achieve flight on their own without the help of technology. In response, Jiang Mingwa just smiled. A little bit of ability. And don't worry, flying in the air is just a small ability from today on. As he spoke, Jiang Mingwa also landed on the shoulder of the super-large mecha. "Come on, show us what this big guy can do." After receiving the commander's order, Helena immediately put aside the question of why the commander could fly and began to control the mecha. At this moment, Jiang Mingwa felt the sound of gears meshing with each other and steel colliding slightly with each other. For a moment, Jiang Mingwa was unable to extricate herself. He finally understood why he had seen people say on the internet that mechas are the romance of men. Now I feel extremely excited just watching it. Can you imagine what it would feel like if I were to operate it myself? I'm afraid I will directly take off from Woohoo. Next, Jiang Mingwa naturally felt itchy and wanted to do it herself. So Tianyu arranged for Helena to teach the commander personally. Well, close fitting. Well, thus, Jiang Mingwa spent an unforgettable afternoon. It's so cool to drive a mecha. Tuchan Palace, dusk. Refreshed, Jiang Mingwa returned to Tuchan Palace through the space tunnel. I looked up and found that it was already sunset and dusk. There is no way. I am addicted to mechas and cannot extricate myself. If Tianyu hadn't reminded me, I feel like I might have forgotten to return to Tuchan. Jiang Mingwa, who was trapped in the sage time, began to criticize herself for no apparent reason. He said that he shouldn't be obsessed with such things and should help his wife instead of being obsessed with mechas. Well, as for what the sage will be like after his time is up, that depends on one's own opinion. Jiang Mingwa, who was about to go out for lunch, suddenly noticed a pink figure in the pavilion. This situation attracted his attention and he looked in the direction. It was by Chingchio, who was lying on the stone table with her eyes closed. Mingua, worried that something might have happened, hurried over. I found that she was breathing smoothly and smacking her lips. I wonder what good dream she had. As it was approaching dusk and the mountain breeze was cool, Mingua walked over and gently pushed her arm, trying to wake her from her sleep. The result was not satisfactory. I don't know if it was because her sleep quality was too good, but even such a touch could not wake by Chingchio up. In this regard, Mingua couldn't help but think, if I were a bad guy, wouldn't this girl suffer? Little did they know that by Chingchio had already woken up the moment Mingua came back. She was about to say hello, but suddenly she came up with an idea and started pretending to sleep. Even though Mingua had started calling him, he still pretended not to wake up. This made Mingua scratch her head. There was no way he could let her stay here alone, so he planned to send her to her room first. Thinking of this, he stretched out his arms and gently picked up by Chingchio in a princess hug. However, during this process, Mingua discovered an interesting point. That is, when by Chingchio was picked up, the little girl took the initiative to stretch out her hands and hug her neck. This action made Mingua realize that this little girl was pretending to be asleep. A smirk played on his lips as he realized this. I was originally heading towards the room, but I turned around and went to the place where everyone was having dinner. But by Chingchio didn't know that the little fox was still secretly rejoicing. With a little trick, I can get close to the young master. So at this time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Mingua's ears. By Chingchio's favorability up. Favorability, 84. Feeling the beauty in his arms, he was secretly adjusting his body, trying to find a comfortable position. Mingua let her get what she wanted and adjusted her hugging position to make by Chingchio more comfortable. This action naturally won by Chingchio's favor. I really hope that I can walk this journey slower so that I can feel more. It wasn't until a few minutes later that by Chingchio felt something was wrong. Is the room that far away? Where do you want to go? To your own residence? This isn't good, right? Just as she was secretly happy, Mingua also arrived at her destination. Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na had already taken their seats, and other familiar foxes were also present. When Mingua arrived, their eyes all turned to him. Then very quickly, he came to by Chingchio in his arms. For a moment, the atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little scary. By Chingchio, who was feeling very happy, suddenly felt clearly that a series of subtle gazes were falling on her. And it's a feeling that I'm extremely familiar with. At this moment, she realized something and her eyes opened slightly. He saw an all-star lineup. It was his first and second wives, as well as other foxes who were eyeing the young master covetously. Now, by Chingchio finally understood what it meant to be sweating profusely. Feeling the body of the beauty in his arms begin to tense, Mingua showed an expression as if his evil plan had succeeded. This expression naturally caught the attention of the Tuchon sisters, and they smiled at each other. Although by Chingchio had crossed the line a bit, they didn't care. After all, they would be a family sooner or later. Then, the main wife, Tuchan Na, spoke. Sir, stop teasing Chingchio. These words reached by Chingchio's ears, causing her to open her eyes suddenly, and then she noticed the wicked smile on the handsome face in front of her. I realized that not only was I being fooled, but I was also being socially ruined. By Chingchio's pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a round of white smoke appeared above her head. Wood. She covered her face with her hands and let out a cry. This scene immediately filled the room with a joyful atmosphere. All the girls present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mingua also came to the chair and put by Chingchio down, making her feel relieved. However, although it was very embarrassing, the feeling of nestling in the arms of the man in front of her still made her feel addicted. Simply put, it means actively admitting mistakes and refusing to repent. If social death is the price I have to pay for sticking close to you, then I will lead the charge. Chapter 108 Abyss Altar. Abyss Altar. What does the occupied area eroded by the abyss look like? This is what all the knights who came back alive would say. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and there were blood-red lightning in it. The once fertile land began to become barren, as if it had been robbed of life. This situation becomes more obvious the deeper you get. There were dead trees and the skeletons of unknown creatures everywhere. It gives people who come here a chill. And in this lifeless environment, there stands an altar that can be called huge. Judging from the appearance, the area is as big as 2 football fields. There are also a large number of abyss slaves patrolling around the altar. When they looked towards the altar from time to time, there was always a look of respect and madness in their eyes. This is the altar of the abyss, a holy place in the hearts of the abyss slaves. Because here, They can look directly into the abyss and receive the gifts of the abyss. Inside the abyss altar, a man in a black robe with gold trim was standing there holding a scepter. The man in black robe was wearing a necklace made of heads of various races around his neck. And because of the hood, the face of the man in black robe cannot be seen from the outside. However, the noble temperament on his body is very obvious. Although there were other people in black robes with similar looks around, they all stood respectfully on both sides. It is obvious that the black-robed man wearing a skull necklace has a high status among the Abyss slaves. This man in black robe is the high priest of the Abyss and the culprit who started this world war. However, the man in black robe was not in a good mood. Although we had achieved an apparent victory before, this victory could not last long. As long as the enemy recovers, the balance of victory will tilt again. The main reason was that the man in black robe did not expect that there was an existence that could quietly destroy the Abyss demon heart he had arranged. And news was received that the apostles of the Abyss who were causing sabotage behind enemy lines were being cleared out by the united enemies. It is conceivable that if the enemy really ensures the stability of the rear, then start sending troops to join the front battlefield. Then, the apostle of the Abyss might be put at a disadvantage in an instant on the front battlefield. Thinking of this, the man in black robe couldn't help but feel a headache. It feels really bad to have part of your own plans disrupted. However, there is some good news. The traitors hiding among the enemy have not been caught. The man in black robe hopes that this will be a card that can be played when the time comes. Of course, it's just a card. What he was really looking forward to was the Western fantasy, black dragon in front of him. As he regained his composure, he saw a gigantic creature lying in front of the man in black robe. In comparison, the black robe man's eyes are as big as the dragon's. You can imagine how big this dragon is. But now this black dragon is covered with wounds. Its breathing is fragile, as if it will die at any time, and there are many chains locking it firmly in place. Beneath it, a magic circle has been arranged that is large enough to completely cover it. Looking at the giant dragon in front of him, the man in black robe felt much better. As long as his plan proceeds steadily, he will do so even at the risk of dragging the dragons into the battlefield and facing their wrath. I still have confidence that I can win this war. Thus, the Abyss will completely descend upon this world. Then the man in black robe waved his hand, and a hoarse voice sounded. The sacrifice begins. Following an order, the surrounding black-robed people also took their staffs and took a step forward. They all pointed their staffs at the black dragon in front of them. Immediately afterwards, the blood-colored magic circle opened, and the power of the Abyss enveloped the dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The next moment, the dragon's screams resounded in the altar, and it began to struggle. The huge iron chain made a clanging sound, but it still locked the dragon firmly in place. The man in black robe ignored the dragon's screams and just started talking to himself. Accept the gift of the Abyss and become one of us. Name, Ilamode. Race, Dragon, Western Fantasy. Strength, SS, Abyssal Corrosion, SSS, World Destruction Level. Talent, Bloodline, Dragon Island. The Dragon Island of the Dragon Clan is the same as the Sky City of the God Clan. Both are floating islands in the sky. Moreover, the floating island will not just stay in one place, but will move irregularly, but not very fast. The flight speed per day is estimated to be only about 10 kilometers. This speed is nothing, not to mention a drop in the bucket, in this vast world. Well, having said that, in addition to the basic 5-colored dragons, there are also some special dragons on Dragon Island. Although their abilities and combat capabilities vary, these dragons all have something in common. That is greed for money and sleep, and as for lust, just look at the dragon. However, because they are dragons, it is difficult for purebred dragons to get pregnant, so their numbers are relatively small. Therefore, they are very united with each other. Whenever some foolish guy bullies a little dragon, the old dragon will basically be attracted, or even a group of them. Therefore, unless necessary, no race dares to offend the Dragon Clan. All this is thanks to the powerful individual strength of the Dragon Clan. As long as it is an adult dragon, its minimum strength is city-killing level, S, and those with good talent can reach nation-destroying level, SS. Then the arrogance of the Dragon Clan also fell on them. To them, the so-called Abyss is not worth mentioning. As long as the dragons on Dragon Island move together, they can eliminate those jumping clowns in minutes. As for why there is no such thing now, it is because these dragons feel that doing so will not benefit them. So I just ignored it. However, the dragons of Dragon Island recently discovered something strange. That is the black dragon named Ilamode. Why has it never appeared on Dragon Island? You know, this guy is kind of an oddball, compared to his fellows who have a lazy personality. This guy is full of energy and vitality every day, making Dragon Island uneasy. But no one has ever hated this weirdo, and they regard him as a guy who adds a little fun to this peaceful life. In addition, Elamode would leave Dragon Island from time to time and wander around outside, sometimes a few months or a few weeks. So the dragons of Dragon Island were just curious about where Elamode had gone. As for whether you're worried, that's a joke. That guy is already very powerful. There's nothing to worry about. Chapter 109 The Holy Empire. Holy Empire, capital, glorious city. The Holy Empire is a country that believes in the God of Light and is a religious country. Here, both high-ranking officials and ordinary people believe in the God of Light, especially the divine power known as God-given power, which brought the might of the Holy Empire to a new height. It can be said that here, as long as you believe in the God of Light, you will be treated friendly no matter what race you are. But if it is a pagan who believes in other gods, if they were discovered, they would be kicked out at best and burned like firewood at worst. For such an extreme religious country, before the Abyss erupted, it naturally had no relationship with the surrounding races and countries. Especially with the neighboring Austin Empire, the relationship can be described as hostile as water and fire, because both of them believe in different gods. However, since the outbreak of the Abyss, the attention of the Holy Empire was instantly attracted. In their view, the existence of these abyssal forces is a blasphemy against the God of Light. Therefore, in this war, the Holy Empire was quite crazy. It was as if those pagans from the Abyss were filled with hatred, as if their entire family had been killed. Because they fought the most fiercely, they were naturally targeted the most severely. Just based on the fact that the sacred tree was recently contaminated by the Abyss, it was several times more polluted than that of other empires. It can be seen from this that the other side is also quite hostile to the Holy Empire. Therefore, throughout the entire war, only the Holy Empire was fighting the Abyss slaves. As for other countries, they just regarded it as a normal war. Don't seek to win or lose, just seek to preserve your own vitality. Then he urged those races that had settled down in the rear to come over and serve as cannon fodder. Of course, that's what I think, but it's impossible to say it that way. Cough cough. The capital of the Holy Empire, the City of Glory. From the outside, the towering city walls were covered with various magical arrays of divine power. The golden light flows on the city wall, which is eye-catching. There were many pilgrims at the city gate, gazing at the huge city in front of them with pious eyes. In their hearts, this place is no less than a holy place. And on both sides of the city gate, there are two stone statues that are at least 40 meters high. They were wearing armor, holding a giant spear in front of them, and standing solemnly. The layout of Guanghui City is divided into 3 rings. The outer ring is where ordinary residents live. The second ring is where devout believers can live. If ordinary residents of the outer ring reach this level, they can also go to the second ring. The most important ring of Glory City is the inner ring. This is where the temple is located, where the Pope communicates with the God of Light. It's solemn and sacred here. Templars in armor can be seen everywhere patrolling the area. Outside the patrol area, there are also many believers who are constantly paying homage. As these believers acted, wisps of golden light invisible to ordinary people surged towards the temple. This is the power of faith. Inside the temple, the decoration is luxurious and majestic, and at the top sits a divine chair filled with divine power. The noble Pope is sitting here, high above, as if looking down on all living beings. However, this supreme being is now very troubled. Richard, there's still no response from the Holy Land? The majestic voice resounded in this quiet temple, and the Pope maintained a faint smile, making people feel like spring breeze. But Cardinal Richard, who was below, didn't think much of it. After all, they have followed for so long, and everyone who is familiar with him knows what kind of person the Pope is. However, Richard did not bring good news to the Pope's question. Great Pope, the Holy Land still hasn't given any response. The holy place the two people mentioned naturally refers to the Sky City in the sky. If the entire Holy Empire, including the Pope, are believers of the God of Light, then the gods of the Sky City are the apostles of the God of Light. The difference in status between the two is completely different. This is true not only in terms of status, but also in terms of strength. Unfortunately, after the top leaders of the Holy Empire learned of the existence of this place, they have been trying to get in touch with it. The result, of course, is that nothing happens, like a drop in the ocean. Even though the Pope flew there himself once, he still never got close to the city in the sky. He was stopped by an 8-winged angel in golden armor, who warned him not to come any closer, or he would be attacked. It was also at that time that the Pope felt the strong divine power from the other party, and this divine power was completely superior to his own. In addition, there is the other party's perfect appearance and figure. This made the Pope understand that perhaps the being before him was the apostle of the God of Light. He also tried to initiate the conversation after a brief chat. The Pope understood a few things, namely that the other party was indeed an apostle of the God of Light. These beings who call themselves angels all possess powerful strength. However, they do not like to come to the outside world because they think the outside world is full of filth. As soon as I come out, I feel uncomfortable all over and very uncomfortable. After returning, the Pope embellished and processed the contact a little bit and then spread it. It is said that as the Pope, he prays devoutly to the God of Light every day. Finally, the God of Light was moved, and his apostle, the angel, came before him. In addition to affirming the Pope's piety on behalf of the God of Light, the next step is to allow the Pope to continue sowing the seeds of light in this world. They also said that anyone who was pious could see these apostles. After this beautified story was spread, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the Holy Empire. During this process, the temple's top leaders also directed and performed several scenes of devout believers meeting the apostles of the God of Light. Although the level of faith outside has also increased a lot because of these things. However, only a small number of high-ranking officials in the Holy Empire know the internal situation. That is, after this, no matter how hard the Pope tried to see the gods of the Sky City again, he was unable to do so. Either the other party ignores you, or you can't enter the Sky City at all. One time, because he was really fed up, he simply made the Sky City invisible and disappeared from this world for a while. This situation shocked the Pope and other high-ranking officials. After a while, they breathed a sigh of relief when the Sky City appeared again. Chapter 110 by Shuru of the Widow. After this incident, the top leaders of the Holy Empire still wanted to establish contact with the Sky City. But nothing like the craziness that was to come. He just sends his messages, and whether Sky City accepts them or not depends on their mood. If you accept it, everything will be fine. If you don't accept it, it doesn't matter. Tuchan, Day 21. Before I knew it, 2 more days had passed. During these 2 days, Tuchan remained calm and nothing major happened. Despite this, the people in Tuchan City could also feel that a storm was about to come, because they could see many armored soldiers patrolling Tuchan City. Although it happens sometimes, the frequency is not so high. Some people speculated that it might be because a lot of people poured into Tuchan City during this period of time. This conjecture has been supported by many people. But the fact is, Tuchan Yu wanted to send Tuchan's soldiers and monks to the front line. The purpose was to spread Tuchan's reputation. Jang Mingua and Tuchan Na naturally strongly supported this decision. Of course, the soldiers to be sent out are basically Jiang Mingyue's mechanical soldiers. Because even if it is directly blown up, it can still be taken back and repaired. Not to mention that in front of the noble nanorobots, as long as it is not turned into ashes, it can be repaired. Therefore, instead of letting the foxes with flesh and blood go to the battlefield meat grinder, it is better to let the mechanical soldiers who can be repaired before turning into ashes go. This will not only reduce population consumption, but also allow mechanical soldiers to step onto their own battlefields. According to Tianyu, in addition to the main construction of interstellar battleships, the daily output of mechanical soldiers is increasing. So far, the number of first-level mechanical soldiers has reached 100,000, and the number of second-level mechanical soldiers has reached 70,000. Moreover, the equipment on his body is fully equipped, so he can go into battle anytime and anywhere. After understanding the situation of the arsenal, Tuchan Yu made a decision immediately. In 3 days, Tuchan will send soldiers and monks to the front line. This news also immediately spread to the alliance led by Tuchan. The various races within this alliance quickly responded to the leader's call. But whether you really want to give, or just take advantage of the situation to preserve your own strength in the process. In this regard, Tuchan Yu would observe quietly in secret, and after confirming everything, he would settle the score after the war. After Tuchan spread the news of sending troops, Bai Shu, the king of Chingchio who had not appeared for a long time, appeared. Through the teleportation array, he appeared in Tuchan Hall again. This time it would naturally not be as grand as before. In the Tuchan Hall, there were only Tuchan Yu and Jiang Mingua. As for Tuchan Na, she was busy with other things. Lord Tuchan, I received news that you will send troops to the front in 3 days. How many soldiers does Chingchio need to send? I can prepare in advance. The meaning of these words was that Bai Shuru spoke only after she was sure that Tuchan Yu would let them, Chingchio, send troops. However, she received a response that surprised her. Chingchio doesn't need to send troops for this expedition. Tuchan has already decided to send out the soldiers you want. But I also hope Chingchio can be prepared for war at any time. Tuchan Na said these words with a tone that showed that no one could refuse, and he looked very majestic. It was the slightly flushed face that somewhat broke the majestic effect. Because Mingua was always behind Tuchan Na, stroking and combing her furry tail. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from his tail made Tuchan Na unable to extricate himself. But after such a long time, she has become more or less accustomed to her husband's touch. Being like this in front of strangers made her feel a little shy. As for Mingua, the person involved, he just came here to stroke Baishuru's furry tail out of boredom and didn't care about Baishuru's subtle gaze at all. Looking at the couple in front of her who were constantly showing off their love, Baishuru, who was a widow, felt a lot of sadness in her heart. Widow. Her husband died young, and she, as a single mother, had a hard time raising her child. Then, while he was working hard to lead Chingchio towards a better future, he had been alone for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, I have to eat dog food from young people now. Oh, so sad. Seeing this scene, Baishuru couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, and she tried hard to maintain a calm expression on her face. Lord Tuchan, can you let me ask why Chingchio doesn't need to send troops? Although it is unpleasant to be shown off in public, there are some things you still need to know roughly. Tuchan Na seemed to know she would ask this question and responded without hesitation. There's no reason, I just want Chingchio to preserve its current strength. Even if we have a teleportation array now, we still need to prevent any special situations from occurring within the array. Not to mention, Tuchan and Chingchio are now separated by half a day's journey. This reason sounds reasonable at first glance, but upon closer inspection it seems far-fetched. However, Baishuru didn't care about these. Anyway, Chingchio doesn't need to send troops, and she is happy to see this. So after the two of them chatted briefly for a while, Baishuru got up and left. When Baishuru left the hall, Tuchan Na, no longer needing to endure, simply closed his eyes and leaned back. Then he fell into a warm embrace. When I opened my eyes, I saw my husband's handsome face. I immediately felt pleased and my mood improved a lot. Then she propped herself up and adjusted her posture so that she could snuggle in her husband's arms. Seeing this, Mingua smiled and hugged the beauty in front of him in his arms. He lowered his head and took a light sniff, and his nose was immediately filled with the body fragrance of Tuchan Na. It has a very refreshing fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. And from Mingua's perspective, she could see the impressive assets wrapped in the clothes. However, since he had tasted it many times before, he naturally would not get embarrassed. On the contrary, he stretched out his arms and hugged her waist, making the capital stand even more erect. At this time, Tuchan Na suddenly spoke. Husband, how are you and Baishinshua doing? Mingua answered his opinion without hesitation when the topic was raised. He said that although Baishinshua did have many thoughts about him, but unexpectedly, Baishinshua, who I initially thought was a vixen, turned out to be so innocent. It was just a simple hug, but her face turned red. He can only speak, ABA. Not to mention going a step further with the kiss, and even joining in to share the burden for the Tuchan sisters. Chapter 111 Mingua's Possessiveness. As he was speaking, Tuchan Na turned his head with a resentful look on his face and pouted his lips in dissatisfaction. Husband, do you know that you are acting like a lustful villain right now? I want to eat those little girls clean every minute. You can't chase girls like this. Listening to the chatter of the beauty in his arms, Mingua couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then responded with a complaint. Isn't this what you two sisters taught me? In order to keep me, your sister ate me without hesitation. And you too, worried about getting hurt if you attacked later, so you ate me too. It's okay for others to say that I'm lustful, but you two sisters are the only ones who can't. These words came from the heart, causing Tuchan Na to smile awkwardly yet politely. Because what my husband said was true. If her husband is extremely lustful, then the two sisters are even more so. Although he felt embarrassed, Tuchan Na did not regret it at all. So she crossed her arms and spoke in a coquettish tone. I, Tuchan Na, have done it, and I will never shirk or deny it. As he said this, he turned his head and looked angry. However, Mingua had no intention of getting up, but lowered her head again. But this time it fell on Tuchan Na's ear. In that case, my husband, I will inform you that the break is over. Remember to prepare yourself tonight. Feeling the gentle breeze on her sensitive ears, Tuchan Na couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Mingua didn't go any further, but just stood up. Then she pinched her tender little face with her hands. At this time, a soft voice came from the direction of the hall gate. My husband, please stop bullying my sister. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Tuchan Na who came back. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua sat back down and patted her side with a smile. Tuchan Na, who understood what her husband meant, took graceful steps and sat down beside him. For a moment, the entire hall became quiet. And in this quietness, there is also a warm atmosphere. As the person involved, Jiang Mingua hugged the two beautiful ladies beside him and felt that life was so beautiful. It's a pity that the live broadcast room is not open. Jiang Mingua used to keep her live broadcast room open except when confidential matters were involved. But now Jiang Mingua would silently close himself even when he was accompanying his fox. I only open the live broadcast room when I am alone. It can be said that they don't even want to give dog food to outside audiences. Perhaps this is Jiang Mingua's possessiveness. After that, the day passed quickly. Soon it was almost dusk. As usual, Jiang Mingua came to the palace, the bathing place exclusively for the Lord of Tuchan, and the structure of the house was no different from that in Chingchio. And after confirming their relationship, he became a frequent visitor here. Because when you soak your body in a warm pool, the relaxed and happy feeling is priceless. Now Jiang Mingua is closing her eyes comfortably, feeling the warmth wrapping around her body. At this moment, the sound of footsteps hitting the ground could be heard in the originally quiet bathing area. When I turned around, I found that it was Tuchan Na, wearing a gauze, walking towards the pool. When she saw her husband, Tuchan Na smiled slightly, and then took off the veil on her body. In an instant, the so-called perfect figure was revealed. Without hiding anything, he came to Jiang Mingua's side openly and sat down leaning on his shoulder. Chapter 112, I'm not a kid anymore. After the madness, the two snuggled together again and enjoyed the tranquility. Although she wanted to continue, Tuchan Na thought about it and decided to do it at night. After all, my sister also needs to come here to take a bath. I feel a bit embarrassed if I make the venue dirty. After a while, the two got up together, dried the moisture on their bodies, changed their clothes, and went out. At night, after dinner, the group of people who had no entertainment activities went to bed early. As usual, Jiang Mingua planned to coax little Zia to sleep before leaving. Although the little girl is older than me. But in a sense, after being imprisoned for 10 years, she now only retains the experience of a 9-year-old. Therefore, Jiang Mingua felt that there was nothing strange about calling her a girl. Just as he was accompanying little Zia, waiting for her to fall asleep, the little girl said something shocking. Brother, are you now the husband of Sister Yu and Sister Nanya? These words made Jiang Mingua's brows twitch, but she still asked with a smile. Where did you learn those words? However, as you said, your two sisters are both your brother's wives. In response to Xiao Zia's question, Jiang Mingua naturally would not deny her relationship with the Tuchan sisters. But he was even more curious about who brought up the topic of husband and wife with the little girl. Zia beside him nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and seemed to have mustered up the courage to speak. Then, can Zia also become my brother's wife? Hearing these words, Jiang Mingua felt a little happy in her heart. Because this is what I used to see on my phone, where a little sister said in a baby voice to her brother or father that she wanted to be their bride. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought that I would encounter such a thing. So he smiled, reached out his hand, and gently stroked little Zia's little head. In that case, you should sleep well and grow up quickly, da. However, when little Zia heard this, she pouted. I'm not a kid anymore. As she spoke, the little girl, who was originally very small, suddenly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, she grew from little Zia to big Zia. Fortunately, the clothes were specially made, otherwise they would have been torn. The Zia stood up and hugged Jiang Mingua, who was sitting next to her. I'm already a big kid, and I won't allow my brother to call me little. Feeling the meat, eggs, green onions, and chicken, Jiang Mingua thought to herself that it was indeed not small. But I quickly threw away these dirty thoughts and began to comfort myself. Okay, Zia is a big kid now. Now that you are a big boy, you should be an honest fox. Tell me, brother, did anyone bring up this topic of husband and wife with you? It's not that Jiang Mingua is holding on to this issue, but she is worried that some brat outside would dare to have any ideas about her own girl. When Jiang Mingua thought about the brat trying to kidnap his girl, his eyes became dangerous. Not knowing what her brother was thinking, Zia began to explain after hearing the question. She said that it was Tuchan Yulan who brought up this topic. Tuchan Yulan wanted to know the current relationship between the two Tuchan sisters and her brother. Then as we chatted, we came to the topic of couples. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua also took this matter to heart and planned to ask the Tuchan sisters when she had time. But before that, he coaxed Zia to sleep before leaving. He left the room quietly and went to the next door. The door opened before I even opened it. Tuchan Yu had been waiting for a long time. He pulled Jiang Mingua in and only spoke after closing the door. Sister actually cheated on me, then I'll go first. As he spoke, he began to act clumsily. However, Jang Mingua planned to ask some questions before she lost consciousness. So he told the story of Tuchan Yulan. Hearing this, Tuchan Yu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly remembered the reason and then showed an embarrassed expression. Because what happened before is still fresh in my mind. In the past, I wanted my godsister to marry her current husband. Unexpectedly, I was the one who intervened and took part in the battle myself. In a sense, I am a bad sister who stole my sister's future husband. When I thought of this, my heart was filled with shame and embarrassment. However, Tuchan Yu still explained all these things clearly. After listening to his wife's story, Jang Mingua understood the situation at that time, and then he spoke curiously. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Upon hearing this, before Tuchan Yu could speak, Tuchan Nanyang on the side took the initiative to speak. If my husband is willing, you can also take this child in as our sister. I have no objection. After all, it was her sister who did something unkind, so as her elder sister, she should make some compensation. Tuchan Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her sister say this. She naturally had no objection. My husband, I have no objection either. After all, I also hope to have new sisters to share the burden with us. The matter was resolved happily, and Jang Mingua nodded slightly. Day 22. It was another new day. Jang Mingua woke up from her sleep and got up subconsciously. Then he saw two fox girls, which reminded him of the madness of last night. However, he also deliberately reduced the frequency so that they would not lose consciousness directly and could sleep comfortably. He carefully pulled his hand out, cleaned himself, put on his clothes, and left the room. As usual, Jang Mingua came to the pavilion and began to sit in meditation, feeling her body continue to grow stronger. But at this time, the sound that was loud enough to resound throughout the heavens and all worlds appeared again after a week. Clang, 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 survivors in all the heavens and worlds, do you miss me? No matter whether you miss me or not, I miss you guys so much. The survivors in all the worlds could not help but sneer at this statement. Thinking about them? You're thinking about how to play with them. Chapter 113, Canine's Quarrel. Not knowing what the survivors were thinking, the voice continued to speak. This time, we are bringing you an event full of fun and excitement. The name of the activity is Protection Activity. As the name suggests, it is to protect people or things. As long as you protect the target, you will get the reward. You can bring your pets and followers with you to this event. So, look forward to this event. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, participation in this event is mandatory. As soon as the words fell, an uproar broke out in the survivors' channel. Because defense activities are, in a sense, a rather deceptive activity. Although literally speaking, protecting a specific target, the degree of completion is determined by the amount of damage, or the number of survivors, and thus get corresponding rewards. However, during this process, what method the enemy will use to assassinate you depends entirely on luck. For example, when you want to protect a person, the other party will directly send an army over. For example, when you are protecting a building, the enemy may suddenly send a meteorite falling from the sky at you. These are not alarmist statements. They are real things that happened. One can imagine how desperate the survivors were at that time. Even if it is not as outrageous as mentioned above, all kinds of assassinations and curses, even explosions and fires, are present. The audience in other live broadcast rooms also talked about this. Zhao? It's this damn event. Bad memories are flooding back. Wow, this reminds me of that time when I was so close to success, but was assassinated by that old guy. How could he have been so stubborn and stayed there from the beginning until almost the end? What a pervert. Turtle, I've never experienced this before, and I'm trembling. Jang Mingua was also very clear about what happened above and couldn't help but sigh. Because there are a lot of old SIXS and old coins on the side of the destroyer of this activity. A situation that was originally very good may suddenly take a turn for the worse. They have mastered assassination and destruction. After thinking about it, Jang Mingua decided to bring the mechanical soldiers with him. After all, these mechanical soldiers can be considered his followers. Besides, that guy didn't set a limit on the number of followers. At that time, I will bring 10,000 mechanical soldiers with me and then push forward all the way. No matter whether the opponent is assassinating or launching human wave tactics, Jang Mingua is not afraid. Not to mention his own strength, he also has considerable capital. After having a solution, Jang Mingua felt much more relaxed. By the way, regarding the rewards for this event, you can get a gold card as long as the target object is unharmed. As for the number, don't even think about it, there's only one. In this activity, you can obtain a gold rating card only if you can protect the target object within the specified time of 2 hours and ensure that it remains unharmed. Only the survivors would call this activity a ripoff. Because the effort and income are completely disproportionate, they are terrified. However, this is not a problem for Jiang Mingwa. He has begun to treat this activity as a short trip. After all, I stayed in Tuchan for almost half a month and only went out once during this period. Just as Jiang Mingwa was lost in thought, the two Tuchan sisters woke up from their sleep and cleaned themselves up. He changed into new clothes and walked out of the room. When they saw their husbands in a familiar place, the two sisters walked over. They came to the pavilion and attacked him from both sides. When Jiang Mingwa saw the visitor, she greeted him and then told him about the event. When you hear followers, you can also follow. Tuchan Na's snow-white furry ears couldn't help but tremble, and the fluffy tail behind her began to wave slightly. She immediately said that she wanted to go with her husband. And then, he was stopped by his own sister. Tuchan said that she still had a lot of things to do, and her sister couldn't abandon her, so she went on a sweet journey with her husband alone. Then, the two sisters leaned their heads against each other, clasped their hands together, and the atmosphere became lively for a while. How to say it? In this scene, Jiang Mingwa felt like she was watching two canines quarreling. To be honest, it was the first time he saw the two sisters quarreling, which made him feel a little fresh. Little did we know that this was a very common thing in the past. Although the elder sister usually wins more, this does not affect the relationship between the two sisters, which is still very harmonious. However, he was able to stop the fight in time. Jiang Mingwa stretched out her claws and gently landed on one of the white and one brown tails. Then start from the base of the tail and go straight to the entire tail. Bing! X2. Then we saw the two Tuchan sisters screaming, as if they had been electrocuted, and their bodies suddenly tensed up. Then his whole body leaned limply against Jiang Mingwa. They opened their mouths, stuck out their tongues, and had a hint of intoxication in their eyes. Although they were somewhat accustomed to it, such a rough touch still made them feel weak. But they don't hate it. After calming down the dispute between the two foxes and her family, Jiang Mingwa slowly spoke. Don't worry, it'll only take 2 hours this time. Starting from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's the whole morning. It's not too late to handle official business after you come back. Listening to their husband's words, the two Tuchan sisters, who had recovered somewhat, nodded slightly. This scene also made Su Han-jun, who was secretly observing from the side, show an envious expression. She also wanted to be treated so rudely by Jiang Mingwa, etc. Why do I have such a bad idea? Su Han-jun suddenly realized that her idea was particularly bad, and her face turned red. I don't understand what's wrong with me. It was as if she really wanted to be bullied by this man. Woo woo woo. There is nothing happening in Tuchan. After finishing breakfast, Su Han-jun was also taken away by the two sisters. Jiang Mingwa, who was bored and had nothing to do, stayed with Xiao Zia and Tuchan Yulan. Because they had a rare break from school today, they planned to eat and drink in Tuchan City. So, Jiang Mingwa received Xiao Zia's invitation and came to Tuchan City again. Because I haven't been here for a while, I found that Tuchan City is now more prosperous than before. Especially now that we are in the market, it is so crowded. Chapter 114. The man on the road is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Jiang Mingwa, a homebody, was somewhat uncomfortable with this, but it was okay. After all, there are two beautiful girls, one big and one small, beside him. It's just that the looks from the vendors around him made him feel a little strange. How should I put it? It's like the look a parent gives to his son-in-law. In a place Jiang Mingwa didn't know. In fact, all these things were secretly fueled by Tuchan Na. She wanted her husband's appearance to appear in the sight of the people of Tuchan. Then, subtly, the people of Tuchan developed a sense of identification with their husband. Therefore, she loves her husband as much as she loves herself and her sister. Therefore, in addition to spreading Jiang Mingwa's portrait among the people, there was also a rumor that the former Lord of Tuchan and the current Lord of Tuchan both had a special relationship with him. While attracting attention in this way, he also quietly told people about the help given by Jiang Mingwa. Except for those strategic matters, such as the infinite spirit stone manufacturing machine, they must be hidden. But there are others, such as the friend of the Grey Forest Guardian, the allies of the Elfland, and the vassals of Chingchio. All these results are attributed to Jiang Mingwa, and are due to his existence. Therefore, the people of Tuchan who knew these rumors were very curious about what kind of person this seemingly gentle and elegant young man was. So when the Real Lord appeared, his every move was watched by the people of Tuchan. Jiang Mingwa felt particularly awkward, even sweating profusely, because she was being monitored all the time. This situation naturally caught the attention of Tuchan Yulan, who was standing by. Because she had recently heard about the rumors in Tuchan City, when she saw Jiang Mingwa's stiff steps. He also smiled and held Ziya's hand with one hand and Jiang Mingyue's hand with the other, and then came to a restaurant and booked a private room. Then he told everyone what happened in Tuchan City and the rumors. After hearing these rumors, Jiang Mingyue was stunned. Then he thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. He seemed to be able to roughly guess who did it. They are two foxes from our family. Although these actions seem like flattery, they are actually increasing Jiang Mingyue's importance and status in the hearts of the people of Tuchan. And he does have this ability, and these things are indeed due to his existence. So Jiang Mingyue didn't feel unworthy at all. After knowing that it was his wife who was building up momentum for him, the panic he felt at being the center of attention disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a straight back and a confident face. Since his wife has done this, as her husband, he naturally cannot let their efforts go to waste. After understanding everything, Jiang Mingyue continued to accompany the adult and the child as they walked in Tuchan City. But this time, he didn't feel the panic he had felt not long ago. Now he is full of confidence, with a faint smile on his handsome face. This amiable temperament emanating from within made the people of Tuchan, who were secretly observing him, think of something. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. It doesn't feel out of place at all to match it with this young man at this moment. During this trip to Tuchan City, Jiang Mingyue unknowingly gained a group of little fans. Well, all kinds of girls with animal ears. It's just a pity for the people of Tuchan. It would have been even better if this young man had long flowing hair. But it's harmless. What happened in Tuchan City was naturally received by Tuchan Hall, where Tuchan Yu was. Looking at the report about her husband in front of her, she also showed a relieved expression. Then he couldn't wait to hand the report to his sister beside him. After all, he had discussed this matter with her. After taking the report, Tuchan Nanyang looked at it carefully for a moment, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. After putting the report down, the two sisters couldn't help but smile at each other. Because this incident shows that their husbands are not weak fools. He is a responsible and wise man. It also shows that they were not wrong about the person. Oh, by the way, Bai Xinxue was unhappy because her mother Bai Shiru was not satisfied with her progress. He then brought Bai Xinxue back to Chingchio, saying that he wanted to pass on to her all the knowledge and skills he had accumulated over the years. Tell her not to be shy and just go for it if you love her. Well, it seems that the elders of Tuchan and Chingchio have quite direct ideas about love, and they should have a lot of common topics. And it is estimated that right now, Bai Xinxue's face is red and her neck is thick, with steam coming out of her head, as she listens to her mother talking about those things in the bedroom. Having said that, one day in Tuchan City, Jiang Mingyue's glorious image was successfully established in the hearts of the people of Tuchan. It is estimated that after a period of fermentation, the two Tuchan sisters will announce his identity to the entire Tuchan. Moreover, because of these rumors, Jiang Mingyue's name and appearance also appeared in front of the top leaders of various races. Because there is a high probability that the man in the portrait is the partner of the Lord of Tuchan. If you accidentally offend someone, they will just whisper in your ear. Then these races will have to face the secret suppression of a new overlord. This was unacceptable, so the leaders of those tribes immediately posted Jiang Mingyue's portrait among the tribe. Let the tribe members understand that this is one of the people that should not be provoked at the moment. This is also why Jiang Mingyue didn't encounter any blind guys looking for trouble throughout the day. Back at Tuchan Palace, Jiang Mingyue talked about what she saw and heard in Tuchan City today at the dinner table. When talking about the rumors in the city, Tuchan Yu next to him said bluntly that she did it secretly. I hope my husband doesn't hate her. Faced with this tactic of retreating to advance, Jiang Mingyue took it with a smile, then reached out and rubbed her ears. He said that he knew Tuchan Yu's good intentions and promised that he would not embarrass the two sisters. Thus, a pink and ambiguous atmosphere emerged between the three people again. This made Tuchan Yulan, who was standing by, feel jealous, and she also wanted to join in. As for the remaining little Zia, the little girl was concentrating on eating. A face that says, a person who works hard to eat, a person who has a soul for eating, anyone who eats is a superior person. Naturally, Jiang Mingyue also noticed Tuchan Yulan's expression. He remembered his wife's words, so he planned to go and talk to her alone after the event tomorrow. At night, Jiang Mingyue lay comfortably on the bed and covered herself with a small quilt. Then he was hugged by two beautiful ladies, but he was already used to it. Because I have to attend an event tomorrow, and there are no activities tonight. No words were spoken that night. Chapter 115 Maria. Day 23. In the early morning, Jiang Mingyue was awakened by her biological clock. The first thing you do when you open your eyes. Just stay in bed. There was no way, his wives were holding his arms a little tightly, and it would take some time. Only then can I pull my hands out without disturbing their rest. However, Jiang Mingwa has some experience in this matter. Soon I was able to get up carefully, change my clothes, and leave the room. Then sit quietly in the pavilion. As time passed, the two Tuchan sisters woke up from their sleep and left the room. She came and sat down next to her husband. By the way, Jiang Mingwa also mentioned the event to Xiao Zia. However, the little girl said that she had a lot of fun playing with her brother yesterday. So I won't go with you today, let alone go to school to study. Watching the time pass by, Jiang Mingwa felt very relaxed. But he was leisurely, while the other survivors were busy preparing. Because there are too many old SIXS and old coins in this defense activity. The prices of those exploration-related skills and props suddenly increased slightly. But it still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the survivors. No matter what, survivors will not easily miss the opportunity to earn cards. No matter how many problems there is always a way to solve them as long as you are willing to put in the effort. Because nothing is difficult for those who set their minds to it. Jiang Mingwa, who was also a participant, seemed somewhat contented. He just took some time to go to another world and asked Tianyu to prepare 10,000 mechanical soldiers. As time passed, 10 o'clock in the morning arrived as scheduled. Hey, it's time for survivors to have fun. Whatever you are doing, please stop immediately. Because it's time to relax. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared under Jiang Mingwa and the Tuchan sisters beside her. As a blue light flashed by, the three of them appeared in an unfamiliar place. What comes into view are dilapidated houses. Judging from the shapes of these houses, it can be roughly determined that these are places where no one lives. Before exploring, Jiang Mingwa had a thought and successfully communicated with the space tunnel. Then, groups of fully armed mechanical soldiers rushed out in front of him. Then, they quickly began to deploy defenses within a radius of 1,000 miles, with Jiang Mingwa and others as the center. We will try our best not to let in even a mosquito or earthworm anywhere in the world. After doing all this, Jiang Mingwa and the Tuchan sisters around her began to explore the village. And in front of him, a panel appeared as soon as he came in. Invasion time countdown 4:59. The target protected object is an XX. In addition, there was a golden beam of light reminding Jiang Mingwa where his protected object was. So he called the two sisters, ignored the dilapidated houses, and headed straight towards the location of the golden light column. When they arrived at their destination, they found a complete church in front of them. It can be said that it is out of tune with the dilapidated buildings around it. Just when Jiang Mingwa thought that his protection target was a building, he found that the beam of light went straight through the church. This shows that the real target he wants to protect is inside the church. If it is about protecting biological species, then it will be a bit difficult. I hope that the people we protect can speak, or at least communicate. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mingwa came to the church door and reached out to push it open. The moment the door opened, the architectural decoration full of Western style appeared in front of the group. Unlike the Tuchan sisters who were looking at the church building decorations, Jiang Mingwa's gaze instantly fell on the small figure wrapped in the golden light beam. Judging from the black and white nun's uniform and her petite back, she should be a younger girl. And the child was kneeling on the ground, making a prayer gesture to a statue whose face could not be seen clearly, as if he were a devout believer. I just don't know who the god she believes in is. Oh, now is not the time to think about this. Jiang Mingwa came to her senses and walked behind the girl, just as she was about to speak. An ethereal voice took the lead. You're here. With these words, the petite nun stood up and turned around. At this moment, Jiang Mingwa saw the appearance of the little nun. Although she is not fully grown up yet, she already has a stunning appearance. Maria? Especially those eyes, as if all the truth in the world is contained in them. Jiang Mingwa could hardly take her eyes off him. However, when he came to his senses, he squatted down and introduced himself and the Tuchan sisters behind him. In response, the little nun's eyes were always on Jiang Mingwa's face, never moving away. But when he introduced his name, the ethereal voice sounded again. Jiang Mingwa, I remember. You can call me Maria then. The name Maria sounded familiar to Jiang Mingwa, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. But he didn't care about that because the event was about to begin. Therefore, Jiang Mingwa looked at the little nun in front of her seriously and spoke. Maria, this is going to be very dangerous. You must stay close to me. Hearing this, the calm smile on Maria's face remained unchanged, and there was no panic in her eyes. As if the so-called danger was not worth mentioning. But when she heard the words, you have to stay close to me, Maria lowered her head and looked at her small body. When she raised her head, her face was filled with a bright smile. Then he stretched out his hands towards Jiang Mingwa in front of him, as if to hug her. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment. But when Jiang Mingwa saw the innocent smile on Maria's face, who was probably only 6 or 7 years old, she didn't think much about it. He picked up Maria directly and supported her little butt with his arms so that she could lean more comfortably. The feeling of holding it is very light, just like holding a bag of cotton. And under such close contact, Jiang Mingwa also smelled a faint milky scent from Maria. He didn't have time to think about the smell, because the Tuchan sisters behind him had come to his side, and when they saw the cute and well-behaved Maria in his arms, this moment captured their little hearts, and they also wanted to hug this cute child. Chapter 116, The Music of Death. But unfortunately, Maria politely rejected the intimacy of the two Tuchan sisters with a smile on her face. He still held Jiang Mingwa's neck firmly, and then sat in his arms. Faced with Maria's rejection, the two Tuchan sisters were quite disappointed. But soon, they found other solutions. Since you can't hug the baby directly, you can always touch the head and pinch the face, right? As it turned out, Maria did not reject the Tuchan sisters' intimate behavior. At this time, Jiang Mingwa and others also came and sat down on the bench nearby, and then his attention was drawn to the countdown on the panel in front of him. When the countdown reaches 0, the panel begins to change. Countdown has ended. Intruder launched successfully. After seeing this prompt, Jiang Mingwa also clicked the watch on her arm. A translucent blue map appeared in front of everyone. Those blue dots were densely packed around Jiang Mingwa and the others, providing all-round protection without any blind spots. By the way, he has no plans to open a live broadcast room because the time is not right yet. However, it would be boring to stay in the church all the time, so Jiang Mingwa turned on the transmission function. Then the image of mechanical soldiers on the front battlefield appeared in front of everyone. As the countdown ended, green figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the quiet forest south of the abandoned village. They are short, with green skin, bare upper bodies, but wearing simple cloth clothes on the lower body. It turned out to be a classic monster from Western fantasy. Goblin. Gob is one of the lucky ones this time because the supreme god summoned them. As long as it completes the god's mission, it will be able to obtain many generous rewards. Because in their kingdom, there have been such lucky cases. Even though he is just an ordinary goblin now, Goblin believes that as long as he succeeds this time, then you can become a noble goblin knight. Whether it is rights or slaves, everything is available. In addition to goblins, there are other goblins, judging from their greedy expressions. Their thoughts are no different from gobs. But it is obvious that they have encountered a tough opponent this time. Just as they were preparing to gather together and launch a skilled human wave tactic, a strange black round object was thrown among them, making a drip-drip sound. Before the goblins could react, the space where the black round object was located suddenly expanded and then contracted rapidly. In an instant, the originally mighty goblins were reduced to only those goblins around them that were not affected. Looking at the bloody meatball in the middle, the goblins were stunned. This situation made the remaining goblins who reacted terrified, and they collapsed to the ground with fear on their faces. At this time, a scene that made them defecate and urinate everywhere appeared. Suddenly, monsters wearing exaggerated metal armor appeared out of nowhere in the deserted forest. They were holding some unknown weapon, and a blue light appeared, and their companions died on the spot. It was as if the god of death had come to take their lives. The gob that was originally full of vigor and vitality now had a blank mind and could already smell a foul odor from under him. However, the mechanical soldier completely ignored it and killed it with a single shot without hesitation. The first batch of invaders was dealt with so easily. The mechanical soldiers also turned on their stealth again and returned to their posts. In the church, when the mechanical soldiers began to clear out the goblins, Jiang Mingwa reacted and covered Maria's eyes with her hands. After all, it is better for such young children to watch less bloody things, which is not conducive to their physical and mental development. Maria didn't react to this, but continued to maintain that indifferent smile. It was as if the cruel scene just now was not worth mentioning at all. This situation naturally caught the attention of the two Tuchan sisters beside him. The two sisters looked at each other because they discovered the extraordinariness of this little girl. But they didn't say anything. After all, the little nun in front of them was their target of protection this time. And after the event, everyone goes back home to their own mothers. So they quickly let down their guard and continued to be intimate with the cute little guy. Maria also saw this scene. However, after finally meeting again, she had no reason to leave. Jiang Mingwa had no idea what the two adults and one child were thinking, and her attention was now all on the screen. Because new invaders have appeared again. They are a group of tall centaurs. However, this time the centaurs did not appear in the forest, but on the plain west of the dilapidated village. Cavalry can perform best on plains. Only at this time did Jiang Mingua open the live broadcast room and lock the camera on the pop-up screen. Although Jiang Mingua rarely opens a live broadcast room now, but the moment the live broadcast room was opened, many people flocked in at once, as if it had spread. Wow, the European Emperor finally started a live broadcast. Let me absorb his European energy. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Huh? Why can't I see the European Emperor? By the way, what's going on with this first-person perspective? Holy shit. Is this a first-person shooter? Hey there, is this first-person shooter game of yours serious? For a while, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments, forcing the audience to turn off the barrages. When Jiang Mingua started the live broadcast, all the families, big and small, opened their live broadcast rooms at the same time. I want to see what level this man has reached in these days. The scene returns to the scene, and we see that the centaurs who descended into this world are very well trained. They quickly lined up together and formed a stormtrooper team. And there are at least 200 or 300 centaurs. Although they seem a little few, the momentum of their charge is no less than that of those 1,000-man cavalry. Charge! With a command, the centaurs who had been impatient for a long time took 4 steps. A charge was launched towards the dilapidated village. Moreover, during the charge, he would draw his bow and arrow, ready to shoot without hesitation as soon as he saw the enemy. But as we all know, the turning point that changed the pattern of ancient warfare was the emergence of hot weapons. As the centaurs charged, drones the size of adult cows descended from the sky. The muzzles of guns and cannons were all aimed at the herd of centaurs running towards them quickly. The next moment, gunshots and explosions rang out one after another, forming a symphony of death. Chapter 117, This Damn Sense of Security. This is a collision between fantasy and science fiction. Naturally, the science fiction side won a great victory. Those centaurs who came with such force became corpses lying on the ground under the hail of bullets. If it weren't for their decent physical fitness, the bodies of these centaurs would have been torn into pieces long ago. However, it is not very good now, as there are still scenes of broken limbs and disemboweled stomachs. Faced with this bloody scene, Jiang Mingua subconsciously blocked the view of the little nun in her arms. Again, it is not conducive to the healthy physical and mental growth of children. On the front battlefield, another wave of invaders was eliminated. Those mechanical soldiers who remain invisible also frequently appear in front of the camera. In addition, other war weapons also appeared one after another. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room realize that Jiang Mingua did not have a team of future soldiers. Instead, it has an arsenal that can produce various weapons and equipment. For a moment, feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred emerged in the hearts of these viewers. But they were helpless. After all, Jiang Mingua, who possesses these good things, is a being with extraordinary strength. It's certainly okay to think about it in your mind, but forget it if you really run up to this person and seek death. Jiang Mingua could more or less predict what these viewers were thinking. Sometimes showing off your muscles appropriately can help some people with bad intentions give up their bold ideas. This is Jiang Mingua's idea and plan. At the scene, the mechanical soldiers had already eliminated 3 waves of invaders. Whether it is flying in the sky or dug from the ground, all of them become nutrients for this earth. Jiang Mingua and others who watched the whole process felt the power and versatility of the mechanical soldiers. In the situation of soldier against soldier and general against general, these soldiers are the best soldier killers. As for high-end combat power, let's leave it to those empires. Tuchan Na had these thoughts after watching the process. Anyway, in Tuchan's current situation, there is his sister Tuchan Na, who is at the country-destroying level, SS+, and himself, who is weak, pitiful, and helpless at the city-killing level, S. Therefore, Tuchan had sufficient reasons to send only his soldiers. Alas, it's just hiding. As for Chingchio, it seems that a fox named by Xingqi took the initiative to go there. This fox Tuchan Na knows something about the situation. He is just a madman who longs for fighting. Fun. The fight was finally about to start, and there was no way she would be absent. There was no way out. Tuchan Na could only agree with the decision of this fighting maniac. Just as Tuchan Na was lost in thought, the mechanical soldiers outside cleared out 2 more groups of invaders. None of these invaders were able to break through the protection circle of the mechanical soldiers. This result made Jiang Mingua very satisfied. The previous raid ended too quickly, and we didn't get to see the true combat power of the mechanical soldiers. And judging by the number of times, there is only 1 batch left, and then the invaders will stop refreshing, and this activity will end. Because the victory conditions for the defense activity are either to persist for 2 hours or to eliminate all invaders. As long as one is achieved, settlement can be made immediately. just as Jiang Mingua and others were thinking about what race the next batch of invaders would be. But he felt a slight tremor from the ground, and it became more and more obvious. It was as if there were thousands of troops or a huge monster approaching. When I looked through the camera, I found a blue line on the horizon to the north of the village. But as the camera zoomed in, it was clear that a tsunami at least tens of meters high was heading towards here. This scene stunned the audience in the live broadcast room, because it was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated scene. However, Jiang Mingua and others who were involved were not worried at all. On the contrary, Jiang Mingua comforted Maria, who was sitting in her arms, and told her not to worry about it. Just a small scene. In response to this, the two Tuchan sisters beside him nodded in agreement. Because of this little disturbance, as long as the strength reaches the level of destroying a country, SS, it can be easily done. Hearing this, Maria, who had always had a calm smile on her face, did not show any panic in her eyes. Faced with everyone's comfort, the little nun simply nodded slightly, her expression never changing. The Tuchan sisters didn't take the little girl's strangeness seriously. Instead, he turned his attention back to the screen, wanting to see what these mechanical soldiers could do. When the mechanical soldiers discovered that the tsunami in the distance was heading towards here, they responded quickly. The mechanical soldiers opened the 3-meter-long box beside them. Quickly opening it, a large cylinder with a strange shape came into view. The shape is like an enlarged spray bottle. In reality, it's a barrier launcher. The mechanical soldiers took out the barrier launchers swiftly and placed them at the designated location. At the same time, the same scene was happening around the village. The next moment, the barrier launcher was activated, a blue light shot up into the sky, and then deflected in an arc. They all shot towards the center and gathered together in a moment. Then a blue barrier came down from above, wrapping the dilapidated village in a semicircle. And it's not over yet. The blue barrier appears again, but the protection range is smaller. 5 blue barriers appeared in succession, and the last one protected the church where Jiang Mingua and others were. For a moment, whether it was Jiang Mingua and others, or the audience in the live broadcast room, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of security. Turtle, are you so cautious? 5 protective barriers were opened directly. Jiang Mingua, who saw this scene, also sighed in her heart. Regarding this, the audience in the live broadcast room also talked about it. My goodness, this damn sense of security leaves me speechless. He's obviously very strong, but he's also quite cautious. I also want to experience the feeling of being protected by 5 layers of protective barriers. But soon, their attention returned to these protective barriers, because they wanted to know whether these barriers could withstand the flood. The tsunami moved very quickly. When the 5-layer protective barrier was established, the huge waves tens of meters high were already within reach. In an instant, the tsunami collided violently with the barrier. The huge accumulated impact force continued to pour onto these blue barriers. But these blue barriers are like reefs standing tall in the sea, colliding with the tsunami. Chapter 118 Gym. Even if cracks appeared in the blue barriers, with sufficient energy supply, almost as soon as the crack appeared, it was repaired the next moment. This cycle repeated itself over and over again, and they managed to survive this disaster that destroyed the city. This scene filled the eyes of the people from the big families in the live broadcast room with longing. It's not that they haven't seen better barriers, but they haven't seen one so convenient. Because after resisting this huge wave, it was confirmed that there would be no second tsunami. The mechanical soldiers removed the blue barrier and reinstalled the barrier launcher. Everyone wants such a movable, quickly assembled, and very strong barrier. In this regard, Jiang Mingua just felt that this barrier was good, and she didn't have any other feelings. Because his attention quickly shifted to the figure of the culprit who caused the tsunami. They are a group of blue Nagas with human upper bodies and snake lower bodies. Among the group of Nagas, you can see a female Naga holding a scepter and walking in the front. It seems that the tsunami just now was her work. Behind this leading female Naga, there are many male Nagas whose height can reach 3 meters, at least about 500 in number. They were fully armed, like an elite team, and this group of Nagas were heading straight towards here. But judging from their relaxed expressions, they probably thought the tsunami had solved most of the problems. For the rest, you just need to solve the key points yourself. Regarding this scene, Jiang Mingua simply looked at Tuchan Na beside her, and then spoke softly. Nanya, do you want to go exercise? As he spoke, he pointed to the group of Nagas on the screen. Hearing this, Tuchan Na did not hesitate. She stood up and stretched her graceful figure. This gave Jiang Mingua, who was standing beside him, a feast for the eyes. As for the live broadcast room, the camera is firmly locked on the screen. After hearing what her husband said, Tuchan Na realized that she had not been active for a while. Since my husband says so, I will be back soon. As she spoke, she took off into the air, flew out of the church gate, and flew towards the group of Nagas. Tuchan beside him didn't say anything. Although her strength has improved, she is not a person who likes fighting. So I decided to watch my sister's powerful performance on the screen. At this time, Jiang Mingua found that Maria in her arms was a little drowsy. The little head nodded slowly, and the eyes seemed like they would close at any moment. Jiang Mingua also spoke softly about this. Maria, if you're tired, just close your eyes and rest for a while. It will be over soon. After hearing his words, Maria did not insist any further. She simply put her arms around his neck and fell asleep on his shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua turned her attention back to the screen. It was also at this time that Tuchan Na came above the group of Nagas and looked down at them. And the screen's perspective is converted to that of a drone, so that you can follow Tuchan Na. The group of Nagas on the ground also noticed Tuchan Na in the sky. Then the leading Naga immediately gave the order, and the Naga warriors behind him began to charge regardless of anything. The leading Naga tapped the ground with her staff, and a stream of water dragged her into the sky. This scene naturally fell into Tuchan Nanyang's eyes, and her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. A blue fire ignited in the palm of her jade hand, and then she waved it gently. Blue flames suddenly rose from the ground and quickly surrounded the Naga warriors like wildfire. The temperature of the blue flame is so high that the air is obviously distorted due to the hot air flow. Some Naga warriors were quite stubborn. They roared, and the water that appeared out of nowhere turned into water armor, and they wanted to rush forward directly. As a result, it was cooked before it had even reached a few meters after being put into the flame. Well, literally. And it was burned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye, floating in the air. When the other Naga warriors saw this, they immediately gave up their stubbornness. Then they hoped that their high priest could destroy the enemy. But in fact, their high priest was also sweating profusely at this moment. I originally thought that the water I controlled could gain some advantage over the flames. However, this so-called 5 elements counteract each other only occurs when the strength is equal. In the face of such absolute strength, everything is empty. Tuchan Na made a gesture with her hands, and a blue flame ignited out of thin air. It also transformed into arrows made of blue flames, which flew towards the high priest like a torrential rain. The large number and wide range left the high priest with nowhere to escape. They could only grit their teeth and fight back on the spot. At the command of the high priest, the endless stream of water all rushed towards the arrow. But this resistance is futile. These water streams were evaporated before they even touched the flaming arrows. No matter how the high priest struggled, in the end he became a wisp of dust between heaven and earth, and the same fate befell the Naga warriors. Tuchan Na couldn't help but frown at the fact that the enemy in front of him was dealt with so easily. He was really weak, and the fight was over with just one move. What about exercising? Tuchan Na couldn't help but sneer, thinking that it would be better to find the gym on her husband's body. Then she went back outside the church. With the last invader being eliminated, this defense activity also came to a successful conclusion. The system's notification also appeared in front of Jiang Mingua. Detected that the survivors have eliminated all invaders. The defense activity ended ahead of schedule, and the rewards have been distributed to your backpack. Please check carefully. Available stay time, 10:00. Seeing that the event was over, Jiang Mingua closed the live broadcast room again. Because he has almost shown everything he wanted to show to the outside world, the next step is private time. Jiang Mingua and Tu Shanyu, who were sitting on the bench, also stood up and went outside the church. Then, as his mind moved, the space tunnel started again. After the mechanical soldiers finished packing, they all lined up and stepped into the space tunnel. In less than a moment, they all went back. Then Jiang Mingua's gaze fell on Maria in her arms. After all, they were about to leave, so they gently woke up the little nun. Maria, who hadn't slept much, had a sleepy expression on her face. Although it was cute, Jiang Mingua still explained the situation of their impending departure. Hearing this, Maria suddenly woke up and looked at the man in front of her. A request appeared in front of Jiang Mingua. Chapter 119. Damn, you little rubbish, you can't afford to sneak attack. Maria is willing to be your follower. Do you agree? Whether. Looking at the choices in front of her, Jiang Mingua was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Maria in front of him would be so straightforward and direct. Maria, who made this choice, always kept a faint smile on her face. It was as if a mature soul lived in that small body. In this situation, Jiang Mingua decided to put everything forward, wanting to see what his wives thought. But deep down he agreed. Although Maria looks very unusual, she is just a child of 5 or 6 years old after all. He was also worried about leaving it here. Hearing this, the two sisters looked at each other and could see the surprise on each other's faces. I just said not long ago that Maria won't be going back with us, so don't worry. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. However, Tuchan, you still asked first. Maria, tell your sister why you want to go back with us. Maria responded to this question without hesitation. Because I like my brother, I want to stay with him, isn't that okay? As she spoke, a puzzled look appeared on her cute face, and she tilted her head slightly, taking cuteness to a new level. At this moment, Tuchan Yu felt as if his heart had been hit hard. How can there be such a cute child? Looking at Tuchan Yu's expression of, I am satisfied with my life and have no regrets in death, her sister Tuchan Na twitched her lips. But she continued to ask questions. Of course, but Maria, why do you trust us so quickly? It's obviously just the first time we've met, and we haven't been together that long. Hearing this, Maria continued to respond without thinking. Well, please, sister, do I need a reason to like someone? After saying that, she stretched out her hands, wanting to give Tuchan Na a loving hug. This scene made Tuchan Na cover her mouth involuntarily, because it is undeniable that the child's personality is very much to her liking. Because she was such a person, she pushed her husband forward directly at that time. Therefore, Tuchan Na stretched out her hands, picked up Maria, and expressed her approval. Maria is right, there is no need for any reason to like someone. Looking at the little nun in front of him, he easily convinced his wife. This surprised Jang, Mingua a little. However, since no one objected, he also made Maria his follower. The next moment, Maria's panel appeared in front of him. Name Maria / Race. Strength E / Talent, Saint. Introduction 1. As a saint, you are naturally full of divine power. On the basis of the original divine power, 300% of the divine power is added. The divine power has been nourishing your body, and all attributes receive a 200% bonus. 2. As a saint, you are born to be the nemesis of all evil forces. When facing evil forces, your own attacks come with a 200% bonus of holy power, and when causing damage, 20% of the damage will be converted into real damage. 3. As a saint, you are naturally resistant to any negative influence, thereby reducing the impact of negative effects by 70%, and are immune to control, curse, poison, and other influences. 4. As a saint, your innate divine power is the best healing magic. You will get a 200% bonus when releasing healing magic, and after the treatment, the healer can also get a 30% bonus to all attributes for 30 minutes. Bloodline Analysis, a little nun full of secrets. Looking at Maria's panel in front of him, Jang Mingua couldn't help but let out a cry in his heart. Turtle. It seems that this lovely little nun is not as harmless as she appears to be. On the contrary, it looks quite important. Not only the other unknown name, but also the switchable strength shows that Maria is not simple. So, Jang Mingua looked at Maria's favorability towards her. You won't know the result until you see it, you'll be shocked. Maria's favorability and loyalty. Favorability, 100, loyalty, 100. Marianne's favorability and loyalty. Favorability, 60, loyalty, 60. Jang Mingua. After reading the favorability rating, Jang Mingua had only one question in her mind. Why did Maria's affection for him peak from the beginning? And who is this Marianne? Jang Mingua couldn't help but realize something, and then looked at Maria in Tuchan Nanyang's arms. As if noticing his gaze, Maria turned around and looked at him, then smiled faintly. Compared to the soaring difficulty of the activity caused by Jiang Mingyue's stupid operation, those survivors who are newcomers, when experiencing this activity, the number of invaders refreshed during the event is actually less than 20. Lin Haochu, who had time to participate in this activity, also overcame many difficulties along the way. Because now as the vice captain of the Order of the Rose, he can possess a set of enchanted armor and enchanted weapons. Combined with his own strength, it is enough to kill indiscriminately in this event. However, although I think so, the reality is not so. In this protection activity, Lin Haochu's protection target is also a living creature. She is a fox girl who can drive Fury crazy. Well, it's that kind of fox that stands upright and strikes an anthropomorphic pose. To be honest, when Lin Haochu knew that the target of his protection was a fox girl, he refused. However, the rewards of the event are still attractive. Therefore, during the entire activity, he also conscientiously protected his target. And it's close protection. It's the kind of close-fitting thing that you wear as a pendant, thus resulting in, "Oh, big brother, go slower. I'm about to vomit. Ugh." A rainbow gushed out of the fox girl's mouth, drawing a graceful arc. The appearance of this rainbow made Lin Haochu's pupils tremble, and he quickly relied on inertia to throw the rainbow towards the werewolf in front of him. The situation happened so suddenly that the werewolves were unable to react for a moment and felt that they were about to die. The scene fell into an eerie silence for unknown reasons. The audience in the live broadcast room were almost laughing crazy. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. There are actually hidden weapons. That's right. The bewildered expression on this werewolf's face makes me want to laugh the more I look at it. Fuck you, little piece of shit. You can't afford a sneak attack. You don't have the strength. When the werewolf reacted and smelled the indescribable smell, he fled from his companions. Chapter 120, Siege of Friendly Forces. But when those lucky ones noticed the rainbow on themselves, their minds went blank. When he saw his companions moving away from him, with undisguised fear and disgust on their faces, unspeakable anger emerged from deep within my heart. As a noble werewolf, I was insulted like this. Ouch! Ouch! Long roars to the sky were heard, and the eyes of these lucky ones turned red, their bodies swelled, and they became completely crazy. Like a madman, he rushed towards Lin Haochu with great momentum. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly in his heart. The fight was going well, and as long as we could hold on, the enemy would be the ones to die. As a result, his teammates added a layer of frenzy buff to the opponent. It is surrounded by friendly forces. At this moment, he finally understood the pitfalls of this protection activity. At this moment, Lin Haochu hoped very much that what he was protecting was a building. Instead of constantly launching sneak attacks, the mentality of both the team members and the enemy is to protect the target. Despite this, Lin Haochu still relied on his strength and equipment to deal with these crazy werewolves one by one. Then came the last wave of invaders. But Lin Haochu found that the surroundings were calm and there was no sign of any biological activity. This strange situation made him alert to the fullest. In the next moment, he developed a sixth sense honed between life and death. Lin Haochu felt the attack coming and instinctively turned around and swung his sword. When, accompanied by a crisp collision sound, a figure in black appeared out of thin air. After the attack failed, the man in black retreated directly and disappeared in front of Lin Haochu again in a short while. This made him realize that the invader this time was quite troublesome. And before he had much time to think, attacks came one after another. Although Lin Haochu was quite strong, he was unable to completely block all the attacks. Some of the attacks were blocked by the armor, while some of them landed on the fox girl. She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Ah, it hurts. I've been stabbed. This sound made Lin Haochu realize that his golden card had flown away. He turned his grief into strength and cut off the black-clad man in front of him, sword and body, with one sword. The bloody scene made the audience in the live broadcast room scream with excitement. The meaning of those comments can be summed up in one sentence. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. In fact, because of Lin Haochu's fighting style, those men in black were basically cut in half and became 2.5 Wu Tiaoku. When all these men in black died on the spot, their bodies and blood became nutrients for the land. Tuchan Hall. Jang Mingua and others returned to Tuchan. After lunch, Jang Mingua returned to the pavilion to think. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, he came to this conclusion. 2 souls in 1 body. This is the answer Jang Mingua can give. Because this situation of 2 souls in 1 body is actually not a rare thing in the records of the fantasy world. After all, there are so many worlds in the universe that things that were rare before are beginning to become commonplace. At this time, Maria, whom he had been thinking about, came to him alone. After looking into her beautiful golden eyes for a moment, Maria took the initiative to speak before Jang Mingua could say anything. I believe you also know some things about me, and you also know that there is another soul in me. Hearing this, Jang Mingua didn't say anything, but nodded slightly, indicating that she should continue. As you know, the other soul's name is Marianne. I will let her come out to see you now. As soon as he finished speaking, the little nun in front of him closed her eyes. Although her appearance did not change, her snow-white hair began to turn into a deep blue from the ends. After a while, the white hair turned blue, and when the girl opened her eyes, her amber gold pupils had turned into sapphire blue pupils. Moreover, the calm and composed temperament he had originally possessed also disappeared and was replaced by a timid feeling. That feeling that belongs to her current age appeared in the little nun. Marianne. The little girl who looks like this now looks like Marianne. So, Jang Mingua took the initiative to speak in a friendly manner. Hello, Marianne. Nice to meet you. When she heard the voice of the man in front of her, Marianne woke up as if from a dream. Hello, I am Marianne. The child behaved like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa stood up and squatted in front of Marian. Communicate with this shy child from an equal perspective. Perhaps because the starting point of her favorability was relatively high, Marian saw Jiang Mingwa walking towards her. I didn't feel too nervous about the stranger, and I had a good impression of this handsome older brother. Especially when he saw this handsome older brother squatting in front of him with a kind look on his face. Marianne's inner panic was lessened, but her face was still timid. When Jiang Mingwa saw the nervousness on the little nun's face when facing a stranger, she spoke softly. Marianne, since you and Maria are here, you have become my followers. Then I will fulfill my due responsibilities and obligations to you, my children. So, if you need anything or have any difficulties, you can come to me or go to those two fox sisters. After saying that, Jiang Mingwa tentatively reached out her hand, wanting to stroke the little nun's head. When he saw Marianne, he was not afraid or did not dodge. He then gently placed his hand on Marianne's little head and began to stroke it softly. The gentle tone soothed the tension on Marianne's face. The warm, big hand gently stroked her head, making her eyes curl up. Marianne could feel that the older brother in front of her was a gentle person. This shows that Maria did not lie, and coming back with this older brother is the best choice. Next, Jiang Mingwa took the initiative to hold Marianne's hand and led her to sit in the pavilion. Because he was a little curious about the past of Marianne and Maria. For example, doesn't she have any relatives? Why did she follow me back? Hearing this, a flash of loneliness flashed across Marianne's eyes, but when she raised her head, the little nun tried hard to put a smile on her face and began to tell her brief experience. Since childhood, Marianne has lived in an orphanage in the form of a church. Although we didn't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear there, we could still live. Chapter 121 Marianne. And because of the teachings promoted by the church, the orphans living here are encouraged to be content and happy. And let these orphans understand that they were born to serve God. So you must be particularly strict with yourself. Marianne also lived in this context for several years. They have all become well-hidden outliers in this church. Because another soul, Maria, appeared out of nowhere in the body. Maria helped Marianne maintain her true self despite the almost brainwashing living environment. Because of this situation, Maria became the person Marianne trusted the most. Because the little one has not yet discovered that Maria's ideas and guesses have been wrong. With Maria's help, Marianne also shows some value while hiding her shortcomings, and thus lives a better life. But at the age of 6, that is, today, the little guy received an invitation from God. Although Maria didn't know why she looked down on this so-called God, she did not refuse the invitation. Instead, he told Marianne that the opportunity for change was right in front of her and asked her to seize it quickly. So, Marianne was teleported into that small world. After coming to this small world, Maria took control of the body. Because this situation had happened before and Maria had explained the reason, Marianne was not nervous at all. But when he saw Maria actually throwing herself into the arms of a handsome older brother. Oh no, this is my own body. To be exact, I also have a share in this throwing myself into your arms. Thinking of this, the little girl felt a little embarrassed. If she was in control of her body, her face would have turned red long ago. However, Marianne actually didn't dislike having close contact with this older brother. Especially after Maria took the initiative to choose to come into this world with this older brother, she had no idea of resisting. After listening to Marianne's words, Jiang Mingwa nodded and reached out to stroke the little girl's head again. Marianne, you can consider this place your home. Living here, there are no rules to follow, and there are no constraints. In other words, you can do whatever you want and become whatever you want. As Jiang Mingwa spoke, her words were full of encouragement and support, but after thinking about it, she added something. But I still need to explain some premises. I don't want you to become a villain and do something harmful or destructive. Otherwise, I'll bring you back myself, and then your little but will be in tatters. Hearing this, listening to the expectations and reminders of the big brother in front of her, Marianne nodded obediently and said, I understand. I'll try my best. As he spoke, he made a gesture of encouragement to himself, and his little face was full of fighting spirit. Looking at the cute child in front of her, Jiang Mingwa couldn't help but gently pinch her chubby little face. Well, it feels good. Then he picked her up, left the pavilion, and flew into the air. Whoa, fly. Marianne, who was experiencing flying for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim. Then he looked at Jiang Mingwa with surprise and admiration. Look at this little look, which makes him feel inexplicably very happy. At this moment, Jiang Mingwa finally understood why some adults like to act powerful in front of children. Because that look, pure and full of admiration, is the best response to them. Although I want to continue to stay with the little one, I have something to take care of this afternoon. When we arrived at Tuchan Hall, we saw the two Tuchan sisters working. This explained clearly that Marianne and Maria were two souls in one. Then Marianne was introduced to the two sisters. Seeing this timid little girl who exuded a cute charm that belonged to her age, the Tuchan sisters immediately agreed. Then the little nun was sandwiched between the two foxes. Touch, cuddle, and hug her as if she were your own daughter. Seeing this, Jang Mingua also explained her next itinerary. He said he was going to talk to Tuchan Yulan about some things. Hearing this, Tuchan Yu also knew what was going on, so he told him. She had already made arrangements and just needed to let Jiang Mingwei go to where Tuchan Yulan lived. She was waiting for him there. So Jiang Mingwei made a gesture of receipt and turned to leave Tuchan Yulan's residence. Tuchan Yulan was feeling uneasy at the moment because her sister Tuchan Yu told her, Jiang Mingwei, the man she has been thinking about, will chat with her alone this afternoon. Happiness came so suddenly that she didn't know what to do for a moment. I had to use all the preparations I could think of. Now she has prepared the best tea and some snacks, and is sitting in a chair waiting quietly. To be honest, when I found out that my sister and her sister were already in a relationship with my benefactor, Tuchan Yulan was disheartened, because she didn't have the confidence to compete with these two beautiful women for a man. Originally, she planned to be a quiet sister-in-law. Her sworn sister Tuchan Yu told herself that if she still had feelings for her benefactor, she should be prepared this afternoon. After hearing these words, Tuchan Yulan felt what it meant to see the light at the end of the tunnel. When she knew that her sister wanted to share her kindness, she felt extremely happy. Now Tuchan Yulan's eyes would occasionally glance at the door. I want to see that familiar figure. When her gaze reached the door again, she saw a figure standing there, along with those words. Yulan, can I come in? This voice made Tuchan Yulan wake up from a dream, and she quickly stood up and responded. Of course, please come in, sir. To be honest, this was Jiang Mingyue's first time stepping into a woman's boudoir. Although he wanted to look around, he felt it was impolite. So he walked over to Tuchan Yulan without looking around and sat down. Seeing the person she had been thinking about coming to her side, Tuchan Yulan also started to get nervous. However, she still poured a cup of tea for the person in front of her in an orderly manner. After doing all this, Tuchan Yulan sat back in her seat. Then, the atmosphere fell into an eerie calm, because the two of them didn't know what topic to start with. There was another moment of silence. So Jiang Mingwei thought that as a man, he should take the initiative to speak. Chapter 122, Only Children Make Choices. As an adult, I want them all. Your sister should have explained to you the purpose of my coming here. Hearing this, Tuchan Yulan nodded slightly and uttered a soft hmm. Then her little face began to blush. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwei continued to guide. Now that you know, I wonder what you think. Can you tell me? After hearing this, Tuchan Yulan was silent for a moment before slowly responding. The Tuchan clan values gratitude above all else, and your benefactor should be aware of this. So after being saved by my benefactor, I've been looking for opportunities to repay him. But before I knew it, I discovered that my benefactor was actually quite powerful. Although I don't know the specific situation, I know that after the benefactor came to Tuchan, everything in Tuchan has been getting better. These are changes that can be seen with the naked eye. It also made me realize that this favor can't be easily repaid. Having said this, Tuchan Yulan's expression became gloomy. For the Tuchan clan, it is a shameful thing to be unable to repay a favor. Then, she continued to tell the story. She said that she also thought about marrying him, but he discovered that there were already two peerless beauties accompanying his benefactor. These two were still beings that she believed she could never surpass, which made her feel very frustrated. Having said this, the furry golden fox carrot behind her also drooped. However, this feeling of frustration only flashed across Tuchan Yulan's face for a moment, and then she seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the man in front of her seriously. But my sister told me that if I wanted to fight for it, they would make room for me. So, I don't want to give up, and I don't want to miss this opportunity. So, my benefactor, are you willing to accept me? The last words were filled with tension and anticipation, as well as a small plea. After Tuchan Yulan finished speaking, she took the initiative to hold Jiang Mingyue's hand and looked at him expectantly. But the man's behavior in front of her was beyond her expectations. Jiang Mingyue's expression remained unchanged, but her other hand had already reached her chin and gently lifted it. Then, under Tuchan Yulan's surprised gaze, his handsome face came closer and closer. Then I felt a soft sensation on my lips. This feeling didn't last long, and soon the man in front of him withdrew it. Tuchan Yulan, realizing that her first kiss was accepted by the man in front of her, quickly blushed visibly. A puff of white smoke came out directly from above her head. Various emotions including shyness, confusion, happiness, and bewilderment came over me. Jiang Mingua, who did this bold act, remained calm and collected. It seems that he was more or less affected by the carnivorous nature of his two foxes. A ruthless person doesn't talk much and will directly demonstrate his decision through actions. Only children make choices. As an adult, I want them all. Even so, it also made Tuchan Yulan's brain stop thinking.exe. She is a fox girl who can only say ABA ABA. But the slightly trembling ears on her head and the tail shaking behind her fully demonstrated the owner's inner joy. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue's claws, which were full of sin, also fell on Tuchan Yulan's furry golden fox radish. Then he stroked it gently. The attack on her sensitive part restarted Tuchan Yulan's brain, which had stopped thinking. But when she came to her senses, she found that she had come into the arms of her lover without knowing when. Moreover, the tingling sensation coming from her tail made her unable to help but cry out. Although her sensitive parts were attacked, Tuchan Yulan couldn't hate it at all. On the contrary, she hoped that Jiang Mingyue would continue to touch her. At this moment, her heart was filled with sweetness. Because whether it's kissing or stroking his tail now, all of them express his feelings. Thinking of this, Tuchan Yulan couldn't help but put her arms around the waist of the person in front of her, and her little head fell on his shoulder. Feel the scent of your loved one filling your nose. The feeling was indescribable, and she couldn't help herself. But that tingling sensation was like an electric current that kept sliding through my body. Her body was limp, and she had no strength at all. She could only continue to snuggle up to the man in front of her with peace of mind. However, as time passed, Tuchan Yulan felt that a strange switch had been turned on. My eyes started to become blurry, my whole body felt hot, and my breathing became rapid. Obviously, the fox blood in Tuchan Yulan's body also began to take effect. She spoke charmingly into Jiang Mingyue's ear. My benefactor, Yulan feels like she's become really strange to. Hearing this, feeling the warm breeze blowing past her ears, Jiang Mingyue instinctively stopped feeling the furry claws. Then he held Tuchan Yulan's shoulders with both hands and gently pushed her away. Only at this time could Jiang Mingyue see the situation of the woman in front of her. How can I put it? I looked at Tuchan Yulan in front of me, who had a very emotional and willing expression. This made Jiang Mingyue realize that she seemed to have gone a little too far. Just when he was stunned, Tuchan Yulan stood up very proactively, leaned over her little head, and gave him her innocent kiss. Then the little hands began to become restless. Seeing this, facing the initiative of the contemptuous kiss, Jiang Mingyue no longer had any reason to hesitate. After the madness, the room fell into calm. The room, which originally carried the fragrance of a woman, was now filled with a strange smell. However, the two people on the bed didn't care about this at all. At this moment, Tuchan Yulan's face had a slight blush, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was full of sweetness. Because she, like her sisters, was married to the young master. Oh, that's not right. You can't call him young master anymore. You should call him husband. Thinking of this, Tuchan Yulan couldn't help but reveal a smile of victory on her face. And he continued to sigh in his heart, thinking that he was worthy of being himself. It is better to strike first and do it directly. All the arguing is fake. Only what you eat is real. Tuchan Yulan, who was in a very good mood, also rubbed her husband's shoulder. At this time, Jiang Mingyue's voice also came. Yulan, you can stay in my courtyard at night. It's closer. This way, you don't have to go back and forth every day, and you can go to the academy with Xiaozia. Okay. Chapter 123 Randy Chamber of Commerce. Hearing the man in front of her taking away her virginity, Tuchan Yulan did not refuse his request. She let out a soft hum and then snuggled up to him. After getting the consent, Jiang Mingyue didn't say anything else, but lay quietly on the bed. Only when he heard the sound of steady breathing did he try to get up. As a result, he found that most of Tuchan Yulan's body was hanging on him. If I move a little bit, I will wake her up. There was no choice. Jiang Mingyue chose to wait quietly for her to wake up. But before that, he needed to explain the situation here to Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang. After turning on the sound transmission skill, Jiang Mingyue's voice also rang in the minds of the two Tuchan sisters. He then explained the whole process, but skipped over the cough. When they heard that their husbands had captured Tuchan Yulan, Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanya both breathed a sigh of relief. It was like this was something they were very happy to see happen. This is because having one more Tuchan Yulan is equivalent to having one more person to share the burden. This way, at least I won't faint every time. Thinking of this, the Tuchan sisters couldn't help but reveal expressions of extreme shame. Because according to their Tuchan clan's ideas, it is a very shameful thing for a couple to have one party fail to satisfy the other. If you tell others about it, you will be laughed at. There is no other way to cover up this embarrassing thing. The two Tuchan sisters could only seek more rescues so that they could share the burden. Now the results have begun to show. They already have a new sister, and she is someone they are familiar with. It's a happy occasion for everyone. Therefore, after hearing that her husband wanted Tuchan Yulan to live in his yard, the Tuchan sisters agreed without hesitation and immediately sent someone to clean up a house. Then just asked Jang Mingua to bring Tuchan Yulan over directly in the evening. After responding with okay, Jang Mingua stopped transmitting the message. He turned around and quietly gazed at the beautiful woman sleeping in front of him. Little did he know, a purple figure flashed past the window. Landy Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. In the original world, the Randy Chamber of Commerce was a super chamber of commerce that could span the entire world. It can be said that in the original world, the Landy Chamber of Commerce became the entity with the most wealth. To describe this Chamber of Commerce as wealthy enough to rival a country is an insult to it. But with the great changes in heaven and earth, the world fell apart and then reassembled. The headquarters of the Randy Chamber of Commerce also came to a new world. That the Landy Chamber of Commerce, which had a reputation throughout the continent, lost its reputation. They also lost the most powerful weapon for businessmen. In this completely unfamiliar world, all races and countries were wary of each other at first. Therefore, it can be said that the Landy Chamber of Commerce encountered obstacles everywhere at the beginning. The reasons are either that the currency is not in circulation, or that the trading parties do not value the goods provided, or do not know what they are used for. However, as time passed, the people of the Randy Chamber of Commerce relied on their eloquent eloquence, their own strength, and the excellence of their products. Successfully established branches and markets in the 5 major empires. But that's all there is to it, because the threats from the forces of the Abyss continue to come. This plunged the continent into a state of war. As merchants, the Landy Chamber of Commerce naturally wanted to make a fortune from the war. Of course, it's just a thought. Because the time for the world to be reorganized is only a dozen years. Within this period of time, there are many chambers of commerce and empires that want to promote their own currencies and gain dominance. Then they failed because the pressure and resistance they faced were too great, and they ended up with nothing. The currencies promoted by those empires could only circulate within their own countries. Therefore, for so long, the countries in this world still maintain the barter form of transactions. But even so, the Landy Chamber of Commerce is still trying to unify the currency of the entire continent. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. However, the Landy Chamber of Commerce continues to work hard. At this time, an airship was flying in the sky thousands of meters above the ground. And the flying speed is quite fast, about 80 miles per hour, as fast as a car. The airship appears to be 30 meters long, 12 meters wide, and 7 meters high. There is also a symbol embroidered in the place of the sail. This symbol has a blue background and 2 arms clasped together in the middle. And above this arm, there is a gold coin pattern. This is the logo of the Landy Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the Landy Chamber of Commerce is heading towards a new overlord-level force, Tuchan. It's not that other weak countries are not worthy of their attention. But in this world situation, making friends with a powerful country is always a good way out. By the way, the so-called hegemonic forces are just a reference to those forces that possess the power to destroy a country. Because if a country has the power to destroy a country, it can basically have a place in this vast world. Regarding the existence of this strength, the Landy Chamber of Commerce naturally also has it, and it is also the source of their foothold in this world. By the way, at this moment on this airship, there was a beautiful figure lying on the fence beside the ship. Her delicate face was filled with boredom, and she gazed at the earth below in the sky. She was wearing a tight outfit that showed off her curvy figure, and her black ponytail was fluttering in the wind. At this time, a handsome man came over and bowed to the woman before speaking. "Sixth Miss, judging from the distance, it will take about 2 days for the caravan to reach Tuchan." Hearing this, the woman called Sixth Miss sighed helplessly. She had to live such a boring life for 2 more days. "It's really unbearable. I clearly didn't want to come out, but my dad told me to come out and broaden my horizons." Hey, I was puzzled. Wouldn't I be able to gain experience in those empires as well? And I wouldn't have to travel so far. Why travel so far on your own? Isn't it just a force that has the power to destroy a country? There are several chambers of commerce with such strength. At this time, the 6th Miss kept complaining in her mind, and her little mouth couldn't help but pout. Anyone could see that the 6th Miss was unhappy. In response, the man spoke again and comforted her. "Miss Six, just treat this as a short trip and relax in Tuchan. Leave the rest to us." Chapter 124, The Founding Empress. After hearing these words, The expression on the face of the sixth young lady, named Yun Qingqin, became much better. After all, in her understanding, even if a force becomes a hegemonic force, it is still a remote and poor place. This was not just her so-called conjecture, but the conclusion she came to after personally visiting several emerging hegemonic forces. It was completely different from the several empires she had been in. That's why Yun Qingqin was very reluctant to go. Perhaps my father was right when he said that I was not suitable for business. Because she doesn't like the hardship of starting from scratch, but prefers to go one step further based on the existing foundation and then enjoy it happily. Therefore, when Yun Qingqin thought about going to such a remote and poor place, her face was full of unhappiness again. This scene made the man next to him feel helpless. The man's name is Yu Jiaoyang, and he has worked at the Landy Chamber of Commerce for several years. And through his own efforts and abilities, he has climbed to his current position as expatriate manager. Normally speaking, he had the highest status among those who went to Tuchan this time. But now there is a sixth miss, which means that a manager has appeared above his head. Alas, I feel helpless just thinking about it. Although he thought so, Yu Jiaoyang still had a smile on his face. After all, this Chamber of Commerce is run by her family. What can a mere worker like her say? I can only hope that this little ancestor will not do anything to embarrass him in the Chamber of Commerce when he is in Tuchan. Because this trip to Tuchan, in addition to the mission of the Chamber of Commerce, there is also intelligence provided by outside families. I want him to make friends with the survivor in Tuchan. Yu Jiaoyang was also well aware of the famous name Jiang Mingua, because this young man made the fantasy world sound announcements for him twice in less than a month. Not only is he very lucky, but he is also very powerful. I heard that he killed 100 people with the power to destroy a country with just one sword. Turtle, you have to know that these are not 100 pigs. The combined strength of these 100 people who can destroy a country is enough to flatten the world. Therefore, Yu Jiaoyang was also feeling nervous and expectant. I thought if I could gain the friendship of Jiang Mingua. Wow, I can walk sideways no matter whether I am in the outside world or in this world. When he thought of this, Yu Jiaoyang couldn't help but reveal a longing expression on his face. I imagine how awesome I must have been at that time. Tuchan Palace. Time quickly came to the afternoon. Jiang Mingua also stayed in Tuchan Yulan's boudoir until she woke up from her sleep. Then he packed his things into the storage ring and came to the yard where he lived. Looking at the room in front of her that belonged to her alone, Tuchan Yulan smiled from the bottom of her heart. It's not about being happy about having a new room, but about being happy that I can see the one I love when I open my eyes every morning. Thinking of this, Tuchan Yulan couldn't help but hug Jiang Mingua beside her and rubbed her. At this time, the Tuchan sisters and Su Hanjun also came back from get-off work. And we also saw Xiao Zia and Marian, one big and one small, coming back hand in hand, looking very happy. It seems that the two little guys have become friends. In response to this, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but smile with relief, because he was still a little worried that Marianne would not be able to fit in here. At dinner time, Marianne had never eaten so many delicious foods before, and she was so full that she didn't even realize it. With a bulging belly, he kept walking back and forth to promote digestion, with a little Ziya following him. Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Nanyang looked happy and mysterious as they pulled Tuchan Yulan away. It was unknown what they were talking about. So, before they knew it, only Jiang Mingua and Su Hanjun were left. Then the atmosphere became awkward for some reason. But for Jiang Mingua, as long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. At this moment, Su Hanjuan's tentative voice sounded. Young master, have you taken your relationship with Tuchan Yulan any further? The voice was getting closer and closer, and by the end of it, Su Hanjun had come and sat down next to Jiang Mingua. Her eyes and tone were full of inquiry. Because to her, Tuchan Yulan was already filled with the scent of the man in front of her. Although she already had the answer in her heart, Su Hanjun still wanted to hear it from the man in front of her. Jiang Mingua had no intention of hiding this, but admitted it openly. Although he was mentally prepared, Su Hanjun still felt a sense of powerlessness and decadence in his heart. And what comes with it is a deep sense of urgency. Jiang Mingua, who was standing aside, kept his eyes on Su Hanjuan's little face after giving his answer. When he saw her ever-changing expression, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Then the claws began to become restless, and when Su Hanjun was silent, they fell on her black fox carrot. Gently began to caress. As Jiang Mingua caressed him gently, the silent Su Hanjun also felt the familiar tingling sensation. Although it was not the first time, she still couldn't help but let out a cry. Her body softened and she leaned habitually into the arms of the man in front of her. Then he stared at the playboy in front of him with his eyes full of resentment, but did not resist. Jiang Mingua ignored the look and continued to speak softly into her furry ear. Your unhappy reaction, can I take it that way? You, the founding empress of the Yusid dynasty, do you have any feelings for a commoner like me? As he spoke, his claws were still gently stroking Su Hanjuan's fox carrot. Feeling the warm breeze from my ears and the tingling sensation from my tail, coupled with the teasing words, she felt a little dizzy. But soon, Su Hanjun realized that the man in front of her was bullying her. Although she felt inexplicably happy, she felt that she couldn't go on like this. So he endured the weakness of his body and forced himself to support himself. Seeing this, although Jiang Mingua didn't know what she wanted to do, she still lent a hand to help Su Hanjun up. Then I saw the next scene. Su Hanjun, who was originally in the state of a little girl, raised her head, took a deep breath, fixed her eyes, and then returned to the majestic state of the founding empress. She stared at the man in front of her with sharp eyes, and then the corners of her mouth curled up. With that majestic temperament, the situation was reversed in an instant. Chapter 125, I Am the Portal. Su Hanjun went straight ahead, grabbed Jiang Mingyue's collar, and pulled him in front of her. The domineering words followed. My beloved Jiang, you are so naughty. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue was like the empress's little wife. How to say it? Looking at Su Hanjun, who suddenly became tough in front of him, he felt no fluctuation in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. Because although Su Hanjun looks majestic and awe-inspiring now, he exudes the aura of a king. But the blush on her face broke the atmosphere. Just when Jiang Mingyue was thinking about whether to cooperate with her, Su Hanjun couldn't bear it anymore. Because their faces are too close. It can be said that as long as she wanted, she could kiss this handsome face by moving forward a few centimeters. And when watching from such a close distance, Su Hanjun found that the man in front of her had extremely good skin. There are no flaws no matter how you look at it. I really want to have a bite. This thought suddenly appeared in Su Hanjuan's mind, and the next moment the tail behind her began to shake rapidly. Because I'm so excited. His face became redder at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the kingly aura on his body was gradually weakening. Seeing this, a hint of wanting to play a prank flashed in Jiang Mingyue's eyes. He just grabbed Su Hanjuan's hand, and then fell down. Before Su Hanjun could react, she was pulled down and fell on Jiang Mingyue's chest. At this moment, she also heard the surging heartbeat, which made her stand there in a daze, maintaining this posture. Even when she reacted, she quickly supported herself. But he found himself sitting on Jiang Mingyue, with his hands on both sides of his head. This posture seemed as if she was planning something bad towards the man in front of her. Then the majestic aura on Su Hanjun disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by visible panic. I wanted to stand up quickly, but found that my body was too weak to use any strength. Woo woo woo. This made Su Hanjun utter a sad cry. If someone came over, she would be dead. All I can say is that the probability of the thing you least want to happen will become inexplicably high. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside the door. Su Hanjun was startled and tried to stand up again. This time she succeeded, and then left through the back door as if she was escaping. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue also stood up with a smile on her face. Although he didn't know why, he felt inexplicably happy when bullying the fox. At this time, the owner of the voice also came to the room. They were Xiao Zia and Marian. Brother, I want to sleep with Marianne. As she spoke, Xiao Zia raised the little hand that she was holding with Marian. I have no objection. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but come to the two little ones, then smiled and stretched out her hand to gently stroke their little heads. I'm very happy to see that you have such a good relationship. Since you want to sleep together, how about living together? After hearing Jiang Mingyue's proposal, Xiao Zia couldn't help but raise her hand to show her agreement. Okay, just do as my brother says. Looking at the two little ones who have such a good relationship, Jiang Mingyue felt a lot more relaxed. Then, in the surprised eyes of the two little girls, he picked them up directly. Holding one in each hand, he walked towards the yard. Faced with this situation, the two little girls became a little excited. Along the way, Jiang Mingyue was also infected by the childlike laughter. When they arrived at the room, they were put down. Watching the two little girls return to the room, Jiang Mingyue also came to the familiar pavilion. It's not late yet. It's not time to rest. What's more, there is a gold card that I haven't opened yet, so this matter cannot be delayed. So Jiang Mingyue took out the golden card from her backpack and clicked it to use it without hesitation. Accompanied by a golden light, the random golden card turned into a golden skill card. Seeing that it was a skill card, he did not hesitate to click and use it. Once again accompanied by a golden light, the information on the card appeared in front of him. Skills active. Name: I am the portal. Effect 1. You can select a target location to build a portal. The distance of the portal depends on the power injected by the owner. 2. Each time a portal is used, it consumes energy. This energy can be input by the builder or by using energy-containing ores. 3. The constructed portal can be destroyed and rebuilt at any time by the builder. Number of portal pairs that can be constructed, 0 out of 10. Simply put, 2 portals form a pair. Analysis. I carry a portal with me, so my mother no longer has to worry about me not being able to go home for dinner. After reading the introduction on the skill card, Jiang Mingua clicked to learn without hesitation. Because in his opinion, this skill was tailor-made for him. After all, he himself didn't know how much energy he had in his body. So in a sense, the distance this portal can transmit is unlimited. So in order to experiment and find out the truth, Jiang Mingua also directly used her skills. The next moment, he felt a mysterious feeling enveloping him. Then I found that my vision was rising rapidly, as if my soul was leaving my body. It also becomes a perspective of looking from the sky to the ground, and can be zoomed in and out. Now Jiang Mingua also saw her own body. This novel scene and feeling made him a little addicted. But he quickly recovered and began to try to see how far he could build the portal. Recalling the world map he had seen, Jiang Mingua began to move north. The speed of perspective movement can be fast or slow. When it is fast, it takes less than 10 minutes to go around the entire world. When walking slowly, there is no difference from the way ordinary people walk. Well, the point is not here, but after experiments, Jiang Mingua discovered that he can build a portal in any corner of this world. This means that you can go wherever you want. Even if he is an ordinary person, he can feel the strategic significance of this. A powerful army can be quickly transported around the world, and the impact it can have on the war situation is immeasurable. Jiang Mingua couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Turtle." However, the next thing Jiang Mingua could think of was, this portal skill will be of great use when sending out the troops tomorrow. Chapter 126 Stand Still. After understanding this, Jiang Mingua couldn't wait to come to the Tuchan sisters' room. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a scene full of spring inside. Tuchan Yu, Tuchan Na, and Tuchan Yulan were only wearing belly bands. And in front of them, there are many amazing and fabric-saving clothes. When they saw that it was their husbands coming in, they who had subconsciously covered their private parts suddenly relaxed. After all, some things have already been seen clearly, and it would seem a bit strange to hide them anymore. When she saw her husband, Tuchan Na put down the clothes in her hands, walked up to him, and spoke curiously. "Husband, why did you push the door open like this? Is there something urgent?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingua, who had been attracted by those incredible costumes, came to her senses and responded, "Because there is something important I need to explain to you." When he saw that the girl's attention was on him, Jiang Mingua then truthfully told everyone that she could build portals to all parts of the world. After hearing these shocking words, the girls were stunned. Because in their knowledge, they have never seen or heard of anyone who can do these things. Even the divine teleportation talisman, that the talisman master painstakingly crafted, could only teleport within a radius of 100 miles. Now her husband told her that he now has the ability to build a portal anywhere in the world. This could not but surprise them and shock their worldview. But Tuchan Yu, who had been the master of Tuchan for more than 10 years, quickly came to her senses. She came to her husband with an excited look on her face and spoke excitedly. "In that case, I won't bother asking the Demon King's court for help and wasting a lot of resources trying to get the coordinates of the teleportation array. And we don't have to be at the mercy of others, and we don't have to worry about people trying to trip us up from behind." After saying that, Tuchan Yu gave her husband a big hug with excitement. After hearing her story, Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yulan beside her also understood the current situation. So they stretched out their little hands and clapped to celebrate. Because this is indeed good news. As for whether they would doubt Jiang Mingua's words, they had never thought about it because they trusted him very much. At this time, Tuchan Yu knelt down, and this action immediately drew Jiang Mingua's attention to her. Day 24, 7:30. It was a new day again, and Jiang Mingua was woken up by her biological clock. I instinctively wanted to stretch, but found that I couldn't move. He lowered his head and found that he was surrounded from all sides. Especially on the chest, there is a Tuchan Yulan sleeping soundly. There was no other choice but to get out of bed like going through 5 levels and killing 6 generals. As soon as I arrived at the pavilion and sat down, I heard light footsteps behind me. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a little girl with beautiful golden pupils. "Good morning, Maria." In response to this greeting, Maria smiled and waved. "Good morning." After responding, she came to Jiang Mingua, stretched out her 2 little hands, and looked at him with a sweet smile. He understood the meaning of this move. Then he picked up the cute little girl, placed her gently on his lap, and spoke with a smile. Maria, do you usually get up so early? You know, it's beneficial for children to get enough sleep to grow physically. Maria kept a faint smile on her face as she listened to the instructions of the man in front of her. Although he didn't answer, he nodded slightly, agreeing with Jang Mingua's statement. At this moment, Jang Mingua felt that the small body in front of her was filled with a mature soul. But before he could think about it, Maria's voice rang out. Big brother, do you think I'm cute now? Hearing this, Jang Mingua's attention also turned to the clothes the little girl was wearing. This made him subconsciously start to look around. The little girl in front of me looked like a porcelain doll. She was wearing a light pink nightgown with low-key yet noble embroidery. Combined with the little girl's snow-white long hair and golden pupils, it adds a touch of nobility to her current cuteness. Especially the small and delicate jade feet exposed outside, making people want to play with them gently. Therefore, Jang Mingua followed her heart very much. Yeah, Maria is cute. As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Maria's little head. Feeling a warm big hand appear on her head, the little girl couldn't help but rub it like a little animal. This looks even cuter. Especially when she received Jang Mingua's praise, a slight blush appeared on Maria's little face. The whole look made Jang Mingua want to get close to this cute child. So he picked up Maria and put his arm around her little face. Then I couldn't help but think to myself, if he has a child in the future, he hopes it will be a girl. Because based on my 18 years of experience as a boy, I feel that being a boy is really tiring. Therefore, he hopes that his future child will be a lovely girl. My thoughts couldn't help but drift thousands of miles away. Maria, sitting in his arms, also silently stared at the man in front of her who was obviously in a trance. But she had no intention of interrupting, because Maria noticed someone coming out of the room. They are Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na. Because the matter of the portal was urgent, even though they fainted again yesterday, they woke up early. And judging from their rosy faces, they have gained a lot of benefits. This is indeed the case, because there are no measures in place. All of them are real guns and live ammunition. Now the Tuchan sisters can clearly feel that their physical fitness is gradually improving. This is a good phenomenon. It also gives them more energy to deal with Tuchan's affairs. When they saw their husbands, they could hardly walk. I want to stick to my husband and let him touch my tail. Chapter 127 Caught by the Tail of Fate. Well, when they were thinking this, they had already arrived beside Jang Mingua. Then they all hugged his arms in unison, and their tails behind them kept shaking. It feels good. After a while, the two foxes showed satisfied expressions on their faces, and then the two sisters said goodbye to their husbands hand in hand. Because there is still a lot to do. After this, the race, which had been more or less prepared, suddenly received an order from the Lord of Tuchan. It is said that the dispatch of troops to the front line has to be postponed to 3 days due to special reasons. He also said that the Lord of Tuchan promised them that they would be able to go directly to the front line through the portal in 3 days. And the place they were heading to was a brand new city that was extremely strong and safe. At the end of the message, Tuchan also unilaterally guaranteed that this city was unilaterally provided by Tuchan. No resources are required from other races. After reading all this information, the leaders of those races did not react at all. After all, for them, delaying it for 3 days would save them more than half a month of travel time, and they would not need to pay for the construction of the city themselves. Why not do such a good thing? However, we still have to pretend to do so on the surface. So Tuchan Yu received a number of replies from the leaders of those tribes. They said compliments like, always abide by the organization's arrangements, whatever the adults say is what it is, etc. In response, Tuchan Yu frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. As for the fence-sitters, she has a way to make them completely loyal to Tuchan. Before this, the two sisters couldn't wait to return to their husbands. Because the next step is to determine the location of the portal. Looking at the two foxes in front of him with expectant expressions, Jang Mingua also smiled. He reached out and pinched their little faces before activating his skill. The next moment, the feeling of his vision suddenly rising appeared again, and then he moved quickly according to the position provided by Tuchan Yu. Because when Tuchan Yu announced that Tuchan and the surrounding tribes were going to send troops to the front line, he soon received information from the Demon Royal Court. The message first expressed recognition to Tuchan and other ethnic groups, as well as their approval of the decision to send troops. Then he changed the subject and asked them to immediately send troops to the location designated by the Demon King's court. If you fail to arrive within a month, you will have to wait for the royal court to settle accounts after the war. Tuchan Yu hesitated at such an impolite order, because no one knew when this war would end. Besides, Tuchan is no longer the same as before and is in a safe rear area. How could the Demon King Court on the front line always cause trouble for Tuchan? Not to mention that it is also a question whether the Demon Royal Court can still exist after the war. And by that time, what had Tuchan become? Tuchan Yu couldn't estimate this. But after much deliberation, she decided to proceed with the plan. After all, Tuchan Yu still understood the principle of lips and teeth are cold. Although she knew that her husband was very powerful, in this atmosphere of faith in the strong, it was not conducive to Tuchan being passed down through the ages. What's more, she also knew that her husband didn't like to show up in public. Having said that, based on the information provided by Tuchan Yu and with the assistance of Tian Yu, Jiang Mingua found the designated location accurately. From the god's perspective, this is a fallen city. While it is in ruins, it also contains various monsters that have been corroded by the power of the abyss. Not only that, Jiang Mingua discovered that this city was some distance away from the front line of the Demon Royal Court. This distance, if it were a special cavalry, would require a forced march of 2 days and 2 nights. You can imagine the distance. Although he had never been to the battlefield, Jiang Mingua was not a fool. He could see that the Demon King Court wanted to use them as cannon fodder. If you don't have strong strength, you can't fight alone in deep battles like this. Then this kind of behavior is either seeking death or on the way to death. At this moment, Jiang Mingua's impression of the Demon Royal Court suddenly became much worse. But soon, he felt fortunate that his existence had saved the people of Tuchan from this ordeal. Because of his existence, the 2 foxes in his home don't have to worry about losing their tail hair. Oh no, there are 3 now. Then, with a thought, a portal appeared in the center of the abandoned city. Then Jiang Mingua's gaze returned to her body, feeling the power draining away from her body. At this time, he also found a portal in front of him that was 12 meters high and 5 meters wide, with strange runes carved on it. In the center of the portal, a faint but opaque light curtain was emerging. Seeing this, the 2 foxes on the side became eager to go and see what was happening on the other side. In response, Jiang Mingua caught them without hesitation and explained the situation on the other side clearly. We need to clean it up before we can get through. After he finished speaking, he thought about it, and the transmission tunnel opened, and a steady stream of mechanical soldiers walked out of it. They were fully armed and rushed towards the portal without hesitation. The 2 foxes, whose fate had caught their tails, could only stand there obediently and snuggle up to their husbands. On the other side of the portal, because of the sudden appearance of the portal, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters, and they cautiously came to the portal. Before he could figure out what was going on, a group of tough guys suddenly rushed out of the portal. Without hesitation, he stuffed the muzzle of the gun into the mouths of these monsters. As the delicate sound of the kinetic gun rang out, the monsters fell to the ground. All of a sudden, a cleanup began. These mechanical soldiers have now become the death gods of monsters, no matter how powerful the monsters are. Due to the gap in strength and technology, they all feel resentful towards the northwest. On the other side of the portal, Jiang Mingua and others were waiting quietly. At this time, a blue figure walked out of the space tunnel. It's Helena. At this time, she was wearing a black combat uniform and holding her own weapon, a sniper rifle that could kill an A+ level enemy with 1 shot. When she saw Jiang Mingua, she came to him excitedly and saluted. Hello, Commander. Helena reports to you. As he spoke, he also greeted Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na in front of him. In response, Jiang Mingua and others waved their hands and said a few words. However, when Helena saw the 2 foxes in front of her having such close contact with her commander, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Chapter 128 Red Flame, Crystal Lion. This fleeting look of envy naturally could not escape the attention of the 2 Tuchan sisters, who were also women. They realized that this beautiful girl seemed to have feelings for her husband as well. While lamenting her husband's great luck and love, she also felt that they had good taste. While not misjudging the person, he also took the initiative to strike first. However, in order to avoid fainting at night, they need more sisters to share the burden. So, the Tuchan sisters came to Helena, then reached out and held her hand, and walked towards the portal together with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua felt that it was about time and did not stop them, but followed them. Accompanied by a strange feeling of floating, when I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at the fallen city. At this time, explosions and faint gunshots could be heard everywhere, mixed with the wailing of monsters. At this time, Tuchan Yu also began to look at the situation of the city. With the noisy sounds around her, she also came to a conclusion. Then there is no hope, let's rebuild. Because not only are there only ruins left in this city, but the magic arrays have also been completely destroyed. The resources spent on repairing it are higher than rearranging a magic circle. It would be better to overturn everything and start over. What's more, Tuchan Na highly recognizes Tianyo's infrastructure capabilities. After all, she saw that small steel can turn into a prosperous steel city. So Tuchan Na explained her thoughts clearly to her husband. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua also looked at her watch. At this time, the watch started to project Tianyo's shadow. Of course, Miss Tuchan, everything you said is not a problem. After hearing this, Tuchan Na nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's get started. But before that, I hope you can give me a blueprint of the city. It would be best if it were a fortress-type city. After hearing these requests, Tian Yu added another sentence. Then Ms. Tuchan, do you need mobility? These words made Tuchan Yu stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and agreed to Tianyo's proposal. After all, this is the city they built themselves, and it is impossible for them to give it up when the time comes. If you have the ability to move, moving directly back to Tuchan is also a good choice. After getting confirmation, Tian Yu began to plan the entire city. At this time, in order to save some energy for the portal, Jiang Mingua put the space tunnel away again and placed it here. The next moment, a large truck at least 9 meters long drove out of the space tunnel, and a device similar to a cannon barrel can be seen on the car, and then the big truck sped away. This scene also attracted the attention of Jiang Mingua and others. At this time, Tianyo's introduction voice also came. This device can release the optical barrier, thus achieving physical invisibility. With this device, we can wrap this place up and hide it. That way, we don't have to worry about being noticed by the enemy and being harassed one after another. Hearing that Tian Yu had made all the arrangements in an orderly manner, Jiang Mingua gave him a thumbs up in approval. Seeing this, Tianyo's tone became a little excited. Thank you for your recognition, Commander. Seeing this, the Tuchan sisters on the side did not say anything, but took off into the air and began to help clean up the monsters. Because the cleanup is faster, construction can be arranged immediately. At this time, the big truck also arrived at the designated location, accompanied by the sound of mechanical activity. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and when it reached a certain height, it spread out in all directions like a blooming flower, and then drooped down. In a short while, the entire abandoned city was wrapped up. If you look from the outside, what was originally an abandoned city here is now just an endless plain. This made the brainless monster stunned. Huh, we're such a big city. How come it's gone? Just as these monsters were standing there in a daze, all the monsters in the abandoned city were cleared out. After confirming the various options provided by Tian Yu, Tuchan Na made a final decision after some selection. Then, a huge amount of construction machinery came out of the space tunnel continuously. The first step is to flatten all the ruins. Then, on this basis, the corresponding facilities began to be built, followed by the city walls. The entire process, until the city is completed, will take about 2 days. After hearing Tianyo's report, Tuchan Na couldn't help but sigh. Building a war fortress in 2 days is a speed that was unimaginable even in the previous world. Well, when the time comes, I will treat this war fortress as a magic weapon passed down from my ancestors. I believe that those guys in the Demon Royal Court should know the meaning of this. The capital of the Demon Clan's royal court, the Demon Emperor's capital. The Demon King's court is a dynasty composed of several powerful demon tribes. Attracted by the strength of these powerful demon tribes, many demon tribes have joined in one after another. This allowed the Demon Royal Court to gain further power, but it was only on par with those empires. Therefore, the Demon Royal Court very much hopes that more demons will join them. But unfortunately, except for some weak demon tribes, the other demon tribes that have established their own territory have no interest in this so-called Demon Royal Court. Therefore, they all adopted a wait-and-see attitude towards the invitation from the Demon King's court, or rejected it in a friendly manner. Tuchan was one of those who were friendly rejected. Therefore, when they knew that this force, which did not give any face to the royal court, was going to send troops to the front line. After the high-ranking officials of the Demon Royal Court learned of this situation, they immediately said that they were all demons. Let Tuchan and other forces send troops to the front line of the Demon Clan's royal court. And they maliciously arranged the army's garrison even farther away from the first front line. While using it as cannon fodder, it is also a good helper to attract attention. At that time, the Demon Royal Court will plan to withdraw the battle line back to the first line. In this way, the armies of these forces can be said to have died a worthy death. The Red Flame Crystal Lion is one of the 5 major demon tribes that form the Demon Royal Court. They are born geniuses in using demon fire. A powerful race was created with a single flame. It is said that the flames of those powerful red flame crystal lions are able to burn the enemy's soul. This is quite fatal. For a cultivator whose soul is burned out, it is no different from complete death. Therefore, the status of the Red Flame Crystal Lion clan ranks second among the 5 major demon clans. Chapter 129, Ice Mysterious Cold Eagle. At this moment, the young master of the Red Flame Crystal Lion, Wu Buochao, a man with golden hair and a crazy look, was enjoying himself in his own mansion. Enjoy being fed by the beautiful maid beside you. Then sit on a chair made of precious carved Nanmu wood and listen quietly to the report. Young master, other demon tribes have announced their departure for the front lines one after another. Among them, the only ones with relatively strong strength are Tuchan, Chingchio, and the demonic kingdom. According to the king's orders, Tuchan and Chingchio will head to the already occupied Qingshan city, while the demon kingdom will head to the first line of defense. While listening to his subordinates' reports, Wu Buochao's voice suddenly rang out. I heard that the ruler of Chingchio is a beautiful woman, right? After hearing these words, the subordinate immediately realized something and responded quickly. Yes, young master. The Chingchio king is named by Shuru. He is a powerful warrior with the strength of a city. And some time ago, the lord of Chingchio also announced that he had become a vassal of Tuchan. The subordinate's next words did not attract Wu Buochao's attention. Because his attention was drawn to the name, Bai Shuru, he couldn't help muttering to himself. Bai Shuru, it's a good name, but I don't know if it lives up to the person who wears it. Really is so gentle to. Having said that, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. As a man with the spirit of Chao Zhe, the best thing for him is this mature woman. Because in his opinion, this type of woman knows how to treat someone gently. To be rough, pat her butt, and she will know to change positions. Instead, if it was a young girl, she would just look at herself with a confused look and tears in her eyes. Thinking of this, Wu Buochao couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the evil fire in his heart. At this time, the subordinate silently shut his mouth after hearing his young master mumbling. Because he also knew his master's XP, some things were not suitable to be said. The subordinates who paid no attention to this thought, because Wu Buochao never concealed his desire in this regard. However, when he heard that Bai Shuru was a city-level strongman, he still frowned slightly. It's not that there are no such people in the clan, but in the current situation, every strong man with city-level strength is a precious fighting force. The king also ordered that no one should make enemies with strong people of this level at will. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also pull strong people of this level into your own forces. Thinking of this, the expression on Wu Buochao's face began to become weird. Name, Wu Buochao. Race, Scarlet Flame Crystal Lion. Strength, B+. Talent, Red Flame. Introduction 1. You are a natural flame user. Your fire spells increase damage by 100% and release cost is reduced by 30%. 2. Because of the awakening of your bloodline, your flames can increase the true damage by an additional 10% in your attacks. Bloodline, Scarlet Flame Crystal Lion, Initial Awakening. Bonus 1, Demonic Strength, increase by 100%, Physical Strength, increase by 50%. Demon Emperor Capital, Imperial Palace. The Demon King of the Demon King Court is the strongest of this era. It is also the first of the 5 major races in the royal court, the Ice Mysterious Cold Eagle. This race is good at playing with ice, compared to the Red Flame Crystal Lion, which can burn the flame of the soul. The ice released by the Ice Profound Cold Eagle is even more exaggerated, because the current Demon King has reached a new height, and the ice he releases can freeze time and space for a short period of time. You have to know that the power that touches the 2 attributes of time and space is either awesome or very awesome. And this Demon King is already able to do this, although the duration is estimated to be less than 5 seconds. But for a being at the level of the Demon King, it is enough to deal with the enemy in various ways. Speaking of which, at this moment the Demon King was listening to other people's reports under the cover of a curtain. This curtain not only prevents others from seeing the face of the Demon King with the naked eye, but even their spiritual consciousness cannot penetrate it. Your Majesty, judging by the time, the people from Tuchan should have sent their troops on their way here. But we haven't received any news about the opening of the portal from Tuchan. It seems that they rejected our proposal and decided to spend more than half a month heading to the front line. Hearing this, there was no response from behind the curtain, and the subordinate had already quieted down, because there were some things he could not decide. Keeping quiet is your best choice. After a while, a very cool and lazy voice came from behind the curtain. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Tuchan disagrees. As long as they can get to their destination within a month and do what they are supposed to do, That's all that matters. How is the preparation on the front line now? After hearing the Demon King's question, the subordinate immediately spoke up and said, because of the sudden attack by the Abyss slaves some time ago, the first line of defense was lost, and all the warriors of the royal court retreated to the second line of defense. Now, according to the Demon King's orders, the warriors are ready and poised to go. Always obey the orders of the Demon King and return all the humiliation of the past period to those Abyss slaves. Although at the end, the courage of the subordinates became somewhat impassioned. But after he finished speaking, there was still no response from behind the curtain, and only one sentence was heard after a while. Back off. Upon hearing this, the subordinate responded respectfully and turned away without hesitation. When the subordinates left the palace, the gate would automatically close. The already quiet palace suddenly fell into complete silence. After a while, the curtain was pulled open by the people inside, revealing the situation inside clearly. The person who opened the curtain was a woman wearing a palace guard's uniform, with black hair, a heroic look, and good looks. She looked around the palace, said nothing, and just turned back to look at her master. A woman wearing yellow imperial robes, with a cold and imperial aura, was sitting on a large chair. She has light blue hair like 1,000-year-old ice, and pupils like icy souls. It feels like no adjectives used to describe beauty can accurately describe her face. Women who have served the Empress since childhood cannot help but be amazed even if they have seen her many times. However, the guard named Nu Shuang quickly recovered and called out, Your Majesty, we have finished discussing this matter. It is time to return to our senses. These words of calling finally brought the woman back. She raised her head as if waking from a dream, looked at her most trusted friend with a confused look, and said softly, Nu Shuang, has the matter been resolved? Refer to Chapter 130 Chuhanjun. Seeing his master like this, Nu Shuang was no longer surprised and continued to speak in a coaxing tone. Yes, Your Majesty, the work is done. Let's return to the palace. Hearing this, the woman nodded slightly, then subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to take off the crown on her head. Seeing this, Nu Shuang immediately stepped forward and helped his master gently take off the crown. Then move it aside and put it in the place where it is usually saved. When he turned around, he saw his master wearing the imperial robe and lying on the wide chair. He closed his eyes immediately, and a steady breathing sound was heard. Seeing this scene, Nu Shuang hurried forward and lightly tapped the imperial robe on the woman. The next moment, De seemed to come alive, and with the help of Nu Shuang, flew to the clothes rack nearby. Then, he carefully took off the jewelry on the woman's head and put it in a normal box. After doing all this, Nu Shuang gently picked up his master and brought him to the inner room of the palace. After gently placing the woman on the bed and covering her with the quilt, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her helpless expression at this moment was also mixed with the worry and doting of an old mother on her silly daughter. Although the age difference between the two is not much, it is not surprising that she has this mentality. Because of the Demon King's performance, Nu Shuang had no choice but to raise her as his daughter. This super genius is from the Ice Profound Cold Eagle, a race ranked first among the 5 major races in the royal court. His name is Chuhanjun. She has shown quite exaggerated talent since she was a child, and is also able to freeze time and space. But, despite having such talent, she is a naive and lazy person who is only interested in cultivation. It can be said that since childhood, Chuhanjun's eating, living, dressing, and bathing all fell on Nu Shuang's shoulders. Originally, Nu Shuang thought that if he followed such a talented young master, he would definitely be successful in the future. So he took care of her wholeheartedly and loyally, helping his young master solve many of her life troubles. Then, the feelings of the slave towards his master changed and became the feelings of mother towards her child. Nu Shuang, who had this idea at first, stopped it immediately, but gradually she succumbed to her feelings. After all, this is how she and her master have been getting along over the years. Even when his master became the Demon King of the Demon Clan's royal court, his character remained unchanged. He has no interest in anyone other than himself and her, and ignores everyone. There was no other way. In addition to the above-mentioned food and daily life, Nu Shuang had a new responsibility added to his shoulders. Assist the Demon King to handle important matters in the Demon King's court. At first, Nu Shuang refused. She had no identity and no experience, so how could she help? But facing his master's pitiful, pleading expression and eyes, it was as if he was saying, I don't know who to trust except you. Facing such a lovely expression and such high trust from his master, Nu Shuang immediately performed a I'm seriously injured and fell to the ground trick for his master. Then he didn't refuse and simply agreed. So, Nu Shuang started living a wonderful life of staying up late every day. But hard work pays off. She went from knowing nothing at the beginning to being equally knowledgeable and finally being able to make overall plans. This is a story of hard work. Convinced. Name: Chuhan Jun. Race: Ice Eagle. Strength: SSS, World Destruction Level. Talent: Absolute 0. Introduction 1. You are a natural ruler of ice. Your ice spells increase damage by 400%, consume 70% less magic power, and reduce the damage you receive from ice spells by 90%. 2. Controlling the temperature is an easy thing for you. The current lower limit of the temperature is minus 260 degrees Celsius. 3. At absolute 0, time and space will be frozen. This process lasts for 4.5 seconds, and the affected area is within a radius of 100 miles centered on the body. Bloodline: Ice Holy Eagle Awakened. Bonus 1. Demonic power increased by 400%. Physical strength increased by 200%. Bonus 2. Adds a territory effect. When the enemy is in your territory, its movement speed will be reduced by 150%, and the recovery effect of its demonic power / magic power / spiritual power will be reduced by 50%. Bonus 3. Adds the ice effect, and the enemy within your area will be completely frozen over time. Qingshan City. The once dead Qingshan City has now regained its vitality, with construction machinery working everywhere. It's all very vibrant. Zhang Mingua and others who saw this scene nodded in satisfaction. Now they are looking forward to seeing what this abandoned city will look like in 2 days. Although they had seen the completed city model at Tianyo's place, they still wanted to see the complete version. But after all, there is no rush. After asking Tianyu to pay attention to the surrounding monsters and abyss slaves, Zhang Mingua took the 2 Tuchan sisters back to Tuchan. As for Helena, she also followed Zhang Mingua and her group. The Tuchan sisters also showed their kindness towards Helena, who has a high probability of becoming their sister. She specifically said that they had things to do and asked Helena to stay with her husband. In response to this reward-like order, Helena immediately said that she would work hard. Then he followed Zhang Mingua like a follower. It was not until Zhang Mingua returned to the courtyard where she had always lived that she saw the little girl who had turned into Marian, writing something on the stone table in the pavilion. So he walked over quietly with a curious look on his face, and Helena behind him also slowed down her steps when she saw this. A moment later, Zhang Mingua came behind Marian and saw what the little girl was writing. "Are you practicing calligraphy?" This scene made him feel surprised, but he also felt that Marianne was old enough to go to school. He planned to wait until his wife had time to tell her about his idea of sending Marianne to school. After all, children's education cannot be slow. While Zhang Mingua was thinking, Marianne also stopped the brush in her hand and looked at the crooked words in front of her. She gave an awkward yet polite smile, but also felt somewhat accomplished. The little girl thought this was a good start. After all, when I was in church, I used to write and draw on the dirt with tree branches. Now that I have paper and pen, I will be able to write beautiful characters sooner or later. Just as Marian was imagining the future, a pair of big hands suddenly picked up the paper in front of her from behind. This made the little girl turn around quickly to find out who it was, and she saw Zhang Mingua looking at the written paper with a curious look on her face. Chapter 131: The Coin Carrying the Family's Fortune. This scene froze the panic on Marianne's face and was replaced by an indescribable sense of shame. The feeling of shame surged into the little girl's heart, causing her face to turn red instantly, and she stammered, "Brother, brother, don't look, don't look." As he said this, he stretched out his little hand to take it back, but because of his height, he couldn't reach it at all. On the other side, Zhang Mingua saw the very immature font in front of her. His expression remained unchanged, still maintaining a faint smile, and then he spoke. "Marianne, is this your first time using a brush?" Hearing this, Marianne nodded shyly, confirming Zhang Mingua's words. What she didn't expect was that what followed was a barrage of praise. Zhang Mingua put the paper down, then picked up Marianne with a happy look on her face. "You're so young, and this is your first time holding a brush, but you can write like this. It's amazing." Hearing the praise from the person in front of her, Marianne couldn't help but let out a hee sound, and the shyness on her face disappeared, replaced by the joy of being praised. After praising her, Zhang Mingua changed the subject and wanted to know what the little girl thought about the school. "By the way, Marianne, do you want to go to the academy with Xiao Zia?" Hearing this, Marianne was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. He clenched his fists, placed them on his chest, and nodded seriously. "Yeah, Marianne wants to go to the academy with Zia. Marianne wants to learn more." Looking at the studious little girl in her arms, Zhang Mingua smiled with relief. Then he promised that he would arrange it and let Marianne go to school tomorrow. After receiving the promise, Marianne couldn't help but start fantasizing about her days in school. It was also at this time that the little girl noticed Helena behind Jang Mingua, so she spoke curiously. Brother, who is this sister? While questioning, Marianne was also observing this older sister. When the little girl saw her long blue hair and blue eyes that were almost exactly the same as hers, she opened her mouth in surprise. When Helena noticed Marianne's gaze and words, she also greeted her in a friendly manner. Hello, Marianne. My name is Helena. Helena paused, then glanced at the face that had not grown up and continued with a smile. Your beautiful blue hair and eyes are very pretty. Marianne was happy to receive the compliment from her elder sister and responded with a compliment. Big sister too. The big and the small smiled at each other. Seeing this, Jang Mingua suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he asked Helena to stand beside him. Hearing this, although Helena didn't understand what the commander wanted to do, she still listened and did as he said. At this time, Jang Mingua turned on the camera function of her watch. After confirming the position, there was a click sound. A photo of the three of them appeared on the translucent screen. The man in the photo showed a gentle smile, while the woman next to him and the girl in his arms had some confusion on their faces. At this time, Helena also reacted. Looking at the photo of a family of three in front of her, she was filled with thoughts. Then, a faint blush began to appear on her originally calm little face, and her eyes kept turning to the commander beside her. Thinking inwardly, is the commander hinting at me? Should I accept it, or accept it, or accept it? Woo woo woo. Not knowing what the people around her were thinking, Jang Mingua took a look at the photo in front of her, nodded with satisfaction, and clicked save. So in the following time, Jang Mingua took Marianne and Helena to meet familiar people for a new round of photo shoots. The reason is simple, just to record the beautiful life. The three Tuchan sisters, in particular, after seeing that the watch had this function, expressed their desire to get one for themselves as well. Jang Mingua did not refuse and said that she would give it to them in the evening. As for Marianne's going to school, it has been completed with Tuchan Na's guarantee. As time passed, a day passed. Day 25. Early in the morning, after everyone parted, Tuchan Na returned to Tuchan Hall to handle official business. His sister Tuchan Na came to the abandoned city through the portal, wanting to personally confirm the progress and clean up the monsters passing by. Speaking of abandoned cities, Tuchan Na couldn't help but think about what name to give to this newly built city. But she quickly ended this thought because there was an urgent matter before her. That is, a merchant group called Landy Chamber of Commerce is coming to Tuchan. He said he wanted to make friends and start trade. Tuchan Na knew about this situation because of the information sent by the Landy Chamber of Commerce in advance. Opening up trade is a good thing that benefits the country and the people, and she will not refuse it. Moreover, after she knew that the Landy Chamber of Commerce was coming, she had a very bold idea in her heart. That is to make currency from Tuchan and then spread it through the Landy Chamber of Commerce, so as to gain the dominant position. Thinking of this, Tuchan Na's mind moved, and a crystal-clear, emerald-green coin with a diameter of 5 centimeters appeared in her hand. On one side of the coin is a carving of a nine-tailed fox, and on the other side are the words Tuchan. The raw material of this coin is a medium-grade spirit stone, and only with the assistance of formation masters and sculptors can this coin, which is enough to carry the fortune of an entire clan, be created. And with the help of the universal printer, this currency can be mass-produced. However, Tuchan Na always felt that this currency was just missing the final step and could not get over that unknown hurdle. It feels like this currency is not recognized. This made Tuchan Na feel a little helpless, and the brown fox radish also hung down on the mat. This scene made Jang Mingua, who followed her to Tuchan Hall, stop combing her hands and speak curiously. What's wrong, my lady? Are you having any troubles? Upon hearing this, Tuchan Na lay back and fell into her husband's arms. Then she handed the currency in her hand to her husband for him to look at. So Jang Mingua took the currency from her hand, looked at it, and spoke curiously. This is a coin? When did you get it, ma'am? Are you planning to promote this type of currency around Tuchan? Facing a series of questions from her husband, Tuchan Na explained in an orderly manner. She said that the coin had been arranged to be produced a week ago. It was just released some time ago. Chapter 132, Myriad Worlds Coin. But unfortunately, this coin is now a defective product and cannot achieve the effect that Tuchan Na wants. As for the second question, she said, if it can be accomplished, promoting it around Tuchan is only the first step. One day, she will promote Tuchan's currency to the whole world. When he said this, Tuchan Na's tone became more motivated. The little hand clenched into a fist and waved in the air, as if to express his lofty ambitions, and as if to cheer himself up. Or both. Listening to this, Jiang Mingyue's attention was always on the coins in front of her, and she continued to speak curiously. What's the name of this coin? Could it be the literal meaning of the coin, Tuchan? Hearing this, Tuchan replied casually. How about this? This way, anyone who uses this coin will immediately think of us, Tuchan. This will build our reputation while also rallying the people's hearts. Why not? After saying that, she began to move her body and found a comfortable position in her husband's arms to snuggle up. Hearing these words, Jiang Mingua helplessly stroked his wife's ears and began to guide her. Do you just want to spread Tuchan coin to the whole world? You must know that the heavens and myriad worlds exist. Don't you want to spread this coin throughout the universe? As she spoke, Jiang Mingua hugged Tuchan and put her face against her little face. Then he placed the coin in front of her again. After listening to Jun's words and looking at the coins in front of him, Tuchan realized that he had been too narrow-minded. I am still thinking about the whole world, but my husband has already started thinking about the universe. Thinking of this, she looked at her man with admiration. Noticing his wife's admiring gaze, Jiang Mingua just smiled slightly and continued speaking. By then, the name Tuchan coin won't be enough to support the overall situation. So, we need to change to a name that is both appropriate and nice-sounding. Hearing this, Tuchan didn't say anything, but just stared at him with burning eyes, waiting for the name he said. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mingua looked at the coins in his hand seriously and blurted out. Since it is destined to spread throughout the universe, why not name it Myriad Worlds Coin? As the three words, Wanjie Coin, fell, the sky in Tuchan suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, and purple lightning was surging in it. Then, golden light appeared in the dark clouds, and a golden eye of God appeared. His gaze did not change in the slightest, without the slightest emotion. Along with the appearance of this eye, a majesty that seemed to come from heaven appeared out of nowhere, causing all the races that noticed this situation to paralyze themselves on the ground in fear. This also allowed the powerful people in this world who were able to observe this situation to focus all their attention in the direction of Tuchan. Jiang Mingua and Tuchan, the parties involved, also came to Tuchan at this time and looked at the eye in the sky. He didn't know what had happened to cause this situation. At this time, the trembling voice of Tuchan beside him sounded. Heavenly Tao, the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Hearing this name, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but be shocked, because he knew this Eye of Heaven. This so-called Eye of Heaven can also be called the will of the planet, or Gaia. He is the absolute ruler of this world and planet, and his status is quite high. So the question is, why did he appear? Because of the abyss? Just when Jiang Mingua was puzzled, the gaze of the Eye of Heaven had already fallen on him. The gaze, which originally had no emotion, showed a hint of friendliness when it came to Jiang Mingua. And in the next moment, Jiang Mingua suddenly felt that the coins in his hand were being pulled by a force. This power comes from the sky. Seeing this, he became curious and let go of the coins in his hand. With the pull of force, the coin flew into the sky. This scene also attracted other powerful people. They were very curious about what could attract this Eye of Heaven. This shocking scene also left the audience in Lin Yunyen's live broadcast room stunned. Because this scene is not something you can see casually, some people may never see it in their entire life. However, they were mostly confused. Jiang Mingua, who was unaware of this situation, was still staring at the coin in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the coin rose to a certain level and then stopped in midair. The next moment, golden divine thunder fell from the sky and continuously struck the coin. When the coins were continuously struck by the golden divine thunder, Tuchan, the Lord of Tuchan, could feel it clearly. Tuchan's fortune actually changed with the hammering of this coin. Although it feels like the luck has become less, it has become more refined. Although Tuchan's luck had barely reached the level of transforming into a dragon before, now after being hammered by the golden divine thunder, he has a vague tendency to transform into a dragon. Tuchan was stunned by this great opportunity that he received out of nowhere and was unable to react for a while. You have to know that when heaven and earth are reorganized, the luck of each race is shattered from the very beginning, and how much luck can be left depends entirely on the strength of the race. Tuchan, which lost its powerful fighting force Tuchan Na at the very beginning, will not have to start over again, but it will not be much better either. Therefore, Tuchan was stunned when he got this opportunity inexplicably. But what happened next surprised her even more. I saw that in a place where the divine sense could not sense, the coin was baptized by the golden divine thunder. Not only did it not crack or even break, on the contrary, The originally ordinary coin now had countless wonderful runes flowing on its surface. Not only that, the place where the word Tuchan was originally carved has now been replaced by Wanjia. When the golden divine thunder stopped striking, a voice appeared as if coming from the sky. This coin is called Wanjia and is blessed and recognized by the heavenly Tao. Only the words that spread throughout the world remained, and the eye of heaven gradually disappeared. The originally dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to its original clear sky. Jiang Mingua, the person involved, was also staring blankly at the coins floating in front of her. Chapter 133, Heavenly Recognition and Blessing. Looking at the crystal clear coin in front of him, with flowing light and the word 10,000 worlds engraved on it. This made Jiang Mingua's mind go blank. I just gave this coin a name. How come it was recognized and blessed by heaven the next moment? Could it be that this is my fault? At this moment, Jiang Mingua's mind was full of thoughts. As soon as he came to this other world, he inexplicably possessed extremely powerful strength in his body. Besides his talents, everything else on his personal panel was full of question marks. And there is also the luck that can be called against the will of heaven. And what is happening now? Who am I? Why do you have these? In my heart, all the questions that I had deliberately ignored suddenly came to my mind. Jiang Mingua stared blankly at the coins in her hand. Now he couldn't give himself a reasonable answer. At this moment, Tuchan Na on the side also came to his senses and remembered what had just happened. An excited expression immediately appeared on her face, and then she couldn't wait to give her husband a big hug. Husband, the Myriad Worlds coin you just named has been approved by the Heavenly Tao. At this time, Tuchan Na and Su Hanjun, who received the message, also arrived at the scene. Just now, because of the pressure, they were unable to come to the scene. So when they arrived, they started asking the two people what had just happened and whether they were injured. Seeing the visitors, Tuchan Na shared his joy with the two of them. This left the two of them confused. Sir, just because you name a coin, will it be recognized and blessed by heaven? This situation made the two of them look like, we don't understand, but we're shocked, to Fox's version. But in their excitement, the three women also noticed the confusion on Jiang Mingua's face. The joy in her heart suddenly disappeared by half, and she hurried to his side and whispered softly, My husband, what's wrong with you? Can you tell me? Yes, my husband. Why do you look so depressed? As they spoke, the two Tuchan sisters habitually occupied Jiang Mingua's side. This left Su Hanjun with no choice but to come up to him, then reach out her jade hand to pull up his sleeve and speak worriedly. Sir, if you have something on your mind, we can be a quiet listener. These words brought Jiang Mingua back to her senses. The moment my eyes focused, I saw their undisguised expressions of worry. It made him feel a little warm inside. Yes, what's there to worry about who you are? As long as I am with them, it doesn't matter who I am. Besides, he is not the lonely person he used to be. Now he has his own harbor in his heart. He won't be confused anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but hug Tuchan Na and Tuchan Na in her arms. Of course, Su Hanjun did not isolate her, but gave her a hug alone. This intimate treatment made her face blush immediately. She was a little envious when she saw the Tuchan sisters being hugged, but she didn't expect that she would also be one of them. While feeling shy, I also felt happy inside. As the atmosphere improved, everyone's attention shifted to the Wanjia coin in Jiang Mingua's hand. However, although they wanted to take a closer look, what had just happened was too shocking. Many powerful people from other races thought that a magical treasure had appeared in Tuchan, and they were rushing here one after another. Feeling the powerful aura approaching from all directions, Tuchan Na and Tuchan Na looked at each other, and the former nodded. Then he took off into the air and arrived at Mount 2. The next moment, the aura of power at the level of destroying a nation, SS+, was released without reservation. This kind of pressure, which was only one step away from reaching the level of world destruction, made those strong men who were only at the city level, stop in their tracks. Because the information revealed by this breath is that someone is approaching for no reason. Kill without mercy. Faced with this news, many strong people followed their hearts and ran away without hesitation. Although divine objects are wonderful, you also need a life to enjoy them. They don't want to die just by trying. However, some strong men from some races did not leave, but looked around from outside the warning atmosphere, wanting to know the situation inside. The last few are the ones who established an alliance with Tuchan and then joined the strong ones from the alliance races. When they came in front of Tuchan Na and Tuchan Na, they saluted respectfully. Seeing this, Tuchan Na took the initiative to step forward, took the Wanjia coin handed over by her husband, showed it to them, and began to introduce it. I believe you all saw everything that just happened very clearly. Just as you thought, that's right. We in Tuchan already have a currency recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Its name is 10,000 Worlds Coin. As soon as these words were spoken, the strong men from these races couldn't help but gasp. You should know that this is not the currency made by your own country, but the real currency blessed by God. At this time, a cat tribe leader took the initiative to speak. Excuse me, Lord Alliance leader. Is there anything special about this 10,000 Worlds coin? Tuchan Na was a little stuck on this question because the owner of the coin was not her. As a result, she didn't know what was special about this coin. However, Jang Mingua, who inexplicably became the owner of the coin, told his wife through voice transmission. Let her tell the truth. Props gold. Name, Wanjia coin. Introduction, a coin recognized and blessed by heaven. Effect, 1. Carrying of luck. The coin is the carrier of luck. The wider the scope of circulation of the coin, the more feedback of luck it will receive. Chi luck is bound to Tuchan. 2. Mother coin and subcoin. This coin is a mother coin and can split into 100,000 subcoins every day. If it is nurtured with spirit stones, the upper limit can be increased to 1 million. Note, this coin cannot be copied, destroyed, or engraved on any foreign object. 3. Nurturing of spiritual power, magic power. Mana the Wanjia coin has the ability to automatically absorb, including but not limited to spiritual power, and the owner can absorb the spiritual power in the coin. After absorption, the coins will not be destroyed, but will take some time to be reabsorbed. 4. Heaven's blessing. The holder's luck will be blessed. Analysis. Turtle, HXD, you actually created a currency. Although it was an introduction, generally speaking, Tuchan Na only mentioned the third and fourth functions of Wanjia coin. Because the first two are Tuchan's top secrets and cannot be told to anyone. After listening to Tuchan Na's introduction, the clan leaders of those tribes also showed envy and desire in their eyes. After all, who wouldn't want this blessed coin? If they could have it, then their race would be able to reach new heights. Chapter 134 for our future. But in the end, it's just a thought. After all, it's the truth that a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Those of them who are clan leaders naturally understand. If there is no strong power to guard this sacred object, it will eventually bring disaster to one's own race. You must know that the news that the sacred object is in Tuchan cannot be concealed from those powerful empires. So should these races make plans early? Should I choose to protect myself or believe that Tuchan can survive this disaster? Tuchan Na also realized this at this time, but her expression did not change. She just left a sentence. No one can say for sure until that time comes. Then she left with her husband and sisters. Seeing this, the patriarchs of those tribes looked at each other, but they all left together tacitly. At this time, there was an airship parked in the sky less than 10 miles away from Tuchan. Everyone on the ship was standing in the cargo hold, looking confused. Because what happened just now was too shocking. Yunyen, the sixth lady of the Landy Chamber of Commerce, also stood there in a daze, unable to react for a while. Although she considers herself a businessman's daughter, she has seen all kinds of big scenes. But this time, she really hadn't seen it. I could only speak in a stuttering tone. Old you, did you see that scene just now? Yu Jiaoyang, who was standing beside him, nodded blankly and spoke softly. Sixth miss, I saw it. And if I'm not mistaken, that one is heading to Tuchan. When the word Tuchan was mentioned, their eyes immediately turned to each other. Before he could say anything, a terrifying pressure came from the direction of Tuchan. The people on the airship suddenly felt their hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. That kind of pressure is at the level of destroying a country and is only one step away from destroying the world. This means that the intelligence they had previously obtained about Tuchan was extremely inaccurate, or that the other party hid it too well. But that's not the important point now. Yu Jiaoyang immediately spoke seriously. Sixth miss, we are heading to Tuchan next. Please put away your temper. Leave the rest of the business exchanges to me. As long as we can obtain a large amount of Wanjia coins from Tuchan and establish friendly trade relations, not only I, but also you will be more important in the eyes of the president. Don't you want to see this happen? As he spoke, Yu Jiaoyang's tone became more passionate, and his eyes were full of longing. After hearing these words, Yunyen was undeniably moved. As long as her weight in her father's heart increases, then she can compete for the position of president, right? So, Yunyen nodded, then crossed her arms and said in a soft voice, Okay, as you say, I'll give you the initiative in this trade. I hope you'll perform well. For our future. After saying that, she took the initiative to extend her hand to Yu Jiaoyang. Yu Jiaoyang, who has been working hard for several years, can also see the meaning of this action. It's just that the sixth miss wants to pull him into her camp. But this also means that the sixth miss wants to compete for the position of president. And now Miss Six doesn't have anyone around her. As long as she chooses to join, she will really succeed. Your status will naturally rise, and you will become a true veteran. This way, it will be faster than continuing to work hard on the business. Although there are risks, the moment you become a businessman, risks will always be with you. So, after thinking it through, Yu Jiaoyang held Yun Qingqin's little hand and spoke seriously. For our future. As for where his confidence comes from, this confidence is obtained from the 10,000 worlds coin recognized by Heaven's Way. You should know that every empire has its own internal currency system, but none of them has ever been recognized by Heaven's Way like this. And now Tuchon's Wanjie coin has been recognized. That means that the main currency of this world in the future will definitely be this Wanjie coin. As long as they seize this opportunity and become the first person to spread the entire currency, endless benefits will be waiting for them in the future. At this time, there was a lot of discussion in Yu Jiaoyang's live broadcast room. Oh my god, is that the legendary Eye of Heaven? I've never seen such a thing before. XDM, I came here from another live broadcast room. The currency called Wanjie coin is owned by Tuchan. Tuchan? Is that where that European emperor is? Then it's okay. Indeed, it's a pity that European emperor didn't do a live broadcast, otherwise we could have a first-person perspective. Tuchan Hall. After this, Tuchan Yu did not choose to hide the existence of the 10,000 worlds coin, but chose to inform Tuchan and the surrounding races first. Let them spread the existence of Wanjie coin. Of course, this inevitably pushed Tuchan to the forefront. However, Tuchan Yu is now fearless. This confidence is partly because her husband controls the entire world and serves as Tuchan's retreat. The other part is the military force of his own family. Although Tuchan Yu had never seen the strength displayed by Jiang Mingua, he knew something about it from his sister Tuchan Na. Easily cure the tree of life and indirectly eliminate the mastermind behind the incident. You can imagine how powerful your husband is. In this way, Tuchan Yu is now full of confidence, both in terms of retreat and frontal strength. The main point is belief. After returning to Tuchan Hall, Tuchan Yu took Jiang Mingua to the secret place of Tuchan. As soon as the heavy stone door was opened, what came into view was the mountain of spiritual stones and the extremely rich spiritual energy that hit me in the face. One sniff of it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Husband, please put the money here. Listening to Tuchan Yu's words, Jiang Mingua nodded, and then placed the Wanjie coin in his hand in the middle of the pile of spirit stones. The next moment, a large number of subcoins were copied. It's gurgling, just like a waterfall. To be honest, watching the money increase continuously made everyone present feel that their mentality had undergone subtle changes. It's like a strange feeling of being poor for 8 lifetimes, and then finally becoming rich. Shaking his head to get rid of this strange feeling, Jiang Mingua walked over and picked up a coin from the ground. She held it in her hand and looked at it. The other girls also picked up a few coins and looked at them curiously. Chapter 135 The Fox with the Tail Raised. The advent of divine objects naturally attracted the attention of many powerful people. It also attracted many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. The Holy Empire. The Pope, who was thinking about how to establish a connection with the city in the sky, suddenly felt an aftermath of pressure that seemed to come from heaven. Flying out of the temple, I saw a golden eye in the sky and a voice that resounded throughout the world. A currency recognized and blessed by God. This immediately attracted the Pope's attention, and he wondered, if the Holy Empire could possess this currency, what new heights could it reach? So the Pope immediately ordered the idol cardinals to go to the area where the divine object was born and bring back the coin of all worlds. Orc Empire. The Beast Emperor, who was enjoying the pleasure of love at this time, stopped his movements and looked in the direction of Tuchan. Without hesitation, he put on a coat and flew into the sky. Thus, we witnessed the scene and the sentence that left a deep impression on this time. No one who can become God has a stupid brain. He immediately understood the importance of the 10,000 worlds coin and immediately arranged for the Orc Empire's great shaman to go to the area where the divine object was born and asked him to bring back the 10,000 worlds coin. Demon King's Court. Chu Hanjun, already asleep. Nu Shuang, helpless expression. Seeing his master still sleeping soundly, Nu Shuang felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He patted his master's head lovingly, then stood up and left. The moment he turned around, his face instantly became serious and solemn. When I arrived outside the palace, I saw that the patriarchs of the 5 major families had already arrived. The moment Nu Shuang came out, their eyes immediately fell on her. Nu Shuang had long been accustomed to feeling the pressure from the clan leaders around him, and remained calm and composed. The Demon King orally ordered that, except for the cultivators who stabilized the front line, the remaining 5 families of cultivators would be arranged by the clan leaders. But the requirements cannot be too many, but they must be precise. After hearing these words, the faces of these clan leaders immediately looked much better, and then they took orders and left. Then the only one left was the Ice Profound Cold Eagle clan chief, who chose to return, because Nu Shuang gave him a silent wink, asking him to come to see him secretly. Then, after a secret conversation, the two separated. The Land of Elves. Austin Empire. Death Altar. That shocking scene naturally fell into the eyes of the High Priest of the Abyss. The High Priest of the Abyss was not panicked by this change, because the High Priest of the Abyss knew that although this was a divine object, it was just a piece of currency and did not have the power to change one's fate. Moreover, with this magical object, he could attract the attention of the entire world, and his own arrangements could proceed steadily in secret. So, how could this be a variable? This was simply a perfect match. After dragging the world into the abyss, the High Priest of the Abyss felt that he could erect a monument for this kind-hearted person. For a moment, the whole world was in turmoil, and the originally clear sky seemed like the calm before the storm. Tuchan became the center of this storm, but it is as stable as a rock. Tuchan. While the whole world was immersed in that shocking scene, on Tuchan's side, Tuchan Yu has already met with Yu Jiaoyang, the representative of the Landy Chamber of Commerce, as well as the 6th Lady Yun Qingqin. But she did keep her promise and stood quietly by without interrupting. Clever. Because Yu Jiaoyang came prepared, he got straight to the point after a few polite words. He said that the purpose of the Landy Chamber of Commerce coming to Tuchan was to establish friendly relations with Tuchan and establish a trade, airship, route. Tuchan Yu did not refuse these and nodded to indicate that Tuchan also welcomed them. As he was speaking, Yu Jiaoyang told them about their temporary change of goal. He very much hopes that Tuchan can hand over the dissemination rights of Wanjia coin to the Landy Chamber of Commerce. And the main communication target of Landy Chamber of Commerce is the Landy Chamber of Commerce, and it will be disseminated by the Landy Chamber of Commerce. Their Landy Chamber of Commerce not only charges any fees, but also does its best to promote Wanjia coin to the entire world. Upon hearing this proposal, Tuchan Yu smiled without saying anything and did not respond immediately. After all, Landy Chamber of Commerce is not her only option. The world is so big that there are countless famous chambers of commerce. Now she is not asking the Landy Chamber of Commerce to spread the 10,000 worlds coin, but whether the Landy Chamber of Commerce can provide enough chips and benefits. Therefore, it was not Tuchan Yu who was anxious at the moment. If Jiang Mingua were here, he would have seen what a fox with its tail raised looked like. Finally, after a friendly negotiation, the Landy Chamber of Commerce, which paid a sufficient price, successfully obtained the trading rights of 50% of the Wanjia coin. Simply put, these 50% of Wanjia coins were traded for various rare and useful things. Then these 50%, or 500,000, 10,000 worlds coins, will be left for the Landy Chamber of Commerce to use at will. Tuchan won't ask. And it's not just once. Because Tuchan only gave the Landy Chamber of Commerce a quota, as for whether it can give treasures of corresponding prices every time, it depends on the foundation of the Landy Chamber of Commerce. So in the end, Yu Jiaoyang left with a painful look on his face. But when he saw the storage ring on his hand, a smile suddenly broke out on his face. Because Yu Jiaoyang was confident that he could exchange these 500,000 Wanjia coins for good treasures worth more. Yun Qingqin, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile when she saw this. She had already begun to imagine a beautiful future. Tuchan Yu, who was in the main hall, was looking at the storage ring in his hand with a smile on his face. He may make a lot of money, but he will never lose money. Not to mention that in addition to this, Tuchan will also be able to take advantage of future transactions with the Landy Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the tail behind her seemed to sense her owner's good mood and began to sway gently. After calming down, Tuchan Yu continued to get busy. Next, she would think about how to popularize the Wanjia coin throughout Tuchan and even around Tuchan. Besides that, there are the prices. But what reference should we follow? After much deliberation, Tuchan Yu decided to use the Spirit Stone as a reference. After all, Tuchan had started using Spirit Stones as circulating currency again some time ago. If we switch to Wanjia coin, now, we don't have to start from scratch, and the acceptance rate is high. Who wouldn't want to own a coin that is recognized and blessed by heaven? Not to mention that in a sense, this Wanjia coin can be regarded as a superior substitute for Spirit Stones. The Spirit Stones will be gone once they are sucked in, but after the 10,000 worlds coins are sucked in, they will be available again after a while. Chapter 136. A man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of absence. At night, at the dinner table, Tuchan Na described his conversation with the Landy Chamber of Commerce in plain and easy-to-understand words. This added a touch of joy to the happy atmosphere at the dinner table. Except for the two little ones who looked confused, everyone else smiled knowingly. I couldn't help but imagine the future of Tuchan and what a prosperous picture it would be. As she was thinking, Tuchan Nanyang's gaze fell on everyone. Looking at this lively scene, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Because Tuchan Nanya discovered that the Tuchon family actually had so many people. If it were the Tuchon of the past, after both parents died in the war, he wouldn't even have time to have a meal with his sister. Not to mention that he died in the day after the great changes in the world, and his sister was the only one left in the huge palace. How lonely would that be? Thinking of this, Tuchan Nanyang's gaze fell on her sister who was bragging. As if noticing his sister's gaze, Tuchan Na turned around and looked at her, then smiled from the heart. Seeing this, Tuchan Nanyang, as the elder sister, also returned a smile and then withdrew her gaze. But it's different now. I'm back now and I have many sisters. All of this is thanks to one person, someone I will never regret being his wife. Love is deep. Tuchan Nanyang's little hand subconsciously took the big hand of her husband beside her. Then, amidst his puzzled expression, she revealed a look of affection. Everything is implied. Day 26. It was a new day again, and a pink figure appeared in the teleportation array connecting Tuchan and Chingchio. It's by Chingchio. At this moment, she has fully demonstrated her talent of charming bone. Every move she makes is full of charm. When the guards guarding the portal noticed it, they stared at it intently. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a nice view. Now, after experiencing her mother's unreserved teaching for several consecutive days, Bai Xianxue can be said to be a man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Although she has evolved, her little face can't help but turn slightly red when she thinks of the art of sex in her mind. Simply put, she has perfect theoretical knowledge but zero practical experience. When I think of the wonderful scene in my imagination, the man is Jiang Mingyue's face. A feeling of shame suddenly surged in her heart, and her originally charming posture became stiff. However, despite this, Bai Xianxue also very much hopes that Jiang Mingyue can see her growth. So I left with great anticipation. Jiang Mingyue, who was running around out of boredom, didn't know that a pink fox was looking for her. At this time, he was working as a supervisor in the abandoned Qingshan city, checking the progress of the project. It was built with rapid machinery that worked nonstop for a day and a night. The outline of the new city has emerged, and the 40-meter-high steel walls around it have been built. And on these steel walls, there are many giant cannons visible to the naked eye. They are monitoring the outside of the city to see if there are any monsters that have passed through the optical barrier. If there is, it will control the energy input and shoot out a red laser that will directly penetrate the monster's dog head. It is quick and efficient, silent, and does not disturb others. In addition, there are many other ways of attack hidden in the steel walls. For example, intensive erosion missile launches, gravity cannons, unmanned machinery, etc. It lived up to the idea of building this city into a war fortress from the beginning. In addition to these, construction in the city is also in full swing. Perhaps it should be ready for acceptance by tonight. Listening to Tianyo's introduction and explanation, Jiang Mingyue once again felt the charm of future technology. If the time was not too short, he believed that Tianyu could use this city as a starting point and build a steel city. At this time, Tianyo's voice sounded again. Commander, a group of troops are heading this way. Based on their clothing and appearance, they are not abyssal slaves, but Red Wolf cavalry of the Demon King's court. It seems that they have discovered that something is wrong here. As he spoke, a translucent blue screen appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue. The content on the screen was a group of fully armed demon soldiers riding a wolf that was at least 5 meters long and had black fur with blood-red blood markings, running at high speed. Seeing that they were soldiers from the demon clan's royal court, Jiang Mingyue frowned slightly. Because of this abandoned city, he had a very bad impression of the demon royal court. He waved his hand and asked Tianyu to drive away all the demon kings, but it was okay to let them stay if necessary. After receiving the commander's order, Tianyu immediately made arrangements. These days, Tianyu did not kill all the monsters that accidentally broke in. Instead, a small portion is processed and most of it is caught and used as experimental material. The content of the experiment is to study the physical and mental state of these monsters after being infected by the power of the abyss. Tianyu naturally obtained the commander's permission before conducting this experiment. So in the next moment, All the tied-up monsters were released outside the mechanical city. Under deliberate driving, these monsters passed through the optical barrier one after another and appeared not far in front of the group of Red Wolf cavalry. This sudden scene stunned these elite cavalrymen, but they reacted quickly and saw an order from the person who seemed to be the leader. The cavalrymen immediately changed direction, turned a corner, and ran in the direction they came from. It's not that these cavalrymen are cowardly, but that the Red Wolf cavalry only came to confirm the situation outside the first line of defense. The actual situation will be reported to the top management so that they can make plans and arrangements. Therefore, when they encountered a group of monsters like the one they were facing now, the order they received was not to fight, but to retreat immediately. Being surrounded by monsters would be a terrible situation, because the sound of fighting will continuously attract the surrounding monsters, thus completely destroying the soldiers here. Jiang Mingua, who was far away on the city wall, looked at the cavalry leaving on the screen with an expressionless face. Then he turned around and instructed Tianyu to pay attention to these outsiders. Those who can be driven away will be driven away, and those who cannot will all be left behind. Hearing these decisive and murderous words, Tianyu also responded respectfully. Just when Jiang Mingua was about to leave, Tianyu spoke again. "Commander, the new heroic soldier will awaken in 5 minutes. Would you like to go and greet them?" Chapter 137 Pandora. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua remembered that she had indeed asked Tianyu to add a heroic soldier. I didn't expect that it would be out soon after just 1 day. So Jiang Mingua nodded, then took off into the air and flew to the space tunnel, and then came to the arsenal. After receiving the notice, Helena walked out of the base and warmly welcomed the commander. "Welcome back, Commander." Hearing these welcome words, Jiang Mingua thought for a moment, then reached out and gently stroked Helena's little head. It made her smile sweetly. "Let's go and meet our new companion." So the two of them came to the culture room with ease and stood in front of an already activated culture chamber. Looking at the girl with long black hair who was sleeping soundly in the incubator, she had a beautiful and delicate appearance. Pandora. Jiang Mingua, who was already battle-hardened, couldn't help but take a few more glances. But when he saw the 1-minute countdown, he took out a large towel from his storage ring. This is mainly to avoid the embarrassment of the last time. Although he personally doesn't mind, his correct values do not allow him to do so. No matter what, he considered himself a gentleman. While Jiang Mingua was lost in thought, the countdown in the culture chamber had ended and the culture fluid inside began to be discharged. The next moment, the sleeping girl woke up, and the first thing she saw was the handsome man in front of her. From her existing memories, she already recognized the man in front of her as her commander. Being a serious and meticulous person, she immediately saluted the commander. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua also returned the salute. When the culture medium was opened, a naked body appeared in front of him. But this time Jiang Mingua came prepared and immediately covered this beautiful spring scene with the towel in her hand. Helena, who was standing by, couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met the commander and couldn't help but speak playfully beside him. "The commander is such a good man." Hearing these words which seemed to be compliments but actually contained some connotations, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself that he was not a herbivore. He already has 3 women who are actually married. So, Jiang Mingua glared at her unhappily, then looked at the beautiful black-haired woman in front of her. He took a step forward, took her hand, and whispered, "Your name is Pandora." Jiang Mingua had thought of this name a long time ago. After knowing her name, Pandora's eyes showed joy and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she was very restrained. "Commander, thank you for the name. Pandora, I like this name very much." As she spoke, Pandora raised her hand and tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear. This action brought out her intellectuality to its fullest. Jiang Mingua, who was hit head-on by this move, was also slightly stunned, but quickly recovered. Next, Helena took Pandora away. Although clothes transformed from nanorobots are very convenient, normal combat uniforms are ultimately more comfortable. After a while, Pandora, wearing the same black combat uniform as Helena, came to Jiang Mingua again. This tight combat uniform also shows Pandora's figure to the fullest. There is a kind of beauty of long, straight black hair. And for some reason, Jiang Mingua always wanted to bully and play pranks on this serious and meticulous girl. I want to see their shy expressions because of my teasing. That's strange. However, for the sake of her image in Pandora's heart, Jiang Mingua stopped. After asking Helena to explain the current situation to Pandora, he left the base and returned to Tuchan. When returning to Tuchan, Jiang Mingua received a message from Tuchan Na. It is said that Chingchio has returned from Chingchio and is now by her side, looking for him. After hearing this, I didn't know what she wanted to talk to me about. But Jiang Mingua still responded, indicating that he understood and would go there immediately. Soar into the air and leave this deserted yard. Tuchan Hall. After a while, Jiang Mingua flew to the gate of Tuchan Hall. As soon as I stepped through the door, I heard women whispering to each other. When I walked in, I found Tuchan whispering in by Chingchio's ear. Looking at by Chingchio's blushing face, she seemed to be talking about some topic that was not suitable for children. The facts were almost the same as Jiang Mingua had imagined. Now Tuchan is telling the curious girl in front of her some details of her lovemaking with her husband. Bai Xinchue's face flushed and her neck thickened after hearing this. Her breathing became a little rapid, her eyes sparkled with tears, and her little hands subconsciously clutched her clothes. And what about Tuchan? Although there was a blush on her face, it was not as exaggerated as Bai Xinchue's. Especially from her happy eyes, you can tell that Tuchan enjoys it and likes to teach the little ones bad things. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua came silently behind them, squatted down, and suddenly spoke. You seem so happy chatting. What are you talking about? Can you tell me? Woo-woo. Oh my god. These sudden words frightened the two foxes so much that the hair on their tails stood on end. Then they subconsciously hugged each other and looked back at the same time. When they saw that familiar handsome face, the two foxes felt as embarrassed as if they had been caught trying to eat a chicken secretly. Ah, my husband, when did you come? How come I don't know? Tuchan spoke haltingly and walked to her husband with an embarrassed look on her face, then hugged his arm. As the victim, Bai Xinchue was completely stunned at this moment. But her gaze kept wandering on Jiang Mingua, especially on a certain place with the highest number of measurements. Then the look began to become eager and gradually became carnivorous. And Bai Xinchue also began to bite her own hand unconsciously. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua glanced at his wife unhappily, as if to say, "You're corrupting an innocent girl, aren't you?" In response, Tuchan made an ah-hey gesture, trying to get away with it. Then a knife-handed blow fell mercilessly on her head, causing her to scream in pain. Ouch! Although the knife was very light, Tuchan still pretended to do it. Jiang Mingua showed a helpless expression towards this lively lady. Then his gaze fell on Bai Xinchue. Looking at the girl in front of him who seemed to have entered a state, Jiang Mingua could only use physical methods to wake her up. A knife-like hand brought her back from her estrus. Chapter 138 The Dragon Attacks. Bai Xinchue came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Mingua in front of her with a confused look on her face. Thinking about my embarrassing state just now and those bold ideas in my mind. She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Woo! Then he covered his face with his hands and wanted to dig a hole to bury himself. However, the pink fox carrot behind her revealed her inner excitement and was swaying continuously. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua didn't say anything else. Because in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked outside the hall. He felt 3 powerful auras descending from the sky. Just as Jiang Mingua felt, Tuchan and Bai Xinchue in the hall also felt it. Before they could react, a voice full of majesty rang out. Fox of Tuchan, hand over the myriad worlds coins to us. Yesterday, when the Wanjie coin was born and spread throughout the world, the dragons of Dragon Island set their sights on this extremely rare treasure. You should know that the favorite thing of the Dragon Clan in Western fantasy is to collect all kinds of gold, silver, jewelry, and rare treasures. Not to mention that this 10,000 worlds coin is a treasure recognized and blessed by the will of this planet. This greatly increased the interest of the dragons on Dragon Island in this treasure. Not only that, the coin also attracted the attention of the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Clan. To be honest, this surprised the other dragons in the Dragon Clan. Because in their eyes, this Dragon Lord is a weirdo. Although he is a dragon, he is not lustful and is not interested in those treasures. He just stays in his dragon nest and sleeps when he has nothing to do. It is rare to see this Dragon Lord interested in anything. But what is undeniable is that the reason why the Dragon Lord can become the Dragon Lord is because of his powerful strength. So in order to bring back this treasure that even the Dragon Lord was interested in, and thus please the Dragon Lord, the dragons specially controlled Dragon Island to move towards Tuchan. After a brief, friendly conversation along the way, these dragons learned that the treasure was now in the hands of a force called Tuchan. After knowing that Tuchan was just a small force with the power of destroying a country, SS, these dragons directly sent 3 dragons with the power of destroying a country to ask for it. So the scene above happened. As the majestic voice rang out, the people of the entire Tuchan city were alarmed and rushed out to find out what was going on. As soon as they came out, they saw 3 huge monsters floating above Tuchan. They were so huge that their bodies were as much as 100 meters long, and the golden pupils on their huge heads told the people of Tuchan the identities of these giants. It's a dragon. It's the dragons from Dragon Island. Why are they here? Are they here for the 10,000 worlds coin? Then what should we do? Should we hand over the 10,000 worlds coin? For a moment, the people were talking about it, and the worry on their faces was evident. But Yunyen, who was in the crowd, felt nothing in her heart and even wanted to laugh. It is natural for people around to worry since they don't know about Tuchan's situation. But she knows. I guess these 3 dragons are not enough to fill the gap in his teeth. So, Yunyen watched quietly with her arms folded across her chest, as if to watch a show, and then opened the live broadcast room. All of a sudden, many viewers rushed into the live broadcast room and saw a 3-headed dragon in the sky. This raises a question in the audience's mind. What happened? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tuchan Na soared into the air, came in front of the 3-headed dragon, and said in a cold voice. The dragons from Dragon Island came to Tuchan with such fanfare. Do they really think Tuchan is easy to bully? After he finished speaking, the Tuchan formation was activated, and all of a sudden, mysterious talismans appeared in the sky out of thin air. Jang, Mingua, and others also arrived one after another and came behind Tuchan Na. Seeing this, the leading black dragon snorted lightly. His gaze lingered on Tuchan Na for a moment, and then he spoke confidently. 10,000 worlds coin. You weaklings are not qualified to possess this treasure. It will only bring disaster upon you. Why not offer it to the great dragon clan? After saying that, Black Dragon and his companions completely released the pressure from them that was at the level of destroying a nation. In an instant, the situation changed drastically, and a powerful pressure came towards Tuchan Na. Just as she was about to resist this majesty, she saw her husband coming in front of her. Just standing there, the powerful pressure could only turn into a breeze, slightly blowing the girl's long hair. This reliable back figure made Tuchan Na face suddenly show a relaxed expression, with a soft light in her eyes, and then she stood obediently behind him. This scene also fell into the eyes of the girls behind him. For a moment, Jiang Mingua's figure looked different in their eyes. Jiang Mingua walked forward and did not pay attention to the situation behind him. His attention was all on the 3 giant dragons in front of him. Looking at the arrogant visitor in front of her, Jiang Mingua felt that there was no need to be polite, so she responded coldly and disdainfully. 10,000 worlds coin? It doesn't belong to your Dragon Island, and it never will. So we Tuchan have nothing to say to your Longdao. Of course, if you want to fight, I'm happy to fight you to the end. As Jiang Mingua finished her last sentence, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Those arrogant dragons couldn't stand seeing anyone more arrogant than them, and they immediately became furious. Especially the black dragon in the lead, his already ferocious head became even more hideous and twisted because of anger. Okay, you're a very good human. I originally wanted to resolve this matter without using force, but in the end I have no choice but to teach you Tuchan a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense magic circle appeared behind the black dragon. The next moment, countless magical attacks whizzed towards Jiang Mingua and his group. Tuchan Na, who seemed to be the strongest, was indifferent to this grand scene because she believed in her husband. She also has her own guesses about her husband's ability. At the very least, he could easily deal with the 3 giant dragons in front of him. As it turned out, it was exactly as she thought. Jiang Mingua raised her hand, and a black flame appeared in her palm, which she threw out without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the 3 dragons almost laughed out loud. But what happened next was no longer funny for them, because the originally small ball of black flame suddenly expanded and swallowed all the magical attacks without making a single splash. Moreover, the black flame seemed to have not been consumed at all and continued to fly straight towards them. Chapter 139, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. This scene was shocking. Even as members of the dragon clan with inherited memories, they did not know what kind of power this was. But they only knew one thing. When they saw the overwhelming black flames, their instinct to seek profit and avoid harm kept telling them, run. So he just flapped his wings and used wind magic to increase speed. But they were horrified to find that the flames split into 3 and followed them slowly. Moreover, the distance between the 2 is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This feeling of approaching death made them feel suffocated and crazy. But to outsiders, it looked like these 300-meter-long dragons were being chased by a ball of black flame that was probably not even as big as their heads. This scene is really funny. Although Tuchan Yu and the others did not laugh out loud, the corners of their mouths that were harder to suppress than AK showed their inner joy. When the people in Tuchan City saw this situation, they naturally didn't have too many concerns and just laughed out loud. For a moment, Tuchan City was filled with an atmosphere of joy. At the same time, they felt an inexplicable sense of pride in their hearts. Even if they were the Dragon Clan from Dragon Island, what would they do? They would still be beaten and flee in panic. On Dragon Island, 10,000 meters above the sky, this embarrassing scene caused the dragons who had been watching the entire process to silently look away. Because it's really too embarrassing. However, the blue dragon, who was proficient in magic, saw the true nature of the black flame. This human can actually use the law of death. This exclamation made the expressions on the faces of the surrounding dragons suddenly become serious, and their eyes were fixed on Jiang Mingyue's figure. It was as if he wanted to find some clues from this human being whose strength was unclear. Because they are able to master the existence of laws, their basic strength starts at the world-destroying level, SSS, just like their dragon lord. Because their attention was diverted, the three dragons were also caught up by the black flames. The moment it touched, black flames burned all over the dragon's body. The pain caused by this flame that directly burned the soul made the three-headed dragon scream in pain. The screams of pain spread out from the three dragons. It makes people sad when they hear it and makes people cry when they listen to it. At this time, the dragons of Dragon Island also responded and began to call the Dragon Lord without hesitation. Because the existence of this person who controls the laws is no longer something they can resist. The moment the call was heard, a pair of huge golden pupils suddenly opened in the largest dragon nest on Dragon Island. Return your attention to the front battlefield. Tuchan Na was also watching with a smile on her face. This should have been a grand battle. Especially when she heard the wailing of the invaders, the smile in her eyes became even more intense. As someone who had experienced great turmoil in the world before, she no longer had any so-called kindness in her heart. To her, a dead invader is a good invader. Jiang Mingyue, the person involved, was thinking about whether to burn the three dragons to ashes directly. After all, in his opinion, these three were just bandits who came to rob. After being rejected by himself, he attacked without hesitation. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mingyue raised her head and saw the Dragon Island 10,000 meters high under his outstanding sight, then sighed helplessly. It looks like it will take some more effort. And the idea of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys emerged in his mind. If he could get rid of all the dragons on Dragon Island, it would make other forces that had ideas about Tuchan consider whether they had the strength to destroy Dragon Island. And after taking this action, there are really many benefits that can be brought. However, Jiang Mingyue still turned around to look at the girls behind her and spoke with a smile. Everyone, do you think destroying Dragon Island is a good idea? That relaxed smile, and the nonchalant way he decided the life and death of a powerful force, with the dragons howling as the background. At this moment, the girls realized that the handsome man in front of them had such a strong desire to kill, and the key point was that he really had the ability to do so. Let the girls refresh their perception of Jiang Mingyue. Despite this, the people present did not feel disgusted. From Tuchan's perspective, destroying Longdao can serve as a killing the chicken to scare the monkey. In this way, the turmoil caused by the Wanjie coin can be quickly calmed down. If a treasure falls into the hands of a weak force, it is unworthy of the position. But if it falls into the hands of a very powerful force, it will be returned intact to Zhao. Thinking of this, the girls, who were not kind to outsiders to begin with, looked at Dragon Island with murderous intent in their eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue knew that they agreed with her idea, so the smile on her face became even more intense. Although he also felt that he had an inexplicable desire to kill, he could show kindness to the person in front of him. After getting recognition, Jiang Mingyue stretched out her hand towards the dragon without hesitation, ready to make them disappear from this world. A snow-white dragon, at least several hundred meters long, appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue and others. This scene did not affect Jiang Mingyue. He stretched out his hand and gently squeezed it, and the dragon's screams stopped. The three-headed dragon, which was 100 meters long, turned into dust in the sky. Seeing this result, the Dragon Clan, which was quite united internally, suddenly became furious and anger surged into their minds. How many years? When was the last time you saw such an arrogant enemy? How many years has it been since my partner passed away? But now 3 companions died at once, which was no less than the collapse of heaven and earth for the Dragon Clan, which was already sparsely populated. So all the dragons flew down from Dragon Island, and their target was none other than Jiang Mingyue, the Dragon Slayer. This scene naturally fell into Jiang Mingyue's eyes. Looking at the overwhelming swarm of dragons in the sky, The expression on his face remained unchanged, still with a faint smile. Then he turned his gaze to the white dragon in front of him, who was obviously the leader, and spoke softly. 8 at the SS level, 18 at the S level. Well, it looks like this should be the combat power of the entire Dragon Island. The impact it can cause should be even greater, right? The tone was lighthearted but full of murderous intent. The giant dragon, as the Dragon Master, also felt this murderous intent that seemed to be turning into reality, and its huge body trembled slightly. Then a very human expression of disbelief appeared on her face, because she actually felt a strong sense of crisis. Chapter 140 Unilateral Assault. As a SSS class cultivator, I actually felt a strong sense of crisis from this human whose strength was unknown. It seemed as if he would die on the spot in the next moment. How many years has it been since I felt this way? At this moment, the Dragon Lord did not feel the slightest bit of fear in her heart. On the contrary, she felt a strong desire to fight. As a quirky creature among the Dragon clan, she is neither lustful nor fond of love, and she only has one hobby. That is fight. Awesome. Keep fighting. Keep having fun. Then time flew by, and there were gradually no more people who could fight with her, which made her feel that life as a dragon was boring. After coming to this new world, the Dragon Lord was excited for a while and went everywhere looking for strong people to fight. As a result, she discovered that in addition to the city in the sky and the Dragon Palace in the ocean, there was also Atlantis. There is no real strong enemy. Moreover, these forces were annoyed by the Dragon Lord's behavior of looking for fights every now and then. In the end, he chose to hide so that the Dragon Lord could not find him at all. So the Dragon Lord returned to his boring days. But it's different now. At this moment, the Dragon Lord stared at Jiang Mingwa in front of him. The fighting spirit in his eyes turned into golden flames. Then he raised his head, and a heroic voice sounded. All other dragons, return to Dragon Island. This battle is not for you to interfere. After hearing the Dragon Lord's order, the angry dragons regained some sanity and remembered the Dragon Lord's fighting style. So they left their words of "come on" and turned away without hesitation. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa turned around and instructed the girls to return to Tuchan and activate the mountain protection formation at full power. Prevent the aftermath of the battle from causing harm to the people and girls of Tuchan. The girls looked at Jiang Mingwa, then at the giant white dragon. Knowing that they would only be a hindrance if they stayed, they landed on Tuchan with a reluctant look in their eyes. For a moment, the only people in the sky were Jiang Mingwa and the Dragon Lord, staring at each other from afar. The atmosphere gradually became serious and tense. But what Jiang Mingwa didn't expect was that the white dragon in front of him suddenly glowed faintly, and then shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it turned into a human form. As the white light on his body disappeared, the man's face appeared in front of Jiang Mingwa. I saw a man wearing white tights, with a beautiful face, long silver white hair tied into a ponytail, and the iconic golden dragon pupils, which made him look majestic without even being angry. The overall look is very capable and refreshing, and subtly reveals the temperament of a warrior. Dragon Lord. It's been a while since I transformed into a human form. I'm a little uncomfortable at first. As he spoke, the Dragon Lord began to move his body, like a boxer preparing to go on stage. After all, her fighting style is close combat. If the size difference is too big, this fighting style will become a disadvantage, especially when the opponent's strength is far superior to yours. Therefore, the Dragon Lord also tries to become the same size as much as possible so that he can fully unleash his advantage in close combat. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa also understood that the other party wanted to use all his strength, so he also gave the other party corresponding respect. He was surrounded by the aura of death, and his black hair turned snow white in an instant and hung down to his waist. His pupils, which were originally black and white, also turned blood red. The dark armor and crown appeared on him again, and a black sword appeared in his hand. Jiang Mingwa's change was so great that the Dragon Lord on the opposite side felt inexplicably terrified. She could feel as if a sharp blade was sliding across her exposed skin, making her feel very uncomfortable. But because of this, the Dragon Lord became even more excited. Let's have a good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Lord's figure instantly disappeared from in front of Jiang Mingwa, and when he appeared again, he was right above Jiang Mingwa. She raised her legs high and then dropped them suddenly on his head. Boom. Along with a dull collision sound, a strong airflow also whistled away. This powerful and forceful blow was caught firmly by Jiang Mingwa's hand, leaving him unharmed. When the first attack failed, he tried again. When the Dragon Lord wanted to retract his foot, he found that his foot had been firmly grasped. But the Dragon Lord reacted very quickly and swung his fist at his chest without hesitation. This time, Jiang Mingwa did not passively accept the attack. Instead, the Dragon Lord punched her hard in the abdomen at a speed that the Dragon Lord could not react to. The powerful impact caused the Dragon Lord's body to bend directly, and her beautiful face was also slightly distorted. And because his feet were firmly grasped, the Dragon Lord did not fly backwards, but took all the damage on the spot. And the exaggerated fist wind passed through the Dragon Lord's body, combing the clouds behind her into a middle part. Fortunately, the two of them were fighting at high altitude, otherwise the target of their hair parting would have been the forest. As the person involved, Jiang Mingwa did not have a trace of mercy, only indifference. Because in his opinion, this guy, regardless of gender, has only one identity, that is, enemy. Then another punch landed on the Dragon Lord's abdomen. This time Jiang Mingwa did not catch her feet, and the exaggerated impact force directly made the Dragon Lord fly backwards. But the attack was not over yet. Jiang Mingwa's figure disappeared from the spot and instantly caught up with the flying Dragon Lord. In order to avoid continuing to fight and causing the terrain around Tuchan to change, he kicked it into the air. He flashed and appeared beside the Dragon Lord again, then swung his fist. For a moment, the sky was filled with the sound of boom, 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 just like the sound of a beating heart. Because the battle was so fast, people with weak strength could only hear the bang sound that resounded through the sky. Only those who have reached Tuchan Nanyang's level of strength can barely see some of the situation. Now she was stunned because she saw her husband unilaterally beating the Dragon Lord of Dragon Island, and the kind that has no power to resist. Tuchan Yu beside him did the same, and she told him the general situation of the battle. Bai Xinxue and Su Hanjun were equally confused when they heard this. Turtle, the person I love is so powerful. He is usually gentle and refined, but is actually quite powerful. At this moment, they felt their sense of security rising rapidly. On the battlefield, Jiang Mingwa punched the Dragon Lord away again. This time, she had direct and intimate contact with Long Dao. Boom. The Dragon Lord became a humanoid missile and moved Dragon Island for several kilometers before stopping. After doing all this, Jiang Mingwa did not pursue him anymore, but looked at the smoky place with a strange look. Chapter 141, Survival or Destruction. Choose. The scene of the Dragon Lord being beaten unilaterally fell into the eyes of the Dragon Group. They couldn't believe it and even deceived themselves that it was an illusion. This is because the Dragon Lord of this generation is the strongest in history and has the greatest hope of becoming the Dragon God. But now it is being hit back and forth like a ball. They wanted to help, but just as they opened the magic circle, they could see the look in the human's eyes. It's like saying, if you dare to move, you'll have juice to eat. Along with it came a strong smell of death. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of the Dragon Lord appeared before Jiang Mingwa again. But at this moment, she was embedded in Dragon Island, with her head lowered and motionless, looking as if she had been seriously injured. But in Jiang Mingwa's eyes, the life breath of this Dragon Lord was very strong and did not weaken in the slightest. This is indeed the case. The dragon species of the Dragon Lord is the Holy Dragon of Light. The characteristic of this dragon is that it possesses the power of light with strong healing ability. It can be said that unless she is killed instantly or all her magic power is exhausted, the Dragon Lord will have every advantage in a protracted battle. The Dragon Lord pulled himself out of the ground, then stood on the ground and looked at Jiang Mingwa, who looked like a god in the sky. An exaggerated smile suddenly appeared on her face, stretching all the way to the root of her mouth, showing her sharp teeth to the fullest. Yes, that's it. Ha ha ha. Along with wanton laughter, a violent aura rose from her body, and her golden dragon eyes sparkled at this moment. White dragon scales also began to appear on her body. These white dragon scales covering her entire body turned into the hardest armor, and her hands also turned into boxing gloves. The next moment, the Dragon Lord jumped up and attacked Jiang Mingwa at a speed that broke the sound barrier. This time, the Dragon Lord learned his lesson. Realizing that the human in front of him was extremely powerful, he spared no effort, using full force in every punch and kick. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. The collision sound occurred again, and it was even more intense than before. The violent airflow caused by the collision between the two men spread out in all directions, just like a typhoon entering the country, blowing the trees on the ground to and fro. Some were even uprooted. At this moment, the people below also understood what it meant that, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Fortunately, the battlefield is now in the sky. If it were on the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Dragon Lord on the front battlefield was gradually becoming frightened because she found that her attacks had no effect on the humans in front of her. The opponent can take every attack of his at will and float in place. Jiang Mingwa, another party involved, began to feel annoyed by the constantly jumping flea. Originally, he wanted to estimate the extent of his own strength by fighting against a being with world-destroying power. It turned out that if I wanted to, I could kill the flea in front of me in minutes. Knowing that the next battle would not be able to test his own strength, Jiang Mingwa decided to end this boring farce. The next moment, he came in front of her at a speed that even the Dragon Lord could not react to, and then a big hand fell on her face. A bored voice rang in my ears. It's really boring. The powerful impact landed directly on the Dragon Lord, causing her to fly backwards to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Boom! A mountain several hundred meters high in the distance of Tuchan was smashed to pieces by the Dragon Lord, leaving deep gullies on the ground. Jiang Mingwa's move was intentional because there was no sign of life in that direction, so he threw it there. And this time he didn't stop suddenly like he did just now, but instead pressed on to finish the fight quickly. But to his surprise, a white figure rushed out from the dust and rushed towards him. This is the Dragon Lord who fell here. Although many of her dragon scales were broken by that blow, she has a strong recovery ability. The Dragon Lord was full of energy again, and the battle-crazed expression on his face remained unchanged, and he was still shouting, "Ha ha! Come again! Come again!" The result was that Jiang Mingwa kicked him into the sky, and then he grabbed the sword at his waist and pulled it out. Just when he was about to use his sword to completely wipe out this tenacious flea, the voice of his wife, Tuchan Na, sounded in his mind. "Husband, don't kill this Dragon Lord. Keeping her alive is more valuable than letting her die here." How should I put it? Listening to his wife's street lamp man, capital J, speech, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. But since his wife has a better idea, he, as her husband, has no reason to refuse. So he put away the sword in his hand and rushed forward again. Since we can't kill him, we can discipline him. The next scene was so intense that the dragons on Dragon Island couldn't bear to watch any further. Because it is so miserable and powerless. The Dragon Lord was beaten unilaterally throughout the whole process, but because of her unyielding character and the strong recovery ability of her own race. But the result was that she was beaten even more severely. Finally, Jiang Mingwa carried the Dragon Lord, who was covered in wounds like a dead dog and had completely fainted, to Dragon Island. Without any mercy, he threw it at his feet, then crossed his arms and stared at the group of dragons in front of him with a cold expression. The cold gaze that seemed to be evaluating whether they were still worth living made the dragons tremble. To be or not to be? Choose. The sound was not loud, but it was enough to reach the ears of every dragon in this quiet environment. As soon as this multiple-choice question was asked, the dragons looked at each other in confusion, some of them wanting to maintain their pride as members of the dragon clan. When he saw the Dragon Lord lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, he silently lowered his head. There is nothing wrong with being proud, but committing suicide for the sake of pride is not in line with the values of their dragon clan. Looking at the dragons in front of him who were unable to make a choice for a moment, Jiang Mingwa decided to give them a time limit, so she spoke. "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't make a choice, I'll assume you choose the latter. Then Dragon Island has no need to exist in this world." 10, 9. The countdown began to sound, which was like the countdown of death, causing the dragons to immediately start whispering. They panic, they are confused, they hesitate. Just when Jiang Mingwa said the last number 1, these dragons still had not made a decision, and the quarreling became louder and louder. Chapter 142 Negotiation. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa felt inexplicably annoyed. She had already given them a chance, but they were just forcing and refusing. Just as he was thinking about whether to raise his hand and burn these big guys in front of him, he felt someone holding his foot, and when he looked down, he found that the Dragon Lord had regained consciousness at some point. At this moment, she was gasping weakly, with a trace of pleading on her bloody face. Please give us dragons one chance to survive." After saying that, the Dragon Lord's hand was still holding Jiang Mingwa's feet. It seemed that she had heard the choice Jiang Mingwa had just made and had already given an answer. Hearing this, he raised his head and looked at the other dragons with an indifferent expression. "This is your Dragon Lord's choice. What about you? Is there anyone who objects?" As soon as these words came out, the dragons also complained in their hearts. "Oppose? What fool would choose to oppose? You think you've lived too long, right?" Without saying anything, these dragons just silently lowered their heads, which they thought were noble, to Jiang Mingwa. At this moment, Their pride as the dragon clan was shattered in Jiang Mingyue's hands. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue's inner irritability was reduced a lot, and she nodded slightly. It looks like you've made your choice. In that case, Longdao will become a vassal of Tuchan. His words were firm and decisive, but his eyes were fixed on the dragons. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue was inexplicably looking forward to it. Would any troublemakers jump out? This way, he could continue to establish his authority and then kill the chicken to scare the monkey. How can I put it? Looking at this human being in front of me, his inner thoughts are expressed so nakedly on his face. The dragons lowered their heads even lower. They didn't want to be the lucky guest. Shivering. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingyue made a dissatisfied tisk sound, but said nothing. With just a wave of his hand, the black flames appeared again. But this time it didn't kill the dragon, but turned into symbols and flew towards the foreheads of the surrounding dragons. Before they could react, Jiang Mingyue's voice rang out. This is the life and death talisman. Simply put, your lives are in my hands. Of course, you can also resist, so that you can avoid this humiliation and enter the reincarnation happily. As soon as these words were spoken, the dragons who had been resisting suddenly became obedient and allowed the symbol to fall on their foreheads, and kept complaining in my heart. This human being is so evil. He wants to kill them all the time. It's so scary. The moment the symbol landed on his forehead, the surrounding dragons could feel that they had established a weak connection with the human in front of them. It's as if your life can be taken away anytime and anywhere if the other party is willing. On the other side, Jiang Mingyue was frowning. He didn't expect these dragons to be so cowardly. The knife is at your neck, and you still don't resist? The 1,000-year-old dignity of the dragon race is crying. Jiang Mingyue, who had completely lost interest, curled her lips and then spoke. All right, your dragon island will stay above Tuchan. After leaving these words, he squatted down and picked up the dragon lord, then prepared to turn around and leave, but then he remembered something and turned back to speak. By the way, from now on, don't call me master. Just call me young master. Hearing this, although they felt humiliated, the dragons still spoke in unison. We understand, sir. Hearing this response, Jiang Mingyue also responded softly, then took off into the air. They were also silent as the dragon lord was taken away and could only watch helplessly. On Tuchan Na and others were also staring at the calm sky. Through mental communication, the girls also knew that Jiang Mingyue had successfully defeated the enemy. Negotiations were currently underway on Dragon Island. When she heard her husband's message that the problem had been resolved and Longdao had become a vassal of Tuchan, their heads were buzzing and they looked confused. Because this feeling is so dreamy. Dragon Island, which ranks among the top 10 in the world in terms of strength, has become a vassal of Tuchan? Sister, hurry up and pinch me so I know I'm not dreaming. It hurts. Wow. Sister, you really pinched me. Rubbing his hands, Tu Shanyu's face showed no trace of pain, but only indescribable excitement. The girls around them also woke up from their dreams and started cheering. Yeah. Snow. As expected of my husband. Yeah? Too strong. June. At this moment, there was a gleam in their eyes, especially the girl who was originally hesitant, who inexplicably showed a lot of courage. At this time, Jiang Mingyue also flew back to the sky above Tuchan with the dragon lord in his arms, and then spoke from a high position. Longdao has become a vassal of Tuchan. This sentence spread very far with power, and could be heard even in the distant land of elves. And when these words fell, Tuchan City suddenly fell into a strange silence. But the next moment, cheers like thunderous waves rang out. Because Jiang Mingyue showed his face last time, most of the people in Tuchan recognized this man. Although his appearance had changed a lot, they could never forget his handsome face that was still fresh in their memory. At this time, the two sisters Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu also came to Jiang Mingyue. If there are those who harbor evil intentions and use their self-proclaimed strength to force Tuchan to hand over the 10,000 worlds coins, Dragon Island will be your best outcome. As Tu Shanyu's voice rang out, it further strengthened the authenticity of Jiang Mingyue's words just now. This made the people of Tuchan even more crazy, and people of other races also looked at them with envy. Who doesn't want their race to be as powerful as Tuchan? Lin Yunyen, who was in the crowd, showed an expected expression. The audience in the live broadcast room also shared the same idea as her. How should I put it? This result doesn't surprise me at all. Indeed, anyone who watched the live broadcast of the previous event wouldn't have a wrong understanding of the European Emperor's combat power. But this kind of high-level combat is truly rare. Even though I can't see it clearly, it doesn't stop me from saying, that's pretty cool. The communication in the live broadcast room was still going on when Yunyen saw Jiang Mingwa and others disappear in the sky. I turned around and left without hesitation. After all, the show was over and it was time to return to my daily life. Try to upgrade your pharmacist level as quickly as possible, and then you can live a comfortable life. This was something she had never dared to think about before. Chapter 143 Fear. The news that Long Dao became a vassal of Tuchon spread like wildfire, spreading in all directions with Tuchon as the center in an instant. Tuchon, which has already attracted much attention because of the Wanjie coin, has once again become the focus of the world. But this time it was a little different, because Tuchon showed quite exaggerated fighting power this time. Now they all know that in Tuchon, there is a powerful existence who can defeat the Dragon Lord. That's the Dragon Lord. His strength is able to rank among the top 5 in the world. His strong physique and recovery ability, as well as his tough close combat, made countless strong men shake their heads. As a result, he was being beaten unilaterally, and in close combat? Turtle. When everyone heard the news, they were skeptical about it. But when people were sent to investigate, they saw that the Dragon Island, which had been 10,000 meters in the sky, was now staying very close to Tuchon. You know, the dragons of Dragon Island are very arrogant. Such words defame their reputation and say that Long Dao is a vassal of Tuchon. The dragons of Dragon Island should have been asked to come over to ask for an explanation long ago, and it is not impossible that they could even be destroyed directly. But what do they see now? They saw that the dragons were very obediently following the orders of Tuchon's Lord Tuchan. This scene was simply eye-popping for them. Those races who confirmed that the information was true immediately listed Tuchon as one of the forces that should not be offended. They die without wanting to try. However, this world is still too big, and it will probably take several days to spread the information that Long Dao becomes a vassal of Tuchon to the whole world. Tuchon Hall. Jiang Mingwa, who was unaware of all this, was carrying the Dragon Lord, who looked like a dead dog, back to the Tuchan Hall. As for Tuchan and the others, they have already gone to get busy. After all, if this goes well, Tuchon's prestige will reach a peak, making the forces in this world dare not underestimate Tuchon. The two Tuchon sisters were extremely excited at the thought that Tuchon would be able to flourish in their generation. Therefore, Jiang Mingwa was the only one left. Putting the Dragon Lord on the ground again, Jiang Mingwa also found his original seat and sat down. Looking at the miserable Dragon Lord in front of him, he thought for a moment and reached out his hand to the top of her head. The next moment, a strong life force emerged and then poured into the Dragon Lord's body. The feeling of ease and comfort brought by the process of repairing Pineapple Da's body made the Dragon Lord unconsciously hum. Under Jiang Mingwa's treatment, the Dragon Lord, who was originally on the verge of death, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, apart from the tattered clothes, the exposed skin became smooth and delicate again. The Dragon Lord's beautiful appearance reappeared in front of Jiang Mingwa, coupled with the looming spring light. At this moment, the charm of the woman in front of him was at its peak. But Jiang Mingwa, who was no longer a novice, remained calm at this moment, as if he was looking at a piece of pig cough or dragon meat. After the treatment was completed, Jiang Mingwa put her hands away again and waited quietly. I can only say that as expected of a close combat fighter, the Dragon Lord woke up slowly just a moment after his body recovered. Looking at the unfamiliar floor in front of her, she was a little confused, but when she got up and saw that nightmare-like face, the Dragon Lord was still shocked, then curled up into a ball. Because the human in front of him beat him without mercy, every punch hit him hard. She originally thought that she had excellent ability to withstand attacks, but when facing this human, she felt a sense of powerlessness. It was as if she was just a newborn kitten, unable to resist a grown man. Fear. Jiang Mingwa was indifferent to the guy who was scared by her beating and just watched quietly. The Dragon Lord got goosebumps all over his body and felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. In front of this human, she, who had always been fearless, lost the courage to charge forward. It is conceivable how great the psychological trauma Jiang Mingwa caused to the Dragon Lord. From a fighting maniac to a kitten. And because Jiang Mingwa didn't speak, the Dragon Lord didn't have the courage to speak, so the two sides remained deadlocked and silent. Finally, it was Jiang Mingwa who broke the dead silence. Name. The sudden sound made the Dragon Lord stunned for a moment. It was not until Jiang Mingwa repeated it that he reacted and spoke quickly. Yes, my name is Elisa Osramborg Ostadella. Then, a series of names came out of the Dragon Lord's mouth without any pause. In response, Jiang Mingwa showed a speechless expression. As expected, The names of these Western fantasy races are just too long. Looking at the Dragon Lord who was still speaking in front of him, Jiang Mingua interrupted him directly. That's enough. Yes. Being interrupted like this, the Dragon Lord was frightened again. Because in front of Jiang Mingua, she was so timid, worried that if she got unhappy, her fist would fall on her head. Scared of being beaten. But Jiang Mingua, who was in an irritable mood for some reason, was no longer as friendly as she was in front of Tuchan Na and the others. Instead, she spoke again with an unhappy look on her face. From now on, you will be called Alyssa, understand? Faced with the other party's forced change of her name, Alyssa did not object, but nodded quickly to show that she fully agreed. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua's attention also shifted to Alyssa's body, which was suddenly exposed. Without hesitation, a piece of clothing appeared in his hand and was thrown on her. Name, Alyssa. Race, Dragon. Strength, SSS World Destruction Level. Talent, Fight. Awesome. Introduction 1. You are a natural-born warrior. When you enter a battle, all your attributes increase by 300. In addition, based on the duration of the battle, your own strength, physique, and speed will increase by an additional 1 every 10 seconds, with a cap of 300. 2. A natural-born battle fanatic. How can he not have a strong body gain 60 damage reduction and 70 resistance to negative effects? 3. As a natural-born battle maniac, you naturally have to possess an indomitable spirit. With this spirit, you can have a domineering effect immune to any control effects. 4. When attacking, you can accumulate fist power. When it accumulates to a certain level, all damage caused within 30 seconds will be shown as real damage. Bloodline, Holy Dragon of Light Awakened. Bonus 1, Magic Power Increase, 500, Physical Strength Increase, 400. Bonus 2, the healing effect is increased by an additional 100, and the healing effect received by the user is increased by 100. Bonus 3, the Power of Light has an additional effect. Friendly units continue to recover, and enemies continue to take damage. Analysis, Fight. Awesome. Chapter 144, Strike, when the time is right. A long gown completely covered Alyssa's beauty. This action made Alyssa slightly stunned, but she still silently wrapped herself up with her hands tightly around her gown. How could she be as high-spirited and arrogant as she was not long ago? If you are an onlooker who is unaware of the situation, please take a look at the entire scene at this moment. It feels like Jiang Mingua is a supervillain and is bullying a good woman. The atmosphere of the conversation became quiet again with Jiang Mingua's silence. Alyssa looked timidly at the human in front of her who was beating her unilaterally. I wondered when this person appeared and why I didn't know about him before. And now Alyssa thought about how arrogant and domineering she had been in front of this powerful being. As a result, he was severely taught a lesson and even had a close call with death. She felt endless shame and fear and wanted to dig a hole and bury herself on the spot. The active mind made Alyssa's expression constantly change at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingua didn't care. He only cared about, are you the strongest in the entire Dragon Island? Facing his question, Alyssa responded without hesitation. Yes, you are right. As the Dragon Lord, I am the strongest on Dragon Island. After hearing this, Jiang Mingua pondered for a moment and spoke again. Then your Dragon Island doesn't have any previous Dragon Lords or powerful people from the older generation? Or maybe there's no ancestor who has been in seclusion for many years. Hearing this, Alyssa showed an awkward but polite smile and then shook her head slightly. Sorry, none of these Dragon Islands you mentioned exist. Without saying anything, Jiang Mingua just stared at her quietly. The expression on her face seemed to say, reason. But Alyssa, who only knew how to say fight, fun, did not understand the gesture of the human in front of her. She just showed a clear and stupid look in her eyes, staring blankly at the human in front of her, waiting for his next topic. This scene made Jiang Mingua frown slightly, and her eyes looking at Alyssa became subtle. Feeling that strange gaze, Alyssa's strong desire to survive allowed her to regain her brains briefly, and she quickly expressed it. The reason why there are no strong men of the older generation on Dragon Island is because these strong dragon men go out every once in a while. And because the dragon race has a long lifespan, once they go out, it usually takes at least 10 years. Therefore, after the world collapsed and then reorganized, those powerful dragons who left completely lost contact. This has led to a further decrease in the number of dragons on Dragon Island, not to mention that it is difficult for powerful individuals to have offspring. Now, there are only 49 dragons left on Dragon Island, including the 3 that were eliminated. After listening to Alyssa's story, Jiang Mingua nodded thoughtfully. I didn't expect it to be because of these reasons. But it is undeniable that the power possessed by the ruined Dragon Island is still ranked among the best in the world. It is conceivable what heights Dragon Island could have reached in its heyday. Jiang Mingua couldn't help but become curious. Because his idea of testing his own strength failed this time, he was very eager to meet someone stronger, so that you can know the limits of your own strength. But before that, the guy in front of him also needs to be settled. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua's gaze fell on Alyssa again. This sharp gaze made her shiver, and his voice rang out. Since Dragon Island has become a vassal of Tuchan, you dragons should know what to do. Hearing this, Alyssa quickly knelt on one knee and spoke seriously with a serious face. I understand. As the Dragon Lord, I will lead the Dragon Clan to respect Tuchan. Always loyal. Never betray. These words that sounded sincere did not cause any fluctuation in Jiang Mingua's expression. She just nodded slightly. After all, for him, no matter how good the words are, they are all empty words. What he wants to see is what he does. Now the lives of these dragons are in his hands, which makes him feel a little relieved. So next, Jiang Mingua asked Alyssa to listen to Tuchan Yu's words. Alyssa does whatever the Lord of Tuchan says. Hearing this, Alyssa nodded quickly to indicate that she had received it, and then watched the man who had brought her psychological trauma leave. Then, in a place where Jiang Mingua couldn't see, a strange blush appeared on Alyssa's face. After this battle, Tuchan's supreme position in this area has become unshakable. And after knowing that her ally was so powerful, the Elf Queen immediately sent a congratulatory message. She expressed her recognition of Tuchan as an ally, and then hinted that the relationship between this alliance could be taken a step further. The elf princess Alice, who had originally returned to the elf land, was sent to Tuchan again. Before leaving, the Elf Queen solemnly instructed her to take action when the time is right. Looking at the Elf Queen, who was like a teacher and a mother to her, Alice felt speechless for the first time. But it is undeniable that she does have a certain affection for the human named Jiang Mingua, especially after knowing that the other party single-handedly defeated the powerful Dragon Lord and even made Dragon Island a vassal of Tuchan. My curiosity about this man grew even stronger. It was approaching night. At this moment, Tuchan City is still brightly lit and bustling with people. The result of the battle in the morning made the people of Tuchan very excited. I feel extremely proud to be a member of Tuchan. He also felt deep admiration and worship for the partner of the Lord of Tuchan, the powerful man who defeated the Dragon Lord, a man named Jiang Mingua. Coupled with Tuchan Yu's secret instigation some time ago, Jiang Mingua's reputation has reached a peak at this moment. The people of Tuchan today are very curious about how the Lord of Tuchan caught up with such an outstanding and powerful man. Besides, these people want to know when the two will officially announce their relationship and when they will announce their wedding. Tuchan Palace. Compared to the bustling Tuchan City, the Tuchan Palace was a bit quiet at this time, with only the voices of one or two people. It was Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu. The two sisters were describing the battle process in a vivid and emotional manner. In front of them, figures big and small were listening attentively, their eyes full of color. The young master turned gracefully and easily dodged the Dragon Lord's straight punch. Then he returned the favor with a punch without hesitation, sending the man flying. Chapter 145, A Novel Experience. How should I put it? I hear my wife bragging about herself all the time. Although I felt a little happy, I felt more ashamed. After all, he is not the type of person who would publicize everything he does. However, when Jiang Mingua thought that everyone present was her own people, her sense of shame was reduced a lot. He was particularly pleased when he saw the admiring looks in Marian and Xiaozia's eyes. However, Jiang Mingua took a deep breath silently, hoping to relieve her inner restlessness through such an action. In the end, it was useless. It was very strange. He felt very strange, because he was in a very good mood early in the morning. No matter how good the fight was, my mood suddenly went down, and there was even a negative effect. Is it because I used the power of death? This idea emerged in Jiang Mingua's mind, and she was half believing and half doubting. Because in the previous activity, I used the power of death, but it didn't have any effect? Why does it start to affect me this time? Therefore, Jiang Mingua regarded this irritable feeling as the effect of using force. Just as he was thinking about how to vent his irritability, he saw a beautiful figure appear in front of him. He looked up and found that Tuchan Na had come to him at some point, looking at him with a worried look, and whispered, "Husband, what's wrong with you? You look like you have a lot of troubles." Hearing this, Jiang Mingua did not respond, but just let her eyes move on her perfect figure. The naked gaze seemed to see through her clothes, making Tuchan Na's face slightly red, but she did not use her little hands to cover it. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something else, she saw her husband suddenly stand up, then took her hand and strode towards the room. Seeing this, Tuchan Na also realized something, but didn't say anything. She just followed into the room with a red face. Jang Mingua skillfully opened the soundproof barrier in the room, and then pressed his wife down on the bed. Day 27. It was a new day, early in the morning, and Jang Mingua woke up on time according to the rhythm of her biological clock. Looking at the familiar ceiling above his head, his mind went blank. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of his rudeness. So he didn't get up, but waited quietly for them to wake up. After a while, they slowly opened their eyes and saw their husbands looking at them with gentle and loving eyes. This makes them feel warm inside, and they can't help but want to stay in bed with their husbands. At this moment, Jang Mingua's voice full of apology sounded. "I'm so sorry about last night. I was so rude." Before she could finish her words, Tuchan Na put her index finger against her lips. She just responded with a smile. "Husband, don't say that. It's better to say that this is a new experience for us as well." Chapter 146 to US City. These words were recognized by Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Yulan. When they thought of the scene at that time, their little faces couldn't help but blush. Hearing these words, Jang Mingwa nodded slightly thoughtfully to show that he understood. Next, there was another brief moment of intimacy. Because there was something important happening today, the whole family got up quickly and started preparing. In the early hours of the morning, the new city was completed. This morning, the joint army can be teleported to the new city through the portal. By the way, the name of the new city was decided last night. Its name is Tuyu City. The name of this city reveals the inner thoughts of the person who named it. But because it was indeed pleasant to the ear, it was recognized by everyone and then confirmed. The day when we defeated Dragon Island seems like it was just yesterday. The races in the Tuchan Alliance did not dare to slack off at all, and they brought their people to the square of Tuchan City early on. Those races who originally wanted to send some soldiers as a token of their respect, after experiencing yesterday's baptism. He wanted to send all the armed forces of his race just to leave a good impression in the eyes of the Lord of Tuchan. In the eyes of these races, Tuchan is now even more powerful than the empires on the continent. They must take good control of this rather thick thigh. Looking at the mighty coalition forces in front of her, Tuchan Na, dressed in white, remained expressionless, exuding a cold aura. Her younger sister Tuchan Yu, who was standing beside her, was full of dignity but also had a hint of smile on her face. It adds some relaxation to this serious atmosphere. She raised her hand to check the time, noticed that it was almost time for Tuchan Yu, so she took a step forward and said, "First of all, I would like to thank everyone in the Alliance for their active participation in this expedition. In this expedition, they will represent their race and country and go to the front line to fight against the servants of the Abyss. As long as the Abyss is destroyed, the world will return to peace and there will be no need to worry about the world being destroyed. Therefore, Tuchan Yu here guarantees that as long as the race joins the Tuchan Alliance, she will treat everyone equally and do her utmost to protect the Alliance. So she hopes that everyone can fulfill their responsibilities and work together in this expedition. She believed that victory would belong to the entire Alliance." Tuchan Yu's calm tone revealed a genuine confidence that made people of all races in the audience feel it. Then he straightened his back and his face was full of confidence. Because they were wearing armor and weapons provided by Tuchan. This is so much better than the junk metal of their race. Set off. As these words were spoken, the two Tuchan sisters turned and left, and their synchronized footsteps echoed throughout the square. Led by the two Tuchan sisters, the mighty coalition army came to the teleportation array that had been set up. Looking at the tall portal in front of them, the soldiers in the coalition army looked at it curiously. The two Tuchan sisters in the front looked at each other. Tuchan Na took the initiative to walk into the portal and was teleported to TUS City, 18,000 miles away. Seeing this, the last bit of worry in the hearts of the coalition soldiers disappeared. Follow the order and follow your leader into the portal, accompanied by a wonderful feeling and a flash of inspiration. The race, now able to see again, found themselves in a house of steel. Curious eyes began to look around again. But when they walked out of the steel house, the scene that came into their eyes made them stand there in shock, stunned. What appeared before them was a steel fortress that looked extremely solemn. It is like a giant steel beast standing on the earth. Is this a city? A voice rang out among the coalition forces, expressing the thoughts of all races present. Understanding their inner shock, Tuchan Na did not say anything, but just stood quietly by the side. But the slight curve of her lips showed that she was in a very good mood. Then she gave orders to the mechanical soldiers in the coalition to take those races to a resting place and arrange for them. After receiving the order, the mechanical soldiers came to the coalition forces in unison. The leading soldier stepped forward and spoke. "Please follow me. I will take you to a place to rest." These words woke the allied soldiers up from their dreams, and they all followed. But that gaze was flying everywhere without any control. After all, the interior of this steel behemoth was too novel for them. Especially the dwarves, their eyes seemed to be bulging out, staring at the drones passing by. They were curious about how this thing was made. Compared to the busy girls, Jang Mingua was free again. But this time he was accompanied by Helena and Pandora. Now he was standing on the city wall, looking down at the coalition forces on the ground. Although now he can easily defend Tuya City with his strength alone and the number of machines that has broken through 400,000. We can even use this city as a starting point to eliminate all the Abyss slaves. However, according to his wife Tuchan, Tuchan now needs time. Although Tuchan's upper limit has been raised quite high at once due to the existence of Jiang Mingwa. However, it will take time to fill the middle and bottom part step by step. A Tuchan like this would not become a lamb to be slaughtered once he leaves Jiang Mingyue's help. Although her husband's help was very helpful, ever since Jiang Mingyue talked to Tuchan about the myriad worlds, her vision suddenly expanded a lot, and her sight was no longer limited to this world, but came to other worlds. And Tuchan believed that her husband would definitely lead them there and even dominate the entire universe. Therefore, Tasha decided to build Tuchan into the most solid foundation. It is not a castle in the air, it will collapse without her husband. This is not what Tuchan wants to see. Therefore, the existence of the Abyss is the best opportunity. Let most of the attention of the entire continent be drawn to these Abyss slaves. Although there was a little bit of noise yesterday, it was not serious. Just think of it as putting Tuchan under the attention of the whole world in advance. Tuchan doesn't care about these, because Tuchan is now capable of facing these storms. Chapter 147 Reactions from Both Sides. When the Tuchan coalition arrived, Tuchan sent a message to the Demon Clan Royal Court. The news of the coalition forces arriving at the target location was passed on. Then the optical barrier that had been hiding Tu Yuecheng would be completely closed. The next moment, the towering and majestic steel fortress appeared on this land. Attract the attention of all the surrounding monsters and run towards this side. The result is that you become Tianyo's experimental subject or die on the spot and become material. One thing is undeniable, that is, this steel fortress has become the focus of the Abyss and the Demon Royal Court. Abyss Altar. What did you say? The high and mighty Dragon Clan became a vassal of the Tuchan faction. And Tuchan's forces have also reached the front lines? Upon hearing this news, the High Priest of the Abyss, whose expression was hidden by his black robe, fell silent, because he found that the arrangements seemed to be starting to get out of control. Originally, he wanted Tuchan, which owned the 10,000 worlds coin, to attract the attention of several empires. Unexpectedly, the other party gave him a huge surprise. I heard that it was a human named Jiang Mingwa who unilaterally beat and crushed the fighting Mad Dragon Lord. Then after defeating the Dragon Lord, he took Dragon Island under his command. Defeat that Dragon Lord? And in a crushing manner? At this moment, the High Priest of the Abyss felt his head buzzing and his mind went blank. Then what's the use of the plan you make yourself? Then his gaze turned behind him and fell on the giant dragon that was being transformed by the power of the Abyss. The High Priest of the Abyss understood that even if the dragon was transformed perfectly, but his highest expectation for this dragon was to fight on equal terms with the Dragon Master. As a result, now you tell him that there is a being who can unilaterally crush the Dragon Lord, and he has met his end. This is no less than hitting yourself on the head, one blow after another, until your head is broken and bleeding, and the ground is covered with blood. If you look through the black robe, you can see the desperate expression on the face of the High Priest of the Abyss. Everyone was playing cards happily, but suddenly a guy appeared next to them who might overturn the table at any time. When the High Priest of the Abyss thought of this, he felt a headache. I had everything arranged, but then this incident happened, which caused a lot of things to have to be overturned and started over again. The High Priest of the Abyss felt his heart bleeding when he thought that all the hard work he had put in would be thrown away. But soon, after knowing that Tuchan had arrived at the front line, he immediately made arrangements without hesitation. What's the point of putting in the effort? You have to be flexible and make choices. While arranging to abandon many plans, the High Priest of the Abyss also asked other Abyss apostles to send messages. When attacking, there is no need to deliberately avoid the area where Tuchan is located. You can let those brainless monsters go, but the other Abyss apostles must stay away from there. The Abyss priests, who were all aware of this order, did not hesitate at all and immediately started communicating. After finishing everything, the High Priest of the Abyss raised his head 45 degrees and let out a long sigh. Demon Emperor Capital. At this time, the patriarchs of the 5 major families were gathered in the Demon King Palace. On the imperial chair, the Demon King Tuchon was sitting there, but there was a white gauze curtain in front of her. Nu Shuang also stood beside her master. The patriarchs of the 5 major families present were well aware of the reason for such a large-scale mobilization this time. However, they did not speak immediately, but waited quietly for the Demon King to speak. At this moment, in the quiet palace, the plain and lazy voice sounded. I believe you all already know the reason for calling you all here this time. So, I won't say much. Tell me, how should our royal court treat Tuchan? The topic was brought up, and the clan leaders looked at each other, not having any good ideas for a moment. After all, who could have known that Tuchan, which had been low profile for more than a decade, would suddenly rise strongly recently? In addition to obtaining the 10,000 worlds coins, blessed by heaven, he also took the powerful Dragon Island under his command. After knowing this information and confirming that it is not false, these clan leaders immediately sent a message, asking all the clan members who had gone to Tuchan to come back and not become sinners of the family. It was said so seriously that he would become the sinner of the family. The clan members who received the news immediately gave up their original ideas and ran back. Having said that, when seeing the dead silence of the crowd, the lazy voice sounded again. I have received news that Tuchan has arrived at the target location. And on the foundation of the abandoned Qingshan city, an even larger steel city was built. When these words were spoken, the clan leaders gasped. Because the last sentence provides a huge amount of information. You know, a week ago, Qingshan city was just a ruin, but now a towering new city has appeared. Is it some powerful magic weapon? Or was it that powerful being who took action? How did the people of Tuchan get there? Is it to activate the teleportation array? Where did Tuchan get so many spirit stones? Questions that currently have no answers appear in the minds of these clan leaders. Seeing the ministers fall silent again, Chu Hanjun, who was sitting on the imperial chair, was looking at the paper provided by Nu Shuang in his hand with a bored look on his face. Continue reading the Tao according to the above words. Since you don't have any good ideas, I'll just say a few words. First, we should treat Tuchan as equal to our Demon King court. If necessary, we can also treat it as Dragon Island. Be careful not to offend the other party at will while making friends with them, so that Tuchan can become our ally. This way, our royal court will have another powerful friend in this world. Upon hearing this, the clan leaders nodded in agreement. At this time, the leader of the Violent Bear tribe, one of the 5 major tribes, took the initiative to step forward and make a proposal. In that case, I think we should have the people from Tuchan return to the second line of defense immediately. Then we will express our apologies in a sincere way. As soon as he said this, the surrounding clan leaders looked at him in surprise, as if to say, "Wow, have you grown a brain?" However, the surrounding clan leaders still agreed with his proposal. Since you have made a mistake, you should stop the loss in time instead of making the same mistake again and again. After all, they don't think that the Demon King's court is much stronger than Dragon Island. Hearing the unanimous agreement and approval of the clan leaders below, Nu Shuang whispered softly in his master's ear. After listening, Chu Hanjuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to speak. In that case, then disband. Go do what you should do. Yes. Chapter 148, I am an adult now. After the court was dismissed, Chu Hanjun returned to his own palace without stopping. Without hesitation, she lay down on the bed she had longed for, just as she was about to close her eyes. Nu Shuang, who had been following her, finally arrived. Seeing that it was her good sister, Chu Hanjun suddenly remembered the previous topic. Thinking of the information that the battle maniac was unilaterally crushed, she suddenly woke up. You know, she really hates this guy. In the past few years, he has been looking for her to fight, which makes her very annoyed and has no time to rest. Now that he knew that the guy had been sanctioned, Chu Hanjun was extremely happy. At the same time, I am also very curious about which good person was able to beat down that annoying guy. So after seeing Nu Shuang's figure, he made a curious sound. Shuang Shuang, do you know who that powerful man from Tuchan is? What's his name? Hearing this and looking at his master's curious expression, Nu Shuang told him everything he knew without reservation. Jiang Mingua a human? I haven't heard of it, but it can beat that annoying guy down, so it must be very strong. I want to meet this Jiang Mingua. Chu Hanjun is now very curious about Jiang Mingua, wondering what kind of person can possess such powerful strength. Hearing these words, Nu Shuang suddenly became alert. That expression is like a person who is wary of his own little cabbage being eaten by the pigs outside. He spoke quickly. Master, since the opponent is so strong, you should be careful not to get captured. Otherwise, I will be very worried. Hearing this, and listening to the tone that sounded like coaxing a child, Chu Hanjun puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult now. How could he be captured by someone he had no grudge against? Although this is true, Nu Shuang is now like a worried old mother. After much persuasion, Chu Hanjun finally gave up the idea of meeting Jiang Mingwa. Of course, this is just verbal communication. In fact, this girl, whose mind is well protected, has begun to have her own ideas. Tu Yuecheng, Jiang Mingwa, who had no idea that she was being missed for some reason, was strolling in the city at this time. When the passing soldiers of other races saw this person, they immediately saluted him, but did not crowd together. You know, this is the strong man who defeated the Dragon Lord. I usually just look at the image, but I didn't expect that the real person is even more handsome, and he doesn't have that inexplicable oppression. He looks very kind. Jiang Mingwa, the person involved, had a faint smile on her face, but felt helpless in her heart. According to what his wife Tuchan Na said, he should go out more often and take the initiative to enhance his sense of presence. In this regard, Jiang Mingwa really wanted to say that her sense of presence had already exploded and there was no need to improve it any further. But he still couldn't resist his wife's cute attack, so he had no choice but to agree. Because Jiang Mingwa regretted it and just wanted to whip her severely at night. At this time, the elf princess Alice came to him and greeted him. Hello, Jiang Mingwa. Seeing an acquaintance, although Jiang Mingwa was curious, she still responded first and then expressed her feelings. Why is Alice here? Shouldn't she be returning to the land of elves? Alice blushed at the curious words, but responded calmly. She said that she came here as an ally of Tuchan from the land of elves, and she assured Jiang Mingwa that she had already explained it to the Lord of Tuchan. After hearing this, Jiang Mingwa didn't say anything more, but very gentlemanly invited Alice to take a walk with him. Faced with the invitation from the handsome man in front of her, Alice, who already had a good impression of him, did not refuse, but came to him with a smile. Pandora and Helena, who were behind Jiang Mingwa, looked at each other but said nothing. The elf guards following Alice also followed them silently. The appeal of this combination of handsome men and beautiful women is not exaggerated, especially since both parties are either of noble status or powerful. It really attracts attention wherever it goes. But at this moment, an air raid alarm suddenly sounded, followed by the warning voice. Warn! A large-scale monster wave is approaching. Please arrive at the designated location. This announcement made the surrounding soldiers stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. Following the guidance of the mechanical soldiers who suddenly appeared, these soldiers of different races came to the city wall in an orderly manner through the lifting platform. But when they arrived, they found that those huge guys that looked like magic cannons were automatically attacking the monster tied not far away. Ding whoosh. Boom dash. The powerful force seems like endless magic. These ethnic soldiers were stunned, and each of them looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Especially those goblins who like technology, they are drooling just watching it. If it weren't for the monster tide coming, they would have pounced on it long ago, wanting to see how this big guy was made. These racial soldiers, at the call of the mechanical soldiers, immediately threw themselves into the battlefield. Under the protection of the extremely safe steel barrier, this wave of monsters was passed smoothly without any danger. At the same time, the coalition forces only saw the tip of the iceberg of Tuchan's strength, and the seeds of awe in their hearts began to take root. Not only that, now they are beginning to feel proud and fortunate to be members of the Tuchan alliance. Jiang Mingwa, who was on the city wall, was accompanying Alice to witness the powerful firepower of this steel fortress. Her eyes sparkled as she stared intently at the destructive power of the heavy artillery. When the monster tide was reduced to ashes under this powerful firepower, Alice couldn't help but speak. Jiang Mingwa, are these magic cannons unique to your Tuchan? I've never seen this type of magic cannon before. It's not only automatic, but also incredibly powerful. If we could have these magic cannons on the front lines, we wouldn't have to fear the monster waves. Hearing these words full of envy, Jiang Mingwa smiled, without saying anything. Alice only saw the convenience and power of the laser artillery, but she didn't know how exaggerated the energy it consumed was. Let's put it this way. One tank of energy battery can provide a 15-meter-high mecha with full power operation for up to 30 minutes. However, if it is placed on a laser-heavy artillery and is also at full power, it can only release 3 shots. although a full power shot can be comparable to a shot from the main gun of an assault class destroyer. But when I think about it, it still feels like a waste of money. Fortunately, she has unlimited energy, so Jang Mingua doesn't care about these consumptions. Chapter 149. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? Alice on the side continued to express her curiosity, but did not ask Jang Mingua how much this laser-heavy artillery would cost, because she believed that although the elf land and Tuchan were now allies. But after all, it was built with Jang Mingua's kindness as the bridge, and there was no specific content of cooperation between the two parties. Hearing the hidden meaning in Alice's words, Jang Mingua responded softly. Alice, you can talk to my Lord of Tuchan about these weapons when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Alice didn't pay attention to the my Lord of Tuchan in the words, but nodded slightly after listening. Alice then left. She was going to talk to the Lord of Tuchan about weapons. So Jang Mingua returned to Tuchan alone. As for Helena and Pandora, they also went to work on the tasks issued by Tianyu. Chingchio Palace. At this time, Baishuru was staring blankly at the official business in front of her, her eyes dull. Because the information she received from Tuchan could be described as shocking, which made her mind go blank. It's only been less than a month. How come Tuchan has developed into such a giant? Take Dragon Island under your control as well? Turtle. At this moment, Baishuru inexplicably felt that Chingchio's identity also rose with the strength of Tuchan. Those races and forces around who had secretly mocked Chingchio for becoming a vassal of Tuchan, after learning about this, they came to express their friendship. This was a very realistic scene, but Baishuru didn't care. Now she only feels fortunate that she chose to become Tuchan's vassal without much hesitation. Thinking of this, Baishuru couldn't help but think of Jang Mingua. Is this the person with great luck? Not only is he very lucky, but he also possesses such powerful strength. Moreover, my daughter told me that this man has a very good character, and his appearance can be described as flawless. My goodness, how can there be such a perfect man in the world? At this moment, Baishuru felt that letting her daughter get in touch with Jang Mingua was an extremely correct choice. Just as Baishuru was lost in thought, two figures appeared from outside the gate. They are Bai Yuezhu and Bai Xingqi, who have not appeared for a long time. Maybe some people have forgotten who they are, so here is a brief introduction. The former is a white fox who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a somewhat introverted personality. The latter is a battle-crazed blue fox who is as quiet as a virgin and as fierce as a rabbit. However, Baishuru, who was brainstorming, did not notice them, but stayed where she was, until two foxes came to her and started calling her. Lord, what's wrong with you? Hearing the call, Baishuru woke up as if from a dream, and her eyes turned to them. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Seeing this, Bai Yuezhu didn't care, but asked about what happened in Tuchan. Upon hearing this, Baishuru did not choose to hide anything, but told everything. The two foxes in front of him looked surprised, especially when you know that powerful existence is Jang Mingua, young Master Jiang. The changes in their faces were more obvious. After saying this, Baishuru turned her gaze to Bai Xingqi and spoke curiously. Xingqi, didn't you go to the front line with the coalition forces? Why are you back? Hearing this, Bai Xingqi sighed helplessly and said, I went to the front line to fight, but the firepower from the city was too strong. She had the strength but nowhere to use it, so she returned in disgrace. However, she felt that if possible, she would like to have a competition with Mr. Jiang. Hearing this, Baishuru shook her head slightly in response. You can go and mention this matter to Master Jiang in person. Don't worry, Master Jiang treats his own people very well. I believe he will not refuse your request. After hearing this, Bai Xingqi immediately felt that she was fine again. She stood up and turned away, leaving behind a word. In that case, I'll excuse myself first. After saying that, he rushed out of the palace and disappeared. This scene made the remaining two people look at each other in confusion, and then smile at each other. Tuchan Palace. At this time, Jang Mingua, who was unaware that a competition was approaching, had returned to the pavilion in the yard of the refreshing land. But this time, he wasn't alone. In front of him, the Dragon Lord Alyssa stood trembling with fear. She had been standing in front of Jang Mingua for more than 10 minutes, but didn't say a word. Jang Mingua also treated her as heir and began to close her eyes and rest. After a long time, Alyssa seemed to have made up her mind and suddenly spoke with a serious face. Sir, I have something to ask of you. Hearing the voice, Jang Mingua slowly opened her closed eyes and her gaze fell on her. This time, Alyssa's mind was no longer full of thoughts as before, but when she noticed that the other person's attention was on her, she immediately continued to speak. I beg you, please, can you spar with me one more time? Just once. After saying that, Alyssa lowered her head, buried in her proud capital, not daring to look at Jiang Mingyue's face. This request made Jiang Mingyue raise her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes glanced at Alyssa in surprise. He felt that he had beaten her badly enough yesterday. Unexpectedly, the other party wanted to do it again in less than a day. So Jiang Mingyue spoke curiously. Do you like being beaten so much? Faced with the man's curiosity, Alyssa was speechless and no sound came out after opening her mouth several times. But there was no anger on her face, only shame and a slight desire to fight. After a while, Alyssa managed to speak. My lord, sparring with powerful beings is my hobby. So even though I was beaten like that by you, sir, I still long to spar with you again. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue looked at the person in front of her thoughtfully and roughly understood the other person's character in her heart. He is a battle maniac who likes to fight with others. However, when facing someone who unilaterally crushes him, he can still restrain his inner fear and continue to punch. This made Jiang Mingyue's eyes show more appreciation. He still admires people with such perseverance. So he stood up, turned his back to her, and spoke softly. Okay, then I'll satisfy you this time. Come with me. After saying this, he took off into the air and flew towards the south. Hearing the agreement, Alyssa was ecstatic, and she quickly flew up to catch up. For this battle, Jiang Mingyue came to the sea specifically so that the aftermath of the battle would not have too much impact. Chapter 150 Ao Wushuang. Then fly to the sea. At this moment, Alyssa was within 15 meters of Jiang Mingyue. Looking at the man standing in front of me with his hands behind his back, the memory of being beaten suddenly emerged. Her breathing began to quicken, her inner tension surged like a raging sea, and her body began to tremble. Jiang Mingyue saw the whole scene, but he remained indifferent and just watched calmly. He will not regret what he did yesterday. After all, if it weren't for his wife Tuchan Na wanting to spare her life, she would have been killed by his sword long ago. After a moment, Alyssa regained her inner peace, and then a constant fighting spirit emerged from her, turning into a golden air wave and spreading out in all directions. Sir, I'm going to get on. As soon as the voice fell, Alyssa rushed over without hesitation. There is no need to say much about the process of the battle. The final result was naturally that Alyssa was lying dead in a big pit on the ground, just like yesterday. Now she felt that her body was in tatters, and she didn't know how many of her hard bones were broken. Alyssa panted, her eyes calmly gazing at Jiang Mingyue, whose hair was not even messed up, in the sky, and spoke from the bottom of her heart. You are really too strong. Hearing this praise, Jiang Mingyue's expression remained unchanged. He landed beside her and stretched out his hand, and the rich life force flowed into Alyssa's body. She recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon she waved her arms and stood up with full blood. Ah, so comfortable, duh. Looking at Alyssa, who was moving her body again in front of him, her clothes were torn and tattered, revealing all kinds of spring scenes. This scene made Jiang Mingyue turn around silently and look at a certain place. With a slight lift of his finger, a vine appeared from that location, accompanied by the girl's exclamation. Wow, what is that? Let me go. I saw a beautiful black-haired girl wearing ancient oriental clothes, who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, being tied around the waist by a vine and lifted up. Those golden pupils were filled with panic, and the little hands kept pulling at the vines around the waist, while the little feet swung weakly in the air. On the girl's head, there are two symmetrical and delicate antlers. All of these tell others her identity. Ao Wushuang. Ao Wushuang felt so unlucky as he had finally escaped from his father's sight. Before she could decide where to go, she discovered two powerful beings fighting on the sea. Then she was affected, but fortunately, she had some treasures that allowed her to survive the earth-shaking battle. When he thought of this, Ao Wushuang felt both unfortunate and lucky. But now he was discovered. Feeling the gazes of the two powerful men, Ao Wushuang's body froze in place. When she looked up, she saw the two parties looking at her. Although they had no ill intentions, it still gave her goosebumps. However, she was a big-hearted girl and still tried to smile and speak. Hello, my name is Ao Wushuang, and I'm very, very happy to meet you. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's eyes showed curiosity because the girl's appearance looked very familiar to him. A name popped up in his mind. A dragon from the Oriental Fantasy series? This is the first time I have seen a Dongfang Long since I came to this world. So he hooked his finger, and the vine grew and stretched again, bringing Ao Wushuang to Jiang Mingyue in an instant. With a thought, the vines let it go. Although he was no longer restrained, Ao Wushuang was now standing in front of two big men, which made him speak cautiously. Please, what is it that you called me here for? I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm just an innocent person who got dragged into this by accident. As he spoke, he acted pitiful, weak and helpless, not daring to look at their faces. Jiang Mingua couldn't help but find this scene funny. But his eyes were always on the girl in front of him, and then he spoke slowly. You are a dragon. There was no further news at this point. This made Ao Wushuang frightened, and then her father's words came to her mind. Don't go out. You're too young to protect yourself. If you run into a bad person, you're going to have a pretty bad experience. The dragon's blood will be sucked out, and its tendons pulled out. When he thought of this, Ao Wushuang's body couldn't help but tremble, and he subconsciously stretched out his hands to cover his dragon horns. He responded in a way that was like trying to cover up one's own mistakes. No, you're mistaken. I'm not a high and mighty dragon. I'm just an innocent deer. Yes, I'm a deer. So wow. I'm not tasty. Please let me go, wow. As he spoke, Ao Wushuang realized how far-fetched his words were. He could no longer control his tears, which fell heavily as he began to beg. When these tears fell to the ground, they turned directly into crystal sapphires. However, this magical scene did not draw Jiang Mingyue's attention here. Because he found that his curiosity scared an innocent girl to tears, he looked like a big bad guy. It made him look embarrassed. Alyssa, who was behind him, kept looking between the two of them, but she didn't say anything, just watched quietly. You have to solve the problems you have caused yourself. With this thought in mind, Jiang Mingyue came to Ao Wushuang, knelt on one knee, and spoke softly. I'm sorry I scared you. I apologize. These words stunned the crying Ao Wushuang. She didn't expect this stranger to be so easy to talk to. When she opened her eyes, the extremely handsome face came into her eyes, coupled with the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the girl, who had little contact with the opposite sex, was a little dazed. Looking at the girl standing there in a daze, Jiang Mingyue carefully reached out her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued to speak softly. Because of your identity as a dragon from the Dragon Palace, I was a little curious and accidentally watched for too long. I won't hurt you, nor will I eat you, don't worry. The extremely gentle tone, coupled with the stunning appearance, calmed Ao Wushuang's originally nervous heart. But her eyes could not leave the face of the man in front of her. At this moment, the sea, which had been calm, suddenly became turbulent. Immediately afterwards, several voices full of coercion rang out. Who is it? Who made my baby daughter cry? That's right. Who is bullying our precious sister? Wow. Chapter 151 Big Event, 3 days later. Accompanied by 3 deafening sounds, 3 huge figures broke out from the sea and then soared into the sky. For a moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the huge body was looming in the thick dark clouds. It looks quite intimidating. This scene immediately attracted Jiang Mingyue's attention, especially the features: horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like a cow. These features showed the oriental dragon's posture vividly, making Jiang Mingyue stare at it intently. After all, for him, there is a difference in his preference for the appearance of Western dragons and Eastern dragons. Noticing Jiang Mingyue's expression, Alyssa couldn't help but frown slightly, then raised her head to look at the dragon in the sky. I wondered what was so good about them. Why do adults take it so seriously? And he looks kind of happy? 3 questions popped up in her mind in succession, and then she couldn't help but step forward and speak. Sir, do you need me to shoot them down? When these words were spoken, Ao Wushuang, who was standing by, was shocked. He hurried to Jiang Mingyue and spoke pitifully. Big brother, the dragon above is my father, and there are big brother and second brother, please don't fight. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue nodded, then looked at Alyssa beside her and said softly, the other party should know you. Go and explain the situation clearly. What he said was certainly not without basis. After this short time together, Jiang Mingyue knew Alyssa's fighting crazy character. Over the years, she must have conquered all the powerful forces on both the continent and the ocean, and she has a deep memory of them. So letting her go and talk will definitely be very effective. This is indeed the case after Alyssa went there in person. The father and son trio, who had been so aggressive, immediately became deflated. Because they saw the guy they least wanted to see. It's you. Alyssa, did you take my daughter away? You kidnapped my precious daughter just for a fight. This is unbearable. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Having said that, the old dragon king who had transformed into a human form remained indifferent, and the same went for the 2 dragon princes beside him. Seeing this, Alyssa turned a blind eye and spoke lightly. I'm not here to fight you today. It's just that the adults want to see you. These words made them slightly stunned, and then the old dragon king spoke in surprise. Sir, does that mean the rumor is true? Were you really defeated by a powerful human? Alyssa did not feel ashamed of the old Dragon King's exclamation and admitted it directly and generously. After all, if she loses, and she is not someone who can afford to lose. Then she spoke again. Hurry up, don't keep the adults waiting for too long. After saying that, he turned around and left without paying any attention to the gazes of the father and son trio, leaving them staring at each other in bewilderment. But because of their love for their precious daughter/sister, they still bit the bullet and came to Jiang Mingua and greeted her respectfully. Sir, nice to meet you. I am Ao Fu, the Dragon King of the East China Sea Dragon Palace. Facing the big guy who was able to defeat the fighting maniac, the old Dragon King also gave him enough respect. Seeing their father do this, the Dragon King's eldest and second princes also followed suit and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua bowed in a friendly manner as a greeting and introduced themselves to each other. Ao Wushuang, who was standing by, also came over to them with a smile and began to explain. After listening to his precious daughter's explanation, the old Dragon King realized that it was his misunderstanding and quickly apologized. In response, Jiang Mingua just smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Moreover, it was because of the aftermath of the battle between him and Alyssa that Ao Wushuang was accidentally swept in. Listening to the gentle words of the man in front of him, Ao Wushuang looked at Jiang Mingua with sparkling eyes. An unknown emotion turned into a seed deep in her heart and was then planted silently. When the old Dragon King, who was the father, saw this scene, warnings kept ringing in his heart. Oops, the cabbages I raised want to eat the pigs outside. So he immediately came to Ao Wushuang's side, took her little hand, and said with a smile, in that case, it's all a misunderstanding, so we'll leave first. The old Dragon King, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of something and turned back to continue speaking. Oh, by the way, Master Jiang, if you want to visit the Dragon Palace in the future, you're always welcome. The main reason for saying this is that the old Dragon King does not want to give up the opportunity to establish a good relationship with this powerful man. After all, who knows at what critical moment this good karma will come in handy. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua understood the old Dragon King's intention to make friends. He did not refuse, but smiled and said that he would definitely visit the Dragon Palace when he had time. Ao Wushuang, who was originally reluctant to leave, immediately put away the reluctance on her face after hearing these words, and became excited, saying that she would wait for his arrival in the Dragon Palace. Jiang Mingua, realizing that she had inexplicably gained the favor of a young girl, gave an awkward but polite smile, then nodded in response to the girl's expectations. After the Dragon family left, Jiang Mingua turned around and left without hesitation. Alyssa, who was behind him, took a deep look at the direction where Ao Wushuang and his family left, then took off into the air and caught up with Jiang Mingua. Tuchan Palace. After some minor incidents, Jiang Mingua returned to the pavilion and sat down again, while Alyssa returned to Dragon Island after saying goodbye. So Jiang Mingua was left alone again. But he was also happy to be idle, and then his eyes became unfocused, his thoughts wandered, and he began to think about things. The matter of the abyss can be put aside. Now Jiang Mingua noticed that the monthly large-scale event would be held in 3 days. It can be said that this large-scale monthly event is what every survivor has been looking forward to for a long time. Because compared to ordinary activities with limited rewards and flexible opening time, survivors have a greater desire for large-scale activities. After all, in large-scale events, how many card rewards you can get depends entirely on the survivors themselves. Whether it is to rob or complete the trial step by step, it is a way to obtain card rewards. And in large-scale events, you will have the opportunity to obtain the highest level card, the red card. This is the existence that all survivors dream of. But unfortunately, since records began, the number of times a red card has been obtained has been less than 3 times. However, those who received the red cards all caused a sensation at the time and attracted the attention of the whole world. Chapter 152 Activity Rules. The main venue of large-scale events takes place in a multi-layered world. Note that the worlds are not fused but superimposed. Simply put, each world exists independently, but has a vertical structure and can travel to other worlds through channels. There are 9 worlds of this type, also known as the 9 heavens. Each world has its own environment and terrain, and no 2 worlds are the same. In this world of 9 heavens, the strength of creatures in each heaven is corresponding. From the perspective of strength, F, E, DSS, and SSS correspond to the 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 9th heavens respectively. There are 3 ways to obtain card rewards in this large-scale event. First, In this world of the 9 heavens, each world has a trial tower, and as long as you pass it, you can get corresponding card rewards. For example, after clearing the trial tower in the first level, you can get 3 white cards. After clearing the trial tower in the second heaven, this number will become 6 white cards. After the third level, this grade will become a green card, and so on. However, you can only get rewards once in each level of the trial tower. Even if you pass it a second time, you will not get any rewards. There are no restrictions on use, allowing all survivors to enter the trial tower. The second is that in this world of the 9 heavens, secret realms of all sizes will appear randomly. Compared to the trial tower, which has a fixed location, the location where the secret realm appears is completely random, and whether you can encounter it depends entirely on the survivor's luck. The number and quality of cards obtained in the secret realm depends entirely on the size of the secret realm. If it is a super large secret realm, you can even get the red card recorded in it. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is to complete the tasks in the secret realm. Based on years of exploration, survivors have divided the tasks in the secret realm into 4 categories. They are battle type, plot type, puzzle type, and level-breaking type. Each type of summary expresses its literal meaning. Among them, plot types take longer than other types. Of course, sometimes the decryption type may take longer. These all depend on the person. Moreover, compared to the trial tower that every survivor can participate in, the secret realm will disappear directly after being completed and cannot be found again. Third, this method is very simple and crude, which is the so-called killing and stealing. Because there are 2 major reasons in the activity, which indirectly or directly create this method. The first one is the cards obtained in large-scale events, which must be used after the event ends. And as long as the living are killed, these cards will automatically leave the system backpack and appear in the outside world and can be picked up. The second is that the cards obtained in large-scale events can be stacked and upgraded. 5 white cards can be stacked and upgraded to 1 green card, and so on. The highest upgrade level is a gold card. Because of these 2 reasons, the strong survivors become stronger and the weak become weaker. Oh no, the weak ones just disappeared, thus entering a weird cycle. Simply put, a company with 200 employees implements an appraisal system, and the 20 employees with the worst performance will be fired every month. Moreover, there will be no new recruits for a long time. The number of employees will continue to decrease, and the degree of competition will be even more exaggerated. So even though new people have joined, the more experienced employees are still the dozen or so people at the beginning. After all, these new recruits are the nutrients for the old employees. It's just this weird feeling. Of course, unless there is a newcomer who is powerful enough to disrupt the balance. Well, this large-scale event, which takes place once a month, lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, the survivors can do whatever they want. Her thoughts stopped, and all the precautions for this large-scale event flashed through Jiang Mingyue's mind. The trip will take 3 days, but unfortunately, this kind of large-scale event only allows pets, not followers. Otherwise, Jiang Mingyue wanted to take her 3 foxes out for a trip, just as a honeymoon. As for the other foxes, well, they don't belong to you until you eat them. Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but beam with joy at the thought that 2 foxes, 1 black and 1 pink, were right next to her mouth, and she could eat them with just 1 mouthful. Because of the environment he was in, Jiang Mingyue liked fox-eared girls more and more. There's no way these naughty foxes are just too good. Regardless of whether it can satisfy me or not, the increasingly improved art of sex really makes me linger. Then accidentally make them faint. Just as Jiang Mingyue was thinking about those passionate years, a pink figure appeared in the yard. "Young master," a soft voice called out, waking him up as if from a dream, and he looked in the direction of the voice. What caught my eye was a pink figure, exuding charm all over her body. The pink glass skirt showed off the woman's curvy figure to the fullest, and the snow-white northern hemisphere was also revealed in Jiang Mingyue's eyes. But unfortunately, although it was very tempting, Jiang Mingyue, as an old cadre, responded to the visitor without blushing or beating his heart. "Chingchio, is there something wrong?" After hearing the response, Chingchio did not speak immediately, but maintained a charming smile, then walked to Jiang Mingyue with enchanting steps and sat down next to her. Moreover, the distance between the two was very close. It could be said that Chingchio's entire body was now pressed against Jiang Mingyue. He was slightly stunned by the fragrant breeze and the flawless, exquisite appearance at close range. Chingchio was very happy when she saw that her beloved was finally stunned by her charm. "I thought that all my hard study and imagination these days were not in vain after all." Feeling the ambiguous atmosphere, Chingchio decided to press on. She leaned over again and whispered softly in Jiang Mingyue's ear. Master, what were you and Sister Nanya doing in your room last night? I'm very curious. When she said the last sentence, Bai Xianxue's charm reached its peak, and her talent was quietly activated. She also stuck out her little tongue and gently licked Jiang Mingyue's earlobe, and the pink fox carrot was also wrapped around his waist. Feeling the wetness from her earlobe and the restraint around her waist gave Jiang Mingyue goosebumps. Turtle. This pink fox is so naughty, and it seems like she came prepared. Ignoring the influence of Bai Xianxue's talent, Jiang Mingyue sighed in her heart. Chapter 153, Both Bad and Fun. Looking at the pink fox in front of him who was starting to become naughty, how could Jiang Mingyue, as an old cadre, be at a disadvantage? So his hand quietly came to Bai Xianxue's waist and hugged her. He also pinched her belly, which was free of any fat. Yeta. Feeling the attack on her lower abdomen, Bai Xianxue let out a delicate sound and then lay in Jiang Mingyue's arms. Her little face flushed, and she continued to speak with a seductive look in her eyes. Sir, you are so bad. As she spoke, she stretched out her finger and gently tapped his chest. This skillful yet immature action almost made Jiang Mingyue blurt out, You are so naughty. But he still held back. After rubbing the pink fox vine, the bad thoughts in his mind suddenly flashed through his mind. This made Jiang Mingyue reveal a half-smile on her face, and then she looked at Bai Xianxue in her arms. Then he carried her in a princess hug without hesitation and walked towards his room. This sudden action made Bai Xianxue quickly put her arms around his neck and spoke tentatively. Sir, where are we going? Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue responded with a smirk on her face. Of course, I'll do what you expect. After these words were spoken, Bai Xianxue realized something and inexplicably became quiet, her body beginning to tense up. The big news she heard from Tuchan Na at that time kept appearing in her mind, making the blush on her face visibly increase. Now that she has full marks in theory but zero in practice, her brain has begun to stop thinking. Exe. It was not until she felt herself on the soft bed that Bai Xianxue woke up from her dream and instinctively wrapped herself in the quilt. Only his little head and the pink fox carrot behind him were left, but the fox carrot was shaking constantly, looking very excited. Looking at the naive and playful pink fox in front of her, Jiang Mingyue couldn't control the smile on her face anymore. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Jiang Mingyue's laughter from the heart rang out. A laugh dispelled the ambiguous atmosphere and Bai Xianxue's inner panic. As the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down, she put the quilt back in place. Then he sat on the bed with an embarrassed look on his face, even lowering his head and not daring to look at Jiang Mingyue. After all, what he had just done was no different from courtship. Everything was fine and we had reached the last step, but now, I can't hold on any longer and choose to run away. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Bai Xianxue felt that she had let down her mother's teachings and Sister Yu's expectations. But just as she was sighing in her heart, Jiang Mingyue moved and pressed her directly onto the bed. For a moment, she was enveloped by the strong masculine scent, and her body became limp and unable to resist. Wooed. Bai Xianxue subconsciously let out a cry of grief, her mind going blank. At this time, Jiang Mingyue leaned down, and the next moment she felt a wonderful sense of contact on her lips. After a moment, the feeling disappeared. Bai Xianxue didn't react at all and just stared blankly at Jiang Mingyue, who was looking down at her. If you hate me, push me away. As she said this, she saw the man in front of her bend down again. Chapter 154 Bipu. After the madness, things returned to calm. The two of them snuggled together in bed, not saying a word, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, Bai Xianxue's eyes were fixed on Jiang Mingyue's face. I don't know what he was thinking, but he would smile foolishly from time to time, and the happiness on his face was completely beyond words. Because she finally did it, and finally became husband and wife with the man she loved. In this way, she doesn't need to worry about something she will regret in the future. For example, the person you love gets married, but the bride is not you. This kind of future will not be your own result. When she thought of this, Bai Xianxue felt particularly good, so good that she couldn't help but hum softly. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue beside her didn't say anything, but turned around and left a light kiss on her forehead. Bai Xianxue was very pleased with this doting gesture and showed a silly expression. Then adjust your posture and find a comfortable position in your husband's arms. Just when the atmosphere between the two was very good, the door of the room was opened. The person who came was the main wife, Tuchan Na. She originally wanted to chat with her husband and recover from her tiredness of the past few days. As a result, I didn't see anyone in the yard, but I felt two familiar auras heading towards the room. Tuchan Na realized something, opened the door, and walked in. As she expected, the familiar smell hit her face as soon as she entered the room, and then she saw her husband and a pink fox in bed. However, Tuchan Na, who had already prepared herself mentally, did not feel any sense of betrayal. On the contrary, she felt a sense of relief in her heart, because by Chingchio's joining means that they have another sister they can support. So she happily came to the bed, and after driving Jiang Mingwei out, she began to talk about the things they should pay attention to when they became new wives. Then he passed the good news to Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Yulan. Their first reaction when they heard the news was, "Great, there are new sisters to take on the responsibility." It is conceivable what kind of inhumane treatment they suffered. After Jiang Mingwei was pushed out and changed her clothes, she opened the space tunnel and came to his world with nothing to do. When Jiang Mingwei appeared in the base, Tianyu immediately sensed his presence and came to his side. "Commander, what can I do for you?" Hearing this, Jiang Mingwei nodded. He did come to Tianyu to find out something. "Tianyu, what stage is the interstellar battleship manufacturing plant at now?" Facing the commander's question, Tianyu responded without hesitation. It said, "The construction modules of the interstellar battleships in the arsenal are now 90% complete, and it is estimated that it will take another 23 hours, 14 minutes and 36 seconds to complete. Once the factory is completed, the corresponding warships can be manufactured. Assault-class destroyer, guerrilla-class cruiser, annihilator-class battleship, fortress-class aircraft carrier. And there are more types of warships that are unlocked as the arsenal technology is unlocked. And if there is no shortage of energy materials, you can start building immediately by just unlocking them. This means that what the arsenal needs most now is time." After listening to Tianyo's story, Jiang Mingwen nodded thoughtfully, then turned around and spoke to it. "God bless you. Once the construction modules are completed, 3 fully staffed fleets will be sent first. The rest can be decided according to your ideas." After receiving the order, Tianyu nodded in response. "Received, Commander. Your order will be given priority." Hearing Tianyo's response, Jiang Mingyue's thoughts began to surge. The thought of myself standing alone and calmly in front of thousands of enemies. His face was calm and composed, and he raised his hand and waved gently. In an instant, countless interstellar battleships leaped directly above his head. Then, in the next moment, he would launch a violent attack on the enemy, while he would stand there contentedly, watching it all quietly. Turtle, just thinking about it makes my pussy feel full. When Jiang Mingyue thought of that scene, her blood boiled in her heart. And I am looking forward to that day. Although he is now capable of easily achieving that scene, people still have to have something to aspire to. Next, Jiang Mingyue and Tianyu went to the construction module of the ship. He wanted to see what it looked like. As it turned out, this construction module did not disappoint his expectations. Jiang Mingyue arrived at the construction module in space through an elevator that went straight into space. Although it has not been fully built yet, the science fiction-like scene still makes Jiang Mingyue unable to take her eyes off it. In this vast space, a huge monster was moving along with the rotation of the planet. That giant beast, that is at least 50 kilometers long, is floating in space. Countless mechanical workers are moving back and forth on this giant beast and completing it bit by bit. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue began to look forward to the completion of this giant beast, and what a spectacular sight it would be. After strolling around for a while, he returned to Tuchan with satisfaction. Tu Yueqing. In the afternoon, Chu Yanwen, the leader of the Bingshuanhanian clan, who was sent by the Demon Royal Court, came to TUS City to meet with Tasha. The purpose was to apologize for the previous incident in which the Demon Royal Court used Tuchan as cannon fodder. But when he actually saw the majestic and magnificent steel fortress, Chu Yanwen was shocked, and his respect for Tuchan increased even more. So when he met Tuchan Yu, although his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, his words were full of respect for Tuchan. Forget about any thoughts of returning Tuchan to the second line of defense. Others have the strength and capital to do so, and bringing up these issues yourself will only make the atmosphere awkward. So after Chu Yanwen expressed the Demon King's court's apology, he placed the treasures in front of Tuchan Yu one by one, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely cheerful. It is obvious at first glance that these treasures are all of top quality, and some of them are what Tuchan currently needs. Tuchan Yu, who had no intention of ruining the relationship between Tuchan and the Demon Clan Royal Court, smiled and collected all the treasures in front of him. Afterwards, she said that the matter was over. Tuchan was also happy to maintain a friendly relationship with the Demon Royal Court. After hearing these words, Chu Yanwen knew that his mission this time had been successfully completed. But before he could be happy for long, Tuchan Yu's voice rang out again. This time it was a misunderstanding, but it won't happen again. After all, my husband still loves me very much. What she meant was that if it happened again, she would ask her husband Zhang Mingwa to go to the Demon Clan royal court for a friendly exchange, and then become one with them. The meaning of these words made Chu Yanwen nod seriously, indicating that he had received them and would definitely pass them on. So, this first meeting ended successfully. Tuchan. Time passed, and soon it was dusk. At the dinner table, Zhang Mingwa told everyone that he was going to attend a large event in 3 days. Then he explained that his followers could not follow him, so he had to let Tuchan Na and the others stay at home. Hearing this, the girls who had thought they could go out and play with their husbands were immediately discouraged. He could only remind Zhang Mingwa one thing after another, asking her to be careful and not to enter dangerous places. He naturally accepted all the girls' sincere advice with a smile, and he promised that when he came back, he would bring them some local specialties. Hearing this, the girls all laughed, especially by Chingchio, who laughed the happiest. This made Su Hanjun, who was sitting next to her, look at her with a puzzled look, because she found that she smelled the very strong scent of Zhang Mingwa on this pink fox. And when she came over, she also found that by Chingchio's movements were a little strange. After a moment of silence, Su Hanjun suddenly realized something, and the confusion on his face turned into surprise. When did this little girl climb into that man's bed? So fast. I thought it would be a bit of a scramble. Su Hanjun, who had figured it out, silently gave Bai Chingchio a thumbs up in his heart. She quite likes this kind of personality that takes action as soon as it is said. But problems also arise. Among all the people present, except for the 2 little ones, I am the only one who is still hesitant. Chapter 155 Humph. Want to escape? The inner sense of urgency made Su Hanjuan's breathing slightly rapid, and his eyes fell on Zhang Mingwa from time to time. The tail behind him unconsciously began to shake slightly. Now she still can't make up her mind. Feeling hesitant, Su Hanjun couldn't help but laugh at herself. When did my personality become like this? Where has my former decisive self gone? In the end, Su Hanjun attributed all this to the confusion and helplessness she felt when she first encountered love. At this time, Tuchan Na beside her also noticed her situation, but didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and gently patted the back of Su Hanjuan's hand. After Su Hanjun focused his attention on him, Tuchan Na gave a gentle smile, and the expression on her face seemed to say, "You're the only one missing, sister. What are you still hesitating about?" Seeing this, Su Hanjun gave an awkward but polite smile. But Tuchan Na's encouragement and recognition still gave her some determination. Day 30. Time flies, and soon it is 3 days later. During these 3 days, some big and small things happened. The first is due to Tuchan Na's unremitting efforts in spreading the news these days. The situation of Long Dao becoming a vassal of Tuchan has spread throughout the world and shocked the whole world. All races and nations saw a giant rising. Therefore, all forces close to Tuchan began to engage in friendly exchanges. Even several major empires thousands of miles away sent envoys to Tuchan to express their friendship. As a result, Tuchan has become very lively now, and people of all races can be seen here. The people of Tuchan who witnessed this scene also understood the meaning of when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Tuchan had not experienced such a prosperous era for thousands of years, making the people of Tuchan feel as if they were in a dream. Because of this situation, Tuchan Na and others were extremely busy. However, because Zhang Mingwa comes out for a stroll from time to time, Tuchan City is a mixed crowd. There is no one who really dares to cause trouble, because they don't want to try and die. In a sense, this also reduced the burden on Tuchan Na and others. Apart from that, it's more about the war on the front line. For example, several empires secretly planned and launched a sudden and large-scale counterattack, successfully regaining the first line of defense. Then they pursued the victory, pushed the front line forward another 10 kilometers, and successfully gained a foothold. So they promoted this victory in the country as a great victory. For a time, the morale of the people was very high and the desire for war was very strong. Everyone wanted to eliminate all the Abyss slaves immediately and live a peaceful life. Having said all of the above, there are only a few small things left. For example, Wanjia coin began to spread with Tuchan as the center and gradually replaced the trading status of Lingshire. The Landy Chamber of Commerce was the first to try something new, and Tuchan is now quite powerful. Let the Wanjia coin in their hands have a very generous value and make a lot of money. Tuchan Palace. The girls all went to work as soon as they got up, leaving Zhang Mingwa sitting in the pavilion with her eyes closed to rest. He is waiting. Because the important thing today is not only the start of a large-scale event, but also the settlement every 2 weeks, where you can get a big gift package of cards. It was originally scheduled to be distributed at 10 o'clock, but because of a large-scale event, so the time was brought forward to 9 o'clock. Therefore, Jang Mingua is now waiting for this card gift pack. He hadn't opened a card for a week, so he was itching to open one. By the way, Jang Mingua now feels that many things are not suitable to appear in live broadcasts. He hasn't opened the live broadcast room for a long time, so he lost this way to obtain cards. But Jang Mingua didn't care. Tuchan now couldn't achieve any major changes with just a golden card. After obtaining some cards, Jang Mingua found that they were useless. For example, the prop, medic. Since I got it, I have never opened it or summoned it. Even in TUS City, a city on the front line, there is no use for this prop. After all, those medical robots can solve most problems. However, Jang Mingua doesn't worry about these things because he believes in being prepared. I believe this prop will have its day. While Jang Mingua was lost in thought, 9 o'clock in the morning had arrived unknowingly. The next moment, the mechanical sound that resounded throughout the heavens and the worlds rang out. The survival time has been reached. Please check the gift package. As soon as the words fell, these survivors performed a series of identical actions in unison. With a look of ecstasy on his face, he opened his backpack, prayed to God, used the gift pack, and there was a white light. It made them panic, and after a moment they heard wailing. Humph, humph, ah. Or just lie on the ground with your mouth open and eyes closed. Jang Mingua, who is a little luckier, has no such concerns. He calmly opened the gift package, and the next moment a golden light burst out from the gift box. People can't help but exclaim, "Wow, the golden legend." 2 golden cards appeared in front of Jang Mingua. Looking closely, the information on 2 golden cards appeared before my eyes. It is a gold skill card and a gold secret realm card. Seeing this, the appearance of the secret realm card made Jang Mingua stunned for a moment, but she did not show any surprise. And it feels a bit regrettable. Why not a talent enhancement card? By improving your talents through talent improvement cards, you can reveal a little about your life experience to each other, so you don't have to be confused like you are now. But Jang Mingua quickly came to her senses and thought that the same was true for the secret realm card. As long as you complete all of them, you will naturally get the card you want. After figuring it out, he put the secret realm card into his backpack, planning to find an opportunity to open it after the big event was over. After putting the card into the backpack, Jang Mingua's eyes turned to the skill card in front of him. With a tap, the card's detailed information appears. Gold active. Name Humph. Want to escape? Effect. After locking onto the enemy, you can instantly come to the enemy and cause 300% true damage of an absolute hit, with a cooldown of 20 seconds, and come with one of the negative effects of weakness, half recovery, bleeding, increased energy consumption, and insanity, and it lasts for 30 seconds. And this effect cannot be affected by negative resistance. Analysis, Humph. Trying to escape? Lightning Whirlwind Strikes. Chapter 156 Death Swamp. Looking at the skill introduction and the nonsensical skill names, Jang Mingua's mouth twitched, but he was no longer surprised. Although the skill name is not very interesting, the skill effect does not disappoint the gold grade card. After locking, you can come to the enemy regardless of distance and deal true damage with absolute accuracy. TSK. If you encounter those loaches, those guys with a high dodge probability, this skill will be their natural enemy. If I cut them with the knife, I would probably see their expressions of how could it be possible on their faces. Without hesitation, Jang Mingua learned this skill directly. After tasting the cards, he continued to sit on the stone bench, quietly waiting for the big event to begin. As time passed, there were still 10 minutes left. The 3 Tuchan sisters, and by Chingchio, put down their work and came to Jang Mingua. They wanted to send him to the event together like they did before so that he wouldn't be alone. Seeing this, facing these girls who are actually married, Jang Mingua smiled and kissed them on the forehead like rain and dew. Make their little faces slightly red and filled with happy smiles. Looking at the ladies with different styles in front of him, Jang Mingua felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. With the company of a beautiful woman, time passes much faster. It seemed like an instant, and that familiar voice sounded in Jang Mingua's ears. Woohoo! The monthly big event is finally here. Survivors of all the heavens and worlds, are you ready? I believe you are all familiar with the rules of large-scale events, so I won't elaborate here. Immediately. Right now? Speed. Start the event. Along with those passionate words, a teleportation array appeared under Jang Mingua. Seeing this, he calmly waved to the ladies as a farewell. So, Jang Mingua left this world through the teleportation array amid the girls' reluctant gazes. The first heaven, the green plane. After an indescribable short period of weightlessness, Jiang Mingua finally arrived at her destination. When he opened his eyes, he saw an endless prairie, and on this prairie, there were many survivors with the same status as him. They wore different clothes and had different equipment, but they had one thing in common. Their faces looked very bad. It seemed that this teleportation reminded them of the teleportation they experienced on the day they became survivors. Except for a small number of survivors who were still standing there, most of the veteran survivors had already started to take action. They raised their heads and kept looking around. Because there is not just one trial tower in each world, but at least 10. This is the only way to satisfy the huge number of survivors. Look there. As a cry of surprise was heard, everyone present turned their eyes to that person. Then they followed the direction the man pointed and found their main target. Trial tower. Without a word, they started running over. Suddenly, the scene turned into a marathon, with people flying, running, crawling, and burrowing in the ground, all competing with each other for attention. Although the first level only gives white cards, there are rules for stacking and upgrading cards, so these survivors will not complain about having too many cards in their hands. This scene made Jiang Mingua, who was wearing a prepared fox mask, watch everything with great interest. After all, I had only seen this scene on the screen before, but now that I am in it in person, I find it even more interesting. Of course, there is also a small number of people whose goal is not the trial tower. But further away, at the white pillar that seems to penetrate the entire sky and earth, there is the passage to the second heaven. Those who go there are basically survivors with relatively strong strength. When most of the people around had left, Jiang Mingua took off into the air and slowly flew towards the white pillar. Anyway, there are 3 days, enough time for me to take my time. Because the activity has just started, along the way, the only survivors who will travel with you are those you may know. When he saw a lonely person like Jiang Mingua, he didn't have any bad intentions. He just took a look and left. This result allowed Jiang Mingua to reach the passage smoothly. Stepping into the teleportation array, accompanied by a sense of weightlessness, when I opened my eyes again, what came into view was a dense forest. After understanding this world called the Maze Forest, Jiang Mingua took off directly into the sky and continued to move towards the direction of the white pillar. This maze forest is literally a huge maze. Because these trees will start to move silently every once in a while, so as not to affect the survivors. But it is also easy to solve. Either you can fly, dig a hole in the ground, or even just rely on your strong body and rush around to easily solve this problem. After all, the strength of the creatures here is only level at most. Misty Forest. Without any intention of stopping, Jiang Mingua reached the 5th heaven in one breath. There are no survivors here for the time being, only thick fog and vast forests. It is impossible to determine the direction with the naked eye. However, the white beam of light that reaches the sky can still be seen clearly, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Just as Jiang Mingua was about to continue on her way, a rustling sound suddenly came from the originally quiet forest. From far to near, his eyes fell on the direction where the sound came from. As the sound got closer, a huge creature at least 2 meters tall and with a bloated body appeared and disappeared in the fog. Jiang Mingua felt as if she had been transported to the set of some monster movie and watched everything happen with curiosity. Then, under the gaze of everyone's attention, a giant human-faced spider with a dark body appeared in his sight. He bared his fangs and claws at Jiang Mingua, as if he had invaded the territory of the human-faced spider. As for why the human-faced spider only dares to show its fangs and claws, it is because its biological instinct is constantly reminding it. Try it, and it will pass away. Jiang Mingua simply ignored the little incident and took off into the air, flying towards the direction of the white light column. 7th Heaven, Death Swamp. Arriving at the 7th heaven and looking at the gloomy environment, Jiang Mingua didn't take it seriously, but took off into the air again. But this time his target was no longer the white beam of light, but the trial tower. After reaching the 7th level of the trial tower and passing it, you can get 3 purple cards. It already met Jiang Mingua's needs, but what he didn't expect was. Chapter 157 Me? On the way to the trial tower, a secret realm suddenly appeared before him. Looking at the portal with a light blue vortex in front of him, Jiang Mingua was a little stunned. But then he thought again. He had already reached the 7th level, and the secret realm here should be able to easily produce high-rated cards. After figuring it out, Jiang Mingua stepped into the blue portal. With a flash of blue light, he found himself in a volcanic environment. The hot temperature here has distorted the air. At the moment when Jiang Mingua appeared here, a serious female voice sounded. I didn't expect that this event hasn't been going on for long, and there are already survivors here. It seems that you are a being with great strength. Ha ha. I hope I can have a great time fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally calm volcano suddenly erupted, followed by a fiery red figure falling from the sky and landing not far from Mingua. The person who came was a woman with long red hair and wearing a cheongsam, which highlighted her amazing figure. At this moment, her wine-red pupils were full of fighting spirit, and the smile on her face was full of madness. But when the woman's eyes fell on Mingua, her body paused and the smile on her face froze. She was originally full of vigor and vitality, but suddenly she became weak. Because of the fox mask, the woman was unable to see Mingua's face clearly at first. As a result, that extremely familiar breath reminded her all the time that the person in front of her was the one she was thinking of. For a moment, she felt excited, happy, and a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that a month later, I would meet the person I had been thinking about day and night as soon as I started working. The name in her mind almost came out of her mouth, but the woman held it back. The change in the woman's aura naturally made Mingua feel it clearly. He inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with this woman. It's as if we have been together day and night for several years. This feeling was very strange, and Mingua's eyes kept scanning the fiery woman in front of her, trying to figure out what was going on. Feeling the long-lost gaze, the woman felt a little shy and began to act hesitantly. As a result, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became inexplicably quiet. Both parties were in the same place, their thoughts running wild. After hesitating for a moment, the woman decided to complete the work content, treat everyone equally in the future, and then pull her subordinates in without hesitation. The next moment, a fiery red teleportation array appeared beside the woman, followed by a beautiful figure. The woman, who was dressed gorgeously and looked like a peacock, immediately bowed when she saw the fiery red woman. "Greetings, sir. May I ask what you wish for me?" Seeing the person coming, the fiery red woman directly hugged the person's shoulders, then pointed her finger at Mingua and whispered, "You, go and fight that young master." Hearing this, the peacock-like woman looked in the direction indicated. It would have been fine if she hadn't seen the result, but once she saw it, her biological instincts immediately sounded the alarm, warning that the person in front of her was no match for her. When the woman knew that the adults asked her to fight with this big guy, she instinctively asked questions. Me? Yes, it's you." After responding, the fiery red woman pushed her men forward a few steps. After all, she couldn't do anything to Mingua. But at this time, Mingua's voice suddenly sounded. "Xiaohong." This name instantly froze the woman in place, and she subconsciously lowered her head, not wanting Mingua to see her expression. He turned around with great effort and took a step forward, leaving him with a back view of his hands and feet trembling. Because the woman was afraid that if she continued to look at him, she would not be able to help but throw herself into his arms. Looking at the woman's back as she left, Mingua opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, to him, Xiaohong is just a little red bird that is very close to him. But why does this woman feel so familiar? Unable to figure it out, Mingua gave up thinking and turned her attention to the peacock-like woman. "Hey, boss, don't hit me. I surrender." Mingua didn't care as she looked at the woman in front of her, who was already performing the French military salute, very sincerely. Because the moment the woman surrendered, a mechanical sound rang in his ears. "Congratulations to the survivor for defeating the enemy in just 0 seconds and breaking the record of 100% survivors. 2 gold cards have been distributed to your backpack. Please check them carefully." The generous reward did not help Mingua improve her mood much. This little episode reminded him of his old friends, and he thought about what would happen to them after they disappeared. Mingua felt a sense of suffocation, and her mood became very heavy. Then she turned around without hesitation, stepped into the teleportation array, and left. Looking at Mingua's leaving figure, the fiery red woman's eyes were filled with reluctance, but now was not the time to meet. At the very least, at least until Mingua knows their identities. The woman's depressed mood improved a lot when she thought that she could stay by his side openly after getting off work. Next, after thinking for a moment, she decided to keep the news of Mingua's arrival secret. Let your good friends enjoy this surprise. After leaving the secret realm, Mingua simply sorted out her feelings and flew towards her target point. After a while, an ancient and tall tower appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Mingua stepped directly into the trial tower. Because he was in a bad mood, he looked at the monster in front of him, raised his hand, and burned it to ashes. As they climbed up the 7 floors of the tower, they burned everything down in one go, leaving the monsters inside, without even a chance to resist. A mechanical sound followed. The trial tower has been completed and the rewards have been distributed. Please check. After opening his backpack and checking the 3 purple cards, Jang Mingua turned and left the trial tower, then flew towards the 8th heaven. Eightfold Cloud Wonderland. Changing from a lifeless environment to a fairyland-like environment with birds singing and flowers blooming has somewhat diverted Jang Mingua's attention. Then he landed on the ground and began to walk on the plain, smelling the fresh fragrance of flowers around him. On the way to the trial tower, Jang Mingua also passed by some powerful animal groups. But because of his physique that is very attractive to animals, he was surrounded by fur without realizing it. He kept rubbing the harmless-looking little lamb in front of him with his hands, which made his frown relax a lot. It is undeniable that he is in a much better mood now. Chapter 158, A Loving Family. Little did he know that if it weren't for his special physique, these seemingly harmless little sheep have long since transformed into 3-meter-tall, muscular sheep with well-developed bodies and punches that break the speed of sound. Instead of being like now, just a little lamb that is no different from a normal lamb. Meta. Listening to the bleating of sheep, Jang Mingua had a look of satisfaction on her face, and then her hands skillfully moved back and forth on the fur on the sheep's body. The furry, fluffy and smooth feel made him unable to extricate himself for a moment. It seemed as if he had forgotten why he came here. After a while, after petting all the little lambs, Jang Mingua left contentedly under the reluctant gaze of the little lambs. Goodbye. After leaving these words, Jang Mingua took off the fox mask on her face and flew into the air, heading towards her destination, the trial tower. But what he didn't expect was that not long after he flew out, a light blue portal appeared in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, Jang Mingua stepped into the secret realm again. With a flash of light, a magnificent and ancient palace came into view. Just as he was looking around, a very experienced and low voice sounded. "Oh, I didn't expect that after all this time, there would be a survivor coming to the 8th heaven. And you are very lucky to come to my secret realm. Haha, not bad." After leaving a comment, an old figure with a cane walked out of the void and came in front of Jang Mingua. When he raised his head, he saw Jang Mingua's face. His originally calm expression suddenly froze, and his eyes were full of disbelief. But he soon felt it was natural, and the old man's words became polite. "Ahem, young friend, this is a secret realm that needs to be deciphered. Only after you complete it can you receive the reward. Hurry and step into this palace to complete the decryption. After saying this, the old man made a gesture of encouragement. Seeing the old man who was so enthusiastic for no apparent reason, Jang Mingua was a little at a loss. But the familiar feeling he brought to Jang Mingua also made him slightly stunned. This feeling was felt in the secret volcano not long ago. To be honest, Jang Mingua now has a very bold idea in her mind. But now there is no definite evidence to support this idea, so I can only keep it in my mind for the time being. Before this, Jang Mingua felt that he should complete the mission in the secret realm first and get the reward. As a result, as soon as he stepped into the palace, the sound of the system's machinery rang in his ears. Congratulations to the survivor who completed the decryption in just 0 seconds, breaking the record of 100% survivors. 2 gold cards have been distributed to your backpack. Please check them carefully. Jang Mingua. At this moment, Jang Mingua had many little question marks in her mind, and her face was confused. What happened? How did I pass the decryption? You just stepped in? At this time, the old man on the side immediately clapped his hands and spoke excitedly. I didn't expect you to be such a rare talent. You've already deciphered the code the moment you stepped in, setting a record no one can surpass. Congratulations. These words of praise also brought Jang Mingua back to her senses. It can be said that anyone who is not a fool can tell that something is wrong with the current situation. Therefore, Jang Mingua's gaze towards the old man suddenly became sharp. The old man felt an inexplicable pressure with his eyes narrowed. He was so afraid to look directly at the camera that he even began to sweat profusely. Old man, can you tell me who you are? This doubt came out of Jang Mingua's mouth, especially the low pressure in his tone, which clearly showed his seriousness. Even though we didn't know each other, he gave the reward to me directly, as if he had taken some backdoor. Anyone who is not a fool can notice that something is wrong here. This sentence made the old man's mouth twitch. He didn't dare to look directly at the question and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, now that you have passed through my secret realm, it is time to continue your journey. After he finished speaking, a portal appeared under Jang Mingua, and he was teleported away before he could react. After doing all this, the old man let out a long breath and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It's not that he doesn't want to meet again, but the time is not right yet. The old man who had recovered quickly took out a device similar to a mobile phone from his white beard. Then he clicked on the group, A Loving Family, and quickly sent out the information about Jiang Mingyue's arrival. I've sleep and indecision. Warning, warning. The owner is here to participate in the event. Level 1 alert. Don't reveal your identity. Almost within seconds of the message being sent, the group chat exploded. Friends, I'm the best, huh? Master, you're here so soon? Friend, today I am still handsome and elegant. Isn't it a good thing that the master is here? This way he can know some things. Friends, how do you touch me? Dissatisfied? Really? That's great. I sleep soundly when I'm undecided. More real than pearls. The master should be heading towards the trial tower now. Is there any good brother over there now? Friends, I'm the strongest. Hey, I'm in the 8th heaven right now. I'm here to help. Looking at the response on the screen, the old man nodded, then put away his mobile phone and looked in a certain direction, his eyes full of reminiscence. On the other side, Jiang Mingyue, who was driven out, did not show any expression of loss on her face. On the contrary, the bold idea in his mind was about to come out. Now, I just need to encounter the secret realm again, and my thoughts will be confirmed. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue felt a mixture of anticipation and uneasiness in her heart, and then she flew towards the trial tower. As if in a hurry, even though the enemy's strength had reached SS, nation-destroying level. After reaching the 8th level, they were still destroyed by Jiang Mingyue with just a wave of his hand. A mechanical sound followed. The trial tower has been completed and the rewards have been distributed. Please check. After collecting the rewards, Jiang Mingyue now has 4 gold cards and 9 purple cards. If those survivors who are still on their way to the 3rd heaven knew about this kind of harvest, they would probably be filled with envy and hatred on the spot. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. But Jiang Mingyue doesn't care about these things now. At this moment, he just wanted to verify his inner thoughts. After leaving the trial tower, he flew towards the white light column without hesitation. When he was halfway through the flight, as Jiang Mingyue had expected, a blue portal appeared in front of him. It was as if it was waiting for him here specially. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingyue stepped directly into the portal. Chapter 159. It's great that you're all okay. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me, and I opened my eyes again. What appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue was a towering mountain. On this mountain, there are many obstacles visible to the naked eye, and even at the foot of the mountain there is a checkpoint that looks like an amusement park. However, Jiang Mingyue's attention was not here. His eyes kept scanning the place where he was. At this time, a very cheerful voice sounded behind Jiang Mingyue. Ha ha, I didn't expect a survivor to arrive at my amusement park so soon. I hope you can bring me enough wonderful pictures. Just ready, huh? Where are the people? Before the white-haired man could finish his words, he realized that Jiang Mingyue was no longer there. This made him subconsciously look around, but he did not look behind him. Jiang Mingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, then stretched out her evil hands and directly locked the big man up. Oh shit, you actually sneak attacked me. Realizing that Jiang Mingyue was right behind him, the big man immediately began to struggle. But he found that the man behind him had hands like iron clamps, locking him tightly. Ha, that's a lack of martial ethics. You actually attacked me by surprise. Unable to break free, the big man could only stand there helplessly in rage. Of course, part of the reason was that the big man didn't want to use force and thus hurt Jiang Mingyue. But in fact, the big man was overthinking it. Even if he used all his physical strength, he could not break free from Jiang Mingyue's restraints. At this time, Jiang Mingyue's voice also sounded faintly in the big man's ears. Haha, Dabai, it's you. This statement made Dabai's body stiffen, but he quickly reacted and responded. What, Dabai? My name isn't that mean. Faced with the denial, Jiang Mingyue didn't care and continued speaking. The red-haired woman I met when I first entered the secret realm should be Xiaohong, right? And the old man we just met should be Dahe. As for Da Qing, I haven't met him yet. And you, Baymax, can you tell me what you are up to? Why won't anyone admit it? Listening to the faint voice beside his ear, Dabai began to sweat profusely. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. I don't know if they are happy that their owner recognized them so quickly, or if they are panicked because they are hiding something from their owner. But now Dabai only knows that he is in a panic. There was no response, but Jiang Mingyue was not anxious, and his voice continued to sound leisurely. I won't delve too much into your identities, but there are some things you still hope I can tell you. So, Baymax, tell me Da. This death-threatening voice finally made Dabai give up struggling and speak out. Hey, I don't want to play anymore. As he said this, a puff of smoke suddenly appeared from Dabai's body. Then Jiang Mingyue felt her line of sight inexplicably raised, and she could feel a furry touch. When the white smoke disappeared, what came into Jiang Mingyue's eyes was a huge white tiger. The familiar shape and face made him exclaim involuntarily, "Dabai? Dabai?" Seeing the partner who had been with her for several years, Jiang Mingyue felt indescribably excited and happy at the moment, with a smile from the heart on her face. Then he began to rub the white tiger's face gently with his hands. Feeling the gentle caress of his master, Dabai couldn't help but purr comfortably. Then he rubbed Jiang Mingyue's face with his big furry head. The familiar touch and feel, which was no different from his memory, made him slowly stop his hand movements. Dabai, who was curious about why his master stopped, looked up and saw a tear in the corner of Jiang Mingyue's eye and his words of relief. "I'm so glad you're all okay." Ever since Jiang Mingyue learned that Dabai and the others were missing, she has felt a hurdle in her heart that she cannot overcome, even if he obtained redemption and relief from the Tuchan sisters. However, whenever Jiang Mingyue thought of the disappearance of her friend who had been with her for several years and whose life or death was unknown, she felt a little breathless. But now, everything has an answer. My friend is fine and seems to be doing well. After Jiang Mingyue knew this, the hurdle and knot in her heart disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue felt extremely relaxed. Seeing this, Dabai was a little stunned. He didn't expect that his master would miss them so much. And it seems that it has reached the level of thinking about it day and night. This moved Dabai so much that tears as big as beans kept flowing from the corners of his eyes, and he spoke excitedly. "Boss, we made you worry. We are wrong. Please punish us." Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue simply reached out and gently stroked Dabai's big head, then spoke softly. "It's okay, you didn't do anything wrong. As long as everyone is okay, everything will be fine." After giving a soothing word, he changed the subject. "Just can you tell me what you are doing? Why do you seem to be avoiding me when facing me? Also, how did you get here? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Dabai came to his senses. Facing Jiang Mingyue's curious gaze, he became silent. After a moment, he spoke hesitantly. "Boss, Lao Qing will give you an answer to the previous question. I won't say much here, but I can still answer the following questions for you, boss." After hearing these words, Jiang Mingyue thought for a moment. He would eventually know everything, so there was no need to be so anxious. He did not force any further questions, and just said that he understood. Then, Jiang Mingyue continued to speak. "Well, just follow your steps. Dabai, tell me how you got here first." Looking at Jiang Mingyue, who was still so considerate in front of him, Dabai's tone became relaxed. "Okay, boss." So, Dabai folded his limbs, sat on the ground, and began to speak slowly. He said that since Jiang Mingyue left the zoo and went to the heavens and all realms to survive, their mission had actually been completed. Then they left that world and went to where they were originally. They stayed there for a month, and they were also secretly arranging some things. For example, this large-scale event is one of the things they have arranged. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingyue arrived so soon, and was very lucky to come to the secret realm where they were. Chapter 160. Kuan is so big that it cannot be stewed in one pot. They were very happy and looking forward to meeting Jiang Mingyue again. Looking forward to Jiang Mingyue knowing their true identities and the relationship between him and them. However, no matter how many things there are, Jiang Mingyue needs to meet Daqing once, and then she will be able to know the information they want to convey. After hearing this, Jiang Mingyue also understood the general situation. Although he didn't know what the mission was that Dabai was talking about, since he would know soon, he didn't ask any more questions. "And it seems that I can learn about my identity and why I am so special from Dabai and the others." Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but feel a little excited, looking forward to the day when the truth comes out. Although Jiang Mingyue really wants to say, "Riddler, get out." But when they met again after a month, the sense of relief he felt knowing that nothing had happened to his missing friend made him keep it to himself. So he nodded, indicating that he would look forward to it. Hearing Jiang Mingyue's words, Dabai laughed heartily. "Haha, boss, although I can't tell you too much right now. But I can promise you in advance that after completing Lao Qing's secret realm, you will be able to know more about your own identity." Hearing Dabai's confident words, Jiang Mingyue's expectations became even higher. He was extremely curious about why he possessed such power. What are Dabai and the others' true identities, and why are they able to play the role of game administrators in this event? So, Jiang Mingyue couldn't wait any longer and looked at the high mountain in the distance and spoke. "Then there is no time to lose. I will quickly clear the level and then go to Daqing's secret realm." As he spoke, he arrived at the starting point of the level. Seeing this scene, Dabai did not stop it, but instead showed a funny smile. Jiang Mingyue just stepped onto the starting line, waiting for the countdown to end, and took off in one leap. But with a flash of light in front of my eyes, I found myself inexplicably at the top of the mountain. The scenery on the top of the mountain made Jiang Mingua stand there in a daze, accompanied by the mechanical sound of the system in her ears. Congratulations to the survivor who successfully cleared the level in just 0 seconds, breaking the record of 100% survivors. 2 gold cards have been distributed to your backpack. Please check them carefully. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, showing his inner speechlessness. Is it really okay to open a back door like this? In just such a short period of time, he already had 6 gold cards. Although this does feel good, as an 18-year-old good man, Jiang Mingua still feels a little embarrassed and ashamed. At this time, Dabai also appeared beside him in an instant and spoke happily. All right, boss, these stuck levels are not important. Get out of here quickly and head to Daqing's secret realm. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua also let out a long sigh and suppressed the embarrassment in her heart. Then he rubbed Dabai's furry fat face before speaking. Okay, then take me out. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue teleportation array appeared under Jiang Mingua. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he saw the lush environment. Without hesitation, he continued to move towards the white beam of light. In the secret realm, after seeing Jiang Mingua leave, Dabai immediately took out his mobile phone and started sending messages. I.e., this uncle is the strongest. Okay, brothers and sisters, this uncle has blown himself up. The boss already knows what we are doing, so there is nothing to hide. Friends, how to touch? Not convinced. Huh? Friends who always sleep when they are undecided. Huh? Friends, I am still as handsome as ever today. For a moment, sounds were heard everywhere, and Xiaohong's reaction was the biggest. Friends, how do you touch me? Dissatisfied? Oh, it's not you, you stinky cat. I finally managed to hold it in, but you just blew yourself up. Friends, how do you touch me? Not convinced. I'm going to fight you, you stinky cat. Looking at the content on the mobile phone, Dabai suddenly felt sweaty. Well, literally. Dabai could feel that the temperature around him suddenly rose, accompanied by a voice full of anger. Stinky cat. The voice sounded behind him, which made Dabai shudder and turn around quickly. I saw flames coming out of Xiaohong's body at this moment, and the red light in her eyes was almost overflowing. As she walked forward step by step, the temperature around her became higher and higher. At this moment, the strong desire to survive made Dabai suddenly speak. Boss, why are you back again? Is there something wrong? This sentence made Xiaohong, who was like an erupting volcano, suppress her anger all of a sudden, and she seemed to become a weak woman in her boudoir. The aggressive posture just now seemed like an illusion. The weak woman turned around cautiously, and then saw that there was no one where Dabai was looking. At this moment, Xiaohong narrowed her eyes slightly, with a half-smile on her face, but her aura began to affect this secret realm. If Daqing saw this scene, he would definitely pray for Dabai. Hope people are alive. Jiang Mingua, who was unaware of the dire situation in Dabashui, had already arrived at the last level of heaven through the white beam of light. 9 heavens, sea of clouds. As the name suggests, except for Jiang Mingua, who was standing on a fixed white cloud at this time, the other clouds seemed to be flowing like liquid. This was indeed the case. Just as Jiang Mingua was stunned, a huge monster suddenly broke out from the sea of clouds not far away. Woot! Accompanied by a low but very clear voice. It is a whale-like creature, but the streamlined long whiskers and wings on both sides of its body make it look very extraordinary. It's just like the Kuanpeng in mythology. Jiang Mingua stared at it intently, muttering to herself. Kuan is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. Only after the creature that looked like Kuanpeng returned to the sea of clouds did he slowly come back to his senses. He shook his head, threw away all those strange thoughts, and flew towards his destination, the trial tower. As for finding the secret realm, Jiang Mingua was not in a hurry, because he believed that the secret realm would come to him on its own. This was indeed the case. When he was about to reach the trial tower, a blue portal appeared in front of him. This time, Jiang Mingua walked into the teleportation array with ease. When he opened his eyes again, he felt a familiar sense of teleportation. What comes into view is a bamboo forest and a small house in the bamboo forest. Chapter 161, A Memory, a history that has already happened. This environment made people subconsciously feel relaxed and happy, and Jiang Mingua also felt a sense of ease in her heart. I looked around and confirmed that there were no other houses except the cabin in front of me. After confirming, Jiang Mingua started walking towards the cabin. In less than 5 minutes, he was at the yard in front of the cabin. Here, Jiang Mingua discovered that there was a handsome man sitting on a mat in the yard. In front of this man, there was a set of tea sets, with 2 cups of tea placed in front of him and opposite him. Knowing that the other party had been waiting for a long time, Jiang Mingyue did not stand outside. He simply opened the fence, walked in, and sat down in front of the man. Then he picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and after feeling the lingering fragrance of the tea on his lips and teeth, he slowly spoke. The tea is good. I didn't expect that you, Daqing, are so ambitious. The place where we wait is so poetic, just like a hermit hidden in the mountains. Hearing this, the man who heard the name Daqing had a flash of reminiscence in his eyes, and his lips couldn't help but curl up. You know what? Daqing now really deserves the title of modest gentleman. But Jiang Mingyue subconsciously felt, well, he's just not as handsome as me. Cough cough. After throwing out this nonsensical idea, Jiang Mingyue went straight to the point. I believe Dabai has also told you that I already know of your existence. And he also told me that by coming to you, I will be able to know many things I want to know. In that case, let's hurry up. I can't wait to find out, you and me. Hearing Jiang Mingyue put you in front of the words, Daqing's smile became even wider, and then he responded. Okay, since my lord is so anxious, I won't say anything more. After leaving these words, Daqing also put down the teacup and tapped the tea. The next moment, thick smoke suddenly burst out. Although it was not pitch dark, it was almost pitch dark. In response, Jiang Mingyue simply drank the tea in her cup calmly before putting it down and standing up. Daqing's voice also followed. My lord, have a sweet dream. As Jiang Mingyue said this, she felt sleepy and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely unfamiliar place. There is nothing but emptiness. Just when Jiang Mingyue was feeling confused, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He was a man wearing a white shirt and had long, shiny black hair that fell freely around his waist. He looked very handsome. However, what surprised Jiang Mingyue was that the man in front of her looked exactly like herself. No, or rather, I entered a certain memory? Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue's gaze fell straight on herself, curious about what this memory will bring to him. At this time, another Jiang Mingyue suddenly talked to himself. Well, I've been here for a long time. It's time to go out for a walk and relax. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and cut through the void in front of him. A space tunnel appeared in front of him, and he walked into it. Jiang Mingyue was a little confused when he saw this scene, because he was not sure whether his other self had looked in his direction. She couldn't be sure. Before Jiang Mingyue could think about it, the space she was in changed. It is no longer filled with nothingness, but is full of vitality, and unknown small animals can be seen everywhere. They are all following another self closely. This made Jiang Mingyue realize that her physique that attracted animals seemed to have been like this before. He did not have any dislike for this physique. On the contrary, he was very grateful for it. Because of this type of physique, he can stroke his fur to his heart's content. Just as Jiang Mingyue was thinking this, he had already walked out of the forest. Then he was awakened by the sounds and fluctuations of fighting in the distance, and he looked in the direction of the sound. I saw the sky turned fiery red, as if it was burning with flames. A powerful aura also came from this direction. So Jiang Mingyue looked at her other self curiously, wanting to know what her previous self's reaction was. But what I saw was a nonchalant expression, as if I was watching two kids fighting. In fact, after watching the entire battle, Jiang Mingyue could truly describe it as an earth-shattering event. There were originally several hills on the battlefield, but now they have been flattened by the aftermath. Even the original soil has been cut into several layers, and there are potholes everywhere. And it seems that in the center of the battlefield, the extremely high temperature has melted the rocks and soil, turning them into dark red magma that emits heat. At the end of this war, a voice loud enough to resound through heaven and earth made Jiang Mingyue roughly understand what was going on. Yunyen, are you really going to completely betray the Suzaku clan for that evil offspring? The bloodline of Suzaku must not be tainted. You should know this. At this time, another female voice sounded, but the tones sounded very weak. I don't know what evil offspring is. I only know that she is my daughter, and you want to kill my daughter. Along with this sound, a huge phantom of a vermilion bird covered in flames rose from the ground and flew towards the figure in the sky. Humph, you're so stubborn. Then don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. On the other side, a more powerful flame emitting a mysterious light appeared, and it turned into an iron fist that blasted the flying Suzaku phantom to pieces. A figure also flew out from the Suzaku phantom, and then fell heavily to the ground. It was also at this time that a little girl who looked less than 5 years old appeared in a fiery red barrier. With tears as big as beans flowing, his little hands kept hitting the barrier and crying loudly. Mother, how are you? You big bad guy, don't hit your mother. Woo. This scene made Jiang Mingyue, who was able to see and hear it for some reason, feel very distressed. If he guessed correctly, the little girl should be Xiaohong when she was young. Although she was very anxious inside, Jiang Mingua could only hurry. After all, this is a memory, a history that has already happened. So now he wants to know what he did in the past. When I turned around, I saw a calm and indifferent face, and he turned away directly. It's simply a matter of indifference and none of my business. At this moment, Jiang Mingua was stunned. He didn't expect that he used to be such a cold person. Then the question is, how did Xiaohong follow me? Just as this question emerged in Jiang Mingua's mind, something strange happened. Chapter 162, I'm willing to do anything. Another roar was heard from the distance, and a fiery red figure landed beside Jiang Mingua, raising a cloud of dust. It also caused the animals following him to flee everywhere, with some even hiding behind him. As the smoke and dust cleared, what came into view was a woman with fiery red hair, a pretty face, and a plump figure. She was a beautiful woman. However, she was not in good condition at the moment, and was seriously injured, which was visibly visible. There is a little girl in her arms at this moment, but the little girl looks exactly like her mother. At first glance, it looks like it was directly copied and pasted. Looking at the dusty mother and daughter, Jiang Mingua could only watch and sigh helplessly, then looked at what she was doing in the past. But he found that he had just glanced at the mother and daughter, and then turned around to look in the direction they were flying from. At this time, a middle-aged man also appeared in everyone's sight. He looked at Jiang Mingua with some confusion. Huh? When was there a person here? But he soon stopped paying attention to this ignorant person, and then his serious voice sounded again. Forget it, hey? Boy, get out of here right now. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Besides, this is the Suzaku clan's family affair. No one has the right to get involved. But if you want to meddle in other people's business, I don't mind taking the extra effort. As he spoke, the middle-aged man clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. Faced with this threat, Jiang Mingua showed no emotion on his face, and then he lowered his head. Because he felt someone pulling his trouser leg, he looked down and found that it was the woman who had just flown over. She spoke in a pleading voice with a humble look on her face. Sir, please save me and my daughter. Before she could finish her words, the woman named Zhu Yuni fainted, and the little girl in her arms had also fainted. It was at this time that the middle-aged man spoke again. Kit, I advise you to be smart. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Be careful. Another person didn't finish his words, because Jiang Mingua suddenly came in front of the middle-aged man and prepared a finger snap. Then, it fell on the middle-aged man's forehead. Bang! Whoosh! The powerful impact made the middle-aged man disappear from his spot almost instantly, turning into a shining star in the sky. After doing all this, Jiang Mingua turned her attention to the mother and daughter. After a moment of silence, as if making a decision, he walked up to the mother and daughter and snapped his fingers. He and the mother and daughter disappeared from the spot. The view quickly switched, and the group came to a small cabin in a lush bamboo forest. Then, with a wave of his hand, he healed all the wounds on Zhu Yuni's body, and also healed the external injuries of the little girl. Jiang Mingua, who was about to leave the room, seemed to remember something. He raised his right hand, and a clean quilt appeared in his hand. After coming to the mother and daughter, he covered them with the quilt before leaving. Jiang Mingua, who witnessed the whole scene, felt a little surprised. I used to think that I was the kind of person who didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. I didn't expect that he would act so quickly and decisively, without any hesitation. Turtle. I praised myself in my heart, and then everything went dark before my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found that the mother and daughter who were originally unconscious were now hugging each other and sitting at a wooden table with another self, seemingly chatting about something. After listening to the whole process, Jiang Mingua also understood what was going on between the mother and daughter. To put it simply, Zhu Yuni, a prodigy of the Suzaku clan, was ambushed by members of other races while out training, and was subsequently seriously injured and fell into a coma. At this time, he was helped by an ordinary human monk who was upright and kind-hearted, and was able to barely keep his life. But because he was seriously injured, the blood and essence belonging to the Suzaku clan were also consumed. Zhu Yuni and this human monk lived together day and night for 5 years. It was during these 5 years that they fell in love with each other, eventually got married, and had a daughter. But the good times did not last long. After another 5 or 6 years, members of the Suzaku clan finally came knocking on their door. After learning that Zhu Yuni, a member of the noble Suzaku clan, actually married an ordinary human man and even had a daughter. This was unacceptable to the Suzaku clan, who attached great importance to bloodline, so a fight broke out. But how could a human cultivator with ordinary strength and Zhu Yuni, who had only recovered 70% to 80% after being seriously injured, resist? As a result, the human monk died on the spot, buying a little time for his wife and daughter to escape. But the result is self-evident. If it weren't for Jiang Mingua taking action, Zhu Yuni would have been captured and taken back to the Suzaka clan, and her daughter would have died. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but feel a little sad. But on second thought, isn't this the treatment of the protagonist described in those novels? The forbidden love between parents, and then the birth of the protagonist. Then one of the parents will die, one will be taken away, or both will die. Therefore, the surviving protagonist will have various opportunities and grow up to avenge his parents. The taste is too strong. Although Jiang Mingua was constantly complaining in her heart, she still maintained a faint smile on her face. At this time, Zhu Yuni, as a mother, also introduced the name of her child. According to my husband's wishes, this child will take his surname and be named Yi Junwen. After saying the child's name, Zhu Yuni fell silent, but still made the decision in her heart. But before that, she knocked her child unconscious. Then he faced Jiang Mingua's puzzled gaze and explained and requested, "My benefactor, I beg you to let my daughter stay here. Although this request is extremely shameless, I have no other choice. Now that my existence has been made known to the Shizuku clan, various pursuits will inevitably follow. Although I would be severely punished if I fell into the hands of my own people, I wouldn't die. However, if my daughter fell into their hands, she would definitely die. As a mother, I don't want my daughter to live under the constant threat of death. So as long as you are willing to take my daughter here, I am willing to do anything." At the end of his speech, Zhu Yuni had already knelt down in front of Jiang Mingua with a pleading look on his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingua's eyes were very calm, without any ripples, and she even took a sip of tea leisurely. But at this moment, Zhu Yuni was determined to kneel and die here if he didn't agree. Chapter 163 Master. Zhu Yuni kept kneeling, and Jiang Mingua just looked at her silently. There was only a slight flicker in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Mingua, who was waiting on the side, was curious about what her past self was thinking when faced with this request. Suddenly, my own voice rang in my ears. Well, should I agree? I feel like it might be a little troublesome if I agree. But this may also be a good opportunity to learn. Obviously, the other self did not speak, so this means that it was the other self's inner fluctuations. Jiang Mingua raised her eyebrows slightly when she understood this. But what does that mean by a good opportunity to learn? While Jiang Mingua was thinking, the other Jiang Mingua also put down the teacup in his hand and spoke coldly. "I understand. Then you can ask your daughter to recognize me as her master, or should I say, as her teacher?" When Zhu Yuni first heard that her daughter had to recognize the man in front of her as her master, she was against it in her heart. But then the subject changed, and it turned out that he recognized him as his master. That's fine. Moreover, the fact that he was able to rescue his mother and daughter from the hands of the Shizuku clan without any harm was enough to show the strength of the person in front of him. You have to know that he is the elder of the Justice Department of the Shizuku clan. He specializes in catching people like her and is very powerful. After figuring it out, Zhu Yuni kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Mingua without hesitation and spoke. "My benefactor, I understand. I must ask you to accept my daughter as your disciple." After the memory scene reached here, it disappeared again, making Jiang Mingua's eyes go dark. When he regained his vision, he found 2 people standing in front of him. One of them was another himself and the little girl named Yi Junwen. But their postures were a little strange, as if they were staring at each other silently. But after all, she was a child at heart, and Yi Junwen soon couldn't hold back and took the initiative to speak. Master. Can you tell me when my mother will be back?" Seeing the confusion in the little girl's eyes, Jiang Mingua, who was still expressionless, spoke lightly. "Do you want to go find your mother?" After hearing these words, the little girl, who had been excited at first, became listless after a while. "I want to find her, but my mother told me that I can only be safe if I stay with my master, and that's how she can be at ease. So, in order to reassure my mother, I will stay here obediently by my master's side." A 5-year-old girl was so sensible that Jiang Mingua was a little surprised. After all, in the outside world, the deeds of naughty children are well known. However, although Yi Junwen said so, the look of loss on her little face showed that she still wanted to stay with her mother in her heart. Seeing this, the inner fluctuations of Jiang Mingua in front of him also came. "Well, the little one is starting to get upset. What should I do now? I think I've read it in a book. Oh, I got it." After reaching a conclusion, Jiang Mingwa reached out and gently rubbed Yi Junwen's little head, then spoke. Since you want to find your mother, you should practice hard and become strong. This way your mother won't have to worry about your safety and can let you stay with her. When saying this, Jiang Mingyue's originally cold words were faintly mixed with a hint of tenderness. When Yi Junwen heard these words, she immediately became excited. I thought to myself, yes, as long as I become strong, many problems can be solved easily. After figuring it out, the little girl's small body seemed to be filled with endless power. So from here on, the picture in Jiang Mingyue's eyes began to change rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, 7 years passed. The scenes that flashed by in these 7 years were all the daily life of Yi Junwen and Jiang Mingwa, or the scenes of Yi Junwen practicing hard. Yi Junwen is now a 12-year-old child, much more grown up than the little one she used to be. And her appearance began to develop gradually, and she began to have a stunning beauty. Of course, it would be better if the little girl's personality was not so carefree. Master, I, your disciple, have successfully advanced my cultivation level again. So, here's the reward. Looking at the little girl in front of him who was laughing and stretching out her hands to ask for a reward, Jiang Mingyue still had a very calm expression. But he still stretched out his hand, and then a bright red fruit appeared in his hand. When Yi Junwen saw this fruit, his eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't help but speak. Wow, it's the Red Sun Immortal Fruit. It's a natural treasure that only appears in records. Master is so generous. After saying that, he reached out and took it without hesitation, then bowed deeply to his master and left happily. For Jiang Mingyue, these seemingly rare treasures were whatever he wanted, so he didn't feel bad about them. Not to mention, he followed the educational plan gathered from hundreds of books, with rewards and punishments placed at the center. Of course, there is another plan, which is to cultivate this girl's vision and prevent her from complaining about everything she sees. As a girl, you should be calmer and quieter. But after thinking about it, Jiang Mingyue decided to forget it. As long as she doesn't learn bad things, letting her own character develop is also the right choice. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, Yi Junwen has grown a lot. Her personality has become more lively, and she is cheerful every day. In addition, with the assistance of Jiang Mingyue's various natural treasures and the support of powerful skills, she has almost reached a realm that ordinary people cannot reach at a young age. Peak of the Nascent Soul Realm, A+ level. Reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm at the age of 14 is something that cannot be replicated in the outside world. However, although Yi Junwen's current cultivation level is indeed enough to make him stand out among ordinary cultivators, it is far from enough if he wants to face the strong ones of the Suzuka clan. Therefore, even when going out for training, Yi Junwen would hide her identity, and then Jiang Mingyue would observe in secret. It was also because of an experience trip that the little girl learned about her mother's information. After knowing that her mother was being hunted by the Suzuka clan, she was very anxious and even wanted to help her mother. However, her master, Jiang Mingyue, suddenly appeared in front of her and spoke lightly. This is the choice your mother made for you, so you should work harder. Don't let her hard work over the years go to waste. Yi Junwen. Zhuyuni. Chapter 164. You deserve it. Humph. Once, Yi Junwen asked Jiang Mingyue, Master is so powerful, why doesn't my mother stay? Then I only got one answer. This is your mother's choice, and I respect her choice. Yi Junwen fell silent at this answer. Because in this answer, she could feel the determination in her mother's heart. For the sake of her daughter, she was willing to let the Suzuka clan's attention be on her from beginning to end, and live a life of displacement. Afterwards, Yi Junwen followed the devil, abandoning her liveliness and innocence, and practicing day and night. Jiang Mingyue, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but feel a little sad. Although I don't know what I was thinking in my previous mind, what choice would I make if it were him? Just as Jiang Mingyue fell into deep thought, the scene in her eyes changed again. This time, I could only see another myself, sitting in a chair and reading an unknown book contentedly. Out of curiosity, Jiang Mingyue walked over and took a look at the title of the book. The title of this book is On the Feeling and Expression of the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. Jiang Mingyue. The title of this book raised another question mark in his mind. Why did I read this type of book in the past? Moreover, the style of this book's cover doesn't look like a book from this world at all. The feeling of incongruity is like a modern book coming to ancient times. And the content of this book. Faintly, Jiang Mingyue had a flash of inspiration in her mind, and she almost caught something, but unfortunately, she just missed it. At this moment, the originally quiet atmosphere was suddenly filled with the sound of urgent footsteps. Then Yi Junwen, with a panicked look on her face, pushed the door open and held a prop similar to a candlestick in her hand. However, the flame of this candlestick was like a candle in the wind, as if it would go out at the next moment. Master, please let me out. I want to save my mother. At this moment, Yi Junwen's words were full of anxiety, and tears had already welled up in her eyes. And she knelt in front of her master, just like her mother did 10 years ago. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua also understood the general situation. Because this candlestick is similar to a magical treasure that will actively display the vital signs of the bound person. The flickering flames now mean that her mother Zhu Yuni is in imminent danger and may die at any time. But even in this crisis situation, the expression on Jiang Mingua's face remained calm and without any emotion. This reaction made Jiang Mingua frown slightly. Was I so aloof before? Or was it just a case of expressionlessness? Or was it just that my emotional expressions were so bland? Perhaps because he heard the words of his future self, Jiang Mingua glanced at Jiang Mingua's location imperceptibly. Then he put down the book in his hand, stood up, and walked to Yi Junwen. She raised her hand slightly, and an invisible force lifted her from the ground. Let's go find your mother. These plain words sounded like heavenly music to Yi Junwen's ears. After responding, he quickly wiped the tears from his little face and followed his master's pace. Jiang Mingua took the initiative to hold Yi Junwen's hand, and then took a step forward. The surrounding scene began to stretch and fall backwards. Almost in an instant, the two arrived at their destination, the residence of the Suzaku clan. The temperature here is very high, which makes Yi Junwen, who also has the blood of Suzaku, feel very comfortable. However, she was not given time to feel it, because when the master and disciple arrived, they had already attracted the attention of the strong men of the Suzaku clan. Immediately afterwards, huge fiery red figures appeared in the sky, accompanied by majestic voices. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the territory of my Suzaku clan? There's another descendant of Suzaku whose bloodline is not pure. Obviously, the strong men of the Suzaku clan above also noticed Yi Junwen next to Jiang Mingua. At this time, another strong man from the Suzaku clan remembered something and spoke quickly. I remember now. Isn't this the bloodline of that sinner? As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Suzaku clan around began to talk about it. And the strong man who spoke at the beginning continued to speak. You brought this bastard here. Aren't you hoping to get a reward? Ha ha. For a moment, the surrounding members of the Suzaku clan also burst into laughter. Facing their ridicule and teasing, Jiang Mingua remained expressionless. Just raise your left hand, lightly touch your thumb and index finger together, and then separate them. The next moment, the sounds of ripping, and tearing came one after another, accompanied by miserable wails. The Suzaku clan, who had just been laughing and being complacent, now had their wings all torn apart by an unknown force. This kind of pain was no less than forcibly cutting off both arms, causing these Suzaku to fall directly to the ground, raising clouds of dust. After doing all this, Jiang Mingua just talked to herself. Yeah, it's clean. Then he lowered his head to look at his apprentice and spoke lightly. Shaowen, do you like grilled wings? Well, Yi Junwen, who was originally looking at her master with admiration and shock, was confused by this question and instinctively made a puzzled sound. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua thought that she didn't like to eat, so she continued to hold her apprentice's hand and walked towards the destination. Along the way, although the Suzaku clan fought hard, they were unable to stop Jiang Mingua's pace. He didn't even bother to make any gestures. He just looked at them calmly and let their chicken wings be separated from their bodies. The scene was extremely tragic, with wailing sounds everywhere. And Yi Junwen next to him felt very relieved. It was this group of bastards who kept coming to capture her and her mother, causing her to be separated from her mother for more than 10 years. Serves you right. Humph. It's a blessing for them that they didn't die. Just as Yi Junwen was feeling relieved, an even more powerful aura appeared, followed by an old voice. How dare you cause such casualties in the Suzaku clan's territory? It seems you intend to fight us to the death. A figure filled with an ancient and powerful aura was above the sky, so large that it seemed to block out the sky and the sun. But Jiang Mingua just raised his head and took a look at the powerful man who looked like the ancestor of the Suzaku clan. He just lost his chicken wings, and then fell to the ground. Chapter 165. What does it mean to speak the most cruel truth in the most calm tone? This scene fell into the eyes of those Suzaku clan members who had lost their chicken wings, making their faces even paler when they turned into human forms. Unexpectedly, the extremely powerful ancestor of the clan couldn't even withstand a single move from the enemy. They also discovered that the powerful recovery ability that they, as the Suzaku clan, were proud of was blocked by an unknown force. Not to mention regenerating severed limbs. Even reattaching them is impossible now. And they discovered an even more terrifying situation. That is, their own spiritual power no longer obeyed their commands. As a result, they are now just a group of ordinary people with relatively strong bodies. The ancestor of the Suzaku clan on the other side really wanted to curse. Which turtle bastard had provoked such a powerful enemy? Just a look was enough to separate them from the chicken wings. What kind of horrific method is this? Although he was afraid in his heart, the ancestor of the Suzaku clan still spoke cautiously. Senior, what brings you here? Just give us your orders, and we, the Suzaku clan, will serve you. Listening to the respectful tone, you can tell that it is spoken from the heart. But this is the fact. In front of such an unknown and powerful existence, giving in is the only thing they can do. Oh no, you can also try it and die. But Jiang Mingwa seemed not to hear it, and continued to walk closely with Yi Junwen beside her. This direction is where the tribe imprisons criminals. The ancestor realized something and quickly sent a secret message, asking the tribesmen who were currently training in the outside world not to come back. This was done just to preserve the incense of the Suzaku clan. After all, the strong man's destination is the prison. What if he was looking for someone, and then saw that person dying, and got angry and directly destroyed the Suzaku clan? So that's the only way. At this time, Jiang Mingwa also arrived at his destination. Looking at the iron gate in front of him, he just stretched out his hand and tapped it lightly. The gate that was said to be strong enough to withstand the full force of a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage was reduced to ashes. Then, following Yi Junwen's bloodline sensation, he quickly found Zhu Yuni. However, at this time, Zhu Yuni not only had chains on her hands and feet, but her body was also covered with bruises, and she looked like she was dying. This scene made Yi Junwen's eyes bloodshot, and she cried out in pain. Mother! Then he ran to her and knelt down, wanting to hug his mother, but was worried about hurting her. In the end, after going around in circles, he could only look at Jiang Mingwa behind him with tears in his eyes. Master, please, save my mother. After I go back, I will work hard, I won't be naughty, and I won't make Master angry. Wu, please. The little girl's tears and sobs made Jiang Mingwa feel heartache for the first time. This novel experience made him reluctant to leave. But before that, he still had to cure his apprentice's mother. Then, Jiang Mingwa came to her and stretched out her hand, and the next moment a strong life force enveloped Zhu Yuni. The injuries on her body were recovering visibly, and the hidden injuries caused over the years were also recovering, as if she was completely new. After recovering, Jiang Mingwa also turned all the bracelets into ashes. Zhu Yuni, whose body and soul had been restored, also slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw her daughter, who was connected to her by blood, but she had changed so much that she spoke tentatively. Wonder, is that you? Is mother dreaming? I can see you here. These words made Yi Junwen nod continuously, and she tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes, and then smiled. I didn't expect to see you grow up. It really feels worth dying for. As she spoke, Zhu Yuni raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears of her daughter, whom she missed day and night, with deep longing revealed in her eyes. Hearing this and seeing this action, Yi Junwen, who was already on the verge of tears, burst into tears. Then she threw herself directly into that familiar embrace, crying, Mother, this is not a dream. Wonder is right here, in front of Mother. At this moment, Zhu Yuni, feeling the real touch and the crying sound in her ears, seemed to wake up from a dream. Then he held Yi Junwen in his arms as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, without saying a word. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa remembered something and silently turned and left, leaving the mother and daughter alone in their own space. Then he came to the outside of the prison and looked at the members of the Suzaku clan who were groaning in pain. With a simple wave of the hand, a strange symbol was branded on their foreheads. Before they started to panic, the voice of Jiang Mingwa rang out. The effect of this symbol is very simple. If you get within 10 feet, approximately 33 meters, of Zhu Yuni and Yi Junwen, you will die instantly. Attacking them will kill you, insulting them will kill you, and trying to remove this symbol will also kill you. Okay, it's that simple. At this moment, the members of the Suzaku clan finally understood what it meant to speak the cruelest truth in the calmest tone. Although they were very dissatisfied in their hearts, no one dared to resist. Strength is one aspect, but the main reason is that Jiang Mingwa's powerful appearance just now made them have no courage to resist. As for why there is no choice to solve it directly about this, Jiang Mingua, who had been watching from the side and felt very relieved, also heard the voices in her past. He said he had read in that book, sometimes living is more painful than dying. In this regard, Jiang Mingua finally understood what was strange about her previous self. Before I fell in love, I was a simple-minded person. To put it bluntly, he is a guy without any emotions. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would always maintain a face as calm as the surface of water. It also explains what was meant by learning at that time. It turned out that he wanted to use Yi Junwen as a learning object to understand the 7 emotions and 6 desires. After understanding this, Jiang Mingua was surprised to find that the number of secrets about herself seemed to have increased inexplicably. Oh, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Afterwards, after resolving the affairs of the Suzaku clan, the mother and daughter followed Jiang Mingua back to their original cabin. This time, Zhu Yuni, as a mother, wanted to repay his great kindness to her and her daughter. So she chose to stay in the cabin and wanted to become a maid to serve Jiang Mingua. Jiang Mingua chose to respect this decision. After all, in his opinion, Zhu Yuni just wanted to stay with his daughter for the sake of an identity. Why should I expose it myself, right? Chapter 166. Don't look down on the poor young people. Seeing this, Yi Junwen's memory came to an end, and the space where Jiang Mingua was located once again turned into emptiness. In such an environment, he also calmed down and began to sort out what kind of person he was in the past. Oh no, I can't even be sure if he is a human. After all, in Jiang Mingyue's eyes, his previous behavior made him look like a human who was ignorant of emotions. He kept Yi Junwen by his side just to find out what the emotions she exuded felt like. Everything he did was very purposeful. However, at the last moment, I was able to know through my inner voice that my previous self successfully felt the emotion called heartache. So he set a rule for himself. Rewards for merit and punishments for mistakes. He agreed so readily only after receiving the request from Yi Junwen's mother, Zhu Yuni. It seems that this was to reward Yi Junwen for what she did, so that her former self could truly feel an emotion. After figuring it out, Jiang Mingua rubbed his head speechlessly. Because after knowing that he used to be such a person, he couldn't be happy at all. I am just more curious about what my previous identity was, which led to me being so pure and indifferent, even without any emotions. This made Jiang Mingua start to look forward to the next memory and what kind of clues it would give him. As if it had heard Jiang Mingyue's inner thoughts, the surrounding void began to change. After a while, he found that he was still in the cabin, and his other self was sitting on the chair as usual, reading a book attentively. But what is different from before is that there is a red figure busying around in this room. Looking closely, it was Zhu Yuni. At this moment, she was holding a rag and carefully wiping the wardrobe in front of her. It seems that she really puts herself in the position of a maid. Although I don't understand why a cultivator would do it himself instead of just using a spell to solve everything. Jiang Mingua didn't know about this and couldn't ask, so she could only watch quietly. It was also at this time that Zhu Yuni stood up, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with his arm, and let out a long breath. After cleaning everything, she looked at Jiang Mingua happily and spoke softly. Sir, the room has been cleaned. If there is nothing else, I will continue to work. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand, and a crystal-clear jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he introduced it in a calm tone. This is the token to open the Howran Palace ruins. You can go out with your daughter to find your own opportunities. After hearing these words, Zhu Yuni, who had been with her young master for some time, was no longer surprised by his young master's generosity. So he respectfully stretched out his hands to take the jade pendant and bowed sincerely to express his gratitude. Then Zhu Yuni went straight to find her precious daughter and packed up her things to leave. The reason why she was so anxious was that after coming here, she never chose to go out again. Although I stay with my daughter every day, my memories of being with the outside world are constantly escaping. So Zhu Yuni wanted to create some beautiful and memorable memories about the outside world with her daughter. After a while, Jiang Mingua quietly watched the backs of the mother and daughter as they left. His heart began to stir, and he wanted to go out. Then he did it, and left the cabin without hesitation. Of course, before he left a letter explaining the situation. Then the picture began to change, showing Jiang Mingua flying aimlessly, but the direction he was flying was basically where there were people. It seems that he is looking for a new lucky audience. Jiang Mingua, who was watching from the side, silently complained in her heart. It turned out that what he complained about was correct. Jiang Mingua, who was flying quickly, seemed to notice something, then disappeared and landed in a large mansion that looked like it belonged to a wealthy family. As soon as I arrived at the door, I heard a young but very firm voice coming from the room. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't look down on the young and poor. Jiang Ningrong, do you dare to accept this 3-year agreement? Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, because the smell came up immediately. However, this also made him more curious about what was inside, and he couldn't wait to walk in. When I came into the hall, I found a boy who looked to be only 16 years old and had a handsome and attractive face. He said those words to a proud woman with a beautiful face and figure. But the girl named Jiang Ningrong did not show any worries on her face. She remained calm and spoke calmly. Of course, if you can win, why wouldn't I marry you? And if you lose, humph, you'll have to obediently marry into my Jiang family. These words startled everyone present. When the old man next to the girl wanted to say something, he was pulled away by Jiang Ningrong. There was no time for the white-haired boy to react. Until all the visitors left, the young tribesmen began to look at each other in confusion. Because no matter how I recall what Jiang Ningrong said just now, it seems wrong. It feels like no matter what the outcome is, Jiang Ningrong won't suffer any loss at all. The boy finally came to his senses, but still looked at his father with a confused look on his face. That expression seemed to say, "Something's wrong, father. Why does it feel like I have to marry Jiang Ningrong, whether I win or lose? Shouldn't I be severely humiliated and then work hard to slap Jiang Ningrong in the face?" Sensing his son's bewildered expression, the boy's father seemed somewhat unresponsive, as if to say, "I don't know." Jiang Mingua, who was watching from the side, also lived in Bengbu. We agreed not to bully the poor young people, but it turned out to be a choice of whether to stand up for oneself or live off the gigolo, or whether to live off the gigolo even if it means a lot. After a while, everyone came to their senses one after another, and then left with unhappy expressions. This is just a fight for dominance in the relationship, not a case of breaking off the engagement. It's a waste of the emotions that have just been brewing. And for some reason, I ate a mouthful of smelly dog food. At this time, the boy's father also came to him, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "Tianny, no matter what choice you make, your father will support you. But whether you'll be at the top or the bottom in the future depends on your hard work. Keep going." After saying that, he patted the boy's shoulder again, and then left with a confused expression on his face. Chapter 167, I don't want that kind of ending. Jiang Mingwei on the side was also stunned. This plot development is not right. Shouldn't it be about being broken off, then getting various opportunities within these 3 years, and finally slapping his ex-fiancée in the face? Now, the only option is to either marry Jiang Ningrong or become a live-in son-in-law. Well, I feel like, in a sense, it has become a battle of names. Just as Jiang Mingyue was lost in thought, the scene changed again. This time, only the young man named Lin Tianyi was working hard to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. In this way, he could prove to Jiang Ningrong that he was not a gigolo. But unfortunately, although he was considered a genius before, he is now just a rookie stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. Because he found that no matter how he gathered his spiritual power, it would dissipate inexplicably. Without the accumulation of spiritual energy, how can one improve his cultivation? So Lin Tianyi was very distressed at this moment. Is it possible that I can only become a live-in son-in-law? I don't want that kind of ending. I still want to be a man who stands tall and proud, not just a man who takes care of his wife and children behind a woman's back. So, Lin Tianyi, with infinite motivation surging in his heart again, started practicing again. But the result is self-evident. None of it worked. Jiang Minghua, who had been hiding nearby, noticed something and her eyes fell on the jade pendant on the boy's waist. Then he raised his hand and shook it gently, and the jade pendant appeared out of thin air in his hand. In this jade pendant, Jiang Minghua felt a faint remnant soul. It was this remnant soul that had been constantly absorbing Lin Tianyi's spiritual power, preventing him from accumulating spiritual power. After understanding the situation, Jiang Minghua planned to take action to get rid of the residual soul in the jade pendant. After all, during this period of observation, he discovered that this young man named Lin Tianyi had a personality opposite to that of his eldest disciple Yi Junwen, and therefore met his observation requirements very well. As if sensing Jiang Mingyue's murderous intent, the remnant soul in the jade pendant immediately slid to its knees and transmitted a message. "Senior, please show some mercy. I have no ill will towards that young man. On the contrary, that young man has done me a great favor. How could I possibly hurt him?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Minghua stopped her movements and retracted her fingers that were about to press on the jade pendant. Seeing this, the remaining soul, feeling like it had survived a disaster, immediately introduced itself. "Senior, my name is Yun Taichu, and my Taoist name is Balian Immortal. I was a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage in my lifetime, but I was murdered by a treacherous person. The remaining remnant of my soul can only rest in this jade pendant. I absorbed that young man's spiritual power only to completely consolidate the remaining spirit and soul so that it wouldn't dissipate. It was truly a helpless act. Yun Taichu's tone was extremely respectful, on the one hand, because his life was in the other party's hands. On the other hand, he had no way of detecting the cultivation level of the person in front of him. He was clearly standing there, but it seemed as if he could not be seen or touched. You must know that although he is just a remnant soul now, he was a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage when he was alive. The person who can make him unable to sense the cultivation level is either a cultivator in the Mahayana stage or the legendary immortal. So Yun Taichu, who was very sincere, chose to greet him with a smile. Not knowing Yun Taichu's inner turmoil, after hearing his explanation, Jiang Mingwa nodded thoughtfully. Then, under Yun Taichu's incredulous gaze, Jiang Mingwa took direct action to complete the remaining trace of his soul. Even Yun Taichu's soul is now more powerful than when he was alive. Feelings of surprise, happiness, confusion, and puzzlement emerged in his mind. However, Yun Taichu, who had recovered from his shock, immediately sent his soul out of the jade pendant and respectfully bowed to Jiang Mingwa. Thank you for your kindness in giving me a new life. I, Yun Taichu, will never forget this kindness. In order to repay this kindness, I am willing to follow you. It can be said that Yun Taichu's mind works very quickly. He says that he wants to repay the favor, but in fact he wants to hold on to the super thigh of Jiang Mingwa. After all, he had never heard of such a thing that could repair the soul by just raising his hand, let alone seen it. Moreover, following a big man of this level, how long is it for me to rebuild a perfect body? In this regard, Jiang Mingwa naturally saw through Yun Taichu's little thoughts, but he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. His eyes fell on Lin Tianyi, who was working hard on the side. With a slight wave of his hand, the jade pendant returned to the boy's waist. Now that Yun Taichu's soul has been replenished, he no longer needs these dependent spiritual treasures and can move freely in the world. So he also looked at Jiang Mingyue's actions curiously. Jiang Mingyue's mind moved, and the jade pendant that had just been returned suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This scene naturally caught Lin Tianyi's attention, but he was blinded as soon as he took a look at it. My eyes. What on earth happened? It was also at this time that Jiang Mingyue appeared with a shining light and appeared in front of Lin Tianyi. Because of the dazzling light, he couldn't open his eyes for a while. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyue raised his hand and a green light fell on the young man. All of a sudden, Lin Tianyi felt the discomfort in his eyes disappear, but when he opened his eyes, he saw an incredibly handsome person suddenly appear in front of him. His first reaction was, how come this guy is so handsome? His second reaction was, who are you? Why are you here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue simply pointed at the jade pendant on his waist, then modified Yun Taichu's words and repeated them to him. Lin Tianyi, who had listened to the whole thing, had a light in his eyes that became brighter and brighter. Because all he knew was that his chance had come. He no longer had to become a live-in son-in-law. So Lin Tianyi knelt down to Jiang Mingyue, without hesitation, and kowtowed 3 times. Disciple Lin Tianyi greets master. As for the bitterness he had experienced over the years, Lin Tianyi didn't feel it was a big deal and just regarded it as a necessary price to pay. Besides, in a sense, I didn't lose anything. I just worried about my future situation for a while. But things are different now. I now have an extremely powerful master. Humph. After all, it was him who was able to be on top of Jiang Ningro. Not knowing the ambitions in the heart of his new apprentice, Jiang Mingyue nodded slightly at this moment. Then he stretched out his hand and placed it on Lin Tianyi's head, feeling the condition of his body. The process was quick, and after a moment, Jiang Mingyue took out a book of martial arts techniques. Chapter 168. The corners of the mouth are harder to suppress than AK. The appearance of this martial arts book instantly attracted the attention of Lin Tianyi and Yun Taichu, and the voice of Jiang Mingyue followed. You have a faint trace of ancient azure dragon bloodline in your veins. This technique is called Blue Dragon Sacred Secret. If you practice it to a high level, it can enrich the ancient blue dragon bloodline in you. It's not impossible to transform into a dragon in the end. When these words were spoken, both the man and the soul were stunned. Because this is the legendary sacred beast Azure Dragon. I didn't expect that this kid could have such a high level of bloodline. Even if it is very weak, it is enough to make a genius. Not to mention, with the skills given by Jiang Mingyue, he could further develop the Azure Dragon bloodline and even transform into a dragon in the end. This is something they dare not even think about. So Lin Tianyi looked at the martial arts technique handed to him by his master and stretched out his hand tremblingly to hold it. The next moment, the martial arts book turned into golden light and fell into his mind. Various magical golden symbols appeared, which fascinated him so much that he began to practice on the spot unconsciously. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of spiritual energy began to gather here, and soon Lin Tianyi's cultivation level increased rapidly, as if he had taken drugs. After a while, he reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining and was only one step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Not only is the breakthrough speed fast, but the foundation after the breakthrough is also extremely solid. This made Yun Taichu, who was standing by, look at him with great envy. As the person involved, Lin Tianyi felt the powerful force in his body and reported the good news to his master with excitement. Master, look. I've directly broken through from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 9th level. Ha. If I continue at this pace, I can defeat Jiang Ningrong, who is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, in less than 3 years. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua's expression was very calm, because in his opinion, after all, the second disciple's talent is not even a little bit inferior to that of the eldest disciple. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't accept disciples based on talent. So Jiang Mingua raised his hand again, and the next moment a drop of blood emitting strong pressure appeared in front of the man and the soul. This drop is the blood of the Azure Dragon. I will seal it in your body. As long as you break through to a certain level of cultivation, the seal will be gradually released, allowing you to absorb it safely. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Mingua flicked her index finger and injected the essence and blood into Lin Tianyi's body, sealing it. These successive surprises made Lin Tianyi subconsciously slap himself. Bang! A crisp voice sounded, causing a hint of doubt to flash in the eyes of Jiang Mingua in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that there is something wrong with the sea of consciousness of this disciple he accepted? On the other side, feeling the burning pain on his face, Lin Tianyi was not sad but happy. He knelt down to Jiang Mingua again and kowtowed 3 more times. Thank you, Master, for the gift. I will practice diligently. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations and never bring shame to you. Facing the boy's heartfelt words, Jiang Mingua remained calm and spoke lightly. Well, if you have nothing else to do, go and practice well. Okay, Master. Having said that, Lin Tianyi turned around and left without hesitation. At this time, Jiang Mingua looked at Yun Taichu beside him and spoke. You continue to stay by his side and protect him when necessary. You will be rewarded when the time comes. Yes, Senior. After saying that, Yun Taichu turned into a stream of light and returned to the jade pendant. Then the perspective began to change rapidly. It was basically all about Lin Tianyi's hard work in cultivation, and his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. After only 1 month, his cultivation reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. But I don't know if Lin Tianyi has the talent to be the 6th. He specifically asked Jiang Mingua for a martial arts book that could hide his cultivation level, and then he still showed off to the outside world that he was a rookie at the 3rd level of qi refining. But secretly, he is already a genius at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Jiang Mingua, who was watching the whole thing from the side, discovered a very interesting situation. That is, every time Lin Tianyi went out of the Lin family, he would always meet Jiang Ningrong. Then, some precious natural treasures that she either despised, gave away, or humiliated, were given to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi was very angry about this great humiliation, and immediately took all the rare treasures back and used them all. Then he wrote in his little notebook, December 5th, sunny day. I went out today and was humiliated by Jiang Ningrong again. I was very angry, but I endured it. Humph. Sooner or later, I will return all this shame. In the future, I will defeat Jiang Ningrong, and after we get married, I will make sure she gives birth to 4 children for me. There was more below the diary, but Jiang Mingua, as a bystander, could no longer bear to read it. Because at this moment, the corners of his mouth are harder to suppress than AK. I don't know what others think, but Jiang Mingua feels like she has become a cooker now. He was touched by the young emotions between the 2 boys and girls. Just when Jiang Mingua was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of getting it, the scene switched again. This time, the scene came to Jiang Ningrong, and Jiang Mingua hid her figure and came to the girl's boudoir. Although this action was extremely inappropriate, Jiang Mingua, who did not have that kind of worldly desire, only came here to confirm some things. Then she waited here silently. After a while, Jiang Mingrong returned to the room alone. She also asked all the maids to wait outside and told them not to disturb her unless it was something important. Then, in this quiet room, Jiang Mingrong's cold voice was heard. Master, is there really nothing Tianyi can do? Along with these doubtful words, the ring on the girl's finger emitted a faint light, and then a kind-looking woman appeared from the ring and spoke helplessly. Xiao Rongrong, your sweetheart's condition is so strange. He's clearly capable of cultivation, but he's only stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. It's really frustrating. As she spoke, the woman came up behind the girl, stroked her head gently, and continued to speak in confusion. Xiao Rongrong, can you tell Master what you like about that boy? Why would he make you give so unconditionally? Of course, Master is not trying to stop you, but wants to tell you something. That is, if the gap between your realms continues to widen, then your lifespans will also widen. Do you know? Chapter 169, Slap in the Face. I believe you can figure out the consequences of this even without Master telling you. Hearing these words, Jiang Mingrong's expression began to darken. How could I not know what the Master said? But, you want to be my wife? Of course I can. Besides, my father said that a man should take the initiative. I will propose to you when the time comes. You can't regret it by then. Sometimes you really can't let go. After withdrawing her thoughts, she quickly returned to her cold demeanor and spoke lightly. Master, I understand what you mean. But why must we use the final result to negate every moment we spent together? Even at the final moment of life and death, I will not regret it. These words made the girl's master sigh in his heart that there are still such infatuated people in the world. It's just that I feel a little awkward when expressing my emotions. Faced with Jiang Mingrong's loyalty and righteousness, the girl's master had no intention of continuing to speak, but just left a sentence. In that case, Xiao Rongrong, you should be mentally prepared. Then it returned to the ring on the girl's finger, and at this time Jiang Mingrong was also muttering to herself. Well, I've already made all the preparations. The entire scene was seen by Jiang Mingua, who was observing from the side, and his eyes were always on the girl's ring. No wonder I felt something strange when we first met. Now that he knew what was unusual, his rare interest disappeared. But the strange relationship between his apprentice and his fiancée aroused his new interest. But before that, seeing Jiang Mingrong, who had already started changing clothes, Jiang Mingua immediately slipped out of the room. After all, during the time he spent with his eldest disciple and his mother, he understood the 4 small rules. Do not look at what is inappropriate. Do not listen to what is inappropriate. Do not say what is inappropriate. And do not do what is inappropriate. After he went out, he saw an antique ring on his hand. Judging from the style, it was the same ring on Jiang Mingrong's finger. When the girl's master found out that she had been taken away, he was a little surprised, because she was a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage. She had no idea when she appeared in the hands of the man in front of her, or when she was taken away. Just how strong is this man? Has this man noticed this remnant of his soul? Just when the woman was feeling extremely confused, the voice of Jiang Mingua rang out. Come out, I want to talk to you. After hearing this, the woman no longer had the idea of pretending to be dead. Then he emerged from the ring, landed in front of Jiang Mingua, bowed respectfully, and spoke. Senior, is there anything important that you need from me? Faced with the woman who threw the question to her, Jiang Mingua went straight to the point and asked her to introduce herself. Hearing this, the woman hesitated for a moment, but still began to introduce herself. Senior, my name is Kong Yingling. I was a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage in my lifetime. My Taoist name was Hanxian Fairy, and I was also the master of that girl Jiang Ningro. I wonder why Senior wants to know this. To be honest, Kong Yingling now feels vaguely uneasy, because she didn't feel the courage to resist this man. Could it be that the person who could make her feel this way was a cultivator in the Mahayana stage? But why would a Mahayana cultivator appear in such a remote and desolate place? What was his purpose? A bunch of questions filled Kong Yingling's mind, and she couldn't figure them out. And what Jiang Mingua said next also left her stunned. Your apprentice's fiancé is Lin Tianyi. I am his master now. After hearing this, Kong Yingling was stunned. She thought of everything she could think of, but this was the only thing she didn't think of. This mysterious existence is actually the master of that brat? An expression of shock appeared on Kong Yingling's face without any concealment, making her mind go blank. Then she reacted and felt like she was slapped in the face. We were just saying that there is a difference between immortals and mortals, but it turns out that the background of the mortal side is even stronger than that of the immortal side. It's numb. These 2 words can explain Kong Yingling's current mood and feelings. But he soon felt happy for his apprentice, because if the brat could have such a powerful master, his future would be limitless. At that time, It will probably be the turn of the master and disciple to think about whether the other party will always be consistent. Because the way his apprentice expressed his feelings was so awkward. Just as Kong Yingling was thinking about whether to express her apprentice's feelings, Zhang Mingyue spoke again. I came here this time just to notice your presence and feel curious. I won't do anything to you. However, I also hope that you will keep this meeting a secret, otherwise you know the consequences. Then you will teach your apprentice well, and then he will be able to keep up with my second apprentice. Even if you are allowed to complete your remaining soul and rebuild your body in the future, it is not impossible for you to live another life. This big cake immediately ignited Kong Yingling's motivation. She quickly bowed and expressed her gratitude, saying that she would definitely work hard. Then, Zhang Mingyue took out 2 more pills and gave them to Kong Yingling, saying that one could repair the soul and the other could improve the aptitude for cultivation. Looking at the pill in her hand, Kong Yingling was overjoyed. She didn't expect the boss to be so generous, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. After the explanation was completed, Zhang Mingyue disappeared from the spot, and the scene changed. Half a year passed in a flash. Lin Tianyi, who had reached the peak of the Jindan stage at this time, went to the Yintian Mountains for trials under the arrangement of Zhang Mingyue. What he ended up doing was accidentally stumbling into the lair of a powerful monster, and what he thought was going to be a thrilling escape. But what was unexpected was that the boy directly picked up the Warcraft cub and ran a 100-meter sprint. They say it's still young now, but when it grows up it can be a guardhouse. Zhang Mingyue, who was watching from the side, was also speechless. This young man's train of thought is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This relentless pursuit was caused by Lin Tianyi using a talisman given to him by his master. Then he felt what it felt like to fly. In an instant, he escaped from the pursuit of the monster and successfully obtained a monster cub. After that, this kid continued to harm the monsters here. He would just grab all kinds of rare treasures and run away. If you can beat them, it will basically be a head-on duel. If you can't beat them, they will just grease their feet and get away with it. Chapter 170. Lock him up quickly. During this process, Lin Tianyi saved a girl named Ying Zhao by chance. She was being hunted by someone, but the group of people who were hunting her were thought to be in the same group by the powerful monster behind Lin Tianyi. Then they fought each other, and even both suffered losses. As a natural-born good player, Lin Tianyi naturally rushed out at this moment to engage in a friendly mediation. However, he did not kill them. After all, the group of people who were chasing him had no hostility towards him. On the contrary, Lin Tianyi was very grateful for their generous sacrifice. He simply stripped them down to their underwear and then left, taking the girl who was being hunted with him. After Ying Zhao woke up, she acted rather indifferent towards Lin Tianyi, her savior, and only spoke lightly. I, Ying Zhao, will remember your kindness in saving my life. When I return to the Lotus Pond Holy Land in the future, I will definitely repay you. Hearing these words, Lin Tianyi didn't say anything, but just nodded lightly. Even Ying Zhao's appearance and figure were able to refresh his cognition. But deep down in his heart, he still remembered the figure who expressed his emotions clumsily. So during this short time spent with Ying Zhao, Lin Tianyi learned what it means to be a gentleman. They didn't look at each other sideways, there wasn't too much physical contact, and their words were measured, always acting like a pair of strangers who met by chance. All I can say is that Ying Zhao, who had been treated in this manner all along the way, couldn't help but frown, but soon relaxed his brows. After all, his mother was the Holy Lord of the Lotus Pond Holy Land, and how many ways of making friends had he experienced since childhood? She had seen this kind of hard-to-get tactic before. Until one night during rest, the two sides casually talked about Lin Tianyi and his life. In response, Lin Tianyi briefly explained what happened between him and his fiancée. Moreover, when he talked about how he and his fiancée got along, Lin Tianyi didn't even notice how gentle his tone was. Ying Zhao, who was standing by, listened blankly to the longing of the young man in front of her, and she felt a joy and love from Lin Tianyi that came from the bottom of her heart. There was light in his eyes, and he looked forward to the future. At this moment, Ying Zhao couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Lin Tianyi's fiancée for having such a loyal fiancée. It was also from that time that Ying Zhao's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Tianyi. She becomes less defensive and no longer worries that the other person will cheat on her feelings, body, and money. I even want to make friends with Lin Tianyi. Although he didn't know why Ying Zhao had such a big change in his attitude towards him, he was also very happy to have a new friend. After all, when you are out, more friends mean more paths to take. Zhang Mingyue, who had been watching from the side, finally couldn't help but smile. A true god of pure love, and it's a two-way journey. I feel numb from knocking on the door. I feel numb from knocking on the door, happy. After leaving the Intian Mountains, Ingzhao said goodbye to her new friend reluctantly and asked her to come to the Lotus Pond Holy Land to visit her if she had time. In response, Lin Tianyi happily said that it was no problem, and then he couldn't wait to leave, because he still has things to do. The scene switches again, this time back to the city. As soon as the picture appeared, it was discovered that Lin Tianyi was moving forward in a flying posture, as if he was going somewhere. Jiang Mingua has also been following behind him. It seems that her past self knows what is going on. So Jiang Mingua watched with peace of mind. After Lin Tianyi ran to a very prosperous, commercial street, he stopped there as if waiting for someone. Just when Jiang Mingua was confused, the words of the civilians around her had already given her the answer. Have you heard? The eldest daughter of the Jang family, who went to Chaotian sect, is back today. Really? Of course it's true. You don't know, but I heard that the eldest daughter of the Jang family is already a core disciple. At such a young age, she has already reached the middle stage of the Jingdan stage and is almost at the late stage. Turtle. It can only be said that after hearing these words, Jiang Mingua immediately understood Lin Tianyi's intention. The corners of her mouth suddenly rose, and she began to look forward to it. After a while, the crowd began to get restless. Look, the eldest daughter of the Jang family is here. These words immediately cheered up Lin Tianyi. He clenched the storage ring in his hand, and then walked towards where Jiang Mingrong was. Jiang Mingrong came here with a cold expression on her face, and her eyes kept scanning the crowd, as if she was looking for someone. Finally, I found the familiar figure in the crowd. A soft light flashed in his eyes, but soon returned to indifference. Until the two sides were only 3 meters away from each other, they stopped tacitly. This scene shocked the crowd of onlookers. They were staring intently at the young couple. At this moment, Jiang Mingrong and Lin Tianyi only had each other in their eyes, automatically blocking out the curious gazes around them. At this moment, Lin Tianyi, the person involved, stepped forward with a serious and earnest look. Jiang Mingrong couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and she pinched her hands together. I kept asking myself in my heart whether there was anything inappropriate on my body, whether my hair was messy, etc. She behaved just like a little girl meeting her beloved. It was at this time that Lin Tianyi slowly released his suppressed cultivation. The powerful pressure from the peak of the Jingdan stage made the surrounding onlookers instinctively take a few steps back with horror on their faces. Wasn't it said that the eldest son of the Lin family was a loser? How did he suddenly reach the peak of the Jingdan stage? Jiang Mingrong, the person involved, was already standing there in a daze, with surprise, happiness, and relief constantly flashing in her eyes. Her originally cold face slowly became gentle at this moment. After releasing his cultivation, Lin Tianyi took a few steps forward and came in front of Jiang Mingrong. Because of their height difference, Jiang Mingrong could only raise her head slightly to see Lin Tianyi's appearance up close. She found that after not seeing him for a long time, he had grown taller and looked more handsome. She wondered how many girls he would seduce. Lin Tianyi on the other side was also a little dazed. Although Jiang Mingrong now looked like a flower that had not yet fully opened. But in his heart, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Such affectionate look made Jiang Mingua, who was watching from the side, understand one thing. That is CP. It turns out it can be so happy. Lock him up. Chapter 171. This melon tastes wrong. After a while, both sides came to their senses and quickly shifted their gaze elsewhere. However, the slightly flushed faces of both parties showed that they were in a complicated mood. At this time, Lin Tianyi, the man, coughed lightly a few times and then spoke. Jiang Mingrong, I'm here for revenge today. Thank you for the heavenly materials and treasures you sent me before. They have given me the strength I have today. Haha, do you regret it? But I'll stick to the facts. I'll return all the treasures you gave me double today. As he spoke, Lin Tianyi forcefully pulled up the little hand of the girl in front of him, and then placed the storage ring that he had prepared long ago in her hand. Feeling this long-lost gift, Jiang Mingrong's eyes were gleaming slightly. Then he took out various rare treasures from his storage ring. With the appearance of each rare treasure, the surrounding exclamations rose and fell. This also made Jiang Mingrong's eyes become extremely gentle, and the corners of her mouth had already unconsciously curled up. After going through all the natural treasures, Lin Tianyi crossed his arms and looked proud. Humph, we're even now? See you in the ring in 2 years. After saying that, the boy turned and left without hesitation. Jiang Mingrong was left standing there, her originally cold face now replaced by tenderness. This scene made the surrounding onlookers look at each other in bewilderment. This melon tastes wrong. Why, it tastes a bit like dog food. Jiang Mingua, who was watching the whole process, kept nodding. The other, Jiang Mingua, was slightly thoughtful, his mind constantly recalling the interactions between the young couple. After that, the news about what happened today, the 3-year agreement, and Lin Tianyi being a genius who had reached the peak of the Jindan stage began to spread immediately. For a time, not only was the entire Lin family bustling with activity, but there were also many other people who wanted to make friends. Moreover, the patriarch of the Jang family also came specially and asked whether the 3-year agreement should be terminated. This way, the harmony between the two families will not be damaged. In response to this, Lin Tianyi's father explained the reason to his in-laws with a mysterious look on his face. After understanding, Zhang Ningrong's father immediately showed an expression of getting it immediately, and then both sides showed a frivolous smile. Then, in the city, you could see Zhang Ningrong and Lin Tianyi interacting every now and then. It's a feast for the eyes of the spectators. There are even people who are so annoyed that they say this. Get married soon. However, all good things must come to an end, and Zhang Ningrong has been out of the sect for some time. Her master in the sect began to urge her to return to the sect to practice. On the day of departure, Zhang Ningrong left with a smile on her face and a new hairpin in her long hair. Lin Tianyi just watched her leave, and then followed the instructions of Jiang Mingua and headed to the new trial site. This separation lasted for 2.5 years. At this time, Lin Tianyi was already a super genius in the early stage of nascent soul realm. All of this is thanks to the extremely precious natural treasures given to him by his master, Jiang Mingua, and the increasingly strong Azure Dragon bloodline in his body. Now Lin Tianyi can temporarily transform into a half-dragon man, and his strength can directly rise to the peak of the nascent soul stage, but he will become sluggish for a period of time after using it. Seeing that the time was almost up for the so-called 3-year agreement, Lin Tianyi became a little excited. Looking forward to seeing the figure I have been thinking about day and night again. But at this moment, Lin Tianyi suddenly felt something and hurriedly took out a jade pendant from his storage ring. I saw a line of text constructed with spiritual power appear on the jade pendant. Tianyi, don't come to Chaotian sect. It's dangerous. These words instantly made Lin Tianyi's inner uneasiness peak. Because this jade pendant was given to him by Zhang Ningrong when they parted. This means that the Chaotian sect where Zhang Ningrong is located is in danger. I must go immediately. At this moment, this was the only thought in Lin Tianyi's mind. So he quickly called out his master, Jiang Mingua. Master, please take me to Chaotian sect. My fiancée is in danger. I want to save her. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua did not refuse. She stretched out her hand and placed it under his shoulder, then took a step forward. The surrounding scene began to stretch and fall backwards. Almost in an instant, the two arrived at their destination. At this time, the Chaotian sect had already activated the sect protection formation because there were several large floating ships above the sect. Is it a coalition of several demon sects? Seeing this scene, Lin Tianyi was shocked, but his face quickly regained its resolute expression. No matter if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he will go and give it a try. Zhang Mingua did not object to his apprentice's decision, but only sent a message to Yun Taichu to pay attention and protect Lin Tianyi when he was in a life-and-death situation. After all, as long as he is not dead, Jiang Mingua can pull him back from the gates of hell. Of course, if all else fails, he can only go downstairs to ask for help. But just as Lin Tianyi was about to charge, the coalition forces of the demon sect also began to attack. In an instant, dozens of beings in the spirit transformation realm attacked Chaotian sect together. The pressure generated by the collision of forces spread in all directions. Immediately afterwards, those airships also began to launch a fierce attack, which was enough to rival the artillery fire of a peak-level divine transformation realm. This caused cracks to appear in the Chaotian sect's protective formation. This scene made the disciples below look terrified. Zhang Ningrong was standing next to her master in a conspicuous place. At this moment, she felt very regretful in her heart. Why didn't she express her feelings earlier? As a result, I am now in a life-threatening situation and may die if I am not careful. But at the same time, Zhang Ningrong also hoped that Lin Tianyi would receive her message and not come to Chaotian sect. Just as she was thinking, the Chaotian sect's protective formation could no longer withstand the exaggerated firepower and shattered. Without the sect protection formation, the demonic monks who were lurking outside the formation rushed towards the disciples of Chaotian sect, like wolves thirsty for blood. Zhang Ningrong, a core disciple, was already in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. She spoke sternly, holding a long sword in her hand. Disciples of the Chaotian sect, join me in fighting against the demonic cultivators and protecting the Chaotian sect. After saying that, he took off into the air and rushed towards the enemy. Yes. Zhang Mingrong's call was responded to by many disciples, and they followed their senior sister's steps and fought against the enemy. It is conceivable how much Zhang Mingrong is respected by her disciples. In an instant, the entire Chaotian sect turned into a chaotic battlefield, with cultivators falling every moment. But the people of Chaotian sect still fought to the death. Chapter 172 You, come here. With a scream, a demon cultivator died at the hands of Zhang Mingrong. At this moment, she barely had time to observe the situation around her. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that except for the elders who were still fighting in the sky, the rest of the Chaotian sect disciples were already in a tough battle. Licking her dry lips, Zhang Mingrong picked up the sword again, muttering something as she headed towards the battlefield again. However, because of her outstanding combat power, many demon cultivators noticed her and attacked her in unison. It is said that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Even if a sword is added, it is impossible to gain an advantage in front of a group of demon cultivators whose cultivation is higher than one's. Ha! Go to hell. Facing the endless attacks, Zhang Mingrong kept waving her sword and casting spells, barely able to hold on. At this critical moment, a figure attacked from the outside and killed the demon cultivators along the way. With his powerful presence, he rescued Zhang Mingrong from the siege. She stared blankly at the man in front of her who was holding her waist. The face she had been thinking about day and night made her reach out and stroke his face. Why are you here? Faced with his fiancé's questions, Lin Tianyi no longer tried to express his emotions awkwardly, but spoke directly. Miss you. Faced with this direct attack, Zhang Mingrong blushed immediately. Then she casually chopped a demon cultivator away and responded. Didn't I tell you not to come? It's dangerous here. Although her words were blaming, her tone was so happy. These words also made Lin Tianyi feel warm in his heart, and then he continued to hug his sweetheart and used the fish and dragon swimming sword technique. All the enemies around who were not at the nascent soul stage were killed instantly with one sword, and then a clearing appeared around them. To be honest, this kind of loving swordsmanship made the nearby demon cultivators furious. Tianandi, others are here hacking each other to death, and you two are here showing off your affection, right? For a moment, a will called the FFF group crossed the heavens and all worlds and descended upon them. Burn all couples. He shouted slogans in his heart and even ignored the gap in cultivation between himself and the enemy. I feel like I'd rather die than give this bastard who shows off his affection a sword. But the facts have proved that anyone who has not reached the nascent soul stage is an ant. A green lotus blossomed with Lin Tianyi as the center, turning all the demon cultivators rushing over into ashes. So, the young couple became the focus of the battlefield. When the disciples of Chaotian sect saw that their senior sister's Taoist partner was actually a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, they were instantly filled with enthusiasm. And those demon cultivators who were only at the peak of the golden core realm immediately became cautious. The elders who can compete with Lin Tianyi are basically entangled with their own opponents and cannot take care of them for the time being. That is to say, in the short term, they can only rely on themselves to support themselves. Thinking of this, these demon cultivators suddenly felt a chill on their necks. Not knowing the inner turmoil of those demon cultivators, Lin Tianyi reluctantly let go of his fiancée and gave her instructions. You stay here obediently. I will kill all those demon cultivators and then come back to find you. Before he could turn around, Zhang Mingrong grabbed his collar and spoke seriously. I'm not some pretty face. Leaving these words behind, she rushed towards the enemy again with her sword in hand. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That's her style. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyi followed Zhang Mingrong and together with her, turned the group of demon cultivators upside down. I thought the balance of victory would tilt at this point, but victory is determined only by the top-level combat power. Ha! Old Chaoyang, is this all you have? Along with these words, a figure fell rapidly from the sky and then smashed a deep pit on the ground. It was not until the smoke and dust cleared and the familiar figure appeared in their eyes that the disciples of Chaotian sect began to panic. It's the sect master. Sect master? It's bad. If the sect master loses, we're done. No, I don't want to die. For a time, the morale of the Chaotian sect disciples declined rapidly, especially when familiar figures were either dead or injured and knocked to the ground. The faces of the Chaotian sect disciples were ashen. In their view, the Chaotian sect was going to be wiped out, and they were doomed too. This scene naturally fell into Lin Tianyi's eyes, but he was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he was at ease. After all, in his opinion, no matter how powerful those above are, they are just small time machines in the early stage of the void refinement realm, and the aura on them is not as strong as that of his master. Chi Refining Stage E, Foundation Establishment Stage D, Core Formation Stage C, Golden Core Stage B, Nascent Soul Stage A, Spirit Transformation Stage S, Void Refining Stage SS, Tribulation Crossing Stage SSS, Mahayana Stage Transcended, Extinction Star Level. Specific expressiveness depends on the strength of the laws of heaven and earth. So Lin Tianyi was not worried at all. The same was true for Jiang Ningrong standing by. After all, her master was a powerful being in the Tribulation Crossing stage, even though he was just a remnant soul. But her master said that she could temporarily use the power she had in her previous life, so Jiang Ningrong was not panicked at all. So, the steady as an old dog, young couple quietly watched the magic show in the sky. Then the group of demon cultivators began their classic performance, which was all kinds of nonsense, and then tried to absorb all the disciples of Chaotian's sect. At this time, Jiang Mingua, who had been hiding her figure, also felt that there was nothing interesting to see next. He walked out of the void and came to Lin Tianyi's side. Master! When he saw the person coming, Lin Tianyi shouted excitedly, and then he became even more arrogant. That expression seemed to say, "Come here." The demon cultivators frowned at the sudden appearance of this person, whose cultivation level was unknown. Just when he was about to start harassing Lai Lai again, Jiang Mingua gently raised his hand and waved it casually. Those evil cultivators turned into ashes in front of everyone's shocked gaze. After completing this rather cool operation, Jiang Mingua turned around to look at Lin Tianyi, then glanced at Jiang Ningrong beside him before speaking. Okay, you two should find a time to fulfill the so-called 3-year agreement, and then get married. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the people around them instantly fell on the young couple. The young couple, who originally thought they were thick-skinned, suddenly blushed at the same time, lowered their heads, and began to feel embarrassed. But their hands were holding each other. Jiang Mingua, who was watching from the side, almost had her mouth numb from laughing. A crisis of annihilation was easily resolved, and then the scene began to change. Because of the great kindness from Jiang Mingua, Chaotian's sect contributed both money and manpower. Build a perfect arena for Lin Tianyi and Jiang Ningrong. Chapter 173, Bowing to Heaven and Earth, Husband and Wife Bowing to Each Other. But in fact, this battle was a 3-year agreement. How should I put it? Rather than a battle, it's more like two young lovers using their affectionate moves against each other. Don't talk about hitting the target. The accuracy is basically dozens of meters away from the two people. This made Chao Tianzong and others who were watching around eat a mouthful of dog food. Then this battle ended when Jiang Ningrong lost to Lin Tianyi due to a one-step difference. I lost. Looks like I have no choice but to marry you. Looking at the sweetheart in his arms, Lin Tianyi smiled, and then acted very domineeringly in front of everyone. A kiss fell on those bright red lips. This scene was a huge blow to the onlookers, but at the same time, they also secretly thought that it was finally over. After that, the two young lovers found some time to go home together to prepare for their wedding. From that time on, the whole city became busy, especially the Lin and Zhang families. I heard that the smile on the face of the young couple's father never stopped. Then after a series of preparations, the wedding officially began. On the day of the wedding, in addition to the Chaotian sect, many famous and upright sects also came to congratulate them by taking advantage of this relationship. The reason was simple. It was because the power displayed by Lin Tianyi's master at that time was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Let them try every possible way to make friends, and this wedding is the best opportunity. After a long wait, the festive atmosphere reached its climax when the bride and groom appeared in the lobby. At this moment, Lin Tianyi, the groom, is handsome and elegant with extraordinary temperament, and Jiang Ningrong, the bride, is as beautiful as a flower. The two of them standing together are a perfect match made in heaven. At this moment, Jiang Mingua, as the man's master, also sat in the main seat. After watching the two newlyweds go through the process of bowing to heaven and earth, and then bowing to each other as husband and wife, Jiang Mingua was a little thoughtful after feeling everything along the way, and he also felt the emotion called love to a greater or lesser extent. On the other side, Jiang Mingua, who had an anti-smile on her face the whole time, naturally heard what she was thinking in the past. This gave him a flash of inspiration, and he seemed to understand somewhat what his previous self wanted to do. In the past, he was a stupid person who was unable to perceive the 7 emotions and 6 desires. So I want to feel it from others, and feel it indirectly. Last time, the Zhu mother and daughter probably referred to family affection, but this time it goes without saying that it is love. Then, my past self would probably search for what friendship is. After sorting out her thoughts, Jiang Mingyue was even more looking forward to the next story. However, you still need to experience the atmosphere of getting married so that you can be mentally prepared for the future. After a while, Jiang Mingyue was still sitting on the chair. In front of him were his apprentice Lin Tianyi and his wife Jiang Ningrong. At this time, they each held a cup of tea, and it seemed that it was time to serve tea. After Lin Tianyi expressed his gratitude to Jiang Mingyue from the bottom of his heart, Jiang Mingyue also smiled faintly and congratulated them on their wedding. Then he handed them a storage ring, drank the cup of tea, and disappeared. After that, the space around Jiang Mingyue turned into nothingness again. Now he was not in a hurry at all. On the contrary, it floats leisurely in the air, like an audience waiting for the movie to begin. The wait did not last long, and soon images began to appear in the surrounding space. The bamboo forest and the small wooden house are still there. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue was sitting on a chair, quietly looking at the book titled Flame Shadow Ninja in his hand. This scene did not surprise Jiang Mingyue. At this moment, the wooden door was opened, and a fiery red figure walked in from outside, then hugged his arm very intimately. Master. Master, you're reading again. Why don't you go out for a walk with me, your disciple? The person who came was Yi Junwen, but she was no longer the little girl she used to be. At this moment, she has already become like a fully bloomed red rose, beautiful but with thorns. Of course, the thorn is facing outward, and in front of Jiang Mingyue, she is just a lively and well-behaved little girl. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyue's gaze fell on her. Then think about it. It has been 4 years since I last attended Lin Tianyi's wedding. Although we keep in touch from time to time, I think it's time to go out for a walk. I won't feel anything if I stay in the room. So Jiang Mingyue closed the book in his hand and threw it into the void. He rubbed Yi Junwen's little head and responded softly. Well, it's good to go out for a walk. After getting the consent, Yi Junwen immediately jumped up and started cheering. Great, I'll go tell Mom. As a result, before he could run out, he was picked up by Jiang Mingyue. Wait, have you met your junior brother? Hearing this, Yi Junwen responded without hesitation. Of course, master. As the eldest senior sister, I must go and meet my junior brother. Then, as if she thought of something, her face turned red and her tone became a little shy. Besides, junior brother's wife is already pregnant. I heard from junior brother that she is almost 4 months pregnant. I haven't had time to tell you, old man. After saying this, unknown emotions brewed in Yi Junwen's eyes, and she glanced at Jiang Mingyue from time to time. Knowing that his disciple's wife was pregnant, Jiang Mingyue became thoughtful. The books he had read said that as an elder, he should go and visit. Therefore, we changed the route of this trip to bypass that place. After experiencing 2 emotional feelings, journeys, and with the company of Zhu's mother and daughter day and night, Jiang Mingyue has become more or less humane. But after all, there are only some. Even now, he simply ignored Yi Junwen's burning gaze. Faced with the man's indifference, the girl immediately pouted. But soon, with the help of Jiang Mingyue's head patting, he quickly returned to a good mood. He skipped out of the room and went to find his mother to make preparations. This scene fell into the eyes of Jiang Mingyue, who was standing aside, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes again. Because if he guessed correctly, this girl seemed to have some bold ideas about her past self. For example, rebelling against one's master or something like that. However, the scene changed, and soon the scene showed the 3 of them setting off together. It was still an aimless flight, but because of the presence of the mother and daughter, this trip was intermittent. However, Jiang Mingyue didn't care about the wasted time and just followed them silently. Chapter 174, The Back of Fate. After that, the mother and daughter went shopping everywhere. It was said that it was for the unborn child of their junior brother Lin Tianyi, so as seniors/elders, they naturally had to express some gratitude. After hearing this, Jiang Mingyue thought about it and decided to give Lin Tianyi's child a small gift when she went to his place. The scene switched again, and this time the 3 of them had arrived at the Lin family. Seeing the visitor, the couple Lin Tianyi and Jiang Ningrong also greeted him with smiles. Yi Junwen pulled Jiang Ningrong away, as if there was something she wanted to know. Zhu Yuni just sat quietly beside Jiang Mingyue. Although she considered herself a maid, the other 2 did not care about this so-called identity. After a brief chat, the mature Lin Tianyi knew that his master came out this time to find a new disciple. He understood this, but he did not act on his own, because Lin Tianyi knew that his master only accepted disciples based on his personal impression. I just don't know whether the next person I'll meet will be my junior brother or my junior sister. Jiang Mingyue did not give a specific response to this question. Then, after staying at the Lin family for a few more days, Jiang Mingyue felt it was time to set off again. But before leaving, he gave Lin Tiany's unborn child a small gift. This gift may allow Lin Tiany to say in the future, "My son has the qualities of an emperor." After leaving the Lin family, Yi Junwen would become distracted from time to time along the way, and her eyes would fall on Jiang Mingwe from time to time. Zhu Yuni, as a mother, could naturally see what her daughter was thinking, but she understood that this was a road destined to be full of thorns. No reason, just because after all these years of getting along with each other, I found that Jiang Mingwe is somewhat humane. But he is still that cold-blooded person, and every action he takes is based on his own purpose. He turned a blind eye to other people's good and bad intentions, as if there was not much in the world that could interest him. If Jiang Mingwe, who was watching from the side, knew about his inner fluctuations, he would definitely give her a big thumbs up. And agreed, "Girl, you are right. Jiang Mingwe is the only one who can despise herself like this." At this time, Jiang Mingwe seemed to have discovered something and immediately disappeared. Then he flew towards a tribe below. Seeing this, the mother and daughter hurriedly followed. When they landed on the ground, they saw a small demon tribe in front of them. Many demons who have transformed into incomplete human forms, with only ears, tails, hands, and feet exposed, are living here day and night. Among them was a white-haired boy who was sitting on a big rock with a black-haired boy, with their arms around each other's shoulders, and it seemed that they had a very good relationship with each other. From the appearance, this is still a little tiger demon and a little wolf demon. Let me tell you, Yang Xiao, whether or not you can join the hunting team this time depends on your and my performance. You know, if we can join the hunting team, we can eat meat every day and don't have to eat those unpalatable grasses. The black-haired boy called Yang Xiao nodded heavily after hearing this, and spoke with a serious and expectant look on his face. Of course, I train every day to be able to join the hunting team. As he spoke, Yang Xiao showed off the muscles in his arms, then looked at the white-haired boy and spoke. What about you? Bai Xing, I've noticed you've been acting mysterious these past few days. What are you doing that's so shameful? After saying that, Yang Xiao gently nudged Bai Xing's arm with his elbow. Seeing this, Bai Xing showed a sly smile, then made a gesture, asking his friend to listen carefully. Then he spoke mysteriously. Actually, I've been looking for paralysis grass these days. When Yang Xiao heard the word paralysis grass, his eyes suddenly lit up. You know, if there is enough paralysis grass, it can easily knock down a demon beast in the early stage of foundation building. He couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing? Before he could finish his words, Bai Xing quickly covered his mouth and made a gesture for silence. Seeing this, the young man nodded, and Bai Xing let go of his hand and let him continue. How did you find it? I remember it was no longer around the tribe. Seeing the confusion on his good friend's face, Bai Xing's face became even more proud, and he crossed his arms and said, the mountain man has his own clever plan. And don't worry, I've prepared your share toot. How's it going? Are you brotherly enough? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's face was filled with joy and excitement, and he reached out and patted the shoulder of his good brother in front of him. Being brothers with you is the best decision I have ever made in my life. Don't say anything. When the hunting test begins, we'll both take first place. Then join the hunting team and enjoy delicious food and drinks together. After saying that, the two teenagers smiled at each other again, and the refreshing laughter that belonged only to teenagers resounded on the big rock. But at this moment, two tall figures suddenly appeared behind them. Then, the two teenagers felt like they were being grabbed by the scruff of fate. Then came two familiar voices. Good boy, what are you talking about here? You're so busy talking that you don't even want to eat. Just, what are you two talking about? Let us hear it. Hearing the familiar voice and the familiar neck-grabbing gesture, the two teenagers knew who the visitor was almost in the next second. They quickly admitted their mistake and responded with a laugh. Mom, of course I'm talking to Yang Xiao about the hunting test in a few days. We want to join the hunting team together, so naturally we need to have a good chat about how to do it. These words were immediately supported by Yang Xiao. That's right, mother. Just like Bai Xing said, we have the grand dream of joining the hunting team. Hearing this, the two mothers looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Then Bai Xing's mother spoke. All right, hunting expert, go home and fill your stomach first. Then you'll have the energy to think of a solution. Bai Xingyang is right. Eat first and think about it later. The two young men realized that they had escaped a disaster, and they quickly agreed with their mother's words. So the two pairs of mother and son left happily. At this time, Yi Junwen, who had remained silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Master, which of these two is my future junior apprentice? Jiang Mingwe did not respond to this question immediately, but shook her head slightly. I haven't decided yet. Let's see how the situation goes. Hearing this, Yunyen didn't care. As long as the next one wasn't her junior sister, it was fine. Chapter 175. What does it have to do with you if I destroy you? The picture changed again. Today is the day when the ABA tribe holds a hunting assessment. Almost all young people in the tribe who are 16 years old or older and have confidence in themselves will participate in this hunting assessment, not only to be able to stand out, but also to live a better life. Therefore, the gate of the tribe was already crowded with people early in the morning. Standing at the front were the young people taking the test, and their parents were cheering them on from behind. At this time, a burly tiger demon walked up to a group of young people. Then he crossed his arms over his chest and didn't speak immediately. He just glanced at the younger generation in front of him, as if he was checking if there were any good talents. This tiger demon is the captain of the hunting team and the most powerful warrior of the tribe. A tiger demon that has reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. After looking around, the tiger demon began to explain the rules of this hunting assessment. He said, "The first thing is that you cannot attack each other or steal other people's prey. After all, what is being tested is who has stronger hunting skills, not who has stronger killing skills. There is also the hunting range. It is not allowed to exceed the prescribed range. If it exceeds the range, even if the prey is obtained, it will not count." The next 5 or 6 items were repeated, but the young people in the audience did not get annoyed, but listened attentively. After saying that, the tiger demon came to the side of the gate and spoke. "Okay, that's all, let's go." This sentence was like the sound of a gunshot from the signalman, and the young people who were always ready came out in a line. The parents behind also became excited, and all kinds of blessings came out one after another. Jiang Mingua, who had been watching all this from the sky, also silently followed the 2 young men from a few days ago. By the way, Yunyen was currently accompanying her mother shopping in a city far away from here, so only Jiang Mingua was left. But he didn't care about these. His attention was always on the 2 young men named Chingchio and Baixing, who were traveling together. The 2 young men had already arrived at the forest where the assessment was located. The 2 demons looked at each other and saw the burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Fight, X2. This word came to mind in unison, and they all ran into the forest. Because they came prepared, the 2 teenagers ran in a certain direction without any pause. Next, when facing various magical beasts, the agile Chingchio was always the target of attraction. Baixing attacked secretly from behind, and the 2 teenagers kept pulling the monster to make the paralysis grass take effect. Finally, one by one, the monsters fell down with an expression that said, "You are so despicable. Here we come to cheat. Here to attack by surprise. You have no moral principles." Looking at the prey gradually piling up in front of them, the 2 young men's tired bodies regained some strength. Then they reached out their hands and bumped fists together, both of them with happy smiles on their faces. Then the 2 young men began to brag to each other. "As expected of you, Chingchio, your agility and accuracy with the bow and arrow are truly remarkable. I must credit you with this great achievement." Hearing this, Chingchio wiped his nose with his hand proudly, and then complimented in return. "Hey Baixing, if it weren't for the paralysis grass you got, how could we have been so successful? So this great credit goes to you." After both parties finished speaking, they looked at each other in tacit understanding and immediately burst into laughter. The tiger demon, who was secretly observing from the side, nodded with satisfaction. These 2 were indeed good seedlings. One is good at head-on confrontation, and the other is good at using things around him to build his own advantages. Now in the tiger demon's heart, he has already tacitly accepted his child and the other little guy into the hunting team. But at this moment, a dull and deep voice sounded from a distance. "Woo." This sound was heard by almost all the monsters in the forest, and their first reaction was to look in the direction of the tribe. Then he put down the prey he had just hunted without hesitation and ran out of the forest. Because the appearance of this voice means that their tribe is being invaded. At this time, Chingchio and Baixing were looking at each other, but in the end they took a reluctant look at the prey they were hunting. Then he followed everyone out of the forest and ran towards the tribe. The demons have great physical strength, which allows them to run back to their tribe in one breath. But in the process, they saw a column of black smoke rising in the direction of the tribe. The closer they got, the louder the sounds of chopping and killing became. Let their hearts be lifted as well. The group returned to the edge of the tribe, only to find that their tribe had been surrounded by a group of fully armed demons. Among them, there were sharp-eyed demons who discovered that the style of armor these demons were wearing was exactly the same as that of the large tribe, Black Thunder, not far from them. Why would such a large tribe invade their weak tribe? Baixing and the other demons outside were unaware, but they only knew that their families were being slaughtered. They had to act immediately. Then, led by the tiger demon who was a member of the hunting team, a group of demons began to break through the weak defenses of the Black Thunder tribe's demons. The process went smoothly, allowing them to successfully break into the tribe, but it was wishful thinking for them to maintain an escape route. It seemed like the monsters from the Black Thunder tribe had already prepared for all of this, which is why they let them in so easily. That's why when they attacked, they could easily enter the tribe. But when they realized the enemy's intention, it was too late. Bai Xing and his group of monsters had already fallen into the enemy's encirclement. Obviously, the other party took advantage of their inner concerns about the safety of their families. However, they felt relieved when they saw that their families were safe and sound. Why would the Black Thunder tribe invade our small tribe? We've already paid tribute on time. Why are you invading us? The tiger demon's voice echoed throughout the chaotic tribe. At this time, accompanied by the sound of drums, the enemies who were attacking. As if they had received an order, they all put away their weapons and ran outside, leaving the monsters here extremely confused. Why did they leave? It was also at this time that a demon dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. His lion-like face was extremely cold, and then he looked at the demons present. What does it have to do with you if I destroy you? As these words, which seemed to determine the fate of Bai Xing and other monsters, appeared, the armored monsters had surrounded them all. Just wait for the order from the lion demon, and they will all be destroyed. Chapter 176 Super Invincible Killing System. The current situation is extremely critical. Jiang Mingua, who has been a bystander, also subconsciously looked at her former self. But I found that my previous self had a normal expression and indifferent eyes, just watching everything quietly without any intention of taking any action. This made Jiang Mingua wonder where the opponent she used to be so confident about was. Or is it just as this guy said? Even if all the monsters below die, he can still rescue them, right? For a moment, Jiang Mingua didn't know whether her previous self was having a bad taste or what. But he was powerless and could only watch the subsequent developments quietly. But it turns out there's a reason why Jiang Mingua is not in a hurry at all. The lion demon who claimed to be wise waved his hand and ordered the surrounding demons to capture them all and bring them back to the tribe as slaves. With an order and the powerful existence of the Jindan realm, the small tribe where Bai Xing was located had no power to resist, and all of them were captured and made slaves. Jiang Mingua still had no intention of intervening and followed the group of monsters silently. At this moment, he is thinking about what to do this time. By the time he came up with a good idea, a group of monsters had already arrived at the Black Thunder tribe. Compared to the small tribe where Bai Xing is, large tribes like He Lei are more prosperous, and the entire tribe is like a city. The towering city walls and arrow towers, as well as the formations that can be activated at any time, make the monsters who come here can't help but look up. But Bai Xing and his group, who came here as slaves, were not in the mood to visit. Their faces were full of confusion, and they didn't know why the Black Thunder tribe did this. Until they discovered that in addition to them, some monsters from other small tribes were also captured here. What exactly is the Black Thunder tribe doing? This doubt filled Bai Xing's mind. While he was thinking, he and his family had already gone to the place where the Black Thunder tribe placed slaves. As we all know, slavery is a status with the least human rights. Looking at the small house in front of them, which could be called a thatched house, the expressions of Bai Xing and other monsters suddenly turned very bad. But I still force myself to accept this. Whether or not I will rebel against them in the future is a matter of the future. Now I still have to take care of my family. So after being a slave in the Black Thunder tribe for a few days, Bai Xing finally found out why the Black Thunder tribe was so aggressive and invaded small tribes everywhere. This is because the Black Thunder tribe is about to start a war with the Chingchio tribe, which is also a large tribe with similar strength. The victory of this battle will determine who will be the dominant force in this region for a long time to come. The purpose of capturing the monsters from these small tribes as slaves was to have more suicide squads to disperse firepower on the front battlefield. When he knew this, Bai Xing's face turned pale. This means that once you go to the battlefield, you will be in a life or death situation. The overwhelming psychological pressure made this 16-year-old boy feel like he couldn't breathe. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Ding, the super invincible killing system is now online, binding to the host. Please wait. The appearance of this mechanical voice immediately scared Bai Xing, and he subconsciously looked around, wondering who was talking. Bind successfully. The super invincible killing system is at your service. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue translucent screen that only Bai Xing could see appeared in front of him. Name, Bai Xing. Race, Tiger. Strength, E. Talent, Total Madness. Introduction 1. All attributes increase by 30%, ignore pain, and negative effect resistance increases by 30%. 2. Fighting is your final destination. Every time you kill an enemy, you will gain 1% of the enemy's total attributes. Bloodline, unawakened. Analysis, you little newbie, grow up quickly. Looking at the blue translucent screen in front of him, Bai Xing's eyes were a little dull. What happened? What is this thing in front of me? Silence is Cambridge tonight. As if noticing Bai Xing's current situation, the voice appeared again. Ding ding. Host, stop standing there like a fool and ask about the system's functions. The appearance of this sentence made Bai Xing wake up as if from a dream, and he spoke according to what the system said. System, tell me about your function. Okay, here's the answer for you. The full name of this system is the Super Invincible Killing System, so the function of the system is literally what it means. As long as you keep killing enemies, you can get kill points, which can restore your body and can also be exchanged for various goodies. As it spoke, the system displayed the exchange mall in front of Bai Xing. The dazzling array of goods dazzled the young man, because it can be said that it contains everything, whether it is martial arts, elixirs, weapons, formations, and so on. If it weren't for the big zero in the upper left corner, Bai Xing would have wanted to exchange them all. Just when his attention was completely drawn to the mall, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, the host now has a novice gift package. Do you want to open it? Open. He agreed without hesitation, and the next moment a light appeared in front of Bai Xing that only he could see. Ding, the host obtains 100 kill points, a white-rated long sword, and a white-rated inner armor. Now placed in the backpack, the host can open it by silently saying backpack in his mind. According to the system's operation, Bai Xing's blue translucent screen also turned into grids. At this time, a weapon and a piece of inner armor were lying quietly in the backpack. Bai Xing couldn't help but reach out and touch the weapon lightly, and the option of whether to equip it popped up. After clicking, a long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Feeling the cold texture of the long sword, it seemed to tell him that the system was not the product of his own brain problems, but actually existed. So the next moment, Bai Xing immediately opened the mall and began to check what good things he could buy with 100 killing points. Just as he was looking, Jiang Mingua, who was watching from above, naturally saw everything that had just happened. Then he looked at the other self with subtle eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that I was so good at playing before, I even created a so-called system. Turtle, is there anything else that I couldn't do before? This question emerged in Jiang Mingua's mind at this moment. Chapter 177, The Wind Whistles, and the Ishui River is cold. At first, he was a reclusive master. Then he was an old man with a ring, and now he has directly created a system. How should I put it? Jiang Mingua now feels that her former self was quite cool. So who was he, exactly, to be able to do such a shocking thing? Also, why does the format of this system look so familiar to me? In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Mingua realized that the format of this system was not completely unrelated to the system panel format of the current fantasy world, but was exactly the same. Hiss, could it be that this super invincible killing system is the original appearance of the fantasy world? And I am the founder of this fantasy world. At this moment, Jiang Mingua felt that her former self was so powerful and awesome. Following this line of thought, it's no wonder that my luck is so exaggerated. I get a gold card in almost every activity. It turns out that he is the administrator and founder. No wonder my strength is so strong. I am not improving my strength, but recovering it. Turtle. Jiang Mingua is now becoming more and more curious about her own identity and what kind of extraordinary existence she is. But the question is, why did I choose to start over again? For some reason, Jiang Mingua always felt that she had vaguely grasped the answer to the question, but she was vague and had no way to confirm it. So she could only continue to read patiently. At this time, Bai Xing had already finished his selection, which was a bottle of Qi Gathering Pill for the Qi Refining Realm. There were 5 Qi Gathering Pills in the bottle. The boy took out one and put it to his nose and sniffed it carefully. Then a strong spiritual energy came to his nose, making Bai Xing feel that the bottleneck of his 4th level of Qi Refining was loosening. You can imagine what the effect would be if you eat it. The last bit of worry in his heart disappeared, and Bai Xing swallowed the Qi Gathering Pill without hesitation. The next moment, the pleasure of the spiritual energy washing over his body made him unable to stop. When Bai Xing regained consciousness, he was surprised to find that he had broken through to the 5th level of Qi Refining and was even on the verge of the 6th level. Bai Xing couldn't help but open his backpack and look at the Qi Gathering Pill inside. He thought that if he ate them all, then at least his cultivation level would be able to reach the 9th level of Qi Refining, or maybe even reach the peak. Suddenly, Indescribable joy filled his heart. With strong strength, you can protect your family and friends in this war. Thinking of this, Bai Xing became full of fighting spirit and immediately devoted himself to the plan of improving his cultivation. 5 days later. As time passed, 5 days passed without me noticing. During these 5 days, Bai Xing worked day and night to improve his cultivation. Finally, his cultivation level was raised to the 9th level of qi refining, and he was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of qi refining. Moreover, because the tiger demon from the original tribe was in the foundation establishment stage, he was no longer a slave. He even became a team leader, specifically responsible for managing his former tribe. It can be said that there is no change, except that the living environment has become worse. At this time, the living environment of Bai Xing, the tiger demon's child, and his wife had improved a lot. Having his own independent single room allowed Bai Xing to practice without distraction. Especially when the tiger demon, who was a father, knew about his exaggerated cultivation speed, he was overjoyed, but he also silently concealed the news. After all, in the current Black Thunder tribe, as outsiders, they are too conspicuous and easily get into trouble. So the tiger demon, as a father, solemnly explained these principles to Bai Xing. Being a man of quick mind, he naturally understood the interests involved and said that he would keep it in mind. After returning to his small single room, Bai Xing opened the system mall without saying a word and began to look for those hidden cultivation techniques. He quickly found the corresponding technique, but he was sad to discover that his killing points were not enough, so he quietly closed them all. This is a story of poverty, but the opportunity to gain kill points soon came. 5 days later, the first battle between the Black Thunder tribe and the Chingchio tribe began. Bai Xing's tribe was selected by the vanguard, and all the young and middle-aged people were taken away except the elderly, the weak, women, and children. It was his first time on the battlefield, and he was wearing a fairly good set of protective gear and holding a somewhat rusty long sword in his hand. In order not to attract attention, Bai Xing did not take out the weapon given by the system, but only put on the inner armor to improve his survivability. The wind is whistling and the E River is cold. The hero is gone and will never return. These 2 lines of poetry best reflect the inner changes of soldiers like Bai Xing who are at the forefront of the army. Because as long as both sides launch a charge, the vanguard will have the highest death rate. But now that his cultivation has reached the 9th level of qi refining, he still has the confidence to survive. However, his friend Chingchio was not so calm. It was his first time on the battlefield, and his legs were shaking constantly. Even his hands holding the weapon were shaking the same way. When he saw Bai Xing's calm face beside him, he couldn't help but whisper curiously, "Bai Xing, aren't you afraid? It's unknown whether we can survive." Upon hearing this, Bai Xing responded without turning his head, "There's no point in being afraid. It's better to muster up courage so that you can survive this war." Having said that, he turned to look at his good friend and continued, "When we charge later, you stay by my side. I'll do my best to protect you, you coward." These playful words more or less eased Chingchio's inner tension. Then the boy couldn't help but nudge his friend's waist with his elbow, laughing and cursing softly. "Go to hell, who are you? Wait and see how I show my power." Yes, yes, yes. The conversation between friends reduced the solemn atmosphere on the battlefield. At this moment, 3 consecutive and dull sounds rang out. Woo-woo, woo-woo. It was the soldiers of the Chingchio tribe who began the attack. Seeing the dense crowd of soldiers rushing towards him like a tide, Bai Xing couldn't help but shiver. "Arm your troops in formation." As a voice sounded from behind, a faint golden light fell on Bai Xing and other soldiers. Then they felt much stronger and more energetic, and their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. Charge! When these 2 words appeared, the soldiers of the Black Thunder tribe also started running. The distance between the 2 sides was rapidly closing, and the next moment they came into close combat, resulting in countless casualties. Blood was everywhere. Demon heads fell to the ground. It was like hell on earth. Chapter 178, A Humane Young Master. Kill. Phew puff. The sharp blade made a rather grating sound when it fell into flesh, which was very creepy. Bai Xing, who was fighting with the enemy at this time, had his face blurred with blood, and his cultivation level was outstanding. Despite his young age, he was like a god of war, constantly reaping the lives of his enemies. Death is the main theme on the battlefield now. But because of Bai Xing's outstanding performance, the superiors on both sides noticed his existence. But he just glanced at it and stopped paying attention, continuing to focus his attention on the sky. That's where the real main battlefield is. After that, with the sounding of the retreat, the strong men from the Chingchio tribe were defeated by the strong men from the Heil tribe. It's a pity that we failed to keep the strong men of the Chingchio tribe. However, This victory greatly boosted the morale of our soldiers and undermined the morale of the enemy soldiers. But sacrifice is always inevitable. Bai Xing could see those familiar faces lying quietly on the ground. Fortunately, among these familiar faces, his good friend Yang Qiu was not there. This made him feel relieved. After returning, Bai Xing washed all the coagulated blood off his body and then looked at his body. Whether it was because of his great strength or good luck, he didn't have a single wound on his body, leaving only the wheat-colored skin formed over the years. After confirming the merits he had gained from killing enemies on the battlefield, Bai Xing rushed back to his small room. What follows is an exciting moment. When 460 killing points appeared in Bai Xing's eyes, he couldn't help but smile with pride. Then recite it silently in your heart. System, how many enemies did I kill? Ding! In the battle just now, the host successfully killed 46 enemies and obtained 460 kill points. Listening to the system's report, Bai Xing also had a more or less understanding of his own performance just now. However, how is the killing point calculated? It is impossible for him to rely on quantity to win in the future. He does not want to become a murderous maniac. As if the system heard Bai Xing's inner confusion, its voice followed. Host, don't worry. The amount of killing points you get depends on the enemy's realm. For example, an enemy in the Qi refining stage gets 100 killing points, an enemy in the foundation establishment stage gets 1,000 killing points, and so on. Listening to the system's explanation, Bai Xing thoughtfully opened the system mall and took a look at the prices. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, because after knowing the ratio of killing points obtained, he would find out by comparing it with the prices in the mall. TNND, a Qi refining stage technique requires 1,000 killing points, which means that I need to kill a foundation establishment stage being. But by that time, I would have already reached the foundation establishment stage, so what else would I need from the Qi refining stage techniques? These words naturally fell into the ears of Jiang Mingua. After thinking about it carefully, he found that it was indeed true. Then start modifying the system and making some changes. After a while, just when Bai Xing was thinking about how to spend the 460 kill points, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! The system has been updated, special activities in the mall have been added. This event will randomly discount the products in the mall, and it will be refreshed every 7 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the system mall appeared in front of Bai Xing. Then he noticed a green outline appearing at the top of the mall. Various skills, elixirs, weapons, and equipment are all on it at this time, but the difference is, a mark was scratched across their original prices, and a green percentage number appeared next to it. For example, the original price of the tribulation stage skills is 99.99, but now it is discounted to only 99 yuan. Bai Xing was completely stunned, and then with his hands trembling with excitement, he clicked to buy it. Looking at the martial arts manual for the tribulation period in his backpack, the young man felt so elated for the first time. After he recovered, he clicked to study without hesitation. The next moment, he felt a vast amount of knowledge pouring into his mind, causing a qualitative change. He actually broke through directly to the foundation establishment stage and was even continuing to improve. The thunder tribulation during the foundation building period and the strange changes in the room were all covered up by these systems. Otherwise, all kinds of strange phenomena in the world would appear, making it difficult for Bai Xing to hide. After this, the Qiuya tribe and the Hailai tribe continued to launch several wars. After becoming powerful, Bai Xing eliminated the enemies while protecting his relatives and friends in his original tribe. This fighting ability also successfully made him appear in the sight of the top leaders of the Black Thunder tribe. As for this young talent, the decision of the Black Thunder tribe leaders was to win him over and shape him into a role model. That is to give Bai Xing corresponding status and rewards, and tell other captured tribes. Let them know that as long as they contribute to the Black Thunder tribe, they will receive their rewards. It is undeniable that the actions of the Black Thunder tribe did indeed motivate other tribes and make them fight more bravely. At this time, Bai Xing was already a centurion at a young age, and even his father worked under him. Naturally, Bai Xing did not forget the big people of his previous small tribe because of his improved status. He very deliberately selected them to join his team, so that the entire team of 100 people were almost all people who knew each other. So under command and order, it is better than those that are put together at the last minute. Besides his family, Bai Xing naturally did not forget his good friend Yang Qiu. Not only did he let Yang Qiu be his deputy, he also secretly gave him some elixirs and skills. It can only be said that this great kindness made Yang Qiu cry bitterly, and he made a solemn promise to Bai Xing with tears in his eyes. He will always remember this favor in his heart and promise that as long as he is alive, he will be Bai Xing's strongest shield. This scene made Jiang Mingua, who had been watching from above, think a little. Bai Xing took off on his own, but he didn't forget the behavior of the people around him, which made him feel touched. But he didn't say anything and continued to watch quietly. However, Yi Junwen next to him pouted and looked unhappy, because she had originally planned to go on a spontaneous trip with her master. As a result, ever since the master found his target, he has stayed there and has not gone anywhere else. If Yi Junwen didn't know that her master was an emotionally indifferent person, she would have thought that her master had a crush on someone else. At this time, Zhu Yuni, the mother, still had a smile on her face. She reached out and rubbed her daughter's little head and said in a voice transmission, "There's nothing I can do. The young master is just like that. Besides, don't you want to see a young master who is full of humanity?" Upon hearing this scene appeared in Yi Junwen's mind. Chapter 179, Open Mouth and Close Eyes. A master whose face no longer has a cold expression. Instead, there was a master with a faint and gentle smile and tenderness in his eyes. Thinking of this, Yi Junwen couldn't help but reveal a longing look, and she was looking forward to meeting such a master. Seeing this, Zhu Yuni smiled slightly and rubbed her daughter's head again. Then he looked at Jiang Mingua, who was still watching what was happening below with indifferent eyes. To be honest, she also wanted to see a young man like that. Jiang Mingua, who was unaware of the inner thoughts of the mother and daughter, maintained a calm expression. Now, as Bai Xing's strength and status improve, the team he leads is also beginning to emerge in this war. Wu Yao ignored the name of the Bai family army and was able to remain calm. Because the Bai family army, especially the leader, is like a killing god. When facing this army, not only were there very few enemies who were able to escape, but there were only a few prisoners left. Therefore, Bai Xing's name was thoroughly publicized in the Black Thunder tribe. He attracted the attention of many unmarried daughters of high-ranking officials, and the image of Prince Charming in their hearts gradually became like him. But, where there is envy, there will naturally be jealousy. For example, the lion demon who abducted their entire small tribe. He was the child of a high-ranking official, and he couldn't stand the fact that this outsider had become so famous in the Black Thunder tribe. So he was very stubborn and wanted to go to the ring with Bai Xing for a real man 1v1. The result was that after entering the ring, he lay on the ring in less than 3 seconds, opening his mouth and closing his eyes. He was utterly humiliated and ended up being carried away in disgrace by his own people. For a young man like this who has a bright future, the leaders of the Black Thunder tribe naturally want to keep him firmly in their hands. The final result of the discussion was to marry one of the chief's daughters to him in order to further strengthen the relationship between the two sides. When facing this marriage, Bai Xing has grown up in this life of intrigue and deception. Naturally, you need to see what you can gain and what you have to pay from this marriage. After all, it would give him enough time to grow, so Bai Xing agreed. Fortunately, the chief's daughter was a beauty, so he did not have too much resistance in his heart. As time passed, half a year passed. Under the leadership of Bai Xing, a being with unlimited possibilities, the Black Thunder tribe defeated the Chio Ya tribe step by step. In the end, he even defeated the Chio Ya tribe and forced it to surrender, and then absorbed it into the Highlight tribe. From that moment on, the Black Thunder tribe officially became the overlord of this area. With the help of the system, Bai Xing's cultivation has reached the peak of the Jindan stage. With the bonus of talent, he is not afraid even when facing a Jindan realm existence. But when the battle came to an end, he lost the means to quickly gain kill points. Just when Bai Xing was feeling worried, his brother Yang Qiu ran over to him happily. His wife is already pregnant and has been pregnant for 3 months. Knowing that he had become a father, Bai Xing once again felt that euphoric feeling. He went to see his wife without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingua suddenly remembered that her second apprentice's child seemed to be about to be born, and she would need to go there when the time comes. After determining his next itinerary, he continued to observe. He didn't notice at all that envy flashed across Yi Junwen's eyes when she heard the word pregnant. Then she glanced at Jiang Mingua with resentment, and she was unhappy again. Time passed again, and a month later, Jiang Mingua took the time to visit the second apprentice's home and saw the small figure in the crib. The birth of a new life always makes him feel uneasy. Especially when that tiny hand held Jiang Mingua's fingers, some thoughts emerged in his mind. Will I have offspring? This is a question that has no answer for the time being. After staying for a few more days, Jiang Mingua left and continued to observe. The mother and daughter stayed, saying they were taking care of the child and his mother. Time passed again, 3 months later. Because there had been no war for a long time, Bai Xing was already very bored. But soon, a piece of good news for him reached the Black Thunder tribe. It is said that the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom in the north wants to sweep down and collect food for the winter. Therefore, the large tribes in several areas chose to unite to resist. After all, to be able to become a country, its foundation must be much stronger than those who are just tribes, so they can only unite together to have the ability to resist. Therefore, when the Black Thunder tribe was selecting participants, Bai Xing volunteered without hesitation. The senior officials around were very surprised. They didn't expect that someone would take over this hot potato. They immediately praised Bai Xing for his bravery and fearlessness, and called him a warrior of the Black Thunder tribe. The leader, who was his father-in-law, also looked very proud. Whether or not one can win the fight is one thing, but having such courage is rare, so the leader waved his hand and agreed to Bai Xing's decision. When leading his troops to battle, Bai Xing naturally took his own team with him. After all, he has not forgotten his family and brothers who have accompanied him through life and death over the past 6 months. So I always take out some pills from the system mall and share them with them. Apart from his family, Yang Xiu is Bai Xing's good brother who can take special care of him. Because both sides have saved each other several times, they are truly brothers who have shared life and death together. A group of troops set out in such a mighty manner. After a while, we arrived at the gathering place. Although Bai Xing looked very young, no one present would underestimate him. After all, the name of the god of death is well known. After discussions among several large tribes, each tribe chose its own area to guard, preventing the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom from breaking through the border. According to the intelligence, the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom was still 2 days away from arrival, so the soldiers were busy making simple formulas. After Bai Xing and Yang Qiu discussed the plan with a group of senior executives, they left one after another, leaving only the 2 brothers. Then their conversation began to become easier. Hey Bai Xing, will this battle be the same as before? What I'm saying is that under your leadership, we united as one and defeated the enemy. As he spoke, Yang Qiu excitedly waved his fists, his face full of fighting spirit. It seems that the general leads the same kind of soldiers as him. Hearing this, Bai Xing couldn't help but chuckle and responded. Thinking too much, fighting a demon nation is not that simple. Chapter 180. The White Tiger, one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts. War between demon nations is no simpler than war between tribes. If you're not careful, you'll lose everything. Yang Qiu shrugged his shoulders and did not object to Bai Xing's alarmist remarks. But he was still full of confidence, and he believed that Bai Xing would still lead them to the road to victory. But in fact, they were all wrong. The Great Zhou Demon Kingdom ostensibly marched south to sweep the country and obtain food for the winter. In fact, a large number of troops have been deployed in secret, and they will rush out in full force as soon as the time is right. They swallowed up the territories of several large tribes and turned them into their territories and granaries. Therefore, when the official war started, the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom only tentatively released a few attacking troops. The real large force was about to bypass the border of their garrison and attack towards the rear. The speed was so fast that the monsters in the tribe were wiped out before they could even react. The most important thing is that in this blitzkrieg war, a person in the god transformation realm appeared on the side of the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom. You should know that the most powerful cultivators in these large tribes are only in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. This can be called a dimensionality reduction attack, which allowed the main cities of these large tribes to be breached without any resistance, and all the monsters inside were captured. The monsters like Bai Xing on the front lines were completely unaware of all this, and were still diligently fighting against the army of the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom. It was not until they found themselves surrounded on all sides and unable to escape that they realized something was wrong. There were so many changes that Bai Xing couldn't react for a while, but he quickly ordered his soldiers to shrink their formation, wanting to see what the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom was up to. At this time, the monster from the Great Zhou Monster Kingdom also stepped forward and spoke. All right, stop wasting time struggling and surrender now. The main city of your tribe has been breached. If you don't believe me, the dog demon took out a demon head from the storage ring. Bai Xing took a closer look and his eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. It was the head of his stepfather-in-law. What about his wife, unborn child, and his family? How are they? Just as the dog demon was about to say something, a rather luxurious sedan suddenly appeared not far away in the sky. When this luxurious sedan appeared above the army of the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom, these soldiers knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Greetings, Her Royal Highness the Princess. The sound was so loud that the monsters in the middle, such as Bai Xing, looked at the sedan chair in the sky with doubt and surprise. Get up, Da. As a cold voice sounded, the surrounding Great Zhou Demon Kingdom army stood up again. Then, that cold voice sounded. Who's the killer Bai Xing down there? These words made the soldiers around Bai Xing subconsciously look at their general, which immediately made him the target of public criticism. So Bai Xing could only bow and respond to the sedan chair. May I ask what you want from me, princess? Seeing the real owner appear, the princess immediately became interested and continued to speak. Haha, at the age of 17 you've already reached the golden core stage. It's not an exaggeration to call you a genius. Bai Xing's pupils shrank slightly when his cultivation level was revealed at a glance. You have to know that his method of hiding his cultivation level is so powerful that even those who are one level stronger than him cannot see through it. Unexpectedly, the princess saw through his plan. This means that this princess either has some magical weapon that can see through people's cultivation level, or her cultivation level is 2 realms higher than his. To be honest, Bai Xing hoped it was the former, and then he tried to respond calmly. I didn't expect the princess to have such a discerning eye, but I don't deserve the title of a genius. I just don't know what the princess wants to see me for. What the princess said next left the demon stunned. Nothing, it's just that among my male favorites, I'm missing a genius like you. As soon as these words were spoken, the humiliation that came with them made Bai Xing, who was already feeling inflated because of the smooth sailing, feel endlessly humiliated. But he still took a deep breath and tried to calm down his anger before responding. I'm sorry, but I can't obey your order. Hearing this, the princess spoke calmly without being arrogant or impatient. It's okay, you will agree, kill. With the last word, the soldiers of the great Zhou demon kingdom immediately raised their weapons in unison. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Kill. Bai Xing didn't choose to act anymore, and directly let Yang Qiu command the army, and then he rushed towards the princess like a demon. Then, strong men who wanted to protect the princess appeared one after another and blocked Bai Xing's way. Get out of here. A long spear appeared in his hand, and the spiritual power in his body began to surge. With a move of sweeping the troops, the enemy in front of him was killed on the spot. You truly deserve the title of God of Death. Keep going. As long as you survive, you can fight me as much as you want. The princess' voice rang out again, and the strong man who had been cautious at first finally let go and fought. The gap in realm and number made Bai Xing feel that he was willing but unable to do anything. Soon he started to get bruises and blood was dripping from his body. But his talent has improved. The more seriously injured he is, the stronger his combat power becomes, not to mention that he is immune to the effects of pain. The powerful spiritual power was unleashed on the enemy in front of him, tearing it into pieces in an instant. At this moment, Bai Xing was already bloodthirsty. He now asked the system to use killing points to keep him in a dying state. His combat power has reached its peak, and he is able to fight even against those in the nascent soul stage. When Bai Xing was about to go crazy with killing, the princess' voice sounded again. Your stamina is amazing, but your men might not be able to hold on. These words made Bai Xing subconsciously look at the ground, and he found that his soldiers were surrounded from all sides, with only a few hundred people left, including Yang Qiu and his father. These hundreds of people were in this sea of enemy troops, and it seemed as if they could be swallowed up at any time. At this moment, Bai Xing understood that he could not hold back. Then, powerful spiritual power erupted in Bai Xing's body, and the bloodline of the white tiger, one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts, was stimulated. Suddenly, a huge white tiger exuding the aura of the divine transformation realm appeared in the center of the battlefield. Bai Xing, who kept his sanity, set off a huge wave among the enemy troops, and countless enemies disappeared on the spot. This scene also boosted the morale of Yang Qiu and other monsters, but as the fight went on, Bai Xing gradually lost control of his body. But the huge white tiger's combat power was further strengthened, and the killing points were also disappearing. Now the princess realized that things were beyond her control, so she asked the powerful person in the spirit transformation realm who was protecting her in secret to take action. But the result was that the attack of this powerful man in the spirit transformation realm was completely ineffective in front of this white tiger with strong recovery ability and only knew how to kill. Chapter 181 What is Immortality? At this moment, Bai Xing, who had completely released his desire to kill, displayed the murderous intent of his white tiger bloodline to the fullest. In a short time, the place was flooded with blood and corpses were everywhere. Roar! Accompanied by a tiger roar, the surrounding soldiers, both our own and enemy sides, were shocked and stood still, dizzy. The princess above saw this and realized that she was in complete trouble. So he asked the powerful person in the god transformation realm to kill Bai Xing completely. She took out a disposable magic weapon, a token that could unleash a peak level attack in the spiritual transformation realm. Although she felt sad, the princess did not hesitate to use it because it was the mess she had caused. The next moment, a powerful spiritual power appeared and turned into a palm that covered the sky and the sun and slammed towards Bai Xing. Feeling this powerful blow, Bai Xing, who was now fighting only on instinct, also subconsciously wanted to dodge the attack. However, he was distracted by the powerful person in the spirit transformation realm and could not escape immediately. If you really get hit by this blow, you will be crippled if not dead. Just as the powerful blow was about to land on Bai Xing, a black figure blocked his huge body. It was Chingchio. He had many life-saving magic weapons given by Bai Xing, but he could only hold out for a few seconds under the attack of the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Chingchio turned around and shouted at the top of his lungs. Go! Boom! The attack from the peak of the spiritual transformation realm made the surrounding area feel as if it had experienced an earthquake. When the smoke cleared, all that remained on the ground was a huge slap. Chingchio, thanks to his good brothers risking his life to save him, Bai Xing, who had lost consciousness, regained control of his body and let out a wail. But in the next moment, an even more powerful aura arose from his body, and the murderous aura had condensed into substance. Obviously, the white tiger bloodline in his body was further awakened, or rather, squeezed. Seeing this, Mingua, who was watching silently from above, just raised her hand slightly, and Bai Xing's aura improved further, reaching the stage of transformation. Then, the real killing began. After a while, he looked at the princess of the Great Zhou Demon Kingdom in front of him, who was covered in dust and begging for mercy. The anger on Bai Xing's face was obvious, and he slapped him without hesitation, turning him into a pulp. Although his great revenge was achieved, Bai Xing came to his senses and saw that only a few of his men were standing around. He cried, not only for his fellow soldiers who he lived with day and night, but also for his best friend. Chingchio. Unspeakable sadness enveloped his heart. He sat on the ground helplessly, crying bitterly. At this time, Mingua, who had been watching from above, also appeared and landed in front of him. The first sentence he said drew Bai Xing's full attention to him. Do you want to rescue them? As long as you take me as your master. As he spoke, Mingua waved his hand lightly, and a demon that should have been dead suddenly appeared in the same place. Compared to the confused look on the resurrected monster's face, this magical scene made Bai Xing's eyes suddenly light up. Without hesitation, he kowtowed 3 times to Mingua and expressed his willingness to take him as his master. Nodding, Mingua waved his hand again, and the soldiers in Bai Xing's army who were supposed to be dead suddenly reappeared. They all looked confused, wondering if they had died in the battle. Seeing this, Bai Xing ran to Chingchio and gave him a bear hug to celebrate his rebirth. However, such behavior that disrupted the reincarnation cycle naturally attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao of this world, and suddenly dark clouds gathered, and lightning and thunder flashed. Then, he was given a cold look by Mingua, and instantly returned to normal. It's a bit funny. After this, Bai Xing also accepted this master from the bottom of his heart. After all, no matter what, the other party has the powerful ability to interfere with reincarnation. The matter came to an end, and the screen went black again. Mingua, who had watched the whole process, also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was a little envious of the friendship between Bai Xing and Chingchio, because he has no real friends. The ones he has, well, are just vixens who are greedy for his body. Having said that, I have already watched 3 of them, and only the last one is left, which is Dahe. Mingua's curiosity was aroused, and she looked forward to the theme of the 4th story. Family, love, and friendship have all been mentioned once, so what is the 4th one? As if sensing Mingua's inner anxiety, the empty space around her began to change. There was the familiar bamboo forest and cabin again. Mingua was still sitting comfortably in his old man's chair, reading a book in his hand. The title of the book is When You Wake Up from a Dream, You'll See a Change of World. The title of the book made Mingua, who was standing by, feel interesting, and she began to savor the content carefully. Finally, he finished his summary and continued his previous self's journey to explore what was called immortality, or time. As it turned out, Mingua was right. After finishing reading the book in her hand, Mingua felt something in her heart, so she left a letter, left the cabin without hesitation, and flew away. Facing Jeshur in the east, I can see the vast ocean. At this moment, Mingua came to the seashore named Songhai. He was here to look for a strange spiritual beast. Its name is Black Turtle, a spiritual beast that is particularly sleepy when it is weak. It wakes up once every 10 years and is active for only 3 days before falling asleep again. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Jang Mingua quickly found his target. Soaring into the air, he came to a hill less than 6 meters high, which looked like a huge turtle shell. Seeing the black turtle that had just fallen asleep, Jang Mingua had no intention of disturbing it. After all, he had to rely on the black tortoise that woke up every 10 years as a timer to observe the changes that took place in each period. Then, Jiang Mingwa disappeared and sat cross-legged on the black tortoise, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. 10 years passed just like that. Feeling the movement coming from the black turtle beneath him, Jiang Mingwa also woke up from his sleep and looked at the beach in front of him, which had not changed at all. He took off into the air and flew towards the town he saw when he came. Landing in the small town, there are people coming and going, and small vendors shouting everywhere. It is very lively. There were also children chasing and playing on the streets, looking carefree. Jiang Mingwa strolled on the street, then silently watched everything and memorized them all in his mind. I want to see what will happen here in 10 years. Soon, 3 days passed, and Jiang Mingwa also knew many interesting things. For example, a girl gets married, or the groom's wife runs away. Chapter 182, How Sad and Lamentable. What impressed him most was the two childhood sweethearts making an agreement with each other. 10 years later, my childhood sweetheart will marry me. In response to this, Jiang Mingwa silently took note of it and then returned to his original position. Seeing that the black tortoise, which had originally left, had returned to its original position, he sat back in that position. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. When the black tortoise under him moved, Jiang Mingwa slowly woke up. Looking at the black turtle moving towards the sea, he turned around and flew towards the town he had visited 10 years ago. 10 years have not brought about many earth-shaking changes in this small town. Yes, only those who were originally young children have now grown into young adults. Following her memory, Jiang Mingwa came to the house where the childhood sweethearts lived. It turned out that the house had changed hands long ago, and the family living here was no longer the same one from 10 years ago. Just when Jiang Mingwa was feeling a little melancholy, the sound of gongs and drums slowly came from the distance. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a group of people in festive clothes beating drums and gongs in the middle of the road, not far away. One of the young men, dressed in groom's clothes, was riding a horse with an unconcealable joy on his face. Because there was a big red sedan following behind him, and it seemed that his bride was inside. Neighbors on both sides of the street were cheering and congratulating the newlyweds. Jiang Mingwa stood silently by and looked at the young man's appearance. It was the little boy from 10 years ago. Looking into the sedan chair again, he saw the bride's appearance. It was the little girl from that year. This shows that the childhood sweethearts have fulfilled the promise they made when they were young. And from the happiness on the bride's face and the tears in the corners of her eyes, this shows that this is a good result. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa just watched the group leave and then remembered where they were living now. So I went for a walk to other places, wanting to see what changes had taken place in the town after 10 years. Along the way, there haven't been many changes except that some houses and people have disappeared and some new faces have appeared. As he walked, Jiang Mingwa came to a mansion that looked relatively wealthy, and he vaguely heard a quarrel from inside. So he passed through the wall and came to the room where the quarrel came from. I saw a middle-aged man arguing with a child who looked like his son. "Father, I want to learn martial arts, go to the battlefield, and make great achievements." The boy's passionate words were met with his father's ruthless opposition. "Don't even think about making this decision. You are the only child in my family. If you die on the battlefield, what will happen to my father and mother? Do you want to be this unfilial son and let us send our children off while we are old?" These words left the young man speechless for a moment, but he still pouted and whispered angrily, "Then please hurry up and ask mother to give me a brother or sister so that I won't have to worry about anything." Hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly started coughing in anger. At this time, a beautiful woman pushed the door open and walked in. He quickly came behind the middle-aged man and gently stroked his back with his hands to help him calm down before speaking. "Gooer, can't you really not join the army?" Faced with the pleading look on his mother's face, the young man simply closed his eyes and turned his head to look elsewhere. Seeing this, the beautiful woman sighed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa silently took note of it and waited to see what it would be like in 10 years. 3 days passed unknowingly, and Jiang Mingwa returned to the beach as if she was familiar with the route, and then sat on the black turtle. Time flies, and another decade has passed. Now, without the black tortoise, Jiang Mingwa can also wake up on her own. Then he took off into the air without hesitation and flew towards the small town. When flying over the town, Mingua was somewhat surprised to see that the town seemed to have expanded a lot, and it was vaguely the size of a city. It looks like something big has happened. So Mingua flew down curiously, landed on the street, and looked around. At this moment, the layout of the street has also changed a little, but it is not obvious. But that wasn't what he really cared about, and he strolled to the house he remembered. Before I even walked in, I heard the sound of children playing and fighting. I passed through the walls silently, and then I saw two young children chasing and playing in the yard. The older one is helping his mother with work. Looking at the woman, her appearance had already begun to dull, and there were a few more wrinkles on her forehead. But the faint smile on her face showed that she was living a good life. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and a man with a hoe on his shoulder walked in. He is the same man from that year. Time has left some marks on his body, but he looks more like a mature man. Seeing her husband coming back, the woman stood up to greet him, and their children gathered together laughing. The family looks extremely warm. Nodding involuntarily, Mingua turned and left, walking towards another place. When I arrived at the wealthy mansion in my memory, I found that it was already lifeless and no one had lived there for at least several years. Seeing this, Mingua went to where a group of old people often stayed and asked them what had happened to the people in that mansion. When the old men saw Mingua's scholarly appearance, they did not hide anything. Young man, the family you mentioned is surnamed Zhong. They were considered a wealthy family a few years ago, and their family also produced a great general. He was very prestigious back then, and people from all over came to visit. Our town also benefited from it and expanded a lot. But the good times didn't last long. I heard that 3 years ago, the eldest son of the Zhong family participated in a rebellion, but it failed and the entire family was wiped out. But who would have thought that a year ago, this matter was vindicated and the Zhong family was found innocent? How sad. After saying this, the elderly people around him couldn't help but sigh. Mingua, as a spectator, remained expressionless, simply replied, "Thank you for letting me know," and turned away. 10 years can change a lot of things, and Mingua understands this to some extent. However, he did not stop, but continued walking. He wanted to see what else in this small town was worth remembering, and then see what the future would be like 10 years from now. Chapter 183. I'll explode if I look at it any longer. Hard work pays off, and he indeed met another one. He is a well-known talent in the surrounding area, and is said to be the scholar with the greatest potential for success. After hearing this information, Mingua became interested and wanted to go look for it. But at this moment, a young man in a hurry passed by him. Looking at his appearance, it was exactly the same as the description given by those old men. So Mingua followed him curiously, and soon saw him come into a small wooden house. Then, without hesitation, he took out a book that looked like it had been carefully cared for and began to study it carefully. Seeing this, Mingua silently took note of it and turned and left. Leave the town and return to the beach. Sitting on the black turtle's back again, Mingua was about to close his eyes when he heard a dull sound suddenly from beneath him. Sir, sir. Hearing the calls, Mingua jumped off the turtle shell and came to the front of the black turtle. His expression was calm, and he spoke quietly. What is it? After seeing Mingua, the black turtle immediately transformed into a human form, becoming an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Then he saluted him respectfully. Sir, please forgive my slowness. It is because of your presence that my cultivation has been able to advance by leaps and bounds. I was just testing the waters, but I didn't expect you to be here. Please forgive me. Hearing this, Mingua waved her hand gently without changing her expression. That's fine, we each get what we need. Okay, it's almost time. The black tortoise immediately understood what was happening and immediately changed back to its original form. Then, Mingua returned to her position, closed her eyes again, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the black turtle was completely relieved and continued his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another decade has passed. Instinctively waking up from his sleep, Mingua subconsciously took off into the air, ready to head to the small town. Sir, wait a minute, old man. The call made him subconsciously turn his head, and he found that it was the black turtle in human form chasing him. He stopped and didn't speak until the black turtle came in front of Mingua. What is it? The black turtle came in front of Mingua and responded cautiously. Sir, can I follow you? Although I know that this old man is indeed shameless, I am just following you, sir, and will not disturb you. He glanced at the black turtle indifferently, without any intention of refusing, and nodded in agreement. Then the two continued to move towards their destination. What Jiang Mingwe didn't expect was that the town that was thriving 10 years ago. At this moment, only ruins are left, and there is no sign of life. In order to figure out what was happening, Jiang Mingwe stretched out his hand without hesitation, and an ancient clock automatically appeared in the void, and the time on it was still running. Hold the clock in your hand and start to reverse time. The next moment, under the shocked gaze of the black turtle, the town below was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The building, which was originally in ruins, was restored to its original state in a short while, and the people who were supposed to be dead appeared here again. This kind of power to directly control time was something Black Turtle had never seen before, and he completely knelt down before Jiang Mingwe. He didn't care about the attention of the turtles around him because he already knew the answer he wanted. The destruction of this small town was caused by a war 4 years ago. One war can explain a lot. During that war, the town was destroyed, and the people inside were either killed or fled. After getting the answer, Jiang Mingwe turned back the time and threw the clock in his hand back into the void. With another gentle wave of his hand, dense lines appeared in the void in front of him. This is the thread of cause and effect, or the thread of fate. Jiang Mingwe summoned this thread of cause and effect just to see if it was the object of his observation, and all of them died. He skillfully searched through the thread of cause and effect, and finally his hard work paid off as he found one. They were the childhood sweethearts at the beginning. During that war, this family was lucky enough to escape from the city. Even on the road of escape, he still did not lose any family members. This can no longer be called luck, it can even be called a miracle. Now this big family has settled down in a town, although their life is not rich. But being able to eat enough and dress warmly is already a pretty good life in this era. Knowing the current situation of the observed object, Jiang Mingwe continued searching. Jiang Mingwe, who was watching from the side, was so shocked that she was speechless. This is how easy it is to change time, and then even be able to view the thread of cause and effect. Turtle, what was my former self like? This can no longer be explained by force. Compared to Jiang Mingwe's shock, the black turtle next to him had already silently covered his eyes. Because he knows what to watch and what not to watch. In cases like this, Xiangwei felt that if he looked at it for even a second longer, he would be doomed. One more look and you'll explode. As for the person involved, Jiang Mingwe has stopped searching. Because except for that big family, almost everyone he was observing was dead. Take the scholar for example. He was indeed successful, but after serving as an official for a few years, he was corrupted by the rules of officialdom. As a result of corruption, his entire family was beheaded. After that, decade after decade, Jiang Mingwe is in the midst of these drastic changes. Witness the scene of a gorgeous dancer marrying a businessman. I have also witnessed a pair of fools who eventually became a pair of desperate lovers. It also witnessed a dynasty's decline from its heyday and the final change of dynasties. This made Jiang Mingwe understand a truth, that is, nothing in the world can escape the passage of time. Unless someone can be like him. 100 years passed quietly in the blink of an eye, but the years did not leave any trace on Jiang Mingwe's face. However, the black turtle got a great opportunity, which allowed him to awaken his bloodline and return to his ancestral form to become a black tortoise. And 20 years ago, this Xuanwu named Yunyen successfully became the 4th disciple of Jiang Mingwe. The picture turns into nothingness again at this point. As a spectator, Jiang Mingwe gained a lot from this trip and learned a lot about her past self. But this is accompanied by more doubts. Just as Jiang Mingwe was summarizing, the scene suddenly changed. I saw Jiang Mingwe sitting in the first seat, and his 4 disciples were standing in front of him with curious looks on their faces. Because they received a message from their master saying that he had something important to tell them. Chapter 184. One thought creates the world, one thought destroys the world. That is us, that is him. After seeing that all his disciples had arrived, Jiang Mingwe threw the book in his hand titled, Giving You a Second Chance in Life, into the void. His eyes fell on the 4 people in front of him, and he spoke softly. I called you here today to tell you something. That means I will enter a reincarnation and be reborn. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and the 4 disciples were stunned. Among them, Yi Junwen, the eldest sister who had been with Jiang Mingwe the longest, was the first to react. But when she was about to say something, Jiang Mingwe gently raised her finger and she was unable to speak. Seeing this, he continued to speak. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to hide from you. Having said this, Jiang Mingwe stood up and spoke one sentence at a time. I believe you can also feel that my 7 emotions and 6 desires are very weak, or even non-existent. So my encounter with you is actually because I want to observe you. family, love, and friendship. I have observed these three emotions along the way and have come to a conclusion. That is, observation is useless. You have to experience it yourself to put yourself in someone's shoes. Having said this, the four disciples also quieted down. Because of what Jiang Mingua said, they had also vaguely felt it. But I didn't expect that the master would be so extreme and directly want to throw himself into reincarnation. Although he was reluctant, he could also feel his master's desire for affection. As disciples, they cannot offer help, but at least they should not become an obstacle. So they, who were unable to speak, looked at each other and nodded in unison, as if they agreed with Jiang Mingua's choice. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua, who was respected by his disciples, felt a flash of joy in his heart, and then continued to speak. Well, don't feel sad for me. Well, then I'll make a deal with you. If anyone can find me first after reincarnation, I'll give that first person a chance to fulfill their wish once I regain my memories. These words immediately brightened the eyes of Yunyen, the eldest senior sister who had a rebellious attitude towards her master. But his eyes soon switched to a threatening one as he looked at his three younger brothers. That expression seemed to say, "Don't compete with me for first place. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." They felt the strong threat from the senior sister, who had already felt the iron fist of the senior sister's love. They nodded to show that they understood and would not compete with the senior sister for the first place. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua on the other side shook his head slightly. How could he not know what this little girl was thinking? But falling in love with someone who has no emotions will not lead to any results. Next, Jiang Mingua explained some more situations, such as that he had already made all the arrangements and they just needed to act according to them when the time came. After finishing his instructions, Jiang Mingua silently looked at his apprentice in front of him, then said goodbye, and stepped into the void and left, leaving behind everyone with a depressed look. In the void, the former Jiang Mingua was standing with his hands behind his back facing the future Jiang Mingua. As for the future Jiang Mingua, her mind is very active at this moment, and she is constantly thinking about the information she has collected. I want to infer my identity from this information. But at this moment, Jiang Mingua suddenly turned around and looked at her future self with a natural expression on her face and couldn't help but speak lightly. It seems that my choice to enter the reincarnation was the right one. Future me, can you tell me what you've been through? Do you have any emotions? This questioning voice interrupted Jiang Mingua, who was thinking. When she looked up, she found that her former self was staring at her. This made him frown and point a finger at his tentative opening. Are you talking to me? Jiang Mingua's eyes flashed with helplessness at the thought of her future self not looking very smart, but she still nodded. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua's face was full of surprise. He thought it was just a memory. But why is the self in my memory communicating with myself? This made Jiang Mingua instinctively ask the questions that had been hidden deep in his heart. Who are you and us? Why is it so special? Listening to her future self's confusion about her life experience, the past Jiang Mingua thought for a moment before speaking. Since you're here, it means you've already met those four little ones, so there's nothing to hide. We are he. As he spoke, Jiang Mingua raised his hand and wrote the word he in the air. Jiang Mingua knew the meaning of this word. It was a third-person pronoun specifically referring to God. Are we gods? If he is a god, then what level of god is he? After all, Jiang Mingua's operation of adjusting time in the past is not something that an ordinary god can do. As if hearing the doubts in her future self's heart, Jiang Mingua continued to speak. We can indeed call it God, but we are above God. After all, even God was created by us. These words were like a huge thunder, making Jiang Mingua dizzy and dazed. The three words appeared in his mind out of thin air. Creator? God of creation? After saying two pronouns in a row, Jiang Mingua's face was full of shock. But the previous Jiang Mingua had no joy or sadness on her face and responded indifferently. The two words you mentioned really do sum up our identity a little bit. But it's not enough. I believe you have also seen that the system that reorganized the heavens and myriad worlds was created by us. That is to say, as long as we wish, all these heavens and myriad worlds will be destroyed in an instant. One thought gives birth, one thought dies. One thought creates the world, one thought destroys the world. That is us, that is him. Simply put, these so-called myriad worlds are nothing more than a product of our whim. Having said this, Jiang Mingua fell silent, quietly waiting for her future self to consume this information. At this moment, Jiang Mingua's brain almost stopped thinking. Although he had thought that his identity might be exaggerated, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Turtle, the creator, the god of creation, all the heavens and worlds are the products of my previous impulse. As long as you want, you can destroy a world in an instant. At this moment, Jang Mingwa didn't know whether she should feel excited or scared that she actually possessed such a terrifying ability. He was afraid that if he got angry, he would destroy a world with trillions of lives. Chapter 185: The Feeling I Want to Experience. Looking at the worried look on her future self's face, the corners of Jang Mingwa's mouth in the past curled up slightly. I didn't plan to talk about this topic for long, so I changed the subject. Future me, can you tell me how you are doing now? These words made Jang Mingwa stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help but recall the repressed life of more than 10 years. And those 2 years of happy life, including nearly a month of happy life. I remembered my first meeting with Tuchan Na, Tuchan Yu's initiative, and Tuchan's life. This made Jang Mingwa take a deep breath, and a happy smile from the heart unconsciously appeared on her face, and she spoke softly. Very happy. He only said 3 words, and nothing more. It was heard that the past, Jang Mingwa was muttering to herself. Happiness. It's a feeling I really want to experience. Then the Jang Mingwa, in the past, waved her hand gently and said goodbye. In that case, I will leave first. I believe that they will also be waiting for your return in the future. Knowing that her past self wanted to end the topic, Jang Mingwa didn't say much, but just waved goodbye. The next moment, a feeling of falling spread throughout my body, and I fell down quickly, followed by a blackout. When Jang Mingwa regained consciousness, she opened her eyes and saw the familiar ceiling. This stunned him for a moment, but he quickly realized that this was the cabin where he used to live. As if to verify his guess, he quickly got up and checked the furniture arrangement, and it was indeed as he expected. When Jang Mingwa heard someone talking outside the cabin, she walked to the ground and opened the door without hesitation. As the door opened, she saw a familiar face. They were his 4 apprentices and his maid. Although they all looked more mature than I remembered, it was not a big deal. Yi Junwen, Lin Tianyi, Bai Xing, Yunyen, Zhu Yunjin. Jang Mingwa read out all their names word by word. The expressions on their faces also changed, from anticipation to immense joy. Among them, Yi Junwen rushed over directly, like a bird returning to its nest, and spoke with tears in her eyes. Master, Junwen misses you so much. Feeling the longing of her eldest disciple, Jang Mingwa did not refuse her hug, but reached out and gently rubbed her little head. He then looked at his 3 disciples and spoke softly. How have you been these past few years? When the master's gaze fell on them, the more lively Lin Tianyi and Bai Xing began chattering about what happened in the days after Jang Mingwa left. They spoke for a long time, but Jang Mingwa listened to them patiently and made a summary at the end. Simply put, 1,000 years have passed since my past self entered the cycle of reincarnation. During this 1,000 years, Lin Tianyi and Bai Xing both successfully ascended to become immortals and entered the fairyland, thus establishing the 2 largest immortal clans in the heavens and all realms. It can be said that their descendants are everywhere, and the shadows of their 2 families can be seen everywhere. Even the reorganization of the world more than 10 years ago did not affect their 2 families. According to the 2, this system belongs to the master, and as the master's apprentices, they should have some conveniences. For example, the most basic thing is that the world in which the master originally lived is not allowed to be reorganized. After saying that, Lin Tianyi and Bai Xing each took out a colorful token and introduced it. Master, if you have time to come and see us, you can come freely with this token. Seeing this, Jang Mingwa did not refuse but accepted it. Next is Yunyen. There is nothing much to say about him since he awakened his Xuanwu bloodline. His sleep time became longer, from 10 years to 100 years. It can be said that Yunyen only woke up 10 times before his master was found by the eldest sister easily. Moreover, his strength is also growing rapidly, which makes people extremely envious. Finally, everyone's attention turned to Yi Junwen and Zhu Yuni beside her. The expressions on their faces seemed to say, "Please start your performance." Yi Junwen continued to hug Jang Mingwa tightly, then raised her head and continued to speak with tears in her eyes. Master, now that you know what happened before, does that agreement still count? When Jang Mingwa heard the word agreement, she thought of the mess left behind by her past self. But no matter what, it was given by himself, so he could only smile and nod to show that he remembered. Seeing this, Yi Junwen immediately showed a bright smile on her face, then ran to the side, pulled her mother over, and then spoke while holding hands. Then my wish is that my mother and I can always stay by Master's side. At first glance, this wish seems very simple and sounds quite heartwarming. The 3 brothers, who knew that the eldest sister had always intended to rebel against her master, looked at each other silently and then showed strange expressions. The strange expression of his fellow apprentice naturally attracted Jiang Mingua, and he cast an inquiring look at him. Seeing this, Yi Junwen turned her head away, and the cute expression on her face instantly changed to one like a devil, which made her three brothers shudder. They looked in different directions, and the expressions on their faces seemed to be saying, "Ah, this cloud is really a cloud. Ah, this bamboo is really a bamboo. Ah, this ground looks so comfortable. I want to take a nap." Seeing such sensible junior brothers, Yi Junwen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Mingua again. At this time, Zhu Yuni on the side also spoke in agreement. "Sir, Xiaowen and I have been waiting for you. Please don't refuse." Hearing this, and through her apprentice's performance, Jiang Mingua also remembered Yi Junwen's extraordinary thoughts about her. But he soon gave up. After all, there were a bunch of foxes waiting for him at home. Now with one more, he feels it's okay. Therefore, Jiang Mingua smiled faintly and agreed to fulfill Yi Junwen's wish and let her and her daughter stay with him. As soon as these words were spoken, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua didn't know what to do. After all, he had never comforted the two crying women. But soon the mother and daughter wiped away their tears and smiled brightly. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then asked a question that he was more worried about. How much time had passed when I checked my memory? Naturally, Yi Junwen, who was in a very good mood, raised her hand to respond to this answer. Don't worry, master. It's only been 1 day. There are still 2 days left. Chapter 186 Red Card. Hearing that only 1 day had passed made Jiang Mingua a little dazed. He originally thought that he had been looking at the memory for so long, at least 3 days. They were all worried about whether the foxes at home would feel sad because he did not return on time. It turned out that only 1 day had passed. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua, who had come to her senses, breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Junwen then struck while the iron was hot and said that in order to celebrate Jiang Mingua's recovery of her memory, they, the disciples, had prepared a banquet. Knowing that master now doesn't like to attend banquets with strangers present, Yi Junwen added. There were only 5 people present at the banquet, so Jiang Mingua could attend this private banquet. Hearing this, Jiang Mingua understood that they had prepared it with great care and nodded in agreement. So the group crossed the void and came to a new world. Then what came into view was a table full of delicious food emitting an enticing aroma, and the flowing light emitting from it looked quite extraordinary. Then the group sat down one after another, drinking and chatting happily, and savoring delicious food. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was staggering, and the only one who could still sit firmly at the table was Jiang Mingua. Because of his physical condition, even if these were immortal wines that were enough to make them drunk, in his eyes they were no different from drinking water. But Yi Junwen, who was sitting next to him, began to talk nonsense under the influence of alcohol. Master, you're back. Your disciple, am so happy. As she spoke, she stretched out her arms and hugged Jiang Mingua's waist again. Then her face was full of joy and she burped cutely. It seems that she has a lot of thoughts in her heart that she wants to express. Although they have been together for 2 years, they have not communicated with each other until now. Then she fell asleep in this position. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua's eyes softened, and she reached out and gently stroked her little head. At this moment, he suddenly felt his shoulder being touched. He turned around and saw that it was Zhu Yuni. She just leaned on Jiang Mingua's shoulder, her face slightly flushed, her eyes blurred, and she unconsciously hugged his arm. Lean on that plump body full of mature temperament. Jiang Mingua remained calm despite this dangerous situation. After all, he is no longer the kind of virgin who would blush, feel his heart racing, and have a thick neck when hugged by a beautiful woman. Now, he has already gone through all kinds of baptisms from his own foxes, and his resistance is increasing rapidly. Thinking of his own fox, Jiang Mingua tentatively activated his skills. Nanya, Xiaoyu, are you busy? These words instantly reached the minds of the 2 Tuchan sisters in another world. When they heard the voice of their husband, their original expression of longing disappeared instantly, replaced by the joy from the bottom of their hearts. My dear husband, is that you? It's so wonderful that I can hear your voice. Yeah, it's only been 1 day since we last met, but it feels like a long time has passed. Hearing the 2 sisters' words full of longing, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but respond with a smile on her face. I'm here to let you 2 sisters know I'm safe. Don't worry, I'll be back in 2 days. When I go back, will there be any programs? The suggestive hint in the last sentence reminded the 2 sisters of something, and their faces turned red. They immediately spoke in a delicate voice. Of course, as long as my husband comes back, I will do whatever he wants to do. Husband, please come back soon. My sister and I are waiting for you. Next, the The three of them chatted for a while, and then Jiang Mingua switched the person she was chatting with. From Tuchan Yulan to Su Hanjun, and then to her own two lovely little ones, Zia and Marian. Hearing their energetic words, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but smile like an old father. Afterwards, it was the third day of the large-scale event, and Jiang Mingua also returned to the ninth heaven. In addition to Yi Junwen and her mother, there are 3 other disciples. 2 of them wanted to go back to their family to see if anything had happened. As for Xuanwu Yunyen, he simply fell asleep. Knowing that they could meet again at any time, Jiang Mingua did not feel sad about their departure, but focused her attention on this large-scale event. Jiang Mingua now knows that she is the administrator and creator of the entire game system. But he had no intention of taking any backdoor, but wanted to continue and complete the game activity. This is because Jiang Mingua is worried about what will happen to her after she has the power to change everything. In the past, because I had no emotions, I didn't have to worry about any external interference and could do what I was interested in from beginning to end. But now that I have all kinds of emotions and desires, I have to consider these external interference factors and the thoughts of my family. To be honest, Jiang Mingua needs time to digest all this and make her own choice. While he was preoccupied, the group had already arrived at the trial tower of the ninth heaven. Every level here is a world-destroying SSS-level existence, but in front of Jiang Mingua, who realized how powerful he was, they were all reduced to ashes with just a wave of his hand. The trial tower has been completed and the rewards have been distributed. Please check. With a mechanical sound, 3 golden cards fell into his backpack. At this moment, the mechanical voice sounded again. It has been detected that the survivor has cleared the ninth heaven trial tower. Special rewards are now available. Now providing the opportunity to synthesize red cards, please put in 10 gold cards. Jiang Mingua was slightly stunned when she heard this information, but she quickly reacted and put all 10 gold cards in her backpack on it. It is detected that there are enough materials. Synthesis is in progress. Please wait. Looking at the 1-minute countdown in front of her, Jiang Mingua had time to be distracted. Originally, he had 11 gold cards, 5 of which were given by the trial tower, 6 were given by the secret realm, and 3 were purple cards. Now that I can synthesize red cards, I have made a lot of money from this large-scale event. It seems that the upper limit of the synthesis card is only gold, which is wrong, because they have not been to the ninth heaven and have not passed the trial tower, so this special reward has not been triggered. If other survivors knew about Jiang Mingua's self-evident thoughts, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood and then shout angrily. Do you think that everyone has such powerful power like you? A minute passed quickly, and a card emitting a faint red glow appeared in front of him. Chapter 187, Chewy and Bouncy Dumplings. Looking at the red card in front of her, Jiang Mingua found that she was not as excited as she had imagined. Come to think of it, once you know that you are the creator of this game, all you have to do is tell the system if you want a red card. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingua suddenly felt bored. But he quickly shook his head and threw away those negative thoughts in his mind. If I continue like this, I will really feel that there are no surprises and no hope in life. At this moment, Jiang Mingua kept recalling the happy time she had spent with her fox, and she slowly came to her senses. At this time, Yi Junwen, who was behind him, came up to him with a concerned look on her face and spoke softly. Master, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yuni beside her also looked at her with concern. Faced with the relationship between mother and daughter, Jiang Mingua responded with a gentle smile to show that she was fine. Because of the rule that even if you get a card during the event, you can't use it, Jiang Mingua put the red card back into her backpack. But it will be soon. After today, I can go back to Tuchan. But the question arises, how should I spend the next period of time? Just as Jiang Mingua fell into deep thought, Yi Junwen beside her spoke again. Master, can you tell me what interesting things you have experienced since entering the game? Hearing this, although this question interrupted Jiang Mingua's thoughts, it also brought him back to his memories of the past month, and he spoke subconsciously. When your master first entered the myriad worlds, I went with the intention of going on a spontaneous journey. As they talked, Jiang Mingua's topic turned to her first meeting with Tuchan Na and then to Tuchan's meeting with her sister Tuchanyu. He did not hide anything about his emo side, but spoke openly about it. After all, with the constant healing of his own fox, this has become something worth remembering. When talking about being pushed by Tuchan Na, Jiang Mingua showed an awkward but polite smile. But the information that the master was taken by the bad woman for the first time exploded in Yi Junwen's mind like a thunderbolt. The explosion made her dizzy and her mind went blank, and she felt deeply annoyed and regretful. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Zhu Yuni, the mother, and she immediately felt sorry for her daughter. Jiang Mingua continued speaking without noticing the interchanges of the two people beside her. It was not until Yi Junwen heard that her master was already married to 4 women that she almost fainted. At this moment, she felt her head suddenly become heavy, and then filled with a vibrant breath. Zhu Yuni, who was standing by, didn't know what to say. She could only reach out and pat her daughter on the shoulder, and the pity in her eyes turned into pity. Although she did have those thoughts about her husband, she gave them up in order not to deprive her daughter of her happiness. But the result is like this. It is said that those who are close to water get the moon first, but now Yi Junwen has almost no chance to eat meat or even drink soup. When she thought about the fact that she had 4 more mistresses for no apparent reason, she felt so sad that she almost wanted to be buried with great ceremony on the spot. Jiang Mingua, the person involved, also realized that the atmosphere was not right and stopped talking. Turning around, I saw Yi Junwen, who could only say "ABA, ABA," and Zhu Yuni with an expression of helplessness and regret on her face. It was at this time that Jiang Mingwei remembered that her eldest disciple had the intention of rebelling against the master and the disciple towards her. The words he had just said were no less than leaving wounds on her body, and they were even adding salt to the wounds. Jiang Mingwei, realizing this, quickly changed the subject. By the way, Junwen, after you and your daughter returned to Tuchan with me, did you just abandon the place we were in before? Hearing the master take the initiative to change the subject, Yi Junwen also recovered from the ABA state, but responded in a low voice. It's okay, master. I've refined the place where we were before into a small world, and I carry it with me, so we can go back anytime, anywhere. Speaking of this, Yi Junwen's tone gradually became complacent, as if she was a little girl waiting for praise from her elders. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwei reached out and gently stroked her little head. The familiar and warm big hand made Yi Junwen feel much better. At the same time, a decision emerged in her mind. That is, she must immediately become the disciple who rebelled against her master. While there is still time, Yi Junwen, who did not want to leave any regrets for herself, planned to find an opportunity to take action immediately after following her master back to Tuchan. At this moment, Yi Junwen showed full fighting spirit, and this fighting spirit turned into red flames that gushed out. Although Jiang Mingwei didn't know why the woman in front of her was in a better mood, she didn't say much. Since there was nowhere to go next, he asked Yi Junwen to open the small world, and the 3 of them returned to the cabin to wait for the event to end. In order to confirm his authority, Jiang Mingwei opened the system panel, thought for a moment, and said softly, "Open creator permissions." The next moment, the system that received the command expanded instantly, and a densely packed interface appeared in front of him. But the amazing thing is that he can actually understand all these interfaces. Just as he was fiddling with the system, a lovely voice sounded. "Oh, Lord Creator, you finally remembered me." Along with this voice, a round ball the size of a basketball appeared in front of Jiang Mingwei. The glutinous rice ball threw itself into his arms and burst into tears. If someone didn't know, they would think Jiang Mingwei had done something to the little guy. When Jiang Mingwei saw the object, she knew that the tiny thing in front of her was the incarnation of the system that controlled the heavens and all worlds. You can imagine the power of it. So Jiang Mingwei held the chewy dumplings in both hands and greeted them in a friendly manner. "Long time no see, little Tang Yuan. How are you doing?" Yes, the name of this little guy is really Tang Yuan. Among the many memories that suddenly appeared in his mind, there was the name of this little guy. When Xiao Tangyuan heard that the creator he admired most still remembered his name, he was extremely excited. 2 small hands stretched out from the body, shaking constantly. After gently pinching it and feeling the wonderful elastic texture, Jiang Mingwei continued speaking. "All right, Xiao Tangyuan, please turn on the surveillance camera for this large-scale event." "Good creator." With the little Tung Yuan's agreement, scenes appeared in front of him. Chapter 188 Return to Tuchan. Because the event has reached the 3rd day, those who are not strong enough cannot advance to the next level of the trial tower. Or the survivors who were unlucky and could not trigger the secret realm began to wait and see. During the event, it is impossible to view the number of cards owned by other survivors, so these people will choose to unite briefly to plunder other people's cards together. But because of the live broadcast, they did not act too recklessly and kill people for cards at every turn. He could only leave by threatening those people and asking them to hand over the cards they had obtained. If they encounter those powerful survivors, they will quietly retract their claws and wait for the next lucky audience. For such a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, there will naturally be those men of justice who will come to arrest him. In the end, these cards will fall into the hands of these righteous men. It constitutes a food chain. But the ones who got hurt were those whose cards were stolen. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingwa did not feel a sense of justice and intervene, but just watched it all silently. Survival of the fittest is destined to be the truth of this world. However, the next scene that appeared on the screen surprised him a little. I saw that there were indeed a group of righteous people among them, who would return the stolen cards to the victims, or simply tie up those with bad intentions and make them wait for the end of the event. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa couldn't help but show praise on her face. As expected, no matter what, as long as there are bad people in this world, there will naturally be good people. After thinking about it, Jiang Mingwa decided to add a small rule. The next moment, all the survivors in the ninth heaven received this message. Reminder: when a survivor kills other survivors and obtains a card, he will also gain kill points. When the kill points accumulate to a certain level, the survivor's location will be exposed at regular intervals. Other survivors can get extra card rewards after killing it. Once this new rule came out, those survivors who killed people wantonly suddenly became as dazzling as if they had lights installed on their bodies. When the survivors around saw this, they remembered the rules just now, and all kinds of malicious looks fell on them. After a period of chaos, the nine heavens returned to an inexplicable tranquility. Although looting could not be stopped, the number of deaths caused by looting had ended. It seems that those people don't want to suddenly become public enemies and have begun to restrain themselves. Jiang Mingwa, who caused all this, has shifted his attention elsewhere because he found something of interest. Then the day just passed by. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the familiar mechanical sound rang in the ears of every survivor. The 3-day event has ended. The card synthesis function still has 1 hour left. Please synthesize in time. Teleport open. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared under Jiang Mingwa and sent her back to Tuchan. Xiao Tangyuan said goodbye and returned to the system. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar courtyard. Following behind him, Yi Junwen and Zhu Yuni, mother and daughter, looked at the place curiously. At this moment, 2 familiar fragrant breezes blew towards Jiang Mingwa, accompanied by the words in her ear. Husband, you're back. X2. He steadily held the 2 beauties in his arms, and then responded by kissing each of their smooth little faces. I'm back. Then Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu buried their little faces in his shoulders, greedily sniffing the scent on his body with their little noses, with an intoxicated look on their faces. Tuchan Yulan and Bai Xinxue, who were a step behind, followed suit, and even the reserved Su Hanjun followed. In an instant, Jiang Mingwa was surrounded by a group of foxes. Yi Junwan, who was standing behind him, had a dazed look on her face, with a few words constantly popping up in her mind. Foxes, so many foxes. When did Master start liking foxes? Just when she was lost in thought, the lovely little Zia and Marian finally arrived. Seeing the 2 little ones, Jiang Mingwa picked them up one in each hand with a bright smile on her face and spun them around a few times, causing the 2 little ones to laugh like bells. To be honest, if Yi Junwen had not clearly felt that these 2 children did not have the blood of her master, she would have thought they were her master's children. It was also when Jiang Mingwa was accompanying the children that Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu noticed the mother and daughter. Realizing that this was the woman my husband brought back, the meaning was self-evident. So the 2 sisters introduced their names and where this place was in a friendly manner. Then, she vaguely revealed to the mother and daughter the status of the sisters in their husband's heart, so that they would not have too many thoughts. Well, if a pig lives long enough, it can become very smart. Yi Junwen immediately called them sisters, and then introduced their identities as the master's former apprentice and maid. This time, it was because I met my master again that I followed him here. The 2 sisters and the girls behind them were shocked when they heard this. Former husband? Master? These were things they didn't understand, so they looked at them curiously, wanting to know what was going on. Seeing this, Yi Junwen showed an expression of the plan is clear, then happily took the girls to the side and began to tell her other versions. When I was very young, I followed my master. My mother can guarantee this. From meeting to becoming his disciple, and then to the girl's feelings for her master after growing up, and after going through a series of difficult hardships, they finally confirmed their feelings for each other. But things went against her wishes. Her master was seriously injured and passed away, leaving her an orphan and a widow. It was not until today that she reunited with her master, who had been reincarnated. When the girls who were accompanying the story heard this, they were surprised to find it so tortuous and bizarre. The Tuchan sisters looked at each other in bewilderment, as this was a new version they had never heard of before. They knew their husbands inside and out, and looked at Jiang Mingwa with curiosity, waiting for his response. The result was that the fist of justice landed on Yi Junwen's little head, making her let out a miserable cry. Aunt. After doing all this, Mingua was about to say something when she saw the girl's curious eyes, wanting to know the real story. Seeing this, Mingua thought for a moment, concealed some aspects of her identity, and slowly told some things about her past. The girls listened attentively and watched intently. Chapter 189, The Imperial Seal. After the song was over, the girls were still fascinated by the wonderful story for a long time, because they found that although Mingua did not specifically mention his master, but from those stories, one could vaguely hear that his identity was unusual. However, the girls did not ask foolishly, because they knew that since Mingua chose to hide it, he must have his own difficulties. One day in the future, maybe I'll be able to hear him talk about it on his own initiative. Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu, who were beside Mingua, just silently hugged his arms, as if they wanted him to feel their warmth. In addition, it was unexpected that Mingua used to have 4 powerful disciples. And the purpose of entering reincarnation is to live a new life, and then have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Thinking of this, Tuchan Na couldn't help but look up at her smiling husband. I imagined that cold and ruthless face in my mind, and I suddenly felt a chill in my heart. She doesn't like that kind of husband. Next, after the girls recovered from their shock, they began to discuss the story that Mingua had just told. However, they all tacitly did not mention Mingua's identity, but only talked about topics that interested them. Before I knew it, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. After sending the 2 sleepy little ones back to their room, the Tuchan sisters also prepared a room for the Zhu mother and daughter to rest. Then Mingua was pulled into the room by 4 hungry foxes. However, because Mingua personally set up the soundproof array this time, no matter how earth-shaking it was inside, people outside slept soundly. Day 31. A new day arrived, and Mingua opened her eyes habitually following the rhythm of her biological clock. Looking at the familiar ceiling and the soft touch on his body, he felt extremely familiar. His body and mind inexplicably calmed down, and his inner thoughts couldn't help but arise. No matter who I am, all I know now is that I am the husband and lover of these foxes. Apart from this, there is no other identity. Since my past self chose to reincarnate, it was naturally to experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the ups and downs of a person's life. Besides, my past self didn't leave me any tasks that needed to be completed. Like, a new storm has appeared. Ugh, like, the dark forces are awakening. And so on and so forth. But think about it, with his status, even if there is an evil force that wreaks havoc on the heavens and all worlds, it only takes a thought to decide his life or death. It seems that my past self really came to play in the world. He rubbed the white furry fox carrot in his hand, listened to the woman's humming sound beside his ear, and slowly withdrew his thoughts. Looking at Tuchan Na, who was sleeping beside her with a smile on her face, Mingua felt, staying in this land of peace is indeed a good choice. Mingua's mentality has begun to deteriorate. There was no way. His mentality at the moment was like that of a poor working man, but suddenly someone told him. He is actually the child of a billionaire, and the billionaire left all his inheritance to him before he died. The feeling of becoming rich overnight is indeed very good, but I still have the mentality of a commoner and don't know how to spend the money, so I started to lose money. Decided to let nature take its course. Mingua has this mentality now. He shook his head, throwing all these thoughts out of his mind. In order to change her mood, Mingua opened her backpack, checked her cards, and drew a card. Taking out the red card, Mingua looked at the card with a red glow on the edge and clicked on it to use it. With a flash of red light, the card information appeared in front of him. It was a prop card. Red props. Name, Imperial Seal. Introduction, mandated by heaven, you will live long and prosper. If you possess this item, you will gain a certain bonus when using national fortune. The stronger the country, the higher the bonus. Effect. 1. When the holder gains strength through the blessing of national fortune, he can obtain a national fortune bonus of 50% to unlimited. 2. Having experienced the baptism of the purple sky divine thunder, the holder can control the purple sky divine thunder through the Imperial Seal and kill all foreign enemies with destructive force. 3. The Imperial Seal can grant the holder 200% blessing to all attributes, and increase mana recovery by 200%, attribute damage by 200%, and physical recovery by 200%. 4. It can allow the holder's country to be unconditionally upgraded to the Immortal Dynasty. Analysis. A Jade Seal is passed down forever. Even if the person is gone, the seal remains. Looking at the card introduction in front of her, Mingua was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that an Imperial Seal would appear, and judging by the effect description, it lived up to the preciousness of the red card. Especially the last effect, which allows a country to be unconditionally upgraded to the Immortal Dynasty, which has already made its red rating stable. You have to know that in order to upgrade a country to an Immortal Dynasty, it requires a lot of expenses and preparations, which are quite precious. Promotion levels: village, town, county, city, kingdom, dynasty, Immortal Dynasty, Imperial Dynasty. Now there is an item that can be upgraded unconditionally. If those empires knew about this, they would probably go crazy and try to snatch it at all costs. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can pass this level yourself. Thinking of this, Jang Mingua couldn't help but smile, and then rubbed the brown fox radish beside her. He put the card away and planned to wait until Tuchan Na and the others woke up before telling them about this and letting them make a decision. So, his eyes fell on the 1 gold and 3 purple. He took it out and then cut it open. A familiar stream of light appeared, and the contents of each card appeared in front of him. They are respectively 1 gold talent enhancement card, 1 purple weapon card, 1 purple skill card, and 1 purple item card. Looking at the golden talent card that appeared in front of him, Jang Mingua decided to wait a while before using it and take a look at other things first. Purple dagger. Name: my dagger is poisoned. Lick. Effect: poison damage plus 80%, sharpness plus 80%. Skills: 1. Poisoning. This weapon contains a deadly toxin. When attacking an enemy, it will cause poisoning, which lasts for 30 seconds and deducts 0.1% of the enemy's health every 5 seconds. The poisoning effect can be stacked up to 5 layers. When affected by the purification effect, only the number of poison layers is reduced. 2. Poison explosion. When attacking an enemy, poison will accumulate. When the accumulated poison reaches a certain level, it can be automatically detonated, causing 180% attribute damage. Chapter 190. You are the one who is cherished and loved by time and space. Passive: purple. Name: call me queen. Effect: increases the enchantment effect of the player, tripling the duration of the enchantment on a target. Analysis: yes, sir. Props: purple. Name: cultivation pill. Description: a pill that can increase the speed of cultivation. Effect: increase cultivation speed by 300% within 1 week. Analysis: 1. Refreshes the mind. 2. Keep you from getting tired. Looking at the 3 purple cards in front of her, Jang Mingua had already thought about the fate of 2 of them. Give the skill card to Bai Xianxue and the cultivation pill to Tuchan Yulan. The reason is simple. After all, his first and second wives have given him things, so he naturally has to show some appreciation to the new wives. It was the purple weapon. He had no target yet, and he didn't need a close-range weapon like a dagger. As he was thinking, Jang Mingua took out the talent enhancement card. Now, he is looking forward to what new abilities he will unlock next. Because Jang Mingua could feel the power in her memory that could change everything at will, which she was currently unable to do. This is just a small hope. After the talent enhancement card was used up, the personal panel appeared in front of Jang Mingua. Name: Jang Mingua. Race: strength, talent. Introduction: 1. You are a person who is cherished and loved by nature and life. 2. You are the one whom destruction and death cherish and love. 3. You are a person who is cherished and loved by time and space. 4. Bloodline. Time and space. This new ability made Jang Mingua open her eyes immediately, and she became alert. Just when he was about to try out his new power, he heard the soft humming of someone who had just woken up. Looking in the direction of the voice, I found Tuchan Na rubbing her eyes sleepily, but when her gaze fell on Jang Mingua's face, a warmth suddenly appeared in her eyes, and then she propped herself up and gave him a good morning kiss. Like a dragonfly skimming the water. So Jang Mingua hugged Tuchan Na's plump body in her arms and whispered in her ear, "Don't move. I'll show you how space transformation feels." Hearing this, although she didn't know what her husband wanted to do for a moment, she still buried her face in his chest. Then Jang Mingua found a good position and the ability of space was activated. The 2 of them disappeared from the bed in an instant, and the next moment they teleported to the place where they usually bathed not far away. Accompanied by a burst of splashing water, Tuchan Na looked around curiously, because she found that she was supposed to be in the room, but suddenly appeared here. But she quickly realized that it was the space conversion that her husband was talking about, so she spoke to him with a smile. "Husband, have you unlocked a new ability?" Hearing this, Jang Mingua nodded slightly to confirm her words. Then he poured water on her with both hands. Then, his claws began to become restless. After the passion, the 2 sat side by side in the warm pool. The fatigue from last night, coupled with the current overtime, made Tuchan Na feel mentally exhausted. but her body looked radiant, as if it had been nourished by something. After that, the two changed their clothes and returned to the yard in an instant under the space teleportation of Jiang Mingwa. As a result, I saw the girls who had already gotten up sitting in the pavilion. When the two appeared, their eyes were fixed on them, as if to say, "Here they are, cheating again. And without us. We're so angry." Seeing this, the couple could only laugh and joke. However, Jiang Mingwa also took advantage of this time to take out the skill cards and cultivation pills and gave them to Bai Xinxue and Tuchan Yulan respectively. After receiving the gifts, the unhappiness on their faces immediately disappeared, and they said thank you happily. However, Tuchan Nanyang and Tuchan Yu, the first and second wives, did not feel anything. After all, they had already received the gifts that belonged to them. Then Su Hanjun, Yi Junwen, and Zhu Yuni all looked at him with burning eyes. It's like saying, "Where's mine? Where's mine?" Seeing this and feeling the three burning gazes, Jiang Mingwa coughed lightly, and then said seriously that he would definitely do it next time. Hearing this, they all pouted to express their inner dissatisfaction. But after Jiang Mingwa repeatedly assured him that there would be a gift, he was able to get through this hurdle. Next, because there were two new people coming to Tuchan, Yi Junwen and Zhu Yuni, the guide arranged was Tuchan Yulan, a local fox. Then the girls went about their own business. Jiang Mingwa, who was inexplicably left alone, opened a space tunnel and headed to another world. Because according to the time, 3 days have passed, the construction dock of the interstellar battleship should have been completed and even put into production. So Jiang Mingwa came to the base with anticipation. As soon as they arrived at the base, Tianyu and Pandora and Helena, who had rushed over after hearing the noise, greeted them happily. Jiang Mingwa responded with a smile and immediately got straight to the point, asking about the situation at the dock. Hearing this, Tianyu, who was in charge of all this, slowly told the story. It stated that after the dock was completed, it would immediately begin building 2 fully staffed fleets as the first goal according to Jiang Mingwa's plan. So far, the first assault-class destroyer will be completed in 21 hours, 23 minutes, and 18 seconds. According to time estimates, it would take at least 1 month to build a full-strength fleet. Building 2 fully staffed fleets would take at least 2 months. Listening to Tianyu's report, Jiang Mingwa realized that there was a long way to go in terms of construction. So he kept calm and didn't rush. However, before leaving, Jiang Mingwa told Tianyu that he must notify him if the assault-class destroyer was completed. Let him experience in advance what it feels like to soar into space. After getting Tianyu's guarantee, Jiang Mingwa took Pandora and Helena with her to the front line. Tu Yuecheng. Because Tu Yuecheng is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, firmly fixed at the forefront. Therefore, most of the monster attacks were shared, giving the front line of the Demon King's court a respite. However, because of Jiang Mingwa's existence, they no longer thought about using Tu Yuecheng as bait, but instead determined it as the direction in which the front line needed to advance next. In a sense, Jiang Mingwa's authority has given them motivation and stopped them from playing badly. Chapter 191 Give Birth to Yourself, a Little Fox. When the group arrived at Tuyue City, Jiang Mingwa took a look at the mental state of the soldiers of various ethnic groups around them. I found that they were all very energetic and smiling, as if they were not going to the battlefield but to have fun. What Jiang Mingwa didn't know was that there had actually been no record of any deaths since these soldiers arrived here. There were only some soldiers who were injured due to carelessness or clumsiness. The reason for this is simple. The walls of Tuyue City are too tall and thick, and the automatic firepower of the defenders is too fierce. As a result, the monsters were blown to pieces by the hail of bullets before they could even rush over. Even if a large group of monsters appear, they will inevitably be destroyed. As a result, soldiers from various ethnic groups came here for vacation. Jiang Mingwa, who was unaware of the situation, just strolled around under the awe-inspiring gazes of soldiers from various ethnic groups, and then came to the top of the city wall. Looking quietly at the scorched ground in the distance that was often burned by war, the information he obtained from the materials yesterday emerged in his mind. Information about the Abyss. According to the information provided by Xiaotang Yuan, this so-called Abyss is actually like a virus that suddenly appears in a normally running computer. And this virus will continue to affect the computer, and eventually it will crash the computer. In other words, the world will be destroyed. Destroy everything in this world, whether it is life or anything else. The Abyss will not disappear until this world is destroyed. Then, no one knows when it will appear in other worlds, and the cycle will repeat itself. Of course, if the life in that world has the ability to solve the Abyss, it can naturally restore the world to its original state. But the premise of all this is that the world has an extraordinary, planet-destroying existence. If we have to settle for the second best, we need at least 10 SSS-level warriors. Otherwise, it would be impossible to completely eliminate the abyss from the world. Thinking of this, an idea came to Jiang Mingyue's mind. That is to train his big fox Tuchan Na to the extraordinary level and let her become the savior of this world. This will also lay a solid foundation for Tuchan to unify the world. Thinking of this, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but reveal an expression of the plan is clear. Since Jiang Mingyue learned about her identity, she has been looking for a long-term goal. It was only today that he determined this goal, which was to make the name of Tuchan resound throughout the heavens and the world. The first small step is to let Tuchan unify the world, and then use it as the starting point for conquering all the heavens and worlds. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue felt that she was full of fighting spirit and had great ambitions. However, he also set a small restriction for himself, which was that he was not allowed to intervene unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, this small goal that I finally found would probably be completed in no time. Then I will have to find something I want to do again. Of course, Jiang Mingyue actually has a small goal in her heart, which is to let her own foxes give birth to little foxes for her. But for some reason, it has been more than a month, and his wife Tuchan Nanyang's belly seems to have no reaction. This made Jiang Mingyue a little puzzled. But he soon figured out the reason, which was most likely his own fault. Because Jiang Mingyue remembered a law in the world of immortal cultivation. That is, the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to have offspring. Even if you want to have offspring, you must marry someone of the opposite sex with similar cultivation level. If the difference in cultivation level is huge, well, even whether it can break through the defense is unknown, or you have to be extremely careful when moving. Well, having said that, for someone of Jiang Mingyue's stature, it is extremely difficult to have a child. Realizing this, his expression couldn't help but darken. But Jiang Mingyue quickly came to her senses and thought that it didn't matter whether she had a child or not. As long as I can be with my fox, I will be satisfied. Pandora and Helena, who were standing beside them, saw their commander's gloomy face and immediately became worried. Just as he was about to speak, a lazy voice sounded from the side. Hello? Hello? Are you Jiang Mingyue? The sound made Jiang Mingyue and his group look in the direction of the sound. There was a woman wearing a blue dress, with a cold and imperial aura, standing there. She has light blue hair like 1,000-year-old ice, and pupils like icy souls. That beautiful appearance attracts other people's attention all the time. Even Jiang Mingyue, an old cadre, who lives among beauties, couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly came to his senses and responded softly. I'm Jiang Mingyue. Are you looking for me? What's going on? Hearing this, the beautiful woman seemed to remember something, then performed a polite and dignified speech. Hello, my name is Chu Hanjun, and I came here today just to see you. At the same time, far away in the palace of the Demon Dynasty, Nu Shuang was holding a plate with exquisitely shaped desserts on it. Nu Shuang was in a good mood at this time, humming an unknown little tune as he walked towards his master's bedroom. Arriving at the door, he reached out and knocked twice before opening it and walking in. Master, I have brought your favorite dessert. I looked up, only to find the room empty and no one responding. This made Nu Shuang feel that something was wrong, and he hurried to the bed, but found that there was no one on it. At this moment, a chill rushed from the feet to the top of the head. She realized that it was her master who asked her to get dessert, so she was led away and no one knew where she went. Hanwei. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 guards dressed in blue and white clothes, but wearing eagle masks suddenly appeared on the spot. Seeing the person coming, Nu Shuang's face was as cold as ice, and she spoke coldly. Where's the master? None of the Hanwei present could answer this question. Because Chu Hanjun disappeared right under their noses, it was their dereliction of duty. Seeing no one responding, the coldness on Nu Shuang's face deepened. The gaze that seemed to want to cut off pieces of flesh from them scanned them several times before speaking. Find them immediately. If you can't find them, you'll die as an apology. Yes. X6. Following the unison of female voices, all the cold guards present disappeared from their places. Seeing them leave, Nu Shuang sat down on the stool weakly and sighed helplessly. I thought, where have you been, master? If you want to go out and play, you can tell yourself, or you can go with yourself. Why did you leave secretly? Chapter 192. This girl doesn't look very smart. At this time, Chu Hanjun didn't know that his loyal little maid was emo. Now she was greeting Jiang Mingyue, and then looking at him with curiosity. Feeling the gaze of the woman in front of him, Jiang Mingyue felt very confused. Because he didn't know her and didn't know why she came, when he was about to ask, The woman in front of him took the initiative to speak. Did you really defeat that violent dragon? As he spoke, Tuchon, who had been lazy, suddenly became excited, then took a few steps forward and suddenly came face to face with Jang Mingua. Feeling the excitement in Tuchon's eyes, Jang Mingua couldn't help but feel confused. And it seems that the other party has a lot of grudges against Alyssa, so after knowing that Alyssa was beaten by him, he came to laugh at her immediately. But it was indeed he who did it, so Jang Mingua nodded calmly and responded. Yes, so do you have any grudge against Alyssa? After hearing Jang Mingua say yes, Tuchon's eyes suddenly sparkled and he looked at him with admiration. Then he ignored his question and spoke to himself. This is really great. I've been annoyed by that violent dragon for a long time. He used to come and pick fights with me all day long, annoying me so much that I didn't even have time to sleep. Humph. Hearing these words, Jang Mingua couldn't help but imagine Tuchon lying on the bed, covering his little head with a pillow. Then Alyssa yells in the house, just to set up a fight. Jang Mingua almost couldn't help laughing out loud, but after professional training, he managed to hold it back. He patted Tuchon's shoulder gently and said with a smile, Don't worry, Alyssa won't disturb your sleep again. Hearing this, Tuchon nodded vigorously, his face full of gratitude. At this time, Alyssa, who was the subject of their conversation, appeared above them without anyone noticing. The moment she appeared, both of them looked up at the sky. Tuchon immediately revealed an expression as if he had seen the thing he hated the most. Seeing this, Jang Mingua asked Alyssa to come down first. When he saw Alyssa landing beside him, Tuchon came behind Jang Mingua without saying a word. Then he stuck out his little head and looked at Alyssa with disgust. It's conceivable how much Tuchon hates Alyssa. Alyssa, who was already quite thick-skinned, simply ignored the look of disgust and greeted Jang Mingua. I heard from the mistress that you had returned, so I came to see you without saying anything. Tuchon, who was behind Jang Mingua, saw that annoying guy being really respectful to the man in front of him and immediately felt admiration for him. Not only did he defeat it, but he also made the violent dragon so well behaved. Jang Mingua, you are really too strong. Tuchon suddenly said this, causing Jang Mingua to pause for a moment, but she still said, Thank you for the compliment. Then he looked at Alyssa in front of him and pointed at Tuchon. Alyssa, since she knows you, you should also know her identity, right? Hearing this, the Dragon Lord nodded and revealed her identity. When Jang Mingua heard that Tuchon was the demon queen of the demon royal court, she looked at her carefully. I could indeed sense a powerful aura from her, at least at the world-destroying level. However, this girl doesn't seem to be very smart. Is it really okay for her to be the demon king? As if seeing the doubts in Jang Mingua's heart, Alyssa took the initiative to speak. Hey, demon king, where's that subordinate who's always been by your side? Why don't you bring him with you? Upon hearing this, Tuchon's disgusted expression immediately turned into an embarrassed expression. He responded somewhat embarrassedly. I hid it from Nu Shuang and ran away secretly by myself. As soon as she said this, everyone present looked at her strangely. Why does it feel like this demon king isn't as aloof and ruthless as rumored? Even feel a little naive? Looking at the somewhat silly Tuchon in front of her, Jang Mingua spoke tentatively. Did that man called Nu Shuang treat you badly? Did he make you want to run away? Upon hearing this, Tuchon quickly waved her hands and said that Nu Shuang had been with her since she was a child and was very kind to her. She was the one who helped her in her daily life. The reason why he sneaked out to see Jang Mingua this time was because he was worried that Nu Shuang would reject him if he mentioned this matter. So she chose to run away secretly. How to say it? Although the beautiful woman in front of him chose to run out because of him, Jang Mingua inexplicably felt a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed like he felt a little sorry for the person named Nu Shuang. The girl he had followed since childhood was kidnapped by a stranger he had never met. Thinking of this, Jang Mingua turned around and looked at Tuchon, then suggested, Now that you've met me, go back quickly. That slave girl is probably about to cry. Tuchon thought, so when she heard it. After all, the purpose of her coming out this time was because she knew that Jang Mingua appeared in Tuya City, so she came here. Now that he had met the real culprit and confirmed that he had really defeated the violent dragon, Tuchon was naturally satisfied. After solemnly giving Jang Mingua a thumbs up, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, Tianyo's mechanical sound rang from the watch. Commander, we've detected multiple flying objects heading this way. Based on the identity comparison, the other party should be from the Demon Clan Royal Court. Should we let him go? Along with a mechanical sound, a picture popped up from Jang Mingua's watch. This scene immediately attracted Tuchon, who was about to leave, and she exclaimed after just one look. It's Nu Shuang. How did she know I was here? Hearing that it was the person in the topic, Jiang Mingua asked Tianyu to let him go. The next moment, a voice came from the sky. Master, I, your slave, have found you. Then a beautiful figure appeared in front of Chu Hanjun and gave you a big hug. Nu Shuang's expression was as if he had finally found his silly daughter who had run away from home. He was extremely excited. Then she gently grabbed Chu Hanjuan's hands and spoke softly. Master, if you want to go out, you can tell Nushuang. Nushuang will not disagree. Even if you want to leave secretly, taking Nushuang with you will provide you with someone to look after you. Promise Nushuang that you will take me with you wherever you go, okay? Chapter 193 Husband Bad. Looking at Nu Shuang who had been by his side since childhood, Chu Hanjun couldn't help but think of the past. At that time, I was still little and had not yet shown my outstanding talent. Moreover, because of his own aloofness and laziness, as well as his single-minded focus on cultivation, he was not noticed by the clan. But because of her identity, she still had to get a maid since she was a child. That maid was Nu Shuang. Master, my name is Nu Shuang. From now on, I will take good care of you. That brilliant smile and these words marked the beginning of our meeting. From that time on, I have been concentrating on cultivation and ignoring other things. If it were the original one, the room I live in cannot be called a doghouse, but it is not much better than a doghouse. But when Nu Shuang came here, everything was different. The room was kept clean at all times and delicious meals were waiting for you. As soon as I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself lying comfortably in bed in clean pajamas, with a fresh fragrance lingering in my nose. That kind of life makes me feel very satisfied. No matter what you want to do, Nu Shuang will prepare it for you first. This was also the case even after he showed his extraordinary talent in cultivation. Nu Shuang has been by his side from beginning to end, until now. Chu Hanjun withdrew his thoughts and came to his senses, looking at Nu Shuang in front of him, who unconsciously held a very high status in his heart. I couldn't help but reach out and hug him, then spoke softly. Nu Shuang, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sneaked out. Can you forgive me? These two sentences made Nu Shuang, with tears in his eyes, look at his master in shock. That expression seemed to say, oh my God, my silly daughter actually reflected on her actions and apologized. So he nodded quickly in response. Yeah, Nushuang understands. Seeing the master and servant reconcile, Jiang Mingua, who was watching from the side, coughed lightly. Let their eyes turn to you before you speak. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Having said that, Jiang Mingua waved her hand and prepared to turn around and leave. Just as he was about to leave, Nu Shuang's voice rang out. Master Jiang Mingua, please wait a moment. These words forced Jiang Mingua to stop and turn around to look at the master and servant. Feeling the doubtful gaze, Nu Shuang hesitated for a long time before speaking. If the master comes to see you again, please treat me well. I will thank you later. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Especially Jiang Mingua, the person involved. He tilted his head slightly, as if he didn't understand what Nu Shuang said, but he still spoke. Well, if the Demon King wants to come to Tuchan as a guest, Tuchan will naturally treat him well. This is inevitable. Although he knew that Jiang Mingua would misunderstand him, Nu Shuang did not have the courage to speak again and could only nod continuously. Next, Jiang Mingua watched Chu Hanjun and his group leave. He immediately looked at Alyssa beside him and Pandora and Helena behind him with a puzzled look, to show whether they understood what Nu Shuang had just said. The response they got was 3 people shaking their heads, indicating that they didn't hear it. There was no way. Jiang Mingua could only scratch his head, and then told the 2 mechanical girls and Alyssa not to follow him, and to go and do whatever they had to do. Hearing this, they all nodded in unison and left immediately. Jiang Mingua wanted to find her fox and tell them about the Imperial Seal. Tuchan Hall. Because the situation in Tuchan has begun to stabilize and enter a state of stable development. Therefore, the 2 sisters Tuchan Yu and Tuchan Na worked in the Tuchan Hall, as usual, handling the affairs of the entire alliance. Jiang Mingua came to the outside of the hall and saw that her fox was so serious, so she had the idea of playing a prank. Then he took a step silently and came behind the 2 foxes, and then his evil claws fell on their tails. The 2 sisters were attacked in their sensitive areas and instinctively wanted to resist, but were immediately made limp by the familiar and skillful technique. With 2 soft moans, the 2 sisters fell into that familiar embrace. Only when he had the beauties in his arms did Jiang Mingua stop his sinful claws, then hugged their tight waists and let them lean on his shoulders. Because their tails were attacked, they became soft and their voices were full of charm. Husband, you're bad. At this moment, Jiang Mingua enjoyed King Zhou's happiness, and it was double the happiness. However, after a brief moment of flirting, Jiang Mingua got to the point and took out the imperial seal from her backpack. This jade seal, with its exquisite shape and flowing aura, immediately attracted the attention of the Tuchan sisters. Tuchan Na, the elder sister, spoke curiously. "My husband, what is this jade seal?" Jiang Mingua had no habit of being a riddle teller, so she told him its name and function. At first, both of them felt that this jade seal was very powerful, but it was not until they heard that this small jade seal could allow a country to be promoted to the immortal dynasty unconditionally. The two sisters opened their mouths slightly, revealing extremely surprised expressions. Then they looked at their husband in disbelief, not expecting him to bring back such a huge surprise. It made them feel dizzy for a moment, as if they were in the clouds, floating in the air. Then, in order to confirm that they were not dreaming, the two sisters subconsciously reached out and pinched each other's faces. Accompanied by two screams of pain, the two sisters covered their painful faces. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua couldn't help but feel a little funny. She didn't expect that they would behave like such plastic sisters. Then he reached out and gently stroked their little faces, and the rich life force made the pain disappear quickly. The two sisters reacted and cheered together, then hugged Jiang Mingua's little face and rubbed it. The two sisters' faces showed genuine joy and uncontrollable happiness. However, after the joy, the two sisters gradually calmed down and leaned in their husband's arms, then showed sad expressions. That is, although it is a very good thing to directly promote Tuchan to the immortal dynasty, is Tuchan ready now? The two sisters standing at the highest point of Tuchan instinctively felt that there was nothing. Because now, apart from its combat power, Tuchan is far behind the empires on this continent in other aspects. Everything in Tuchan has just gotten on track and has not yet reached that level of qualification. It will take time to accumulate. Chapter 190, For We Are Very Welcome. After thinking it through calmly, the two sisters each held the imperial seal and looked at it with regret. Then it was handed back to Jiang Mingua, and Tuchan Yu, her younger sister, also explained it. Husband, Tuchan is not yet ready to ascend to the immortal dynasty. Everything in Tuchan is just getting on track, and it will take time to accumulate. As he spoke, Tuchan Yu stretched out his hand and waved his little fist, continuing to speak with high morale. But I believe that with my husband here, that day won't be too far away. Having said that, the two sisters' fiery gazes fell on Jiang Mingua's face. The trusting look in their eyes made him smile slightly, and he rubbed their little heads and nodded gently. Well, that day won't be too far away. Hearing these words, the two sisters laughed happily. Then Jiang Mingua suddenly changed her tone and spoke in a wicked tone. Besides this, we have other hopes. As he spoke, his two evil claws came to the flat bellies of the Tuchan sisters and gently stroked them. Understanding what their husbands meant, the new wives Tuchan Na and Tuchan Yu couldn't help but blush slightly. She couldn't help but bury her shy little face in her husband's shoulder. However, because Jiang Mingua brought up the topic of children, the two sisters couldn't help but start thinking about the future. Thinking about how many children I will have in the future, what to name them, their education, etc., is unstoppable. Finally, we even came to the topic of children's children. The two sisters became more and more excited as they talked, while Jiang Mingua just kept smiling silently and acted as an accomplice. 4 p.m. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was afternoon. At this time, Yi Junwen and Zhu Yuni had spent most of the day strolling around Tuchan City with Tuchan Yulan, and finally returned home satisfied. Although Tuchan City was not the most prosperous city the mother and daughter had ever seen, it was definitely the most thriving city they had ever seen. They could clearly see that everything in Tuchan City was getting better. As for the reason behind this, the mother and daughter felt that it was mostly because Jiang Mingua was here. Because of Jiang Mingua, this place is so prosperous. It can be said that the mother and daughter's recognition of Jiang Mingua has almost reached a state of obsession. They believe that as long as Jiang Mingua was there, even if this was just an ordinary village, it could grow into a dynasty. After returning to the yard, Tuchan Yulan took the initiative to prepare a pot of tea for the mother and daughter who had been strolling around all day to take a break. Of course, Yi Junwen would not just sit there stupidly for this nominal master's wife. And they are very proactive in helping, and then take the opportunity to know some things. For example, what is Tuchan Yulan's ranking? Hearing this little question, Tuchan Yulan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and then she looked at Yi Junwen thoughtfully, and then slowly said that she ranked third. Hearing this, Yi Junwen took advantage of the situation and asked, how many female friends does the master have? These questions made Tuchan Yulan's eyes become subtle, but she still answered her questions. She said that there were 4 others including herself, and the fox named Su Han-jun had not been eaten by her husband yet, but it would be soon. When Yi Junwen heard this, she was shocked. There were already 4 wives of masters in front of her, and there was another one ready to go. If you don't take action, you won't even be able to drink a sip of soup. Seeing the surprise on the face of the red-haired girl in front of her, Tuchan Yulan became more and more certain of her guess. She just leaned over and whispered in the girl's ear. If you want to become our sister, we welcome you very much. These words sounded like heavenly music to Yi Junwen's ears. She looked at Tuchan Yulan with surprise, as if to say, "Good sister, is it true?" In response, Tuchan Yulan just smiled and nodded, saying everything. So Yi Junwen held her hands with both hands, kept thanking her, and then went to her mother to tell her the good news. When Zhu Yuni heard this, she thought it was indeed good news, and it also meant that she had some opportunities. Looking at the happy mother and daughter, Tuchan Yulan still kept smiling. She didn't feel sad at all. On the contrary, she was very happy, because she really needed more sisters to share her husband's strength, and she didn't want to faint again. The mother and daughter, who were unaware of this, were rejoicing over their impending victory. At night, after having dinner like any other family, the whole family came to the yard to take a walk and chat. It was very leisurely and lively. Jiang Mingua was accompanying Xiao Zia and Marian, playing with them the little game she had learned from the students in the academy. Beat the little devil. The rules are simple. Whoever plays all the cards in his hand first, 2 by 2, will win, and the rest of the people will continue until the loser emerges. How should I put it? During this game, Jiang Mingua found that it was more interesting to observe the expressions of the 2 little ones. From frowning to smiling, his inner thoughts are really written on his face. However, Jiang Mingua didn't play seriously, but just played in the sea, and then a few white stripes appeared on his handsome face. The 2 lovely little girls laughed so hard that they were overjoyed. This scene immediately attracted the attention of other foxes, and they all joined in this little game. It was very lively for a while, and a cheerful atmosphere arose. Jiang Mingua also took this opportunity to escape, but was hugged by Tuchan Yulan. "My husband, I have something I want to discuss with you." Hearing this, although Jiang Mingua didn't know what she wanted to ask, she still accompanied her out of the bustling yard. After coming outside, Tuchan Yulan confirmed that there was no one around before happily getting straight to the point. "My husband, I wonder what you think of your eldest disciple and her mother." These words stunned Jiang Mingua, although he had long known that his eldest disciple had ill intentions towards him. But what about her mother? Seeing the doubts in Jiang Mingua's heart, Tuchan Yulan told her the truth about what happened that afternoon. After hearing everything she said, Jiang Mingua looked helpless. It seems that his eldest disciple really can't wait, especially after knowing that he has so many confidants around him. I guess her sense of crisis is increasing rapidly. But Jiang Mingua was caught off guard by the fact that Zhu Yuni also had feelings for her. He remembered that there was no intimate contact in his memory. It couldn't be that they fell in love over time, right? Chapter 195 Silly Girl. Just when Jiang Mingua was lost in thought, Tuchan Yulan had already pressed herself in front of him, and her face blushed slightly as she expressed her feelings. If her husband had such an idea, she and her other sisters would not object, but would support it very much. There is no problem in asking them to help. Seeing this, Jiang Mingua put his arms around her waist and gently kneaded her furry golden fox radish. Tuchan Yulan suddenly felt tingling and numb, as if floating in the air, and the whole fox leaned weakly on him. Then Jiang Mingua whispered in her ear in a mischievous tone, "Do you really want to push me, your husband, out to other women?" The heat from the voice made Tuchan Yulan's ears feel itchy, and she twitched them subconsciously. Let Jiang Mingua enjoy the feeling of those furry ears and what it feels like to touch her face. However, Tuchan Yulan still raised her little head, pouted her lips, and said with an expression that was both proud and annoyed, "It's all because of your strength in that aspect, my husband. Even now, the 4 of us sisters can't satisfy you. Besides, we can't satisfy our husbands, and it's embarrassing for us wives. But our own capabilities are really not enough, so we can only need more sisters to share the burden. Just be happy in secret, hum." As she spoke, Tuchan Yulan swung her little fist and landed it on the chest of the man in front of her. Feeling the massage-like force, Jiang Mingua grabbed the 2 small hands and spoke with a chuckle. "Okay, let's do as you think, but I have a few requests." Upon hearing this, Tuchan Yulan looked at him curiously, wanting to know what those requirements were. So Jiang Mingua's request came slowly. He said that first of all, it was fine for them to want a new sister, but they had to confirm the other person's character and not let those who were sneaky and evil destroy their harmonious lives. Secondly, you cannot force other women to join in. Finally, I hope that we can live a happy and fulfilling life together. Listening to their husband's request, especially the first point, Tuchan Yulan and her other sisters naturally paid attention, and the same was true for the third one. But the second when Tuchan Yulan heard her husband say this request, she couldn't help but look at his handsome face. With such good looks, it would be hard not to attract a lot of attention. I'm afraid there are many women like her who are first attracted by their looks and then loyal to their character. Who wouldn't have feelings for a man who is good-looking, has good character, and is strong? So Tuchan Yulan patted his chest and promised with his abundant capital. Day 33. 2 days passed after this. During these 2 days, nothing important happened on this continent, only trivial matters. The most talked about topics are those on the front lines of the war between the Empire and the Abyss. However, Tuchon, also known as Tuchan, appears from time to time in these war-related topics. After all, there is a powerful existence in Tuchan who can defeat the Dragon Lord, and this topic has been enduring. But no one dares to try deeper secondary creation, because they don't want to be confronted by the real owner the next day, just after they start complaining about something. This is because the Dragon Lord actually did such a thing. Well, in the past 2 days, apart from the last time Mingua went to the sky, he just chased his own fox to bully it. He was either rubbing the fox radish at Tuchan Nanyang's side, or lying on by Chingchio's smooth thighs with his eyes closed to rest. Among them, Mingua still likes to bully Su Hanjun the most. He especially liked to see Su Hanjun, who was originally very dignified, switch to the attitude of a little woman under his bullying. TSK, the joy brought by the contrast cannot be shared with outsiders. As for the matters concerning his eldest disciple and her mother, it seems that they are being planned intensively, but no one knows when the action will begin. Well, but overall, he is very satisfied with this peaceful life. But until today, Jiang Mingua, who was sitting at the table at this time, was looking at Chu Hanjun and Nu Shuang, the master and servant, in front of him with a strange expression. For a moment, he didn't know what the other party's intention was in coming to Tuchan, and the other party didn't say it clearly. But as the host, he still came to personally receive the 2 guests. After finishing the cup of tea in her hand, Jiang Mingua looked at the master and servant in front of her calmly and spoke slowly. "Excuse me, Demon King, is there something you want to discuss with us during your incognito visit to Tuchan? If there is, I'll have my wife come and talk to you." Hearing this, Chu Hanjun, who looked a little dazed, shook his head slightly. "No, wasn't it you who invited me to Tuchan? Shuang just followed me." After saying this, the girl showed an expectant expression on her face, as if she was looking forward to this trip to Tuchan. These words made Jiang Mingua look puzzled, and she wondered when she had invited the other party to Tuchan. But he soon realized that this silly girl might have taken his polite words seriously. This made Jiang Mingua subconsciously look at Nu Shuang beside Chu Hanjun, but she saw the pleading look on the other's face. It was as if to say, "Please, just tell the young lady that you invited her." After hearing what Nu Shuang wanted to say, Jiang Mingua looked at her with a speechless look. That look responded like this: "Is your girl protected too well by you? She's no longer a secluded young lady. She's not much different from someone who has lived in seclusion for a long time." Nu Shuang naturally understood the meaning of this look accurately, which made her smile awkwardly but politely. Because what the other party said was indeed right. He protected his master so well. It makes her ignore worldly affairs and unable to distinguish between good and evil. At this moment, Nu Shuang felt that his training had failed. Looking at Nu Shuang, who suddenly became emo, Jiang Mingua still put on a smile and responded with naive, "Haha, I didn't expect that you, Demon King, have such a good memory and keep your promises so well." Hearing the other party praising her, Chu Hanjuan's little face immediately showed a happy expression, and then she put her hands on her hips and responded proudly, "Of course, my memory is at the level of photographic memory. I will never forget anything I see." He. Looking at the smug girl in front of him, Jiang Mingua inexplicably felt that she must be living a carefree life without any worries. On this point, Jiang Mingua still quite recognized Nu Shuang's efforts to be able to do this. Chapter 196. Wow, so much gold. But getting back to the point, although Chu Hanjun brought Nu Shuang on a secret visit, he still had to be treated appropriately. So Jiang Mingua took the initiative to speak. He wanted to know where this silly girl wanted to go after arriving in Tuchan. Faced with this proposal, Chu Hanjun began to think about it, while Nu Shuang beside him remained silent and did not interfere with his master's choice. As Chu Hanjun was thinking, his body leaned back, his eyes moved to the ceiling, and then an idea flashed in his mind. Dragon Island. I want to go to Dragon Island. Looking at the silly girl in front of him who was getting excited, Jiang Mingua did not refuse her request. After all, among the important places that his wives had instructed, there was nothing shameful about Dragon Island. On the contrary, Dragon Island is just the place where the dragons live. After hitting it off, the group went outside the room and took off into the air, flying towards the Dragon Island floating above Tuchan. The group flew at such a fast speed that they arrived at Dragon Island in a short while. Tuchan, who came to Dragon Island for the first time, looked around with curiosity, and so did Nu Shuang beside him. Dragon Island is like a huge mountain group, with one mountain standing after another. There are also large and small caves on these mountains, which seem to be the caves where dragons live. To be honest, Jiang Mingwa has never visited Dragon Island in person since it was incorporated into Tuchan, so he is also quite curious about the living conditions of the Western Dragon clan. When the group arrived at Dragon Island, they were noticed by the dragons after seeing Jiang Mingwa, the god of killing. Without saying a word, they all flew out and landed in front of Jiang Mingwa, respectfully lowering their proud heads. This scene made Chu Hanjun very excited, and Nu Shuang beside him was even more surprised. Because in her perception, the weakest of these dragons has the strength of a city level, S, and there are also many dragons that can destroy a country, SS. And all this fighting power belongs to the man in front of him. Looking at Jiang Mingwa, who was being treated respectfully by the giant dragons in front of him, Nu Shuang couldn't help but think. If the Demon King Court becomes an enemy of Tuchan in the future, what are the chances of their Demon King Court winning? The answer is less than 10%. Tuchan alone currently has 2 SSS-level fighters, plus the giant dragon on Dragon Island. It is already possible to press the Demon Clan Royal Court to the ground and rub it. Compared to his carefree master, Nu Shuang has more to think about and is more worried. Not knowing what others were thinking, Jiang Mingwa was speaking to the dragons at this moment. "Where is your dragon lord?" Upon hearing the question from the god of death, the dragons spoke without any hesitation. "Sir, the dragon lord is resting at this moment. If you wish to look for her, we will notify the dragon lord immediately." Hearing that Alyssa was resting, Jiang Mingwa shook her head slightly and rejected the dragon's proposal. Then he explained that he came here today just to take his guests for a tour of Dragon Island. Upon hearing this, the dragon's gazes also fell on Chu Hanjun and Nu Shuang. Although he tried to restrain himself, the dragon's might was everywhere, which still made Nu Shuang shiver uncontrollably. To be honest, this was her first time to come into such close contact with a dragon. However, the dragons only glanced at the master and servant, then returned to Jiang Mingwa and continued to respond respectfully. "There's no place on Dragon Island you can't go, so please, my lord." As they spoke, the dragons made way for a wide path. Seeing this, Jiang Mingwa waved his hand and told the dragons to mind their own business and not to bother with them. Hearing the order from the god of death, the dragons naturally would not disobey, so they flapped their wings and returned to their caves. Then Jiang Mingwa turned around and looked at the silly girl Chu Hanjun and spoke softly. "Okay, you can look around. As long as you don't attack them, they won't hurt you." Hearing this, Chu Hanjun nodded continuously and then excitedly pulled Nu Shuang to fly to the highest peak of Long Island. Jiang Mingwa lived a leisurely life behind them. Little did they know that the highest peak of Dragon Island was where the Dragon Lord Alyssa lived. So when Jiang Mingwa and his group arrived at the top of the mountain, Alyssa suddenly opened her golden dragon eyes. She felt a familiar breath, so she immediately flew out of the cave and came to Jiang Mingwa and his group. Alyssa first saluted Jiang Mingwa, and then turned her attention to Chu Hanjun and Nu Shuang. "You came to my residence. Are you here to talk to me about something?" Chu Hanjun, who didn't know this information, tilted his head and then shook his head to indicate no. She then said that she was just traveling to Dragon Island. Hearing this, Alyssa subconsciously looked at Jiang Mingwa, and when the latter nodded slightly to indicate that this was the case, her face became friendly. "In that case, come and visit my residence. After all, I am a dragon lord." These words immediately aroused the curiosity of Jiang Mingwa and his group, and they nodded in agreement impatiently. Next, under the leadership of Alyssa, Jiang Mingwa and his party came to the residence of the dragon lords of all generations. We came to a golden gate that was at least 9 meters high, on which were engraved wonderful symbols and patterns that caught our eyes. When I pushed open the door and walked in, I didn't expect there was a different world inside. That wide space can at least allow a giant dragon hundreds of meters long to stretch its body freely. Moreover, the walls and stone pillars inside are carved with very symmetrical patterns. The most important thing is that this place is truly full of gold. Because the floor and walls were made of gold, they shone brightly, which made Jiang Mingwa and his group, who saw this scene for the first time, look shocked. All I can say is that this space can fully explain the dragon clan's greedy nature. Of course, for Jang Mingua, it was just a shock after all, just like being surprised by seeing a man-made miracle. When everyone recovered, Alyssa smiled and said nothing, then continued to lead. Next, Jiang Mingua and his party visited the Dragon Lord's residence, such as the living room, training room, dining room, treasure room, etc. Yes, Alyssa even led a group to the Dragon Lord's treasury. The mountains of treasures made Nu Shuang's eyes go wide. He wanted to pounce on them and bring them all back to the Demon Clan's royal court. But it's just a thought. After all, Nu Shuang still cherishes his life. Compared to the distressed Nu Shuang, Chu Hanjuan's thoughts were a little simpler. Wow, so much glittered. Chapter 197 Dragon of Destiny. Listening to the silly girl's sigh, Jiang Mingyue's gaze passed through the mountain of treasures and came to another smaller gate. He felt a strange power from that room. So Jiang Mingyue pointed to that location and asked Alyssa, "Alyssa, what's inside the gate in that direction?" Upon hearing this, Alyssa responded without hesitation. She said that the room also stored treasures, but they were much more precious than those outside. If Jiang Mingyue wants to go and see, she can definitely find out. Listening to what Alyssa said, Jiang Mingyue nodded slightly, indicating that he did have this idea. So, led by Alyssa, the group came to the gate full of taboos. If any villain tries to force the door open, he will be attacked fiercely and will not be able to return. However, Alyssa, the Dragon Lord, was here, so the group was able to enter the room unhindered. As soon as she entered the room, the strange power that Jiang Mingyue could feel became more and more obvious. His eyes fell directly on the center of the room, on the 1-meter-high patterned egg floating in the air. That was the source of the strange power. Ignoring the master and servant who were attracted by other treasures, Jiang Mingyue came to the egg alone. At this time, Alyssa also came to his side, and seeing that he was so interested, she took the initiative to introduce him. This dragon egg is not a dead egg, but remains alive. But according to my previous Dragon Lord, this egg has been here all the time during his reign and has never hatched. But there is a legend among the Dragon Clan that says if this egg can be hatched, the dragon inside will be able to lead the Dragon Clan to prosperity. Having said that, Alyssa couldn't help but laugh at herself and continued. It has been 5,000 years since this legend was recorded. And in this process, the legend has always maintained its fantasy. If the egg was not here, the legend would probably have disappeared in the long river of history. After listening to Alyssa's introduction and legend about this egg, Jiang Mingyue looked at the egg in front of her again with some surprise. He didn't expect that this egg had such a great origin, which made him even more curious about its identity. So, I called out to little Tangyuan in my heart. Almost the next moment, the soft sound of little glutinous rice balls was heard. "My lord, what can I do for Xiao Tangyuan?" Hearing the voice of the little Tangyuan, Jiang Mingyue asked it to tell him the identity of the egg in front of him. "Okay, my lord, I will solve your doubts immediately." If a scanning pattern that only Jiang Mingyue could see appeared in front of him. As the progress bar reached 100%, Xiao Tangyuan's voice was heard again. "My lord, the egg before you is the egg of a dragon of destiny." Dragon of destiny? Yes, my lord. This dragon of destiny is one of the apostles of the goddess of destiny and possesses some power to influence fate. Listening to Xiao Tangyuan's introduction, Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but marvel at it. I didn't expect that even the goddess of fate would show up. That is fate, the most ethereal and intangible thing, but it can affect the existence of all living beings. To be honest, Jiang Mingyue was more interested in this dragon of destiny and wanted to see what it looked like. So he asked Xiao Tangyuan how to hatch the dragon. When Xiao Tangyuan heard the word interested from his creator, he told him the method without hesitation. "My lord, as long as you touch it and inject power into it, you can hatch this dragon. This method is so simple, but before that, I still need to ask Alyssa's opinion." When Alyssa heard that Jiang Mingyue had a way to hatch this legendary creature, his eyes suddenly lit up with golden light, and endless curiosity rose in his heart. Then he waved his hand and told Jiang Mingyue to do it with confidence. "Anyway, this dragon egg will just get moldy if it's left here." After getting the owner's permission, Jiang Mingyue reached out and touched the egg, then began to inject power into it. The next moment, the egg began to react, continuously absorbing the power he injected, like a bottomless pit, absorbing madly. Feeling the speed of absorbing power, Jiang Mingyue's expression remained normal. After all, he doesn't understand anything, but his power is endless. This exaggerated power fluctuation also startled the people around, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. This process lasted for 10 minutes, and then stopped, and the energy required by the egg was saturated. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp click, cracks began to appear on the egg. This scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and they stared intently. As the cracking sound becomes more frequent, more and more cracks appear on the surface of the egg. Finally, a small hand suddenly stretched out from the egg, followed by another hand, and then they began to peel off the eggshells. Take all the eggshells in, and then there will be a grunting sound. This situation still attracted everyone present to watch intently. At the same time, in the school in Tuchan City, Maria, who was resting with her eyes closed in soul state, suddenly sensed something. He raised his head and looked towards Dragon Island, muttering to himself, "The power of fate." Naturally, this sentence was noticed by Marianne, who was studying seriously, and she couldn't help but ask herself curiously, "Sister Maria, what are you talking about? What is the power of destiny?" Hearing the little guy's doubts, Maria smiled and fooled him, but her eyes were always looking at the location of Dragon Island. And in the Dragon Island treasury, the existence hatched from the egg was finally revealed to everyone. She is a little girl who looks only 7 or 8 years old. She has long purple and white hair and pupils like stars. And she has a look that shows she is a beauty. However, there was not a single characteristic of the dragon clan on this little girl. If it weren't for the strange hair color and pupils, it would look like an ordinary human child. But it is undeniable that the little girl's cuteness deeply attracted the attention of the women present, making them feel overwhelmed with maternal instinct. Jang Mingua on the side was fine. When he saw the naked little body, he lightly touched the storage ring. A small cushion appeared in his hand. With a light flick, the cushion came over the little girl and wrapped her small body. As for the little girl's clothes, he didn't have them in his storage ring, so he could only go back to Tuchan and ask his wife to prepare them. Chapter 198 Little Star. The little girl felt her body was restrained and instinctively wanted to struggle. But after smelling Jiang Mingyue's scent from the small mat, he calmed down obediently. After finishing eating all the eggshells around him, he stood up and looked at everyone, but he didn't say a word and his face was cold. Since everyone was like this, the scene was inexplicably quiet for a while. At this moment, the little girl moved. She floated in the air and flew towards Jiang Mingua. She then jumped on him and spoke cheerfully as she hung on him. "Mothered." This name immediately made Jiang Mingua stand there in a daze. Her whole body was shocked, and her mind went blank. Why does he suddenly want to be a mother? He's a man. The girls around were also looking at her in surprise, but Alyssa quickly reacted and explained. "It must be that you, my lord, used your own strength to hatch this egg, so the child mistakenly believed you to be its mother." These words indeed explained the doubts in everyone's minds. But Jiang Mingua, the person involved, had her brows twitching constantly. Having said that, the feeling of being called mother by a little girl is really unpleasant. However, a strange milky fragrance rushed into his nose, which calmed him down a little. After all, in a sense, the birth of this little girl is directly related to himself, so it is natural for him to take responsibility. After figuring it out, Jiang Mingua picked up the little girl with both hands and began to correct the way she addressed herself. "Come on, little one, call me father or brother." These words made the little girl bite her fingers lightly, and then she thought for a moment before responding. "But, mother is mother. Doesn't it mean that mother doesn't want me anymore?" Woo. Children's tears come suddenly and unexpectedly. Jiang Mingua, who had inexplicably become a father for the first time, was in a panic for a moment, but he still managed to coax the little girl successfully. Okay, I'll do as you say." This successfully made the little guy smile happily, leaving the girls beside him stunned. Alyssa on the side took the initiative to walk over, looked at the little girl in Jiang Mingyue's arms, and muttered to herself, "Is this the legendary dragon? But I don't see any dragon features." Nu Shuang on the other side remained silent, but her master walked over happily and spoke from the heart. "Wow, what a cute little girl, da." When the little girl heard someone call her cute, she smiled happily as she inexplicably knew the meaning of the word. At this time, Alyssa on the side suggested that Jiang Mingyue, who hatched the little girl, should give her a name. When Jiang Mingyue heard this, she realized that this was indeed the case, so she fell silent and looked at the little girl. When his eyes fell on her pupils that seemed to contain stars, an idea flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Xingyao, your name is Xingyao." When everyone heard the name, they subconsciously looked into the little girl's eyes and began to feel a sense of agreement in their hearts. It was indeed very appropriate. After getting the name, Xingyao immediately started calling out, "Xingyao, great, I have a name." For a moment, the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Next, because of Xingyao, the group did not want to continue shopping, but returned to Tuchan. After returning to Tuchan, Zhang Mingua immediately carried Xingyao to the Tuchan Hall, hoping to ask the two ladies for help. After all, the little guy is only covered with a mat. The Tuchan sisters happened to be working, and were slightly stunned when they saw that their husbands were pregnant with a strange child. I couldn't help but think to myself, this seems to be the third one. However, after listening to Jiang Mingyue's story, the Tuchan sisters understood everything, but still looked at him with resentful eyes. That look seemed to say, we don't even have children yet, and you're still going out and bringing kids back home all day. Feeling the meaning behind that look, Jiang Mingyue gave an awkward yet polite smile. After all, the result here was ultimately created by him. However, although the Tuchan sisters said this, they still welcomed Xingyao's arrival. Then he took the little girl from Jiang Mingyue's arms, walked to the resting place, and closed the door. The reason why the little girl was so well-behaved was that Jiang Mingyue told her before she came. The two sisters that Tong Tong met were good people and could be trusted unconditionally, so Xiao Xingyao was obediently held in Tuchan Yu's arms. Only Tuchan Na was left, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, because she never thought that one day her husband would be called mother by a child. As if he knew why his wife was laughing, Jiang Mingyue's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then he quietly came behind Tuchan Na, hugged her in his arms, and then his evil claws fell on her fluffy fox carrot and kept kneading it. Tuchan Na immediately screamed, and her whole body leaned limply on her husband's chest, begging for mercy in a tender voice. While the two were playing around, Tuchan Yu also came out with the refreshed little Xingyao. When Jiang Mingyue saw Xiao Xingyao, she understood the meaning of the saying, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Xiao Xingyao's cuteness is fully displayed in her exquisite clothes. Little star. Jiang Mingyue couldn't help but give a thumbs up, and the little girl followed suit and gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, the two sisters of Tuchan couldn't help but smile. In the following time, Jiang Mingyue brought Xiao Xingyao back to Chu Hanjun and others, and then took a walk. Only then did the silly girl Chu Hanjun leave Tuchan contentedly. And Alyssa had already returned to Dragon Island, wanting to see if there was any more information about Xiao Xingyao. Time soon came to night time. Tuchan Palace. At night, the girls returned to the yard one after another. Jiang Mingyue also took this opportunity to introduce Xiao Xingyao to the girls. Everyone was very friendly to the new girl. Among them, Xiao Zia and Marian were the most excited because they had more friends of the same age. That way, they won't feel bored anymore. Compared to the carefree little girls, older girls have a lot of things they want to know. But without exception, when they heard Xiao Xingyao call Jiang Mingyue mother, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This made Jiang Mingyue blush, and then she planned to punish these foxes with a stick according to her family rules at night. As for the others, well, we'll settle the score later. Chapter 199. Get it? The girls were very happy about the addition of a new friend and were all surrounding the cute little Xingyao. Jiang Mingyue, who was watching from the side, discovered something interesting. He found that although Xiao Xingyao was kissing the girls, he did not open his heart completely. But the little guy was very affectionate with Marianne, as if they had known each other for a long time. But looking at Marianne's flattered face, it was clear that she didn't know what was going on either. After that, when it was time to go to bed, Xiao Xingyao followed Marianne and the others to their room. When Jiang Mingyue was planning to go back to his room to rest, he was locked outside by his wives. Just when he was puzzled, he heard Tuchan Nanyang's voice coming from the room. Husband, go find Yi Junwen and her daughter. They are waiting for you. After that, there was no sound in the room. Hearing this, Jiang Mingyue realized that what was coming would come, mainly because she never expected that there would be a day when she would become a thief. The thought of the next operation made him inexplicably excited. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Mingyue knocked gently on the door. Come in. Yi Junwen's voice came from the room, and it sounded faintly excited and shy. At this time, Yi Junwen looked shy, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were vague when she looked at Jiang Mingyue. Zhu Yuni, who came later, seemed calm and composed, but her slightly flushed face showed that she was not at peace inside. Day 34. Early in the morning, a new day has arrived, and Jiang Mingyue is awakened by her biological clock, Ola, as usual. He was a little drowsy, and subconsciously, this result suddenly woke him up. He lowered his head and found that it was Yi Junwen, Zhu Yuni, and others. Then I also thought about what happened last night, the madness of last night. After remembering it, Jiang Mingyue lay back on the bed, looking at the ceiling and lost in thought. No matter what, he and they are husband and wife after all, and they must be given the proper status. Thinking of the status, Jiang Mingyue silently pondered the number of people. I found that the number has reached 6, just within this 1 month. Turtle. Jiang Mingyue, realizing this, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How could I have known a month ago that I would be living such a happy life a month later? It's really unpredictable. Just as Jiang Mingua was lost in thought, the two of them let out a soft hum after waking up, and his gaze immediately fell on them. When Yi Junwen slowly opened her eyes, a face appeared in front of her that she wanted to see every time she woke up. This made her subconsciously stretch out her hand, wanting to confirm whether she was still asleep or it was real. However, when the familiar touch came, the remaining sleepiness in Yi Junwen disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a deep joy, because this meant that he and his master had finally taken that step. And two words just appeared in Yi Junwen's mind, making her blurt out subconsciously. Husband. It can only be said that this coquettish tone made Jiang Mingua subconsciously feel her body tremble. Then he rubbed her little head unhappily and gave her instructions. Speak normally, don't use that weird tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Junwen happily agreed. Because of the interaction between the two, Zhu Yuni also woke up from her sleep. However, compared to Yi Junwen's excitement, she, as a mother, seemed a little calm. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Mingua was so sharp that it seemed to be drawing lines, indicating that she was still quite happy. The three of them stayed together for a while before leaving. Jiang Mingua came to the pavilion with ease and sat on the stone bench as usual. However, he no longer needs to master his own strength, but has developed a habit. Ever since he knew who he really was, Jiang Mingua miraculously discovered that although his power no longer increased, it became more endless. But when he thought of his own identity, these changes no longer seemed magical to him. Feeling the gentle breeze from the mountains made Jiang Mingua's head feel a little clearer. While he was enjoying this rare peace, he suddenly heard a sound of light footsteps behind him. He knew that the person coming was not very old. When Jiang Mingua turned around and looked behind her, she found that Maria, who had not appeared for a long time, was wearing blue pajamas and walking towards her. So he stretched out his hand and greeted her. Good morning, Maria. Hearing this, Maria, like a little adult, smiled faintly and responded with a good morning. Then he walked to Jiang Mingua's side, looked up at him, and stretched out his hands. At this moment, Jiang Mingua saw the cuteness that belonged to her age in this little adult. So he picked it up with a smile, placed it on his lap, and spoke with a smile. Maria, what's up so early? Faced with Jiang Mingua's question, Maria did not speak, but just maintained her indifferent smile, then took out a comb and handed it to him. When he took the comb, he found that Maria had her back to him and placed her long golden hair in front of him. Big brother, please comb my hair. Hearing Maria's words with a slightly coquettish tone, Jiang Mingua didn't think too much and just responded with okay. He reached out his hand to hold the soft and shiny golden hair and began to comb it slowly. Because she often helps Tuchan Na and others comb fox radishes, Jiang Mingua's techniques and movements are quite particular. Maria couldn't help but reveal an expression of enjoyment. But during this process, Jiang Mingua, who was concentrating on her work, suddenly discovered the little girl who was sitting on her. At this time, it was as if I had grown several sizes and suddenly reached adulthood. The surrounding environment also changed, and he found himself in a building full of Western medieval style. However, the arrangement of the furniture in the room and the woman in front of him gave him a sense of déjà vu. It feels like I have lived here for a long time. Chapter 200. Okay, this really becomes a game. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Maria's call brought Jiang Mingua back to her senses. Looking around again, I found myself in the pavilion with ventilation on all sides. Although what happened just now seemed like a fleeting illusion. But that is the reaction of ordinary people, and people who have reached Jiang Mingua's level can feel it very clearly. It was Maria, who was sitting on his lap, who did all this. But what was her purpose? Was she trying to tell me something? These questions arose in her mind, but Jiang Mingua's face remained calm. She continued to comb the little girl's hair and responded. It's okay, I was just a little distracted. Maria smiled upon hearing this, but did not ask any further questions. Instead, she remained silent. After a while, Maria's voice slowly came. Big brother, do you know that a person in this world is actually constantly reincarnating? As soon as these words came out, the air was filled with a feeling of so many stories. So Jiang Mingua did not stop what she was doing and responded lightly. I know. After all, as long as one's lifespan is not eternal, birth, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable processes that one must go through. Hearing this, Maria turned around. The calm expression on her face had disappeared, replaced by endless longing and hesitation. Seeing this expression, Jiang Mingua knew that Maria had a lot to say to her. So he rubbed her head and spoke gently. It seems like you finally want to tell me about your past self. These words made Maria stare at him blankly. After a moment, she smiled and responded in a tone full of longing. Hey, I have so many things to tell you. The next moment, Maria straightened up and put her forehead against Jiang Mingyue's. Then Jiang Mingyue found herself in a blank space and could only see her own body. However, because of his previous experience, he was not panicked at all and waited quietly for the opening. It was as if he heard Jiang Mingyue's inner expectations, followed by a burst of dazzling white light. What appeared in front of Jiang Mingyue was the scene of the house that had just appeared, and then a memory that appeared out of nowhere floated in his mind. After a brief understanding, I found that this man who looked exactly like me was also named Jiang Mingyue. The thought that he had reincarnated more than once suddenly appeared in Jiang Mingyue's mind, making him feel inexplicably interested. After all, who doesn't want to watch a movie called Life that is centered around themselves? However, this time in reincarnation, his identity is completely different. He is just an ordinary pharmacist and does not have that kind of powerful power. But in the memories of my reincarnation in this life, supernatural powers and races do exist. The embarrassing thing is that these things don't exist in the small town where I live in this world. In this life, Jiang Mingyue also heard about those supernatural powers and herself from a traveling merchant. After organizing the memories in his mind, Jiang Mingyue was thinking about what to do next. My own voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Well, we don't have enough herbs to make potions. We need to go up the mountain to collect some. Along with this sound, the location of the herb collecting tools and the place where the herbs grew also appeared in my mind. Hearing her own voice, Jiang Mingyue inexplicably felt like she was playing a game. So without hesitation, he found the tools for collecting herbs according to the location, which were a basket, a sickle, and a shovel. Very comprehensive. When Jiang Mingyue carried all the things on her back, her voice rang out again. It might take a day or two to go out and gather herbs, so prepare food in advance. Well, this really becomes a game. Despite all the complaints, Jiang Mingyue still picked up the dry food she had prepared long ago and set off. The cottage where Jiang Mingyue lives is located between the town and the forest, and there are no neighbors around. The reason he chose this place, according to his memory, was simply so that he could go to the forest at any time. Then, once the odor caused by the production of the medicine spreads, there is no need to worry about other people complaining. I can only say that it has the unique ideas of a pharmacist. Well, speaking of which, after Jiang Mingyue arrived at the edge of the forest according to her memory, she saw 3 paths in front of her. At this time, my own voice appeared in my mind again. I've been to the left and middle roads many times, and the herbs there aren't fully mature yet, so this time I'll go to the right side, which I haven't been to much. Following the task instructions, Jiang Mingyue set foot on the road on the right. Walking on the path, the pharmacist's experience also told him which herbs could be collected and which were deadly. Based on my experience and the fact that I hadn't been on this road for a long time, I only walked for 2 hours. The basket behind Jiang Mingyue was already mostly full, and it was so heavy that it gave people a sense of joy of a good harvest. As for why there were so many herbs, Jiang Mingyue found out from her memory. He is the only pharmacist in the entire town, which means he is the only supplier of medicines. Turtle. Then you have to worship it wherever you go, right? This is indeed the case in my memory. I am very respected and famous in the town. After all, no one wants to be unable to receive careful treatment when they are sick or injured. As she was thinking, Jiang Mingyue, who had walked for 2 hours, felt physically tired for the first time in a long time. So he found an open space to rest and recover his strength. Only at this time did Jiang Mingyue have time to look at the forest that she often visited in her memory. I don't know if it's because I often come to the forest, but the animals in the forest don't seem to be afraid of people, or rather, they are not afraid of him. He just looked around and could see the chirping birds in the trees. At this moment, Jiang Mingyue suddenly thought of something and stretched out her hand, wanting the little bird on the tree to fly into her hand. As if it heard what he was thinking, the little bird actually flapped its wings and flew to his hand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mingyue's idea was successfully verified. That is his powerful natural affinity, which he always carries with him regardless of whether he has power or not. Just like passive. So during the following herb collecting trip, the little bird raised its head proudly amid the envious gazes of the surrounding animals. It's like saying, look, I was invited by the adults themselves,